Oh dear. Today I found myself surrounded once again by a group of Uchiha children in deep blue robes, their backs emblazoned with the clan crest. Something that looked suspiciously like a pair of table tennis paddles. They whispered and pointed at me. Look, he's doing that slow motion martial art again. What a joke. Yeah, seriously. Who even knows why he keeps practicing that old style nobody uses anymore? Not even old ladies. Forget him. He's an embarrassment to our clan. In my opinion, the patriarch and the elders should just throw him out. He doesn't deserve the Uchiha name. Why even bother with him? He spends all day doing those slow, weird moves and ignores our clan's techniques. Who knows what he's up to? He's turned himself into the laughingstock of the Uchiha. Let's just go play ninja games. Yeah, let's go. But the clan head really does kick him out one day. With that, the kids burst out in noisy chatter, splitting off into teams and running off to their ninja games, leaving me in peace. As for me, I remain unruffled, calmly continue my practice, completely unmoved by their comments. Once I finish a routine, I simply flop down on the ground, hand behind my head, gazing up at the drifting white clouds. A gentle breeze teased a few strands of my hair, and a faint trace of longing flickered in my black eyes. Time flies. It's been 3 years already, and I still can't quite believe that I somehow crossed over into the world of Naruto. Though I now belong to the Uchiha clan, I hold absolutely no standing within the family. My parents are just ordinary middle-ranking ninja, and to make matters worse, neither of them has awakened the Sharingan. Oh, how I miss the food and the smartphones of my previous life. My name is Uchiha Chinyan, but the truth is, I'm not a native of this world. In my previous life, I was a gaming enthusiast, always drawn to martial arts RPGs. One day, I challenged all the game clans on my own, got way too excited, knocked over my coffee, and got electrocuted. Next thing I knew, I woke up as this child, Uchiha Chinyan. When I first arrived, I was at a funeral altar, completely bewildered. As my predecessor's memories of my more mature mind merged, I somehow activated the Sharingan right off the bat. When the fusion was complete, it truly hit me that I was in the Naruto universe. At the time, all I felt was a sharp pain in my eyes. I ran to look in the mirror. To my shock, I saw the spinning scarlet eyes of the Sharingan reflecting back at me. Quickly wiping the blood from my face and deactivating the Sharingan, I resolved to keep this secret at all costs. Though I wasn't sure exactly when in the Naruto timeline I'd arrived, I could tell the Uchiha massacre hadn't happened yet, meaning that old fox Danzo was still skulking around Konoha. If he ever found out I'd awakened the Sharingan at just 3 years old, he'd never let me go. And then there's that chilling shadow, Orochimaru. Just thinking of him sends shivers down my spine. I quickly forced myself to stop entertaining these absurd thoughts and began to recall the pitiful fragments of the original host's memory. It turned out I had been frail since childhood and held little importance within the Uchiha clan. My parents were merely ordinary mid-level ninjas, and misfortune struck when they were killed by ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. After their deaths, my own situation grew even more difficult. If it hadn't been for the help of our neighbors, there wouldn't even have been a proper funeral for my parents. Judging from what I could piece together, the original host was likely devastated by their loss and tried to awaken the Sharingan in hopes of gaining strength. But being so young and weak, it cost them their life. That was when I crossed over into this body, and with my own mental strength, managed to activate the Sharingan, and not just any form, but the two Tomo Sharingan right from awakening. If word of this ever got out, it would surely stir up a commotion in the clan. At first, awakening the Sharingan filled me with excitement, but I soon snapped back to reality. I found the chakra refining method left behind by my parents, and spent the whole night trying it, until I finally managed to extract a faint stream of chakra. Unfortunately, this faint chakra immediately knocked me out. Looking at my own reflection, so full of frustration and gloom, I couldn't help but wonder, what good was a Sharingan if I had no chakra? Without it, I was just an ordinary person, with eyesight a bit sharper than most. As a member of the Uchiha, I felt even more powerless than the average villager. At least ordinary folks could live peacefully in the Hidden Leaf village. But me? All I could do was wait, helpless, for the Uchiha's inevitable destruction at the hands of traitors from within and the likes of Danzo. With my current strength, there was no doubt I'd be one of those swept away in that catastrophe. Just as I was sinking into despair, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Martial ancestor system activated. Binding to host now. Binding successful. Beginner's gift pack and instruction manual issued. Would you like to claim them? For a moment I was stunned, but then joy surged through me and I shouted, "Claim them!" The system replied with utter disdain. "You're too slow. All you had to do was think about claiming it. Beginner's pack has been distributed. One Tai Chi manual, one instruction booklet. Distribution complete. Intelligence service now offline. Goodbye, dummy." I stood there in a daze, still reeling from the system's blunt mockery. I was just about to retort when the system was already gone, grinding my teeth in irritation. My Sharingan snapped open on its own, the two tomo whirling furiously. For a second, it felt as if I might break through and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan then and there, though, of course, that was merely wishful thinking. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I finally began to read through the system's manual. This martial ancestor system allows one to acquire martial arts techniques, legendary weapons, elixirs, and all manner of wondrous items from the various wuxia dramas of my previous life by completing specific tasks. The more I read, the more thrilled I became. Although the world of Naruto is high-powered, almost bordering on the realm of Shinxia, the martial techniques from those dramas should not be underestimated. Some techniques from those worlds are even more formidable than the ninjutsu in Naruto. With such a golden finger, I was certain I would thrive in this world. Orochimaru, Danzo, the traitors and madmen of the Uchiha clan. None of them would be able to stand in my way. Buoyed by confidence, I set about embracing my new life. Yet, who would have guessed that the next 3 years would find me only able to practice Tai Chi slowly, forced to relive that initial humiliating ordeal. After finishing the system manual, I clicked to claim Tai Chi and immediately felt the techniques and inner workings of Tai Chi surging into my mind all at once. I shut my eyes, savoring the sensation, and discovered that the system had modified Tai Chi. Now, it enabled me to open up a dantian within my body, store internal energy, and even convert that energy into chakra. Naturally, I was overjoyed, but after practicing all day, hunger gnawed so fiercely at me that I had no choice but to open my eyes, stand up, and resign myself to making instant noodles. My body was so frail that I couldn't cultivate any internal energy at all. I could only nurse my health back slowly. This recuperation lasted a full 3 years. Luckily, I had a small amount of condolence money. Not much, but at least enough to keep me fed. For 3 years, I often lay flat on the ground, chewing on a stalk of wild grass, reflecting on everything that had happened, sighing, and then rolling over to continue practicing Tai Chi. In my previous life, Tai Chi was a renowned form of internal martial arts, emphasizing gradual progress and perfect for building a solid foundation. Together with the muscle, tendon change, and marrow cleansing sutras of Shaolin, it was hailed as one of the 3 great foundational arts. Though easy to pick up, Tai Chi is notoriously hard to master. Much of its core teachings have faded into obscurity, and what remains today is mostly a general exercise for the elderly. But the version I practice now was the original manuscript from Patriarch Sanfeng himself, perfectly complete in every detail. Through these 3 years of relentless cultivation, though my outward appearance remained gaunt, the tendons and bones within my body were gradually repaired by the flow of Tai Chi energy, and a trace of internal strength began to form. It was barely there, but it filled me with hope. Yet it was a pity. During all those years, the system seemed to go silent, never issuing a single new task, no matter how I called out to it. Were it not for the system's 20 cubic meter inventory space and the Tai Chi I practiced every day, I might have suspected the whole thing was just a figment of my imagination. As I practiced Tai Chi, I tried to grasp its secret essence, letting my motions flow until darkness had entirely swallowed the sky. Only then did I stop, returning to my little hut for another meal of instant noodles. It was a bleak existence these 3 years. I'd survived almost solely on instant noodles, ever since my neighbors helped bury my parents. They too had grown distant. The Uchiha clan had its share of corruption. Uchiha Ichigo, who oversaw our area, often withheld my compensation, and not long ago, he even drove me out to the clan's edge. The clan elders remained lofty and unapproachable. Someone as ordinary as me could never get near them, so I didn't resist. Instead, I endured in silence, practicing Tai Chi day after day, hoping to become strong enough one day that I'd never have to suffer such humiliation again. Just then, a voice echoed in my mind. The system had spoken at last. A new quest has been issued. Would you like to accept it? Ding. New quest available. Would you like to check it now? A burst of joy sprang up in my heart. Finally, the system was offering another quest. For 3 long years, I never stopped practicing Tai Chi. While it was an excellent martial art, it demanded steady, prolonged dedication to truly master, and its effect on enhancing inner strength was modest at best. Now, more than anything, I needed a way to train and grow stronger quickly to defend myself. But the system had always failed to give me tasks that fit. I'd felt helpless. But suddenly, the system had a new quest for me, and excitement mingled with anticipation as I moved swiftly to check the task details. You have reached the age to enter the Ninja Academy. New quest. Successfully pass the Academy entrance assessment. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a Hunyuan Technique manual and a small rejuvenation pill. The name Hunyuan Technique brought a faint smile to my face. It was one of Manhwa's 9 great arts, a classical Taoist inner cultivation method. Though it couldn't compare with the ultimate skills of legendary martial worlds, for someone like me just setting out on the journey, it was an ideal choice, one that greatly reduced the chance of suffering any dangerous setbacks during training. The small rejuvenation pill was equally precious. Crafted in secret by the Shaolin Temple, it was said to instantly boost a practitioner's inner power by a whole decade. With both the Hunyuan Technique and the small rejuvenation pill, I was confident I'd soon become a genin. Coupled with my foundation in Tai Chi and newfound reserves of strength, I doubted any regular genin could stand against me. I accept the quest. Hardly able to contain my eagerness, I didn't hesitate before choosing to accept. The truth was, despite my frail exterior, 3 years of diligent Tai Chi had left my body far surpassing others my age, even closer to resilience of a grown man. So, as for passing the Academy entrance exam, I had every confidence in myself. After receiving the mission, Chinyu basked in excitement for a short, while before lying down on his bed, a faint frown forming on his brow. There was nothing about the assessment itself that troubled him, but the registration process required a clan elder's accompaniment. Qingyun's parents had long since passed away, and as a member of the Uchiha clan, enrolling in the Ninja Academy required an official record with the family. Only with consent and an accompanying elder arranged by the clan council could one register formally. However, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage's administration had always been tense. Few within the family would proactively allow their children to enroll at the academy. Each year, only a token handful of the clan's younger generation were sent, while most children were raised and trained within the confines of the clan. Moreover, Chinyan had always played the part of the frail child. Now, if he were to take the initiative and ask to enroll at the Ninja Academy, most clan members would likely see him as a liability, perhaps even as someone who could bring shame upon the Uchiha name. As such, they would very likely try to prevent him. After all, even ordinary Uchiha children were often seen as geniuses at the Ninja Academy. If he ended up at the bottom of his class, it would certainly tarnish the family's reputation. Do I need to reveal a bit of my true strength? Qingyun whispered to himself. Qingyun harbored neither affection nor animosity toward the Uchiha clan. He was well aware of the troubles that awaited them in the future. Even as someone who had crossed over from another world, changing the fate of his clan would be no easy feat. Therefore, Qingyun had no desire to reveal his talent too soon. The last thing he wanted was to attract unnecessary attention from the clan's leadership and get entangled in their complicated power struggles, which would only disrupt his peaceful growth. Besides, within the Uchiha at this time, the rift between the Doves and the Hawks had already taken shape, both factions vying to recruit talented young clan members into their respective camps. If he were careless and displayed any extraordinary ability, he would inevitably be drawn into their conflict. At that thought, Qingyun shook his head. He wanted no part in these family disputes. After 3 years in the Uchiha clan, he felt little of the so-called familial warmth. The only people he truly cared about, his parents, were already gone, leaving him with no particular affection for the Uchiha. Although the clan's current state was mainly the result of internal corruption, those in leadership, the clan head and elders alike, could hardly escape blame. Pushing aside these troubling thoughts, Qingyun closed his eyes to rest. For now, he could only go with the flow and take things one step at a time. The next morning, Qingyun rose at dawn. After freshening up, He made his way to the hills behind the house and began his daily practice of Taijiquan. He had kept up this discipline for 3 years, never once missing a day, rain or shine. When he finished his morning routine, Qingyun went to find Uchiha Ichigo, the one responsible for his residential area. He expressed his wish to attend the Ninja Academy and study there. As expected, Uchiha Ichigo burst out laughing. "You? Don't be ridiculous. The Uchiha clan can't afford such a disgrace. Look at you. Forget about becoming a ninja. It's a question whether you'll even grow up unharmed. Just stay put in the clan and don't embarrass us outside." "If I insist on taking the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy?" Qingyun replied calmly, disregarding his mocking laughter. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ichigo's smile faded. A trace of coldness flickered in his eyes as his tone hardened. "Want to attend the Ninja Academy? There are only 2 ways. First, defeat the other clan members who are up for recommendation this year. What's the second way?" Qingyun wasn't surprised by this. Still, if there were no other choices, he had no wish to take the first route. Uchiha Ichigo sneered. "The second method is to give up your identity as a Uchiha. Even if you're not one of us, you can still attend the academy." Qingyun's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Not a Uchiha? What did that mean?" "The Uchiha were one of the great families in the world. There was no way they would allow their own to just walk away and live alone outside the clan, not with the risk of their bloodline leaking out. That was precisely why, until he became strong enough, Qingyun had never considered leaving the clan and surviving in the village as an orphan." A trace of coldness flickered in his eyes as his tone hardened. "Want to attend the Ninja Academy? There are only 2 ways. First, defeat the other clan members who are up for recommendation this year. What's the second way?" Qingyun wasn't surprised by this. Still, if there were no other choices, he had no wish to take the first route. Uchiha Ichigo sneered. "The second method is to give up your identity as a Uchiha. Even if you're not one of us, you can still attend the academy." Qingyun's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. "Not a Uchiha? What did that mean?" "The Uchiha were one of the great families in the world. There was no way they would allow their own to just walk away and live alone outside the clan, not with the risk of their bloodline leaking out. That was precisely why, until he became strong enough, Qingyun had never considered leaving the clan and surviving in the village as an orphan." "What exactly do you mean by not being an Uchiha?" Qingyun pressed further. "It's simple," Uchiha Ichigo replied. "Once you leave, you lose the Uchiha name. The clan will erase you from the family register. From that moment on, whether you live or die, the clan won't care. After that, your fate is entirely in your own hands." A chill passed through Qingyun's eyes as he responded coolly, something like that. "Are you sure a mere district leader can make that call? Humph, who do you think you are? Which of the elders would ever bother with a weak, talentless, good-for-nothing like you? But just so you know, if you choose the second path, you'll never see another cent of your survivor's benefits. You might end up starving in the street for all I care." Uchiha Ichigo's sneer was full of disdain. Now it was clear to Qingyun that Uchiha Ichigo wanted him to forfeit his survivor's allowance, simply to keep it for himself. Without the slightest hesitation, Qingyun answered in a calm voice, "I choose the second option." With that, he turned and walked away. Uchiha Ichigo was surprised by how decisively Qingyun acted. Yet, on second thought, he realized that Qingyun's frail body made it impossible for him to ever become a ninja. Even if Qingyun managed to pass the entrance test for the Ninja Academy by sheer luck, making it to graduation would be near impossible. People like him would never catch the attention of the clan elders. With that in mind, Ichigo casually pocketed the portion of the condolence payment that was meant for Qingyun. Qingyun was completely unaware of Ichigo's schemes. After returning home, he packed the few items of clothing he owned, gathered the silver coins he had, just over 1,000 taels. He slung his bundle over his shoulder before leaving the Uchiha compound behind. Right now, his top priority was to find a place to stay. Only after settling down could he think about figuring out a way to qualify for the Ninja Academy's entrance. After leaving the compound, Qingyun made his way to the edge of the forest of death. He glanced around, making sure there were no large predators nearby, then set down his bundles and headed to the marketplace. There, he bought a saw and a few other tools, spending the rest of his money on durable provisions that would last in storage. Returning to the forest edge with his bags bulging with tools and food, Qingyun began sawing away at the trees with great effort. Fortunately, he had some survival skills from his previous life. Otherwise, even securing a place to stay would have been a daunting challenge. By the end of a grueling day, Qingyun wiped the sweat from his brow and looked with satisfaction at the small cabin he'd built. Not the prettiest thing in the world, but plenty sturdy and safe. After settling in, he made a simple meal. The dinner wasn't elaborate, but it was filling, and he found contentment in it. Afterward, he practiced his punches for a while before retiring for a peaceful rest. The next day, Qingyun went to the Ninja Academy's admissions office. Most of the kids who planned to enroll had already completed their registration, accompanied by their parents, so the place had grown quiet. "Hey, are you here to sign up for the Ninja Academy too?" As Qingyun stood before the registration booth, mentally rehearsing excuses to get past the first round of screening, a cheerful voice called out from behind him. He turned to see a little boy with golden hair and bright blue eyes scratching the back of his head, offering a warm, goofy smile. Qingyun was momentarily stunned, silently wondering if this silly-looking kid could possibly be Naruto. But the timeline didn't seem to match, and he'd never heard any rumors about someone called Sasuke or a devoted son in the clan either. "That's right. Is there something you need from me?" Qingyun looked at the blond boy in puzzlement, truly unable to guess why the other had approached him. Heh, it's nothing special. I'm about to start at the Ninja Academy myself. Maybe we'll even end up classmates. My name's Minato Namikaze. What's yours?" Hearing Minato Namikaze introduce himself, Qingyun was taken aback, his pupils tightening with surprise. He hadn't expected that this blond, blue-eyed little boy standing before him was actually the future fourth Hokage. The man hailed as the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. It was said that to avoid needless casualties, the other four ninja villages had even issued official orders allowing their ninja to abandon any mission should they encounter him. What truly amazed Qingyun, though, was how Minato seemed to have just started at the academy. Didn't that mean that he and Minato Namikaze would be in the same entering class? "Hello, Minato. My name is Yu. No, I'm Qingyun. It's very nice to meet you." Qingyun reached out his right hand and formally introduced himself. Heh. Then we're friends from now on. "Qingyun, have you signed up yet?" Minato shook Qingyun's hand with a warm smile, then asked with genuine concern. "Not yet. I'm still trying to figure that out." Qingyun went on to share his own background, as well as the troubles he was facing. After listening, Minato looked at him with sympathy and started to wonder if there was any way he could help this new friend. "Wait, I've got it. Qingyun, come with me." Suddenly, Minato smacked his own forehead, grabbed Qingyun's hand, and dashed straight toward the registration desk. "Excuse me, teacher, this is my friend, Qingyun. Is there any way he can enroll as well?" The teacher in charge looked down at the two small figures, smiling gently as she turned down Minato's request in a tactful manner. Seeing this, Minato quickly added, "Please, Sensei, help us." Qingyun's family was lost in the war. If she has to come all the way back for the registration, it'll only cause her more trouble. Please, I'm begging you. With that, Minato bowed deeply, giving the teacher another earnest explanation. Qingyun saw how Minato, though they had only just met, was willing to go so far on his behalf. Deeply moved, he mirrored Minato's gesture and bowed as well. "Please, Sensei, we're asking for your kindness." The teacher listened to their plea, eyeing Qingyun sympathetically. Another child orphaned by war, she thought. After a moment's consideration, reasoning that it was just one more slot, she finally nodded her agreement. With the teacher's permission granted, both Qingyun and Minato were overjoyed, repeatedly thanking their teacher with bright, grateful smiles. "All right, Minato, Qingyun, don't be late in 3 days." Their teacher ruffled their hair with a gentle hand and a warm smile, giving them a friendly reminder. Qingyun endured the affectionate gesture somewhat awkwardly, feeling a bit uneasy inside, but he knew that, at 6 years old, he had no real power to resist. Besides, the teacher had just helped him earlier, so Qingyun could only grit his teeth and tolerate the big hand musing up his hair. Minato, on the other hand, beamed up at the teacher, grinning from ear to ear as he repeatedly promised to do his best. Qingyun couldn't help rolling his eyes, thinking to himself that Naruto's simple and earnest nature definitely came from Minato. After bidding goodbye to their teacher, Qingyun led Minato back to his little place. He then took out the small animals he'd trapped, skinning and cleaning them for their meal. Minato was bursting with excitement and eagerly volunteered to help. In the end, Qingyun simply sent him off to fetch water and gather firewood. After a good while, a pot of fragrant braised wild rabbit was finally ready, paired with steaming white rice. Minato dug in with gusto, his mouth soon glistening with oil. "Chingyun, your cooking is amazing. Can I move in and live with you?" Minato asked between mouthfuls, unable to hide his delight. Chingyun was momentarily taken aback, and only then remembered that, like himself, Minato had lost his parents early on. "Sure, there's a saw over there. Go saw down some trees, and once you're done, I'll help you build a house." Chingyun replied, pointing to the tools and signaling for Minato to get started. Then he helped himself to a few more bowls of rice, eating his fill with satisfaction. After their meal, Chingyun washed the pots and dishes, while Minato, sweating buckets, set to work sawing logs. Feeling a bit bored, Chingyun started to practice a set of Tai Chi forms to help his digestion. After a while, Minato returned, carrying the freshly sawn wood and dripping with sweat. Seeing Chingyun moving slowly through his forms, Minato stared in disbelief. "Chingyun, you're not going to help me after dinner? I'm exhausted. And what kind of martial arts is that anyway? It's so slow. Do you really think you could hit anyone with it?" Chingyun paused, looking at Minato. He thought to himself that this guy was actually pretty nice, and since he was now his first real friend in this world. "Minato, this is called Tai Chi if you're wondering whether it can hit anyone. Why don't you come and give it a try?" Chingyun called out with mischievous grin, crooking his finger in a gesture of playful challenge. At this point, Minato Namikaze had not yet become the future fourth Hokage. Provoked by Chingyun's words, he immediately called out, "You said it yourself. Whoever loses has to call the other big brother. Chingyun, watch out, here I come." With impressive speed, Minato rushed straight at Chingyun. But as he neared, concerned he might hurt Chingyun, he held back most of his strength. Chingyun, having practiced Tai Chi for a long time, could instantly tell that Minato was pulling his punches. He smiled gently, slowly raised his hand, and effortlessly caught Minato's fist. Using his opponent's momentum, he turned Minato around and then returned the move with even greater force. Caught entirely off guard, Minato found his own fist turned back against him. Staggering backward several steps, he looked at his hand in confusion, unable to understand how Chingyun had managed to make him attack himself. "Let's go again." Unwilling to accept defeat, Minato mustered even more strength and threw another punch at Chingyun. However, Chingyun met him with even greater force. This time, with Minato's added power, the counterattack was several times stronger. Even though he steeled himself for it, the blow sent him flying. "Minato, shouldn't you keep your promise and call me Big Brother now?" Chingyun grinned down at Minato, who lay sprawled on the ground. "That doesn't count. I was just too tired. Let me rest and we'll have another match," Minato protested, eyes wide and full of stubborn determination. Seeing Minato's stubbornness, Chingyun didn't press the issue. Instead, he just smiled and started helping Minato build his house. After all, Chingyun was more than a decade older at heart. There was no need to argue with a young child who was only a few years old. Noticing Chingyun's help with the construction, Minato scratched his head, brushed the dust off his clothes. Looking a little embarrassed, he approached him. "Chingyun, can you teach me that Tai Chi of yours?" he asked. Chingyun paused in his work. He looked at Minato's eager face and, after a brief moment of thought, nodded. However, his tone grew serious. "I can teach you, but you must never show this method to anyone else without my permission. Don't worry, Chingyun, I promise I won't share it." "Thank you, big brother," Minato pledged solemnly. Seeing how readily Chingyun agreed, he quietly called him Big Brother. Seeing Minato's earnestness, Chingyun chuckled softly and went back to building the house. By dusk, Chingyun had finally finished helping Minato with the construction. Dusting off his hands, he said, "All right, you can go move your luggage over now. By the way, I'm a bit short on money at the moment, so if you're moving in, remember to get some extra rice. Otherwise, the two of us won't have enough to eat." I still have some money left. It should be enough for our meals." "Big brother, you won't be getting the compensation payments anymore. So if you ever need anything, just let me know. I really don't spend much day to day, and I've managed to save up a bit." Minato Namikaze agreed readily, his words straightforward and sincere. Hearing this, Chingyun felt a warmth rising in his heart. He nodded, signaling Minato to go quickly and return soon, while he busied himself with preparing dinner. Watching Minato's departing figure, Chingyun fell into deep thought. Never would he have imagined that he and Minato were from the same cohort, and now He had even accepted this future legend as a little brother. The twists of fate were truly unbelievable. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to making dinner. Before long, the food was ready, and Minato came back laden with bags, arms full of groceries. He stopped at the edge of the forest of death, officially becoming Qingyun's neighbor. After dinner, Minato could barely contain his eagerness to learn Tai Chi. Qingyun taught him without reservation, patiently explaining the key principles and core philosophies again and again. Once Minato had memorized everything, Qingyun began personally guiding him through each Tai Chi stance. Although Tai Chi's movements appeared slow and gentle and didn't seem particularly difficult to learn, truly grasping the essence hidden within was far from easy. In Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Wuji was able to master Tai Chi in a short time only because he already possessed profound martial skills. His inner strength and physical potential were exceptional, and together with protagonist aura, this led to such rapid success. An ordinary person could not hope for the same. In the days that followed, the two practiced Tai Chi together every day, exchanging insights and gradually improving their skills. Through this shared journey, Qingyun no longer felt lonely. Between him and Minato had emerged the first true friendship he'd found since arriving in this world. Soon enough, the day of the entrance assessment arrived. Two small figures walked shoulder to shoulder through the gates of the Ninja Academy. Inside, Qingyun and Minato saw a bustling crowd. Many ninja teachers were busy organizing students into teams and lines. The pair found the teacher in charge, handed over their forms, and were led to stand neatly among one of the units. Time ticked by, and at around 9 in the morning, a stern-looking ninja teacher stepped onto the stage. A visible scar marked his face, and he wore a Chunin uniform. He announced, "Today is the entrance exam. Do you see the track over there? The rules are simple. Run 10 laps around the field. The slowest 100 students will be eliminated. The remaining 90 or so will be divided into 3 classes based on their times. The top 30 go to Class A, the middle 30 to Class B, and the rest to Class C. Now begin." With his order, all the students surged towards the field at once. Beside them, Qingyun and Minato kept a steady pace, neither rushing nor lagging, blending into the crowd. "Big brother, why aren't we running faster?" Minato and Namikaze looked at Qingyun in confusion. With their abilities, it would be a breeze to come in first, yet Qingyun seemed to be holding back on purpose. "Minato, just do your best. Don't worry about me. I'll make sure to finish in the top 30 and end up in the same class as you." Qingyun didn't explain his reasons. He merely offered these soft words of reassurance. Although Minato was puzzled, he trusted that Qingyun had his own reasons. Without pressing further, he quickly picked up his pace and surged ahead toward the front of the group. Qingyun, however, continued running at a calm, steady pace, making no move to accelerate. Behind this laid his intention not to draw too much attention. If he stood out too much, it was likely that the village leadership would take notice. For him, that would only bring trouble he didn't need. The world of the Hokage was filled with danger. If Danzo ever set his sights on him, the consequences would be unfathomable. Even if only the Uchiha clan elders recognized his talent and called him back to the family, what choice would he have then? If he refused, he would certainly earn the clan elders' resentment. But as a member of the Uchiha, pledging allegiance to the Hokage's faction would never fully earn their trust either. Qingyun needed to wait for the right moment to reveal his abilities before Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he returned to the Uchiha, the clan's destruction was almost a foregone conclusion. He had no desire to alter their fate. In fact, he didn't feel any attachment to the Uchiha at all. Truth be told, this newfound friendship with Minato Namikaze meant more to him now than the entire Uchiha clan ever could. He felt no obligation to save them. So, Qingyun was left with only one choice: conceal his strength. He would only show enough talent to be recognized, but never so much as to stand out from the crowd. When the time was right, he would reveal his gift directly before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then, as long as he could earn Hiruzen's approval, the rest would naturally be resolved by the third Hokage himself. Once he was strong enough to protect himself, he could choose any path, be it loyalty or even becoming a rogue ninja. Nothing could truly threaten him. Collecting his thoughts, Qingyun looked at the children running their hearts out all around him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he continued jogging along with the group. Despite his seemingly casual pace, Qingyun gradually overtook the other children, soon making his way into the top 30. Then, by choice, he slowed down slightly to keep a steady rhythm, catching Minato up at the very front. Chingyun watched him bursting with energy and youthful spirit. Another gentle smile curved his lips. At this moment, Minato still possessed the pure innocence of a child. His eagerness to prove himself was likely part why he would eventually catch Jiraiya's attention and be chosen as a disciple. Very soon, the 10 laps were finished. Chingyun stood easily behind the other 29 students, without the slightest sign of fatigue. At this moment, a ninja instructor stepped forward, looked at the 30 students before him, and nodded in satisfaction. He said, "All right, you 30 are now the students of Class A. I will be your class instructor, responsible for your training for the next 5 years. My name is Yumino Iruchi, but you may call me Teacher Iruchi. Dismissed for now. Classes officially start in 3 days." Everyone cheered, shouting, "Teacher Iruchi," before heading off on their own paths. A chime sounded. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have received Hunyuan technique and a minor rejuvenation pill. The next task is unlocked. Stand out from the crowd. Upon completion, you'll be rewarded with a basic sword manual and a Qingfeng sword." Hearing the system's announcement, Qingyun's lips curled into a faint smile. He was just about to head back with Minato Namikaze to claim his new rewards when 2 children, dressed in the Uchiha clan's attire, blocked his way. "Well, aren't you the one rumored to be so slow at martial arts that people call you useless? I didn't expect to see you in the Ninja Academy too. If you know what's good for you, quit the Ninja Academy and go back to the clan. Stop embarrassing yourself in public, and don't tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha." Chingyun looked at the 2 arrogant Uchiha clansmen standing before him. From his memories, he recognized them as Uchiha Yungang and Uchiha Yunshan. Their father, Uchiha Ryu, was a key figure under the 4th elder of the Uchiha clan. These 2 always threw their weight around thanks to their father's influence, bullying those of lower status within the clan. Chingyun himself had been on the receiving end of their bullying in the past. Now, he simply shot them a cold glance and, with an indifferent expression, walked around them, heading straight toward Minato Namikaze. Qingyun's attitude, however, infuriated Yungang and Yunshan. In a swift motion, they moved to block his path and threw punches at him. Qingyun's eyes turned icy. He raised his hands, effortlessly blocking both strikes. He borrowed the momentum with a movement reminiscent of Taiji, dissolving their attacks and guiding their force away in a fluid motion. As a result, their fists missed their intended target and collided, each landing a blow on the other. Thrown off guard by this unexpected turn, Yungang and Yunshan stared at each other in shock, neither prepared for what had just happened. "Brother, why did you hit me? Little brother, why did you punch me?" Their questions overlapped as they blurted out their confusion. At this point, Minato Namikaze had not yet become the future 4th Hokage. Provoked by Qingyun's words, he immediately called out, "You said it yourself. Whoever loses has to call the other big brother. Qingyun, watch out, here I come." With impressive speed, Minato rushed straight at Qingyun. But as he neared, concerned he might hurt Qingyun, he held back most of his strength. Qingyun, having practiced Tai Chi for a long time, could instantly tell that Minato was pulling his punches. He smiled gently, slowly raised his hand, and effortlessly caught Minato's fist. Using his opponent's momentum, he turned Minato around and then returned the move with even greater force. Caught entirely off guard, Minato found his own fist turned back against him. Staggering backward several steps, he looked at his hand in confusion, unable to understand how Qingyun had managed to make him attack himself. "Let's go again." Unwilling to accept defeat, Minato mustered even more strength and threw another punch at Qingyun. However, Qingyun met him with even greater force. This time, with Minato's added power, the counterattack was several times stronger. Even though he steeled himself for it, the blow sent him flying. "Minato, shouldn't you keep your promise and call me big brother now?" Qingyun grinned down at Minato, who lay sprawled on the ground. "That doesn't count. I was just too tired. Let me rest and we'll have another match," Minato protested, eyes wide and full of stubborn determination. Seeing Minato's stubbornness, Qingyun didn't press the issue. Instead, he just smiled and started helping Minato build his house. After all, Qingyun was more than a decade older heart. There was no need to argue with a young child who was only a few years old. Noticing Qingyun's help with the construction, Minato scratched his head, brushed the dust off his clothes. Looking a little embarrassed, He approached him. "Qingyun, can you teach me that Tai Chi of yours?" he asked. Qingyun paused in his work. He looked at Minato's eager face and, after a brief moment of thought, nodded. However, his tone grew serious. "I can teach you, but you must never show this method to anyone else without my permission." "Don't worry, Qingyun. I promise I won't share it." "Thank you, big brother." Minato pledged solemnly. Seeing how readily Qingyun agreed, he quietly called him Big Brother. Seeing Minato's earnestness, Qingyun chuckled softly and went back to building the house. By dusk, Qingyun had finally finished helping Minato with the construction. Dusting off his hands, he said, "All right, you can go move your luggage over now. By the way, I'm a bit short on money at the moment, so if you're moving in, remember to get some extra rice. Otherwise, the two of us won't have enough to eat." I still have some money left. It should be enough for our meals." "Big brother, you won't be getting compensation payments anymore. So if you ever need anything, just let me know. I really don't spend much day to day, and I've managed to save up a bit." Minato Namikaze agreed readily, his words straightforward and sincere. Hearing this, Qingyun felt a warmth rising in his heart. He nodded, signaling Minato to go quickly and return soon, while he busied himself with preparing dinner. Watching Minato's departing figure, Qingyun fell into deep thought. Never would he have imagined that he and Minato were from the same cohort, and now he had even accepted this future legend as a little brother. The twists of fate were truly unbelievable. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to making dinner. Before long, the food was ready, and Minato came back later with bags, arms full of groceries. He stopped at the edge of the forest of death, officially becoming Qingyun's neighbor. After dinner, Minato could barely contain his eagerness to learn Tai Chi. Qingyun taught him without reservation, patiently explaining the key principles and core philosophies again and again. Once Minato had memorized everything, Qingyun began personally guiding him through each Tai Chi stance. Although Tai Chi's movements appeared slow and gentle and didn't seem particularly difficult to learn, truly grasping the essence hidden within was far from easy. In Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber, Zhang Wuji was able to master Tai Chi in a short time only because he already possessed profound martial skills. His inner strength and physical potential were exceptional, and together with the protagonist's aura, this led to such rapid success. An ordinary person could not hope for the same. In the days that followed, the two practiced Tai Chi together every day, exchanging insights and gradually improving their skills. Through this shared journey, Qingyun no longer felt lonely. Between him and Minato had emerged the first true friendship he'd found since arriving in this world. Soon enough, the day of the entrance assessment arrived. Two small figures walked shoulder to shoulder through the gates of the Ninja Academy. Inside, Qingyun and Minato saw a bustling crowd. Many ninja teachers were busy organizing students into teams and lines. The pair found the teacher in charge, handed over their forms, and were led to stand neatly among one of the units. Time ticked by, and at around 9 in the morning, a stern-looking ninja teacher stepped onto the stage. A visible scar marked his face, and he wore a Chunin uniform. He announced, "Today is the entrance exam. Do you see the track over there? The rules are simple. Run 10 laps around the field. The slowest 100 students will be eliminated. The remaining 90 or so will be divided into 3 classes based on their times. The top 30 go to Class A, the middle 30 to Class B, and the rest to Class C. Now begin." With his order, all the students surged toward the field at once. Beside them, Qingyun and Minato kept a steady pace, neither rushing nor lagging, blending into the crowd. "Big brother, why aren't we running faster?" Minato Namikaze looked at Qingyun in confusion. With their abilities, it would be a breeze coming first. Yet Qingyun seemed to be holding back on purpose. "Minato, just do your best. Don't worry about me. I'll make sure to finish in the top 30 and end up in the same class as you." Qingyun didn't explain his reasons. He merely offered these soft words of reassurance. Although Minato was puzzled, he trusted that Qingyun had his own reasons. Without pressing further, he quickly picked up his pace and surged ahead toward the front of the group. Qingyun, however, continued running at a calm, steady pace, making no move to accelerate. Behind this laid his intention not to draw too much attention. If he stood out too much, it was likely that the village leadership would take notice. For him, that would only bring trouble he didn't need. The world of the Hokage was filled with danger. If Danzo ever set his sights on him, The consequences would be unfathomable, even if only the Uchiha clan elders recognized his talent and called him back to the family. What choice would he have then? If he refused, he would certainly earn the clan elders' resentment. But as a member of the Uchiha, pledging allegiance to the Hokage's faction would never fully earn their trust either. Chinyun needed to wait for the right moment to reveal his abilities before Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he returned to the Uchiha, the clan's destruction was almost a foregone conclusion. He had no desire to alter their fate. In fact, he didn't feel any attachment to the Uchiha at all. Truth be told, this newfound friendship with Minato Namikaze meant more to him now than the entire Uchiha clan ever could. He felt no obligation to save them. So, Chinyun was left with only one choice: conceal his strength. He would only show enough talent to be recognized, but never so much as to stand out from the crowd. When the time was right, he would reveal his gift directly before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then, as long as he could earn Hiruzen's approval, the rest would naturally be resolved by the third Hokage himself. Once he was strong enough to protect himself, he could choose any path, be it loyalty or even becoming a rogue ninja. Nothing could truly threaten him. Collecting his thoughts, Chinyun looked at the children running their hearts out all around him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he continued jogging along with the group. Despite his seemingly casual pace, Chinyun gradually overtook the other children, soon making his way into the top 30. Then, by choice, he slowed down slightly to keep a steady rhythm. Catching Minato up at the very front, Chinyun watched him bursting with energy and youthful spirit. Another gentle smile curved his lips. At this moment, Minato still possessed the pure innocence of a child. His eagerness to prove himself was likely part why he would eventually catch Jiraiya's attention and be chosen as a disciple. Very soon, the 10 laps were finished. Chinyun stood easily behind the other 29 students, without the slightest sign of fatigue. At this moment, a ninja instructor stepped forward, looked at the 30 students before him, and nodded in satisfaction. He said, "All right, you 30 are now the student of Class A. I will be your class instructor, responsible for your training for the next 5 years. My name is Yumino Iruchi, but you may call me Teacher Iruchi. Dismissed for now. Classes officially start in 3 days." Everyone cheered, shouting, "Teacher Iruchi," before heading off on their own paths. A chime sounded. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have received Hanyuan technique and a minor rejuvenation pill. The next task is unlocked. Stand out from the crowd. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a basic sword manual and a Qingfeng sword." Hearing the system's announcement, Qingyun's lips curled into a faint smile. He was just about to head back with Minato Namikaze to claim his new rewards when 2 children, dressed in the Uchiha clan's attire, blocked his way. "Well, aren't you the one rumored to be so slow at martial arts that people call you useless? I didn't expect to see you in the Ninja Academy too. If you know what's good for you, quit the Ninja Academy and go back to clan. Stop embarrassing yourself in public, and don't tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha." Chinyun looked at the 2 arrogant Uchiha clansmen standing before him. From his memories, he recognized them as Uchiha Yungang and Uchiha Yunshan. Their father, Uchiha Ryu, was a key figure under the 4th elder of the Uchiha clan. These 2 always threw their weight around thanks to their father's influence, bullying those of lower status within the clan. Chinyun himself had been on the receiving end of their bullying in the past. Now, he simply shot them a cold glance and, with an indifferent expression, walked around them, heading straight toward Minato Namikaze. Chinyun's attitude, however, infuriated Yungang and Yunshan. In a swift motion, they moved to block his path and threw punches at him. Chinyun's eyes turned icy. He raised his hands, effortlessly blocking both strikes. He borrowed the momentum with a movement reminiscent of Taiji, dissolving their attacks and guiding their force away in a fluid motion. As a result, their fists missed their intended target and collided, each landing a blow on the other. Thrown off guard by this unexpected turn, Yungang and Yunshan stared at each other in shock, neither prepared for what had just happened. "Brother, why did you hit me? Little brother, why did you punch me?" Their questions overlapped as they blurted out their confusion. Minato, coming from an ordinary ninja family and having lost his parents early on, never had the chance to learn any special cultivation methods from them. There was always a note of envy and yearning in his gaze as he looked at Chinyun, his anticipation written plainly across his face. After a moment's contemplation, Chingyun thoughtfully stroked his chin and looked at Minato. At last, he decided to reveal the secret formula for Hanyuan Gong, hoping to test out his hypothesis in the process. Minato, listen carefully to the formula I'm about to recite. Over the next few days, try to see if you can open your dantian and sense the flow of internal energy. Without waiting for Minato's reply, Chingyun began to slowly intone the cultivation formula. Minato listened intently, rehearsing the formula 3 times in his mind, committing every word to memory. Then, sitting cross-legged, he prepared to use his method to try to sense the flow of energy within and open up his dantian. Gifted as he was, Minato soon succeeded in opening his dantian and began to feel the internal currents of energy. Altogether, this step took him only 2 days. By dawn on the 3rd day, Minato finally managed to sense the flow of chi, following the pathway of Hanyuan Gong, gathered it into his dantian. Seeing that Minato had succeeded in cultivating inner power, Chingyun's tone became serious as he offered a stern reminder. Minato, from now on, whenever you use chakra, make sure to disperse it throughout the meridians in your body, never store it in your dantian. Do you understand? Within the ninja chakra cultivation system, chakra is typically distributed among the body's meridians with no designated dantian. Should this method become known to outsiders, it would undoubtedly bring enormous trouble. With this realization, Chingyun felt a tinge of regret for getting too close to Minato Namikaze. However, since Minato had always treated him with genuine sincerity, Chingyun found himself unable to distance the boy. All he could do was offer Minato a solemn warning. "I understand, big brother," Minato replied. Although still very young, Minato was aware that if this unorthodox training method were to be exposed, Chingyun would be thrust into great trouble. Yet Chingyun still felt uneasy, so he added, "Remember, don't tell anyone, not even Hokage, unless one day we are strong enough to protect ourselves. Under no circumstances can you reveal this secret." When it came to the 3rd Hokage, Chingyun remained wary. He couldn't truly gauge the man's heart. In his previous life, rumors swirled on the internet about the 3rd Hokage, painting him as a master of intrigue and suggesting he had done many unspeakable things behind the scenes. Of course, there were those who praised him as well, but Chingyun didn't know which version was true. In Chingyun's eyes, someone in such a high position, a leader of an entire village, would almost certainly stop at nothing to claim anything that could increase their power, even if it meant silencing everyone who knew the secret to keep it hidden. This, he thought, wasn't about personal character. It was simply the natural consequence of power and profit. Minato was taken aback for a moment, but seeing the gravity on Chingyun's face, he ultimately agreed. With Minato's promise, Chingyun was finally at ease. After all, Minato wasn't a scheming, treacherous type. As long as he didn't cross Minato's fundamental line, such as hurting the innocent or causing catastrophe to the Leaf Village, he knew Minato would never betray him. In the days that followed, the two spent their mornings practicing Tai Chi together and devoted their evenings to cultivating their inner strength. Before long, the day for school to begin arrived. That morning, Chingyun woke early, packed 2 lunch boxes, and set out for the Ninja Academy alongside Minato. On the way, Chingyun made sure once more that Minato had successfully guided his inner energy through his meridians. Only after receiving a confident nod did he allow himself a real sense of relief. After all, there were clans in a Leaf Village like the Hyuga, with those piercing, observant eyes that could clearly see chakra flow within a person. Ninjas typically store their chakra in their meridians. If anyone noticed that the way he and Minato store their chakra was different, suspicion would follow, perhaps unmasking their secret. At their current age and strength, there was simply no way they could protect such a secret. All they could do was tread carefully and rely on these precautions to keep themselves safe. When they arrived at the Ninja Academy, their teacher, Irika Yumino, led them to the school's central square. Today marked the opening day of the Ninja Academy. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, garbed in his Hokage robes, appeared in a flash atop the high platform. All the new students erupted into excited applause and cheers, shouting, "Third! Third!" Even Minato Namikaze was swept up in excitement, gripping Chingyun's hand tightly and waving enthusiastically. Chingyun glanced helplessly at Minato Namikaze, thinking to himself, I have to admit, the Hokage's ability to inspire unity is really something. Put him in the modern world, and he'd be the ultimate motivational guru. To avoid standing out too much, Chingyun tried to act just as enthusiastic, moving his mouth up and down in silent mimicry. Though he didn't actually call out a word, the third Hokage solemnly raised a hand, signaling for silence, and began his address. Where the leaves dance, the will of fire endures. The light of the fire will continue to shine on the village, nurturing new leaves to grow. His speech was passionate and full of conviction, but Chingyun found himself fighting sleep. His eyes glazed over as he stared into the distance, his body swaying as if he might doze off at any moment. It wasn't until the sun had climbed high that Hiruzen Sarutobi finally wrapped up his speech, reluctant to step down. As soon as the chimes signaled dismissal, Chingyun perked up immediately, grabbed Minato Namikaze by the arm, and dashed eagerly toward the classroom. Upon entering the classroom, Chingyun pulled Minato with him to a seat by the window, gazing quietly outside and paying no attention to the chatter of his classmates around him. Before long, Irika Yumino entered the classroom, carrying a towering stack of books, which he placed down before moving to write on the blackboard. Then he turned to the class and addressed them. "Hello, everyone. Today is the first day of a new term. I'll be your homeroom teacher. My name is Irika Yumino. I love eating ramen, but I can't stand the wait while it cooks. My dream is to become a great teacher, to help each of my students grow. It's an honor to be your teacher, and I'll do my best to teach you the basics of being a ninja. If you ever have any questions, feel free to come to me. Now, will the top student of this year's class please come forward and introduce themselves?" Upon hearing the teacher's words, Minato Namikaze strode eagerly onto the stage, scratching the back of his head. He greeted everyone with a sincere smile. "Hello, everyone. My name is Minato Namikaze. I'm very happy to be here with you all. I love eating my brother's cooking, and there's nothing I particularly dislike. My dream is to become Hokage so that our villagers never have to endure the pain of war again. Wow, Minato is so cool. Yeah, his smile's really warm. Should I go confess to Minato?" Minato's mind, don't even think about it. Chingyun was surprised to find the children around him arguing intensely about Minato Namikaze. He stroked his chin, muttering to himself, "Is Minato's smile really that warm? It's just so simple. Minato, your dream is fantastic. I truly believe you can become Hokage. Keep working hard." Yumino Irika encouraged warmly. Minato Namikaze smiled earnestly, thanked the teacher, and then returned to sit beside Chingyun. Next, Uchiha Kai, who ranked second, stepped onto the podium. He introduced himself with utter confidence, drawing a burst of cheers from the girls. Still, his popularity couldn't rival Minato's. This left Unkai clearly annoyed. He clenched his jaw and shot Minato a fierce glare. When he noticed Chingyun, his stare turned even sharper, as if Shiro could bore a hole right through him. Chingyun shot Uchiha Unkai a lazy glance, and then promptly dismissed him, treating him as if he were thin air. To Chingyun, this unfamiliar Uchiha classmate was just a minor character, hardly worth a second thought. The third student was from a branch of the Hyuga clan. After introducing himself in a distant, indifferent manner, he quietly returned to his seat. No one was surprised by Hyuga Run's cold attitude. After all, that was just how the Hyuga clan had always been. Everyone had long grown used to it. Chingyun studied Hyuga Run thoughtfully, but before their eyes could meet, he looked away. Among the first dozen or so students, apart from Minato Namikaze, they were mostly children from notable families. After their introductions, they broke into small groups, chatting quietly with their friends. Before long, it was Chingyun's turn. He didn't step up to the podium. Instead, he simply rose from his seat. "My name is Chingyun. There's nothing I particularly like or dislike. My dream is to live in peace with my friends." With those words, Chingyun sat back down. Yumino Irika took note of him, gazing deeply at Chingyun. Seeing the calm, indifferent look on his face, Irika couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Another orphan, shaped by war. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Irika announced, "All right, everyone's finished introducing themselves. Now it's time to hand out your textbooks." With a snap of his fingers, several shadow clones burst into view, moving quickly among the students as they passed out the books. The children from ninja families took this in stride, but the civilian students watched in wide-eyed awe. For them, even basic cloning techniques were far out of reach, let alone the shadow clone jutsu. Their gazes grew almost fervent as they watched Irika at work. The textbooks were distributed quickly. Irika then announced, "That's just about it for this morning. Our formal lessons will start this afternoon. For now, Get familiar with your books, especially those first few pages. They're important, and you'll be tested on them later. With that, Yumino Irika left classroom. Chinyan flipped open the textbook to its first page, where the opening lines were a promotional blurb about Hiruzen Sarutobi. He rolled his eyes helplessly and skipped ahead, turning to historical records on Konoha's F4. Skimming through, Chinyan found the first half factual, but the latter half seemed exaggerated and even fabricated. Take, for example, the discussions on the strongest Hokage in history. Chinyan thought they lacked objectivity. The first Hokage was dubbed the god of shinobi. The second Hokage not only developed the flying thunder god slash, but also invented numerous forbidden jutsu, all of which directly influenced how the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, became the Yellow Flash. By comparison, Hiruzen Sarutobi never achieved the feats of the second Hokage, though Chinyan had never met Sarutobi. He was starting to get the impression the man enjoyed singing his own praises. Browsing through the textbook at random, Chinyan found that most of it was filled with biographies of famous figures, while only a small section covered the basics of ninja tools. Relying on his powerful memory, he quickly memorized the contents, then slumped over his desk. He looked listless, but in reality, he was quietly practicing the forms of Tai Chi in his mind. Noticing Chinyan's lazy demeanor, Minato Namikaze cast him a resigned glance but said nothing. Turning his attention back to the biographies, truth and fiction blending together, as if genuinely absorbed. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was lunchtime. The girls immediately swarmed around Minato Namikaze, excitedly chatting with him. With a helpless sigh, Chinyan opened his eyes, watching Minato grinning goofily amid the crowd. He picked up Minato's lunchbox and said, "Deal with it yourself. I'm heading out for lunch." "Hey, don't go. Big bro, big bro." Minato called after Chinyan anxiously, but Chinyan ignored him, squeezing through the crowd and making his way alone to a shaded spot. "Chinyan-kun, can I join you?" A timid little girl followed after him and spoke up. Chinyan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to seek him out on their own. Turning around, he recognized her as Hanagariyen Ziko, a civilian girl. Expressionless, Chinyan shook his head in refusal. Crestfallen, Hanagariyen Ziko turned and walked away, watching her lonely figure. Chinyan sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, "Isn't this a little much? She's only 6. Back in my last life, kids at this age were still playing in the mud. But in the Naruto world, they're already thinking about romance. Even if they did get together, what would they even do?" He absent-mindedly poked at his food, a trace of gloom in his expression. "Big bro, you're really not being a friend, leaving me behind like that." Minato Namikaze, his golden hair tousled, looked at Chinyan with obvious discontent. "You know I prefer peace and quiet. Besides, those girls are interested in you, not me. Why should I get involved?" Chinyan wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth, stretched lazily, and leaned against the wall, speaking softly. Minato Namikaze looked at Chinyan's relaxed demeanor and could only sigh before sitting down beside him and closing his eyes to rest. But tranquility never truly belonged to them. Before long, Uchiha Yungang and Uchiha Yinshan strode over with arrogant expressions. "Humph, you useless fool. You may have gotten lucky and slipped away the other day, but today, you won't escape." Uchiha Yungang's face was fierce, his fist clenched tightly. Chinyan frowned. All he really wanted was to pass the ninja school exams peacefully, giving himself a reasonable explanation for increasing his strength. But why did these tiresome people always show up to disrupt his life? "Tell me, what will it take for you two to leave me alone?" Chinyan's voice was even and calm. "Humph, unless you quit the ninja school voluntarily, return to clan, and stop bringing disgrace to the Uchiha name, we'll keep coming for you every single day." Uchiha Yinshan declared with pride. Chinyan's brows drew together in a slight frown as he replied coolly, "So, in other words, there's nothing left to discuss?" He slowly stood up, settling into a simplified Tai Chi starting stance, gesturing for the two of them to come at him. Uchiha Yungang and Uchiha Yinshan, provoked by Chinyan, roared and charged forward. Minato Namikaze wanted to step in, but Chinyan held him back. At this stage, Minato had yet to catch Jiraiya's attention. He had no powerful backers. Getting involved in a dispute with the Uchiha clan without support could be very dangerous. Chinyan didn't want Minato to get dragged into the Uchiha family's affairs. Because of him, as the two opponents raced toward him, Qin remained collected. He slowly raised his fist to his challengers. His movements looked weak and lacking force, and they smirked with disdain, doubling their speed as they aimed straight for his temple. But just as their fists were about to land, Qin eyes narrowed. In a heartbeat, his hand shot forward, outwardly slow, yet fast as lightning. He seized their wrists with unerring precision, pulled them sharply back, and with a swift motion, redirected their own force against them. Neither of them had ever encountered such a strange and deceptive fighting style. Caught completely off guard, they were struck by their own power. What kind of trick did you just use? Uchiha Yungen coughed violently after a heavy blow to the chest, unable to stop himself from asking. Qin ignored their questions. With a sudden step, he twisted their arms behind them and shoved them to the ground. They were utterly defenseless, easily pinned by Qin and rendered helpless. Seeing the terror etched on their faces, Qin stared at them, expressionless. He then grabbed their legs and slammed them hard into the ground. A sickening crack echoed as both of their right legs snapped. "If you make another sound, I'll kill you." Qin gaze swept coldly over the brothers as they writhed in pain on the ground. Feeling the chill of Qin indifferent eyes, the Uchiha brothers instinctively pressed their hands over their mouths, too frightened to make another noise. "Listen carefully. I don't want today's events to reach anyone. And above all, the Uchiha clan must not hear a word of it. You know my talent. If the clan elders catch wind of it, they'll stop at nothing to win me over. At that point, making you pay will be the easiest thing in the world for me. One more thing, I've left the Uchiha clan for good. From now on, don't bring up anything to do with the Uchiha in front of me. I have no interest in it." Qin stated his position with calm clarity. Only when the Uchiha brothers nodded repeatedly in agreement did he relax, his usual nonchalant demeanor returning as he strolled back to where Minato Namikaze was waiting. Qin sat lazily beside Minato, his eyes half closed, watching as the battered Uchiha brothers leaned on each other, limping their way toward the infirmary in silence. A long while passed before Minato finally spoke, his voice hushed. "Big brother, do you think they'll keep what happened today a secret?" "They will, at least for now. They won't dare say a word. They understand all too well. If the Uchiha elders hear my talent, they'll go to great lengths to recruit me. Should that happen, and these two break their promise, I'll definitely make them pay. They're not fools. They wouldn't risk their own lives." Qin kept his eyes closed, explaining with quiet assurance. Yet there was one thing Qin hadn't voiced. The reason for his swift and forceful display was a lingering sense that someone was secretly watching. He suspected that indistinct presence was third Hokage himself, using a special sight technique to survey everything happening at the Ninja Academy. It was this suspicion that drove Qin to defeat the Uchiha brothers with such speed, and to pointedly declare his break from the clan at the end. He wanted the third Hokage to see clearly he was not walking the Uchiha path. Qin hunch was correct. At that very moment, within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat in his official robe at his desk, stroking his beard and quietly puffing on his pipe. "How intriguing," Sarutobi murmured. "This child was born into the Uchiha clan, yet holds not the slightest attachment to them. He was even willing to give up the family name and live alone on the edge of the forest of death, just to attend the Ninja Academy." For as long as he could remember, Hiruzen Sarutobi had been in the habit of using his telescopic jutsu to keep an eye on the Ninja Academy. At first, he only wanted to see if there were promising young talents inheriting the will of fire. But to his surprise, he discovered that Qin was hiding a remarkable strength. Driven by curiosity, he ordered the Umbu to investigate Qin origins. Since Qin was not a core member of the Uchiha clan, the family had made no effort to conceal information about him. Before long, the Umbu had uncovered details about Qin parents and every aspect of his upbringing, and quickly reported their findings to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen took a slow puff on his water pipe, gazing thoughtfully at the crystal ball in which Qin appeared, his posture exuding a laziness that sparked Hiruzen's deep contemplation. Kneeling quietly before him, the Umbu waited respectfully and patiently for further orders. A long silence passed before Hiruzen finally put away the crystal ball and said calmly, "Qin background is now a top secret. Without my authorization, no one is allowed to access his records." "Yes, sir." The Umbu responded swiftly before departing in a flash. Hiruzen watched the Umbu leave, murmuring to himself, I'll be watching to see just how far you can go. I hope you are truly one who holds the will of fire. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, Chinyan remained entirely unaware of Hiruzen's attention. At that moment, a touch of joy appeared on his face, for the system had just notified him that he completed his performance task. Without a moment's delay, Chinyan claimed his reward, a set of fundamental sword techniques that instantly integrated into his mind, his powerful mental energy absorbing them thoroughly. He closed his eyes, directing his full attention to each move and principle within the foundational sword style. Basic swordsmanship forms the heart of all sword techniques. No matter how advanced a school or style becomes, it must ultimately return to these essential skills. The deeper Chinyan delved, the more he realized how extraordinary these fundamentals were. He fought off the urge to immediately draw the Azure Blade from his system inventory and practice. It wasn't until the afternoon bell signaled the start of the new school term that Chinyan finally managed to settle his excitement. Listening to Yumino Irika's lecture, Chinyan pretended to be attentive on the surface, but in reality, he was silently running through the basic sword techniques in his mind. Time slipped by quietly until the end of class bell rang. Without hesitation, Chinyan grabbed Minato Namikaze by the arm and hurried back to their place in the Forest of Death, instructing Minato to prepare the ingredients for dinner. He himself drew the Qingfeng sword, a long sword nearly as tall as he was. As the blade slid free, Chinyan gave a light flick with his pinky finger, sending a clear, ringing note vibrating through the air. Feeling the sharpness and weight of the sword, Chinyan couldn't help but murmur, "What a fine blade." He then began to practice the moves of the basic sword style, repeating each action one by one as he remembered them. Before long, he'd finished running through the entire sword routine. Reluctant to stop, he finally sheathed the Qingfeng sword, and only then did he turn his attention to preparing dinner. Although Minato found the origins of this peculiar long sword rather mysterious, he didn't question it, knowing well that everyone has their own secrets. Seeing Chinyan busy in the kitchen, Minato offered to help, and before long, a sumptuous dinner was ready. Just as they were about to dig in, an elderly man wearing the robes of the Hokage could be seen slowly approaching from afar. It was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hokage, Grandpa." Minato rubbed his eyes to be sure it was really the third Hokage, and then called out in delight, "Greetings, Lord Hokage." Chinyan, on the other hand, looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a puzzled expression, unsure why the Hokage would appear here at such a time. Still, he bowed respectfully to him. Hiruzen Sarutobi kindly patted both boys on the head and, with a smile, asked, "Minato, Chinyan, what brings you two to live here? I've left my clan and have nowhere else to go, so I'm staying here for now." Minato and I got along immediately, and he worried I'd grow lonely on my own, so he moved in to keep me company. Chinyan replied candidly. At these words, a subtle gleam flickered in Hiruzen's eyes, though he quickly masked it, pretending to ask offhandedly, "Left your clan? Chinyan, which great clan were you part of?" Chinyan grumbled silently to himself, but showed no hesitation on his face as he answered, "I used to belong to the Uchiha clan. Ever since I was little, I was constantly bullied and never felt any warmth from the family. Not long ago, I wanted to take the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy, but the clan threatened that I'd have to leave if I persisted. I had no other choice." He even squeezed out a few tears for extra effect, hoping to make his words more convincing. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi had already looked into Chinyan's background, hearing the boy explain it in person sparked a genuine sense of sympathy in his heart. Seeing the tears streaming down Chinyan's face, Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart softened a little, though his doubts were not entirely dispelled. He pressed on with his questions. "Little Chinyan, why are you so determined to enter the Ninja Academy?" Chinyan answered earnestly, "Because I want to come stronger to protect myself and also to protect the friends around me. To achieve that, I need enough power. The Ninja Academy can help me reach that goal, so I hope to study there." Sarutobi gazed intently into Chinyan's eyes, searching for any hesitation, but found none. Chinyan's gaze was unwavering, firm. That answer eased much of the doubt lingering in Sarutobi's heart. "I see. I've heard your dream is simply to live well. Why is that? Don't you want to become Hokage? As Hokage, you'd be the village's leader, with more people to protect you." Chinyan scratched his head, laughing as he replied, "Minato's dream is to become Hokage. He's my younger brother. So as his elder sibling, how could I compete with him for that? I never intended to pursue that position, truly. Sarutobi couldn't help but laugh at Chinyun's words, his wariness melting away. He asked again, "If the Uchiha clan ever asked you to return, what would you do?" Chinyun replied sincerely, "Lord Hokage, my heart is small. It only has room for those who truly care about me. I have no ties left with the Uchiha clan. There's no reason for me to go back. After all, the clan never gave me warmth. Instead, it's the time spent with Minato that let me feel real care and companionship. From now on, there's only Chinyun of the Leaf Village, no longer an Uchiha Chinyun." His words carried genuine emotion and determination. Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this and said kindly, "Good child. From now on, just call me Grandpa Hokage. If you ever need help, just tell Grandpa, and I'll do whatever I can to help you. Are you really able to cook at such a young age? How about letting me have a taste?" Realizing Sarutobi had finally let down his guard, Chinyun felt a weight lift from his heart. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes, but on the surface, he acted delighted and warmly invited Sarutobi to join them for dinner. With Chinyun's consent, Sarutobi eagerly picked up 2 drumsticks and began eating heartily, his lips smeared with oil. Inwardly, he marveled, who would have thought these 2 children, so young, could cook so well? Remarkable. After dinner, Sarutobi patted his stomach with satisfaction and left a contented smile on his face. Before going, he pressed a stack of silver notes into Chinyun's hand. Chinyun hesitated at first, reluctant to accept, but Sarutobi insisted in an authoritative tone that he must take them. With no choice, Chinyun could only accept. Chinyun understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was trying to win him over, and this played right into his own intentions. With Sarutobi's support, he would have far fewer troubles in the future. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Chinyun drew his azure blade and resumed practicing the basic sword techniques. He continued late into the night, only stopping when exhaustion set in. Then, sitting cross-legged, he began to meditate and cultivate his inner strength. As the night grew deeper, a gentle rain suddenly started to fall from the sky. Noticing this, Chinyun packed up his things and returned to the wooden cabin. The spring rain interrupted his training, and with no intention to continue, he lay on his bed, letting his thoughts wander. His mind drifted from cherished memories of his past life to musings about the various people and stories he had encountered in the world of Naruto. "Big brother, are you still awake?" At that moment, Namikaze Minato called softly from the doorway. "Come in." Chinyun replied, his tone calm and even. "Is something the matter?" In the pitch-dark room, Chinyun's eyes seemed to shine with a quiet light. Minato hesitated at the threshold, scratching his head a little shyly. "Big brother, it's nothing important, really. I just can't fall asleep tonight. Can I talk to you for a while?" "Take a seat. What do you want to talk about?" Chinyun invited him in. "Big brother, I feel like there's a lot you keep to yourself. Would you share some of it with me?" "Minato, there are things I don't know how to say just yet. Maybe when the time is right, I'll tell you. Then, big brother, will you ever hurt the village?" Minato's voice was tinged with a faint tremor, haunted by the memory of Chinyun's crimson eyes from before. "No, I won't. As long as the village doesn't betray me, I will never turn my back on it. What I long for is peace." "Minato, rest assured, my goal isn't to dominate the ninja world. It's a search for my own path." Chinyun spoke words that left Minato quietly puzzled. Though doubts lingered in Minato's heart, he chose not to press further. After all, Chinyun had already shared many secrets with him, and even taught him those wondrous cultivation techniques. What truly made Minato come here tonight, however, was the distant way Chinyun acted during his conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen earlier in the day. That coldness had left Minato uneasy, afraid that someday he and Chinyun might stand on opposite sides. Now, hearing Chinyun's personal promise not to harm the village, Minato felt deeply reassured. He believed genuinely that Chinyun would never deceive him. "Don't worry, Minato, you're the first true friend I made after coming to this world. No matter what happens, I would never hurt you." In truth, one could say Chinyun was among the most troubled of all transmigrators. When he first arrived in this world, he found himself reborn as a member of the Uchiha clan. Despite awakening the Sharingan, his body remained weak, utterly unable to refine chakra. Every day, He lived in fear, unsure if he might fall victim to his own clansmen in his sleep. Later on, he acquired the system, but all it gave him was a single taiji boxing manual and a system storage space that served no real purpose for now. Then, the system crashed and lay dormant for 3 whole years, only just recently returned to normal. Throughout those 3 years, Qing Yun endured everything in solitude and under constant reproach. He could only retreat to his own quarters in silence, like a lone wolf, quietly tending to his wounds in the darkness. It wasn't until Minato Namikaze appeared before him, helping Qing Yun smoothly enter the ninja academy, that things began to change. Gradually, Minato made his way into Qing Yun's heart. Qing Yun had already come to regard Minato as his dearest brother. No matter what might happen, he would never harm Minato. Looking at Qing Yun's sincere face, Minato spoke with emotion. "I feel the same way. Big brother, you've always been the person I respect the most, and I promise I will never raise my hand against you." Qing Yun gave a faint smile, knowing that as long as he did not stand against the village, Minato would never do him harm, no matter the circumstances. Minato possessed a heart overflowing with love. He could give up even those he cherished most to protect the village. Yet once the village was safe, he would be willing to follow his loved ones even into death. It was precisely because of this nature that Qing Yun gradually let down his guard around Minato, accepted him, and was willing to pass on to him the arts of taiji boxing and Hanyuan technique. Their meeting was a matter of destiny, but becoming true friends came down to character. Qing Yun cherished this loyal younger brother in Minato deeply. "It's time to sleep. It's already late, and we got classes early tomorrow," Qing Yun said with a gentle smile. "Okay, big brother, I'll head back now," Minato replied, standing up and toddling back to his own quarters on his short legs. With a long, calming exhale, Qing Yun, clad in short martial attire, stood as a surge of inner strength coursed through his body. The Taiji Bagua diagram on the ground beneath him grew sharper in its outlines. With a flick of his arms, Qing Yun sent a powerful wave forward, and a tree as thick as an adult's thigh snapped instantly with a loud crack. All that remained at the spot was a perfectly clear Taiji yin-yang pattern, and Qing Yun stood right at its center. "Big brother, your chakra has grown so much. By the looks of it, you're probably not far from reaching the level of a Chunin's chakra capacity." Minato looked up at Qing Yun with eyes full of admiration. By now, they had been enrolled for over half a year. They had just finished their semester break, and nearly half of the new term had already passed. Minato didn't seem too gifted in the practice of traditional Chinese martial arts. With taiji boxing, he could just about keep up. With persistent training, he would make slow but steady progress. But he struggled even more with the basic sword forms, barely making any headway there. However, in his study of the Hanyuan technique, Minato showed surprising promise, having achieved a modest mastery just days before. Now, if he were to convert all the inner energy within his body into chakra, it would actually surpass that of the average genin. "It won't happen that quickly. I'll need at least 2 more months to reach the next stage, so you still have a chance to catch up to me," Qing Yun replied with a gentle smile. During this period, he hadn't rushed for a breakthrough, but instead kept refining his fundamentals over and over again. He understood deeply that only a rock solid foundation could carry his strength ever upwards. If the groundwork was shaky, even fast initial progress would eventually come to a halt at higher levels, and in the end, he would be left with regrets. A sudden chime echoed in his mind. A new mission has been issued. First in combat, mission rewards, swift swallow technique, complete swordsmanship. Qing Yun's eyes lit up at once with excitement. The art of light, footwork, this was the very ability he had yearned for countless times in his past life. What boy hadn't dreamed of roaming the world, sword in hand, leaping across rooftops, standing up for justice wherever he went? For now, Hiruzen Sarutobi had lowered his guard around him, even going so far as to show the intention of drawing him in. As long as he kept his talents within reason, just enough for the Uchiha clan to know of his existence. So long as he steadfastly refused to return to the clan, and made sure Hiruzen Sarutobi saw his determination, the old man would not abandon him lightly. Qing Yun was well aware that he had to seize every single opportunity to sharpen his abilities. This period, when both sides found value in him, was his golden window to accelerate his growth. That way, once the day came when both recognized him as a threat, neither would be able to act rashly. "Minato, let's go. We have to hurry or we'll be late for school," Chingyun smiled, grabbed the box lunch Minato Namikaze had packed, and together they set off at a brisk pace towards the academy. Before long, they made it, stepping into classroom at the very moment the bell rang, taking their seats just as the first chime echoed through the air. Irika Yumino looked at Chingyun and Minato helplessly, sighing inwardly. Why couldn't they have walked in just 1 minute later? Then he would have had a perfectly good reason to punish them. All right, everyone, after more than half a year of lessons, you all received plenty of theory. Today, we begin our first live combat class. Please follow me. A thunder of cheers broke out among the students, their excitement almost palpable. After all, becoming a ninja was never about sitting in classrooms day after day. They had been longing for a real taste of battle for ages. Led by their teacher, they arrived at the training field. Irika Yumino, carrying a wooden box, stepped forward and announced, "It's time for the draw. Each of you will choose a slip. Whoever picks the same number will face off against each other. Before the matches begin, you must remember to perform both the seal of confrontation and the seal of reconciliation. If you forget, you'll be punished." Everyone nodded in understanding. After the drawing of lots ended, Chingyun returned to his seat and found that he had picked number 15. He would be the last one to go up. "Hey, what number did you get?" Minato Namikaze came over after drawing his own lot and asked, "See for yourself." "Phew, glad I'm not in the same group as you. Otherwise, you'd probably let me win again," Minato said with a relieved grin, an easy smile on his face. In classes that involved throwing shuriken, kunai, or senbon, Chingyun had always been outstanding. Yet, when it mattered most, he invariably held back just enough not to stand out. Minato's joking tone was, in fact, a gentle nudge, a reminder to Chingyun not to keep hiding his true abilities. "Don't worry, this time I won't hold anything back. After all, if you always pretend to be weak, sooner or later people will take you for someone easy to push around," Chingyun muttered under his breath. Though Minato didn't quite catch Chingyun's words, he could sense a dramatic shift in his friend's demeanor. That lazy air had vanished, replaced by a newfound sharpness and resolve. That old guy who loves to spy on people, really? Can't he ever just watch us openly for once? Why does he always have to sneak around in the shadows? Chingyun suddenly felt someone watching him and quickly guessed who it was. Little did he know there was more than one observer in hiding. For people, in fact, alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi, there were Tsunade Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "Old man, you called us over with all the ceremony just to watch a bunch of kids play ninja training games?" Tsunade's voice was tinged with impatience as she spoke to Hiruzen. Jiraiya, meanwhile, was staring dreamily at Tsunade, his gaze fixed on her figure. Sensing this, Tsunade delivered a punishing blow, sending him flying into a distant tree with a resounding crash. Moaning in pain, Jiraiya passed out cold. Orochimaru gave only a cool glance and remarked, "What a fool." Faced with his 3 very different students, Hiruzen rubbed his forehead and managed a weary smile. "There are 2 kids here with remarkable potential. I asked you all here so you could see for yourselves. Maybe you'll be interested in taking one of them on as your student, to pass on your own jutsu." It was unusual for first-year Ninja Academy students, except those from powerful clans, to wield jutsu with any real skill. Even for clan heirs, that their aptitude was average, mastering ranked jutsu at this age was rare. Typically, only after 2 years at the academy did the most gifted students begin to show their true abilities. In the original work, many young prodigies managed to graduate early, such as Kakashi, who graduated at 6, became a chunin at 7, and reached Jounin by 12. However, this relentless pursuit of unlocking potential often left them, even without any accidents, unlikely to surpass the heights reached by their predecessors. Originally, Jiraiya only happened to discover Minato Namikaze's remarkable talent and tireless effort 2 years after he entered the Ninja Academy. A combination that reminded Jiraiya of his own youth. The fact that Minato was an orphan from a civilian background further touched him, leading Jiraiya to take Minato as his apprentice and pass on his ninjutsu. Yet now, Hiruzen Sarutobi had summoned the 3 of them with such gravity, simply to observe the training of first-year students. He'd even gone out his way to mention that 2 children in particular stood out, which naturally piqued their interest. Tsunade's gaze swept the crowd in the training arena and quickly settled on 2 figures. The black-haired, proportioned youth named Chingyun and the blonde-haired Minato Namikaze. Thanks to his recent cultivation of the Hanyuan technique and the nourishment of natural energies, Qingyun's body had gradually returned to a normal state, while the power he concealed had grown far beyond that of ordinary people. As the advantages of the Uchiha bloodline began to emerge, Qingyun's features became increasingly striking. Yet, because his classmates saw him every day, and Qingyun's aloof demeanor kept others at arm's length, no one really noticed these changes. As a master taijutsu, Tsunade was highly attuned to marks left by physical training. With a single glance, she discerned that Qingyun possessed impressive strength in taijutsu. As for Minato Namikaze, he always wore that trademark, radiant smile, making it nearly impossible for anyone not to notice him. Of course, that was just Tsunade's view. Jiraiya, upon seeing Minato, was visibly delighted. Minato's sunny grin seemed to carry warmth itself, and Jiraiya was immediately taken with the boy. "Old man, I'm going to make that blonde kid my apprentice. You have to agree, and if you say no, I'll tell Tsunade how you used to take me spying on her when she was bathing." Jiraiya was so excited that he completely forgot Tsunade was right beside him. Before Jiraiya could react, Tsunade sent him flying with a single punch. "Pervert, how you plan to explain this?" Tsunade demanded furiously, turning her anger on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen could only manage an awkward laugh, inwardly cursing Jiraiya for his foolishness, and brushed it off, insisting it was all from her childhood. Tsunade fumed, pounding her fists on Hiruzen's head and raising several lumps. After this uproar, the four returned their attention to the arena, where the duels had already begun. Minato Namikaze was the first to enter the stage. With a bright, friendly smile, he exchanged a traditional sign of respect with his opponent before charging straight ahead. His opponent, an ordinary civilian boy, dared not relax for a moment. He was well aware that whether it was written tests or ninja tool techniques, Minato always ranked first in class. The young man tightened his grip on the kunai, and when Minato drew near, he decisively slashed toward Minato's throat. But Minato Namikaze moved with astonishing lightness. With a swift sidestep, he entangled his opponent's right arm with his own left hand, while his right hand deftly produced a kunai, pressing its tip firmly against his challenger's neck. He smiled as he retracted the weapon, exchanged a gesture of reconciliation with his opponent, and with effortless grace, strolled back toward Qingyun. "Wow, Minato is so cool. No wonder I adore Minato. He's absolutely captivating. This is so boring. He truly lives up to my hopes for a student. He's got my flair. Humph. He's a prodigy, while you've always been at the bottom of the class." Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru watched the match intently, each wearing a different expression. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze never strayed from Qingyun, not even for a moment. Unlike in the original story, Minato Namikaze of this era had yet to showcase any talent for advanced ninjutsu. He hadn't learned the Flying Thunder God technique, nor had he improved upon it. Although he was gifted, in comparison to Qingyun, he was still a step behind. Even though Qingyun tried his best to hide his own strength, it was impossible to fully deceive an experienced shinobi like Hiruzen Sarutobi. The vast reservoir of chakra within Qingyun had long since caught Hiruzen's attention. It was precisely for this reason that Hiruzen brought his disciples today. He hoped one of them would win Qingyun over as a student, drawing Qingyun completely into the Hokage circle. Day after day went by, and Qingyun had already competed twice, each time defeating his opponent swiftly and cleanly. Before long, the top 5 contenders emerged: Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Yunkong, Qingyun Hyuga, and Uchiha Yinshan. These 5 drew lots for the next round, and luck was on Minato's side. He drew a bye and went straight to the finals. This meant that Qingyun would face Hyuga next, while the Uchiha brothers would battle each other. Ascending to the stage, Qingyun and Hyuga exchanged the formal hand seals of opponents before Qingyun settled into a Tai Chi stance. Hyuga eyed Qingyun with a deep frown. He had long noticed that Qingyun's taijutsu was unusual, reminiscent in some way of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, though Qingyun's method lacked its key pressure point technique. Seeing Qingyun standing motionless, Hyuga wasted no time unleashing his chakra, shouting, "Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams, 2 palms." He raced forward, launching his attack. Facing the oncoming assault, Qingyun drew lightly upon his inner power. For an instant, a shadowy yin yang symbol flickered behind him. He employed the technique known as seize the sparrow's tail. With his left hand, he gathered a thread of inner strength, redirecting Hyuga chakra laden strike, and using the flow of Tai Chi, he ensnared Hyuga's arm, spinning both of them through the air in several graceful arcs to dissipate the force. Then suddenly, with a burst of borrowed momentum, he sent Hyuga run flying. Hyuga Jun had never expected his attack to be so easily deflected. The force absorbed and then bounced back at him. He found himself utterly unable to control his right arm. Panic gripped him. His pale eyes went wide with shock. All he could do was watch, helpless, as his opponent's counterattack drew closer by the second. A heavy thud sounded as Hyuga Jun collapsed to the ground, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead and his body racked by involuntary spasms. Qingyun looked at Hyuga Jun in confusion. He was sure he hadn't used much strength at all. Scratching his head, he turned toward Yumino Irika and asked, "Teacher Irika, I really didn't use much force. Why did Hyuga Jun end up like this?" Before Irika could answer, Qingyun's vision suddenly blurred. A beautiful girl, clad in a green jacket and gray shirt, her large, expressive eyes immediately catching everyone's attention, stepped briskly into the arena. She knelt down, examined Hyuga Jun with clinical seriousness, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, channeling chakra into her hands, she gathered a gentle green glow and tended to Hyuga Jun's injuries. Looking at Qingyun with great interest, she said, "He was struck on an acupoint. Your martial arts technique not only neutralizes and returns enemies' attack, but can rebound it with several times their own force. Didn't you realize? Who taught you this technique, anyway? How could they not even explain the basic principles to you?" Qingyun stared at his own hands, completely stunned by Tsunade's words, his mind awash with confusion. Did Tai Chi really possess such power? Could it truly reflect an opponent's attack right back at them? If that was the case, then wasn't this like one of those legendary martial arts able to turn an enemy's strength against themselves? Noticing that Qingyun genuinely seemed unaware of Tai Chi's counterattacking ability, Tsunade found it hard to believe. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Her expression changed as she asked in amazement, "You didn't invent this technique yourself, did you?" Qingyun, taken by surprise at her question, paused for a moment before nodding in confirmation. A collective gasp escaped both Tsunade and Yumino Irika. Astonishment etched across their faces. For such a small child to independently develop a martial art, rivaling the Hyuga clan's secret gentle fist, this was a genius beyond compare. Hyuga Jun was even more shaken, his Byakugan activating involuntarily. The veins around his eyes bulged as his once pale gaze now burned with remarkable clarity, locking onto Qingyun with a tumult of emotions. Being stared at like that, Qingyun didn't quite know how to react. "Are you activating your Byakugan just for this? Come on, man, you should be thanking me. Could you stop looking at me like I've done something wrong? It's making me feel guilty for no reason." Though his mind was swirling with complaints, Qingyun maintained a calm appearance on the surface. When he saw that Hinata Jun had recovered, he performed a gesture of reconciliation with him, then returned to Minato Namikaze's side. "Are you all right, big brother?" Moments before, after being struck by Qingyun, Hinata Jun had fallen to the ground, convulsing. The sight had given Minato Namikaze quite a fright. He'd worried that Qingyun might have used too much force, and was about to step forward to explain on Qingyun's behalf. Just then, a beautiful young woman appeared, and with a few deft moves, she healed Hinata Jun completely. Now that things had settled down, Minato finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the distance, Minato hadn't been able to see the details of what had happened. When Qingyun came back, curiosity got the better of him. "It's nothing. Hinata Jun used gentle fist against me, but the force rebounded back at him because of my Tai Chi. He ended up getting his chakra points blocked. The lady in green healed him. Everything's fine now." "What did you just call me, brat?" Before Minato could reply, Qingyun heard a cold voice ring out beside his ear. Qingyun immediately changed his expression. With an awkward grin and a bit of a stammer, he quickly corrected himself. Green lady. Yes, that's right, lady in green. You brat." With open annoyance, Tsunade ruffled Qingyun's hair with deliberate force. In just a few moments, his once smooth hair had become a complete mess. Qingyun could only sigh in resignation, rolling his eyes. Inwardly, he bristled. "Someday, when I'm strong enough to beat you, I'll make sure you know what it feels like to be schooled for a change." "Lady Tsunade, what brings you here? Would you like to take over proceedings?" Heino Irika asked respectfully. "That won't be necessary. I just happen to be passing by. You continue. I'll stick around for a bit, just in case anything else happens." answered Tsunade offhandedly. Heino Irika nodded, then turned to address Minato Namikaze, Chinyun, and Uchiha Kai. The three of you will each draw lots to compete for first place. With a look of silent protest, Chinyun slapped Tsunade's hand away, shooting her a mock-angry glare. Then, he walked over to Heino Irika and reached out to take a number from the box. He drew one at random and opened it, feeling even more resigned when he saw what it was. Number 1. A wry smile crept onto Chingyun's face. He wondered if his luck was just cursed. Out of 3 candidates, only number 3 was a bye, and he hadn't drawn it. Uchiha Kai and Minato Namikaze each took their turn drawing lots as well. And as it turned out, Minato got a direct pass to the next round. With a helpless sigh, Chinyun had no choice but to step up onto stage. He and Uchiha Kai exchanged a traditional sign of challenge. Then Chinyun readied his stance and signaled for Unkai to make the first move. Uchiha Yungang looked at Chinyun, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. But soon, as if recalling something, his expression regained its confidence. He quickly retrieved several kunai and hurled them toward Chinyun. Seeing Yungang's long-distance attack, Chinyun remained perfectly calm. He, too, casually drew a few kunai from his own pouch and tossed them in return. The kunai from both sides clashed in midair, each strike blocking Yungang's projectiles with uncanny precision. Though their moves appeared effortless, the accuracy was astonishing. The onlookers were all taken aback by the spectacle. Without a word, Chinyun gently brushed Tsunade's hand aside, shot her a look of annoyance, then walked over to stand by Irika Heino and reached out to draw a lot. He pulled one out at random, opened it up, and saw that it was number 1, making him sigh even more helplessly. Chinyun couldn't help wondering if his luck was simply terrible. Out of the 3, only the number 3 ticket was a blank. Yet he failed to draw it. Even with odds of 1 in 3, fortune hadn't favored him. After Chinyun had picked his number, Uchiha Yungang and Namikaze Minato each drew lots as well. In the end, it was Minato who advanced automatically to the next round. Left with no choice, Chinyun strode onto the stage to face Uchiha Yungang. The two formed the confrontation seal, signaling their readiness, and Chinyun indicated Yungang could attack whenever he wished. Yungang fixed his gaze on Chinyun, that same flicker of fear surfacing in his eyes. But quickly, as if remembering a strategy, confidence returned to his face. Swiftly, he drew several kunai from his pouch and threw them at Chinyun. Unruffled by Yungang's long-range assault, Chinyun's face remained placid. He reached into his pouch and flung out a handful of kunai in turn. The blades collided midair, each throw intercepting the incoming weapons with perfect timing. What seemed like casual attacks turned out to be masterfully precise. The audience was stunned. They'd always thought Chinyun low-key and reserved, but today he was displaying a prowess far beyond their imagination. As the crowd marveled at Chinyun's skill, Yungang began forming hand seals. Seizing the moment while Chinyun was busy deflecting kunai, Yungang started casting a C-rank jutsu, the Great Fireball technique. Spotting Yungang initiating the hand seals, Chinyun initially prepared to rush in and interrupt him, but suddenly he remembered an experiment he wanted to try. Forcing himself to halt, he gathered his inner energy into his hands, where the image of a Taiji yin-yang diagram gradually appeared. Chinyun thought to himself, this might be a chance to see if Taiji Fist can actually reflect ninjutsu. All this time, he believed Taiji was limited to redirecting physical attacks, effective only against strikes and blows. Yet if it could bounce back the Hyuga clan Gentle Fist, what would happen with actual ninjutsu? Understanding this question was crucial to Chinyun's mastery of his own strength, and it would directly impact his performance in the future. Were it not for his curiosity, there are countless ways he could easily stop Yungang's jutsu from completing. Uchiha Yungang had only just begun learning ninjutsu, so his hand seals were slow and clumsy. It took him nearly a full minute just to complete a dozen seals. At last he shouted, "Fire style, great fireball jutsu." Then, taking a deep breath, he spewed out a fireball the size of a basketball straight toward Chinyun. The fireball shot toward Chinyun at high speed. After waiting a good while, Chinyun finally saw the fireball hurtling his way. He quickly gathered a surge of inner strength, shaping it into a Taiji yin-yang symbol. However, as the fireball bore down on him, a sense of danger welled up in his heart. Instinctively, he knew that if he faced this great fireball head-on, he would most likely get hurt. After a brief hesitation, Chinyan decided not to risk it, dispelling the energy in his palms. He flickered aside with a burst of speed, dodging the fireball's assault. A crackle echoed through the air. Although Chinyan managed to evade the great fireball, his arm was still grazed, leaving a fresh wound. Lowering his gaze to examine the injury, Chinyan raised his arm emotionlessly and called out to Uchiha Yungang, "That great fireball jutsu you just used. Can you do it again? Let's try one more time." With that, Qin Yun resumed gathering the Taiji Inyang energy within himself. Yungang, feeling furious at being treated as nothing more than a training partner, immediately set to work refining his chakra and began forming seals once more. Fire-style Great Fireball Jutsu. Again, a huge fireball hurtled toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun tracked the fireball's trajectory intently. This time, he gritted his teeth, resolved not to dodge it. After all, this was only a sparring match, and Tsunade was standing by to watch over them. He believed his life wasn't in danger. If he didn't take this chance to test how Taiji might resist ninjutsu, wouldn't he be at a huge disadvantage against real enemies in the future? As the fireball drew closer, sweat trickled down Qin Yun's forehead. He channeled even more of his inner power, making the Taiji Inyang symbol before him denser, almost tangible. The fireball slammed into the symbol, flames biting hungrily at his energy. The two clashed, sending wisps of white smoke swirling into the air. Soon, the scent of scorched flesh began to linger on the wind. Tsunade was just about to rush into mist to pull Qin Yun out, but at that moment, he stumbled out of the white smoke, battered and disheveled. This time, he didn't give Yungang even a moment to react. He dashed straight at his opponent, with kunai already prepared in his hand. Qin Yun hurled it swiftly towards Yungang, catching Yungang off guard as he froze. Astonished by Qin Yun's courage in taking the jutsu head-on, Qin Yun immediately followed up with shuriken, sprinting forward close behind the kunai. A sharp swish cut through the air. Uchiha Yungang, still reeling from the shock of witnessing Qin Yun withstand his ninjutsu, had no time to react. The kunai struck him squarely. Fortunately, these training kunai were all blunted. If they had been sharpened, Yungang would not have escaped with minor injuries. He might even have lost his life. Even so, the searing pain from the kunai jolted Uchiha Yungang into sharp awareness in an instant, but it was all too late. Qin Yun had already darted behind him, pressing a shuriken to Yunkang's throat. "You've lost," Qin Yun said in a calm, even voice. Then he formed a reconciliation seal with Yunkang. "Kid, do you have a death wish? Even a C-rank ninjutsu can be fatal if you take it head-on, you know that." Tsunade glared at Qin Yun, anger flashing in her eyes. Qin Yun, looking baffled, replied, "I just wanted to find out if my taijutsu could really stand up to ninjutsu. Besides, this was only sparring. There was no real danger. Just now, when you were treating Hyuga Jun-sensei, I saw your hands glowing green. That must have been medical ninjutsu, right? And besides, the teacher called you Lady Tsunade, so I know you're the best medical ninja in the Leaf Village. There's no way you let anything happen to me. So why shouldn't I take this chance to test the strengths and limits of my taijutsu? If I get hurt now, that's much better than never truly understanding my own abilities and someday losing my life to an enemy. You brat. For someone your age, you sure know how to make excuses. You're a real handful," Tsunade grumbled, though she knew deep down that Qin Yun was right. With so many people around and herself present as a healer, if Qin Yun did make a mistake, there would be a chance to set things right. She shot him an annoyed look, then said, "Do you need me to patch you up?" Qin Yun shook his head. If this were a real battlefield, surrounded by enemies, would I really get a chance of treatment? "Minato, let's go." Namikaze Minato glanced worriedly at Qin Yun's left arm, which was blackened and oozing with blood. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Come on." Qin Yun slipped into the opening stance for Tai Chi and beckoned Minato forward with a curl of his finger, inviting him to make the first move. Seeing this, Minato could only swallow his concern. He started by tossing a few kunai to probe Qin Yun's defenses. Qin Yun frowned and called out, "Minato, are you underestimating me? Show me your full strength." That feeling of being watched in the shadows had never gone away, and with Tsunade's sudden appearance, Qin Yun understood that it couldn't just be teacher Saratobi monitoring him. Jiraiya was definitely among the observers as well. This was a critical opportunity for Namikaze Minato. He had yet to master the basic sword forms, and as for learning the footwork unique to taijutsu in the future, well, Even he wasn't sure if that would be possible for him. If, in the end, he is still unable to master it, then Minato Namikaze would most likely have to follow the path of conventional ninjutsu. Qingyun had no wish for his own influence to trigger a butterfly effect that might cause Minato to miss his most important opportunity. After all, without Jiraiya's involvement, obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique would become exceedingly difficult. Given his own situation, no matter how hard he tried, it would be nearly impossible to gain access to the advanced jutsu recorded in the Scroll of Seals. Unless, of course, he waited until his own strength became formidable enough to steal or seize it directly. But if it came to that, Minato would surely refuse to study the technique, creating a deadlock that could never be untied. This was precisely why Qingyun had spoken to Minato so sternly.
Minato Namikaze clenched his teeth at Qingyun's rebuke. Channeling chakra in his feet, he shot toward Qingyun at lightning speed. He didn't choose to challenge Qingyun in Taijiquan, fully aware that Qingyun's mastery far surpassed his own. But aside from Taijiquan, Minato had his own strengths. Since childhood, he had been attuned to the wind, able to sense its joy, its currents, its surging force. Now he mimicked the flow of wind with his chakra, focusing it in his feet. Instantly, he exploded forward, moving even faster than Qingyun. You had to admit, Minato truly was a genius of ninjutsu. Quite by accident, he managed to grasp a faint thread of chakra nature transformation. On the sidelines, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Hiruzen Sarutobi all stared wide-eyed at Minato in awe. Amazing. My future pupil is just like me. So clever. Even from a young age, Jiraiya exclaimed, laughing heartily with his hands on his hips. Idiot, Orochimaru muttered, rolling his eyes. Yet the envy shining in his gaze could not be hidden. At this time, Orochimaru hadn't yet been consumed by darkness. Though cold on the surface, he remained someone whose inner warmth showed in his concern for his comrades. It was obvious from a glance that Minato was perfectly suited to follow Jiraiya, the master of wind and fire-style ninjutsu. So, honestly, Orochimaru had no intention of vying for Jiraiya's favorite student. On the contrary, as he watched Qingyun, a flicker crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he murmured, "Such speed surpasses most chunin. How will you respond with your unusual martial arts? Can your eyes track such velocity?" As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, watching these two prodigies in the arena, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. If Qingyun and Minato's personalities stayed as they were, surely they would grow into the pillars supporting the hidden leaf. Meanwhile, Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Qingyun. She wanted to see how he would face Minato's speed, now far beyond that of the average shunin. Out in the field, Qingyun's pupils contracted as he caught sight of Minato hurtling toward him, leaving only afterimages in his wake. He didn't dare let his guard down, instantly gathering his internal energy. His hands moved through the motions of Taijiquan, slow yet swift, and before Minato reached him, the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram materialized in front of him. A clear ring echoed as Minato's attack landed, just as the diagram formed behind Qingyun's back. Thankfully, the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram proved highly effective against such physical onslaught. Otherwise, this single blow would have crippled Qingyun's fighting strength. Minato, having missed his strike, retreated at once, switching direction to attack again in the next instant. Qingyun simply couldn't keep up with Minato's speed. He had no choice but to reinforce his defenses, eyes darting about, catching nothing but fleeting afterimages sweeping around him. Qingyun understood that this was Minato Namikaze's countermeasure. Although the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram possessed remarkable defensive power, there were only two ways to break through it. The first was to exceed the diagram's limit, unleash an attack surpassing the strength of an average chunin, breaking its defense with overwhelming force. The second method was to use ninjutsu to penetrate the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram's protection. Apart from these two quick solutions, there was another, much slower way: attrition. Maintaining the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram demanded a tremendous amount of internal energy, several times more than usual. Once Qingyun's reserves were depleted, Minato Namikaze would have the perfect opportunity to strike, defeating Qingyun in a single move. Qingyun saw clearly what Minato Namikaze intended and quickly came up with two strategies of his own. The first was to activate his Sharingan. With his two-tomo Sharingan's dynamic vision, he could surpass even the Hyuga clan's renowned Byakugan in tracking speed. Once activated, he would be able to clearly follow Minato's movements. The second was to push past his own limits, using Minato's relentless pressure as a catalyst to force himself through his current ceiling. But this approach came with risk. If he failed to break through, he would be powerless against Minato's astonishing speed. Even so, Qingyun chose the second path without hesitation. After all, Awakening the two-tomo Sharingan at just 6 years old would set all of Konoha ablaze with shock. A legendary talent would overturn the village's current calm, especially since his identity was now unusually complicated. On the surface, he had severed ties with the Uchiha clan and pledged allegiance to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, but in truth, even the Uchiha elders were unaware of his existence. If his two-tomo Sharingan was revealed, the Uchiha leadership would stop at nothing to draw him into their fold. Hiruzen's attitude toward him would also shift dramatically, no longer as warm as before. Danzo, that schemer lurking in the shadows, would surely seize the chance to interfere. At that point, the three factions would fight over him. No matter whom he chose to side with, the other two would try everything to eliminate him before he could grow stronger. The dangers outweighed the benefits, so Qingyun would never willingly choose such a perilous path. Casting aside these distracting thoughts, he slowly closed his eyes, intending to rely on his hearing to locate Minato Namikaze. At first, the cacophony of noise unsettled Qingyun, making it difficult to calm his mind. But gradually, his expression became perfectly composed. At that instant, it was as if he found himself standing in complete darkness. Moving slowly, performing the motions of Taijiquan, a Taiji yin-yang diagram unfurled at his feet. As the diagram fully formed, a shadow flickered around its edge. Instinctively, Qingyun struck out toward it. The shadow, however, was incredibly fast. Qingyun couldn't touch it at all. Yet he was not the least bit flustered. Maintaining his inner calm, he continued his own practice regardless of the shadow's persistent harassment, a steadfast focus, undisturbed by any distraction. A gentle smile spread across Qingyun's face as his Tai Chi movements grew increasingly refined, appearing slow, yet in truth blindingly swift. Suddenly, Qingyun snapped his eyes open and, with a fluid motion, extended his right hand toward an empty patch of ground. Just as the crowd found themselves puzzled, Minato Namikaze appeared at Qingyun's fingertips in the very next instant. To anyone watching, it looked as if Minato had simply materialized in Qingyun's grasp of his own accord. Startled at being caught, Minato's heart leapt, and he instinctively began to struggle. But Qingyun would not give him the chance. In one deft flick of the right wrist, he effortlessly neutralized all of Minato's resistance. Qingyun's left hand drew a half-circle in the air and landed softly against Minato's chest, a gentle, almost limp strike. Yet, despite how feeble the blow appeared, it sent Minato stumbling backward step after step. Qingyun followed close behind, his hands executing a series of seemingly soft and forceless attacks upon Minato. After several such blows, Qingyun traced a phantom taiji symbol through the air with both hands, then gave a final, vibrating push, sending Minato hurtling from the ring. In a flash, Qingyun leapt down after him, arriving at Minato's back just in time. He clapped both hands upon Minato's shoulders, dispersing the surge of force that still churned within Minato's body, and caught him safely as he landed. Cough, cough. Big brother, I lost, Minato admitted, still shaken. A moment ago, he felt a terrifying swell of energy building up inside him, so great it nearly made him cough blood. Luckily, Qingyun intervened in time, unraveling the tension with a single touch. Otherwise, the force might have left him with serious injuries. Qingyun offered a soft smile and exchanged a reconciliation gesture with Minato. It was only then that the onlookers broke out of their astonishment, finally realizing that the battle had already concluded. A round of applause broke out. The contest between Qingyun and Minato had proven even more thrilling than a classic ninja duel, and the crowd erupted with appreciation. Idiot, did you see that? That kid, Qingyun, he was actually helping Minato, not try to hurt him. His martial art is truly peculiar. It's a bit like the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, but without the point-striking, chakra-disrupting aspect. It looks pliant as water, but in truth it's fiercer than steel fist techniques, capable of planting hidden energy inside an opponent without them even noticing. If the foe lets their guard down and that force erupts, it's enough to leave even the toughest shinobi seriously injured, if not worse. Moments ago, Jiraiya had nearly leapt into the ring when he saw Qingyun send Minato flying and keep attacking. Fortunately, Orochimaru held him back just in time, preventing a scene. Jiraiya sheepishly scratched at his wild hair and offered an embarrassed chuckle. With the reconciliation between Qingyun and Minato complete, Ebisu stepped forward to announce Qingyun as the victor of the first actual match. The audience erupted in fresh applause. Hey kid, need me to patch you up? Tsunade asked, her eyes sparkling as she grinned at Qingyun like an ant scheming to spoil, or perhaps abduct, a child. Qingyun couldn't help but shiver, stammering, what do you want me to do? Just say it, please. Don't be like this. After all, Qingyun's soul belonged to an adult, and with so much dazzling whiteness before him, it was impossible for his thoughts not to race. TCH, what a boring kid. Finding Qingyun uninteresting, Tsunade muttered her complaint, then gathered a soft green glow in her hand before pressing it onto Qingyun's injured left arm. Qingyun felt a refreshing sensation sweep across his arm. His eyes widened in astonishment as he watched his left arm heal rapidly, right before his eyes. Amazement surged in his heart. He had seen such miraculous healing techniques on TV in his previous life, knowing the world of Naruto boasted mysteries like the mystical palm technique. But to actually experience it in person, how could television ever compare to this feeling of awe? Kid, pretty incredible, isn't it? Do you want to learn it? Tsunade, noticing Qingyun's shock at the power of the technique, couldn't help but tempt him further. Almost without thinking, Qingyun nodded. If you want to learn, then become my disciple. Tsunade smiled, eyes sparkling. Qingyun froze for a moment, then as understanding dawned, he glanced over at Hano Irika beside him and whispered quietly in Tsunade's ear, I'm from the Uchiha clan, you know. Does that not bother you? Tsunade was stunned by Qingyun's confession, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at him. No matter how she tried, she just couldn't make sense of it. How could Qingyun possibly be from the Uchiha clan? Looking at this boy in front of her, seemingly indifferent, but actually deeply caring for his friends, anyone could see from Minato and Namikaze's attitude towards Qingyun that they shared a close bond. Qingyun was always looking out for Minato. He even went so far as to teach Minato his exclusive taijutsu techniques. One had to understand, nobody would casually share their unique fighting methods with another. Because once too many people knew your secret techniques, they could study your fighting style, setting up countermeasures for the next battle, utterly defeating, or even killing you. Qingyun wasn't stupid, yet he still did it. This was completely at odds with the typical behavior of Uchiha clan members. Also, Qingyun claimed he once belonged to the Uchiha clan. What about now? Did that mean he wasn't anymore? Was that even possible? Had the Uchiha leadership lost their minds? To cast out such a prodigy from their ranks? Not to mention, with great clans, being expelled doesn't suddenly mean you can live peacefully outside. Family, especially a great family, placed immense value on its bloodline. And for a clan like the Uchiha, who possessed the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world, how could they ever let Qingyun live independently outside their fold? Tsunade's mind spun with confusion as she mulled over the meaning behind Qingyun's words. Meanwhile, as he watched Tsunade's ever-changing expression, Qingyun stood still, his face calm and composed. The reason he revealed his identity to Tsunade was because he knew well the centuries-old entanglement and grievances between the Senju and Uchiha clans. As an Uchiha by blood, even if he had distanced himself from the family, nothing could change the Uchiha blood flowing in his veins. If he didn't tell Tsunade now, she would inevitably find out when it came time to formally take him as her student. Rather than delay, it was better to speak frankly from the start. Tsunade-senpai, it's truly an honor to have caught your eye. Regrettably, our backgrounds are just too different. Please, there's no need for you to struggle with this. I've made up my mind. Before Qingyun could finish his words, Hiruzen Sarutobi approached with Orochimaru and Jiraiya at his side, coming to stand beside Tsunade. Sarutobi addressed the group. Irika-sensei, please take your students and step back. Namikaze, Minato, and Qingyun, you two will stay. Yes, Lord Hokage. Everyone except Namikaze, Minato, and Qingyun, come with me. At Sarutobi's order, Irika gave a crisp nod. He turned to the rest, called them together, and led his class out of the training grounds. The departing students cast looks of envy at Qingyun and Namikaze, Minato. They all knew. Today, both Qingyun and Minato would have the chance to be chosen as disciples by legendary figures. Uchiha Kongo and Uchiha Yinshan, on the other hand, looked at Qingyun with unconcealed jealousy. Their resentment practically radiated off of them. But even the intensity of their envy couldn't change reality. Grandpa Hokage, what brings you here? After offering a respectful bow to Hiruzen Sarutobi and his companions, Qingyun feigned curiosity as he posed the question. I wanted to see how you're doing, Sarutobi replied with a gentle smile. These three beside me are all my students. Today, they came to see if any among you inspire them to take on an apprentice. Tell me, what were you just discussing with Tsunade? His words were nonchalant, but his eyes revealed genuine curiosity. Earlier, he and the others had watched from a distance as Tsunade approached Qingyun and exchanged a few words, after which Tsunade seemed stunned and unsure what to do. Qingyun, putting on his best forlorn expression, recounted everything that had just happened. Sarutobi nodded in understanding. Seeing the sadness in Qingyun's face, he felt a pang of sympathy. Such a young child was already bearing burdens no one his age should have to shoulder. With a soft sigh, Sarutobi looked earnestly at Tsunade. Tsunade, I have long known about Qingyun's background. The reason I brought you here today is, firstly, that Shin-yun is very different from other Uchiha. He yearns for peace, values his friends, and loves the village as deeply as we do. After pausing a moment, Sarutobi continued. The feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans has lasted a millennium. Now, as your teacher wished, the Senju have merged into the fabric of the village. Only you and Nawaki remain. And as for Shin-yun, he was cast out of the Uchiha clan not for any failing of his own, but because of the greed and corruption of certain clan members who coveted his compensation money. Now, he shares his home in the Forest of Death with Namikaze Minato. The teacher hopes you can set aside your prejudices and accept Shin-yun. Even if you don't take him as your disciple, at least treat him with the same attitude you would anyone else. This child has suffered enough. Standing nearby, Shin-yun felt his cheeks grow hot as he heard Hiruzen Sarutobi's assessment of him. Was this really the way Hiruzen saw him? He hadn't expected such kindness. Tsunade's eyes shimmered at Hiruzen's words. She turned to look once again at Shin-yun, whose hair she had just tousled, leaving him looking disheveled and embarrassed. No one could tell what thoughts were going through her mind. If you don't want to take Shin-yun as your disciple, Tsunade, Orochimaru said in that unmistakably soft, icy tone, then I won't be holding back myself. Shin-yun regarded Orochimaru in wonder, struck by how different he was from the version in the dramas of his former life. He remembered, Orochimaru had only transformed his body completely after Nawaki's death, devoting himself to the pursuit of immortality and, eventually, falling into madness. In the end, Danzo had seized the opportunity, and Orochimaru had walked the path of a traitor. But the Orochimaru before him was still only eerily gentle, a far cry from his later, more monstrous self. He hadn't begun his horrific transformations, nor had he developed the grotesque habit of unfurling his tongue with every word. Orochimaru noticed Shin-yun's gaze and fixed him in place with his yellow, snake-like eyes. Under that chilling stare, Shin-yun felt a shiver run through his body. He hurriedly looked away, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his forehead when he thought no one was watching. Just now, with Orochimaru's gaze locked onto him, Shin-yun had felt like prey facing a venomous serpent. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and he nearly activated his Sharingan on reflex, just to shake off that suffocating pressure. Back off! I saw him first. Tsunade erupted, unable to contain her irritation at Orochimaru's words. Tsunade, you must realize that since Shin-yun is an Uchiha, his talent for ninjutsu is undoubtedly remarkable. Wouldn't it be a waste for him to focus solely on taijutsu under you? Orochimaru pressed, reluctant to give up. My Senju clan might no longer be what it was, but do you really think I don't have any secret scrolls left? Shin-yun will learn from me. No need for you to fret. Now tell me, kid, would you be willing to take me as your master? With a dismissive snort, Tsunade eyed Shin-yun, her expression both complex and searching. Hearing her question, Shin-yun thought for a moment, then respectfully bowed and said, Shin-yun greets his teacher, sister. The form of address threw Tsunade off for a moment, her mouth twitching as she struggled to suppress a laugh. In the end, she couldn't hold back a fond, exasperated scolding. You cheeky little brat. Tsunade has taken a disciple. Now it's my turn, Minato, Jiraiya declared, bursting theatrically into a flamboyant pose. I'm the wise, heroic, universally adored, devastatingly handsome Jiraiya. Come, Minato, greet your future master with respect. Minato Namikaze responded with a strained grin, glancing at Shin-yun and feeling more than a little lost at sea. Shin-yun couldn't help but laugh at Jiraiya's expression. Noticing Minato Namikaze looking at him, Shin-yun grinned and said, Minato, since Lord Jiraiya was the third Hokage's pupil, he must be incredibly skilled as well. Though his personality is a bit, well, let's say unique, as long as he can help us grow stronger, that's all that really matters. The rest are just minor issues, don't let it bother you. Seeing that Shin-yun also wanted him to become Jiraiya's student, Minato stopped hesitating and respectfully bowed to formally acknowledge Jiraiya as his teacher. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the two boys finding their place, stroking his beard with a smile. All right then, today's a good day for your initiation as students. Orochimaru, take them out for a nice meal. Why don't you all go shopping for ingredients and have Shin-yun cook? His skills are far better than any restaurants. Whatever expenses you have, just come to me for reimbursement. Once I'm done with work, I'll join you all. Be sure to save me a portion. Hearing this, Shin-yun initially looked delighted. Finally, a chance to taste the delicacies of this world. But when he heard the latter part of Hiruzen's words, he rolled his eyes and his spirits sank. With Sarutobi's presence, there was no need for Shin-yun or the others to worry about asking for leave. They simply followed Orochimaru to the market to buy all sorts of ingredients. Though Shin-yun was just a child, his skill at picking out vegetables was remarkable, leaving Orochimaru and the others astounded. I really can't believe a kid your age knows so much about daily life. Who possibly taught you all this? Tsunade exclaimed, ruffling Qingyun's hair in amazement. Qingyun rolled his eyes and responded, children from poor families have to grow up fast. If I didn't know these things, I could starve even if I got a pension. He added with a resigned sigh, and teacher sister, could you please not touch my head? A man's head and a woman's waist. Those can only be touched by their future spouse. Are you planning to marry me when I grow up, Sister Tsunade? Hearing this, Tsunade burst out laughing and scolded him. You little rascal, talking about a man's head and a woman's waist. Who taught you that? Even as she spoke, she continued messing with Qingyun's hair, delighted by the boy's helpless expression and inability to resist. Qingyun, looking utterly defeated, drooped his head and led everyone back to the small house where he and Minato lived. Before long, they returned loaded with groceries. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya looked around the place curiously, and their expressions shifted slightly. None of them had expected that Qingyun and Minato lived in such conditions. The wooden house looked as if it could collapse at any moment. If it rained, the inside would likely get wet as well. Qingyun, would you like to move in with your teacher? Come live at my place, Tsunade said gently. After a moment's silence, watching Qingyun busy himself with the food. Qingyun paused for a second on hearing Tsunade's offer, then continued prepping the food, his demeanor calm as he replied, no need. You might not mind my background, teacher sister, but what about everyone else? I'm quite comfortable living here. At the very least, it's peaceful and quiet. No one will disturb our training. Besides, having a roof over my head is already a much better fate than wandering from place to place like some people do. Seeing how understanding Qingyun was, Tsunade felt her last bit of reservation about his Uchiha origins melt away. Orochimaru gazed at Qingyun with growing curiosity. The more he observed, the more interested he became. Qingyun was young, gifted, and yet able to endure loneliness. If nothing untoward happened to him, Orochimaru thought he would one day be a renowned figure. Just as Orochimaru was about to speak, Jiraiya emerged, cradling an unusual sword in his arms and asking inquisitively, Qingyun, is this your weapon? It sure does look strange. Qingyun raised his head slightly and replied with calm indifference, that's right. Jiraiya drew the sword. Instantly, a cold gleam flashed in the air, and as he channeled a hint of chakra into the blade, a surge of sharp energy radiated outward. What an impressive sword. Though I have to say, it's quite peculiar. Where did you get this? Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim. Indyo non ser nonchalantly. No idea. Someone must have tossed it here. I found it when I settled down in this area. Minato, go ahead and start the fire. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze nodded and turned his focus to tending the flames. Watching Minato struggle to get the fire going, Jiraiya couldn't resist showing off in front of his student. Placing his sword in Orochimaru's hands, he strutted over and performed a fireball jutsu with a flourish. Minato looked on with admiration, his eyes alight with envy. Taking this opportunity, Jiraiya suggested that he could teach Minato some ninjutsu, and of course, Minato was thrilled. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stood with Qingyun's sword in hand, lost in thought, finding Qingyun even more mysterious. There was no way this sword was something Qingyun simply picked up by chance. Still, since Aruzen Sarutobi had brought them to meet Qingyun, he must have already thoroughly investigated Qingyun's background before allowing any of them to take him as a disciple, which meant Qingyun had no powerful forces backing him. Yet if that was the case, how had he managed to grow so strong all on his own? And this sword, how could such a valuable chakra-conducting blade be left abandoned for anyone to find? All of this only made Orochimaru more eager to uncover Qingyun's secrets. Qingyun, do you know how to use a sword? Would you like me to teach you? Orochimaru asked him. Qingyun was taken aback for a moment before politely shaking his head. Thank you, Orochimaru, but I've created some sword techniques myself. I'm fairly proficient with them. You created your own sword techniques. Tsunade's eyes widened in amazement, her tone full of disbelief. Would you show us what you can do? Orochimaru's pupils contracted ever so slightly as he spoke to Qingyun. Hearing this, Qingyun paused to consider, then nodded, took the sword, and began to perform the basic sword techniques. With each movement of Qingyun's body, streaks of cold light sliced across the field. Gradually, Qingyun started to weave together the entire Chuanjin sword technique. At first, his execution was somewhat unpolished, but as time passed, Qingyun grew more and more adept. Unconsciously, he began to blend chakra into his strikes. Beams of sword light danced through the air, slicing falling leaves into pieces all around him. In the end, waves of sword energy surged out, leaving the surrounding area a tattered mess. Seeing Qingyun display both the basic and Chuanjin sword techniques, martial arts that Orochimaru had never witnessed before, he felt a surge of doubt. Was Qingyun truly this gifted? Quietly, Orochimaru gathered his chakra. Wind style, gale breakthrough. A massive blade of wind shot toward Qingyun at blinding speed. Sensing the attack coming from behind, Qingyun didn't dare be careless. He spun around, sword flashing, channeling more of his inner strength. At once, a stream of intangible sword energy slashed toward the wind blade. The two forces collided with a sizzle. The wind blade was cleaved in two, and the sword energy, undiminished, sped straight toward Orochimaru. Startled, Orochimaru's hands flew through a flurry of hand signs. Earth style wall. With a heavy thud, the sword energy struck the earth wall, which just barely held. Orochimaru darted atop the wall, eyeing the faint scar left by the sword strike. His face now shot through with disbelief. This sword technique Qingyun had crafted was almost too powerful. Not only had it sliced through his wind attack, but it had even left a mark on the stone wall. What if Qingyun grew even stronger? Would this sword art not become utterly overwhelming? What's more, Qingyun's style was relentless. Waves on waves, unbroken by pause. If someone lacked the skills to keep up, once Qingyun closed the distance, they'd likely be trapped in his attacks until exhaustion finished them off. Orochimaru senpai. Realizing Orochimaru had been the one to launch the attack, Qingyun looked over in confusion. It's nothing. I just couldn't help but test you, since your sword techniques are so unique. Tell me, did you really create them yourself? Orochimaru's eyes fixed on Qingyun, as if trying to see right through him. Of course. Or have you seen these sword techniques anywhere else before, Orochimaru senpai? Qingyun replied, entirely composed. Naturally, the system would never be revealed. Qingyun said this to lay the groundwork for the future. As the system rewarded him with more and more martial skills, he could always claim them as his own invention. After all, wasn't he blessed with extraordinary talent? Orochimaru saw that calm look on Qingyun's face and realized he had to believe him. What Qingyun said was true. Be it the Tai Chi from before or the sword techniques now, Orochimaru had roamed the ninja world for years, and he hadn't even heard of them, let alone seen them in action. Tsunade, hand Qingyun over to me. I'll give you 50 million ryo. Orochimaru spoke to Tsunade with a look of astonishment. Tsunade's eyes widened at his words. 50 million. That'd be enough to keep her gambling for ages. Yet, as she looked at Qingyun, such an excellent pupil, she wondered, if she let him go, would she regret it for the rest of her life? Besides, Orochimaru's temperament was chillingly cold, and with Qingyun hailing from the Uchiha, a clan known for their extreme personalities, a wrong turn in mentorship could very well turn him into another Madara Uchiha. With that thought, Tsunade steeled herself and flatly refused. Orochimaru, what do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who'd sell their pupil for money? 100 million. Clearly, Orochimaru understood his teammate all too well and upped the ante without missing a beat. At this, Tsunade could all but see coins twinkling in her eyes. Qingyun couldn't help but frown. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple was the last thing he wanted. Admittedly, Orochimaru was a gifted teacher. But with such a twisted mind, Qingyun worried that spending too much time with him could warp his character. What if he ended up just like Orochimaru? The thought made Qingyun shudder involuntarily. Jay, just stop. I won't agree to this. Tsunade stammered as she turned him down. Looking at Tsunade's face, features all scrunched up in inner turmoil, Qingyun understood just how much pain it took for her to say no. Yet seeing her struggle, torn between the unfathomable riches and not giving him up, Qingyun couldn't help but find it all quite amusing. Thankfully, Tsunade hadn't yet become the gambling addict who couldn't go a day without betting. Otherwise, there was every chance she would have sold Qingyun to Orochimaru right then and there for that jaw-dropping sum, giving herself a long, carefree spree at the tables. Seeing Tsunade's final refusal, Orochimaru had no choice but to let the matter rest. After all, if 100 million couldn't convince her to let Qingyun become his student, no amount of money would. At best, Tsunade would agonize for a while, but the outcome would be the same, no deal. Moreover, in his mind, he and Tsunade were the closest of comrades. With Qingyun under her care, Orochimaru believed that if he ever wanted to guide Qingyun, Tsunade wouldn't object. It was just a matter of formality, nothing more. What Orochimaru didn't know, however, was that in time, he, Tsunade, and Jiraiya would drift further and further apart, ultimately becoming bitter enemies due to the third Hokage. With nothing else required of him, Qingyun gave a light smile, sheathed his sword, and turned his attention back to cooking. Before long, a table laden with delicious dishes was ready, just as Hiruzen Sarutobi finished his own work and arrived. Upon hearing that Qingyun had also invented two impressive sword techniques, Hiruzen's gaze toward Qingyun changed ever so slightly. He didn't say much, but the smile on Hiruzen's face grew even warmer as he kept serving food on Qingyun's plate. Qingyun was fully aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's shifting attitude toward him, but he didn't mention it. When it came to this martial technique, Qingyun had no intention of hiding it away for himself. However, if someone wanted it, they would have to offer him something in exchange. Although these two martial techniques weren't enough to trade for some of the more formidable ninjutsu, they could still fetch him several elemental ninjutsu. Qingyun had no plans to give up on these ninjutsu. If he could merge them with his martial arts, his strength would surely soar, and he would have a wider range of tactics to confront foes, a safety net against glaring weaknesses. He knew all too well how perilous this world could be. The shinobi realm might appear calm on the surface, but undercurrents of danger surged unseen. Far away, in the Rain country's Amage Cure, there existed the ambitious demigod Hanzo, the salamander. Discontent that his homeland had become the battleground for other nations, Hanzo was poised to escalate the simmering conflicts among Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure. For now, the struggle among these three great shinobi villages was fierce, yet the scale remained relatively restrained. But once Hanzo stepped onto the field, Qingyun feared that the situation would spiral out of control in an instant. If his memory served, the war would intensify when Tsunade's lover, Dan Kato, was suddenly slain by Hanzo the salamander. Tsunade's rescue attempt would come too late, resulting in Dan's demise. This would spur Sarutobi Hiruzen to formally declare war on Amage Cure, dispatching Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to confront Hanzo. In the end, the trio would make a desperate charge, earning themselves the humiliating title of the legendary Sanin, a name that would haunt Tsunade and her teammates for life, even as their fame echoed throughout the shinobi world. Qingyun glanced at Tsunade, then silently lowered his head and continued eating. At this moment, he could do nothing. Even if he revealed to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others that Hanzo might launch a sudden, unprovoked attack and that Dan was at risk of being ambushed and killed, they wouldn't believe him. Worse, it would be impossible to explain how he obtained this information. Rather than risk their suspicion, he chose to swallow this secret. Better to say nothing, keep it buried within, and take the opportunity to become Tsunade's apprentice, to strengthen himself and prepare for the unknown dangers ahead. Qingyun's cooking wasn't exactly top tier, but it certainly outclassed the average hotel chef. He was a food enthusiast with a keen passion for the culinary arts. What he served were all dishes from Chinese cuisine, foods that Tsunade and the others had never tasted before. All factors considered, every dish Qingyun presented was devoured with relish by everyone at the table. Qingyun, from now on you're in charge of all my meals. Consider it your initiation fee for becoming my apprentice. I haven't eaten this well in ages, Tsunade said, cheeks flushed with satisfaction, leaning contentedly against a tree and rubbing her full, round stomach. Qingyun simply nodded wordlessly and began clearing the table, now a scene of utter disarray. Jiraiya suddenly appeared in front of Qingyun, flashing forward in an instant. Qingyun seemed to know exactly what Jiraiya was about to say, and spoke calmly. Jiraiya-senpai, Minato can make these dishes as well. If you're craving them, you can always ask Minato to cook. Jiraiya gave an awkward laugh, then pulled Minato Namikaze along as they sheepishly made their exit. Clearly, he had decided to start teaching Minato right away. Watching as Qingyun finished tidying up the dishes, Tsunade moved swiftly to his side. A faint blush colored her face as she glanced at Orochimaru, who for the moment stood by her with nothing in particular to do. Tsunade addressed him. Hey, do you have any chakra paper on you? Orochimaru rolled his eyes. He had figured that this clansman from the Sunlight Clan wouldn't have the money to buy such things. With a sigh, he drew a sheet of chakra paper from his pocket and handed it to Tsunade. Taking the chakra paper, Tsunade came over to Qingyun and asked, at the academy, did Irika-sensei ever explain the properties of chakra to you? Qingyun nodded and replied, he did. There are 7 main chakra natures: yin, yang, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. After a pause, Qingyun added, aside from yin and yang, everyone has at least one chakra attribute among the others. You can test your own nature using a special item called chakra paper. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded in approval. That's right. The chakra paper I'm holding is used to test chakra attributes. It doesn't react to yin and yang, but you can test the other 5 properties. Try channeling your chakra into it, and let's see what you have. As Qingyun took the chakra paper, Tsunade continued. If you have fire, the paper will catch fire. With wind, it will split in 2. Lightning will make it crinkle. Water will make it damp, and earth will cause it to crumble. If you possess all 5 elements, then different sections of the paper will show all these effects. One part burning, another splitting, another crinkling, one turning wet, and the last fragmenting. Just as a reminder, the intensity of these changes can depend on how much chakra the ninja has. Nodding and understanding, Qingyun slowly infused his inner energy into the chakra paper. Instantly, the chakra paper reacted with dramatic changes. One section burst into flames, another crinkled up, one split down the middle, a part broke apart, and another spot turned moist. Tsunade stared at the battered sheet in amazement. All 5 elements. Qingyun's talent was astonishing indeed. Although possessing all 5 attributes didn't necessarily mean someone was a prodigy, a ninja without any weak points in chakra nature could quickly master any elemental jutsu, provided they had enough training. Their ability to unleash powerful techniques across all elements gave them a unique advantage. Of course, ninjas who didn't naturally possess a certain chakra attribute weren't entirely barred from learning those jutsu, but using them would consume far more chakra, and the techniques would never be as powerful as those wielded by someone with a native affinity. That's why most ninja focused only on mastering the attributes they naturally possessed. Of course, there are exceptions to every rule. If you master both the nature transformation and shape transformation of all 5 elements, you too can become a ninja with a full range of elemental affinities. You actually possess all 5 elemental natures, and since you're from the Uchiha clan, you surely have the In attribute as well. That makes you a ninja with 6 natures. But don't let it go to your head. Even though you have so many affinities, which means you can train in any type of elemental ninjutsu, your progress will also be slower than most others, because you can't focus on just one. My advice is to pick 1 or 2 to specialize in for now. Once you've made substantial progress with those, then consider working on the others. And if, in the future, you awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan, you'll be able to copy other people's ninjutsu. Eventually, the range of techniques you can learn will never hold you back from becoming truly strong. After recovering from her surprise, Tsunade offered her suggestions to Qingyun in a calm, measured tone. Qingyun nodded in understanding and said, "I get it. In that case, can I choose fire and lightning as my primary elements? And, Sis Tsunade, can I also learn medical ninjutsu from you?" Tsunade's face lit up at first, but when she heard Qingyun's second request, she hesitated and answered slowly, "Honestly, I'm not sure whether you can learn medical ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan is a family with a strong In affinity. The Sharingan itself is an exceptionally powerful Kekkei, Genkai, rooted in In energy. Typically, members of such clans don't possess the Yang-type constitution. Tsunade, just let him try. Haven't you noticed how much more chakra Qingyun has compared to other kids his age? And there's something unusual about the quality of his chakra, too." Orochimaru suddenly interjected, addressing Tsunade. Tsunade paused, a thoughtful look in her eyes as she turned to study Qingyun more closely. Having all 5 basic elemental natures is already a rare achievement in the ninja world, though not entirely unheard of. But to add both Yin and Yang traits, becoming a ninja with all 7 elemental natures, such a thing has never been recorded. What's more, Qingyun's talent is exceptional. At such a young age, he's already created a sword style that impresses even Orochimaru. All he needs is time, and he'll surely become someone extraordinary. "All right, we'll run a test in a bit." Tsunade finally agreed, still a bit skeptical, but choosing not to say more. She decided to take Qingyun later to find out whether he truly possessed Yang nature chakra. "By the way, Orochimaru, how is it that you have so much free time today?" Tsunade cast a curious glance at Orochimaru. She knew her teammate, someone she'd grown up with better than most. He never wasted a single moment. If he wasn't training, he was holed up in the lab, constantly seeking new ways to gain power. For him to be idling here, watching her teach a student, was almost unimaginable. Clearly, Orochimaru must have his own reasons for being present today. Orochimaru smiled faintly at these words, the corners of his lips curling up. "Of course, I have my reasons. Little Qingyun, would you be willing to teach me your swordsmanship and martial arts? In exchange, I'll share ninjutsu with you." Noticing that Tsunade was about to speak, Orochimaru quickly added, "First, I promise you won't be shortchanged. Second, while the Senju family still has some resources left, the majority are water-style ninjutsu. Tsunade can track down some basic techniques for you, but that will take up her time, and you won't be able to progress as quickly." Though Orochimaru was addressing Qingyun, his words were meant for Tsunade as well. While the Senju clan still possessed some secrets, most had already been handed over to the village. What remained within the family was either too advanced for Qingyun at this stage or limited to water style, which Qingyun currently had no interest in cultivating. So, listening to him was clearly the wisest choice. Qingyun pondered for a moment, then spoke up. "All right, but Orochimaru, let me make it clear from the outset. This sword technique isn't something just anyone can master. You must have heard something of Minato's talent. Even then, though he picked up Tai Chi fairly well, he struggled to make headway with the sword technique despite working at it for a considerable time. Qingyun was honestly unsure whether people in this world simply weren't suited for such martial skills, or if Minato himself just lacked the gift for swordsmanship. Regardless, Qingyun wanted to be clear ahead of time. That way, if Orochimaru couldn't master it, there'd be no suspicion that Qingyun had held anything back. Orochimaru paused as he listened, then nodded, signaling that he understood. Qingyun, seeing Orochimaru's nod, didn't bother to ask what ninjutsu would be offered in exchange. With Tsunade by his side, he knew he wouldn't be taken advantage of. Taking the blank scroll Orochimaru handed him, Qingyun carefully wrote out the foundational sword forms of Tai Chi, as well as the complete true sword technique. After thinking it over, he asked Orochimaru for another scroll and copied everything out again. Only then did he look up, handing one scroll each to Orochimaru and Tsunade. "Teacher, Tsunade, would you mind giving this scroll to Grandpa Hokage when you have a chance? Think of it as a token of gratitude for all the help he's given Minato and me recently. If you ever want these techniques for yourselves in the future, just let me know and I'll write them out again." Orochimaru's smile deepened at Qingyun's actions. Clearly, he was very impressed by Qingyun's intelligence. On the surface, Qingyun hadn't demanded anything from Sarutobi Hiruzen in return for the scrolls, but had simply entrusted the scroll as a gesture of thanks for the guidance they'd received. Yet this was precisely Qingyun's brilliance. By proactively asking for nothing in return, he sowed a sense of indebtedness. So, when challenges arose in the future, Hiruzen Sarutobi would no doubt be eager to step in and lend his support as repayment. Moreover, what if in the future Qingyun comes up with more original techniques? Would you really have the nerve to just leech off his work again? Sure, getting something for nothing feels great, but once or twice is enough. You can't just keep doing it over and over. Right now, Qingyun's already given you at least 3 secret arts, each worth at least a C rank and above, for free. If he develops new techniques later, you'll eventually have to offer something fair in exchange. Turning his head, Orochimaru caught sight of Tsunade's deeply moved expression. The smile on Orochimaru's lips grew even more pronounced, though he said nothing. He simply took note of everything, and his interest in Qingyun continued to deepen. Having obtained what he wanted, Orochimaru offered the pair a brief parting word before vanishing in a flash. Tsunade then brought Qingyun to the banks of a river and said, "To see if you have what it takes to learn medical ninjutsu, you first need to master precise chakra control. In a moment, just watch what I do and try to imitate me. Focus your chakra at the soles of your feet, and then slowly walk up a tree." As she spoke, Tsunade picked a tree by the riverside, concentrated chakra at her feet, and calmly strode up the trunk, step by measured step. In no time, she'd reached the top, hanging upside down from branch. Looking down at Qingyun, she asked, "Do you understand?" Qingyun nodded and, mimicking Tsunade's actions, gathered his inner energy at the soles of his feet and began to walk slowly toward the tree trunk. However, while climbing trees might seem simple, it's actually a preliminary test of a person's chakra control. Many young genin can't manage this technique, let alone someone as young as Qingyun. As expected, Qingyun's first attempt ended in failure. He barely took 2 steps before falling with a thud. Rubbing his sore backside, Qingyun paused to reflect. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the flow and gathering of inner energy at his feet and the friction that arose as the power met the surface of the tree and moved through the air. After some time, Qingyun's eyes opened, steady and resolute. With calm determination, he walked towards the tree once more, taking it step by step, just as Tsunade had shown him. Tsunade watched as Qingyun made his way up the tree, her eyes filling first with surprise, then a touch of self-consciousness. How long had it taken her to master this exercise herself? If she recalled correctly, it had taken her at least half a day. And yet, Qingyun learned from her explanation, tried once on his own, then, after a brief period of silent contemplation, immediately grasped the key to success. Tsunade couldn't help but marvel again at Qingyun's remarkable talent. As Qingyun climbed higher and higher, Tsunade's gaze softened even further, her estimation of him rising still more. Most genin simply don't have that level of chakra reserve or control. But Qingyun had pulled it off flawlessly, filling Tsunade with delight. She suddenly realized she might have just taken on an extraordinary disciple. Before long, Qingyun stood beside her, smiling as he asked, "Big sister teacher, does this count as a pass?" Tsunade rolled her eyes with a smile and replied, "You're not done until you walk back down." With that, she began her descent. Qingyun gave a soft chuckle and followed, right behind her. Soon, the two of them returned to the ground. Tsunade, looking at the smug Qingyun, struck a blow to his pride. That was only step 1. Do you see the water ahead? Next, you must focus your chakra at the soles of your feet and keep yourself standing on the surface without sinking. Only when you can run across the water without getting your shoes wet have you mastered the second step. Hearing this, Qingyun imitated the way he climbed the tree moments earlier and walked toward the water. But after just a couple of steps, he plunged straight into the river. Soaked from head to toe, he crawled back onto the bank, frowning as he studied the ever-flowing surface of the river. Tsunade watched Qingyun's thoughtful expression with great interest, withholding the key trick. She decided to leave him to figure it out on his own. After all, his earlier look of triumph made her feel as if she'd lost her dignity as a teacher. Unaware of Tsunade's intentions, Qingyun pondered for a while, then got up again. This time, he tried to match the ebb and flow of his inner energy to the movement of the water beneath his feet. At first, it was unfamiliar. He managed to stand on the river, but his shoes still soaked through. Yet as he picked up speed, Qingyun's control over his inner strength grew more refined, until soon he was running across the water, even performing movements of Tai Chi as he went. In no time at all, a ball of water formed, drawn together by the force within him and suspended between his hands. His hands moved in smooth, deliberate patterns, guiding the water ball as it spun and shifted, until his energy was finally spent, and he tumbled back into the river. Climbing up the shore, drenched and bedraggled, he finally brought this round of training to an end. By now, Tsunade was so stunned by Qingyun's performance that she could hardly react. Not only did he figure out how to run on water by himself, but he even managed to execute a Tai Chi routine on the surface, only reaching his limit when he was nearly done with the entire set, falling in only because his chakra was depleted. This showed that Qingyun's chakra reserves far surpassed those of an ordinary genin. This was something exceptionally rare for someone his age. It's important to know, some people might manage to graduate early, but that doesn't always mean their chakra exceeds that of a genin. Chakra reserves depend greatly on one's constitution. Qingyun's chakra now already surpassed an average genin, though thankfully hadn't quite reached the level of a child from the Senju clan. Otherwise, Tsunade would have to wonder if he was a lost Senju orphan. Still, even so, Qingyun's chakra was not much less than a child of the Senju clan of the same age. And, judging from how he acted, it seemed he wasn't allowed to train his chakra freely. Otherwise, his chakra would certainly be higher. Tsunade looked at the meditating Qingyun with complicated emotions, unsure what to think. After a while, Qingyun recovered his inner strength. He opened his eyes to see Tsunade staring blankly at him, making him a little uneasy. "Teacher, big sister, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" Tsunade was startled awake by Qingyun's voice. To cover her embarrassment, she gave a dry cough and said, "It's nothing, I was just lost in thought. Have you finished recovering your chakra? If so, let's move on to the next step." As she spoke, she handed Qingyun a nearly lifeless fish she had prepared in advance, explaining, "Now, channel your chakra, merge it, and gather it on your palm without letting it disperse. Then, try to bring this fish back to life. Remember, don't rush, take it slow, try bit by bit, and don't let your eagerness get the better of you." Following Tsunade's instructions, Qingyun focused his body's energy, blending it into his inner strength, then gradually condensed it onto his palm. By now, after undergoing the tree climbing and water walking training, Qingyun's control over his inner power had improved dramatically. Gathering energy in his hands and keeping it steady was second nature to him. Soon enough, once he felt the energy in his hands was stable, Qingyun slowly approached the fish, carefully channeling his inner power into the fish's body. At first, Qingyun struggled to control the precise amount of energy. Sometimes he sent too much, fatally overwhelming the fish. Other times, he was too cautious and missed the optimal moment for healing. Before long, a dozen more fish had died in Qingyun's hands. Wiping sweat from his brow, Qingyun decided to pause instead of continuing the treatment. He pondered why, despite his improved control, he still couldn't save the fish. Closing his eyes, he replayed the experience in his mind, each attempt to heal the fish. Gradually, a gentle breeze stirred, rustling his hair, lifting a few strands. Time passed unknowingly. At last, Qingyun opened his eyes, swiftly gathered his energy in his palms, then picked up a fish that had only recently died, pressing down gently atop its body. As Qingyun's power gradually flowed into the fish, its once blank, lifeless eyes flickered open, and suddenly the fish leaped about wildly on the ground. "I did it!" Qingyun exclaimed, his eyes shining as he watched the fish spring to life. Previously, his mind was never truly calm, which led him to always worry about the amount of energy he was channeling. Anxious, he either gave too much and killed the fish, or too little and missed the best chance of healing. But this time, after allowing himself to calm down and empty his mind, no longer overthinking the exact amount of energy, focusing only on the act of saving the fish, he succeeded, healing his first one. Watching the fish flop energetically on the ground, then glancing at the delighted Qingyun, Tsunade was overwhelmed by a wave of emotion. In her mind, she wondered if she was witnessing the birth of a genius on par with her grandfather, a ninja who possessed not only all 5 basic elements, but also the yin and yang properties. Don't get too pleased with yourself. That was just the first one. However many died before, that's how many you have to bring back, Tsunade said, unable to resist cutting down Qingyun's excitement as she watched his joy. Qingyun grinned at the words, nodded, grabbed another half-dead fish, and, practiced as ever, swiftly put it out of its misery before focusing his inner strength to treat it. Before long, fish after fish were revived at Qingyun's hands and tossed back into the water. When Qingyun reached out, ready to pick up another fish, he found there were none left. Standing up tall, he stretched lazily, turned to Tsunade, and said, "Teacher sister, am I ready now to officially begin learning medical ninjutsu from you?" At this, Tsunade rapped Qingyun lightly on the head with an exasperated look. "You can, but do you even know what time it is right now?" Startled, Qingyun glanced at the sky, seeing that the sun was about to set. It was clearly late. He scratched his head sheepishly, then, with a leap, jumped into the water again. Moments later, he emerged with a handful of fish. "Thank you for your teaching, teacher sister. How about I make you a feast of fish tonight?" Tsunade had wondered why Qingyun had jumped into the water so suddenly. Hearing his words now, realization dawned on her. Looking at Qingyun, her thoughts turned to her own insufferable little brother. Older than Qingyun, and yet not nearly as thoughtful, she found herself silently complaining about him. Though on the surface, she just smiled and nodded, signaling that she was looking forward to Qingyun's culinary display. Seeing her approval, Qingyun happily carried the fish home and started cooking an array of dishes. Fish with pickled vegetables, red braised fish, and delicate steamed fish, just name a few. Soon, 10 different fish courses were ready, each one an aromatic, colorful, and delicious masterpiece, all centered on the humble fish. Tsunade couldn't resist the temptation of the feast. She dove in, chopsticks flying with practiced ease, and in no time her cheeks were stuffed with mouthfuls of food. Thankfully, Qingyun had used his inner force to shatter all the fish bones into harmless powder. Otherwise, with Tsunade eating at such a pace, she would have surely gotten a bone stuck in her throat. Qingyun, in contrast, ate leisurely, all the while glancing sidelong at the bottle of sake by Tsunade's side, swallowing his longing. Back in his former life, Qingyun had been fond of drinking, sometimes gathering with friends for a meal and enjoying a glass or two together. But since arriving in this world, he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. Following Qingyun's gaze, Tsunade looked toward the sake bottle, then paused, swallowing the food in her mouth with a slightly annoyed sigh before giving him another tap on the head. "A youngster like you, already wanting a drink? Aren't you getting ahead of yourself?" Qingyun scratched his head in embarrassment, giving a casual excuse. "Just curious, that's all. Teacher sister, could I have a sip?" Tsunade was about to refuse, but then something seemed to cross her mind. She smiled and nodded at Qingyun. Delighted, Qingyun grabbed the bottle in a fit of nostalgia and took a hearty swig. The sake from this land was light and gentle, more like a beverage than alcohol. Before long, Qingyun had polished off the entire bottle. Tsunade stared at Qingyun in utter disbelief. She had originally thought, seeing how composed and mature Qingyun appeared, that she could get him drunk and see him make a fool of himself. To her surprise, Qingyun downed a whole bottle in one go without batting an eye, only to show a look of mild distaste as if the wine wasn't even to his liking. "Wait, is this really your first time drinking?" Tsunade stammered as she spoke. Qingyun nodded. "Yeah, it's true. Normally my pension money isn't much, and there's no one in the clan who'd bother inviting me for a drink. This is the first time I've ever had alcohol." In his heart, he silently added, "At least the first time in this world." "You mean you don't feel anything?" Tsunade knew perfectly well that Qingyun was telling the truth, but that only made her more astonished. This little brat who seemed so ordinary actually had an astounding tolerance for alcohol. "Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover." Qingyun smirked and said coolly, "Nope. Honestly, it tastes no different from a soft drink. This hardly qualifies as liquor at all." Tsunade was so infuriated by his calm demeanor that she clenched her teeth, unable to resist challenging him to a drinking contest. Qingyun met her challenge bottle for bottle, unflinching. In the end, Qingyun was completely unscathed, but Tsunade ended up rather tipsy. She staggered away, looking utterly bewildered by her life, and made her way home, her steps unsteady. Qingyun watched as Tsunade insisted on heading home by herself. Shaking his head in resignation, he tidied up the mess at the table and then sat down to meditate, resuming his practice of the primordial chaos technique. It was deep into the night before Minato Namikaze finally returned home, looking utterly exhausted. Only then did Qingyun open his eyes. "Big brother, you're training again?" Minato's face was marked by fatigue as he looked at Qingyun. "MHM, but what's with you? Was training with Jiraiya that tough?" Qingyun looked at Minato, a little bewildered. Minato hesitated, wanting to explain, but not knowing where to begin. His mouth opened, then closed again in silence. Seeing Minato's awkwardness, Qingyun suddenly seemed to remember something. His face took on a sly expression as he said, "I heard Master Jiraiya has a weakness for peeping at women while they bathe. Don't tell me he made you tag along for that sort of thing." Minato's face flushed red, which made it obvious Qingyun had hit the mark. Embarrassed and unwilling to continue the conversation, Minato scurried back to his room. Watching Minato's fleeing figure, Qingyun couldn't help but break into a mischievous grin and shook his head with a silent sigh. That Jiraiya really is a piece of work. Gazing after Minato's hasty retreat, Qingyun shook his head again in silent resignation. Jiraiya really was a bad influence on children. As for Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi's habit of peeping on women in the bathhouses, Qingyun felt nothing but contempt for those kinds of antics. If given the chance, he resolved to teach those two a proper lesson. Pushing all those stray thoughts aside, Qingyun once again closed his eyes and continued to train in the primordial chaos technique. After more than 6 months of diligent cultivation, Qingyun had mastered the Hunyuan technique to perfection. His internal energy was now unified and harmonious, exquisitely refined and condensed, especially so given the abundant spiritual energy unique to this world. Qingyun deliberately honed his power day by day, polishing it to rare purity. Yet, Qingyun never let pride take root in his heart. Instead, he pressed himself to study and train tirelessly every single day. He lived by the simple truth, you reap what you sow. On the following morning, as the first pale light of dawn crept into the sky, Qingyun opened his eyes. Rising to his full height, he made his way to his usual training grounds and began to practice a set of Tai Chi, each movement flowing smoothly into the next. Finishing the sequence, Qingyun did not rest. Drawing his azure-edge sword, he immediately started practicing the fundamental sword techniques. As for the advanced Shuanjin sword style, Qingyun held off, determined to thoroughly master the basics first before moving on. Sword flashes gleamed through the morning light. When the sun stood bright in the sky, Qingyun finally brought his practice to a close. Swiftly, he accepted the lunchbox passed to him by Minato Namikaze and hurried off toward the ninja academy. Seasons came and went. Spring gave way to autumn, winter to new spring. Throughout the year, Qingyun's life remained an unwavering pattern of discipline and routine. Each day, he attended the ninja academy, absorbing essential knowledge while poring over medical texts that Tsunade had given to him. Thanks to his formidable mental strength and photographic memory, by the end of that year Qingyun had memorized every word of those medical books, committing each detail to mind. 3 months ago, an unhappy Tsunade had sought Qingyun out. After persistent questioning, Qingyun learned that a landmark moment from the original story had just occurred. True to the original tale, Tsunade had proposed a large-scale training of medical ninja, insisting that every squad include at least one medic, only to have her suggestion rejected. In fact, everyone present, including Jiraiya and Orochimaru, turned her down. The root of their refusal was clear. Crafting a medical ninja was no simple feat beyond mastering the basic control of chakra. It required a vast foundation of knowledge and years of painstaking effort. Only then could a truly exceptional medical ninja take shape. Given these obstacles, the grueling length and questionable return on investment, even with Dan Kato's lone voice and support, Tsunade's proposal was thoroughly outvoted. In the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself vetoed the idea. As a side note, Dan Kato's support had won him Tsunade's affection, and the two had become passionately involved. Jiraiya, for his part, frequently vented his frustration to Minato Namikaze over the situation. Qingyun, keenly aware that the outbreak of all-out war was just around the corner, felt a rising urgency. He trained even harder, determined not to squander a single moment. Through persistent cultivation, if he were to convert his internal energy into chakra, Qingyun found that his reserves now rivaled, or even exceeded, those of Chunin. What's more, guided by the various fire and lightning techniques shared with him by Orochimaru, and supported by his innate talent, Qingyun quickly mastered C-rank ninjutsu, including the great fireball technique, flame bullet, phoenix fire technique, as well as the lightning shield, lightning ball, underground bolt, and lightning bind. His ability to weave hand seals had reached formidable new heights, allowing him to form 5 seals in just a single second. Not only had he mastered medical ninjutsu, learning the art of healing, the mystical palm technique, and even the delicate skill of extracting minor ailments, but he'd also excelled in martial arts. Qingyun had made sure not to neglect any aspect of his training. In addition to first attaining mastery in Tai Chi, Grasping the principles of yin and yang within the 8 trigrams, he had brought his basic swordsmanship to perfection and achieved mastery in the complete reality sword style. Even the difficult golden swallow technique, which consumed so much of Qingyun's effort, was finally brought to full mastery. Now, whenever Qingyun performed the golden swallow technique, his speed far surpassed that of standard ninja running, and his agility easily outclassed most ordinary ninja. Though it couldn't rival the instant body technique, the golden swallow technique could be executed without the need for hand seals, giving each method its own unique advantage. Thanks to his time training the primordial energy technique, some of the natural energy he absorbed was taken in by his Sharingan. Qingyun sensed that in a short while, his Sharingan would evolve into the 3-tomo form. After a year of trial and error, Qingyun had also discovered that his Sharingan did, indeed, have the ability to absorb and purify internal energy. Though he couldn't unravel the specifics, he saw it as a blessing and chose not to worry about the reason. Big brother, it's time to get to the Ninja Academy. With a cheerful smile, Minato Namikaze approached to remind him. Hearing this, Qingyun sheathed the azure blade, fastened it at his waist, then joined Minato, walking side by side with him. Your teacher hasn't come back yet? Qingyun asked curiously. At the moment, he's stationed at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth, monitoring Iwagakure. There was a clear worry on Minato's face. He was deeply concerned for Jiraiya's safety. Don't worry. Lord Jiraiya is experienced and powerful. I'm certain he'll be fine. Seeing Minato's concern, Qingyun offered a few words of comfort. Minato took heart at that, and they fell silent, hastening together toward the academy. Before long, the two of them found their seats and quietly waited for class to begin. Qingyun, meanwhile, absent-mindedly leafed through a medical textbook. Tsunade was currently away guarding against Sunagakure, so she wasn't in the village. With that in mind, Qingyun kept reviewing various medical knowledge, hoping to surprise her when she returned. Soon, the bell rang for class to start. Oddly, though, Irika, always known for his punctuality, was nowhere to be seen. Just as Minato and the others began to wonder, Irika arrived. Following behind him was a girl with striking red hair, her head lowered so her face was hidden. Irika gave the desk a brisk tap and announced loudly, "We have a new student today. Kushina, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us what you like, dislike, and maybe share a dream of yours." Upon hearing this, the red-haired girl clenched her hands nervously. Minato and the rest watched her, but as the seconds ticked by and she remained silent, whispers and murmurs filled the classroom. After a long pause, the red-haired girl mustered up her courage and declared loudly, "My name is Kushina Uzumaki. I love to eat salty ramen, but I don't like tomatoes or anything bitter. My dream is to become the very first female Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village." As soon as Kushina finished speaking, she nervously glanced down at her classmates, eager to see how they would respond. Minato Namikaze stared in amazement at this girl who shared the same dream as his own, a gentle, encouraging smile spreading across his face. But the others were nowhere near as polite as Minato. Laughter and mockery erupted all around the classroom. Huh? Does this weird-haired girl really think she can become Hokage? What a joke. Yeah, and her least favorite food is tomatoes, but isn't her hair as red as a tomato? No wonder she doesn't like them. That's hilarious. Red-haired witch. That nickname suits you perfectly. As for Hokage, you don't stand chance. Hearing the taunts and whispers from below, tears shimmered in Kushina's eyes. Yet, she was far too proud to let herself shed tears in front of everyone. She forcefully swallowed her urge to cry, clenched her fists, and was just about to shout back when a different voice rang out in the classroom. It's shameful to mock someone's dreams. If you have time to ridicule others, maybe you should take a look at yourselves. Apologize, all of you, unless you want trouble. The sudden, thunderous command silenced the room. Seeing that it was Qingyun who had spoken, and noticing his chilling expression, the other students quickly offered their apologies in hushed voices. During this time, Qingyun had ranked first in every test, and in their eyes, he was already an unbeatable presence. What's more, Qingyun was usually so aloof that most of them instinctively feared him. Now, faced with his stern demeanor, their anxiety spiked. They dreaded having trouble with him. Kushina looked at Qingyun's cold expression and offered him a grateful smile. However, Qingyun simply glanced at her, then lowered his head and continued reading his book. Kushina watched Qingyun, puzzled. If he was willing to stand up for her, why was he now so distant? What a strange person, Kushina concluded in her heart. Seeing that Qingyun had brought the class under control, Irika nodded in satisfaction and told Kushina to find herself a seat. Minato watched Qingyun's chilly manner with curiosity. Normally, Qingyun would never have spoken up for someone like this. What was going on today? Did Qingyun like that girl? but with that distant look, it sure didn't seem like it. Under Minato's intense stare, Qingyun felt uneasy. After a moment's thought, he realized exactly what Minato must be imagining. Without looking up, he explained in a calm voice, "This girl's background is quite similar to ours. I used to be just like her, bearing the scorn and ridicule of those around me. Seeing her today brought back memories of my life among the Uchiha clan, and I couldn't help but step in. Don't get the wrong idea." Meanwhile, upon hearing Uno Iruki's words, Kushina headed straight toward Qingyun. "Hi, is this seat taken?" Kushina addressed her question to Minato Namikaze, though her gaze remained fixed on Qingyun the whole time. Minato greeted Kushina with his trademark friendly smile and said, "Of course. My name is Minato Namikaze, and this is my older brother, Qingyun." Kushina looked curiously at Qingyun, only to realize he wasn't paying her any attention at all. This made her a little annoyed, and she raised her voice. "Hey, my name's Kushina. I won't forget how you spoke up for me earlier. You've got my gratitude. If anyone ever gives you trouble, you just come find me. I'm pretty tough, you know." Surrounded by Kushina's noisy enthusiasm, Qingyun finally lifted his head with a sigh, shot her a brief glance, then looked over at Minato, signaling with his eyes for Minato to calm his future wife down. In Qingyun's mind, Kushina was Minato's destined wife, so he naturally believed Minato would have a way to handle Kushina. What he didn't realize, though, was that Minato and Kushina didn't become close during their academy days, but instead after a moonlit rescue brought them together. At this point, Kushina wasn't particularly interested in Minato at all. Minato caught Qingyun's puzzling glance, but understood well enough that Qingyun didn't like being disturbed. Smiling, he turned to Kushina and said, "My brother's just like this. Don't take it personally." Kushina shot Minato a glare and huffed in annoyance. Seeing that Qingyun continued to ignore her, she sat down in a huff, sneaking glances at him out of the corner of her eye. Soon, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. Qingyun stood up, stretched, pulled out his lunchbox, and left the classroom. He headed for a shady spot outside, opened his lunch, and quietly began to eat. "Hey, mind if I sit here?" Qingyun was caught off guard by the question. When he looked up, he saw Kushina standing there, looking a bit nervous. Qingyun considered for a moment, then nodded. "Sure, but can you try not to talk so much? It gets a little irritating." Kushina was initially delighted that Qingyun agreed, but his words made her freeze mid-smile. With a glare, she sat down, opened her lunchbox, and started picking at her sushi. "Is that girly guy inside really your brother? You two couldn't be more different." Kushina managed only a few bites before her curiosity got the better of her, and she pressed Qingyun with another question. Qingyun was momentarily taken aback by what he heard, then looked at Kushina with a peculiar expression. Wait a minute, wasn't Kushina supposed to be with Minato? So what exactly is going on here? But when he recalled Minato's eternally gentle demeanor, a little too gentle, if anything, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Still, he decided not to comment further, simply nodded and said in a calm tone, "Minato is indeed my little brother. We aren't blood-related, but due to certain reasons, we're currently living together." "Oh, I thought so. You two don't look alike at all. There's no way you could be actual brothers. But why are you living together? And your personalities are nothing alike. Doesn't it get boring for you both, spending time together like that? I just heard you're pretty skilled." "Well, so am I. Want to spar with me and see who's better?" Qingyun looked at Kushina, exasperated. Could she be any chattier? Listening to her endless string of questions, Qingyun quietly finished the last few bites of his meal, then tossed out a reply. "I'll go wash my lunchbox. You go on." Kushina couldn't help but burst into laughter at his hasty retreat. She had been doing it on purpose just now. After all, she had come alone to the Leaf Village, surrounded by strangers and singled out for her unique hair color. Her classmates all kept their distance. Only Qingyun didn't seem to mind her at all. His gaze was calm and unaffected. Naturally, she wanted to be friends with him. But since Qingyun kept ignoring her, she had no choice but to keep looking for topics, hoping to draw him into a conversation. Elsewhere, Qingyun wiped away the cold sweat forming on his brow, thinking to himself, Kushina's chatter is relentless. How on earth does Minato put up with this? As he washed his lunchbox, Kushina's nonstop talking replayed in his mind, making him shudder. He shook his head, determined to push that image away. Later, with the lunchbox cleaned, Qingyun moved to an open area and began practicing Tai Chi. Since he grasped the principles of yin-yang and the 8 trigrams, his Tai Chi had grown even more ethereal. Every motion seemed imbued with a touch of natural law. Suddenly, Qingyun's brow knit. His inner strength surged as his right hand slowly stretched toward a deserted spot. The symbol of the Tai Chi yin-yang flashed and vanished in an instant. A dull thud sounded. Qingyun turned coolly towards the intruder. Ouch! What kind of trick was that? That really hurt. Kushina pouted, rubbing her sore backside and glaring at Qingyun. Qingyun was speechless. Moments earlier, he'd felt someone attacking from behind and reflexively countered with Tai Chi. Only when he realized it was Kushina did he quickly hold back most of his strength. Even so, the residual force from his Tai Chi was enough to knock her off balance and send her tumbling to the ground. That was Tai Chi, it can rebound attacks. Didn't your family ever teach you not to rush up to someone while they're training? Qingyun looked at Kushina, who was rubbing her sore backside, with a hint of resignation in his eyes. Why was she suddenly clinging to him? Wasn't her destined hero supposed to be Minato Namikaze? Hearing Qingyun's words, Kushina's face froze, and fat tears began to stream down her cheeks. Seeing her cry, Qingyun suddenly felt at a loss. He remembered that at this time, the land of whirlpools had just perished, and most of the Uzumaki clan had been killed. Only a handful survived, scattered across the ninja world. In the village of Konoha, aside from Uzumaki Mido, Kushina no longer had any family. Cursing himself inwardly, Qingyun fumbled awkwardly to comfort her. Hey, I'm sorry. Looks like I said the wrong thing. Please don't cry, will you? But his words brought no comfort. After a moment's thought, he decided that it wasn't such a big deal, and so he began to share his own story with her. Don't cry. Didn't you want to know how I became friends with Minato? Let me tell you now. I was born into the Uchiha clan. He spoke quietly, recounting how he entered the ninja academy and came to know Minato Namikaze. Gradually, Kushina's sobs subsided. Looking at Qingyun before her, a boy just like herself, with no family left, she felt a sense of kinship born from shared sorrow. Once he saw that Kushina had stopped crying, Qingyun hesitated for a moment, then spoke with earnestness. We've both lost our families. But for that very reason, we must become stronger. Only by growing stronger will we stop others from bullying us. Promise me, don't ever let outsiders see you so vulnerable again. Kushina gazed up at Qingyun in a daze. Seeing the seriousness in his expression, she couldn't help but nod. A smile finally broke across Qingyun's face as he reached out to help Kushina to her feet. In his previous life, Qingyun had watched her on television. Though she didn't appear often, she left a deep impression on him, and he'd always been curious about this girl. He had been distant with Kushina at first. For one, he didn't want to get too involved. After all, she was destined to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, while he himself was a member of the Uchiha clan. Qingyun worried that becoming too close to Kushina would bring all sorts of trouble. But now, seeing this lonely girl, her clan all but wiped out and surrounded by strangers, Qingyun couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. After a moment's reflection, he chose to let go of his worries for the future, and his tone softened. Come on, dry those tears. If someone else sees you like this, won't they just make fun of you? Thank you, Qingyun. You're my very first friend in Konoha, and you'll always be my friend. Kushina managed a watery smile, holding out her small, chubby hand towards him, an unspoken gesture. As long as you take my hand, we'll be friends. Friends, huh? Qingyun gazed at Kushina's earnest face, murmured softly to himself, and then broke into a bright smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Qingyun. Seeing Qingyun reach out for a handshake, Kushina's face lit up with joy. I'm Uzumaki Kushina. I'm so glad we can be friends. Qingyun, that Tai Chi you did just now was amazing. It looked so slow, but somehow you managed to anticipate my moves and counterattack before I could react at all. The Uzumaki clan inherited a portion of a sage's body, so their members are all exceptionally strong. As the princess of the Uzumaki, Kushina's bloodline was pure, and her physical strength was unmatched by most. Naturally, she was quite skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Yet, even with these talents, Kushina still found herself caught off guard by Qingyun. Hearing her words, Qingyun smiled and, without holding back, explained the secrets of Tai Chi. Tai Chi is a martial art that conquers the fast with the slow and yields softness against force. Though its movements may seem unhurried, as soon as you step into my range, no matter how quickly you move, I can predict your attacks and counter them with precision. Kushina listened intently, a look of curiosity and a hint of puzzled understanding on her face. Seeing this, Qingyun could only shake his head with a wry smile. He assumed the Tai Chi stance, signaling for Kushina to attack him. Kushina noticed Qingyun's posture, and a spark of competitive spirit flashed in her eyes. Earlier, she'd been thrown off by his technique, feeling both startled and a bit indignant. Now, with Qingyun offering to spar, Kushina felt a rush of excitement. Though this time, she was determined to stay cautious. Qingyun, get ready. With a spirited shout, Kushina raised her fists and charged at Qingyun. Qingyun calmly met her attacks, warding off each blow effortlessly. This time, however, he didn't launch any counterattacks, simply allowing Kushina to try out her moves again and again. No matter how she sped up her strikes, Kushina still couldn't break through Qingyun's slow-moving defenses, unable to land a single hit on him. Finally, exhausted and covered in sweat, Kushina stepped back, looking at Qingyun with a disappointed expression. Noticing her crestfallen look, Qingyun offered a gentle smile. There's no need to feel down. I've heard that Uzumaki are famous for their sealing arts. Your hand-to-hand skills are just one part of your abilities, not your main strength. If you use sealing techniques, I doubt I'd be able to keep up with you. At his words, Kushina's disappointment deepened, and she glanced away in embarrassment. Her response left Qingyun momentarily stunned. After a pause, he ventured, "Wait, you haven't learned the sealing techniques yet, have you?" She nodded, looking a little sheepish. Sealing arts require a lot of knowledge. Grandma says my foundation isn't solid enough, so she won't teach me yet. Qingyun sighed helplessly, patting his forehead before shrugging and spreading his hands. With an exasperated look at Kushina, he said, "I was hoping to get a look at the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Looks like it's not happening today." Just you wait, Qingyun. I'll master sealing techniques soon, and then I'll settle the score for today's defeat." Seeing Qingyun's attitude, Kushina shook her fist defiantly, signaling that he shouldn't underestimate her and that she'd work hard from now on. Qingyun couldn't help but laugh at Kushina's adorably stubborn expression. "Big brother, what's making you so happy?" "Oh, Kushina's here too." At that moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He noticed Qingyun's cheerful face, and after asking his question, realized the red-haired girl was standing there as well. He greeted Kushina with his trademark warm smile. But Kushina completely ignored his signature grin and shot back with biting sarcasm. "Tisich, could you stop flashing that sissy smile? It makes everyone uncomfortable. I honestly don't know how Qingyun puts up with you." Minato's gentle smile instantly froze on his face. He scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at Qingyun as if to ask, "Is my smile really that girly?" The whole scene between Kushina and Minato made Qingyun laugh even harder. Just as he was about to say something, someone appeared at his side out of nowhere. Qingyun looked closer and was surprised to see someone he hadn't met in a long time. Tsunade. "Sis Tsunade, when did you come back?" "Tsunade sis." "Tsunade-senpai." The first greeting came from Kushina, the second from Minato. Both of them were pleasantly surprised to see her. "Oh, Kushina, you're here too? Looks like you're getting along pretty well with your classmates. You've even got Qingyun wrapped around your finger. Not bad." Qingyun rolled his eyes at Tsunade's teasing. What did she mean? He'd been handled? Was he really that difficult? Tsunade chuckled at his reaction and, as was her habit, ruffled his hair. "Brat, no classes this afternoon. Go whip up something delicious for me. Later, I'll check on your progress, see if you've been slacking off." "Sis Tsunade, I want to come too." When Kushina heard that Tsunade planned to take Qingyun away, she immediately volunteered. Minato didn't say anything, but the hopeful look in his eyes made it obvious he wanted to tag along too. He was probably hoping to ask Tsunade some questions about their teacher. Tsunade saw the eager faces of the two and, after thinking for a moment, nodded her agreement. Kushina and Minato cheered with joy. Grabbing Qingyun, the three of them dashed out of the school together. It wasn't long before Qingyun led the group back to the place he shared with Minato Namikaze, and sure enough, he was greeted by a floor covered in ingredients. Clearly, Tsunade had done all the shopping before coming to find him. As he started preparing the food, Qingyun glanced at Tsunade and asked, "Big sis sensei, has the war ended?" "Not that quickly," she replied, leaning lazily against a tree with her eyes closed. "The Sand Village has just been handed over to Senior Tsukumo for now. I only came back to escort the wounded and to take a short break. After that, I'll have to return to the front lines." Understanding, Qingyun nodded and asked her a few more questions about the battlefield as he skillfully worked with the ingredients. After some time, a full table of dishes was ready. Tsunade dug in without any regard for appearances. She ate with the hunger of someone who hadn't had a decent meal in ages. Kushina and Minato stared at her in shock, clearly intimidated by the ferocity of her appetite. Qingyun, on the other hand, calmly picked up the bottle of sake Tsunade had brought and took a deep drink. He seemed utterly unsurprised by her behavior. He had noticed along the way that Tsunade had lost weight. Obviously, the conditions at the front were poor. The meals were just big pots of rations, and on missions she had to survive on soldier pills just to meet her needs. Now that she was back in the Leaf Village, it was perfectly natural for her to indulge like this. "Hey, Qingyun, have you forgotten the 3 great taboos for ninja? You're actually drinking? Tsunade sis, aren't you going to stop him?" Suddenly, Kushina exclaimed, as if she'd made a startling discovery. Tsunade, who had been thoroughly enjoying her meal, was so surprised by Kushina's outburst that she choked. Rolling her eyes, Tsunade snatched the bottle from Qingyun and took a long swig herself. Only after washing down her food did she let out a long breath and say, "Why are you so worried? I don't even know what this kid's body is made of. He can outdrink me. Last time, he nearly knocked me flat. She looked at Qingyun in exasperation, recalling her prior defeat at his hands. Qingyun only shrugged. It wasn't his fault. She had insisted on the drinking contest. Lady Tsunade, do you have any news about my teacher? Minato finally mustered the courage to speak up once she paused in her eating. Don't worry, Tsunade assured him. Jiraiya is doing just fine. That sector of the front is peaceful for the time being. No large-scale battles. At her words, Minato finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Hey kid, have you been slacking off while I was gone? Tsunade shot an annoyed look at the ever-lazy Qingyun. Qingyun replied coolly, test me however you like. If I can't answer, I'll take whatever punishment you give. Tsunade saw the confident look on Qingyun's face and felt a wave of satisfaction. She casually picked a few questions to test him, and Qingyun answered them all with ease. He even offered his own insights and suggestions for improvement. Tsunade gazed at her disciple in amazement. This student of hers was truly remarkable. Not only had he thoroughly memorized medical texts that usually took years of rote learning and countless experiments, but he was also able to apply what he'd learned and come up with original ideas. Such talent could not help but astonish Tsunade. After posing several more challenging questions, Tsunade finally smiled in approval. She patted Qingyun on the shoulder and said, very good. Report to the hospital tomorrow. Things have been hectic lately. Since you have a strong foundation and skilled hands, you should help out. Hearing this, Qingyun was taken aback. Wait, he hadn't planned on starting work just yet. He was hoping for a few more years of leisure. Suddenly, a melodious chime echoed in Qingyun's mind. Congratulations, host. You have received a new mission, a healer's heart. Mission requirements. Treat the wounded at Konoha Hospital. Rewards will vary depending on performance. The more lives you save, the richer the reward. Delighted by the system's announcement, Qingyun turned to see Tsunade, watching him expectantly. He nodded. All right, I'll do as you say, sensei. I'll go work at the ninja hospital. But what about the ninja academy? Tsunade's face brightened at his agreement. At Qingyun's question, she immediately took charge, saying, don't worry, I'll talk to the academy for you. With your current abilities, there's not much left for you to learn there. It's far better to join me at the hospital, where you'll not only hone your medical ninjutsu skills, but also improve your chakra control. It's a win-win on all fronts. Qingyun nodded in response. After all, he found Ninja Academy a bit dull. Better to follow Tsunade and help heal the wounded at the hospital. Once they'd agreed on a time to meet, Tsunade left with an unwilling Kushina in tow, leaving Qingyun and Minato to tidy up the aftermath. Brother, are you really going to the ninja hospital with Lady Tsunade? Minato asked wistfully as he cleared away the dishes. If you do, won't I be the only one left at the academy? Qingyun laughed. I'm just helping out at the hospital. It's not like I'm leaving the village on a mission. I'll come back here to sleep every night, and I'll still train right here with you. No need to act so sentimental. Hearing this, Minato scratched his head and gave an embarrassed smile. Once they finished cleaning up, Qingyun and Minato got to work on their Hanyuan cultivation. It was part of their daily routine. Instead of sleeping, they would spend the night cultivating Hanyuan gong. A full night's training left them more refreshed than 8 hours of deep sleep. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Qingyun got up at the crack of dawn. After preparing lunchboxes for the two of them, he stretched his limbs a little, then shouldered the lunchboxes and headed slowly toward the ninja hospital. Before long, Qingyun arrived at the hospital, his eyes wide with curiosity as he took in all the differences compared to hospitals from his previous life. Hey there, little brother. What brings you here today? Are you looking for someone? Tell me who it is. Maybe I can help you find them. A young nurse in uniform, overflowing with bubbly energy, came up to Qingyun, crouched down to his height, and asked with a bright smile. Qingyun looked at the girl and could only sigh inwardly. He explained, a touch exasperated, yes, I'm looking for someone. Lady Tsunade asked me to come to the ninja hospital today to help treat the wounded. If you know where she is, could you please take me to her? And also, please don't call me little brother. I'm not a child anymore. The nurse's cherry-red lips formed a surprised, oh, and she stared at Qingyun in disbelief. Qingyun felt uneasy under the nurse's fascinated gaze. He waved his hand in front of her face, snapping her out of her trance. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Her cheeks flushed as she returned to her senses. Then she asked tentatively. Qingyun nodded earnestly, making it clear he wasn't lying. Seeing Qingyun's firm reply, the nurse hesitantly accepted his words and led him toward Tsunade's office. They soon arrived. The nurse knocked on the door, and from within came Tsunade's weary voice. Come in. The nurse pushed open the door, bowed respectfully, and said, Lady Tsunade, I'm sorry to disturb you. This boy claims that you asked him to help with treating the wounded. I brought him here, so you could confirm. Tsunade looked at Qingyun standing at her side, and despite her fatigue, a faint smile appeared on her face. Yako. Qingyun really is my student. Thanks for bringing him. He's in my care now. You can get back to your duties. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Yako composed herself, hiding her surprise, bowed once more, and exited the office. Teacher, did you not sleep at all last night? Qingyun looked at Tsunade's tired face, his voice full of concern and curiosity. Tsunade nodded, stifling a yawn. There are too many wounded. I was up all night, tending to the seriously injured ones. But you come at just the right time. Here, this is your work coat. Put on, and we'll start treating patients. She tossed him a small-sized white coat, signaling for him to change. Qingyun carefully set down the lunchboxes, took the coat, and slipped it on. Seeing him dressed and ready, Tsunade led Qingyun out of the office. They wound their way through a maze of corridors, eventually coming to a place filled with the moans of the wounded. Qingyun's eyes widened at the sight of so many injured people sprawled across the open area. For a moment, his pupils contracted, then he quickly regained his composure. These patients have already received basic treatment. Now, you'll go to each of them and use the healing palm technique to speed up their recovery. Tsunade gave instructions to Qingyun. Upon hearing this, Qingyun frowned slightly. Teacher, even though the mystical palm technique can help speed up their wound recovery, the price is rapid cell division, which means their lifespans will be seriously shortened. Tsunade rolled her eyes at his response. You think I don't already know that? But the fighting on the front lines is too intense right now. If we don't get them healed and back in a battle quickly, the elders will propose having some of the academy students graduate early just to keep the front from collapsing. Don't worry, they've agreed to this kind of treatment. With a quiet sigh at Tsunade's words, Qingyun didn't argue further. He simply moved down the line, using the mystical palm technique on each wounded ninja and speeding up the healing of their injuries. Tsunade watched Qingyun's skilled hands, nodding in satisfaction. Once she was sure there were no mistakes, she finally felt at ease and left the tent. Qingyun, fully focused, continued tending to the wounded until his own energy was spent. Then, on the spot, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate, recovering his inner strength. A middle-aged ninja, his scarred face marked by a gash across his chest still smoldering from an explosive tag, looked at Qingyun with a wry smile. Hey kid, that's some amazing healing you've got there. Are you Lady Tsunade's personal disciple? Curious, Qingyun looked up at the man and noted, though he was only a chunin, he wasn't groaning in agony like the others despite such a grave wound. Respect flickered in Qingyun's eyes. That's right. My name's Qingyun. Uncle, just lie back. I'll start helping you heal now. As he spoke, Qingyun began gathering energy in his palms, guiding his inner strength in the signature pattern of the mystical palm. Soon, a gentle green light appeared, and he pressed his hand against the man's chest. Before their eyes, the ninja's wound closed rapidly, the healing tangible. The man couldn't help but let out a low groan as cool relief spread through his chest under Qingyun's healing touch. Little Qingyun, your technique is already on par with some of the medical jonin. Not bad at all. Next time I get hurt, I'll be coming to you for help. Qingyun wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled calmly. I'd rather not see you back here again, but if you ever need me, I'll be right here. Surprised for a moment, the older ninja's face then broke into a smile. Haha, you're a good kid. Qingyun just smiled quietly, rested a bit more, and then kept on treating the next patient. Before he knew it, the day was nearly over. By dusk, Qingyun had treated more than 30 critically injured ninja. As night began to fall, his hands felt thick and heavy, and a dull ache throbbed through his meridians. This was the inevitable after effect of channeling so much inner power through his palms in a single day. Tsunade watched as Qingyun's hands trembled just from holding his chopsticks, and a pang of sympathy flickered through her heart. After a moment's thought, she prepared a salve, then gently took hold of Qingyun's hand and massaged it with soothing care after applying the medicine. After a long while, Qingyun let out a contented sigh, looking at Tsunade with gratitude. Thank you, teacher and big sister. Hearing this, Tsunade rapped Qingyun lightly on the head in playful exasperation. Why do you push yourself so hard? You're still young. Your chakra pathways aren't fully developed. If you recklessly spend so much energy using the healing palm technique, you could be left with lasting harm. Don't you understand that? Qingyun felt a warmth bloom inside at her concern. Don't worry, teacher, big sister. I'll be careful from now on. Besides, don't forget, I count as a medical ninja now, too. You silly boy. Tsunade couldn't suppress a smile as she scolded him, then kept piling more food onto Qingyun's plate. When a meal was finished, Qingyun was still eager to tend to a few more wounded, but Tsunade shooed him away. With no choice but to obey, Qingyun gathered up his washed lunchbox and slowly left the ninja hospital. Shortly after Qingyun left, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived to speak with Tsunade. I hear Qingyun has been doing excellent work here. Tsunade's expression didn't brighten though. Instead, she eyed Hiruzen warily. "What are you up to, old man?" A look of awkwardness flickered across Hiruzen's face, which he quickly covered up. Tsunade, with Qingyun's skills, he's already on par with a Chunin. The front lines need all the help they can get. Enough, old man, don't even start. How old is Qingyun, anyway? He's at that crucial stage, growing stronger by the day. If you push him onto the battlefield too early, the consequences could be dire. And don't forget which clan he belongs to. Tsunade interrupted Hiruzen before he could finish, cutting him off rather bluntly. But Qingyun has proved himself so much lately, unlike the ordinary Uchiha. We've both seen it with our own eyes. Hiruzen tried to argue, but Tsunade stood her ground. That's exactly why we shouldn't be hasty to throw him into war. He's still just a kid. His mind and emotions aren't fully formed. If something unexpected happens, do you really want another enemy like Madara Uchiha roaming loose? Konoha won't have a second Hashirama Senju to stop him. Hiruzen opened his mouth, but in the end, he chose to relent. As she watched him leave, Tsunade's gaze flickered. She sighed deeply, then grabbed a liquor bottle and gulped it down. Soon her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she mumbled indistinctly to herself. Unaware of Tsunade's conversation with Hiruzen, Qingyun returned to his quarters, only to find Kushina there as well. Surprised at this late hour, Qingyun asked, "Kushina, it's getting really late. Why haven't you gone home yet? Is something the matter?" At first, Kushina's face lit up when she saw Qingyun, but as his words sank in, she lowered her head in disappointment, her earlier joy vanishing. Kushina was ostracized by her classmates at school. A few of them mocked her, only to end up chased down and thoroughly thrashed by her. They gave her a nickname, Crimson Hot Pepper. Minato Namikaze saw Qingyun return, and when he noticed Kushina's downcast look, he explained what had happened earlier that day. Qingyun understood at once. No wonder Kushina had that expression. It turned out to be because of all this. After a moment's thought, Qingyun comforted her, saying, "Kushina, what matters most in friends is quality, not quantity. You already have Minato and me as your friends, don't you? As for everyone else, let them say whatever they want. Their mouths belong to them, and their words can't harm us unless we allow them to. There's no need to get upset over their nonsense. If you really can't stand it, just give everyone who mocks you a good lesson. And if they're too much for you to handle alone, you can always ask Minato for help. If even Minato can't deal with it, come to me. I promise I'll stand up for you." Hearing this, Kushina broke into a radiant smile. She looked at Qingyun with genuine gratitude and nodded earnestly. Seeing Kushina perk up, Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. For this girl with such a difficult past, Qingyun's sympathy was real. He didn't want Kushina to meet the same tragic fate she'd suffered in the original story. The three of them chatted a while longer. Then Qingyun and Minato walked with Kushina to see her home. Along the way, Qingyun recounted the events at the ninja hospital to Minato and Kushina. The two listened in awe, watching Qingyun with admiration. He was the same age as they were, yet he was already contributing to Konoha Village, something they both envied deeply. Their laughter and conversation filled the air as they accompanied Kushina home. Before long, they reached the ancestral grounds of the Senju clan. There, Qingyun and Minato stopped and waved goodbye to her. "Kushina, you're back. Come and eat," called a beautiful woman with the same fiery hair as Kushina, her face alight with gentle kindness. Kushina beamed at her and nodded happily. "Okay, Granny Mito." Mito Uzumaki saw the joy on Kushina's face and felt a surge of relief. She feigned casualness as she asked, "I heard you got into a fight at school today?" Kushina, in the midst of scooping rice, paused for an instant, then continued as if nothing had happened. "Yeah, but they started it, making fun of me. Still, Granny, I'll try not to get into fights anymore." Qingyun was right. Their mouths are their own, and I can't control what they say. As long as they don't cross the line, I shouldn't let it bother me. Hearing this, Mito's eyes grew sharp with thought. Qingyun, the name Tsunade had mentioned so often of late. It seemed he was from the Uchiha clan. Kushina getting close to someone like him. Could there be trouble down the line? A flicker of worry crossed Mito's eyes, but when she saw the bright smile on Kushina's face as she mentioned Qingyun's name, Mito understood. To Kushina, Qingyun had already become her closest friend. "It seems, Kushina, that you've taken quite a liking to this young man, called Qingyun." Mito Uzumaki watched Kushina with a gentle smile. "Of course, Grandma. You have no idea how amazing Qingyun is. His punches may look slow, but he can block lightning-fast attacks, and even send them back at the enemy. Besides, Qingyun treated more than 30 injured people today alone. Isn't that incredible?" With sparkling excitement, Kushina recounted Qingyun's skills to Mito as she ate. Mito kept smiling, but inside, her curiosity about Qingyun only grew stronger. If this Qingyun is so impressive, why not invite him over for dinner sometime? Mito said lightly, as if suggesting something trivial. Kushina's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and she cheerfully agreed on the spot. Watching Kushina's bright expression, Mito's gaze gradually grew distant and wistful. It was hard to imagine that a woman with such youthful beauty could have such a world-weary look in her eyes. Meanwhile, unaware that he'd drawn the attention of Konoha's most formidable figure, Qin-yun strolled quietly through silent streets with Minato Namikaze. "Big brother, what do you think about me graduating early?" Minato looked at Qin-yun with hope and anticipation. Qin-yun frowned slightly at the question, then replied, "No. Setting aside the fact that we're currently at war, we're both still young. If we graduate now, we'll be sent straight to the battlefield. There's still so much for us to learn, we shouldn't rush it. Besides, if we graduate at a time like this, the truly skilled ninja, like your teacher and the others, will all be tied up with their own missions and won't have time to train us. The remaining instructors just aren't capable of helping us grow. Minato, we should take this time to hone our skills. Only then will we be able to offer real help to the village in the future. Graduating now could mean ending up under an unknown ninja, and in wartime, fresh graduates could be sent into major battles at any moment." Although he and Minato both had the abilities of seasoned chunin, they lacked practical experience. Their chances of surviving the front lines were far too slim at this stage. Seeing Qin-yun's determination, Minato gave up on the idea of early graduation for now. They walked on in silence. After returning home, each went to their room to continue their training in the Hanyuan technique. The next morning, as usual, Qin-yun completed his martial arts routines before heading toward the ninja hospital with his lunchbox in hand. Thanks to his work the day before, everyone at the hospital knew Qin-yun as the youngest medical ninja, and many greeted him warmly as he walked through the doors. Qin-yun returned each greeting, then went straight to Tsunade's office. He found her slumped in exhaustion at her desk. Moved by the sight, he quietly picked up a jacket and draped it over her shoulders. He then changed into his medical uniform and got back to the day's healing work, continuing where he'd left off. After a full day of practice yesterday, Qin-yun had become much more adept at using the palm sage technique. With his internal power constantly being spent and replenished, it grew increasingly refined. Moreover, through his experiences yesterday, Qin-yun discovered that his internal power differed fundamentally from chakra. Chakra is energy refined from a ninja's own cells. Once a ninja exhausts their physical potential, their growth halts at that point, and to further their strength, they must turn to increasingly powerful ninjutsu. Internal power, on the other hand, is something else entirely, especially after being refined by the system. The Hanyuan technique not only absorbs the natural energy from the world around him, but can also refine his own cells, transforming them into internal power. And the palm sage technique itself relies on a unique flow of energy, using chakra to stimulate rapid cell division around an injured area, thereby speeding up a ninja's recovery. This process causes large amounts of cell division in the patient's body, effectively reducing their lifespan. However, when Qin-yun performed the palm sage technique using his own internal power, the presence of natural energy mitigated these effects. While the rapid cell division still occurred, the natural energy in his internal power worked to repair the side effects of this process. This didn't mean Qin-yun could heal injuries without any consequences at all, but compared to using chakra alone, the after effects were more than halved. Knowing that his internal power had this effect, Qin-yun became even more diligent in tending to the wounded, eager to discover what other hidden abilities his inner strength might contain. Qin-yun is incredible. He's so young, yet already so skilled with medical ninjutsu, someone remarked. I know, right? Qin-yun, do you want to take a break? My injuries aren't too serious at the moment. Another patient suggested, seeing Qin-yun's sweat-soaked face, unable to help but offer some kind advice. Qin-yun shook his head and replied, I'll rest while I'm recovering my chakra after I finish treating you. With that, he focused his internal power into his palm, pressing it to the patient's wound. The wound began to heal rapidly, visible even to the naked eye. The patient couldn't help but let out a relieved sigh, comfort and gratitude written plainly on his face. In no time, once the treatment was complete, Qin-yun sat down cross-legged nearby to meditate and restore his inner strength, accepting the ninja's thanks with a quiet nod. What Qin-yun didn't realize was that, as he was working tirelessly to heal the injured, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his comrades, Mitokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu, were quietly observing his efforts from the sidelines. Is this the young genius ninja you told us about, Hiruzen? Mitokado Hamura asked, looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi with curiosity, not yet knowing that Qin-yun belonged to the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen watched Qin-yun with a complicated gaze and nodded in reply. At that moment, his heart was filled with uncertainty. Even he wasn't sure whether it was right or wrong to have Tsunade take Qin-yun as her student. He never expected Qin Yun's talent to be so extraordinary. At such a young age, not only did he outclass his peers in terms of combat ability, but his mastery of medical ninjutsu was also remarkable, superior even to some of the medical jonin. His conversation with Tsunade yesterday made Hiruzen Sarutobi realize just how much Tsunade valued Qin Yun. In her heart, Qin Yun's status had already risen to be second only to Nawaki. But what struck him even more was that Qin Yun had offered his personally developed body techniques to the village for free without asking for any conditions. And now, disregarding his own fatigue, he was entirely devoted to treating the wounded. Suppressing his complicated feelings about Qin Yun, Hiruzen Sarutobi even found himself blaming his own suspicious nature. With Qin Yun's dedication to the village, he should never have doubted the boy's loyalty. Turning to him, Koharu noticed Sarutobi's approval. Her gaze toward Qin Yun changed, and she asked with curiosity, "Judging from his age, he must be only 7 years old, right? Is he truly already as strong as a chunin? If anything, he's even stronger." A small smile appeared at the corner of Hiruzen's lips. Qin Yun had been the first talent he ever discovered, and now, he was his student. Though Qin Yun's heritage might have some flaws in others' eyes, Hiruzen couldn't help but see how fundamentally different he was from the typical Uchiha, making him forget Qin Yun's origins entirely. If that's the case, with that level of skill and proficiency in medical ninjutsu, couldn't we assign him to treat the wounded near the front lines of the battlefield? Koharu's face grew animated as she turned to Sarutobi with excitement. "There's no need for that just yet. He's still in his growth phase. Now is not the time to expose such a young child to the brutal reality of the battlefield. You needn't press the issue. I have my own plans for this child." The conversation with Tsunade the day before had given Hiruzen pause. Qin Yun, as a member of the Uchiha clan known for their extreme temperaments, could have his worldview shaped too early by the horrors of war. Should Qin Yun's mentality be affected, Konoha might well lose a remarkable talent. The cost would be too great. Moreover, Qin Yun's skills in medical ninjutsu were on par with his combat abilities, and his potential was astonishing. He had already invented original body techniques at such a young age. When he matured, who's to say he wouldn't create even more powerful jutsu, perhaps ones that equaled or even surpassed A-rank techniques? To send him to the battlefield now and risk losing him would be a loss Konoha could hardly afford. With that reasoning, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu could only nod in reluctant agreement. Besides, the current war fronts weren't particularly dire. Whether or not Qin Yun joined the battlefield didn't make much of a difference at the moment. After watching for a while longer, the three quietly took their leave. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yun had just been observed by 3 members of Konoha's F4. All his focus had been on healing the wounded, and with so many eyes upon him, he didn't notice the secretive scrutiny as he usually would. Having restored his energy, Qin Yun began once again to treat the wounded. As time passed bit by bit, half a month soon slipped by. During these 2 weeks, each day, Qin Yun worked tirelessly to heal the wounded. As he grew increasingly adept at using the palm healing technique, the number of patients he could treat each day steadily rose, from 30 in the beginning to 40 by now. With persistent treatment over these weeks, the number of injured steadily dwindled as well, and by this point, there were only a handful of patients left in the ninja hospital. "Qin Yun, take a break. Let me treat you to a meal," Tsunade suddenly called from behind as she approached. At her words, Qin Yun nodded. "All right, teacher Tsunade. You go ahead and change your clothes first. I'll finish up with this gentleman and catch up with you shortly." Seeing Qin Yun's diligent attitude, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. With Qin Yun's help, her workload had lightened considerably, and his skill with medical ninjutsu had become steadily more proficient. Tsunade felt very pleased with her young apprentice. Before long, after finishing treatment for the last patient, Qin Yun turned and made his way to Tsunade's office. After changing into clean clothes, he looked at her and asked, "Teacher, is there something you want to talk to me about?" On normal days, Tsunade was far too busy to invite him out for a meal, so her unusual invitation this evening made it clear she had something on her mind. "That's right," Tsunade replied, her tone calm, as usual. "Tomorrow I'll be leading these recovered ninja back to the battlefield. Let's have a good meal together before that." With a habitual gesture, Tsunade ruffled Qin Yun's hair, then continued, her voice gentle. Qin Yun was startled for a moment at her words, then nodded quietly. "Be careful out there, sensei. I'll be waiting for you to return to the Leaf Village. Don't worry, your teacher is a formidable ninja, and nothing will happen to me. Now, let's get going. Tonight, I'm taking you for some barbecue," Tsunade replied with a smile, seeing how anxious Qin Yun looked. Hearing this, Qin Yun nodded, recalling the original story. Aside from her confrontation with Hanzo, Tsunade had rarely faced any real danger. His heart settled, and he followed after her, strolling gently in her wake toward the barbecue restaurant. Once they arrived at the eatery, Qingyun couldn't help but look around, his curiosity piqued. From the servers to the owner, everyone in the shop was impressively rotund. Qingyun couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration. It truly was the Akimichi clan, famous for their size, with not a skinny person in sight. The savory aroma of roasting meat set Qingyun's mouth watering, and at last, he felt genuine excitement for the renowned Akimichi barbecue he'd heard so much about. Tsunade, noticing Qingyun's curious glances, smiled softly. Is this your first time having barbecue? Qingyun nodded, a little embarrassed. Yes, I never had much in the way of survivor's benefits, so I've never actually eaten at a restaurant before. A flicker of sadness passed through Tsunade's eyes as she listened. To have lost both parents at such a young age, she could only imagine how Qingyun had managed all these years. No wonder he'd become so accomplished as a cook. Necessity had forced him to learn. Eat all you want tonight. Don't worry about the bill, Tsunade said brightly, giving him a reassuring pat on the head. Qingyun nodded at those words. The two of them found a place to sit, and soon a waiter bustled over to Tsunade with enthusiasm. Lady Tsunade, you're here. What would you like to eat today? The usual. Bring out your house special barbecue, Tsunade instructed lazily, hardly glancing at the menu. Of course. Just a moment. I'll have it brought out right away, the waiter replied with a cheerful grin, then trotted back to the kitchen to arrange Tsunade's order. Sensei, do you come here often? Qingyun asked, noticing how familiar the staff seemed with Tsunade and unable to quell his curiosity. This is a barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan. It's famous throughout Konoha. Back when we finished missions, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and I would all gather here for a meal, Tsunade explained with a faint smile. Over time, I got to know the people here well. You should try it later. It might just rival your own cooking. Qingyun's eyes shimmered with anticipation at Tsunade's words. As a devoted foodie, his dream in his previous life had been to taste the world's finest cuisine. Now that he'd crossed into the world of shinobi, the delicacies of this new land sparked endless curiosity in him. Not long after, the waiter returned, pushing a cart laden with dishes to their table. He lit the small grill built into their table, brushed it with oil, and then turned to Tsunade, saying, Lady Tsunade, your order is complete. If you need anything else, just call for me. Tsunade gave a nod and waved him away before turning to Qingyun. Go on, have a taste of this barbecue. Qingyun needed no encouragement. He promptly picked up the communal tongs and laid out slices of meat on the sizzling grill, eyes focused intently. As the meat released its flavorful juices, he carefully flipped each piece in turn. Soon, a delicious aroma enveloped the table. Qingyun served a few slices to Tsunade first, then began to eat at his own pace, savoring each bite. The Akimichi barbecue truly lived up to its reputation. The meat was tender, the clan's signature sauce distinctive, and coupled with Qingyun's skillful grilling, every mouthful left him thoroughly satisfied. Unfortunately, since they were in a public place, drinking was out of the question, something Qingyun found terribly disappointing. Tsunade couldn't help but smile at his regretful expression. This student of hers was just like she was, unable to enjoy a meal without a drink. Remarkably, for someone so young, his tolerance was even better than hers. She often wondered what his constitution was made of. The meal stretched on for over an hour. When they finally finished, Qingyun patted his stomach before looking at Tsunade. Thank you for treating me, sensei. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him in mock exasperation. Come on, let's go for a walk and help her digestion. With that, she rose gracefully, leading Qingyun out of the Akimichi barbecue house. By now, evening had fallen. Lanterns glowed along both sides of the street, illuminating Konoha's marketplace in a warm, festive light. Qingyun and Tsunade strolled down the avenue without saying a word, each quietly savoring the serenity and peace of this simple moment. Unconsciously, Tsunade led Qingyun up to the Hokage rock. At this moment, three faces were carved into the cliff: Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade and Qingyun stood atop Tobarama's head, letting the gentle breeze play over them. After a long while, Tsunade suddenly turned to Qingyun and asked, Qingyun, what is your dream? Qingyun was taken aback by the question. Surely Tsunade already knew his dream. If Hiruzen had brought her to him, it was likely she'd been told about him. So why was she asking now? Sensei, big sister, my dream is simply to live, to become stronger and protect myself and my friends. I lost my parents when I was very young and grew up alone in the Uchiha clan. The cold indifference of my clansmen's eyes left me constantly on edge. Since you took me in as your disciple, you've probably heard something of my past. Back then, I was frail and couldn't even extract chakra, let alone practice the Uchiha clan's taijutsu. Each day, fear haunted me, afraid that I might die suddenly in some forgotten corner. but I kept searching for a way to change my weak body. By chance, I invented taijikwan. For 3 years, come rain or shine, I trained without fail. Slowly, the practice strengthened me. In the end, I left my clan without hesitation, chose to live alone at the edge of the forest of death. And there, for the first time, I made a friend. The appearance of Minato brought a glimmer of light into my life. His sunny smile warmed me. I wanted to protect this hard-earned peace, so I kept pushing myself. I strive to grow stronger, because only by being strong can I protect both myself and my friends. Chingyun shared everything with Tsunade, except for anything involving the system. Tsunade listened, her gaze fixed on Chingyun. Though she'd known some of his history, she hadn't realized how much hardship he'd endured as a child. Gradually, her eyes softened. You little troublemaker, from now on you've got your teacher to protect you. You don't have to try so hard anymore. Chingyun was deeply moved. Looking at Tsunade, he nodded earnestly. Yes, now that I have you to watch over me, I'll grow up and protect you too, sensei. Hearing this, Tsunade ruffled Chingyun's hair fondly. All right, it's late now. Go to bed. Okay, you go ahead, sensei. I want to stop by the market and pick up a few things. Chingyun smiled at her as he spoke. Tsunade didn't ask what he needed from a market. She simply gave him a few words of advice, then turned and walked back toward the Senji compound. Chingyun watched as Tsunade's figure disappeared into the distance, and he sighed inwardly. Tsunade was a pitiable girl. Her loved ones had left her one after another. First it was Uzumaki Mito, then her boyfriend, and in the end, even her own younger brother perished. His death was especially tragic. Not only was he disfigured by exploding tags, but his entire body had been hollowed out. It was the deaths of Nawaki and Dan Kato that inflicted upon Tsunade her crippling fear of blood. After a moment of silence, Chingyun shook his head, casting away his stray thoughts. He was still far too weak. No matter what he wished to change, he was powerless to do so right now. He would need to train even harder from this day forward, because only by growing strong could he hope to prevent the many tragedies written in the original story. Harnessing the nimble technique of the golden wild goose, Chingyun sped toward the market. Before long, he arrived and bought some flour and seasoning. Back at his small dwelling on the edge of the forest of death, Chingyun inspected his traps and found a few small animals caught. He quickly cleaned and prepared them before kneading the dough. Minato and Namikaze watched Chingyun bustling about and asked in confusion, "Big brother, what are you doing so late at night?" Tsunade-sensei will lead the reinforcements back to the battlefield tomorrow. I thought I'd make her some provisions so that whenever she's out on a mission, she'll have something filling to eat. Tsunade had always treated him with great kindness, so Chingyun naturally wanted to do what little he could for her in return. Hearing this, Minato nodded and joined in to help. The two worked through the night, and by the time dawn broke, a generous pile of meat pies had been prepared. Seeing that the hour was right, Chingyun bundled the pies neatly in a cloth, bid Minato farewell, and once again used his golden wild goose technique to hasten toward the gates of Konoha. Soon, breathless and sweating, Chingyun arrived at the village entrance. Just as he expected, a crowd of ninja had already gathered. "Hey, little Chingyun, what brings you here?" Most of these wounded ninja had been healed by Chingyun himself, and as he approached, a middle-aged ninja called out to him with curiosity. "Uncle, have you seen my teacher anywhere?" Chingyun caught his breath and asked the man. "Lady Tsunade? She's just ahead, speaking with the Hokage and a few of the elders." Thanking him, Chingyun sped forward, calling back over his shoulder, "Thanks, uncle." Before long, Chingyun reached the front of the column and saw Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and two other elders, one man, one woman, engaged in conversation. "Lord Hokage, sensei, sorry to interrupt. May I have a moment?" Chingyun called from a distance. At the sound of his voice, Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura Mitokado, and Kofuyudatane all turned to look, realizing it was Chingyun. "Little Chingyun, have you come to see your teacher off?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes as he questioned him. "Grandpa Hokage, yes. I've come to say goodbye to Sensei, and to bring her something for the journey." Chingyun nodded, gave a brief explanation to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and then looked at Tsunade. "Hey kid, what sort of gift are you planning to give me?" Tsunade eyed Chingyun with curiosity, having no idea what he was up to. "Teacher, big sis, I stayed up with Minato last night, making these rations for you. You can store them in a sealing scroll, and use them to fill your stomach when you're out on missions. That way, you won't have to choke down those awful military pills anymore." Chingyun handed over a bulky bundle to Tsunade, then explained what was inside. Tsunade took the bundle and opened it. Inside, neat stacks of flatbreads greeted her eyes. When she looked up, she noticed Chingyun's bloodshot eyes. Unable to help herself, she crouched down and kissed his forehead. "Thank you, Chingyun. This is the best farewell gift I've ever received." Stay in the village and wait for me to come back. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kato Hamura, and Kohor Uchiha watched this scene with emotion in their hearts. This child truly is different from the other Uchiha. Chingyun stood in a daze after Tsunade kissed him, then scratched the back of his head and broke into a wide grin. Old man, take good care of Chingyun. Don't let him suffer any grievances, or you're in for it when I return. After kissing Chingyun, Tsunade stood back up, her usual fierceness returning. She turned to Hiruzen and left him with a stern warning. Rest assured, Chingyun carries the steadfast will of fire. I will look after him. You stay safe on the battlefield as well. Hiruzen Sarutobi replied, making his promise to Tsunade. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded, gave Chingyun one last look, then steeled her gaze, raised her right hand high, and shouted, "Let's move out." With Tsunade's booming order, hundreds of accompanying ninja and the supply convoy slowly set off from Konoha village. Chingyun stood beside Hiruzen, watching the procession until it disappeared from sight. Only then did he snap back to reality, waving at Hiruzen. "Grandpa Hokage, it's getting late. I need to go to the hospital to tend to the wounded. See you later." Hiruzen looked at Chingyun, a satisfied smile spreading across his gentle face. "Go on then." Chingyun bowed to Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koho, then unleashed his crane step technique and darted toward the ninja hospital. "Old man, this child is truly remarkable. You must nurture him well." Koharu watched Chingyun's retreating figure and spoke softly to Hiruzen. At her words, Hiruzen gave no verbal reply. He simply nodded, acknowledging her point. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage rock, a stunningly beautiful woman gazed into a crystal ball, witnessing Chingyun's farewell to Tsunade and the heartfelt gift he presented her. Her eyes lingered on Chingyun, and a complex glimmer passed through the depths of her time-worn gaze. Only when Chingyun stepped into the hospital did she look away. This child really is different from the usual Uchiha, so pure-hearted. And yet, the stunning young woman murmured softly to herself. She had heard about Chingyun many times from Tsunade, and recently, Kushina often spoke of his exploits at her side as well. She had made a point to look into Chingyun's past. After all, Chingyun belonged to the Uchiha clan, and Kushina would one day inherit her will, destined to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She could hardly afford to be careless. She still remembered vividly the scene when the Uchiha manipulated the nine-tailed fox with their Sharingan. The devastating power of the colossal Susanoo merged with the Nine Tails had the force to bring about total destruction. If it hadn't been for her husband's intervention, unleashing the true several thousand hands of the wood release, the village of Konoha might well have been destroyed at Madara Uchiha's hands. Yet, even so, after battling Madara, her husband suffered fatal wounds beyond healing, and soon after, he left this world for good. As she recalled that overpowering figure who seemed almost godlike, Mito Uzumaki couldn't help but feel a wave of concern rise in her heart. Elsewhere, Chingyun had no inkling that the most powerful figure in Konoha was quietly paying close attention to him. After entering the ninja hospital, he checked on the previously wounded, and seeing that there were no major problems, he gave a few instructions to the nurses before making his way alone back to the Forest of Death. At present, most of the injured had already received treatment. The majority had followed Tsunade back to the battlefield, while those remaining at the hospital were mostly the severely disabled. Medical ninjutsu was indeed wondrous, but for wounds where entire limbs were missing, they could only be restored if the lost parts were recovered and treated in time. If too much time passed and the cells at the injury site completely died, even advanced healing techniques could do nothing. Returning to his quarters in the Forest of Death, Chingyun sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes and focusing his mind on the system within. A pleasant chime echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission, A Healer's Compassion. In this task, you successfully treated 635 ninjas. 266 were critically wounded, 129 moderately injured, and 239 lightly hurt. The mission was completed perfectly. Would you like to claim your reward?" This message had first appeared in Chingyun's mind after escorting Tsunade earlier that day, though he'd been too busy to pay it any heed at the time. Now that things had settled down, he naturally chose to accept the reward. "Congratulations, host. You have received one recipe for Buddha's smile's sake, the martial art technique of 9-Yang divine skill, the legendary 6-vein sword finger technique, and the nimble Lingbo microsteps lightness skill." Upon hearing the system's rewards, a bright glimmer of joy appeared in Chingyun's eyes. His mastery of primordial energy technique had already reached its peak, which was the highest realm it could attain. Though he could still gradually increase his inner strength, the rate was now much slower than before. But now, with the system bestowing even more advanced techniques, if he could refine his inner power into that of the 9-Yang energy, perhaps the power of his ninjutsu would rise to a whole new level. Moreover, aside from the 9-yang divine skill, the 6 pulses divine sword and the ripple step could greatly enhance his actual combat abilities. If, in the future, he gained a deeper understanding of ninjutsu and managed to blend some ninja techniques into the 6 pulses divine sword, he might just invent a move that didn't require hand seals and was infused with sword energy. As for the Buddha's laughing wine, if Qingyun remembered correctly, it was a medicinal liquor that could increase one's internal energy. After drinking it for the first time, one could boost their inner strength by a significant margin, comparable to several years of diligent cultivation. Without hesitation, Qingyun immediately claimed all his rewards. Instantly, waves of information surged into his mind, which he swiftly absorbed and processed. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Having reviewed all his rewards, Qingyun didn't rush into training, for he wanted to brew the Buddha's laughing wine before switching his cultivation to the 9-yang divine skill. With that thought, Qingyun stood up and made his way toward the ninja hospital. Since he volunteered his services at the hospital without compensation, and with Tsunade as his mentor, he figured that getting some medicinal herbs from the hospital shouldn't be too difficult. Arriving at the ninja hospital, Qingyun sought out Nara Toji, the man in charge of managing the medicinal herbs. "Uncle Nara," he asked politely, "may I take some herbs for research purposes?" Startled by the request, Nara Toji glanced at the small figure before him. Naturally, he recognized Qingyun. Over the recent days, Qingyun had treated many injured, including numerous ninja who were hurt on field missions but hadn't even set foot on the battlefield. Qingyun's medical ninjutsu was remarkably skilled, and being Tsunade's student only added to his credibility. After pondering a moment, Nara Toji said, "It's possible, but only in limited quantities. If you need a large amount, you'll need the Hokage's signature." Qingyun nodded in understanding. "Uncle Nara, I just need a small amount for some experiments. Not much at all. Could you please help me find these? Purple gold herb, night bloom flower, fireglow gynoderma, and common grass." He proceeded to list the ingredients required for the Buddha's laughing wine. Listening to the request, a flicker of doubt passed through Nara Toji's eyes. As a member of the Nara clan, Konoha's largest supplier of medicinal herbs, and an elder himself, he was well acquainted with the properties of each herb. Aside from common grass, all the herbs Qingyun mentioned were known to enhance chakra. What kind of experiment was he planning? Nonetheless, Konohagakure greatly valued its medical ninja. Every year, each medical ninja received an allotment of herbs specifically for research and developing new remedies. Although Qingyun wasn't officially a medical ninja, his mastery of medical ninjutsu was on par with any professional, and he was Tsunade's student. As long as he didn't ask for large quantities, Nara Toji was willing to make an exception for him. Without much hesitation, Nara Toji turned around and unlocked the herbal storeroom, taking out the ingredients Qingyun had requested. "Thank you, Uncle Nara." Qingyun accepted the medicinal herbs from Nara Toji with a word of thanks, then turned and headed toward the bustling marketplace. Before long, Qingyun had purchased some rice, yeast, and a few wine jars, and made his way back to his dwelling by the Forest of Death. Following the method for brewing the Buddha Smile wine, he crushed the rice to make the starter, boiled a large pot of water, washed the crushed rice thoroughly, and then began to steam it. The brewing process was incredibly complex. Although Qingyun could easily buy ready-made sake, the sake made in Konoha was generally low in alcohol, and with the peculiar trajectory of the technological progress in the Hidden Leaf, many modern techniques simply didn't exist. Things like sake were still made entirely by hand. There was no distilled liquor here either, and Qingyun never quite got used to the local drinks, so he decided to make his own. Time slipped by. After steaming the rice 9 times, he spread out the sticky mass to cool. As twilight deepened, Qingyun finally gathered the cooled rice and portioned it into each wine jar, then sprinkled in the yeast. Next, according to the Buddha Smile recipe, he ground the medicinal herbs and divided them evenly among the jars. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Minato Namikaze returned home from school, curiosity lighting his eyes as he took in the jars scattered across the yard. "Brewing wine. Minato, you're just in time. Come help me dig a pit." Qingyun glanced at Minato and grinned. Quality-free labor shouldn't be wasted. Minato scratched his head. Was Qingyun so fond of drinking that he'd started brewing his own wine? But seeing Qingyun's confident expression, Minato decided to go along and started digging as instructed. The two got busy, and before long, they had dug a pit 10 meters deep. Qingyun placed the wine jars carefully into the hole and then covered them gently with dirt. When the work was done, Qingyun wiped the sweat from his brow and plopped down on the ground. "Big brother, is the wine you made even drinkable?" Minato still couldn't quite believe that Qingyun could actually brew wine. Qingyun heard this and turned to Minato with a mysterious look. "Minato, don't underestimate it. This wine will be a rare treasure, extremely beneficial for refining chakra. Minato's eyes grew wide with amazement. He leaned in, excitement lighting up his face. Really? Qingyun eyed Minato's sudden enthusiasm with some confusion. Minato was always diligent with his training, but he'd never been this eager before. What was going on? Noticing Qingyun's puzzled look, Minato realized his own excitement had gotten the better of him. He scratched the back of his head and said softly, "I just want to get stronger as soon as possible. That way, one day I'll be able to help Konoha like you do, big brother." Upon hearing this, Qingyun finally understood. It turned out that his earlier words had struck a nerve with Minato Namikaze. He patted Minato on the shoulder. "Minato, don't be anxious. We're both still young, and our strength is growing rapidly. If you become too impatient, it might backfire. Keep your mind at ease." Minato nodded in response, signaling that he understood. Seeing that Minato had thought things through, Qingyun felt relieved. Practicing inner strength techniques wasn't the same as refining chakra. If your mindset was unstable, it was all too easy to lose control. Qingyun did not want to see Minato fall into danger. After chatting for a while, Minato sat down to meditate, starting his training in the Hunyuan technique. As for Qingyun, he simply lay down on the bed and went to sleep, wanting to be in the best state to convert Hunyuan inner strength into the energy of the Nine-Yan technique. The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, Qingyun got up and, as usual, practiced his various martial skills. He had planned to continue cultivating the Nine-Yang divine skill, but Minato's words meant he would have to postpone it for now. "Big brother, Irika-sensei asked me to tell you that there's a test today. If you have time, you should attend." Minato realized Qingyun had no intention of going to the ninja academy, so he slapped his forehead and relayed Irika's instruction from the previous day. Qingyun nodded at that, saying nothing more, then followed Minato toward the ninja academy. Since it was still early, neither of them was in a hurry. They strolled leisurely along the streets of Konoha. Suddenly, Qingyun's eyes narrowed in focus. On the ground, he spotted a tuft of red strands that looked remarkably like hair. He stopped, stooped down, and picked up the red strands to examine them closely. He lifted them to his nose, but couldn't detect any particular scent. His face grew grim as he turned to Minato. "Minato, hurry to the academy and check if Kushina is there." Minato, seeing the grave look on Qingyun's face, instantly realized something was wrong. He nodded and, wasting no time, dashed away with the speed of his golden swallow technique toward the academy. Meanwhile, Qingyun's mind raced. He had already suspected the red strands on the ground might be Kushina's hair. But in his memories, Kushina's abduction had happened only after she graduated from the academy, when a Cloud Village spy accidentally noticed the unusual chakra within her and decided to kidnap her for a reward. She was then saved by Minato, who stumbled upon the incident. But there were still 3 years until graduation. Why would Kushina be kidnapped now? Could it be a butterfly effect caused by my journey to this world? Qingyun dared not dwell on it further. He was certain now Kushina had been abducted. The reason he'd sent Minato to the academy was twofold. First, to quickly spread the word of Kushina's disappearance, and second, because Minato's strength at present, though only on par with a Genin, could surpass many Chunin in terms of burst speed. The ordinary Chunin would have trouble keeping up with him. However, at this moment, the enemy's strength was unknown. Qingyun dared not take Minato Namikaze along and risk everything together. If he were alone, even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, there was still a chance to retreat safely. But with Minato in tow, things would be very different. This was the main reason Qingyun had found an excuse to send Minato elsewhere. Without dwelling on the matter further, he continued searching in the direction marked by strands of red hair. Sure enough, not far ahead, another lock of hair appeared. Qingyun quickened his pace, tracking the red clues as he pressed onward. Time slipped by unnoticed. Qingyun had no idea how far he'd gone. All he knew was that he was getting farther and farther from familiar ground. An uneasy feeling crept into his heart. He had the sense that whoever had left these clues wanted him to follow. The path he was on did not lead out of the village. If an enemy was kidnapping Kushina, they were likely a foreign spy, and any such infiltrator would try to escape the village as quickly as possible after succeeding. But instead of making a swift exit, the trail led deeper into Konoha. It felt as though someone was using Kushina as bait. But who could it be? As he rushed forward, Qingyun pondered. Could it be Danzo, that rat who always lurks in the shadows? Qingyun had spent quite some time in Konoha, yet never once had he set eyes on Danzo. Was it possible that after discovering Qingyun's talent, Danzo wanted to recruit him into route? He shook his head. If it were truly Danzo, there would be no need for such a convoluted scheme. Danzo could simply have someone summon Qingyun. No need to kidnap Kushina to lure him out. Qingyun forced his thoughts aside and continued his pursuit of the red hair trail. But this time, there was a heightened sense of vigilance in his every step. Suddenly, in a flash, Qingyun's hand darted to his waist. In one fluid motion, he drew the azure-edged sword, guarding his face. A shrill metallic ring cut through the air. A shuriken, hurtling toward him, was deflected by the blade and clattered to the ground. Qingyun halted instantly, his eyes scanning the surroundings with wary precision. His sword, just unsheathed, had blocked the shuriken in the nick of time. The weapon struck the blade with a crisp clang before falling uselessly to the earth. After parrying the attack, Qingyun's gaze sharpened, following the path the shuriken had come from. There he saw a masked ninja, about 1.70 meters tall, with jet black hair, clutching a katana in his right hand. In his left arm, he restrained a little girl, Kushina. Kushina's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight of Qingyun coming to save her. But it was clear that she had been drugged and was, for the moment, unable to speak. "Who are you? Why have you lured me here?" Qingyun demanded, wary and cool, locking eyes with a masked ninja. "Well, it seems this little girl means a great deal to you," the masked ninja rasped, his voice hoarse yet tinged with amusement. "Even knowing you were being lured here with her as bait, you still came alone?" Qingyun glimpsed a mocking glint in the man's eyes, just like a cat toying with its prey. Qingyun's eyes flickered for a moment. Catching Kushina's gaze, he glanced at her briefly, then shifted his focus away without a change in expression, replying in a calm, distant voice. "You're overthinking it. This girl is just a classmate, nothing more. We're not even close. The only reason I'm here is curiosity. I wanted to see who would dare run wild in the heart of Konoha." When Kushina heard Qingyun's words, a flash of despair crossed her eyes. Tears as large as pearls slipped down her face, her eyes staring blankly at Qingyun's impassive expression. She simply could not understand why Qingyun was being this way. Weren't they friends? Why did he so easily speak such cold and heartless words, as if her safety meant nothing to him? The masked ninja let out a quiet, amused laugh at Qingyun's response. "Well, if that's the case, then this girl is worthless to us. Bringing her along is only a burden. Far easier to kill her and be done with it." With that, he raised the katana in his hand and began to bring it down toward Kushina's neck, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Kushina closed her eyes as if surrendering herself to fate. Watching the blade inching closer to Kushina, Qingyun's heart clenched. His right hand gripped Qing Feng's sword tightly. "Damn it! At this distance I can't possibly save her in time. Just who is this person? What does he really want?" Frustration boiled inside Qingyun as he thought rapidly, eyes locked on the katana that was about to cut across Kushina's throat. Finally, he could bear it no longer and shouted out, voice ringing through the tense air. "Hold it! You win. She's my friend. Tell me, what do you want?" At Qingyun's outburst, the masked ninja halted. Slowly, he withdrew his blade and turned to Qingyun, a cold smile playing at his lips. "Heh, if you want me to spare this girl, fine. End your own life. I promise I'll return her safely to the Ninja Academy." "No." At that moment, hearing the words exchanged, Kushina's eyes snapped open wide. Realization dawned. Qingyun's earlier coldness wasn't indifference, but rather an attempt to lull the mysterious ninja into carelessness. Summoning all her strength, Kushina cried out loudly. Yet neither Qingyun nor the masked ninja paid her any mind, their eyes locked, each watching the other's every move, tense and vigilant. "It's impossible. I don't believe you. If I kill myself, what's to stop you from breaking your promise? How could I stop you?" Qingyun's true intention was just to buy time. As long as Minato spread word of Kushina's disappearance, given her importance to Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi would be sure to mobilize a large number of ninjas to search for her. It seemed the masked ninja had guessed his plan. His voice was icy and indifferent. "You have no other choice. Either you die, or she dies." With those words, he once again raised his katana, slowly lowering it toward Kushina, using her life to force Qingyun's hand. Qingyun's heart tightened at the sight, his eyes locked unflinchingly on the masked ninja. "Hold on. Neither of us trusts the other. Why don't we both take a step back?" "Oh, I'm listening." The masked ninja halted his movements, regarding Qingyun with a trace of amusement in his voice. "Let her go," Qingyun replied, gesturing to Kushina. "Let Kushina leave on her own. I'll stay. No tricks, no running. With your strength, you're not afraid of a kid like me, are you? Besides, you've already drugged Kushina. She can barely move and certainly won't get far, and reinforcements aren't coming that quickly. What do you say?" He laid out his terms, eyes filled with hope as he watched the masked ninja. The masked ninja seemed taken aback for a moment. Then, beneath the dark cloth, a smirk curled his lips, creasing the fabric. "Heh, not a bad suggestion, but I refuse." With that, his blade came slicing down toward Kushina in a sudden flash. Seeing this, Qingyun's internal energy surged. Then he looked over the masked ninja's shoulder, his face brightening in feigned delight. Lord Hokage, you're here. Hurry, take down this ninja. He's taken Kushina hostage. The masked ninja flinched at Qingyun's exclamation, catching a spark of excitement in the boy's eyes as he glanced behind himself. Unable to resist, he glanced back, only to find nothing there. Realization dawned. He'd been tricked. He whipped around to resume his attack. That split second was all Qingyun needed. Power erupted within him. In a blur of speed and golden grace, he closed the distance, his sword gleaming as he struck for the ninja's left hand. At the same time, his own left hand formed a seal, fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The masked ninja recognized his mistake too late. As he turned, he saw a massive fireball hurtling toward him. He summoned his chakra, a razor edge of energy lighting up his blade. With a swift slash, he split the fireball in two. The roaring flames scattered to either side, splashing harmlessly onto the ground. But Qingyun was already upon him, sword descending toward the ninja's left hand. As the fireball shattered, the ninja caught Qingyun's rapid approach out of the corner of his eye. His pupil shrank. There were only two options: suffer a grievous wound, perhaps lose a hand, but kill Qingyun, or release Kushina and avoid the attack. He made up his mind instantly and let go of Kushina, leaping backward as his blade swept toward Qingyun. Qingyun saw the release and put all his heart into his golden movement technique. He caught Kushina, cradling her protectively even as he drew his sword between them in a defensive sweep. A metallic clash rang out as sword met sword. Qingyun let the force of the blow propel him backward, retreating with Kushina firmly in his grasp. But the masked ninja wasn't about to let him escape. In a flicker, he was upon them again, his blade sweeping once more, this time aimed at Kushina, still helpless in Qingyun's arms. Qingyun only saw a blur before the masked ninja appeared in front of him, his katana slashing straight at Kushina. At that moment, Qingyun had run out of techniques and had no time to change his move. He could only forcefully twist his body in a desperate attempt to alter his course. A spurt of blood soared into the air. Even though Qingyun did his utmost to dodge, the masked ninja's attack was simply too fast. Qingyun couldn't completely evade and had to use his body to block the blow. After narrowly avoiding the slash, Qingyun quickly retreated, backing out of the masked ninja's range. With heightened caution, he kept his eyes on his opponent. Seeing Qingyun wounded, tears streamed down Kushina's cheeks, but at that moment there was nothing she could do. For the first time, she truly understood how important strength was. "Kushina, can you keep moving?" Qingyun asked, eyes locked on the masked ninja, his voice tense but steady. "Yes." Kushina's reply came, soft and frail. At her words, Qingyun nodded slightly. He gently released his hold on Kushina and instructed her, "In a moment, I'll keep him busy. You must get away as fast as you can and find reinforcements. Do you understand?" But Kushina hesitated, unwilling to leave. She tried to protest, but Qingyun interrupted her. "Kushina, listen to me. You can't do anything here. If you stay, you'll just become his target. You have to go and get help. That's our only chance to survive." Gritting her teeth against her own powerlessness, Kushina nodded heavily, knowing the situation was dire. She couldn't drag Qingyun down. Relieved that Kushina agreed to the plan, Qingyun stepped in front of her. He gathered his inner strength and shouted, "Go." Without waiting for Kushina's response, he launched himself back at the masked ninja, using Jin Yan's agility technique. Kushina watched Qingyun throw himself into the fray. Choking back her tears, she turned and fled. Her body was weak. She hadn't run far before stumbling heavily to the ground, grit and stones cutting into her skin. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself upright and kept going, determination burning in her heart. She knew, only by finding help as quickly as possible could she give Qingyun a chance to survive. Meanwhile, Qingyun dodged and weaved with Jin Yan's footwork, while unleashing the relentless Jun sword style, tying up the masked ninja. Though the Jun sword style came from a world of lesser martial arts, Qingyun's mastery and inner power made it an unbroken torrent of strikes, its strength now rivaling even standard B-class secret techniques. The masked ninja's eyes narrowed as he recognized the swordsmanship. Channeling his chakra, he coated his katana with its power, parrying Qingyun's relentless assault again and again. "Impressive. Quite the swordplay," the masked ninja said, his tone laced with intrigue. "But what will you do if I target that girl instead?" As he spoke, the masked ninja wielded his tachi to fend off Qingyun's attacks, while forming hand seals with his free hand. The moment Qingyun noticed the masked ninja using only one hand for his seals, unease flooded his heart. He assumed the ninja was about to unleash a jutsu against him, so he hastily gathered his inner strength, preparing to counter with a ninjutsu of his own. Suddenly, Qin Yun realized the sequence of seals was different than expected. His alarm deepened. Without hesitation, he forcefully interrupted the fire-style, flame bullet jutsu he was about to cast. At the same time, he swung his blue-edged sword with all his might to drive back the masked ninja, channeled a surge of energy to his feet, and prepared to dash towards Kushina. Just as he feared, the moment Qin Yun channeled his chakra into his legs, his vision blurred. The masked ninja vanished from sight. A surge of panic flashed across Qin Yun's face. He cursed under his breath and sprinted towards Kushina at top speed. In the nick of time, Qin Yun managed to position himself in front of Kushina, the blue-edged sword held firmly across his chest. A metallic clash rang out. The masked ninja's tachi struck down savagely on Qin Yun's sword. Though Qin Yun blocked the attack, he was hurled backward by the masked ninja's overwhelming strength. Qin Yun rolled across the ground several times, dissipating the shock's force before gradually rising to his feet. A trace of blood stained the corner of his mouth. Leaning on his blue-edged sword, he fixed a cold, unyielding gaze on the masked ninja. Despicable. The masked ninja laughed coldly at Qin Yun's words. For a ninja, nothing is off-limits when it comes to completing the mission. What's so unusual about that? Without pause, he formed another seal and used the body flicker technique to appear behind Kushina, his tachi slashing down mercilessly. Qin Yun's expression tensed. There was no time to hesitate. In a heartbeat, he activated his Sharingan. Instantly, his eyes turned blood red, two tomos spinning fiercely in each pupil. With the Sharingan unleashed, Qin Yun found the world around him crystal clear. Every move the masked ninja made, every attack, Qin Yun could track and even anticipate the path of his strikes. Employing his golden wild goose technique, he intercepted the masked ninja just before the attack could fall, blocking again. At the same moment, he formed a one-handed seal, fire-style, flame bullet. This time, a fireball different from the grand fireball jutsu shot toward the masked ninja. Seeing Qin Yun's eyes had transformed into the Sharingan, the ninja's pupils shrank in shock. There was no time to wonder how someone so young could awaken the double tomo Sharingan. He hurriedly used body flicker to evade the fireball, then stood afar, staring at Qin Yun in stunned silence. Double tomo Sharingan, what astonishing talent! Qin Yun, are you alright? At that moment, Kushina finally snapped out of her daze. Everything had happened in a flash. Feeling a disturbance behind her, she turned to see Qin Yun's blood-red eyes locked coldly on the masked ninja, blood still glistening at the corner of his lips, clear proof of internal injury. I'm fine, Kushina. Go now. Qin Yun didn't look back. He only urged Kushina in a hurried voice to leave quickly. Hearing this, Kushina looked at how Qin Yun shielded her with such disregard for his own safety and felt deeply moved. She forced herself to suppress the urge to stay and help him, turned around, and resumed her desperate run. Qin Yun kept his gaze firmly fixed on the masked ninja, not glancing at Kushina. His right hand gripped the green-edged sword tightly, while his left hand began weaving hand seals, prepared to counter any attack from his masked opponent at a moment's notice. But the masked ninja seemed preoccupied with thoughts of his own. He paid no attention to Kushina running off, and simply stared blankly at Qin Yun. A heavy silence cloaked the surroundings. A faint breeze rustled through. Qin Yun's left hand flashed as he rapidly formed seals. Lightning-style, ground walk, he intoned. Immediately, a surge of lightning snaked across the ground, striking at an open patch of earth. Then, Qin Yun sprang forward, employing the swallow's flight technique, and dashing toward the place his lightning attack had struck. As the lightning reached the open ground, the masked ninja arrived there as well. However, he reacted with astonishing speed, vanishing from the strike zone in an instant with the body flicker technique, only to reappear behind Qin Yun. Sensing that the ninja had slipped out of his attack's range, Qin Yun spun around, sword whipping back in a powerful arc toward his rear. A clear metallic clash rang out as the masked ninja parried Qin Yun's blade, only to disappear once more. Qin Yun's eyes darted around, scanning the area, but the masked ninja failed to reappear. A sense of unease welled up inside him. Without hesitation, Qin Yun dashed in the direction that Kushina had fled. As he ran, he pondered the masked ninja's identity. By now, Qin Yun knew something was wrong. If the attacker had truly come for him, why did he keep targeting Kushina? With such mastery of the body flicker technique, the ninja clearly had plenty of chances to kill Qin Yun himself, yet somehow always held back, ignoring him and turning to strike at Kushina instead. It was as if the foe was purposely forcing Qin Yun to save Kushina again and again. This didn't feel like an assassination attempt on him at all. On the contrary, it seemed more like... Soon, Kushina's staggering figure came into view again, just as the masked ninja raised his blade to strike her down. There was no time for thought. Qin Yun shot forward at full speed, reaching Kushina just as the sword in the ninja's hands came slashing down. But this time the gap was too great. Qin Yun only barely made it in front of Kushina, unable to muster his internal strength for a proper sword technique. The blade crashed down onto Qin Yun with punishing force. A sharp pain tore through his chest. Qin Yun grabbed the blade with his left hand, gripping tightly to keep the masked ninja from pulling it free. Qin Yun. Kushina turned and saw a wound on Qin Yun's chest pouring blood, quickly staining him red. And yet, even so, Qin Yun held the blade firm, refusing to let his foe attack again. Kushina froze for an instant, then screamed and rushed to support him. The masked ninja looked at Qin Yun with a complicated expression and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Is this girl really that important to you? Just now, you could have easily abandoned her and escaped on your own. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun stared fiercely at the masked ninja. He forced a cough, spitting out some congealed blood before speaking slowly. She is one of the few friends I have. Because of them, I don't feel alone in this world. I can't let them die. I never want to feel that kind of loneliness again. It had been nearly 5 years since Qin Yun crossed into the world of Naruto. For the first 3 years, he was constantly shrouded by loneliness. It wasn't until Minato appeared in his life that he finally began to feel the warmth this world could offer. As for Kushina, at first Qin Yun had avoided getting close to her. He knew that Kushina would become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the future, and given his unique identity, he didn't want unnecessary trouble. But Kushina's stubborn spirit slowly broke down his resistance. Over time, he accepted her as a friend. Thinking of her story in the original tale, which felt so similar to his own experiences, Qin Yun sensed a kinship, a shared pain. He couldn't help but feel empathy and a special affection for this girl, who looked so strong on the outside but was deeply gentle within. She became Qin Yun's second friend after Minato and Namikaze. He simply couldn't bear the thought of any of his friends dying before his eyes. If both Minato and Kushina disappeared from his world, Qin Yun feared he might lose his mind. The most terrifying thing is not that you never had something, but that after having it, it slips away from you, and all you can do is watch, unable to hold on as it leaves. That, above all else, was why Qin Yun risked everything to save Kushina. The masked ninja, silently taking in his words, loosened his grip on the katana and allowed Qin Yun to grab it. Then, in a billowing cloud of smoke, he vanished. Qin Yun eyed the white smoke warily. But once it cleared, his eyes widened in disbelief at the figure revealed before him. A majestic woman with long, crimson hair, just like Kushina's, stood before them. "Gee, Grandma Mito, why is it you?" Kushina stammered, staring in shock at the beautiful woman. So it really was Mito Uzumaki, thought Qin Yun, feeling his earlier suspicions confirmed. She clearly had many chances to kill me, but never took them. Instead, she kept forcing me to save Kushina. This wasn't an assassination, it was a test. He yanked the katana out of his body and tossed it aside, then collapsed, breathing heavily. The urgency from before gone, Qin Yun's tense nerves finally relaxed. With exhaustion washing over him, he could no longer hold himself together, gasping desperately for air. "Qin Yun, are you okay? Grandma Mito, why would you do such a thing?" Kushina looked with concern at Qin Yun, who sat on the ground, catching his breath, then turned to Mito Uzumaki, her face flushed with anger, demanding an explanation. When Mito Uzumaki heard Kushina's angry tone, a knowing smile spread across her face as she feigned a sorrowful complaint. "Oh my, it seems our dear Kushina has forgotten her grandmother now that she has a little boyfriend. You're upset with me? How heartbroken I am." Kushina was startled for a moment, and then a bright blush swept over her fair cheeks. She pouted and protested coquettishly. "Grandma, what are you saying? Aoyun is just a very good friend, nothing like what you're imagining." Seeing Kushina's flustered embarrassment, a warm, amused light shone in Mito Uzumaki's aged eyes. Turning to look at the boy sitting on the ground, still catching his breath, Mito prompted, "So little Uchiha, don't you want to ask what just happened?" After a moment, to compose himself, Aoyun shook his head in response to Mito's question. "Your appearance already gave me the answer. Actually, I realized something was off as soon as I arrived. With the speed you showed using the body flicker technique a moment ago, you could have easily killed me without needing any other tricks. Yet you chose not to do so. Instead, you kept targeting Kushina, leaving me no time to dwell on the details and forcing me to follow your lead." He paused, thinking aloud. "But when you finally revealed yourself, I understood your motive. You love Kushina deeply, so of course you would pay close attention to anyone who appears by her side, especially a boy from the Uchiha clan, infamous for our extreme personalities. Even though I've broken ties with the Uchiha family, nothing can change the Uchiha blood running through my veins. That's why you orchestrated this test, to gauge my feelings for Kushina, didn't you? Mito regarded Aoyun deeply, a silent thought flickering in her mind. What a sharp child. When did you unlock your double Tomo Sharingan? Mito wondered aloud. She'd looked into Aoyun's background before, but there was absolutely no mention of his Sharingan awakening. Clearly, he'd hidden this secret well. After a moment's hesitation, Aoyun spoke honestly, sensing Mito harbored no ill will toward him. The day my parents passed away. Mito's pupils contracted at his answer. If she recalled correctly, the day Aoyun's parents died, he must have been only 3 years old. For a child of 3 to awaken the Sharingan, and a double Tomo at that, in all of Uchiha history, such innate talent was nearly unheard of. Why didn't you inform the Uchiha elders of your Sharingan awakening? With your intelligence, you must have known that if they discovered your gift, they would have prioritized your training. Your life could have been so much easier. Mito pressed, curiosity etched across her face. Aoyun replied calmly, because only those who care for you and stand by you at your lowest. Those are the people whose feelings are real. I grew up in deep loneliness, but even so, I have never cared for relationships based on mere exchanges of self-interest. Qingyun replied with casual indifference. The fate of the Uchiha clan was set. They were bound for destruction. Qingyun had neither the time nor the inclination to save such a proud, self-important clan. You could call Qingyun selfish, but truthfully, most people are this way. Originally, Qingyun simply wanted to train diligently, hoping that when he became strong enough, he would find his way back home. Everything changed when Minato Namikaze appeared. For the first time, Qingyun had a new goal, to protect his friends and alter the tragic fate that awaited Minato in the original story. Hearing what Qingyun said, Mito Uzumaki cast a deep, meaningful look at him, then turned to take out a small pill and handed it to Kushina. Kushina, take this medicine. Once you do, you'll recover. Afterward, head straight to the Ninja Academy. I'll stay here and help treat Qingyun. Without thinking much about Mito's words, Kushina nodded, accepted the pill, and swallowed it. She shot a caring glance at Qingyun, then ran off toward the Ninja Academy. Qingyun watched Mito Uzumaki with a calm expression. He understood that she wanted to speak with him alone. Though he was puzzled, he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he gathered his inner energy into his hands, using the healing palm technique to close his wounds. Before long, once he had finished treating himself, Qingyun stood up slowly and looked at Mito Uzumaki. If there's something you want to ask, please go ahead. If it's within my power, I'll do my best. Mito saw the sincere look on Qingyun's face and nodded. There's one thing I'd like you to do for me. Please, in the days to come, protect Kushina well. You don't have to say it. I would do that anyway. Besides Minato, Kushina is my only friend. I would never allow anything to happen to my friends. Qingyun shook his head, giving Mito his vow. You don't understand what Kushina will have to face in the future. Are you familiar with the matter of the tailed beasts? Mito's tone grew more serious as she questioned Qingyun about the tailed beasts. Naturally, Qingyun knew all about the tailed beasts, and he knew that Kushina would one day become a Jinchuriki herself. But such secret matters weren't something a child like him should know, so he simply shook his head in innocent confusion. Mito wasn't surprised. Lost in thought, she began to explain the tailed beasts to Qingyun. Tailed beasts are immensely powerful creatures, each one possessing the power to shake the world and inexhaustible chakra. She explained softly, telling Qingyun the whole story behind these beings. Qingyun listened quietly, his expression calm, as Mito spoke. I have a tailed beast sealed within me, too. Mito continued, her voice low. In fact, it's the strongest among the nine-tailed fox. People like me, with tailed beasts inside us, are called Jinchuriki. Mito Uzumaki fixed her gaze intently on Qingyun, speaking each word with solemn weight. For the first time, a hint of surprise broke through Qingyun's usual calm demeanor. He stared at Mito Uzumaki in astonishment. This wasn't a feigned reaction. He truly was shocked. He had never expected Mito Uzumaki to share such a closely guarded secret with him. In the future, Kushina will succeed me as the next Jinchuriki of Konoha. The nine-tailed fox is unbelievably powerful and insidiously persuasive. If it ever takes control of her, Kushina might lose herself, and Konoha could face utter ruin. If it comes to that, everyone in the village would turn their backs on Kushina. Do you understand what that would mean? Oblivious to Qingyun's shock, Mito went on to reveal Kushina's fate as her successor, then looked at Qingyun with earnest seriousness. I won't let that happen. Qingyun met Mito's eyes with unwavering resolve. A warm, reassuring expression softened Mito Uzumaki's face. Qingyun's exceptional talent was clear to her. If he kept advancing at this pace, he would one day stand among the world's strongest. His Sharingan alone made him a natural counter to the tailed beasts. Surely, he would be able to protect Kushina, and with that assurance, she could leave to join her late husband with peace of mind. Qingyun, you're remarkable. If you ever need anything, come to me. And one more thing, don't tell Kushina about this. She's still just a child. She shouldn't have to bear this burden yet. I can hold on a few more years for her sake. With a gentle smile, Mito patted Qingyun's head as she gave this advice. Qingyun said nothing in reply, simply nodding in understanding. All right, return to the Ninja Academy. I still have matters to attend to. Wait, could you keep my Sharingan a secret too? I don't want to attract too much attention. As he saw Mito beginning to weave hand signs, Qingyun quickly made his request. Hearing this, Mito glanced at Qingyun, then nodded with a knowing smile. I'm not sure what you're afraid of, but I promise. From now on, you can call me Grandma, just like Kushina does. Thank you, Grandma. Qingyun gazed at her with heartfelt gratitude. With a soft chuckle, Mito patted his head again and, in a blink, vanished from sight. Once she was gone, Qingyun paused to restore his depleted chakra, then hurried toward the Ninja Academy. Along the way, he ran into Iriki Yumino, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina. Big brother, are you all right? What happened to the guy who kidnapped Kushina? Seeing Qingyun covered in blood, Minato was startled and rushed to ask. Qingyun was taken aback at those words. He glanced at Kushina and saw her lower her head in embarrassment. With a helpless shake of his head, he said, Irika-sensei, it's just Kushina's family playing a joke on us. There's nothing to worry about. Irika heard this and looked at Qingyun intently. He did not know all the details of Kushina's background, but the Hokage clearly valued her deeply. When news of Kushina's disappearance reached Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage's face changed dramatically. The entire Hidden Leaf Village was put on full alert, and members of the ANBU could be seen patrolling everywhere. This alone spoke volumes about how important Kushina was in the eyes of the Hokage. Now that Kushina had returned safe and sound, Irika knew better than to ask more questions. He led Qingyun and the two others back to the Ninja Academy. Upon returning to the academy, Qingyun ignored the curious stares of his classmates and calmly took his seat as if nothing had happened. Today was the end-of-term examination. Written theory in the morning, practical assessment in the afternoon. Although they'd been delayed by the morning's events, Irika had no intention of changing the original plan. After passing out the test papers, Irika sat at the lectern, now and then casting glances at Qingyun, whose pen danced swiftly across the page. So much had happened today. Kushina was kidnapped, and Qingyun came back covered in blood. The whole affair was steeped in mystery. But since Qingyun didn't want to talk, Irika decided not to pry. Given Kushina's status, Irika dared not dig too deeply, for fear of stumbling upon secrets that could bring him serious trouble. Qingyun, unaware of Irika's swirling thoughts, looked over the test paper and began answering the questions at a brisk pace. He had long since memorized the theory, so he finished the exam quickly, less than 10 minutes from start to end. When he looked up, he caught sight of Kushina scratching her head in frustration and couldn't help but smile. Kushina, after all, devoted most of her time to studying sealing techniques and wasn't well versed in the Academy's ninja theory. As a result, she always lagged at the bottom of the class during written exams. Noticing Kushina glancing at him with a quiet plea for help, Qingyun smiled and nudged his test paper a bit closer to her. Kushina's face instantly brightened, her eyes fixed hungrily on Qingyun's answers. Ahem. Irika caught sight of their little exchange and cleared his throat with a resigned sigh. Would you two please not cheat so openly? How am I, your teacher, supposed to respond to this? Startled by Irika's cough, Kushina shrank in her seat like a frightened little rabbit, darting nervous glances at him. Qingyun was amused by her reaction. Thinking it over, he decided to show Irika some respect after all. He pulled his paper back, stood up, and walked to the front. Irika-sensei, I've finished. May I step outside? Irika took the test paper, gave a quick nod, and began to review Qingyun's answers. Although he'd witnessed it many times before, Iruchi still found himself amazed. Qingyun was never the most diligent student, but somehow, he always managed to take first place. Such natural talent inevitably stirred Iruchi's envy. After leaving the classroom, Qingyun wandered until he found a patch of grass. He lay down on the soft lawn, gazing absent-mindedly at the drifting white clouds overhead. Today was the first time he had ever come face-to-face with a truly powerful ninja. And even then, Uzumaki Mito hadn't even been serious. If she had unleashed her full strength, Qingyun doubted he could withstand even a single blow. A surge of excitement began to well up inside him. Since arriving in this world, Qingyun had been uncertain whether it was the influence of his Uchiha blood, or if this was simply his true nature. but he had noticed himself growing more and more combative. Confronted by the strong, Qingyun felt no fear. Instead, his blood burned with exhilaration. At this very moment, he even felt the urge to graduate early and rush to the battlefield, eager to clash with the Empire's ninja. Forcefully quelling these thoughts, Qingyun murmured to himself, "There's no rush. I'm still young and have plenty of room to grow." The battlefield is a place where strength increases rapidly, but it's also incredibly dangerous. I must be fully prepared. He let his thoughts drift away, and with a gentle closing of his eyes, Qingyun drifted off to sleep without even realizing it. It wasn't until Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina came to find him that he finally awoke, still groggy and rubbing his eyes. "Qingyun, thank you," Kushina said, her face filled with emotion as she expressed her gratitude. Qingyun just smiled and replied, "No need to thank me. We're friends, aren't we?" Kushina nodded vigorously. She didn't say another word, but there was a new, unfathomable look in her eyes as she gazed at Qingyun, a look even she couldn't begin to understand. That afternoon, during the practical combat assessment, Qingyun once again claimed first place with overwhelming strength. Minato took second, Kushina third, and Uchiha Yunkong was fourth. It was as if this ranking had been set in stone. Every time, the outcome was the same. After the test, Qingyun gathered Minato and Kushina for a picnic in the Forest of Death. They feasted together until deep into the night, and then Qingyun and Minato escorted Kushina home. The next morning, Qingyun took some time to compose himself, the flow of the 9 Yang divine skills energy pathway replaying itself over and over in his mind. After reviewing it several times, Qingyun finally sat cross-legged and began channeling his energy according to the route of the 9 Yang divine skill. Let him be as strong as he wishes. The breeze will still caress the rolling hills. Let him be as fierce as he likes. The bright moon will always shine on the great river. Let him rage and scheme. I will keep my own breath steady and true. As Qingyun's inner energy circulated through the 9 Yang divine skill, the verses of its mantra echoed unbidden in his mind. Gradually, after completing 12 full cycles, the primal energy within him transformed into the crimson 9 Yang energy, as though his entire inner power had been tempered once more. Though the quantity diminished, its quality had doubled. The crimson 9 Yang inner energy coursed endlessly through Qingyun's body, filling him with a deep sense of comfort. Turning his focus inward, Qingyun gazed upon the 12 main meridians within, which were now half unblocked. His eyes flickered with mixed emotions, but soon settled into a look of resolute determination. Channeling his inner force, he directed it fervently toward the hand-tying meridian. A thunderous boom seemed to echo within his body, sending a violent tremor down his spine. Blood welled up at the corner of his lips. This meridian was far tougher than Qingyun had anticipated. He frowned, pondering his next move before rallying his inner force, shaping it into a spearhead and drilling at the stubborn barrier again and again, relentless as a spinning drill. Time slipped away unnoticed. Qingyun's face flushed a rosy red, covered in sweat, as nearly half of his 9 Yang energy drained away. Yet the final obstacle in the meridian stubbornly refused to yield. Just as Qingyun was on the verge of giving up, a crisp pop rang out within him. His face lit up with joy as he surged his inner energy forward, and at last, the barrier shattered completely. With the breakthrough, it felt as though a wild wind swept through the heavens and earth. Torrents of natural spiritual energy swarmed into Qingyun's body. With the Sharingan joining the fray, as always, Qingyun's cells, and his inner energy feasted together on the influx of spiritual power. The 2 tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, forming a dazzling circle. Gradually, the faint shadow of a 3rd tomo emerged. But just as it was taking shape, the flow of spiritual energy dwindled, and the 3rd tomo's image faded away. After refining the natural energy within him, Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. He reached up and touched them, marveling at how much sharper and clearer his vision had become when activating the Sharingan. Qingyun knew that his Sharingan had advanced yet another step, drawing ever closer to the coveted 3-tomo form. Satisfied, he deactivated the Sharingan and examined his own body. Where his reserves of inner energy had previously dwindled due to the 9 Yang transformation, they were now restored, and even greater than before. More than that, every cell in Qingyun's body seemed to cheer in unison, having absorbed vast amounts of natural energy. He felt light and ethereal, as though he might float away on a cloud. If I keep absorbing energy like this, will I end up like Master Tang Sung? Might a single bite of my flesh grant immense power? A cold shudder ran down Qingyun's spine, and he quickly banished such absurd thoughts. Standing tall, he began to practice the art of Lingbo Weibo, the wave-walking step. Lingbo Weibo, hailing from the illustrious novels of Jin Yong, was the supreme movement technique of the martial world. According to the mysteries of the I Ching's 8 trigrams, each step was taken in a precise sequence, forming a great circle from beginning to end. This footwork was intricately profound and allowed its master to evade attacks from any number of foes. Each step was intimately bound to one's inner energy. It was far more than mere walking. To force the technique without a solid foundation in inner force would be courting disaster, risking total collapse of the meridians. Further, it was said that continued practice of Lingbo Weibo would slowly and surely enhance one's inner strength over time. It could be said that once the light foot grace reaches perfection, even when surrounded by numerous close combat foes, Qin Yun can remain calm and handle the situation with ease. As Qin Yun followed the original directions of the Bagua, as explained in the Book of Changes, he recalled the remarkable effects of the light foot grace technique. At the beginning, Qin Yun was far from skilled, and he would often pull muscles all over his body as he practiced. After practicing for a while, Qin Yun paused, tending to his strained muscles while pondering the secret to mastering the light foot grace. He gave it some thought, then marked out the position for the steps of light foot grace on the ground according to their directions, and proceeded to channel his inner energy carefully as he walked through each step in the prescribed order. Gradually, Qin Yun's speed increased with each movement, and fleeting shadows began to flicker and shift within that limited space. The more Qin Yun practiced the light foot grace, the more delighted he became. No wonder this movement technique was considered one of the finest in the Grand Master Jin's martial arts world. He could move swiftly for hours on end without the slightest sign of fatigue. Growing more excited as he walked, Qin Yun drew his azure-edged sword. With light-foot grace in play and sword in hand, he moved in a blur, sword flashes gleaming all around. Empowered by his inner strength, streams of sword energy burst forth, slicing up the surroundings into chaos. Suddenly, a cry rang out, water style, water dragon bullet technique. An attack surged in from behind. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed. With a deft step, he slid aside just as a sphere of water shattered through the afterimage he'd left, smashing a deep pit into the ground. Evading the assault, Qin Yun's footwork came alive. In an instant, he appeared behind the assailant, sword edge resting coldly at the attacker's neck, his tone indifferent as he queried, "Who are you?" The intruder was stunned. Not only had Qin Yun dodged his attack, he had also arrived at his back with such blinding speed. Feeling the chill at his throat, the attacker stammered, I'm Shangshu. Sorry." Qin Yun was taken aback at the reply. Shangshu? Isn't that Tsunade's younger brother? What's he doing here? If Qin Yun remembered correctly, Shangshu was 2 years ahead at the Ninja Academy and shouldn't be graduating until next year. Qin Yun withdrew the azure-edged sword from Shangshu's neck and sheathed it, stepping in front of the taller, nervous boy, who was drenched in cold sweat, and asked curiously, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at school right now?" With the sword gone from his neck, Shangshu let out a sigh of relief. When Qin Yun's blade was pressed against him, he genuinely thought his time had come. Thankfully, revealing his identity had saved him from such a humiliating end. Otherwise, he feared he'd never find peace in death. Seeing Shangshu lost in his own thoughts and not responding, Qin Yun frowned and repeated his question. Startled out of his trance, Shangshu scratched the back of his head, flashing a goofy grin reminiscent of Minato Namikaze. "I always heard my sister praise your extraordinary talent and maturity. Back then, I felt a bit unconvinced. After that, Kushina would often mention you at home. Back then, I wanted to spar with you too, but I never got the chance. Yesterday, Grandma started talking about you as well, and my curiosity only grew. So today, after getting your location out of Kushina, I came here to challenge you." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun glanced coolly at the reckless Shangshu and thought to himself, no wonder he got blown up by explosive tags in the original story. With this kind of temperament, stepping onto the battlefield is practically begging for death, unless he's got the same plot armor as Naruto, destined to survive misfortune again and again like an immortal cockroach. Next time, don't act so rashly. If you want to spar, you could at least let someone know in advance. If you keep ambushing people and forget to announce yourself in time, you'd already be lying cold on the ground by now, just another lifeless corpse, Qin Yun said in an indifferent tone. Shangshu blushed with embarrassment, but then his face suddenly lit up with excitement, as if remembering something. He looked at Qin Yun and said, "Qin Yun, that move you used just now. The footwork was amazing." Qin Yun looked at him, inwardly exasperated. Can't he speak properly? To call Lingbo Weibo simply amazing is so pedestrian. It should be described as ethereal, not just pretty. "It's all right, I suppose, but it's nothing compared to the Shunshin technique," Qin Yun replied casually, grumbling inwardly while brushing off Shangshu's praise. To be fair, Qin Yun wasn't wrong. Some masters of the Shunshin technique could not only move at blinding speeds, but also wield agility and flexibility with ease. Paired with illusions, its power would be even more profound. Of course, that didn't mean Lingbo Weibo was inferior. They each had their strengths. Completely oblivious to Qingyun's indifference, Shunshu kept chattering excitedly about how strong Qingyun was. With a pounding headache, Qingyun, who much preferred peace and quiet, finally cut off Shunshu's ceaseless rambling. What exactly do you want? If it's a sparring match, you already lost just now. At that, Shunshu immediately covered his mouth with both hands, suddenly recalling what Kushina had told him. Qingyun likes it quiet. Qingyun shot a helpless look at the silly Shunshu. He'd been yammering on, but now that he needed to explain his reason for sticking around, all he did was cover his mouth. What was that supposed to mean? So, do you actually have any business with me? If not, I'd like to get back to my training. Could you please leave? Qingyun asked again, unable to hide his frustration. Only then did Shunshu let his hands drop. You're amazing. I think you're stronger than that arrogant jerk in our class. At least when he doesn't use his Sharingan, I can still put up a real fight with him. Qingyun paused at that. Wait, there's a Uchiha prodigy in Shunshu's class who's already awakened the Sharingan? Although Qingyun was somewhat curious, he didn't voice his questions, for fear that Shunshu would start one of his relentless barges of chatter. Looking at Shunshu's face full of expectation, Qingyun thought for a moment and said, Don't you have school? I could take a day off. Shunshu immediately replied, his tone brimming with excitement, as soon as he sensed Qingyun's attitude softening. Hearing this, Qingyun considered for a moment. Tsunade had always treated him well, and since Shunshu was Tsunade's younger brother, perhaps he could take advantage of the fact that the boy hadn't yet graduated to teach him properly. Hopefully, that way, Shunshu could avoid meeting as tragic an end as he did in the original story. All right then, go ask for leave and come back afterward. Qingyun replied calmly, then turned and returned to his usual meditation spot. There, he began to circulate the 9-yang divine skill to recover his inner energy, while also practicing his hand seal speed. Seeing how diligent Qingyun was, Shunshu gazed at him with longing before dashing off toward the ninja academy. He needed to get his leave approved quickly. Only then could he fully commit himself to training under Qingyun. Unaware of Shunshu's thoughts, Qingyun simply continued his practice with unwavering focus. Suddenly, while working on hand seals, Qingyun's brows furrowed. He wondered to himself, What's going on today? Why are so many people coming here? Ceasing his practice, Qingyun stood up and looked toward the direction of the approaching presence. Little Qingyun, you really are here? Thank goodness, come with me quick. The newcomer's face was lit with delighted surprise upon spotting Qingyun. What's wrong, Sister Yako? Did something happen? The visitor was none other than Nurse Yako, whom Qingyun had first met at the ninja hospital. At his question, Yako's expression grew anxious. A ninja was gravely injured during a mission. Most of the medical ninja have been sent to the front lines. Right now, you may be the only one left who can save him. Qingyun's eyes sharpened at her words. Nearly all the medical ninja had been deployed to the battlefield, but there was still a medical chunin at the hospital. If even he couldn't save the patient, would he truly be able to? Just then, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Time-limited mission. Treat the wounded. Complete the mission to earn a blood bodhi. Qingyun ignored the system's message and, glancing at Yako's worried face, replied, Sister Yako, I'll go ahead. Catch up with me as soon as you can. With that, he used his swift step technique, streaking swiftly toward the ninja hospital. Before long, Qingyun arrived at the hospital. After asking where the critically wounded patient was, he headed straight for the ward. He hurried into the room, and upon pushing the door open, saw a female ninja in a white coat, using the mystical palm technique to try and heal the patient lying motionless on the bed, his face as pale as paper. Qingyun's eyes narrowed at the scene before him. There, at the patient's wound, a gash about 3 centimeters long, black blood was steadily oozing out, and the flesh on both sides of the cut was slightly turned outward. That won't work, Qingyun said, seeing the female ninja busy with efforts that were futile. The blood coming from this wound is black. He's clearly been poisoned, and, judging by how fast he's bleeding, there must be a small cut inside one of his blood vessels. We need to operate on him immediately. The female ninja stopped and turned, her face lighting up in surprise the moment she recognized Qingyun. Qingyun, it's you. Thank goodness. Do you know the technique for extracting poison from the veins? I can tell he's been poisoned, but the hospital's usual antidotes aren't working on whatever toxin is in his body. There's no time to develop a serum. Qingyun quickly stepped in, moving the female ninja aside and coming to the patient's side. He picked up a scalpel from the table and carefully made an incision at the wound, exposing the blood vessel underneath. As expected, there was a tiny tear in the fragile vessel. Small as it was enough to cause tremendous blood loss. What's more, at the edge of the wound, a streak of pitch-black venom was visibly seeping deeper into the man's body. If that poison made its way to the heart, there would be no saving him. Prepare a sterile operating room for me, and bring red tassel grass, purple gold herb, and the blue mist fruit, Qing Yun said, his voice calm as he examined the patient's injuries. Understood, the female ninja replied. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she rushed off at once to make the preparations Qing Yun had requested. Once she left, Qing Yun wasted no time, channeling his internal energy into his hands and performing the divine palm technique to slow the patient's bleeding. Compared to the female ninja's earlier attempt, Qing Yun's technique was far more effective. As he worked, the bleeding came under control, and Qing Yun felt a wave of relief. It wasn't long before the female ninja returned to the room. Seeing Qing Yun deep in treatment, she approached quietly and whispered, "Qing Yun, the sterile operating room is ready. Should we move him now?" "Yes, let's go now," Qing Yun replied evenly. "Have 2 nurses come and help move the bed inside. I need to keep slowing his bleeding, so I can't leave his side." "All right," the female ninja agreed. Watching Qing Yun's calm composure under pressure, she couldn't help but think, no wonder he's Lady Tsunade's student. Even at this young age, he shows the presence of a true master. With the help of 2 nurses, Qing Yun carefully followed as the hospital bed was wheeled toward the operating room. The moment the door swung open, Qing Yun was surprised to find Sarutobi Hiruzen waiting just outside. "Qing Yun, how's the patient? Do you think you can save him?" Sarutobi hurried over with a face full of concern, seeking hope from Qing Yun. Upon hearing this, Qing Yun didn't look up. As he maintained the channeling of his palm sage technique, he replied, "Lord Hokage, I'll do my utmost. He's in critical condition right now, so I can't talk long. My apologies." Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a nod and said, "Qing Yun, I entrust him to you. Please, do your best to save him. If it can't be done, just let him wake up for a moment. There's important information only he knows. Intelligence vital to the hidden leaf." Qing Yun, stunned for an instant, simply nodded in acknowledgement, his expression calm and reserved. Before long, after entering the sterile operating room, Qing Yun turned to the kunoichi and instructed, "You take over the palm sage technique. Until I extract the poison, you must not stop. Can you handle it?" "I can. Don't worry, Qing Yun. I promise I won't stop the palm sage technique until you say so." The kunoichi's face was resolute as she gave her word. Seeing this, Qing Yun didn't say more. He nodded, watching as she began channeling the healing technique and moved carefully closer to the patient's wound. Suddenly, Qing Yun withdrew his hands, seamlessly letting her take his place. Freeing his hands, Qing Yun wasted no time. He immediately began the fine extraction technique, inserting 2 fingers into the wounded area. Instantly, dark, tainted blood began to seep out, which the nurse nearby quickly collected in an empty vial. Time ticked by. The kunoichi's face grew as pale as paper. Clearly, the prolonged use of the healing technique had left her chakra drained and stretched thin. In contrast, Qing Yun remained composed and vigorous, continuing the higher-level fine extraction technique without slowing. His complexion still healthy and ruddy. Ignoring the kunoichi's struggle, Qing Yun remained fully focused on the extraction. Only when the blood he drew turned red and clean did he finally halt. Noticing how drained she looked, Qing Yun immediately transitioned to the palm sage technique himself, telling her, "All right, restore your chakra now." Taking over, he continued the healing while picking up a needle, channeling his inner strength as a thread to sew up the patient's blood vessels. Watching Qing Yun's deft movements, the kunoichi looked at him with genuine admiration. Qing Yun, unconcerned with her thoughts, kept his attention fixed on suturing the wound. Soon, the torn vessels were closed and the bleeding rapidly slowed. Seeing the improved state of the patient, Qing Yun further intensified the healing technique, and before their eyes, the wounded flesh began to regenerate remarkably fast. Only then did Qing Yun breathe out in relief, secretly giving thanks. "Good thing I managed to convert my inner strength to the 9-yang energy. Otherwise, holding out this long would have been impossible." The 9-yang divine skill allowed his strength to recover swiftly. Without that, with only Jonin-level inner strength, Qing Yun knew he would never have lasted this long. At that moment, the female ninja had also recovered her chakra. Seeing that Qing Yun had stopped, she asked curiously, "Is he all right now?" Qing Yun heard her and shook his head gravely. "He's not out of danger yet. He's lost a great deal of blood and is extremely weak right now. Are those medicinal herbs ready?" "They're ready. What should I do next?" "Grind up the red tassel grass and the purple gold grass. Mix them with fresh water and bring it all to a boil. Once it's boiling, add the juice from a qinglan fruit. Then simmer the concoction over a low flame for half an hour. After that, feed the medicinal broth to him. Whether he makes it through the night will depend on this. Qingyun explained the treatment plan to the female ninja in detail. She nodded in response, turned, and busied herself preparing the remedy, as instructed. After arranging for 2 nurses to wheel the injured man out of the sterile operating room, Qingyun finally opened the door and stepped outside. Qingyun, how is the situation? Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Qingyun emerge and asked anxiously. Qingyun reported the patient's condition honestly, and after pausing for a moment, continued, Lord Hokage, please don't worry. Even if he doesn't survive the night, I'll find a way to wake him for a while, so he can share the information he knows. Hearing this, Hiruzen finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Qingyun. You are truly Tsunade's apprentice. You're so young, yet your medical ninjutsu is already this refined. Qingyun smiled at the compliment, but didn't reply. After exchanging a few more words with Hiruzen, he took the vial of poisoned blood drawn from the patient and headed to the laboratory. He asked the nurses to bring over the necessary herbs, then began analyzing the toxin. Bit by bit, following the methods for creating antidotes Tsunade had outlined in her books, Qingyun worked to develop a serum for this particular poison. He spent the entire night in the laboratory without sleep. Not until the break of dawn did a nurse burst excitedly into the lab, her face alight with joy. Qingyun, the patient is awake. Qingyun immediately set aside his work and hurried with a nurse to the patient's ward. As he examined the patient's condition, he instructed, would you please go inform Lord Hokage that the patient has regained consciousness? Thank you. Of course. The nurse nodded and quickly left the room, racing straight towards the Hokage's office. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Once the nurse was gone, Qingyun focused on thoroughly examining the patient before asking gently. The man coughed weakly. No, just some weakness. You saved my life, didn't you? Thank you. The patient's gratitude was soft but sincere. Qingyun shook his head and said, there's no need to thank me. This is what I ought to do. The reason you feel weak is because you lost a lot of blood, which caused both your vital energy and blood to be depleted. Later, I'll prescribe you some medicine to replenish your energy and blood. Just take it on schedule as directed, and in less than half a month, you'll be completely recovered. Thank you. I understand, the injured man replied with gratitude in his eyes as he looked at Qingyun. After reminding the patient a few more times, Qingyun saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived, so he finally turned and left the ward. Once he reached the laboratory, Qingyun immersed himself in his toxin research again. For 3 days straight, he worked tirelessly, refusing to rest. At last, Qingyun succeeded in developing the serum. When he injected it, he saw the pitch-black poison blood quickly return to a healthy red. He examined it under a microscope, confirming that the toxins had all been eradicated without compromising the vitality of the blood. Exhausted but satisfied, Qingyun finally left the laboratory, handed the recipe for the serum to the kunoichi, and after giving a few instructions, stifled a yawn and headed back to his quarters in the Forest of Death. As soon as he returned, Qingyun collapsed into bed and fell fast asleep. Kushina, you can't do this. Qingyun needs to teach me how to train. He doesn't have time to go play with you. I don't care. Once Qingyun hears my plan, I'm sure he'll agree. It's the holidays. Shouldn't we take it easy for once? Right, Minato? Minato, don't you think training should still come first? Qingyun had no idea how long he'd been asleep when he was jolted awake by their noisy squabbling outside his door. Irritated, he ran a hand through his messy hair and, bleary-eyed, opened the door. What are you all fighting about? You're so loud I can't even sleep. Kushina's face lit up with delight when she saw Qingyun, and she rushed to his side, only to wrinkle her nose. Qingyun, what have you been up to? You stink. Qingyun was taken aback, then gave himself a quick sniff and realized she was right. He reeked of a mixture of antiseptic and sweat, an unpleasant combination. I was treating the wounded at the ninja hospital and working on an antidote for the poison. I haven't showered in 3 days, so of course I smell this bad. Yawning, Qingyun glanced at the sky, then asked curiously, Hey, don't you all have school? Why are you here at this hour? Silly, we're on break. Not everyone is like you, so obsessed with training that you'd forget it's vacation. Kushina chided playfully, rapping Qingyun lightly on the forehead. Qingyun paused in surprise. On break already? That meant next semester they'd all be third-year students. And next year, Nawaki would be graduating early to become Orochimaru's disciple, only to be killed by a sand ninja's explosive tag, with his internal organs carved out by some unknown hand, leaving Tsunade heartbroken and utterly devastated. Afterwards, Kato Dan died in battle, and Tsunade developed hemophobia. Despite her condition, she persisted on the battlefield, which only caused her fear of blood to grow ever more severe, eventually leaving her with lasting and irreversible trauma. Together with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, she fought against Hanzo the Salamander, the demigod, but in the end, Hanzo gave them the humiliating title of legendary Sanin. Qingyun shook his head to cast away these wandering thoughts. Time truly flies. Before he knew it, 5 years had passed since he arrived in the world of Naruto. All right then, what were you two arguing about just now? Qingyun put aside his reflections, fixing his gaze on Nawaki for a moment. That Nawaki died in an explosion from a paper bomb was not surprising. There were many who perished on the battlefield from all sorts of unexpected causes. Nawaki was merely one among many. What struck Qingyun as strange was, after Nawaki's death, who was it that removed his internal organs? A suspicion had already taken shape in Qingyun's mind, and the first person he suspected was Danzo. Danzo had long been obsessed with researching wood release and the Sharingan. Nawaki, as one of the last two direct descendants of the Senju clan, lacked both Tsunade's formidable strength and her sharp instincts. He was, in many ways, rather naive. That made him an easy target. Danzo's desire to study wood release could well explain his scheme, orchestrating Nawaki's death, then taking his organs for research. Qingyun, can we go play? Kushina looked at Qingyun with hopeful eyes, eagerly awaiting the answer she wanted to hear. But before Qingyun could reply, Nawaki piped up loudly, "No way. Qingyun, you promised to train with me the other day. But when I got back from my leave, you were nowhere to be found. You got to make it up to me and help me train." Hearing this, Kushina put her hands on her hips and snapped right back at Nawaki, her fiery spirit in full display. Nawaki refused to back down and shot right back at Kushina. Qingyun felt a vein throbbing in his forehead as the two bickered back and forth. He finally shouted, "Enough!" They both froze at his command, turned to look at him. With an exasperated look, Qingyun sighed and said, "Why not both? Train and have fun at the same time. No need to argue, right? Let's go to the river. I want to take a bath first, then we'll talk." Without waiting for a response, Qingyun activated his Lightfoot technique, gliding swiftly toward the riverbank. Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina's eyes lit up as they watched Qingyun's graceful movement. With perfect timing, they exchanged a look and exclaimed together, "Qingyun, big brother, has come up with a new technique again." Surprised, they glanced at each other, then said again, "So elegant. I want to learn it." Ignoring Nawaki, they sprinted after Qingyun. Nawaki, finally coming to his senses, shouted after them, "Wait for me." When the three arrived at the river, all they found was a pile of clothes on the ground. Qingyun was nowhere in sight. Just as they started to look for him, Qingyun suddenly leapt from the river, clutching several fish in his hands. "Minato, clean these fish. We'll have them for lunch." Qingyun called out to Minato. "Hey, Qingyun, put some clothes on quick." Kushina looked at Qingyun, who was wearing nothing but a pair of baggy shorts. Flushing bright red, she let out a sharp cry, pressing her hands over her eyes, though she still peeked through her fingers at Qingyun's well-proportioned figure. Hearing her outburst, Qingyun glanced over and placed his hands on his cheeks. But seeing Kushina sneaking a look through the gaps in her fingers, he shot her a resigned look, then turned and leapt into the river to bathe. Before long, after a thorough wash, Qingyun returned to the riverbank feeling refreshed and energized. Channeling his inner force, he evaporated the water from his skin and dressed himself. By this time, Minato Namikaze had finished cleaning the fish and was roasting them over the fire. Qingyun took over the task from Minato, brushed the fish with sauce, and then asked him to fetch a pot. While tending to the fish, Qingyun glanced at Shingshu. "Do you know how to climb trees?" Shingshu was stunned for a moment, then walked over to a nearby tree and began climbing it with both hands. Watching him, Qingyun thought Shingshu already knew the method and was pondering how best to teach him further, only to see this clumsy attempt. Qingyun could only rub his forehead in exasperation. This boy really was a bit muddle-headed. He handed a grilled fish to Kushina, then went over and pulled Shingshu down from the tree. "Watch carefully. That's not how you climb. Gather your chakra at the soles of your feet, then walk up the tree." As he spoke, Qingyun demonstrated, stepping steadily onto the tree trunk, then hanging upside down from a branch to look at Shingshu. "Wow, Qingyun, that's amazing." Kushina clapped her hands in delight, her face brimming with excitement as she watched Qingyun hanging from the tree. Shingshu looked at Qingyun with barely concealed envy. He mimicked Qingyun, focusing his chakra at the soles of his feet, and took a slow step onto the tree trunk. However, after only a few steps, down he went with a heavy thud, landing flat on the ground. Seeing this, Qingyun leapt down from the tree and helped Shingshu up. "Don't rush it. Feel the chakra gathering at your soles. Use it to generate friction with the air. Control the amount of chakra at your feet and walk up the tree little by little." After passing on the key to tree climbing, Qingyun walked over to Kushina and waited for Minato to return with the pot. A short while later, Minato came back carrying a large pot. Qingyun quickly stir-fried an array of prepared vegetables, placed the grilled fish on top, and finished it off with a pour of sizzling hot oil. Instantly, the aroma of fresh grilled fish filled the air. Seeing Xingshu's face covered in bumps and bruises from his falls, Qin Yun stood up with a sigh and gave Xingshu a quick treatment before saying, "Don't worry. You've never practiced chakra control before, so it's quite hard at first. You'll get the hang of it with time." "Thank you, Qin Yun. How long did it take you to learn to climb trees?" Relieved after his treatment, Xingshu asked Qin Yun with wide-eyed curiosity. Qin Yun held up 2 fingers in response. Seeing this gesture, Xingshu assumed it meant 2 days. Fired up, he thrust his fist into the air. "All right, I'll learn to climb faster than you did." Qin Yun looked at Xingshu, who was radiating enthusiasm, opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end chose not to reveal that he had mastered tree climbing after just 2 attempts. "All right, let's go eat." With a sigh, Qin Yun gazed at the spirited Xingshu, thinking to himself, "Xingshu really does remind me of Naruto when I watched those dramas. No wonder Naruto was able to cure Tsunade's fear of blood. The key must have been here all along." The 3 of them enjoyed their meal together in high spirits. Afterwards, Xingshu went back to practicing tree climbing, while Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina eagerly asked Qin Yun to teach them the art of Lingbo Weibo, the steps of the drifting waves. Qin Yun held nothing back, first teaching them the essential foundation, I Jing Bagua, the principles of the 8 trigrams, so they could memorize the routes of the trigrams before moving forward. Next, he mapped out the footwork sequence of Lingbo Weibo on the ground by marking numbers, letting them practice the steps themselves. As for Qin Yun, he slipped into his mind and began to claim his system reward. Blood Bodhi. Qin Yun remembered this was a rare treasure from the world of wind and cloud, nourished by the blood of the Kirin in Lingyun Cave. Not only could it enhance one's internal energy, but also had powerful healing properties. His eyes flickered as he gazed at the blood Bodhi in the system inventory. After wrestling with temptation for a long while, he decided not to use it right away. Doing so would be a waste. If he were ever wounded in battle, taking the blood Bodhi then would not only heal his injuries, but also unleash a surge of power for a counterattack, striking 2 birds with 1 stone. Suppressing his urge to use the blood Bodhi on the spot, Qin Yun began to practice the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. The 6 Meridian Divine Sword, a legendary technique from a famous martial arts novel, was a unique style of swordsmanship that, in name, involved the sword, but in truth did not require a real blade. Instead, it sent out strikes akin to sword attacks using pure internal force projected from the 6 meridian channels in the fingers. Much more powerful than the traditional finger-point techniques, even capable of piercing and causing real harm from a distance. Upgraded by the system, this technique was now even stronger, and there was no need to practice the prerequisite 1 yang finger. Qin Yun could delve right into the 6 Meridian Divine Sword. After familiarizing himself with the training method, Qin Yun started with the first form, channeling his internal energy through the lung meridian of his right hand's thumb to execute the Shaoshang sword. His lung meridian had long since been unblocked. Now, guiding the energy of the 9 yang technique, he followed the path of the 6 meridian sword, gathering force in his right thumb as if drawing an invisible blade. Suddenly, a chilling blade of energy condensed in his hand, then shot forward with lightning speed. Crack! Xingshu, who was still climbing a tree, was startled by a sudden surge of sword-like energy. Turning his head, he saw the trunk beneath him had been pierced clean through. In shock, he lost his footing and, with a thud, tumbled down from the tree. Rubbing his sore backside, Xingshu stood up and glanced toward the trees. To his astonishment, the trunk of a massive tree, so thick that it would take 5 people to encircle it, now had a hole the size of a thumb bored straight through. The sight sent a chill down Xingshu's spine. He turned, dazed, to look at Qin Yun, who stood nearby, deep in thought and frowning. Qin Yun had watched the sword aura streak toward the great tree without a flicker of delight on his face, his brow knit as he pondered in silence. Though it seemed Qin Yun had executed the Shaoshang sword technique correctly, the attack lacked speed. Not only did channeling his internal energy to mimic the sword chi take far too long, but from the instant the chi shot from his fingertip, it took a full 3 seconds to reach the tree less than 10 meters away. In the eyes of any skilled master, 3 seconds was more than enough time to calmly evade such an attack, and even launch a counterstrike. After chewing over the matter for a while, Qin Yun practiced the Shaoshang sword technique again and again, relentlessly repeating the move until the meridian in his thumb began to ache faintly, a warning he finally heeded and stopped. Where exactly am I going wrong? He wondered aloud. Ever since coming to this world, so rich in spiritual energy, his own internal strength had grown quickly, even if his time here was short. In fact, compared to Duan Yu, who absorbed the energy of countless masters back in the low martial world, Qin Yun's power was in no way inferior. Yet why was his 6-pulse divine sword so sluggish? Absently, Qin Yun began to tend to his sore thumb, still frowning in contemplation. After a long pause, He directed his 9-yang inner energy to circulate rapidly through his body, shaping it wholly into sword chi. He focused the chi on the Tien Lung meridian on his hand, letting it surge through repeatedly until the meridian began to feel strained. Only then did he bring the tempest within him to a halt. Then, mustering his energy once more in his right thumb, a razor-sharp beam of sword chi flared from the digit. In a flash, an intangible blade of energy shot forward, striking the massive tree. A tremendous crash followed. The huge tree, with its trunk so thick it would take 5 people to wrap their arms around it, was blasted with the Shaoshang sword, a deep crater gouged from its side. The booming sound startled the 3 companions who had been cultivating nearby. Startled, they turned in unison toward the source. Wearing a satisfied smile, Qin Yun watched the scene unfold. He nodded to himself in approval and paid no heed to his astonished companions. Instead, he continued channeling his inner energy, systematically flushing it through the remaining 5 meridians until each could withstand the passage of sword chi. Afterward, Qin Yun practiced the 6-pulse divine sword repeatedly, the refined techniques flickering through the air all around. Only when more than half his 9-yang energy was spent did he halt, sitting cross-legged to restore his strength. Meanwhile, he gained a deeper understanding of the 6-pulse divine sword, new insights crystallizing in his mind. Once his energy was replenished, Qin Yun rose, setting aside his own training for the moment, and began coaching Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina as they practiced the light step technique. He couldn't help but chuckle as he watched them stagger and wobble awkwardly through the steps, their balance still unsteady. "Ouch!" cried Kushina suddenly. Qin Yun looked over to see her clutching her waist, pain etched on her face. She twisted her back mid-practice and was gently massaging her side. Seeing this, Qin Yun hurried over and used a healing technique to help her recover. When Kushina saw Qin Yun coming to her side, feeling his hand resting gently on her waist, her heart started to beat wildly. A rosy blush swiftly spread across her cheeks, and when she caught a whiff of Qin Yun's scent, her entire face felt as if it were on fire. "Are you feeling better now?" After helping to heal her for a while, Qin Yun asked softly. It doesn't really hurt anymore." "Qin Yun, you're amazing." Snapping back to herself at his words, Kushina beamed at him with joy. "All right, training is best balanced with rest. You've all been practicing for a while. Time to relax for a bit. Let's go hunting." Seeing that Kushina was fully recovered, Qin Yun turned to Minato and Nawaki, making the suggestion. As for the ninja games Nawaki was eager to play, Qin Yun had no interest at all. After all, inside Qin Yun resided the soul of an adult. The games that only little kids enjoyed meant nothing to him. The 4 of them began searching along the edge of the forest of death for prey when, all of a sudden, a colossal black bear appeared before them. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed at the sight. This black bear was unbelievably huge. When it stood upright, it towered 5 meters tall, with limbs as thick as Qin Yun's own waist. "Minato, take Nawaki and Kushina and fall back." With that, Qin Yun drew his azure blade and, instead of retreating, dashed forward, using Lightfoot technique to approach the black bear at incredible speed. The black bear, unfazed by Qin Yun's advance, let out a menacing roar, a deep, thunderous sound, and swung its massive paw at him. Qin Yun deftly evaded with the Lightfoot technique. The azure blade shimmered with sharp energy as he brought it down hard on the bear's back. The sword sliced through the bear's thick hide, prompting a pained scream. Its eyes quickly reddened, not from some mystical power, but from the fury born of pain. The massive creature showed no signs of being slowed down. In fact, it spun around with impressive speed and swiped at Qin Yun in retaliation. Qin Yun, having landed a successful blow, didn't linger. His footwork carried him away in a flash, again making use of the Lightfoot technique to keep distance. Enraged, the black bear gave chase, thundering after Qin Yun with relentless determination. Lightning release, ground walk. Moving away from a bear, Qin Yun formed hand seals. A streak of lightning shot from the earth, striking the bear and sending electric spasms through its body. But it wasn't over yet. In an instant, Qin Yun was in front of the stunned black bear, leaping high into the air. With all his might, he brought the azure blade down at the bear's neck. Sensing danger, the bear summoned its survival instincts, temporarily shaking off the paralysis. Its massive paw struck at Qin Yun in desperate defense. Seeing the bear regain movement, Qin Yun quickly switched tactics. The azure blade swept horizontally across his chest as swirling energy of the 9-yang inner strength surged throughout his body. There was a thunderous impact. Qin Yun took the blow head-on, sent hurtling backwards by the force of the bear's paw. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Wind release, breakthrough. Suddenly, Two attacks shot out from behind the black bear. The moment the bear sensed danger at its back and tried to dodge, it was too late. A golden chain, shimmering with chakra, coiled tightly around it. Behind the black bear stood Kushina Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze, and Nawaki, all ready for battle. From above, Qingyun watched their teamwork unfold, especially astonished to see Kushina using the adamantine sealing chains, a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. He hadn't expected Kushina to master such a formidable jutsu so skillfully and soundlessly. The black bear, assaulted head-on by both a water dragon bullet and a wind blade, was left bloodied and furious, thrashing wildly to break free of the chains constraining it. Balancing in midair, Qingyun pressed his left foot atop his right, dispelling the lingering force from his leap. Then, harnessing the lightness technique known as Lingbo Weibo, he streaked through the air, leaving nothing but a flickering shadow in his wake. The energy of his nine sons' inner strength surged into the Qingfeng sword, causing a wave of sword intent to erupt all around. Gripping the sword, Qingyun landed in front of the trapped bear and swung the blade in a swift arc at its neck. With Kushina's chains binding it tightly, the black bear was helpless to react. In a swift, decisive stroke, Qingyun beheaded the beast. Breathless and kneeling, Kushina gasped for air after Qingyun's finishing strike. She had just learned the adamantine sealing chains, and used to such an intense technique, had pushed herself to her limits. Wrestling with the bear's tremendous strength, it had taken everything she had to keep it restrained. Now, with the beast slain, exhaustion overtook her. "Well done, all of you." Qingyun looked at his three companions, beaming as he gave them an enthusiastic thumbs up. Hearing Qingyun's praise, all three broke out in wide, triumphant grins. "Of course. Do you know who I am? I'm destined to be a formidable ninja, and the future Hokage, no less." Nawaki, growing even more cocky, rubbed his nose with exaggerated pride and looked at Qingyun with a confident gleam. Qingyun only smiled helplessly at Nawaki. The boy was the type to shine with just a sliver of encouragement. Deciding to ignore the puffed-up Nawaki, Qingyun began cutting off the bear's forepaws. These were a delicacy, not something to let go to waste. After removing the paws, he cheerfully asked Minato to fetch some honey while he and Kushina and Nawaki began preparing the bear paws for cooking. Back at the riverside, Qingyun cleaned the skinned paws and marinated them with spices. When everything was ready, he and Kushina, Nawaki, and Minato, who had successfully gathered honey, roamed the village together, laughing and playing as only true friends can. But just as their laughter filled the air, an unexpected visitor appeared before them. The newcomer wore the proud attire of the Uchiha clan. Deep grooves, narrows of experience and age, cut down his cheeks, lending him a composed, almost severe appearance. With a stern countenance and cool gaze, he was the very picture of authority. "Fugaku Uchiha, what are you doing here?" Nawaki's expression soured the instant he saw the visitor, shooting a less-than-friendly look Fugaku's way. Uchiha Fugaku was exactly the one rope tree had previously mentioned to Qingyun, the Uchiha clan member in their class who always overshadowed him. At 11 years old, Fugaku had already awakened the double Tomo Sharingan and was the son of the current Uchiha clan elder. When Fugaku heard Rope Tree's words, he gave him a brief glance. He was, of course, no stranger to Rope Tree. They had been classmates since entering the Ninja Academy. From the very beginning, Rope Tree would always find ways to trouble him. If only Rope Tree were strong enough, that might have been different, but every time, Rope Tree would end up thoroughly beaten, yet he still insisted on coming back with new excuses, much to Fugaku's annoyance. He ignored Rope Tree, for that wasn't the reason he was here today. Fixing his unwavering gaze on Qingyun, Fugaku spoke. "Uchiha Qingyun, the clan elders want to see you. Come with me." Upon hearing Rope Tree's words, Qingyun's pupils contracted. Uchiha Fugaku was, after all, the father of Uchiha the Dutiful and Uchiha the Second Pillar. Though the original story never made it explicit, many Naruto fans believe Fugaku had awakened the rare time-type Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him the phenomenal ability to see into the future. Precisely because Fugaku could see the path ahead, he foresaw the Uchiha clan's grim fate. Thus, he allowed his dutiful son to destroy the clan with his own hands, ensuring at least the survival of his younger son. In the end, as his son stood before him in that fateful moment, Fugaku chose to take his own life alongside his wife. Listening to Fugaku's haughty tone, Qingyun felt an unwelcome irritation. He shot Fugaku an indifferent look and replied, "First, my name isn't Uchiha Qingyun. Second, your attitude is unacceptable. I expect an apology." Uchiha Fugaku's reputation may have been impressive, but that did nothing to change Qingyun's contempt for this coward. So what if you know where the future leads? As a man, as head of the clan, you failed. You couldn't protect your family, nor your own wife. To end your life with your wife when your own son stands before you. To remain indifferent to your clan's annihilation. Such spinelessness filled Qin Yun with utter disdain. Moreover, Fugaku's high and mighty tone irked Qin Yun even more. Right now, his strength was on par with Fugaku's, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was gradually placing greater trust in him. He'd even become Tsunade's disciple. In both skill and status, Fugaku held no clear advantage. So what gave him the right to act so superior? Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, a wave of anger surged within Fugaku. For someone who held the Uchiha clan in the highest reverence, to be addressed so coolly, almost provocatively, by a traitor of the clan, how could he not be incensed? I'll say it again. Come with me to see the clan elder. If you refuse, don't blame me for what happens next. Recalling his own father's instructions, Fugaku drew a deep breath and spoke to Qin Yun in an even, measured tone. Before Qin Yun's rise, Fugaku Uchiha didn't even know this person existed. It wasn't until later, when Tsunade accepted Qin Yun as her disciple, that they turned their attention to him, if only slightly. Still, they had no idea that Qin Yun was a member of the Uchiha clan, so they didn't pay him much mind. Only recently, as rumors about Qin Yun began to swirl, his mastery of medical ninjutsu, his unique taijutsu techniques, and just yesterday, how he saved a gravely injured ninja poisoned by deadly toxin, the Uchiha clan finally started to dig into his past. But what they uncovered left the Uchiha elders utterly stunned. Qin Yun was actually one of their own. They could hardly believe the results. Yet, the evidence was irrefutable. On one hand, they punished Uchiha Ichigo for banishing Qin Yun from the clan on his own. On the other, they tasked the clan's most brilliant talent of this generation, Fugaku Uchiha, with bringing Qin Yun back. They couldn't let a prodigy of this caliber remain adrift outside the family. The dovish elders went so far as to say, now that Qin Yun had become Tsunade's disciple, he was essentially aligned with the Hokage's faction. They believed he could serve as a bridge between the village and the Uchiha clan. The hawkish elders, by contrast, saw things differently. Since Qin Yun had earned Hiruzen Sarutobi's trust and become Tsunade's student, he could one day be the perfect blade to wield against the Hokage's side. He might even help them gather intelligence about Sarutobi, paving the way for future struggles over the Hokage seat. Qin Yun himself was oblivious to all the schemes swirling among the Uchiha elders. If he did know, he'd undoubtedly let out a cold laugh and sneer at their absurd machinations. I'll say this again. I'm not a member of the Uchiha clan. Why should I care if the Uchiha elders want to see me? Besides, it was the Uchiha who exiled me in the first place. Whether or not the elders knew about it doesn't change the fact that I am no longer one of them. Qin Yun looked at Fugaku Uchiha with indifference. Kushina and Minato stood silently behind Qin Yun, their expressions noticeably tense. Was it really wise for Qin Yun to stand so firmly against the mightiest family in Konoha? Yet, as Qin Yun's expression grew colder, they did not try to dissuade him. Instead, they remained resolutely at his side, steadfast in their support. Nawaki wanted to speak up in support of Qin Yun, but Minato clamped a hand firmly over his mouth, afraid that Nawaki might blurt something out and make things even worse. At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha could hold back his anger no longer. His hands flashed through a series of hand seals. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The moment Qin Yun saw Uchiha Fugaku form a hand seal, he unleashed his inner strength, blasting Minato Namikaze, Shutri, and Kushina behind him out of harm's way. In a heartbeat, Qin Yun's azure blade flashed free of its scabbard, channeling his energy into a full display of Chuanjin swordsmanship as he slashed at the blazing fireball shooting toward him. With a swift, gliding step, he darted forward with his lingbo micro-steps, rapidly closing in on Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku watched as his grand fireball was sliced apart by Qin Yun, then saw him charging forward with that uncanny footwork. His pupils contracted sharply, and at once, he activated the Sharingan. Qin Yun saw Fugaku activate his Sharingan and wasn't surprised in the slightest. He'd already heard from Shutri that there was a prodigy in their class from the Uchiha clan who'd awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. Qin Yun hadn't known who it was before, but seeing the look on Shutri's face at the sight of Fugaku, he instantly understood. Uchiha Fugaku was none other than that genius from Shutri's class. No sooner had Fugaku unleashed a Sharingan than he began weaving signs at high speed. Shadow, Clone, Jutsu. Two identical Fugakus appear before Qin Yun, both brandishing shurikens as they charged. Facing the dual threat, Qin Yun's right hand wielded the Chuanjin sword technique, while his left hand quickly formed seals, lightning release, ground walk. A streak of electricity shot toward the left Fugaku, while Qingyun's swordsmanship cleaved toward the Fugaku on the right. A metallic ring followed by a sharp sizzle filled the air. Although the left Fugaku, with the benefit of Sharingan's heightened perception, managed to dodge backward in time, he couldn't fully evade Qingyun's lightning speed jutsu. The surge of current left his feet numb and sluggish. As for the Fugaku on the right, his shuriken clashed with the sharp azure blade, only to be cut cleanly in two. Realizing Qingyun's sword was dangerously sharp, Fugaku performed a series of agile backflips and retreated out of range. With blinding speed, he grabbed a handful of kunai from his ninja pouch and hurled them toward Qingyun, all while forming hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Upon casting the fire release, Fugaku's 10 fingers danced in a blur, manipulating the airborne kunai, each one attached to a nearly invisible wire, weaving a deadly formation that closed in on Qingyun. Confronted by such a ferocious attack, Qingyun let out a resonant shout, betraying not even a trace of fear. He countered the incoming flames with a Phoenix Fire Jutsu of his own, hands flashing through seals. His footwork, powered to the limit, dissolved his form into a succession of afterimages streaking across the field, so many that none could tell which was the real Qingyun. The clangor of clashing steel echoed through the air in rapid succession. Leaping into the kunai formation, Qingyun moved with the grace of shadow, his sword flickering faster than the eye could follow, severing every incoming blade with unrivaled precision. Having dismantled the kunai trap, Qingyun prepared to rush Uchiha Fugaku. But just then, sensing a flicker of danger, he instantly abandoned his plan. His left hand blurred through seals at lightning speed. Lightning release. Thunderball. Lightning release. Lightning binding jutsu. Two lightning-style jutsu were unleashed in quick succession. A ball of lightning hurtled toward the fireball behind him, while at the same moment, a streak of silver light swiftly wound itself around the figure trailing behind Qingyun. That figure was none other than Uchiha Fugaku's shadow clone, having just shaken off the feeling of paralysis and closing in behind Qingyun to perform his own jutsu. Seeing Qingyun react with such astonishing speed, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils contracted and he hastily retreated, but Qingyun pursued relentlessly. With his azure blade enveloped in razor-sharp sword energy, he slashed straight at the shadow clone. But how could Uchiha Fugaku's true form allow Qingyun to have his way? He surged in close, his presence fierce. Fire-style, dragon flame jutsu. A roaring dragon of fire surged toward Qingyun, forcing him to abandon his attack on the shadow clone for the moment and shift his focus to confront the real Uchiha Fugaku instead. The two engaged in a fierce and prolonged duel, neither able to claim the upper hand. While fending off Uchiha Fugaku's ferocious strikes, Qingyun drew on his internal energy, channeling it into the little finger of his left hand. After forcing Fugaku's true body back with a well-placed sword stroke, Qingyun extended his left pinky. Xiao's sword. A thin blade of sword energy shot from his little finger, darting with unpredictable speed, soaring and dipping, weaving left and right, making it impossible to track its path. Witnessing this, Uchiha Fugaku's shadow clone's expression turned wary as he did his utmost to dodge. But Qingyun's Xiao's sword moved with such strange cunning that there was simply no telling which way to evade. A heavy thud echoed out as the shadow clone exploded into a puff of white mist, dissolving into the air. The instant his shadow clone vanished, a frown creased Fugaku's brow, for the backlash of its destruction shot straight into his mind, leaving him slightly nauseous. Qingyun pressed his advantage without mercy. With the shadow clone gone, his footwork glided forward, the water-stepping technique sending him racing straight for Uchiha Fugaku. When Qingyun closed the distance, his azure blade unleashed a relentless barrage, the Chuanjin sword technique bursting into life. A cascade of ceaseless sword light swept around Fugaku, forcing him into a desperate defense as he strove to force Qingyun back. Yet there was no way Qingyun would let him escape. He clung to Fugaku like a shadow, never giving him a chance to break free. Before long, fine cuts began to appear all across Uchiha Fugaku's body. And this was with Qingyun holding back. Had he gone all out, Fugaku would have been defeated and gravely wounded long before. Off to the side, Minato, Namikaze, Kushina, and Shizen watched the fierce clash with bated breath. Only when Qingyun seized the advantage did the three finally exhale in relief, their worries for Qingyun's safety melting away as they silently watched the duel unfold. Qingyun moved with the ethereal steps of the rising wave technique, circling around Fugaku Uchiha, while his azure blade danced relentlessly. Only when Fugaku's clan uniform was tattered and torn, and countless tiny wounds covered his body, blood seeping steadily from each one, did Qingyun finally lose interest in toying with him. With a swift turn, Qingyun appeared behind Fugaku and rested the azure blade gently against his neck. In a calm, detached voice, he said, "Don't move. You've already experienced how sharp my blade is. If you dare come any closer, it will sever your neck in an instant." Fugaku clenched his fists tightly. As the most gifted of his generation within the entire Uchiha clan, being defeated by Qin, who was 2 years his junior, was an unbearable humiliation, a scar to his honor he could never conceal. Yet, feeling the biting cold at his throat, Fugaku did not dare to make a move, fearing that any reckless action would see his head part from his shoulders. If that happened, he knew he wouldn't even find peace in death. Seeing that Fugaku had finally settled down, Qin spoke again, his tone unchanged. "Let me say this one last time. I've already severed my ties with the Uchiha. I have neither the desire nor the ability to meddle in your clan's affairs. Stop trying to drag me back into your world, or don't blame me for what happens next." With those words, he sheathed the azure blade and, without a flicker of emotion, turned away toward Kushina and the others. "But your blood will always be that of the Uchiha," Fugaku called out, voice subdued now that there was no blade at his throat. Besides, Ichigo Uchiha was already punished by the clan leaders and elders. Why must you be so resolute, so final? Relieved by the absence of cold steel against his skin, Fugaku exhaled deeply. He looked at Qin, his words slow and deliberate. Qin paused at this, then replied, "There are some things that, once lost, can never be restored, like a shattered mirror. Even if you gather every fragment and piece it back together, the cracks will always remain, glaring and impossible to hide. Enough. There's nothing more to say. Pass my message to the Uchiha elders for me. Oh, and one last thing. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't treat those wounds soon, you may just bleed to death. You know, aside from my talent in taijutsu and ninjutsu, I'm quite skilled with healing techniques as well." Having said his piece, Qin expression returned to its usual calm. He turned to Kushina, Minato, and Nawaki with a faint smile. "All right, where should we go have some fun next?" "Wow, Qin, you're amazing. You actually beat the top student in our class. You're incredible. I've made up my mind." Nawaki's face was lit up with excitement as he bounced on his feet. Qin blinked in surprise. "Made up your mind about what?" Nawaki raised his right hand solemnly, pointing at Qin. "I've decided from now on, you're my big brother." On hearing this, Qin's face fell, but I refused to accept such a foolish little brother. At that, Minato and Kushina burst out laughing, their joy ringing through the air. Upon hearing Qin's words, Shungshu froze for a moment, then rushed over with exaggerated cries. "Why? How am I being foolish? Just like you are now, foolish and hopeless." Qin shot Shungshu a dismissive glance, then continued walking as she spoke. Kushina and Minato looked on with interest as Shungshu begged Qin to accept him. The four of them, laughing and bickering, gradually left Fugaku Uchiha's sight. Fugaku watched Qin's departing figure, his face a tangle of complicated emotions. He could never really understand why Qin was always so resolute. It wasn't until he unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan and used it for the first time that he finally awakened to the truth. Qin had seen through the Uchiha clan's fate long ago. In the end, Fugaku went to great lengths to have his eldest son taken on as Qin's student, hoping Qin's guidance could somehow alter the clan's destiny. Inside the Hokage Tower, in Hiruzen Tsurutobi's office, the third Hokage was watching the four's playful antics through his crystal ball, his face lit up with a gentle smile. Back when the Uchiha clan first started investigating Qin, Hiruzen had already received word. He hadn't stepped in to stop them, because he was curious to see how Qin would handle things. As expected, once the Uchiha clan learned more about Qin, they reacted swiftly. Whether it was the doves or the hawks within the clan, they unanimously called for bringing Qin back into their fold. So Fugaku was sent to deliver the message, and everything that followed was carefully observed by Hiruzen from afar. When Qin refused Fugaku outright, Hiruzen smiled quietly to himself. When Fugaku responded with force, a flicker of anger shot through Hiruzen's heart. And when the fight between Qin and Fugaku reached a deadlock, Hiruzen finally let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. But when Qin ultimately defeated Fugaku, his eyes went wide with astonishment. He had never imagined that Qin's strength had grown so formidable while remaining unnoticed. Moreover, during the fight, Qin unveiled a strange and refined footwork technique, so exquisite that even Hiruzen couldn't help but marvel at it. And then there was that fleeting, blossom-like finger sword move, which made Hiruzen's eyes light up with interest. He was already pondering what he should offer in exchange for these two secret arts. Meanwhile, as Qin joked around with Kushina and the others, he finally relaxed when he sensed the feeling of being watched dissipate. Not long after Fugaku had confronted him, Qin had become aware of a faint sense of surveillance. That was why, out of character, he deliberately provoked Fugaku into a fight today. King Yun wanted Hiruzen to see his true intentions and his potential. Only by demonstrating his talent this way would Hiruzen be prompted to invest more heavily in him. That was the only way he could achieve rapid growth. Qin Yun was certain that after today's battle, although he had thoroughly offended the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi would undoubtedly increase his investment in him, and would even take the initiative to negotiate with him for the Lightfoot technique and the Sixth Meridian sword. Of course, if Hiruzen Sarutobi tried to get them for free, then Qin Yun wouldn't hesitate to turn his back on him once he became stronger. Moreover, the prince would deliberately hide the core essence of both techniques, so that even if someone got them, they would never truly master them. However, after spending time together over the past days, Qin Yun believed that Hiruzen Sarutobi would not stoop to freeloading any further. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not Danzo. Danzo was a true schemer, a petty villain through and through. Hiruzen, though not quite a perfect gentleman, at least kept up good appearances. Most of the shinobi and villagers in Konoha had nothing but praise for him. After some playful mischief with Kushina, Minato Namikaze, and Iwaki, the four friends finally returned to the riverside by dusk, ready to savor a delicious meal of bear paws. Qin Yun had marinated the bear paws with care, roasting them while brushing on layer after layer of honey. Before long, a sweet and savory aroma wafted through the air. Kushina, Minato, and Iwaki watched with hungry anticipation, eyes locked on the four bear paws in Qin Yun's hands, their mouths unconsciously watering. Qin Yun, how much longer? I am starving. Kushina pouted at Qin Yun, her gaze never wavering from the food, even as she spoke. Just a moment more. Once I brush on this last layer of honey and let its sweetness soak in, the feast can begin. Hearing their pleas, Qin Yun smiled at their barely contained excitement. It wasn't long before the bear paws, glazed in honey and fragrant spices, turned golden over the fire. The rich aroma filled the air and tempted even Qin Yun himself, each of them inhaling deeply, savoring the mouth-watering scent. All done. The moment Qin Yun announced it, the other three could barely contain themselves. Each snatched up a piping hot bear paw and took big bites, not caring about the burning heat. They simply couldn't bear to spit out the succulent meat now that they'd tasted it. Watching their eager, slightly frantic eating, Qin Yun could only shake his head and let out an amused laugh. Unlike the others, he took out a small knife and carefully sliced pieces from his bear paw. He let them cool before eating, savoring each bite at his own pace. The marinated bear paws, infused with honey and secret barbecue seasonings, gave off an irresistible fragrance with every slice. The crispy outside and tender inside melted in his mouth, erupting with rich umami flavor that took over his senses. In that moment, Qin Yun finally understood how his friends felt, and found himself eating faster, unable to help it. This is amazing. I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life. Kushina murmured in awe, joy written all over her face. Is it really that tasty? A gentle voice suddenly rose behind Kushina. The four of them, Qin Yun and his companions, turned in surprise to see who it was. Grandma Mito? Grandma, what brings you here? Shu, swallowing the food in his mouth, looked curiously at Uzumaki Mito and asked. Uzumaki Mito rarely ever left the Senju clan's territory, so her appearance was a shock to both Shu and Kushina. I came to look for you all because you've been gone for so long, Mito replied casually, offering a gentle excuse as she affectionately patted Shu and Kushina on their heads. Sorry, Grandma. I was so caught up in training with Qin Yun today that I forgot to tell you. I promise I won't let it happen again. Shu scratched the back of his head apologetically. Grandma Mito, the grilled bear paw Qin Yun made is delicious. You should have some too. Kushina cut her portion in half and offered a generous piece to Mito. After all, the bear paw was so big she had no worries about running out. Mito accepted Kushina's offering with a smile, then began to eat, daintily and with elegance. With Uzumaki Mito's arrival, Minato, Shu, and Kushina grew more reserved, each quietly focusing on their meal. Only Qin Yun, after greeting Mito politely, continued as usual, unhurriedly savoring his food without any change in his expression. Mito took it all in, the subtle shift in the group's mood, Qin Yun's composed demeanor, so unlike a child his age, and the way Kushina and the other two instinctively looked to him for cues. She realized Qin Yun had become their anchor, the heart of their little group. As she ate her share of bear paw, Mito watched Qin Yun carefully. After some time, she finished first, set down her chopsticks, and turned to him. I heard that today you defeated Uchiha Fugaku, the most gifted young man of his clan. Before Qin Yun could answer, Shu leapt up eagerly, pride shining on his face as if he himself had overcome Fugaku. He spoke loudly to Mito. "Grandma, you have no idea. Chingyun was incredible. In just a few swift moves, he knocked Fugaku down. I admire him so much. Someday, I want to be as strong as he is." Mito couldn't help but smile at Shungshu's exaggeration, which was so reminiscent of her husband when he was young. Shaking her head fondly, she cut his show short with a gentle but firm knock on his head. Shungshu yelped in pain, clutching his forehead, and looked at Mito with crestfallen eyes. She scolded him with a roll of her eyes. "Don't interrupt when Grandma is talking to Chingyun. Where are your manners?" Chingyun smiled slightly, seeing Shungshu's forlorn expression. It wasn't quite as dramatic as Shungshu made it sound. "Uchiha Fugaku is truly formidable. It took everything I had, every ounce of effort, to finally defeat him. Besides, that was only because he didn't know what I was truly capable of. Now that he's aware of my strange fighting techniques, next time he'll definitely be on guard. If I face him again, it probably won't be as easy as before. You're actually 2 years younger than him, yet you've managed to come this far. That's already impressive. Besides, now that he's learned your tactics, haven't you also figured out his? I bet next time, you'll still be able to beat him just as effortlessly." Hearing these words, Mito Uzumaki smiled faintly and simply spoke the truth. Chingyun heard her and just shrugged his shoulders, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. What Mito said was right. He was growing at an incredible pace. Given another chance to fight Fugaku Uchiha, he was confident he could defeat him even more easily. "If the Uchiha clan's elders give you any trouble, you can always come to me for help." Seeing Chingyun's mature expression, Mito Uzumaki said no more. She stood up gracefully, took the reluctant Kushina and Naoki by the hand, and headed out. Chingyun watched her departing figure with gratitude and called out, "Thank you so much." Now that he was on the radar of the Uchiha leadership, he knew there would be no end of trouble ahead. Worse yet, that rat lurking in the dark might show itself at any moment. Though Mito Uzumaki seemed to wield little power in the village, in reality her influence was even greater than Hiruzen Sarutobi's. As long as she remained, Chingyun could grow without worry, not needing to fear threats from any faction, at least for now. "Big brother, is that grandma really that powerful?" Minato Namikaze looked at Chingyun in confusion. He noticed a hint of relief on Chingyun's face, as if Mito Uzumaki's words had lifted a great burden from him. "She's the wife of the first Hokage. What do you think?" Chingyun smiled at Minato and revealed Mito Uzumaki's true identity. "But she doesn't look her age at all." Minato's eyes were wide with disbelief as he looked at Chingyun. "You didn't notice the diamond-shaped mark between her eyebrows, did you? That's the Uzumaki clan's In seal, a secret technique. Not only can it store chakra, but as long as she doesn't use it up, the seal keeps her young forever." Chingyun explained patiently. He'd heard Tsunade mention this In seal before, so he wasn't worried about Minato being suspicious of how he knew such details. "So, it's pretty much the same as the inner energy training we do, right?" The way their clan's internal arts worked was by cultivating a dantian, a chakra reservoir, inside the body. Its purpose was the same as the Yin seal, to store chakra. The only difference was that the dantian offered fewer benefits than the Yin seal. After sharing his thoughts with Minato, Chingyun packed up his things and headed home. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The day after enjoying the bear paw meat, Hiruzen Sarutobi sought out Chingyun to exchange for the manuals of Lightfoot Steps and the Sixth Meridian Divine Sword. Chingyun did not drive a hard bargain. In return for the secrets of Lightfoot Steps and the Sixth Meridian Divine Sword, he simply asked for 2 ninjutsu, Body Flicker and Shadow Clone, and handed over the training methods without fuss. Hiruzen Sarutobi was very pleased with Chingyun's straightforward attitude. He grew increasingly appreciative of Chingyun, even going so far as to voluntarily pay him a salary that had never been discussed. Previously, Chingyun had been treating the wounded at the ninja hospital. Though he no longer went there every day, whenever the overwhelmed Chunin at the hospital needed a helping hand, they would invite Chingyun to assist. Recognizing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi decided to pay Chingyun a Chunin salary, and Chingyun accepted without hesitation. After all, he deserved it, and with the extra income, Chingyun could improve both Minato's and his own standard of living. Why not seize the chance? After Hiruzen Sarutobi left, Chingyun purchased a large quantity of supplies. Not only did he repair and reinforce the wooden cabin, making it more sturdy, he also bought all sorts of furniture, turning the place into something that truly felt like home. Today marked the last day of the month, and Chingyun woke at dawn. He dragged a drowsy Minato awake to help him dig with vigor, and before long, the two of them had unearthed dozens of clay wine jars. Chingyun broke the seal of one jar and lifted its final lid. Instantly, a rich fragrance, a blend of medicinal herbs and potent liquor, wafted up to his nose. This Buddha's smile truly deserves its reputation as a legendary medicinal wine from a wuxia world. You can tell how extraordinary it is just by the aroma alone. Qing Yun inhaled greedily, savoring the rich bouquet. Unable to resist, he poured himself a cup and drank it down in one gulp. Immediately, a surge of medicinal energy exploded inside him. Without pausing to marvel, Qing Yun quickly sat cross-legged and began refining the power of the Buddha's smile within him. After finishing his cup of Buddha's smile, there was no time for conversation with Minato. Qing Yun immediately sat down in meditation, circulating his energy with blinding speed, focusing on absorbing every drop of power from the wine. Seeing Qing Yun down a cup in one go and then flush crimson, Minato's surprise at the quality of the homemade brew was quickly overridden by worry. He watched over the now red-faced Qing Yun as he sat cross-legged, guiding his internal energy, standing guard to keep him safe. Unaware of Minato's thoughts, Qing Yun pushed his 9-yang divine skill to its limits. Still, he had underestimated the potency of Buddha's smile. This was Qing Yun's first time tasting it, and the medicinal energy was unleashed to its fullest effect. Moreover, the spiritual energy of this world was especially abundant, and the herbs used in the wine were far richer than those from low martial worlds. As a result, brewing the same amount of wine with the same quantity of herbs here produced Buddha's smile with effects far more powerful than those described in the original story. Qing Yun had no time to think. Splitting his focus in two, he channeled the 9-yang divine skill to absorb the medicine's power, while also directing its inner force to break through the remaining meridians. He had no idea how much time had passed when his liver meridian finally gave way. At once, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into him, and his Sharingan awoke instinctively, greedily devouring the natural energy. With the 7th meridian cleared, the 9-yang divine skill spun faster than ever, drawing in the effects of the Buddha's smile wine and the ambient spiritual energy without pause. Gradually, his inner strength grew denser and more abundant, washing through his meridians and tempering them, making them as resilient as iron. Time flowed by in silence. Taking advantage of his momentum, Qing Yun pressed onward, driving the 9-yang energy into the kidney meridian. After a long while, a torrent of wild natural energy rushed toward Qing Yun. Ecstatic, he could feel every cell in his body singing with delight. 9-yang strength surged through him, absorbing the energy like a mighty river in flood. His eyes grew sharper. The 2 tomo in his Sharingan spun faster and faster, gradually weaving into a single ring. Slowly, a shadow of a 3rd tomo appeared as the Sharingan drew in natural energy ever more rapidly. The 3rd tomo solidified, crystal clear. As the 3rd tomo fully materialized, the spiritual energy within Qing Yun was finally exhausted, marking the true completion of this breakthrough. Rising tall, Qing Yun threw his head back and unleashed a piercing roar, his voice echoing through the depths of the death forest for what seemed like an eternity. Only after a long moment did he finally stop, laughing with pure exhilaration. "Fantastic! Big brother, you broke through?" Minato Namikaze asked, wide-eyed with admiration as his gaze drifted, almost unconsciously, to the wine jar. Qing Yun smiled at him and, noting where Minato was looking, offered a reminder. "That wine is called Buddha's smile. It holds a potent force. Try just half a cup first to see how it feels." Delighted by the suggestion, Minato did as instructed, pouring half a cup and drinking it in one gulp. The moment the wine touched his tongue, a sharp spiciness filled his mouth, but as soon as discomfort rose, the Buddha's smile melted into sweetness, banishing the heat. Almost at once, a surge of medicinal energy exploded in his core. Not daring to slack off, Minato hurriedly activated his Hunyuan skill to absorb it. Bit by bit, his inner strength swelled. Following Qing Yun's example, Minato focused his energy to break through his 5th meridian, the heart meridian. The instant it gave way, a stream of natural energy poured into him, and Minato swiftly drew it into himself. Soon, after completely refining the energy, Minato looked at Qing Yun with eyes alight. "Big brother, this Buddha smile you brewed is incredible. Just a sip saves me years of hard work. If we finish the whole jar, wouldn't we both have chakra to rival even elite jonin?" Qing Yun rolled his eyes and said, "You're being overly optimistic. This Buddha's laughing wine only works so spectacularly the first time you drink it. After that, even though it can still help you increase your chakra a bit, the effects are nowhere near as strong. Don't reach for what's out of your grasp. In the pursuit of cultivation, relying on yourself is the surest way. If you take too many shortcuts now, breaking through to higher realms in the future will become much harder. That's the main reason I always urge you to keep refining the chakra within you. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze's eyes immediately cleared. With renewed determination, he nodded firmly. All right, leave 2 jars of the wine and bury the rest in the ground. As time passes, the medicinal properties of the wine will only improve. Yun instructed, relieved to see that Minato had pulled himself together. Understood, big brother, Minato replied. At that moment, Minato's respect for Yun deepened even further. Trusting his words without hesitation, he placed the wine jars into the pit and began covering them with earth. Once everything was handled, Yun led Minato into the marketplace, where they bought 2 wine flasks and some food. With their supplies in hand, they returned to the Forest of Death to resume their training. As dawn broke the next morning, Nawaki and Kushina arrived with practiced ease at the edge of the Forest of Death. Spotting Yun and Minato training diligently, neither of them was surprised. They simply joined in, each training according to the methods Yun had shown them. During this time, Nawaki had already mastered tree climbing and water walking. Now, Yun was instructing him on speeding up his hand seals and honing his taijutsu skills. It's well known that in ninja battles, the speed at which one can weave hand seals often determines the outcome. As for taijutsu, it is vital for survival and adapting to the chaos of battle. Nawaki possessed outstanding talent for water release techniques, and as a descendant of the Senju clan, even though he hadn't awakened wood release, his immense chakra reserves made him a formidable artillery platform in his own right. Yun didn't teach Nawaki anything too complicated when it came to taijutsu. Instead, he passed on the basics of Tai Chi, ensuring that Nawaki could hold his own in close combat and buy time for reinforcements if needed. The focus remained firmly on building Nawaki's foundational skills. As for Kushina, Yun was teaching her the art of Lingbo Weibu, wave skimmer steps. Not only did Kushina have tremendous chakra within her, but her taijutsu was already impressive. With Uzumaki Mido to guide her, as long as Kushina trained steadily, her strength would grow on its own, leaving Yun free from worry. His main goal was to enhance Kushina's mobility. The Lingbo Weibu technique was perfect for someone with her raw power. It not only helped her evade attacks, but also gradually increased her stamina. It was an excellent fit. Over this period, under Yun's guidance, both Nawaki and Kushina had grown swiftly in strength. They had already reached the level of many chunin. As for Minato Namikaze, he has his own method of training. Before leaving, Jiraiya gave Minato a detailed training regimen, and now Minato simply follows it step by step. However, besides diligently carrying out Jiraiya's plan, Minato also finds time to practice his own version of the Lightfoot technique. In his mind, he's already devised a set of tactics for using this footwork to attack enemies. He's constantly refining these strategies. Meanwhile, Yun has not been idle during this stretch of time. Among the 4, he's made the fastest progress. The chakra reserves within his body now rival those of a seasoned jonin. With the combined power of his martial arts skills and a range of ninjutsu abilities, once Yun unleashes his full strength, even an ordinary jonin would find him a formidable opponent. Moreover, should Yun reveal his 3-tomo Sharingan, your average jonin wouldn't even have the chance to escape from him. The only regret is that Yun has hit a bottleneck while researching the nature transformation of fire style and lightning style. But once he breaks through, he'll be able to integrate ninjutsu into his martial arts techniques. Lately, the strength of all 4 of them has been improving at a rapid pace. And now, it's once again time for the Uchiha clan's biannual high-level gathering. At this moment, in the ancestral hall of the Uchiha compound, the current head of the Uchiha clan sits in the place of honor. Flanking him on both sides are elders of the Hawk and Dove factions, each group firmly on their side, and the room is thick with silence. Fugaku Uchiha has also been summoned by the clan leader and now stands before everyone, his face devoid of expression. Fugaku, did you really give it your all in your last battle with Yun? The Uchiha clan leader regarded Fugaku, standing serenely before the assembly, and asked with curiosity. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, Fugaku's face darkened as he nodded. Ever since his fight with Yun, Fugaku has thrown himself into intense training, hoping that one day, he'll have another chance to face Yun and redeem himself. Tell us all the details of that last fight. And remember, not a single detail can be left out. The clan leader's gaze sharpened as he addressed Fugaku. Fugaku clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened, but his face remained impassive as he began to recount the specifics of his battle with Yun. After describing the fight, he added grimly, his taijutsu is truly unpredictable. Not only can he unleash cutting waves of sword energy, but his footwork is astonishingly fast. The moment he activates it, multiple afterimages ripple across the field, Even my two-tomo Sharinon couldn't distinguish which was his true body. Fugaka paused, his expression growing graver. And his finger sword technique is incredibly powerful. It pierced straight through my shadow clone before it could even react. This is merely a sword aura formed purely from condensed chakra. If he were to incorporate various ninjutsu into it, the power might rival that of an ordinary A-rank technique. At that, the Uchiha clan head and the elders all grew somber and serious. After a long silence, the Uchiha Grand Elder finally spoke in a slow, measured voice. Fugaku, what do you think that young Qingyun's attitude is toward our Uchiha clan? Is there any possibility that we could persuade him to return to the family? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and replied, Father, I've told you before, Qingyun feels nothing for the Uchiha clan. Over this period, I've learned a bit about his past as well. I'm sure both you and the clan head are aware of his history. To have grown up in such circumstances and not resent the Uchiha is already remarkable. Expecting him to willingly come back is, in all honesty, next to impossible. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku hesitated, glancing around at the elders and the clan head with their varying expressions, before continuing. Moreover, Hokage has always held Qingyun in high regard. Now that he's become Tsunade's apprentice, I fear he's wholly aligned himself with the Hokage's faction. Even if he did return to the clan, his loyalty would remain with the Hokage rather than with us. Humph, if that's the case, then send someone to eliminate him, declared the second elder, his voice sharp and forceful. Always a hawk, he'd long disapproved of Qingyun leaving the clan. Slapping the table in fury, he roared out his judgment. No, not only is Qingyun one of our own, but we owe him an immense debt. We should seek to make it right and win him back through genuine sincerity. Only then do we have any hope of reclaiming such a talent, countered the fourth elder firmly as soon as the second elder's words were out of his mouth. With those two opposing stances voiced, the Hawk and Dove factions immediately fell into a heated quarrel. Only the clan head and the Grand Elder remained silent, their brows furrowed as they fell deep into thought. Time dragged on before finally the Grand Elder struck the table, his voice ringing out with authority. Enough! What sort of behavior is this? With all this bickering. The moment the Grand Elder spoke, both the Hawk and Dove sides fell quiet, all eyes turning to the clan head as everyone waited for his decision. Seeing the room settle, the Uchiha clan head looked to the Grand Elder and asked, Grand Elder, what do you believe we should do about Qingyun? The Grand Elder gazed around thoughtfully before responding in a measured tone. I advise we keep trying to win him over. Qingyun, at such a young age, has already created several of his own taijutsu techniques. Even if, for now, they are merely strange or inventive, not yet overwhelmingly powerful. But none of you seem to have considered his age. He is just 9 years old, yet can already develop taijutsu with the destructive force of C or B-rank ninjutsu. What will he create as he grows older? Might he not develop even greater techniques, surpassing anything we've seen? With a genius like this, wouldn't it be a true loss for the Uchiha if we were to let him go? But that Qingyun doesn't have a good impression of our Uchiha clan. How are we supposed to win him over? The second elder looked at the great elder, his face full of doubt, and asked him. He's still very young, his thinking isn't mature, and he doesn't see things clearly yet. Besides, the clan truly owes him. Because of our people's indifference, we've hurt the heart of a gifted youngster. This should be a wake-up call for us. From now on, I ask everyone to strictly discipline our clansmen. We absolutely cannot allow anything like this to happen again. As for Qingyun, have a young woman from our clan transfer to Qingyun's class. Hopefully, she can win his trust and influence him. On top of that, shift some resources in the clan to support Qingyun and allow him access to some of our jutsu. Clan leader, what do you think of this plan? After laying out his solution, the great elder turned to the clan leader. After all, only the Uchiha clan leader could truly make a final decision. Though the great elder held considerable authority, he still had to respect the clan leader's position. The Uchiha clan leader pondered for a while before nodding. Let's do as the great elder suggests. What if Qingyun refuses? Now that the clan leader had agreed, the second elder had little else to say, but pressed on with another question. In that case, we'll kill him. He's under Aruzen Sarutobi's protection in Konoha for now, but eventually he'll graduate. When he leaves the village on a mission, we'll arrange for someone to eliminate him. We cannot allow someone hostile to the clan to grow stronger, especially one with so much talent. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in the great elder's eyes as he replied in a cold tone. Father, you can't. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but blurt out when he heard his father's words. The great elder frowned at that, for Uchiha Fugaku was the son he pinned all his hopes on. He wanted to shape him into the next head of the Uchiha. He would not stand for Fugaku showing such softness. Why? Give your reasons. If they can't convince us, you'll face the clan's punishment. Don't forget where you are. The great elder's brows furrowed tightly as he looked sternly at Fugaku, his voice cold as steel. At those words, Fugaku shuddered. The punishments of the Uchiha clan were not easy to bear. The last person, Uchiha Ichigo, was still bedridden after a month of recovery. Even so, as his father spoke, a sudden sense of dread rose in Fugaku's heart. Having spent time with Qin-yun, Fugaku understood him somewhat. His father's methods might work on others, but Qin-yun, recalling the last words Qin-yun said to him that day, and seeing the icy coldness in Qin-yun's eyes, a coldness that seemed unhuman, Fugaku Uchiha understood that Qin-yun was thoroughly content with his current life, and more importantly, bore no ill toward the Uchiha clan. However, if the clan ever tried to send someone to kill him, things could go awry. If they succeeded, all would be well, but if Qin-yun managed to escape, the Uchiha would have to bear his endless revenge. Just imagining the consequences of offending a genius like Qin-yun and having to deal with his relentless harassment in the future gave Fugaku a foreboding sense of dread. His instincts screamed at him that they could not afford to make Qin-yun an irreconcilable enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrifying. Fugaku voiced his concerns, taking particular care to emphasize Qin-yun's temperament. The elder and the clan had exchanged glances. Then the Uchiha clan leader spoke. Let's put this matter aside for now. Our focus should be on drawing him in. Whatever happens in the future, we'll deal with it then. Elder, don't blame Fugaku for this. He does everything for the sake of our clan's future. Aren't you going to thank the clan leader for his generosity? Taking the hint, the elder relented, speaking in a calm tone to Fugaku. Thank you, clan leader, for your mercy. Fugaku bowed and offered his thanks to the clan head. With a wave of his hand, the Uchiha clan leader signaled Fugaku to rise. By my calculations, Fugaku, you'll be graduating next year, won't you? After graduating, do you plan to join the police force, or will you form your own squad to take on missions? Looking at Fugaku with obvious satisfaction, the clan leader was truly pleased. Among all the younger generation, Fugaku was the most talented member, superior in both character and strength. With a broad smile, he asked the question. I intend to form a team first and take on missions to gain experience. Once I'm seasoned, I'll return to the police force. Unfazed and self-assured, Fugaku stated his plan. Excellent. Very mature thinking. Do as you see fit. Looking at Fugaku's poised demeanor, the clan leader nodded approvingly. Thank you for your praise, clan leader. Fugaku offered his thanks in a calm tone. Qin-yun, meanwhile, knew nothing of the Uchiha clan's inner deliberations. Even if he did, he would likely just smile and let it pass, never giving it any real concern. Every day, he continued to lead Kushina, Nawaki, and Minato Namikaze in their rigorous training. When they weren't training, they went hunting, strolled the streets, and delighted in the many delicacies that the hidden leaf village had to offer. Qin-yun, tomorrow's the first day of school. Time really flies. I can't bear for this to end. With one swift bite, Kushina finished a tricolor dango, her cheeks full as she mumbled while gazing at Qin-yun. Hearing this, Qin-yun offered a gentle smile. If you live like this for too long, you'd find it boring after a while. School has its benefits, too. Think of it as a little change of pace in life. But after the new term starts, I won't be able to see you at school anymore. Kushina pouted, looking at Qin-yun with an unhappy expression. Since Qin-yun had followed Tsunade to the ninja hospital, he rarely showed up at the ninja academy. Most days, he was either busy at the hospital or training at his place in the Forest of Death. Kushina could hardly ever catch a glimpse of him at school. What made it worse was that even though Qin-yun hardly attended classes, he always came in first during theoretical exams. Infuriatingly so. As for practical exams, there was simply no comparison. Kushina couldn't think of anyone at the ninja academy who could hold their own against him. In fact, not just at school. Even among those Chunin or Genin who had graduated years ago, nobody could stand a chance. Qin-yun was momentarily startled by Kushina's words. He glanced at her delicate face, then darted a look at Minato Namikaze, who stood off to the side, seemingly unbothered and enjoying his tricolored dango. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling crept into Qin-yun's heart. Could Kushina possibly have feelings for me? No, that can't be. Kushina is supposed to be Minato's future wife. If she liked me, wouldn't that mean Naruto, the fated savior, wouldn't even be born? Qin-yun looked at Kushina with a strange, uncertain expression, watching her as she gazed at him in a way that felt almost doting. His look made Kushina blush, the color rising hotly on her cheeks. Recovering her feisty spirit, she gave Qin-yun a fierce thump on the forehead. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you going to answer my question? Jolted back to his senses by the knock, Qin-yun shot Kushina a machinoid glance while rubbing his forehead. I'll come back to the academy when I have time. After all, Training is about a balance between work and rest. Only then can you make rapid progress. That way, I won't get stuck on a bottleneck for too long and risk problems with my state of mind. Training is also about tempering the heart. Since coming to this world, Qingyun had gradually grown from a clueless novice to someone who had achieved the fundamentals of martial arts. The techniques and skills he'd acquired had not only given him great strength, but also brought him many insights. He recalled how, when he first awakened his Sharingan, he endured 3 years of constant scorn and ridicule from his clansmen. For a long time, his heart brimmed with violent urges. There were many moments Qingyun nearly lost control, tempted to use his Sharingan to silence those who taunted him permanently. Fortunately, Qingyun's will was strong enough to suppress these dark impulses. That was the main reason he'd seemed so aloof before. But as his internal energy advanced, and with the Sharingan drawing in more and more natural energy, those violent emotions had faded. The power of nature had nourished and steadied him. More than that, the companionship of Minato, Kushina, and Iwaki had soothed his loneliness, allowing him to progress rapidly in his training these days. After hearing Qingyun's words, Kushina could only nod, the joy she'd felt earlier slipping away, replaced by a quiet, lingering disappointment. Qingyun noticed Kushina's gloomy mood and let out a helpless smile. "All right, no more training today. The 3 of us are yours to command. Whatever you say goes." "Really? You said it yourself. No backing out." Kushina's face lit up immediately at Qingyun's words. She skipped over to him, beaming with excitement. Qingyun stared at Kushina in disbelief, unable to process how swiftly she switched moods. Her sudden transformation completely caught him off guard. He couldn't help but suspect that maybe Kushina had been faking her sadness all along, just to set him up. Even so, as a man, his promise was as solid as steel. His word, once given, could not be taken back. He could only nod in resigned acceptance. "Yay, let's go shopping now, and none of you are allowed to chicken out. If anyone tries to run, you'd better watch out." With a triumphant cheer, Kushina pumped her small fists in the air, brandishing them in mock threat at the 3 boys. "B brother, this was your idea. It's got nothing to do with us. I really don't want to go. I was just going to train with Minato. You deal with Kushina yourself, big brother." Minato, Namikaze, and Iwaki wavered as they spoke, their legs trembling like leaves. To them, trailing after Kushina on a shopping spree sounded more terrifying than any peril they'd known. Qingyun rolled his eyes. "Sure, maybe it was my idea, but aren't we brothers? Brothers share both fortune and hardship. No one's getting out of this today. If you try, well, you'll see what happens." He left the threat hanging in the air, shooting them a cold, menacing glance. The intensity of Qingyun's look made both boys shudder. Weighing the agony of following Kushina around town against the alternative, one of Qingyun's infamous punishments, they immediately chose the lesser evil. After all, earning Kushina's ire meant maybe a good punching or two, but crossing Qingyun? He'd beat you up, heal you with his medical ninjutsu, and then start all over again until his anger faded. Seeing them both nod, Qingyun gave a satisfied nod in return, though his own face now wore an expression of someone headed for the gallows, resigned to his fate. With everyone finally in agreement, Kushina bounced happily to the front, leading the way. Qingyun and the other 2 followed, sluggishly behind, out of energy and reluctant. Kushina strutted through Konoha's busy market streets with her trio of bodyguards in tow. She browsed here and there, admiring clothes, glancing at toys, without buying a single thing. The shopkeepers shot them daggers with their eyes, but Kushina seemed blissfully unaware, intent on her window shopping spree. The 3 boys, meanwhile, trailed after her in cold sweats, not daring to glance back at the withering glares behind them. It wasn't until dusk settled softly over the village that Kushina, finally tired, led them to the familiar warmth of Ichiraku ramen and took a seat. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 of them silently vowed in their hearts that they would never go shopping with a girl again. It was simply too terrifying. "Boss, 1 bowl of original ramen, please," Kushina said as she took a seat, waving her hand at the owner. "Young lady, I'm not the boss. I'm just an apprentice at this shop. My name is Ichiraku. I'll do my best to make the ramen you want," the young man replied with a friendly smile, his small eyes crinkling as he stepped up to their table. "Ichiraku?" Qingyun was startled when he heard the young man introduce himself. Could this be the legendary Otsutsuki Ichiraku, the famed owner of Ichiraku Ramen, who managed to keep his shop standing no matter how many times Konoha was destroyed? Qingyun scrutinized Ichiraku carefully, searching for something unusual. But after a long look, he found nothing out of the ordinary, just an ordinary young man. "Little guy, if you keep staring at me like this, I'll get embarrassed, you know," Ichiraku teased with a smile, having noticed Qingyun's gaze. Jolted by Ichiraku's remark, Chin-yun laughed awkwardly. I'll have miso ramen, please. Thank you. Minato, Namikaze, and Nawaki, hearing Chin-yun place his order, chimed in with their own favorites. Ichiraku noted down each order and then turned away to start preparing noodles for the four of them. It wasn't long before 4 steaming bowls of ramen were ready. Chin-yun looked down at his bowl. The noodles as thin and fine as dragon's whiskers, swimming in a fragrant, rich broth, topped with just a sprinkle of chopped green onions. The dish looked simply exquisite. Itadakamasu, Minato, Nawaki, and Kushina pressed their palms together and called out in unison, then turned their gazes expectantly toward Chin-yun. Chin-yun had just begun eating, and, feeling their eyes on him, a cold sweat slid down his brow. He swallowed his mouthful and gave them a puzzled look. Why aren't you eating? If you wait too long, the noodles won't taste as good when they cool. We eat together all the time, and you've never done this before. What's going on today? Seriously, Chin-yun, you have no respect for ramen at all. Ramen deserves a sense of ceremony, you know? Kushina scolded him. That's right. Minato and Nawaki both nodded emphatically. Chin-yun rolled his eyes at their words and ignored them, bowing his head to continue eating. A sense of ceremony? Would that really make the ramen more delicious? He doubted it. Such a delicacy should be enjoyed while it's hot. Even if you're late by just a moment, the taste changes, doesn't it? With every bite, savory flavors exploded on his palate, stimulating Chin-yun's appetite until he devoured his bowl in no time at all. Seeing that Chin-yun wasn't interested in their ceremony, the other 3 could only shake their heads with resignation before quickly digging into their own noodles. Soon enough, everyone had finished. After Kushina settled the bill, she grabbed Chin-yun excitedly. Come on, let's go check out the night market. You can't be serious. The despairing cry of the 3 from Chin-yun echoed around Irmu Ramen Shop, drawing curious glances from passersby on all sides. By the time Chin-yun and Minato Namikaze returned to their lodgings in the Forest of Death, it was already late at night. The 2 of them looked utterly drained, with vacant eyes and not a trace of energy left for training. They collapsed onto their beds, as if they hadn't slept in centuries, and drifted off the moment their heads touched the pillows. Accompanying a woman on a shopping trip is truly a terrifying ordeal. Just recalling the shopkeeper's sharp, blade-like gazes slicing in his back made Chin-yun long to flee that place as quickly as possible. That night passed without further incident. When morning arrived, both Chin-yun and Minato woke refreshed and clear-headed. After a round of Tai Chi to limber up, they began preparing lunch. Today was the first day of school. Of course, Chin-yun felt compelled to show respect for Irika Yumino and his invitation. He feared that if he skipped the opening day, Irika might storm over, sword in hand. Even if Irika wasn't quite his match. With the meal ready, Chin-yun and Minato Namikaze walked side by side into the ninja academy. Along the way, groups of parents and their children could be heard exchanging earnest reminders and advice. It was clear that another year's new students were arriving today, and before long, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself would surely take the stage to deliver his legendary words of wisdom. Ignoring the commotion around them, Chin-yun and Minato headed straight to their classroom. As usual, they took seats by the window. Chin-yun turned to gaze absently out at the sky, lost in thought. Good morning, class. I'm happy to see you all again. Judging by your spirits, it seems everyone enjoyed the holiday. Now, then, we have a transfer student joining our class today. Let's give her a warm round of applause. With that, Irika called out toward the door. In response, someone outside stepped into the classroom and took her place at the front, smiling graciously at everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Makoto Uchiha. I love eating tricolor dango, and I'm not a fan of anything bitter. My dream is for my family, and I'd always be happy together. I'm delighted to become classmates with all of you. As soon as Chin-yun saw the girl in the Uchiha clan's traditional clothing step inside, his mind raced, instantly grasping the Uchiha clan's intentions. He gave a cold, inward laugh, then turned away, unwilling to look at the girl on the podium any longer. Yet, after hearing her introduction, Chin-yun couldn't help but jerk his head up to study her closely. This girl's gentle expression and soft voice were nothing like the usual demeanor of those from the Uchiha clan. His pupils narrowed ever so slightly. Makoto Uchiha, wife of Fugako Uchiha, the future mother of Itachi and Sasuke. The Uchiha are really pulling out all the stops. Aren't they afraid that if I steal Makoto away, their model son and prodigal son might never be born? Even if heir Juzi possesses Indra's reincarnated chakra and is destined to awaken, what about the other devoted son? If this great filial child isn't born in this era, I'm afraid the reincarnation of Indra will have to endure a long period of cultivation before unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina had been watching Chin-yun attentively. When Chin-yun suddenly turned his head to look at Makoto Uchiha, his face revealing a peculiar expression. Kushina instantly pouted, her eyes blazing with jealousy as she glared at him. At that very moment, a touch of hostility sprang up in her heart toward this girl she had never even met. Shinya noticed someone staring at him. Turning his gaze, he immediately saw Kushina shooting him that fiery look, which stunned him for a moment. Then he felt amused inside, shook his head, and whispered, "I'm merely curious that the Uchiha were willing to go to such great lengths to arrange for a genius to get close to me. Nothing more." Recalling the information about Mikoto Uchiha, she was the youngest daughter of the fourth elder in the Uchiha clan, clever and lively since childhood, adored by her father, and the dream girl for many of her generation within the Uchiha family. Upon hearing Qingyun's explanation, Kushina felt secretly delighted, though she managed only a cold snort on the surface. "You can like whoever you want. Why are you even explaining it to me?" Qingyun, seeing right through Kushina's stubborn denial, could only shake his head and laugh softly in spite of himself. Deep within, Qingyun harbored the soul of an adult. He was perfectly aware of the recent changes in Kushina's attitude, but honestly, they were both still so young. Even if their feelings became clear, what would really change? They would only continue spending their days training and playing together, perhaps a little closer than before, but nothing more. Besides, Qingyun was still unsure whether Kushina's feelings toward him stemmed from gratefulness for having been saved by him that time, or whether she truly liked him. If it were the former, Qingyun didn't want to accept it. If it were the latter, then he would simply let things take their natural course. Ultimately, Qingyun's greatest goal was to find his way home. Though he didn't know if that goal was even achievable, he was determined to dedicate his life to trying. When that day came, could he take Kushina with him if he left? He didn't know, and that was one of the main reasons he seldom thought about romance. He had never gone around flirting with girls at random. If Qingyun wanted to, with his past life experiences roaming the wild world of the internet and the maturity of his adult soul, let alone these little schoolgirls, even someone like Tsunade would be within reach for him. But he simply chose not to. After Mikoto Uchiha finished her introduction, her eyes remained fixed on Qingyun. Before coming here, her father had personally told her what her mission was, to win Qingyun over to the family side. She simply could not understand what exactly it was about Qingyun that had made the clan so eager to send her into the ninja academy, to become a registered ninja in the Hidden Leaf, all for the sake of drawing him in. Regarding the tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan, the clever Mikoto Uchiha had long understood the underlying reasons. It was precisely because of this that she was deeply curious about how Qingyun had managed to achieve what he had. However, after explaining a little to Kushina, Qingyun simply turned to gaze out the window, as if there was something fascinating beyond the glass. Seeing this, Mikoto suppressed her urge to speak with Qingyun immediately and walked over to where Kushina was sitting. She could tell that Qingyun and Kushina shared a close bond. She had observed their earlier conversation and, being quick-witted, instantly figured out the best approach. If you want to deal with someone who keeps their guard up, the smartest way is to work from within. She intended to become friends with Kushina. "Hello, may I sit here?" Mikoto approached Kushina with a gentle smile. Kushina's first instinct was to refuse, but when she saw Mikoto's warm expression, the words got stuck in her throat. She simply nodded slightly, her reply calm. "Thank you. My name is Mikoto Uchiha. And you?" As she spoke, Mikoto kept her eyes fixed on Kushina, though she glanced fleetingly at Qingyun from the corner of her eye. "I am Kushina Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you." Kushina returned the smile and introduced herself, but that was all. She pointedly ignored the hesitant Minato sitting nearby, as well as Qingyun, who seemed preoccupied with other thoughts. Mikoto didn't mind that Kushina hadn't introduced Minato or Qingyun. Instead, she offered her hand to Kushina for a friendly gesture, and soon, the two girls were whispering to each other as if sharing secrets. Although Qingyun seemed lost in thought and not focused on their conversation, he couldn't help but note inwardly, women, no matter their age, they can be so unpredictable. Just moments ago, there was clear hostility, and now they're chatting like old friends. Paying no heed to the two, Qingyun kept staring out of the window, his mind wandering aimlessly. He had already mastered everything taught at the Ninja Academy. Whether he listened in class or not made no difference. Had it not been for today being the first day, he wouldn't even have bothered to show up. At long last, the bell rang for the end of class. Qingyun greeted Kushina and Minato, paid no mind to the look Mikoto sent his way, and picked up his lunchbox to head outside. Just as he was preparing to eat, three figures blocked his path. Qingyun looked up to see Fugaku Uchiha, Yunko Uchiha, and Yunshan Uchiha standing before him. "Is there something you want? Or are you looking for a fight?" Qingyun frowned slightly, but his expression remained calm as he faced Fugaku, who was leading the group. "Don't misunderstand me," Fugaku replied. "I'm here for two reasons. First, I brought Yunko and Yunshan Uchiha to apologize to you. We're very sorry for the trouble they caused you earlier, and I hope you can forgive them. Uchiha Fugaku saw the aura gathering around Qingyun and quickly interjected. Qingyun paused at his words, then withdrew the energy he'd been channeling. He glanced coolly at the Uchiha brothers, Yungang and Yunshan, and said with composure, "There's no need for apologies. As long as the two of them stop courting trouble, I won't target them. Are we done here? If so, please step aside and let me eat in peace." Wait, Qingyun, there's one more thing I need to ask of you. Mikoto is a gentle soul, and I suspect you already know why she's here, given your intelligence. She is only doing this out of obligation, under orders. Please, don't be angry with her. If she ever does anything wrong, I hope you'll come to me instead. Don't make things difficult for Mikoto. Fugaku, seeing Qingyun about to leave, grew anxious and finally blurted out the true reason for his visit. Qingyun paused mid-step, didn't turn around, and replied evenly, "As long as she doesn't cross my bottom line, I will leave her be. You worry too much." With that, he walked straight into the shade without looking back, opened his lunchbox, and began eating with gusto. As Qingyun ate in silence, back on the Rain Country battlefield, at the temporary Konoha outpost, the three legendary Sanin had convened. At the head sat a young man with striking white hair, keen eyes like a hawk, rugged features, and a short blade at his waist. "How are the battles on all fronts?" The young man addressed Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Dan Kato, seeking their reports. The Wagakure is keeping quiet for now, still holed up in their stronghold. It looks like they're planning to wait until we and Sunagakure wear each other out before making their move. Sunagakure's offensive has slowed down. All the poisons Shio concocted have been neutralized by me. She's probably brewing up something new as we speak, preparing for a major assault on our front lines. Tsunade and Jiraiya took turns sharing the intelligence from their respective battlefields before stepping back. All the sand ninjas sent to harass our supply lines have been eliminated, Orochimaru said with a sly smile, recounting his achievements. And all the Iwagakure shinobi harassing our rear have been dealt with as well. The back lines are stable at the moment. Dan Kato added, refusing to be outdone. The white-haired youth nodded his satisfaction upon hearing the reports. "Very well, Tsunade, you three can go and get some rest. You've worked hard lately. Dan Kato, you'll be in charge of Jiraiya's sector. Keep a sharp eye on Iwagakure. I'll be personally overseeing the Sunagakure front to guard against any sudden attacks." After some thought, the young man gave his orders to the Sanin. "Tsukumo-senpai, even if Chiyo has withdrawn to research her poisons, there are still 3 powerful shinobi in their camp. Elder Ebizo, Chiyo's son, and her daughter-in-law. Are you sure you can handle them alone?" Tsunade looked worriedly at the young man before her and shared her information with him. "Don't worry. I've already come up with a way to deal with Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. If they dare show themselves, I'll cut them down with this white fang short blade of mine. Then they'll understand that the white fang of the leaf is no empty legend." The young man was none other than the famed white fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, one day to become the half-sleeved Hokage, and before Minato Namikaze's era, the only ninja honored with the right to abort any mission without penalty upon encounter. He was a legendary Tsukumo Hatake. Seeing Tsukumo's confident expression, Tsunade could only suppress the unease in her heart. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she glanced over at Dan Kato. "Dan, would you like me to stay and keep you company?" Jiraiya, upon hearing Tsunade's words, stood sadly to the side, his face complicated as he gazed at Dan. Don smiled gently, caressing Tsunade's cheek. "Tsunade, don't you know my strength by now? Unless the third Tsuchikage comes himself, how could those riffraff from Iwagakure ever hope to handle me? Go home and rest for a bit. You haven't seen your family in so long. You must miss them terribly." Feeling Dan's gentle touch on her face in front of so many people, Tsunade's cheeks flushed pink. Hearing his words, her heart warmed, and she nodded almost before she knew it. Seeing this softer, vulnerable side of Tsunade melted Jiraiya's heart, but unfortunately, this moment wasn't meant for him. As for Orochimaru, he eyed Tsunade and Dan's lingering farewell with some impatience. Such sentimental dragging on was hardly typical of Tsunade's usual style. "All right, Tsunade, Dan's strength speaks for itself. His spirit transformation technique is nearly impossible to counter, and there's no one among the IWA shinobi who poses a threat to him right now. You have nothing to worry about. Tsukumo-senpai, the 3 of us will escort the wounded back to recover. If there's any news, you can use this snake to send word. Once we get your message, we'll rush back to the front as soon as possible." With those words, he summoned a communication snake and handed it to Tsukumo. Tsukumo accepted the snake Orochimaru offered him and nodded. "Understood. If anything comes up, I'll have the snake contact you. You all be careful on your way back." "Got it, Tsukumo-senpai." "Dan, We'll take our leave now. Tsunade, let's go. After offering hasty farewells, Orochimaru turned to Tsunade, who seemed reluctant to part. Tsunade rolled her eyes at his bluntness. This cold-blooded snake never did care for atmosphere. Still, since Orochimaru had spoken, she felt embarrassed to linger any longer. She gave Dan a small nod before turning to leave with Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, seeing Tsunade and Dan finally separate, he felt a surge of joy and hurried eagerly after Tsunade as they left the tent behind. On the other side, Qingyun, unaware that the three shinobi would soon return, finished his meal and leaned against a tree, closing his eyes to rest while pondering the next steps in his training plan. Currently, all of Qingyun's martial arts skills had reached mastery. As for internal energy, that was a matter requiring slow, continuous cultivation. There was no way to rush it. Unless he chanced upon certain rare pills that could boost his internal strength, it was unrealistic to expect a rapid breakthrough. As for ninjutsu, after quickly practicing the numerous sirang techniques he had exchanged with Orochimaru, Qingyun did not bother to study them in depth. Instead, he focused his attention on the Great Fireball, Flame Bullet, Phoenix Sage Fire, Lightning Release, Ground Walk, and Lightning Binding techniques. He resolved to specialize in these for now. Though all, except for the Flame Bullet, were just C rank, Qingyun believed that by mastering their elemental and form transformations and refining them further, he could make their power rival that of a ranked jutsu. Time slipped by as Qingyun, eyes closed, contemplated the nature of elemental changes, until finally evening came and school let out. In a flash he was gone, leaving behind a quick message. Minato, handle dinner yourself, just save me a portion. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, Nawaki, and Mikoto Uchiha were all taken aback by his sudden departure, unable to fathom what could be so urgent for him. Meanwhile, Qingyun employed his exquisite light step technique and came to a halt by the riverbank. His internal energy surging, he quickly formed a flurry of hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball burst from Qingyun's lips, striking the river's surface. The intense heat brought the water to a roiling boil, but once the fireball lost the support of his internal energy, the churning waters soon returned to calm. What, after all, is fire? Over and over, Qingyun released bursts of fireballs from his mouth, each time pondering the very essence of fire as he performed the jutsu. Fire embodies light and heat, he mused. If I keep compressing this fire, what would happen? Muttering to himself, Qingyun quickly put his theory into practice. He continuously refined his internal energy and channeled it through the pathway of the Great Fireball technique. The energy coursed through several of his body's meridians, until at last his channels felt a searing sensation. With a sudden burst, Qingyun unleashed the Great Fireball again. This time, a much smaller fireball about the size of basketball shot forth. Though this fireball was many times smaller than before, its heat was several times more intense. The original crimson flame now glowed with alternating strips of red and white. With a thunderous detonation, the ball struck the river. Water erupted skyward, forming a great steaming crater. The fierce heat of the fireball and the chill of the river water clashed violently, generating thick, white steam that swiftly blanketed the area for nearly a mile around. Qingyun paid no mind to the fog. His gaze remained locked on the place where the fireball had landed, lost in thought. The simplest property of fire is heat, and when heat reaches its peak, it becomes explosive. Ordinary fire is fueled by combustible material. The Great Fireball technique, by contrast, burns with inner strength. What would happen if my inner energy were to flow through the six-meridian divine sword and continually charge the fireball? Would the flame persist, only fading away gradually after I sever the internal connection? Qingyun's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he channeled and refined his energy, compressing it over and over again. This time, he didn't unleash the Great Fireball jutsu through his mouth. Instead, he let the inner force circulate along the pathways of the fireball technique, transforming it into a white flame. Suddenly, he directed this power toward his right thumb, letting it surge along the tying liver meridian. Raising his right thumb, Qingyun released a finger sword radiating with brilliant white light, aiming it at the surface of the river. As soon as the finger sword shot forth, a razor-sharp, searing aura seemed to ignite the very air. The instant the white sword touched the water, the river erupted violently, sending water surging high into the air, crashing down in twin waterfalls. But that wasn't all. The broad expanse of the river appeared to shrink as if stripped of a layer, while thick, white mist billowed upward on all sides. The surface of the water was burning at an astonishing rate. Only when his energy nearly ran dry did Qingyun slowly sever his link to the Shaoshang sword. Once the connection was cut, the finger sword gradually dissipated. By then, The river's surface had dropped by at least 10 centimeters since Qingyun arrived. 10 centimeters might sound insignificant, but given the river's width, even that much represented several tons of water. Qingyun, too amazed to even think about recovering his strength, stood there staring at the aftermath, dumbfounded. If this struck a person, wouldn't they be instantly vaporized? It seems I've stumbled upon something incredible. And this white flame, it's probably every bit as scorching as Amaterasu. Gazing at the river in a daze, Qingyun whispered to himself, "The power of this is at least on par with an A-rank ninjutsu. I never imagined that developing elemental transformations and fusing them with martial arts could produce such overwhelming might. If I could combine all 5 elements, what sort of astonishing changes would take place then? Could I reach the fabled Kekkei Mora?" The thought sent a surge of excitement through him. He could hardly wait for the day he mastered all 5 elemental transformations and their forms, blending them with different martial techniques, a power that by then might be capable of shaking heaven and earth. It took a long while before Qingyun managed to steady his racing heart. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to recover his strength, reflecting on the way he'd circulated his energy and turned it into fire inside his body moments before. Earlier, consumed by excitement at witnessing the force of the 6 Meridian Divine Sword fused with fire, Qingyun hadn't spared any thought for the details. Now, with his mind clear again, he began to discern a crucial flaw in this technique. The greatest shortcoming was its sheer slowness. The process from channeling his energy into fire to condensing and compressing it until it transformed took far too long. There was simply no way this could be used in real combat. Over and over, Qingyun recalled the feeling of using combat ninjutsu as a shinobi. Elemental ninja techniques work differently. Unlike what happened with Qingyun, such issues would never arise. All sorts of jutsu are activated by forming hand seals, channeling chakra along precise pathways, and unleashing the power from the mouth. Alternatively, there's the Rasengan and Chidori that Minato, Namikaze, and Kakashi would later develop, techniques that don't require hand seals. These methods gather and stabilize elemental chakra at the user's surface before being unleashed in an instant. After recovering his internal energy, Qingyun did not get up. He sat where he was, frowning, propping up his head and pondering a solution. Since ninjutsu works by guiding chakra through internal channels, transforming it into different elemental techniques, could I, by dispersing my internal force along the meridians representing the elements, skip the need for elemental transformation altogether? As soon as this idea struck, Qingyun acted right away. He began circulating his Jiang internal energy, spreading chakra into the 5 meridians that represented the 5 elements, letting it flow quietly. Time passed. Gradually, the 5 strands of internal energy took on different colors, signifying that, nurtured by the meridians, each now bore its own elemental attribute. Seeing this, Qingyun immediately focused on the strand corresponding to fire, compressing and gathering it again and again. He gathered this power into the Tianlong meridian of his right hand. A sharp, blazing blast shot from the tip of Qingyun's right thumb. A deafening explosion ripped through the air. Minato, Namikaze, Kushina, and Nawaki, who had come looking for Qingyun, were left frozen in their tracks. Startled, they stared wide-eyed at Qingyun, now shrouded in thick white mist, their mouths agape in utter disbelief. A steaming rain fell around Qingyun, hissing against his skin, but he seemed not to notice at all. Instead, he gazed in delighted astonishment at the destruction he had wrought. The power of this technique had not faded in the slightest. In fact, it had grown even stronger. What's more, its speed was at least 10 times greater than before. This time, since Qingyun hadn't maintained a link of his internal force to the sword energy after it left his body, his energy was only partially consumed. Wasting no time, he repeatedly gathered and compressed his fire-based internal energy, casting the 6 veins divine sword again and again. Blast after blast echoed across the area, leaving chaos in their wake. Countless fish floated up, killed by Qingyun's relentless attacks. Qingyun continued until over half his internal energy was spent, and the Jiang force within him began to churn uncontrollably. Only then did he stop. Jiang divine skill had its drawbacks. Unless fully mastered, overusing its power could cause the energy to run rampant. If that happened and a master wasn't present to suppress it, the consequences could be dire, ranging from shattered meridians to sudden death. Deeply aware of this weakness, Qingyun always stopped after using half his internal strength, never daring to exceed that limit. Now, feeling his internal energy roiling, Qingyun wasted no time. He sat down cross-legged, calming his Jiang force and drawing upon the natural energy of the world to restore his strength. After a long while, Minato, Namikaze, Kushina, and Nawaki finally snapped out of their daze. They stared at Qin Yun, whose figure was half shrouded in mist, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Nawaki stammered, Minato, is that really big brother? It should be, right? Kushina, what do you think? Minato swallowed hard, shock written all over his face as he looked at Qin Yun. Could it be that Qin Yun's been possessed by some ancient monster? Kushina turned her head stiffly and asked Minato, her tone mechanical, as if in disbelief. What are you all standing around for? Having recovered his energy, Qin Yun opened his eyes and found the three of them frozen in place, their eyes vacant. He called out, snapping them back to reality. Whoa, big brother, it's really you, isn't it? Kushina just said you were possessed by some old monster. Quick, tell me, where did we first meet? Jolted awake by Qin Yun's voice, Nawaki cried out as he rushed over to Qin Yun's side, his words tumbling out in a babble. Hearing Nawaki's accusation, Qin Yun felt his forehead twitch. Possessed by some ancient fiend. Huh? The whole lot of you must be possessed. TCH, all I did was whip up a mighty technique. Is that really such a shock? If I were really possessed by an ancient monster, you'd be the first one I'd silence. Qin Yun fixed Nawaki with a dark, pointed stare, his gaze as cold and deep as water. Nawaki blinked, taken aback. Meeting Qin Yun's ominous look, he squeaked in terror and scuttled behind Kushina for safety. Watching this clownish display, Qin Yun could do nothing but sigh in exasperation. Some things never change. Nawaki really was a piece of work, so thick-headed, just like Naruto in some ways. All right, enough already. I just invented a new technique, drawing on the 6 Meridian sword. I never expected it to be so powerful myself. Minato, have you started practicing wind nature transformation yet? Qin Yun brushed off the levity and turned to Minato with a more serious tone. Minato shook his head. Not yet. I need to wait until Jiraiya-sensei comes back to teach me. For now, I'm doing self-study. The first time we sparred, you already touched upon wind nature transformation. Otherwise, your speed wouldn't have caught me off guard like it did. Take some time to reflect on that battle. It'll help you master wind nature change. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun shook his head. Who knows when Jiraiya will return anyway? Waiting until then will just waste valuable time and slow your progress. Understood, big brother. Minato nodded earnestly. He knew Qin Yun would never lead him astray. Shengshu, the same goes for you. As for the water element, I haven't dabbled in it yet, so you need to explore it on your own. You've already mastered all your foundational skills quite well. Now it's time to focus on improving your agility and your physical techniques. And another thing, sharpen your observation skills. Don't just charge in blindly at every situation that pops up, or you might end up not even knowing how you died. Qin Yun gave Shengshu a solemn look as he offered this advice. After a brief pause, Qin Yun, still uneasy, emphasized it again. Especially when you step on the battlefield in the future, never approach a corpse, whether friend or foe, without caution. The enemy loves to set traps on bodies. Whenever you come across a situation like this, always watch closely first. Only move in to retrieve the body after confirming that it's safe. Do you understand? Over this period of time spent together, Shengshu's naive, straightforward nature had brought Qin Yun quite a bit of joy. Naturally, Qin Yun couldn't just stand by and watch the boy walk the same tragic path as in the original story. Shengshu was 2 years ahead of both Qin Yun and Minato Namikaze. Since Qin Yun couldn't selfishly ask Shengshu to repeat a year just to graduate together, all he could do was remind him again and again. For the next phase of training, Qin Yun planned to take them for as much combat practice as their time allowed. There, in the secluded forest of death, he could recreate a real battlefield environment, laying traps and training everyone's reflexes under pressure. Seeing Qin Yun's serious face, Shengshu nodded timidly, committing every word to memory. What about me? What about me, Qin Yun? How should I train? Kushina, eager and full of anticipation, turned to Qin Yun just as he finished speaking to Shengshu. Qin Yun smiled gently at her cute, expectant face. As for you, just focus on studying sealing techniques with Granny Mito. In your free time, get comfortable with Lightfoot technique. Once you learn the body flicker technique in the future, try to blend it with your Lightfoot movements. Kushina was destined to become a Jinchuriki one day. If she wasn't adept at sealing techniques, she'd have a hard time suppressing the Nine Tails in the early stages, constantly tormented by its power. Although she pouted at Qin Yun's comments, Kushina knew he was right. Her foundation lay in the sealing arts. Only by mastering them could she devote attention elsewhere. After making sure everyone understood, Qin Yun noticed dusk settling in and turned to Minato. Minato, is dinner ready? Big brother, the meal's already cooked, and everything's prepared. We just started looking for you since you were taking so long. Minato explained the situation clearly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun nodded. All right, let's go. With that, Qin Yun deployed the Lightfoot technique, swiftly heading back to their dwelling in the Forest of Death. Soon after, Qin returned and saw the prepared ingredients waiting. Without wasting a moment, he set about lighting the fire and began swiftly stir-frying the dishes. When it came to cooking, Qin was certainly an old hand. It didn't take long for all the dishes to be ready. Qin pulled out his wine flask, tipped it back for a hearty swig, and a look of pure satisfaction spread across his face. Although the Buddha's smile, wine still offered a slight boost to his inner strength. Once it entered his body, the medicinal energy within was quickly broken down and absorbed by his nine-yang inner power. Qin didn't even need to consciously channel his own energy to process it. By contrast, Minato Namikaze wouldn't dare copy Qin carefree drinking. Aside from the potent alcohol within the Buddha's smile, if Minato didn't use his inner strength to neutralize it, even a single sip would have left him dead to the world. Rope Tree watched longingly as Qin drank, his eyes shining with anticipation. Seeing this, Qin could only shake his head in exasperation. Don't stare, this wine isn't for you. Even your sister couldn't get through half a flask without bursting. Hey, what sort of things are you saying about me, you brat? No sooner had Qin spoken than his vision flickered. Before he could fully react, he instinctively channeled his inner strength, only to hear Tsunade's lazy drawl, and then he felt at ease. Hey, wait. Before Qin could finish, he felt the flask slip from his grasp and land in Tsunade's eager hand. Without hesitation, she took a big gulp. Fortunately, the flask's mouth was narrow, and she couldn't drink too much at once. Otherwise, Qin worried she might have gotten herself into trouble. After snatching the flask, Tsunade took a gulp. She hadn't touched a drop in months, so the craving burned deep within her. But the potency of Qin wine had far surpassed her expectations. Even before she had arrived, the rich aroma of the wine had already reached her, which was why she hadn't waited for Qin to finish speaking before drinking. Yet, as she reached for a second sip, a wave of medicinal energy erupted within her. Tsunade's face instantly reddened, and she froze where she sat, staring at Qin in shock. What are you waiting for? Start circulating your chakra and refine that medicinal energy. Seeing Tsunade rooted in place, Qin pressed a palm to his forehead and sighed. These siblings truly lack some common sense. Both of them always seem just a bit slow on the uptake. Oh, startled by Qin's reminder, Tsunade replied instinctively, momentarily forgetting that she was the teacher and Qin the student. With Tsunade having disrupted the lively mood, the group held off on eating for the moment and watched as she focused on channeling her chakra to process the medicinal force inside her. Hey, what's wrong with Tsunade? At that moment, Orochimaru and Jiraiya arrived together. They had just returned to the village, and Tsunade had rushed straight here. Left with no choice, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had taken on her tasks, escorting the wounded to the ninja hospital before heading to the Hokage's office to report in to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, after a brief delay, they found Tsunade sitting cross-legged on the ground, her cheeks flushed, diligently circulating her chakra, as if engaged in refining it. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade's condition, drew in a slow, deliberate breath to savor the lingering fragrance of alcohol in the air, then fixed his yellow gaze on the wine flask in Qin hand. Qin, is it that bottle in your hand that did this to Tsunade? Seeing Orochimaru eyeing the flask, Qin nodded and gave Minato Namikaze a meaningful look. Minato immediately understood Qin's intent. He rose, headed back into the house, returned carrying a large wine jar, and fetched several clean bowls. With great care, he poured out just a third of a bowl for each. Minato, why so little? Don't be stingy. Fill them up. Jiraiya, displeased by the meager serving, hurriedly urged Minato to fill the bowls to the brim. Jiraiya-senpai, this wine is no ordinary drink, Qin cautioned. It's extremely strong, and I've infused it with a blend of potent herbs. The first time you drink it, the medicinal power is drawn out to its fullest. Personally, I only dared to take a single cup the first time. You're both much stronger than I am, so by my calculations, a third of a bowl each should be your absolute limit. Any more, and the surge of energy could damage your chakra pathways. It's just not worth the risk. Seeing Jiraiya's impatience, Qin hurried to explain. It wasn't out of stinginess. There was still plenty of wine left, and Qin could always brew more. The real danger was that, if they drank too much on their first try, the flood of medicinal power might erupt uncontrollably inside them. Without enough chakra to process it, that explosive force could do more harm than good. Moreover, despite their great strength, even drinking more could only increase their chakra by at most 10%. Afterward, they need to spend valuable time refining and absorbing the medicine, which simply wasn't worthwhile. That's enough, you fool. Listen to Qin. Qin, thank you for the hospitality. Orochimaru interrupted Jiraiya, who still had more to say, and turned to express his gratitude to Qin. With their current abilities, it was nearly impossible to increase their chakra any further. Their body's potential had already been honed to the utmost. At this level, real growth could only come through formidable techniques, ninjutsu, taijutsu, or sage arts. And yet, Qingyun's wine could actually help them boost their chakra, so Orochimaru naturally accepted this rare kindness. With that, he downed his bowl of Buddha's smile, wine in one gulp. The moment the liquor touched his lips, Orochimaru frowned sharply. The fiery burn as it entered was clearly overwhelming. Fortunately, the heat vanished quickly, replaced by a sweet smoothness. Then, a surge of medicinal energy exploded within him. Orochimaru wasted no time, immediately circulating his chakra to harness the power. Seeing Orochimaru finish, Jiraiya quickly accepted the bowl Minato handed him, tipped it back in one go, and, following Orochimaru's example, sat cross-legged to channel his chakra. Soon after, Tsunade was the first to awaken. Looking inward, she was overjoyed to discover that her chakra had grown significantly, just as Qingyun had estimated, by about 10%. Well, while I was away from the Leaf Village, you managed to come up with something this impressive? Spill it. What other secrets are you hiding? After Tsunade finished examining her own condition, she opened her eyes and looked at Qingyun with clear satisfaction. Then, with a look of annoyance, she glanced over at Shangshu and said, "Why are you here? Did you tell Grandma?" Shangshu looked a bit intimidated by Tsunade's fierce demeanor. He scratched the back of his head and pleaded, "Sis, at least let me keep some dignity in front of the big brother." Tsunade paused at his words. "Big brother?" She turned her gaze to Qingyun in surprise. Catching her questioning look, Qingyun simply shrugged, opened his hands, and began recounting what had happened lately. "So, the Uchiha clan found out about you? Damn it, I shouldn't have let you go treat those wounded." At Qingyun's explanation, Tsunade's face filled with regret. Qingyun, moved by her concern, responded gently, "It's all right, teacher, sis. Even if I didn't go to help the injured before, sooner or later the Uchiha would have taken notice of me. After all, I keep coming in first, always outperforming the Uchiha Yungang brothers they sent to the academy. And my background isn't exactly a secret in the Uchiha compound. They just need to look a little deeper. So, you really don't need to blame yourself." Tsunade's expression softened upon hearing these words, the worry on her face easing a little. "Did they give you any trouble afterward?" "No, they just sent a girl to join my class. I think they're mostly trying to recruit me." Qingyun shook his head and shared his guess. Only then did Tsunade relax a little. The Uchiha were the most powerful clan in the village. If they truly had it in for Qingyun, things could become very dangerous for him. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi would struggle to handle it, let alone a kid like Qingyun. Fortunately, the Uchiha hadn't gone to such extremes. Or else, Tsunade thought, her only choice might have been to take Qingyun on a journey across the ninja world, avoiding the Uchiha's wrath until he could protect himself. "Big brother, can I tell her what happened today?" Shangshu looked at Qingyun with eager eyes, clearly wanting to show off in front of Tsunade. Qingyun glanced around. Except for Orochimaru, everyone here could be trusted, and Orochimaru was always one for fair trade. As long as Qingyun had something to offer, he'd be safe enough. "Go ahead." "Yes. Sis, let me tell you, Big Brother created a really powerful ninjutsu today. And get this, it doesn't even need hand seals." He began gesturing excitedly as he spoke to Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes narrowed sharply, locking onto Qingyun. It was only when he nodded in confirmation that she grudgingly believed Shangshu's claim. However, precisely because of this, a storm was raging in Tsunade's heart. How old was Qingyun? 9, barely 10. Yet, he had already created a jutsu rivaling the power of an A-rank technique. The key was, this jutsu didn't even require hand seals. "Show it to me." With anticipation on her face, Tsunade watched Qingyun closely. She wanted to see with her own eyes just how powerful the technique Qingyun had invented really was. Seeing that both Jiraiya and Orochimaru had regained their senses, Qingyun didn't hesitate. He stood up straight, stepped in front of everyone, and channeled his internal energy. A razor-sharp aura gathered in his hand. A tremendous explosion echoed through the air. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru stared in astonishment as a cluster of white flames erupted ahead of them, burning everything nearby to nothingness, the fire showing signs of spreading even further. "This is bad. Water style, water dragon bullet. Water style, great waterfall technique." Seeing the white flames surging out of control, Orochimaru cried out in alarm and unleashed 2 water-style jutsu in quick succession. A mighty water dragon and a cascading torrent swept furiously toward the white flames. As soon as water and flames met, they battled fiercely, each consuming the other. Only when the water dragon and the great waterfall were completely exhausted did the white fire finally sputter out. Orochimaru, stared at Qing Yun in disbelief. Even among A-rank jutsu, few could match the might of this technique. That Qing Yun had invented something so formidable was nothing short of extraordinary. This, Tsunade couldn't help but secretly click her tongue in astonishment. Even someone of Orochimaru's caliber had needed to unleash two powerful jutsu back-to-back just to extinguish those flames. That spoke volumes about the sheer strength of Qing Yun's creation. Does this technique have any other advantages? Jiraiya asked in a stern voice, his gaze fixed on Qing Yun. For a moment, Qing Yun was taken aback. Then he answered, as long as I have enough chakra, I can keep this jutsu going. It will only stop when my chakra is completely used up. There was a sharp intake of breath among Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. If the jutsu only ceased when chakra stopped flowing into it, just what did that mean? Whenever they performed ninjutsu, once a technique left their bodies, it would gradually dissipate in the air. Sustaining a jutsu indefinitely was simply impossible. Can you tell me how it works? I'll trade you 5 A-rank fire style and 3 A-rank lightning style techniques for it. Orochimaru looked at Qing Yun with a hopeful, eager expression. Qing Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he met Orochimaru's earnest gaze, then glanced at Tsunade. Don't look at me. It's your creation. It's your decision. Catching Qing Yun's glance, Tsunade shot him a sidelong look. Qing Yun nodded. All right. With that, he took the blank scroll Orochimaru handed him and wrote down the method for cultivating the 6 Meridian Divine Sword and the technique behind his white finger blade. Orochimaru, in turn, wrote down the hand seals for the 8 fire and lightning style jutsu and handed the scroll to Qing Yun. Orochimaru eagerly took the scroll from Qing Yun and began studying it at once. Before long, Orochimaru focused his chakra into his fingertip, forming a sword of energy. With a sharp flick, a hole about the size of a thumb appeared in the trunk of a large tree. After performing the 6 veins divine sword, Orochimaru followed Qing Yun's method, gathering elemental chakra within himself, and then continuously refining and compressing it, forcing a change in its nature. Immediately, Orochimaru's face flushed red as he suppressed his discomfort and forced himself to unleash the 6 veins divine sword again. There was a thunderous crash, followed by the sound of blood spurting. An explosive noise marked the successful release of the elemental fingersword. But before everyone could marvel at its power, their attention was seized by the sight of Orochimaru, drained, weary, and with a trickle of bright blood staining the corner of his lips. The shock rippled through all present. What happened? Did he make a mistake in his training? Tsunade frowned at Orochimaru's condition and quickly performed a healing technique to mend his internal injuries. A long while passed before Orochimaru finally exhaled, his gaze fixed on Qing Yun in astonishment, as if pondering something deep. Hey, aren't you going to say anything? Seeing Orochimaru's dazed look, Tsunade grew impatient and called out loudly, annoyed by his silence. Jolted by Tsunade's voice, Orochimaru snapped back to himself. The training method isn't wrong. Qing Yun does use this method to perform the elemental fingersword. But Orochimaru stared at Qing Yun in disbelief. But when I tried using Qing Yun's method, my meridians simply couldn't withstand the chakra infused with elemental change. The moment it started to circulate, it felt as if blades were slicing through my veins. If I hadn't been as strong as I am, that single technique might have shattered my meridians completely and killed me. A sharp intake of breath swept the group. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on Qing Yun as if they were looking at some kind of monster. They knew Orochimaru's strength inside and out. He was an elite jonin of the Hidden Leaf, capable of holding off even Kage-level foes for a considerable time. If even Orochimaru couldn't withstand the surge of elemental chakra, but Qing Yun could, didn't that mean Qing Yun, so young, had meridians far tougher than Orochimaru's by several times? Qing Yun, when you first developed this finger sword, did your own meridians feel any discomfort? Jiraiya asked, curiosity piqued. Qing Yun shook his head. No. At first, I simply wanted to blend fire release into the 6 veins divine sword, but to do that, I needed to grasp elemental transformation. So I kept contemplating the properties of fire. In the end, I transformed all my chakra into fire nature chakra, then mimicked the flow of the great fireball technique within my body, refining and compressing it over and over, finally releasing it with the 6 veins divine sword. I succeeded, but it was too slow. So I kept flushing my meridians with chakra over and over until they could handle the flow of fire nature chakra for long periods of time. Only then did I stop and finally manage to master this technique. Tsunade looked at Qing Yun, utterly at a loss for words. Qing Yun's inner structure was simply too strange. Human bodies have natural limits, and so do their meridians. While there are extreme methods to strengthen the toughness of these channels, it's simply impossible for them to be fortified to the point where they can withstand the flow of chakra altered by elemental transformation. No matter which type of chakra nature transformation it is, each involves an ultimate evolution of a specific elemental property. This transformation turns ordinary, unaligned chakra into something incredibly aggressive. When a shinobi masters both nature and shape transformation, the chakra circulating within their body remains the same as usual. Only when casting a jutsu do they weave that elemental nature and shape into the technique, amplifying its power as the chakra leaves the body. But Qingyun? He completes the process entirely inside his own body, and, astonishingly, he can maintain this state for long periods. What sort of freak is he? Feeling awkward under the fixed gazes of the three, Qingyun quickly averted his eyes. So, this method is really only usable by me, right? No one else could do it. Unless you could find another person whose meridians are as incredibly tough as yours, no one else could learn your attack method. Orochimaru replied, his tone one of helpless resignation after hearing Qingyun's words. Well, if that's the case here. With that, Qingyun handed Orochimaru's scroll back to him. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment at Qingyun's gesture, then shook his head. This was a fair trade. You didn't deceive me. The training method you gave me works as promised. If I gain nothing, that's my own problem, not a failing of the deal. There's no need for you to give it back. Besides, this finger sword technique is quite interesting. After some study, I just might create a few jutsu that don't even require hand seals. Qingyun saw Orochimaru pushing the scroll back toward him, and, after hearing his explanation, accepted it with a word of thanks. Qingyun was no fool. He wouldn't turn away a free benefit. Previously, his wariness of Orochimaru had kept him cautious. He didn't want to give Orochimaru any future pretext to cause him trouble over today's exchange. Though, for now, Nawaki was still alive, and Orochimaru hadn't descended into his obsession with immortality. Qingyun's instincts warned him that even with Nawaki alive, Orochimaru might still end up treading the same path foretold by the original storyline. Orochimaru's childhood experiences had marked him deeply. Ever since he picked up that white serpent scale, he had set foot on the road to immortality, a path one can hardly abandon after taking the first step. With the matter settled, Qingyun prepared another table of food, clinking cups with Tsunade and the others. This time, the Laughing Buddha wine was brought out, a far stronger drink than the mild sake of the land of the rising sun. Though not quite as potent as the distilled liquors of later ages, it wasn't far off. These medicinal ingredients not only enhance one's inner energy, but also activate the alcohol content within the rice. As a result, this Buddha's smile brew reaches over 40 degrees of alcohol. Before long, both Tsunade and Jiraiya were completely knocked out by Qingyun's relentless drinking. Orochimaru looked down at his two fallen teammates with a helpless expression. Then, glancing at the still composed Qingyun, a wry smile tugged at his lips. Those two fools, he muttered. I'll take them back. You tidy up here. Without waiting for Qingyun's response, Orochimaru slung Tsunade and Jiraiya over his shoulders and disappeared in a flash. Minato, you handle things here. I'll take Kushina and Nawaki home. Seeing Kushina and Nawaki looking his way, Qingyun patted his forehead and issued the instructions to Namikaze Minato. He wasn't particularly concerned about Nawaki, but Kushina's identity was sensitive. Even though things seemed peaceful in Konoha, spies from the other four villages were surely lurking about, so caution was necessary. Once Qingyun had safely escorted Kushina back to the Senju compound, he wandered alone through the silent streets, contemplating his next training plan. At the moment, he had fully mastered the nature transformation of the fire element. Training in shape transformation, however, was something he wasn't quite ready for based on his current foundation. The next logical step was to master the nature transformation of the lightning element. Qingyun had already given this some thought. Yes, drawing from the original story, he planned to develop Chidori. Chidori was a powerful A-rank jutsu of the lightning element. Not only was it a devastating attack, it also served as the basis for countless sword techniques. Once he developed Chidori and fused it with his own swordsmanship, his blade skills would surely rise to a whole new level. With the relentless flow of the Chuanjin sword art, the moment an enemy fell within his reach, escape would be impossible. Moreover, the advanced form of Chidori was the immensely powerful S-rank secret technique, Raikiri. As long as Chidori was mastered, and with enough accumulated experience, Qingyun would be able to develop lightning's shape transformation in an instant. The benefits were truly manifold. With his thoughts settled, Qingyun ceased his musings. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he began to cultivate the 9-yang divine skill. Night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Jiraiya took Minato away for training. Qingyun, meanwhile, went down to the riverbank. Watching the ceaseless flow of water and the occasional fish leaping, he gradually felt his mind and spirit begin to relax in the calmness of the scene. He retrieved the scroll that Orochimaru had traded to him, unfurled it, and saw inscribed before him the hand seals for 8 advanced fire and lightning techniques. The 8 jutsu were Fire Style, Fire Dragon Tornado, Fire Great Dragon Fire, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Flame Meteor, and Majestic Flame Technique. For Lightning Style, False Darkness, Lightning Strike Tornado, and Lightning Needle. All 8 were rare A-rank jutsu of their respective elements, each immensely powerful. Once Qin Yuan mastered these 8 techniques, his prowess in both fire and lightning nature transformation would surely reach new heights. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan began forming hand seals just as one would perform the fire release, Fire Dragon Tornado technique. As Qin Yuan continued to weave the seals, his inner energy was drawn by their rhythm, coursing along a unique path within his body. Fire release, Fire Dragon Tornado. A white flame shot from Qin Yuan's mouth, but without the sustained support of his chakra, it quickly flickered out, failing to form a proper tornado at all. Qin Yuan wasn't disappointed by the outcome. After all, this was an A-rank jutsu, something not even his extraordinary talent, combined with wisdom from his previous life watching Naruto, could allow him to master on the very first try. After this initial failed attempt, Qin Yuan didn't lose heart. Instead, while familiarizing himself with the sequence of hand seals, he took his time, forming them slowly and with care. Fire release, Fire Dragon Tornado. A long while later, by moving slowly through the seals, Qin Yuan managed to unleash the technique a second time. This time, the white flame burst from his mouth, coiling outward to form a miniature tornado. It spun several times in the air before dissipating into nothing. Undeterred, Qin Yuan kept practicing, again and again, going through the seals and casting the Fire Dragon Tornado. Time slipped by. Soon, half a year had passed. In this year, aside from familiarizing himself with the 8 A-rank fire and lightning techniques, Qin Yuan devoted a significant portion of each day to training with Minato Namikaze, Nawaki, and Kushina within the battlefield set up in the Forest of Death, steadily building his experience. Qin Yuan also made a special request to Tsunade. He asked her to find a supplier who could make low-powered explosive tags and order a batch of them. These particular tags weren't lethal. They couldn't kill, and at most, they could only inflict serious injury. Qin Yuan's purpose for doing this was to help Nawaki. In the original story, Nawaki tragically died when, while collecting bodies, he was accidentally killed by an explosive tag. In this life, Qin Yuan was determined to build up Nawaki's situational awareness and reflexes against such dangers. Once the tags were ready, Qin Yuan set up traps in the Forest of Death using knowledge from school, even hiding explosive tags beneath animal carcasses. He then had Minato, Nawaki, and Kushina enter the area to collect the bodies of these animals. At first, the 3 became utterly disheveled by Qin Yuan's arrangements. Nawaki, in particular, was immediately caught by an explosive tag and suffered serious injuries. Fortunately, Qin Yuan had mastered medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, Nawaki would have endured far more pain. After being hurt by the explosive tag, Nawaki's eyes were wide with fright. The moment the tag sizzled to life near him, he froze in shock. His mind went completely blank, unable to react at all. It was precisely because Nawaki failed to react that the tag detonated right by his side, causing severe injuries. If only he had responded a bit faster. Even if he couldn't entirely escape the explosion, he would not have been so badly hurt. After Qin Yuan finished healing Shengshu, he gave him a fierce beating, thrashing Shengshu until his face was black and blue before stopping. He wanted Shengshu to remember this moment deeply, so that he wouldn't dare make such a mistake again. After being pummeled by Qin Yuan, Shengshu understood that Qin Yuan was doing it for his own good. He didn't get angry. Instead, he trained even harder, following the methods Qin Yuan taught him. Gradually, Shengshu's reflexes became sharper and sharper. Even if an explosive tag detonated right beside him, he could react with lightning speed and escape the blast radius. Only then did this phase of training come to an end. Afterwards, Qin Yuan sought out Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, asking them to explain to their group the kinds of emergencies they might encounter on the battlefield. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's request, the 3 readily agreed. They even led the training themselves, forming the 4 into a standard squad tasked with transporting supplies to a designated area, while the 3 of them disguised themselves as enemy ninja, lying in wait to ambush the trainees mid-mission. At first, this training was brutal for the 4. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru put them through the ringer, leaving them exhausted every day. Even Qin Yuan was sporting a fresh set of bruises on his face almost constantly. It wasn't that Qin Yuan didn't want to heal himself, but no sooner had he mended his bruises than he'd be battered again in the next round, wasting his energy for nothing. Though the process was grueling, during that period the four of them became more and more adept at handling all sorts of unexpected situations on the battlefield. Eventually, Tsunade and her teammates had to go all out just to suppress the coordinated efforts of Qingyun and the others. It was at this point that Qingyun decided to end this kind of simulated training. Any further training wouldn't help. They could only improve their danger sense on the real battlefield. The simulated environment had nothing more to offer. Afterwards, everyone began their own focused training. Qingyun continued his research into the Chidori and practiced mastering the use of 8 different fire and lightning release techniques. Regardless of anything else, he followed Jiraiya to train the wind nature transformation. Kushina returned to the Senju estate to study sealing techniques under Mito Uzumaki. Shengshu, meanwhile, painstakingly pored over water jutsu notes left by his granduncle, trying to grasp the nature transformation of water. After a year of training, Qingyun had fully mastered all 8 fire and lightning release jutsu. Not only that, he also examined his own chakra network, streamlining the flow for these techniques by eliminating unnecessary steps, which let him cut down on their hand seals and unleash these powerful techniques much more quickly. Besides all this, Qingyun also succeeded in mastering the body flicker technique and the shadow clone technique. By now, Qingyun's strength rivaled that of an ordinary Jonin. Once he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, even most elite Jonin would find it difficult to defeat him. At this point, Qingyun began to consider graduating ahead of schedule. Originally, Qingyun had planned to spend the full 6 years at the Ninja Academy and graduate naturally. However, now that his abilities had reached a plateau, if he wanted to improve further, aside from studying the fusion of various elemental properties into his martial arts, there was no more room for significant advancement. Moreover, staying at the academy provided very few opportunities to trigger new tasks. By now, Qingyun had mastered all sorts of martial arts to a high degree, and even the 9-yang divine skill was on the verge of mastery. Qingyun had a hunch that within 3 days, he would break through his body's 2 main energy channels and achieve true mastery over the 9-yang divine skill. Qingyun shook his head, casting off distracting thoughts. With more than a week left until graduation, there was no need to rush. After calming his heart, Qingyun continued to study the Chidori technique. Recalling the thoughts Kakashi had in the original story when creating Chidori, Qingyun transformed his internal energy into lightning, condensing crackling currents in his hand. Instantly, a chorus of piercing, overlapping bird-like chirps filled the air around Qingyun's right hand. When the electricity intensified, Qingyun's eyes narrowed sharply, and he lunged forward at breakneck speed. Chidori. A thunderous crash erupted. The moment he unleashed the Chidori, his vision blurred as his body surged forward, propelled by the electric surge. Qingyun's eyes widened, but the dizzying rush of his surroundings made him lightheaded. In less than a second, Qingyun had crossed 100 meters, his right hand piercing through a massive tree with a deafening impact. His mind buzzed. From the sheer intensity, it took a long moment before he recovered his senses. Damn it, he muttered. No wonder. After Kakashi invented this move in the original story, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gave him a stern warning, not to use it in battle unless absolutely necessary. Even with my keen eyesight, far sharper than most people's even without the Sharingan, I still couldn't clearly see anything along Chidori's path once it was unleashed. If your opponent is alert and dodges your attack, you're nothing but a sitting duck, waiting to be struck down. Qingyun shook his still dizzy head and rubbed his ears. The noise from Chidori was overwhelming, and even now, Qingyun's ears were ringing. After a long while, he finally cleared his mind again. With a deep breath, his eyes snapped open, activating his Sharingan. 3-tomo spun rapidly in his irises. Chidori. Lightning crackled once more in his palm, and the wild chorus of 1,000 birds calling as one resounded across the clearing. This time, with his Sharingan active, although the burst of speed was just as blindingly fast, Qingyun could clearly see everything around him. With focused eyes, he weaved through obstacles ahead, his movements nimble and precise. When a massive boulder the size of a small hill appeared before him, Qingyun thrust his lightning-charged hand forward, plunging it deep into the stone. Another thunderous crash followed. The massive boulder cracked under Qingyun's strike, and as the fracture spread, this mountain-sized rock suddenly shattered and exploded in all directions. TSK. Qingyun, did you come up with a new jutsu again? That's quite a punch. My goodness, this is definitely another A-rank jutsu or higher. Hearing footsteps behind him, Qingyun was startled. He quickly shut his eyes, then opened them again, letting his dark pupils return to their original look. Sensei, next time you come looking for me, could you at least give me a heads up? Appearing like that is seriously scary, you know? With a helpless sigh, Qingyun turned and looked at Tsunade, who stood there as composed as ever, his expression full of resignation. Come on, are you really so easily spooked? Tsunade pursed her lips, a clear look of disbelief on her face. Qingyun couldn't help but grimace at her reaction. Exasperated, he glanced at Tsunade and said, Sis-sensei, you never visit unless there's something important. Out with it. What do you need from me this time? Hey now, you little brat, you're getting less and less adorable. I really miss how cute you were at 6. As Tsunade listened, she stepped forward and, as usual, reached out to ruffle Qingyun's hair. But Qingyun swatted her hand away, leaving Tsunade mildly affronted and glaring at him. Now that Qingyun had grown much stronger, he was no longer powerless against Tsunade's teasing like he used to be. Naturally, he stood up for himself when she tried to mess with him. If you're not going to say anything, I'm leaving. I haven't finished today's training yet. Tsunade looked at this teenager who, just 3 years before, had been a scrawny little kid. In these few years, he'd shot up so quickly that now he nearly reached her chest. The change filled her with emotion. Especially over the past year, Qingyun's growth had been nothing short of astounding, as if he'd been on some kind of growth serum. He'd even become taller than Nawaki, who was 2 years his senior. Nawaki wants Orochimaru as his teacher. What's your take on that? Tsunade's teasing stopped, and her tone turned serious. Qingyun paused at this. Was everything unfolding just like in the original story? He remembered that Nawaki had approached Tsunade about becoming Orochimaru's student right before graduation. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Honestly, I've noticed Orochimaru's been growing darker lately. There's this chilling aura around him, and I'm worried he might lead Nawaki down a bad path. Seeing Qingyun fall silent, Tsunade figured he shared her misgivings. Her words made Qingyun's pupils contract. Scenes from the original story flashed through his mind one after another, as if everything was proceeding along a preordained path. No matter how much he struggled, like a butterfly beating its wings, some trajectories seemed impossible to alter. Tsunade's mention of Orochimaru growing increasingly sinister, Qingyun realized, must mean Orochimaru had already begun his experiments to transform his body. Previously, when Qingyun interacted with Orochimaru, Orochimaru had already completed part of his body modifications, but his transformation wasn't yet complete. Most of his body remained human. As a result, even though Orochimaru outwardly appeared cold and androgynous at that time, his inner self was actually still quite passionate. However, once Orochimaru fully transformed his body into that of serpent, his personality would inevitably start resembling that of a snake. Emotions would gradually lose their hold on him, growing more and more faint. Hey, are you going to say something or not? Tsunade looked impatiently at Qingyun, watching his ever-shifting expressions. Startled by Tsunade's words, Qingyun collected himself, his demeanor settling into cool composure. He replied calmly, Orochimaru-senpai is an excellent teacher. He has a real gift for instruction. If Nawaki learns under his guidance, he'll improve by leaps and bounds. As for the idea that Nawaki might pick up bad habits, do you actually believe that? If he ever does stray, maybe that wouldn't be the worst thing after all. Saying this, Qingyun's lips curled into a playful smirk as he cast a teasing look at Tsunade. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, then shot Qingyun a glare. Was he really going to make fun of her brother right in front of her? Still, she had to admit, Nawaki was just as straightforward and pure-hearted as Qingyun described, with a one-track mind and a passionate spirit. Trying to corrupt someone like that? Tsunade pictured Nawaki's face and shook her head. It was nearly impossible to lead Nawaki astray. So what you're saying is, you agree? Tsunade fixed her beautiful gaze on Qingyun, seeking a clear answer from him. Let Nawaki decide for himself. All we can do is offer advice. We can't choose his future path for him. And besides, even if Orochimaru-senpai is somewhat cold and distant, he'd never actually harm Nawaki. You really have nothing to worry about. Qingyun leaned lazily against a tree as he spoke, responding to Tsunade's question. I have no idea how someone your age can be so wise. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. By the way, was that a new jutsu you invented just now? Come on, tell me more about it. Tsunade shot Qingyun a look of mock annoyance for his nonchalance. But curiosity soon got the better of her as she asked about the Chidori he'd performed earlier. This technique still isn't suitable for most people, unless you have the bloodline to awaken special eyes. With that, Qingyun began to explain both the strengths and limitations of the Chidori. Have you awakened a Sharingan then? Tsunade's sharp eyes bore into Qingyun. He had always been exceptionally talented, but she'd never heard him mention anything about the Sharingan before. Although the secret behind the Sharingan's awakening involved witnessing the death of a dearly loved one, the trauma would trigger a wave of dark chakra in the brain of the Uchiha clan member. As this chakra accumulated, it would eventually awaken the Sharingan. However, this was only the most extreme method. As a member of the Senju clan, which had been entwined with the Uchiha for centuries, Tsunade had discovered many records of the Uchiha secrets within her family archives. She knew that, before Madara's generation, Uchiha clan members hadn't yet discovered the patterns for awakening the Sharingan. Back then, those who were exceptionally gifted could awaken on their own, much like how Qin, at such a young age, had already devised his own taijutsu and ninjutsu techniques. With such talent, if even Qin couldn't awaken his Sharingan on his own, Tsunade couldn't imagine who possibly could. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Qin gaze sharpened. He suspected that Tsunade might have seen him activate his Sharingan moments ago and was now probing to confirm her suspicions. Yet, seeing the earnest curiosity in Tsunade's expression, Qin decided it wasn't an act. After a moment's thought, he closed his eyes, then opened them again. Tsunade gasped as she watched. In Qin blood-red eyes, 3 tomo slowly revolved, and she drew a sharp breath in shock, staring at him in disbelief. She had considered the possibility that Qin had awakened his Sharingan, but she hadn't expected him to manifest the 3 tomo Sharingan. Such a prodigy defied belief. Qin watched Tsunade's astonished face and gave a slight smile. He then deactivated his Sharingan, calmly meeting Tsunade's gaze. It was a long while before Tsunade regained her composure and looked at Qin. When did you awaken your Sharingan? After my parents died, I awakened the 2 tomo form. Then, through years of training, I gained another tomo. Your grandmother knows about this too. Qin chose to be honest about his Sharingan, not wanting to deceive Tsunade. Tsunade had always treated him kindly. She had helped him greatly during this period, teaching him medical ninjutsu with dedication and even sharing some jutsu insights from the Senju archives for his benefit. Perhaps it hadn't mattered when she hadn't asked about his Sharingan before, but now that she'd asked directly, Qin didn't want to hide anything from her. He believed that Tsunade would never betray him. Huh, my grandmother knows. Tsunade's eyes widened at these words. Qin parents died when he was only 3, didn't they? Awakening the Sharingan at 3, that was almost unimaginable. Tsunade was stunned, but as she heard the rest of his explanation, her confusion grew, and she looked at Qin, full of questions. Qin then told her about how Uzumaki Mito had previously disguised herself as a masked ninja, kidnapped Kushina, and lured him to the rescue. With this explanation, Tsunade immediately understood and nodded. She already knew Kushina's identity would become significant one day. Her grandmother's decision to test Qin in this way was understandable, especially considering how her own great-uncle had met his end. Her expression grew complex as she looked at Qin. She had never imagined that someone like her grandmother would take such notice of him. Sensei, please, keep this a secret for me. Qin looked at the dazed Tsunade and spoke softly. Don't worry, I'll keep this a secret. Tsunade knew all too well about Konoha's current state, especially since that rat skulking in the shadows would be back soon. She really didn't want to bring any trouble to Qin. Thank you, Sensei, big sister. Hearing this, Qin's face lit up with a radiant smile. All right, focus on your training and try to master Chidori. Otherwise, if you don't want to reveal your Sharingan, you won't be able to use it, and it's such a powerful technique. It'd be a shame to let it go to waste. Tsunade patted Qin on the shoulder, said a few words of encouragement, and prepared to leave. Wait, Sensei, big sister, may I ask, if Minato and I were to graduate now, who would lead our team? Seeing that Tsunade was about to go, Qin quickly stopped her and asked his question. Tsunade paused, surprised. Hadn't Qin always wanted a laid-back, peaceful life? Why was he suddenly thinking of graduating early? Noticing the confusion in Tsunade's expression, Qin explained helplessly, right now, I've hit a bottleneck in all areas. Even with more grueling training, I won't improve much. I need to graduate and experience the realities of the battlefield, real life and death struggles, if I want to keep growing rapidly. I see, is that so? Tsukumo-senpai will be back soon. I'll ask him and see if he's willing to lead your team. Tsunade nodded at his words, thought for a moment, and then spoke to Qin with a hint of uncertainty. She would soon have to head to the front lines against Sunagakure. According to the scouts, Chiyo was preparing to leave her village for the battlefield. Previously, Tsunade had cracked all of Chiyo's poisons, which forced Chiyo back to Sunagakure to focus on creating new, complex toxins. Now that she was moving to the front lines, she must have made progress, and, as Konoha's foremost medical ninja, Tsunade naturally had to face her adversary head-on. On hearing Tsukumo's name, Qin's eyes sparkled. Lately, Tsukumo Hatake had become quite the hero. A year ago, he'd taken charge of the defensive front where Tsunade had been stationed to counter Sunagakure's forces. But Sunagakure had kept to their side, leaving Tsukumo no chance to strike. All he could do was maintain a wary stalemate with Sunagakure's Ebizo. It had been a prolonged deadlock. Tsukumo showed no impatience, just quietly waiting for an opportunity. 2 months before, Konoha sent a supply convoy to the front lines. Tsukumo's sharp instincts sensed a chance, so he had someone use transformation jutsu to impersonate him, throwing Sunagakure off guard. After that, he leaked the convoy's route to Sunagakure. Once Sunagakure got word, they sent Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law to intercept it. Because Tsukumo was known to be at the camp, and this ambush had to be swift, Sunagakure sent only a small squad. No large force, only a handful. However, just as they neared the Leaf Village's supply caravan and were about to break through, Tsukumo Hatake suddenly appeared. With a single stroke of his blade, he cut down 2 minor foes, then immediately engaged in battle against Cho's son and his wife. Tsukumo's swordsmanship was astonishing, his speed unmatched. In no time, Chiyo's son and his wife were forced to retreat step by step, completely overwhelmed. Just as Tsukumo was about to finish them off, the third Kazekage descended from the sky, blocking Tsukumo's advance with his magnet release. Tsukumo was utterly fearless, standing alone against the 3 greatest warriors of Sunagakure, matching them move for move in a fierce and relentless clash. At that time, the third Kazekage had only just assumed his position and his strength had yet to mature. Even with the support of Chiyo's son and his wife, they could scarcely fend off Tsukumo's onslaught. Yet Tsukumo's skill was deep and his blade sharp beyond compare. He swiftly gained the upper hand, first severing the chakra threads connecting Chiyo's daughter-in-law to her puppets, forcing the Kazekage and Chiyo's son to try and rescue her. Seizing the moment, Tsukumo abruptly shifted behind Chiyo's son with a blindingly quick movement and decapitated him in a single stroke. In the devastated eyes of the third Kazekage and Chiyo's daughter-in-law, Tsukumo showed not a hint of mercy, turning back to strike at her once more. Grieving and bereft, having lost both of her puppets and her husband in an instant, Cho's daughter-in-law was stunned motionless, unable to bear the traumatic blow. The Kazekage could not reach her in time. She too fell to Tsukumo's blade. Filled with bitter sorrow, the third Kazekage faced Tsukumo alone. But if 3 of them together could not defeat him, what chance did the Kazekage stand on his own? Very soon, he too was driven back again and again by Tsukumo's furious assault. Helpless, the Kazekage could only use his magnet release to sweep up the bodies of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, fleeing into the sky. Caught unawares, Tsukumo could only watch in frustration as the Kazekage soared farther and farther away. Though he didn't manage to slay the Kazekage, Tsukumo's deeds in that battle sent shockwaves through the world of shinobi. To stand alone against the shadow of an entire village and 2 other Kage-level foes, and to kill 2 of them, such an achievement left every ninja village in awe. In response, all the great villages issued strict orders. If you encounter the White Fang of Konoha during a mission, you may abandon your task without punishment. From the moment that order was given, the name of the White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, resounded in every corner of the shinobi world. And because of this legendary reputation, Tsukumo was summoned by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire himself, and awarded the prestigious title of Deputy Hokage. For a time, Tsukumo became the foremost figure in Konoha, second only to the Hokage himself, outshining even the so-called Konoha F4. Lately, even though Chinyan no longer attends the Ninja Academy, he often hears stories of Tsukumo's name. What a pity. At this, Chinyan couldn't help shaking his head. The very thing that raised a man up can also cause his downfall. Tsukumo's glory as Deputy Hokage brought him honor and success, but in truth, he lacked any real political acumen. If this Hokage half-sleeve had been bestowed upon him by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, Tsukumo Hatake's future would have been nothing short of brilliant. Even if he never became the 4th Hokage, he would certainly have become a member of Konoha's elders, enjoying both high status and authority. Unfortunately, this Hokage half-sleeve was granted by the daimyo, bypassing Hiruzen Sarutobi entirely. Even if Tsukumo Hatake had no intention of refusing, he would still need to return and consult Hiruzen, obtaining his approval before accepting the title. No wonder, in the end, Danzo plotted against Tsukumo Hatake, manipulating events so that Tsukumo would abandon a mission to save his comrades, then spreading rumors, inciting the villagers to attack his reputation. The situation worsened when those he saved came forward to make impassioned speeches, declaring they never needed his help. Driven to despair, Tsukumo ended his own life, all the while Hiruzen Sarutobi remained unmoved, quietly watching events unfold from beginning to end. If I were the leader of such a faction and saw my subordinate accepting honors from someone else, that wouldn't sit well with me either. If I chose not to personally orchestrate your downfall, that would already be an act of mercy. And then to expect me to let bygones be bygones and help you afterward? That's out of the question. unless the person in question is a saint incarnate. How could any ordinary person act otherwise? Over this period, Qingyun has come to realize that Hiruzen Sarutobi is not as cunning as Danzo. Yet, as the head of a powerful faction, he often finds himself trapped by circumstances beyond his control. If Qingyun were to offer an assessment of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he would say the man is kind-hearted but painfully indecisive. Hiruzen truly loves the villagers, especially the children. He really goes out of his way to care for them. But when it comes to his own teammates and childhood companions, even when he knows they're making mistakes, he rarely intervenes. He utters a few symbolic words of caution, then forgives them. Even when they plot assassination attempts against him later, he still finds it in his heart to forgive them. With a person like this, Qingyun really doesn't know what to say. Hey, why are you daydreaming again? Tsunade, seeing Qingyun zoning out, knocked him on the head with an exasperated look. A sharp pain shot through Qingyun's forehead. He rubbed his head and glared at Tsunade. It's nothing. It's just that Senior Tsukumo has become so famous lately. I fear it's bound to draw envy from certain quarters in the future. This was Qingyun's way of reminding Tsunade to tell Tsukumo Hatake to stay vigilant in the days to come. Tsunade was stunned by Qingyun's words. Tsukumo Hatake would become the target of jealousy? Who exactly did Qingyun mean? She frowned slightly, studying Qingyun's lazy expression. Her intuition told her Qingyun knew much more than he let on, but from the way he looked now, it was clear he didn't want to elaborate. For the moment, Konoha village had not yet entered the era of open and covert power struggles that would follow the end of the Second Great Ninja War, before Minato Namikaze's succession. Even though each member of Konoha's F4 had their own agendas, in the face of the turbulent, undercurrent-filled ninja world, they stood united against all outside threats. Even the mouse lurking in the gutter was now running errands for Konoha, having no time for petty schemes. That's why Tsunade didn't know who exactly Qingyun was referring to. Are you trying to say that Sensei would get jealous of Lord Tsukumo, then start worrying that Tsukumo might threaten his position, and eventually plot against him in secret? That's impossible. Sensei isn't that kind of person. Kid, don't go making wild guesses. Konoha isn't as dirty as you imagine. Tsunade murmured to herself for a moment, then suddenly shook her head, as if tossing away that preposterous thought. She looked sternly at Qingyun and warned him not to let his imagination run wild. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly had his faults. He was, after all, a bit of a lecherous old man. But in her heart, Tsunade still deeply respected him. She couldn't bring herself to believe Sarutobi Hiruzen would ever do such a thing. When Qingyun heard Tsunade's rash assumptions, he could only shake his head and smile wryly. The Hokage is the highest leader of our village, so it goes without saying he wouldn't feel envious over Lord Tsukumo's new title. But did he even know about it when Lord Tsukumo accepted the position of Assistant Hokage? Think about it. If you were Hokage, the village's supreme leader, and your subordinate bypassed you to accept an official title granted directly by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, how would you feel? He paused, then continued. Although Konoha is the hidden village within the Land of Fire, the two only complement one another. In name, we follow the daimyo's command, but in reality, we're two distinct powers. The Land of Fire supplies Konoha with war materials and tasks us with various missions. Konoha, in turn, protects the Land of Fire, defends against enemy nations, and helps the daimyo fulfill his own objectives. But internal matters, the village's governance, are always firmly in Konoha's hands. The daimyo has no say, except for some symbolic consultation during the Hokage selection. Other than that, do Konoha and the daimyo interact all that much? I genuinely don't believe the Hokage himself would openly scheme against Lord Tsukumo. But what about others? Remember, human desire is one of the most terrifying forces in the world. Lord Tsukumo's sudden leap from elite jonin to the village's number 2, just beneath the Hokage himself. How do you think others might take that? Besides, the daimyo making such a move, doesn't it suggest he wants to use Lord Tsukumo to seize more control over Konoha, maybe even merge us completely into the Land of Fire's power structure? And even if Lord Tsukumo has no such intentions, that won't stop others from thinking the worst of him. First, they'll envy his new status. Second, they'll feel the need to guard against the daimyo meddling in Konoha's affairs through Tsukumo. Given all these factors, wouldn't it be easy for someone to try to frame Lord Tsukumo? Sensei, what I'm saying isn't just baseless suspicion. It's a scenario that could very well happen. By now, Qingyun's tone had grown serious. The reason Qingyun spoke that way today was because, while he wasn't yet invincible in the Hidden Leaf Village, he had gained enough strength to at least defend himself. Now, he wanted to try to change some of the tragedies from the original story, especially those that concerned Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the two people who mattered most to him. Qingyun had no wish to see anything happen to them. Yet, in recent years, events from the original tale kept unfolding before Qingyun's eyes. Even though he was like a butterfly constantly flapping its wings, trying to alter the course of fate, things resolutely marched along the path set by the original narrative. All of this filled Qingyun with a deep sense of dread, a fear that every tragedy foretold in the original was somehow destined to happen. Should anything befall Minato or Kushina, Qingyun had no idea what he might do in response. At this moment, he was merely making his first attempt. If Qingyun remembered correctly, Tsukumo Hatake met his fate after the so-called Third Great Ninja War, when Hanzo the Salamander retreated into the Rain Village and the Second Ninja World War officially ended. At that time, with external threats gone, Danzo began to move as he pleased, plotting to eliminate Tsukumo, the person he considered his greatest obstacle on the way to becoming Hokage. But now, with some time still left before the war ended, Qingyun wanted to try and see if he could save Tsukumo. He wanted to prove to himself that the path set out in the original wasn't unchangeable, that with enough effort, he might be able to rewrite the future. If, in the end, things didn't turn out as he wished, Qingyun would simply leave the Leaf Village and keep triggering new missions, never stopping until he obtained the martial skills or the legendary dragon or phoenix essences he sought. After listening to Qingyun's words, Tsunade fell into deep thought. Only after a long while did she look up, her clear eyes locking onto Qingyun's gaze, and, almost unconsciously, she found herself believing him. And what about you? What is your true goal? Tsunade looked at the young man in front of her, who had always seemed mature beyond his years. Her beautiful eyes focused intently on Qingyun. My answer's the same as before. To protect the lives of myself and my friends. And of course, that includes you too, sensei. A bright smile appeared on Qingyun's face as he responded to Tsunade's question. Tsunade watched that radiant smile, and a hint of emotion flickered in her eyes. She pinched Qingyun's cheek affectionately and said, "All right, I'll pass your message on to Tsukumo-senpai. As for whether he'll personally take you on as his disciples after you graduate, I can't say for sure. But, with your abilities, even if Tsukumo-senpai doesn't lead your team, the teachers will find a strong ninja to guide you for the time being. Once I have some free time, I'll transfer you under my command." "Thank you, sensei. If there's nothing else, then I'll get back to my training." Feeling reassured by Tsunade's words, Qingyun urged her gently to leave so he could continue his practice undisturbed. Tsunade rolled her eyes at those words, clearly exasperated with this training fanatic. Every day, he was either in the middle of training or on his way to train. Even when they went camping together, he would often slip into a trance, lost in thought as he ran through various applications of ninjutsu and taijutsu in his mind. It was precisely for this reason that, after taking Qingyun as her disciple, Tsunade never had to worry about him. Qingyun was always diligent and disciplined, never needing her supervision. Once Tsunade left, Qingyun went back to pondering new ways to use Chidori. Chidori Stream. This was an idea Qingyun had come up with, a way he could blend the technique seamlessly into his swordsmanship. However, at present, Qingyun had no clue how to actually execute Chidori Stream. He deliberated for a long while, but couldn't figure out where to begin. Reluctantly, he shelved the idea for now and turned his attention to combining Lingbo Weibo with Body Flicker. It wasn't until evening that Qingyun finally returned to his lodging in the Forest of Death. By then, Minato Namikaze had already prepared dinner, waiting for Qingyun to come home. After washing his hands, Qingyun grabbed the wine flask and took a hearty swig, letting the liquid chase away the fatigue of a day's training. "Minato, I'm planning to graduate this year. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Minato's chopsticks froze in midair. He looked up at Qingyun, seeing that he wasn't joking around, and his face broke into a delighted smile. "Big brother, have you finally made up your mind?" He had long wanted to graduate. The Ninja Academy had nothing left to teach him, and in his eyes, every day spent there was simply a waste of time. Yet Qingyun's teachings had always lingered in Minato's memory, and he was reluctant to go against Qingyun's wishes. That was why he had waited this long. "That's right. Our strength has reached a plateau. If we want to improve further, we need experience, the kind that comes from life-and-death battles." Qingyun saw the joy on Minato's face and couldn't help but smile himself. He'd known all along that Minato wanted to graduate, but it was only Qingyun's insistence that had kept him from doing so until now. At this point, even against seasoned Chunin, Minato didn't come up short. Especially after mastering wind nature transformation in recent days, his abilities had grown by leaps and bounds. Graduating now was only natural. "That's fantastic. I'll go to school first thing tomorrow and submit my application for early graduation to teacher Irika Haino." Minato was so excited that he forgot about his meal, hopping around Qingyun in pure delight. Looking at the childlike exuberance on Minato's face, Qingyun could only shake his head in resignation. It was hard to imagine that this same Minato would one day become the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, able to face powerful foes, but, at the end, rendered utterly helpless. The night passed quietly. For once, Qin didn't continue his nightly training. Instead, he simply lay in bed and slept in, letting himself wake naturally for a change. It was a rare respite as Qin skipped his usual practice of 9-yang divine skill and enjoyed a good, long sleep. When he finally got up, Qin stretched and freshened up. By this time, Minato had already left for the Ninja Academy. Perhaps it was because of his good mood, but at this moment, Qin felt the 9-yang inner force within him surging with vibrant energy, coursing actively through the meridians all over his body. Qin understood that this was a sign that the 9-yang divine art was on the verge of perfection. Not daring to waver, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to circulate the core techniques of the 9-yang divine art. The moment he set it in motion, the 9-yang inner force, like a mighty river, flowed incessantly through the 12 principal meridians in his body. Low, muffled thuds sounded again and again from within Qin, sending vibrations that seemed to awaken every cell in his body. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of natural spiritual energy rushed toward his Baihui point and poured into every cell. Qin greedily absorbed the ceaselessly converging energies of heaven and earth. While refining the spiritual energy merged into his body, he simultaneously wielded the 9-yang inner force, directing it to assault the Rin channel. A thunderous crash exploded in his mind, making his head buzz as if struck. Shaking his head to clear it, Qin steadied his thoughts, gathering the 9-yang inner force, refining the natural energy it transformed, and fusing it back into his original strength. Then once more forcefully drove it against the Rin channel. This time, having braced himself, Qin was not stunned by the shock. Gritting his teeth, he endured the tearing sensation, again and again sending waves of 9-yang inner force to pound against the Rin channel. Time slipped by. From dawn to midday, as the sun blazed at its zenith, Qin's face was flushed crimson, and waves of steam rolled off his entire body. He clenched his teeth tightly, not knowing how many times he had already crashed against the barrier. A deafening crack resounded as the Rin channel was finally breached. Qin's eyes flew open, his Sharingan activating, endlessly drawing in the natural spiritual energy around him. The instant the Rin channel gave way, spiritual energy from the world around swarmed to him, clustering around Qin, waiting to be absorbed. A thrill shivered through Qin as he felt 3 distinct cool sensations, from his meridians, his cells, and his Sharingan. The wondrous feeling made him feel as though he could soar into the sky at any moment. After a moment of exhilaration, Qin calmed his emotions, seized the momentum, and once more circulated an even more massive flow of 9-yang inner force to batter the Du channel. This time, bolstered by the vast influx of spiritual energy, he needed only 2 hours before he successfully broke through the Du channel. The moment the Du channel was broken, the spiritual energy in the surroundings condensed densely about Qin, so thick it seemed it might soon liquefy. If one were to look from the outside, they'd see a billowing field of white spreading out 10 meters around him, completely enveloping Qin at its center. His expression now solemn. Qin moved his hands occasionally as his Sharingan spun rapidly, unusually active. With each revolution, it drew in torrents of spiritual energy. Thanks to the trembling induced earlier by the 9-yang inner force, every cell in his body was open, greedily devouring the natural spiritual energies around him. Gradually, a faint crystalline sheen appeared across Qin's entire form, an effect of his cells being saturated with spiritual energy. Bit by bit, his hair started growing, soon dropping past his waist, and the rate of growth only accelerated, becoming wildly rapid as the transformation continued. Moreover, the surrounding trees, nourished by the natural energy on the verge of turning liquid, grew thicker and taller. Their leaves rustled excitedly in the wind, as if rejoicing in their transformation. Qin sat cross-legged in solemn meditation, repeatedly circulating the Juyang divine art within himself. He refined the surrounding natural energy, condensed it into inner force, and then compressed it, cycling through this process again and again. He had no idea how many times he repeated this cycle. All Qin knew was that his inner force now felt as solid as iron, wholly free from even the slightest impurity. Every meridian throughout his body was scoured by this pure Juyang power, becoming incomparably tough. Instinctively, Qin sent his inner force surging through the 8 extraordinary meridians of his body. With the unstoppable momentum of a thunderclap, the pure Juyang inner force barreled through the meridians. At that moment, Qin Yun finally achieved a breakthrough. In the language of martial heroes, Qin Yun had now stepped into the realm of innateness, a level from which the rank of Grandmaster was not far away. Only then did Qin Yun, mustering every cell in his body and the full might of his Sharingan, draw in the surrounding natural energy in a single, powerful breath. The energy rushed into him, some merging with his cells, some absorbed by the eyes of his Sharingan. He felt a wave of comfort spread throughout his whole body, his eyes cool and refreshed. The burden once carried by his triple Tomo Sharingan seemed to vanish without a trace. The three Tomo spun at lightning speed, as if a mysterious new power was slowly coming together, though its gathering was painstakingly slow. When the Sharingan finally quieted, Qin Yun touched his eyes, then deactivated his Sharingan and began to examine his own condition. What he discovered astonished him. A single glance made his heart leap. His height, which had once been just 1.45 meters, now shot up in one sudden spurt to 1.55 meters. In shock, Qin Yun stared at his clothes, which had become too short and now fit him uncomfortably tight. Scratching his head, he sensed something else amiss. He pulled his hair forward and, sure enough, found that it too had grown out drastically. Gleaming, jet-black locks now trailed along the ground behind him, like a flowing black cloak. With a helpless sigh, Qin Yun gathered inner force in his left hand. There was a crisp snap, and his hair parted cleanly, falling to just below his waist. Only after all this did Qin Yun begin to look inward, examining his body's transformation. The changes were nothing short of earth-shattering. First, his bones glittered like polished jade. His meridians, now twice as wide as before, were astonishingly tough, and all were fully opened and cleared. His Jiang inner force had become incomparably dense, so much so that a single measure now produced 3 times the power it once had. More than that, his Dantian had expanded considerably, able to store far greater reserves of inner force than ever before. Every cell in his body was now brimming with an immense amount of spiritual energy, pushing Qin Yun's potential to an unimaginable level. Beyond that, he felt as though something mysterious was slowly coalescing within him, as if his body had taken on the properties of the Sharingan. Yet, this power was gathering even more slowly than the Sharingan itself. He couldn't guess how much more spiritual energy he would have to absorb before it took form. Qin Yun couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Am I really going to become the next Tang monk or something? Just as his thoughts began to wander down that odd path, a stammering voice jolted Qin Yun back to reality. Be big, brother, is that you? Where's our home? What happened to our house? Startled, Qin Yun replied. Our home should be right. A cold bead of sweat slid down his forehead. He took in his surroundings. The trees around them had grown unnaturally thick, their massive branches having broken through the house where he, Minato, and Kushina once lived. Everywhere, wild grass thrived in thick, vibrant clumps. Damn it, just how long have I been cultivating? How did everything around here end up like this? He muttered to himself, his voice low. Then his face suddenly changed as he turned to the others. Minato, Kushina, we can talk about this later. Let's fix up the area first before anyone sees. It'll be hard to explain if we don't. With the whole area transformed, and all of it so close to their home, it would be obvious to anyone that Qin Yun was involved. And when word reached Hiruzen Sarutobi's ears, should Qin Yun tell the truth or keep it secret? Qin Yun guarded the secrets of his internal cultivation closely. So far, only Minato had been allowed to practice it, since it was Qin Yun's core foundation and not something he was willing to share unless he could fully protect himself. Now, faced with such a drastic change in the land around them, Qin Yun guessed it must have been caused by the excess spiritual energy he hadn't yet absorbed. Naturally, the priority was to restore everything to how it once was. If word about this got out, wouldn't Jiraiya and Orochimaru go mad, trying to seek him out and demand his methods? After all, both of them had been exposed to the art of Sage Mode, which is the mysterious fusion of natural energy and chakra in precise balance. Minato and Kushina, hearing his urgent tone, suppressed their questions and began helping Qin Yun cut down tree limbs and clear away the thick weeds. After working for a good while, they finally managed to erase all signs of what had transpired. Then, using the massive trees, Qin Yun crafted planks and built 2 simple wooden cabins from scratch. We'll go to the market tomorrow and hire a proper construction crew to build us a decent house. At this point, none of them were short on money, so hiring someone to construct a comfortable new home was entirely possible. Minato nodded absent-mindedly, clearly wanting to ask more, but stopped himself and looked at Qin Yun, hesitant. Kushina was the same, restless but holding back her words. All right, you two are the people I trust most. I'll tell you what I can, but you must promise me not to share this with anyone else. Not even Lord Hokage or Grandma Mito. Understand? Qin Yun, seeing the hesitant expressions on their faces, recounted the story of his recent breakthrough. No wonder you're smelling better and better, Qingyun. Kushina sniffed the air, then moved closer to Qingyun, taking deep, enthusiastic breaths. Qingyun felt a wave of exasperation and lightly pushed away Kushina, who was still clinging to him and eagerly breathing him in. So, am I really that fragrant? How come I never noticed it myself? What Qingyun didn't know was that Kushina had inherited a portion of the sage body, making her remarkably sensitive to natural energy. Instinctively, she was drawn to Qingyun, hoping to make up for what she lacked herself. Before this, although Qingyun was able to absorb natural energy, it had only been a trickle, hardly enough to notice. But now, with his power surging and his aura not yet fully constrained, the sheer volume of natural energy he exuded was unmistakable. Kushina couldn't help but throw decorum aside and throw herself onto him. Qingyun couldn't help but laugh at Kushina's sulking pout as she was peeled away from him. He ruffled her hair and asked, "So, what brings you here today? Where's Nawaki? I heard from Minato that you're planning to graduate." Nawaki was taken by Senior Orochimaru today. He's getting some special training for the graduation exams. As she replied, Kushina kept pouting, her nose twitching as she continued to draw in the pleasant scent clinging to Qingyun's aura. "That's right. Why do you ask?" Qingyun wasn't surprised by Kushina's question. During this period, it was wartime at the Ninja Academy. Anyone wishing to graduate would have to pass a strict exam. It wasn't like Naruto's generation, where mastering just one of the basic transformation techniques was enough to graduate. If all of you graduate, what about me? Kushina looked at Qingyun unhappily, her face full of discontent. Qingyun was caught off guard by this and fell silent. Kushina's situation was unique. In the original story, she did graduate smoothly, but only after spending 6 full years at the academy. Moreover, even after graduation, she hadn't been sent to the battlefield. After all, she was destined to become the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a position that made it unlikely for her to end up in the same squad as Qingyun and the others. "Qingyun, do you all really have a heart to leave me behind?" Seeing Qingyun's silence, Kushina cried out. Her voice trembled, as if she might burst into tears. "Big brother, maybe we could let Kushina graduate with us. Kushina isn't any weaker than the rest of us." Minato, unable to bear Kushina's distress, quickly spoke up to plead for her. Qingyun could only give a wry smile at Minato's words. Minato, after all, didn't know the burden Kushina would one day have to bear. Otherwise, he might never have suggested it. "Qingyun, I hate you." Kushina saw that Qingyun remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she cried out loudly, then turned and ran off into the distance. Today, Kushina learned that Minato Namikaze had submitted graduation applications for both herself and Qingyun, so she accompanied Minato as he went to submit them. However, when school let out that afternoon, Irika Yumino told Kushina that her graduation application had been rejected. Even when she pleaded with Irika, he wouldn't explain the reason for the refusal. That was why she and Minato came together to find Qingyun and figure out what to do. Unexpectedly, after hearing her out, Qingyun fell into silence. Realizing that he would soon leave the Ninja Academy and officially become a ninja, meaning even fewer chances for them to meet, Kushina felt a wave of loneliness wash over her, which was why she lost her composure. Qingyun watched Kushina's retreating figure, a sharp pang twisting in his heart. He said, "Minato, go after Kushina. Tell her that I'll definitely find a way for her to graduate with us." With a stony expression, Qingyun spoke to Minato Namikaze, then set his jaw resolutely and dashed toward the Senju clan estate with swift, light steps. Before long, Qingyun arrived at the gates of the Senju estate and knocked. Soon, a middle-aged servant, probably in his 50s, opened the door and looked at Qingyun with curiosity. "Can I help you with something? Could I trouble you to let Grandma Mito know that Qingyun has come to visit?" "Thank you. Of course, please wait a moment." This wasn't Qingyun's first time at the Senju estate, but he'd always left immediately after dropping Kushina off at the gates, so the servants of the Senju household didn't recognize him. Soon, the servant returned and invited Qingyun inside. Following the servant, Qingyun entered a spacious hall and saw Nawaki, Tsunade, and Uzumaki Mito sitting together at the dinner table. "Qingyun, what brings you here? And where is Kushina? It's so late, and she still hasn't come home. Didn't she go to see you?" Uzumaki Mito eyed Qingyun in puzzlement, inquiring after Kushina's whereabouts. Qingyun had never actually entered the Senju household before, so his sudden visit made it clear to Mito that he had something important to discuss, and the fact that Kushina hadn't returned together with him. Could something have happened? "Grandma Mito, please don't worry. Kushina's fine. I asked Minato to go after her. The reason I came tonight is because I have a favor to ask of you." Seeing both Mito and Tsunade looking at him with worried expressions, Qingyun quickly reassured them. What is it? Speak your mind. If it's within my power, I'll help you without question. After more than a year of observation, Uzumaki Mito had gradually come to trust Qingyun. She no longer minded his Uchiha lineage, and now, hearing that he needed her help, she agreed without hesitation. Though she had retired from public life, there were precious few things in Konoha that Uzumaki Mito couldn't accomplish if she set her mind to it. To put it bluntly, given her status, even if she were to remove Hiruzen Sarutobi from his position, most clan leaders would agree. Back when Hiruzen first became Hokage, the village was rife with hidden currents, and it was only because she stood firmly behind him that he managed to secure his place as Hokage. When Qingyun heard Mito Uzumaki's words, he glanced at her with gratitude before revealing that Kushina intended to graduate along with him and the others. Big brother. Hearing Qingyun's words, Nawaki's face lit up with excitement, and he was about to speak, but Mito silenced him with a sealing technique. Nawaki shot her a look full of grievance. Yet Mito paid no mind to Nawaki's wounded expression. Her world-weary eyes were locked onto Qingyun, unwavering. You know what Kushina's future holds, so why would you do this anyway? After a long pause, Mito finally spoke, her tone calm. Because Kushina is my closest friend. I don't want her to be unhappy. And I promise you now, on my life, that as long as I draw breath, no one will harm Kushina. As he spoke, Qingyun suddenly unleashed his Sharingan. His internal energy surged, and a powerful aura pressed down upon Mito. This was the first time Qingyun revealed the full extent of his abilities. Your presence is impressive, but it's still not enough. Mito's eyes narrowed at Qingyun's display. Over a year ago, she fought him herself. Back then, he was nowhere near a match for her. Even without using his sealing technique, she could have taken his life with ease. But now, even though she couldn't yet gauge his true strength, the force he released carried a faint sense of danger, a feeling she hadn't expected. It was small, to be sure, but considering the level of ninja the fact that Qingyun could make her feel threatened at all was something he could take pride in. Tell me, what would it take for you to agree to let Kushina graduate with us? Last one standing against me. Mito replied coolly. Qingyun's pupils contracted. Hold his ground against Mito Uzumaki? Could he really do that? Doubt flickered in Qingyun's eyes for an instant. Then his gaze hardened with determination. If he shrank from this, how could he ever hope to protect Kushina in the future? How could he change the tragic fate awaiting Kushina and Minato Namikaze? I accept. Where shall we fight? Follow me. With that, Mito moved swiftly away. Watching her retreating figure, Qingyun's eyes focused with steel resolve. Ignoring Tsunade's hesitance, he used the Lingbo Weibu technique to follow closely behind her. Before long, the two of them arrived in succession at the Senju clan's ancestral training grounds, where they faced each other, ready for the duel. Tsunade and Nawaki had also arrived, silently watching the two opponents face each other. No one spoke a word. Well, Nawaki would have liked to say something, but his mouth had been sealed by jutsu, rendering him mute. At that moment, Qingyun kept a silent gaze fixed on Mito Uzumaki. Suddenly, with a gentle whisper of wind, a leaf drifted to the ground. Qingyun's Sharingan spun with 3 tomo, his inner energy surging as he unleashed the Lingbo microstep to its utmost limit, darting at top speed straight toward Mito Uzumaki. Since Mito far outmatched him in strength, Qingyun would never wait for her to make the first move. Fire style, Fire Dragon Tornado. In less than a second, he unleashed a powerful A-rank fire style technique. But that was only the beginning. As the swirling flame spun forth, Qingyun split his concentration. His left hand formed a string of hand seals, while at the same time, he summoned the Xiaoshang sword. Mito watched as Qingyun danced across the battlefield with his Lingbo microstep, after images flickering everywhere, some leaping, some running, some slashing with a sword, others weaving seals. For a moment, she couldn't even tell which one was the real Qingyun. A gleam of admiration flashed in her eyes. Drawing her tachi, she released a fierce burst of chakra. With a thunderous boom, Mito cut clean through the Fire Dragon Tornado in a single stroke, sending a wave of razor-sharp sword energy hurtling toward Qingyun. Lightning style, Thunderclap Tornado. Xiaoshang sword. A bolt of silver lightning shot toward the sword energy, immediately followed by the Xiaoshang sword, now infused with the properties of fire. Electric energy spun through the air, converging into tornadoes of lightning that shredded the incoming blade force, then roared straight for Mito. Adamantine sealing chains. Thick golden chains exploded into the field around them. As soon as Qingyun saw those golden chains appear, his eyes narrowed. He didn't dare risk letting the Xiaoshang sword linger or continue his attack. Even just being grazed by those chains could be fatal. pouring everything he had into the Lingbo micro-step. He even mingled in an element of the body flicker technique, darting desperately to evade the relentless golden chains. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the battlefield, gouging a deep crater around Mito Uzumaki. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere, obscuring her silhouette, while ghostly white flames devoured anything that would burn. Yet, the golden chains still slashed through the haze, relentlessly attacking Qingyun, their number undiminished, making it very clear Mito had not been injured at all. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, a golden shield of sealing chains enveloped Mito, protecting her completely. Seal of fire. Suddenly, from within her cocoon of chains, Mito spoke with commanding force. The white flames swirling nearby were instantly sucked into a scroll she held, their raging energy sealed away. Qingyun was still dodging, narrowly twisting aside as the golden chains snaked ever closer, seeking to bind him. Damn it. If this keeps up, she'll wear me down sooner or later. I have to think of something. Even as he bobbed and weaved amongst the writhing golden chains, Qingyun was racking his brains for a way out. At this moment, though he could just barely dodge the golden chains winding toward him, the extreme use of Lingbo Weibu, now infused with principles from body flicker technique, granted him a surge in speed, but also drained his inner energy at an alarming rate. His once solid and unyielding Jiang inner strength was being consumed at breakneck speed. There was no way he could sustain this for long. In contrast, when he glanced at Uzumaki Mito, he realized she belonged to the Uzumaki clan, famed for their immense chakra reserves. Not only that, but after so many years of life, she wielded their clan's sealing techniques with unsurpassed mastery. Compared to her, he was but a novice dabbling on the surface. With this realization, Qingyun's expression hardened, silently stealing his resolve. He began to convert his inner strength into lightning nature, sending it coursing through his cells. A guttural cry escaped his lips. Lightning flared wildly from his body, engulfing Qingyun in a crackling aura of electric light. Upon seeing this, Uzumaki Mito's eyes narrowed. Her gaze, weathered and deep, locked onto Qingyun. She was determined to see what trick he was plotting. Oblivious to her scrutiny, Qingyun's entire body trembled from the numbing sensation spreading through him. No longer paying attention to the world around him, he continued weaving through with Lingbo Weibu, eyes closed as he immersed himself in the shifting nature of lightning. This was the plan that had come to him. He would borrow the operating principle of the Chidori technique, using lightning-infused inner strength to stimulate his cells, thereby unleashing a burst of speed and allowing him to perform Chidori flow at its full power. Time seemed to stretch on forever before Qingyun's eyes suddenly snapped open. With lightning speed, he drew the azure edge sword from his waist. Chidori flow, Quanjun sword style. A streak of lightning raced along the blade, while waves of sword energy, charged with electricity, burst forth and slashed toward a golden chain ahead. With a sharp metallic clang, Qingyun's entire body shook. The golden chain's resilience was far beyond anything he'd imagined. His body, tempered over the years, was still nearly overwhelmed by the shock of azure edge clashing against those chains. Acknowledging this, Qingyun's gaze sharpened. There was no sense in brute force. These weren't ordinary chains, but manifestations of Uzumaki Mito's chakra. No matter how many he destroyed, as long as she had chakra left, the golden bindings would keep coming, endless and inexhaustible. With this in mind, Qingyun channeled the instant movement-infused Lingbo Weibu once again, his form growing ever more elusive and ethereal. Flashes of his sword light danced throughout the training grounds. More often than not, by the time the golden chains reached his afterimage, Qingyun had already slipped away, parrying and weakening them with the Quanjun sword style, now charged with Chidori's lightning. Uzumaki Mito's eyes narrowed further, recognizing the uncanny agility of his movements. She decided to hold nothing back. Her full power burst forth. All at once, a dense web of golden chains surged toward Qingyun, seeking to ensnare him. Qingyun witnessed this scene, his pupils contracting sharply as he exploded with inner potential. Channeling the power of the Nine Yang to its absolute peak, he pushed his untamed lightning nature change throughout his body without regarding the cost, relentlessly stimulating every cell. In no time, Qingyun's entire body was scorched and bleeding from the surging lightning chakra coursing through him. Yet even such effort couldn't let him completely evade the golden chain's assault. Several of the golden chains wrapped around him tightly, binding him fast. The instant the golden chains entangled him, Qingyun felt his entire body go weak. The circulation of the Nine Yang energy inside him struggled unbearably. No matter how he tried to rouse it, the energy remained calmly dormant within his dantian, as though he had lost all command over it. And that wasn't all. Because Qin Yun had driven himself heedless of injury, using lightning to forcefully stimulate his body at every turn. He hadn't felt the toll earlier, as the Nine Yang Power's restorative abilities masked the pain in the heat of battle. But now, with the Nine Yang energy motionless in his core and his meridians deprived of its nourishing flow, waves of tearing pain surged through Qin Yun's body, sending paroxysms of agony through his mind, distorting his expression. "You've lost," Mito Uzumaki said flatly, regarding Qin Yun's twisted features with calm detachment. "Qin Yun, brother. Granny Mito, let him go." Suddenly, Minato Namikaze arrived with Kushina in tow. At the sight of Qin Yun's dire state, Minato cried out in alarm. Kushina, incensed, shouted indignantly at Mito Uzumaki. Hearing their voices, Qin Yun struggled to turn his head and looked at Minato and Kushina. Seeing the concern etched on their faces, he forced a faint, crooked smile, then fixed his gaze on Mito Uzumaki. "I told you. I make sure Kushina graduates with me. A man keeps his word. How could I go back on it? I'm not finished yet. I haven't lost. But at this moment, your chakra is completely sealed by me. Judging by your condition, you just used a technique you're not accustomed to and suffered its backlash. You're already gravely wounded. What resistance can you offer now?" Mito Uzumaki's eyes flickered as she listened, but her face remained impassive as she stared at Qin Yun. "Qin Yun, please no. I don't need to graduate. Just admit defeat. Granny, please let Qin Yun go." Unable to bear Qin Yun's suffering, Kushina, her voice trembling with tears, pleaded for his sake. Qin Yun coughed and replied hoarsely, "I said that even if it costs me my life, I won't let anything hurt Kushina. If I can't earn your recognition now, how could I ever hope to protect her in the future?" With great effort, he drew out a blood bodhi from his system space, his hand trembling as he raised it and placed it in his mouth. Of course, Mito Uzumaki was holding back. She was curious to see what trump card Qin Yun had to play. In fact, Mito Uzumaki had already acknowledged Qin Yun. The only reason she persisted was to see how many surprises he could bring her. Based on the strength Qin Yun had just demonstrated, even ordinary elite jonin would be powerless against him. Entrusting Kushina to Qin Yun, she felt entirely at ease. Qin Yun struggled to swallow the blood bodhi. The moment it entered his mouth, it dissolved into a rush of medicinal energy that quickly spread throughout his body, seeping into every bone and limb. Qin Yun's wounds began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye, while a wave of blood-red, scorching inner force erupted from within him. "Ah!" Clenching his fists tightly, Qin Yun let out a fearsome roar, his features contorted in pain. The potent energy of the blood bodhi was so abundant that he couldn't possibly refine it immediately. Wave after wave of power surged through him. His nine-yang inner force worked with difficulty to absorb it, while blood-red light of energy coiled around his entire body. With a surge of power, Qin Yun broke free from the golden chains that bound him. Once again, he used his Lingbo micro-step, and streaks of silver lightning crackled around the blade of his azure-edged sword. This time, bolstered by the searing blood-red power of the blood bodhi, the arcs of lightning carried a palpable heat. The very air around Qin Yun shimmered and crackled, as if strained to the breaking point by his overwhelming force. Mito Uzumaki beheld this spectacle, momentarily fearing that Qin Yun had fallen into madness. But when she looked into his clear eyes and saw no sign of corruption, relief washed over her. Steeling herself, she brandished her golden chains once more to meet Qin Yun's renewed assault. A resounding clash echoed as Qin Yun parried a golden chain. His form seemed to flicker and fade in an instant, vanishing before Mito could react and reappearing at another position in the blink of an eye. Qin Yun's movements became ever more unpredictable and elusive. While refining the power of the blood bodhi, he kept his eyes closed, executing Lingbo micro-step and body flicker technique in seamless succession. Gradually, the principles of both the body flicker and Lingbo micro-step unfolded in his mind. The after-images of his form seemed to freeze in midair, countless mirror images surrounding him on all sides. Unlike before, these shadows did not fade with time, but remained suspended, impossibly real. Witnessing this, Mito Uzumaki's eyes widened in astonishment, her composure slipping for the first time. "What is this?" She tentatively swung a golden chain at one of the Qin Yun figures. With a sharp metallic clatter, the golden chain quickly wrapped around Qin Yun. Yet the next instant, it passed right through his body as if he were made of mist. Thinking it was a genjutsu, Mito hastily disrupted her chakra flow. But the multitude of Qin Yun figures refused to vanish. Suddenly, one, whom Mito had taken for a mere afterimage, began weaving hand signs at blinding speed. Fire style. Great Dragon Fire Technique. A blazing white dragon, forged from pure flame, surged fiercely toward Mito. Her expression shifted in alarm. Hastily, she summoned her golden chains to intercept. Yet, just as she blocked the attack from the Qingyun in front of her, another burst of sword energy shot toward her from behind. One after another, sword strikes, Xiaoshang sword, followed by torrents of fire, surges of lightning, sword auras, and 6 meridian divine swords. All converged upon Mito from every direction, their speed a relentless flurry. Mito Uzumaki's pupils contracted sharply as a dense swarm of golden chains whipped through the air at breakneck speed, blocking every attack coming from all directions. Even so, she dared not let her guard down, mustering the chakra from within and continuously weaving new chains of gold. Such a surreal scene left Tsunade, Nawaki, Kushina, and Minato Namikaze utterly stunned. Though Qin Yun's movements had always bordered on the uncanny, they'd never been this perplexing. At this moment, it was as if Qin Yun could shift from place to place in an instant. Each afterimage was not mere illusion, but Qin Yun's true body, every one launching attacks on its own initiative. Faced with this barrage of blinding assaults, Mito Uzumaki couldn't afford a single lapse. She rapidly manipulated her golden chains, straining to intercept every blow. A succession of thunderous explosions shook the training ground, leaving it battered and chaotic. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never expected Qin Yun to grow so strong and so quietly, right under their noses. It was only after a long while, when Mito Uzumaki had finally managed to ward off every onslaught, that she realized the countless afterimages of Qin Yun lingering on every side had not faded away. Inwardly, she voiced a silent praise. With this disturbing, almost supernatural movement art alone, Qin Yun had already carved a place for himself among the world's most elite fighters. As time pressed on, Qin Yun's technique only grew more bewildering. Yet, this did not mean his movement art was invincible. Mito Uzumaki thought with a subtle smile, preparing to teach him a lesson. Adamantine sealing chains. In an instant, no end of golden chains surged forward, closing in and surrounding every Qin Yun present. This was the greatest flaw in Qin Yun's technique. When met with a powerful, wide-ranging assault, he could be forced into a corner, left with nowhere to run, only able to face the strike head-on. Blending into one of his afterimages, Qin Yun's eyes widened as he saw Mito Uzumaki's attack sweeping toward him. His thoughts raced. A long-held idea surfaced in his mind. In the past, even with the mastery of the Nine-Yang power, his internal strength was never enough to attempt this move. But now, with the Blood Bodhi's immense medicinal force, his reserves seemed limitless. If not now, when? The prospect set his heart pounding. He was determined to see just how much power this new technique could unleash. Lesser Shang Sword, Shangyang Sword, Zhongchong Sword, Guanchong Sword, Xiaochong Sword, Xiaoza Sword. Qin Yun's powerful shout echoed amid the sea of golden chains, leaving Tsunade and the others outside baffled as to what he was doing. Yet inside, something terrifying was gathering, a force so intense it sent ripples through the air. Suddenly, a beam of blinding white light burst through the entangling chains, streaking upward toward the sky. Witnessing this, Mito Uzumaki's expression changed at once. Her hands flashed together in a practiced seal, phantasmic reality barrier. With the explosive surge of her chakra, an ethereal barrier shrouded the area. At once, Tsunade and the others could no longer see what was happening within. Qin Yun moved at lightning speed, unleashing the 6 meridian divine sword in 6 directions even before the sword energy was released. In an instant, 6 streams of sword energy, suffused with white flames, shifted and interwove ceaselessly. Guided by Qin Yun's internal power, they formed a powerful formation, the 6 Ding and 6 Jiare. No sooner had the formation taken shape than a terrifying force began to gather within it, surging to collide head-on with the golden chain formation descending from above. A tremendous shockwave erupted within the golden chains, shaking the very air. The golden chains visibly began to dissolve at a speed detectable to the naked eye. Sensing this, Mito Uzumaki's expression changed dramatically. She immediately unleashed her full strength, forcibly drawing upon a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra as her hands flashed through a series of seals. Sealing technique, immortal seal. A translucent barrier enveloped the sword array, and in moments, the white flames within it were snuffed out, the fierce sword energy gradually fading into nothingness. Cold sweat beaded on Mito Uzumaki's forehead. Qin Yun's attack a moment ago had posed a mortal threat to her. If she hadn't acted on instinct, forcefully extracting the Nine-Tails chakra, even her full power might not have been enough to stop Qin Yun's final strike. Mito Uzumaki cast a complex look at Qin-yun, who was now seated cross-legged in meditation. It was anyone's guess what was going through her mind. Damn it, Mito Uzumaki. Don't let me out. Otherwise, I'll obliterate Konoha. The Nine Tails, having sensed that terrifying force just now, hadn't even had time to react in fear before Mito Uzumaki forcibly drew out its chakra. Now, its rage burned uncontrollably. But, restrained tightly by the golden chains, it found itself utterly powerless to resist. Quiet. Mito Uzumaki swung several golden chains with force, lashing the Nine Tails harshly. The blows made the Nine Tails wince in pain and grumble resentfully. Then, as if recalling something, it hurriedly asked Mito Uzumaki about the events that had just transpired. After a moment's thought, Mito Uzumaki unlocked part of the seal, allowing the Nine Tails to see the outside world through her eyes. Curious, the Nine Tails peered through Mito Uzumaki's perspective, fixing its gaze on the meditating figure. "Who is that?" "Mito Uzumaki," it asked, shuddering. "I feel an aura within him that fills me with dread. If I ever cross him, I'm certain I'll perish, gone for good, never to be whole again. Not even able to reform somewhere else. I'd be utterly erased from this world, with no hope of coming back." At the first sight of Qin-yun, this chilling thought sprang unbidden to the Nine Tails' mind, filling it with unspeakable fear. Mito Uzumaki's eyes narrowed at this. It was a well-known fact that tailed beasts could not truly be slain. Even if destroyed, they would reform elsewhere after a period of time, though how long that took could vary greatly. Yet now, what was the Nine Tails saying? That Qin-yun possessed the power to wipe them out completely. This was... Uzumaki Mito's gaze towards Qin-yun changed in an instant, as if she recalled something. The corner of her mouth lifted in a smile. "Nine Tails, congratulations." The Nine Tails was confused for a moment. "Congratulations? For what?" "To succeed me as the Jinchuriki. You should have met the little girl already, right?" "What about it?" "Uzumaki Mito, let me tell you, your plan will never succeed. I'll kill her, escape, and then destroy Konoha." Uzumaki Mito let out a low laugh. "I'd advise you not to think that way. That little girl is Qin-yun's girlfriend, his future wife. Think about it. If you kill his wife, do you really think he'll let you walk free? At that point, you won't even get the chance to be sealed. You won't even make it to the underworld." Mito technically told a lie, though it wasn't fully untrue. Considering how close Qin-yun and Kushina were becoming, her words could easily come true in time. At this, Nine Tails' eyes widened, a look of terror crossing its face. "Uzumaki Mito, don't seal me into that guy's wife. I'll do anything you want." "We'll see." Uzumaki Mito spoke with cool indifference as she watched Nine Tails' horrified expression, then quietly mended the seal and ignored the beast. On the other side, Qin-yun had no idea about Uzumaki Mito's exchange with the Nine Tails. He sat cross-legged where he was, circulating the Jiuyang divine art to absorb the medicinal power of Blood Bodhi. After a burst of release, Qin-yun had managed to perfectly control his inner strength to keep the medicine's power in check, refining it strand by strand. Time slipped by unknowingly, as countless cycles were completed. The robust energy of Jiuyang gradually diminished, replaced by fine threads of golden red qi. This wasn't a regression of his abilities. The inner strength was undergoing a rapid transformation into true qi. Each trace of this true qi was vastly more powerful than his old inner strength. Just one strand could unleash a force 100 times mightier than before. When every last bit of his inner strength was forged into true qi, Qin-yun was elated and opened his eyes. "Thank you, Grandma Mito, for holding back." "I didn't hold back at all. In fact, on your final strike, I was forced to borrow chakra from the Nine Tails just to withstand it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been confident I'd last through it. If anything, it was me who skirted the rules." Uzumaki Mito smiled warmly at Qin-yun as she explained. Qin-yun, hearing this, was not at all prideful. "Honestly, if it hadn't been for you, I never would have gotten a taste of that red fruit. Without it, I could have never unleashed power like that. Now that the fruit's medicinal energy is spent, it'll probably be a long time before I'm able to use such strength again." He then found an excuse, saying he'd stumbled across the red fruit while training deep in the forest of death. He'd actually planned to give it to Tsunade for research, but the situation had turned urgent, and he hadn't given it another thought before eating it himself. Upon hearing this, Mito Uzumaki said nothing. Instead, she recalled the words of the Nine Tails and gave Qin-yun a long, penetrating look. Once the barrier between illusion and reality was lifted, Tsunade, Nawaki, Kushina, and Minato Namikaze, faces etched with worry, rushed inside. "Qin-yun, are you all right?" Before anyone else could speak, Kushina hurried to Qin-yun's side, looking him up and down with concern. Oh dear, it seems I'm no longer important. As long as Qingyun is here, little Kushina forgets all about her grandmother. Mito teased Kushina, her tone both affectionate and playful. Grandma Mito. At Mito's words, Kushina's cheeks flushed a brilliant red. Embarrassed, she left Qingyun's side and hurried to stand beside Mito, anxiously twisting the hem of her clothes as she spoke in a soft, coquettish voice. Seeing Kushina's bashfulness, Mito smiled and chose not to pursue the matter any further. Grandmother, what exactly happened just now? With a serious expression, Tsunade questioned Mito, her gaze locked unwaveringly on Qingyun. Just moments ago, waiting outside the barrier, they had all sensed a terrifying surge of energy. Yet, shielded by the barrier, they could not make out what was happening within. Since when did Qingyun possess such strength? The power Qingyun had displayed a moment ago was enough to leave even Tsunade wary. If she wasn't careful, she might have to resort to forbidden techniques just to survive. Catching Tsunade's intense stare, Qingyun could only give a helpless shrug. He spread his hands and repeated the explanation he'd just given to Mito. So, you mean to say that it was the power of that fruit that let you unleash such a terrifying technique, but you can't do it again now? What kind of fruit could contain chakra that intense? And it heals injuries too? Describe it to me. Maybe I'll recognize it. Tsunade's eyes lit up as she spoke. She had personally seen the extent of Qingyun's wounds. Even as a renowned medical ninja, she could only heal the superficial cuts easily. Deeper injuries, however, would have required at least half a month to fully recover. Yet that small fruit hadn't just healed Qingyun completely. The chakra within it was formidable. As a healer, Tsunade couldn't help but be intensely curious. Seeing the look of excitement in her eyes, Qingyun could only patiently describe the appearance of the blood bodhi fruit once again. After listening carefully to Qingyun's description, Tsunade frowned in concentration. However she turned it over in her mind, she could not think of any medicinal herb that matched the blood bodhi. Sensing Tsunade's frustration, a hint of guilt flickered in Qingyun's eyes. After all, the matter of the blood bodhi concerned his system, so he could only keep it hidden. All right, Tsunade, have someone clean up here. And remember, none of tonight's events are to be spoken of by anyone. Especially you, Nawaki, understand? Rope Tree opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Troubled, he pointed at his lips, hoping Whirlpool Mito would undo the sealing jutsu for him. Mito saw the look on Rope Tree's face and couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. She formed a quick hand sign and released the seal from his mouth. Ah, I thought I was going to suffocate. Grandma, you're the worst. Why would you? Nothing, never mind, I get it. Rope Tree blurted out the moment the jutsu was lifted, words tumbling out rapid fire. But as soon as Mito lifted her right hand, implying another jutsu was coming, he instantly fell silent and nodded over and over. Qingyun, Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina all looked at Rope Tree's comical behavior and burst out laughing. It really was a case of there's always someone who can keep you in line. Meanwhile, Tsunade was still frowning, deep in thought about the blood bodhi. Luckily, Tsunade was not one to brood for long. After a few moments of inner struggle, she shook it off, temporarily casting the matter from her mind. I'll speak to the third about Kushina's graduation tomorrow. Don't worry, Mito announced at the dinner table, noticing that Kushina seemed to have something on her mind. After taking in the girl's hesitant expression, she turned to Qingyun, giving her assurance. Thank you so much, Grandma Mito, Kushina replied, and in her delight, she darted over to Mito and planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Thank you for your help, Grandma Mito, Qingyun said with a little smile, standing and bowing respectfully. Mito waved her hand, indicating there was no need for such formalities. These days, she was more than satisfied with Qingyun. Polite, kind-hearted, and tremendously powerful, the boy had won her favor in every way. And, after all the Ninetales had told her, she felt perfectly at ease about Kushina eventually becoming a Jinchuriki. She was certain, as long as Qingyun was around, the Ninetales wouldn't dare act up. For all its age, the beast still had a healthy fear of death. In the past, sealing it away was the best anyone could do, so it acted recklessly. But now, with Qingyun possessing the power to kill it, and with those Sharingan eyes, well, the Ninetales' fear was entirely justified. Thinking of this, a smile of relief and contentment appeared on Mito's face. The meal stretched on for quite a while before everyone finally finished. Thank you, Qingyun. Mwah! Kushina ran over just as Minato and Qingyun were about to leave, gave Qingyun a quick kiss on the cheek, and then scampered away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Stunned by Kushina's sudden attack, Qingyun watched her flee, shaking his head with an amused sigh. Minato caught his eye, teasing, Big brother, did Kushina just turn the tables on you? Qingyun rolled his eyes. Oh, get out of here. Don't you have anywhere else to be? And hey, it seems you've been learning a lot from Jiraiya lately. Even you know about turning the tables now. To be honest, when you were training with Master Jiraiya, did you sneak any peeks at women bathing? Of course not. Don't ruin my reputation like that, big brother. Minato Namikaze, whose face had been teasing just a moment ago, turned bright red at Qingyun's words. Embarrassed and indignant, he shouted at Qingyun. The two of them bickered as they headed toward the forest of death. In the days that followed, Qingyun dedicated himself to mastering the Chidori flow and the floating ripple step. With the integration of the body flicker technique, the floating ripple step became even more elusive and unpredictable. When Qingyun moved through the pattern of a bagua, the afterimages he left behind within the formation did not fade away. At any moment, he could shift among these shadowy forms, making it nearly impossible for enemies to predict or catch him. Moreover, these afterimages couldn't be destroyed. They could only be overwhelmed with wide-range attacks that covered the entire bagua space, forcing Qingyun to endure them directly. It could be said that as long as Qingyun's internal energy held out within this bagua space, he stood unshakable. Even if his opponent used massive, sweeping attacks, Qingyun could break through at a single vulnerable point, unleashing the Six-Pulse Divine sword to shatter the enemy's defense and slowly wear them down. As for the Chidori flow, although Qingyun's violent training had left his body battered, the very first successful attempt had given him fresh insight. With continuous refinement to iron out the technique's flaws, Chidori flow would no longer harm Qingyun before reaching his foes. He also gained a deeper understanding of the lightning element. All he needed was more practice, and soon the power of lightning within him would transform, perhaps taking on a quality like white fire, a unique transformation that would become his own trademark. Days slipped by as Qingyun was immersed in his training. Ever since that night, when Kushina kissed him, she seemed far too shy to seek him out again. It wasn't until Minato brought word that the graduation exam was about to begin that Qingyun drew his training to a close. He straightened his clothes, then followed Minato through the doors of the Ninja Academy. Today was graduation day, the morning devoted to written tests, the afternoon set aside for sparring. Kushina. When Qingyun spotted Kushina, he and Minato walked over to greet her. Qingyun. Seeing Qingyun, a flush crept over Kushina's cheeks. She offered him a barely audible greeting, completely ignoring Minato at her side. Minato could only roll his eyes. He'd known Kushina long enough to understand her quirks. Whenever Qingyun was around, Kushina seemed to forget all about anyone else. It was just her way. We've got theory exams this morning. Are you feeling confident? I've been cramming these past few days. I should be able to pass, no problem. Kushina pumped her fist in encouragement as she made her promise to Qingyun. Qingyun couldn't help but smile at Kushina's adorable demeanor, but he said nothing more. The three of them walked side by side toward the examination hall. All three were supremely confident about the graduation exams. The written portion in the morning flew by almost in an instant, and in the afternoon, the practical assessment awaited to withstand 10 consecutive attacks without defeat against a Chunin, or the best one in combat. Not that this presented any real challenge. Even Rope Tree, the least formidable among them, easily overcame his own opponent. After finishing the practical exams, the four friends gathered to share a meal, then waited quietly for the next day's results. As expected, all four graduated together. The following day, they assembled in a classroom, where Qingyun noticed Uchiha Fugaku was present as well. Fugaku gave Qingyun a polite nod in greeting, to which Qingyun responded with an impassive, almost imperceptible dip of his head, a subtle, yet sufficient acknowledgement. Besides Uchiha Fugaku, the famed Ino, Shika, Cho trio of this generation was also gathered, Akimichi Dingza, Yamanaka Haichi, and Nara Shikahiza. Qingyun glanced at the three, but didn't pay them further attention. Instead, his gaze shifted to a ninja accompanied by a dog and to a large, burly boy, Akimichi Tudu and Inazuka Gaku, the two teammates of Minato Namikaze in the original story. But this time, it was certain that Minato would be assigned to Qingyun's group. This team had already been decided well before. True to form, the ninja instructor began reading out the team lists one by one. Team 9, Qingyun, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. Team 10, Fugaku Uchiha, Akimichi Tudu, and Inazuka Gaku. Team 11. Once he heard his own name, Qingyun tuned out the rest, glanced at Rope Tree, who wore a look of disappointment, then patted him on the shoulder. You've got two strong teammates. Make sure you don't end up as the weak link, all right? Rope Tree's teammates were Shuri Aburame, a specialist in close-quarter swordplay, and Tsukaki Jion, a master of bug-based techniques, far surpassing others in support and reconnaissance. Combined with Rope Tree's own power as a human cannon, they made a remarkably balanced team. No way. Don't worry, big bro. I'm going to be the next Hokage. There's no chance I'll get outdone by them. Spurred on by Qing Yun's words, Rope Tree's passion returned in an instant, and he declared his resolve in a booming voice. Qing Yun smiled at that. Same as always, Rope Tree hadn't changed one bit. Just as Qing Yun was about to say something more, a white-haired ninja with a cold, sharp expression appeared at the doorway and called out, Team 9, come with me. Without waiting for any reply, he turned and strode away. Qing Yun, Minato, and Kushina exchanged glances, offered a quick farewell to Rope Tree, and then each employed their swiftest footwork to dash after the white-haired ninja. The three followed close behind, but no matter how fast they pushed themselves, the gap between them and the white-haired ninja remained perfectly at 10 meters. Never more, never less. Qing Yun watched the white-haired ninja running ahead and silently praised him in his heart. No wonder they call him the White Fang of Konoha. Putting everything else aside, just this level of control is something ordinary ninjas could never possess. Before long, the white-haired ninja came to a stop atop the Hokage rock, standing quietly, gazing at the three kids before him. The aura around him slowly intensified, and a fierce, violent killing intent pressed down on Qing Yun and his companions. None of the three had ever experienced a true life-and-death struggle. Even though Qing Yun had battled Uzumaki Mido twice, he was completely unprepared for the ferocity of Hitaki Tsukumo's murderous intent. Their legs trembled beneath them, fear flashing in their eyes. None dared meet the calm, indifferent gaze of Hitaki Tsukumo. So, this is all you're capable of? Hitaki Tsukumo looked at the three shaking in fear under the weight of his killing intent, unable to muster any resistance. His tone was filled with disdain as he spoke. Hokage-sama told me there were three very gifted youngsters he wanted me to mentor. At first, I wasn't willing, but a direct order from the Hokage is not to be refused, so I came by to see for myself. The result is a total disappointment. Judging by the sorry state you're in now, forget about the battlefield. You could hardly manage an ordinary C-rank mission. At the slightest wave of killing intent, you freeze in place, lacking even the courage to look me in the eye. Enough. I'll go back and let Hokage-sama know to find someone else. Wait, please. Qing Yun, after all, had fused with the soul of an adult from his previous life, his mental strength exceedingly powerful. Though he'd never encountered such overwhelming killing intent before, he managed to steady himself after a moment, suppressing the fear in his heart with sheer force of will. Looking up at Hitaki Tsukumo, he spoke. Oh, you have something more to say. Hitaki Tsukumo glanced at Qing Yun with interest, recalling what Tsunade had said to him previously. When he accepted the Hokage's appointment and the daimyo's official commission, he hadn't expected any real trouble. But after Tsunade spoke to him, his expression turned serious. The moment of pride from being honored had faded, and as he considered the deeper implications of Tsunade's words, a cold sweat broke out on his back. What astonished him even more was that those insightful comments had actually come from this very youth standing before him. From that moment on, he had taken a keen interest in Qing Yun. He'd even thought of suggesting to Hiruzen Sarutobi that he personally take on Qing Yun and the other two as his students. But before he could speak, Hiruzen himself brought it up, seeking his opinion. Naturally, Tsukumo had agreed without hesitation. The reason he was being so strict now, firstly, was to test their inner resolve. Even with talent, without the right mindset, it's difficult to truly succeed, and he knew they would need special guidance in this regard. Secondly, he was curious to see what other surprises Qing Yun might have in store for him. We're just encountering this for the first time, so it's only natural to react this way. But I bet your first experience with killing intent was even rougher than ours. Qing Yun grinned, and a surge of inner strength burst forth from him. A blazing energy coiled around his entire body, sweeping away Tsukumo Hitaki's murderous aura. Instantly, Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina felt the pressure lift from their shoulders. They hurried behind Qing Yun, gathering their chakra to unite their force with his. The fear that had filled their eyes was now completely gone. Tsukumo Hitaki caught sight of Qing Yun's formidable presence, and a flicker of approval appeared in his gaze. He released his killing aura in full, no longer holding anything back. In that moment, it felt as if the air around them turned colder. The three pressed their teeth together in determination, bracing themselves beneath the onslaught of murderous energy. It was as if invisible blades danced through the air. Sharp, icy slashes seemed to graze their skin, leaving them feeling as though they were being lacerated all over. Only then did Qing Yun realize how far he still had to go before he could stand among the true elites. Thinking back, when he had fought Uzumaki Mido twice, she must not have been fighting him seriously. If it were truly a life-and-death battle against such powerhouses, he doubted he could last even 10 moves before being cut down. And that wasn't all. Just the force that Tsukumo Hitaki could radiate was enough to make his enemies falter, their combat strength plummeting, leaving them vulnerable to a single fatal stroke. Drenched in sweat, the three of them stood unsteady on trembling legs. Yet even as their bodies trembled, the thought of giving up never crossed their minds. Their eyes stayed fixed on Tsukumo Hatake, burning with unwavering resolve. Tsukumo took in the sight of the three, sweat-soaked but unyielding. A hint of amusement flickered in his heart. Just as they were nearing their limits, he reined in his aura, watching them collapse to the ground, completely spent. He allowed a small smile to brighten his face. Congratulations. You passed this simple test. He had no intention of making them play the bell-stealing game. There was no need for it. In Konoha, that trick was used on fresh graduates mainly to teach greenhorns the importance of teamwork. However, he already knew from Tsunade that Shin-yun and his friends had not only experienced their share of drills at the Ninja Academy, but had also trained alongside Tsunade's own team. The spirit of cooperation was already ingrained in them. There was no reason to test it further with the bell test. Shin-yun and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief at Tsukumo's words. If his aura had pressed even a little harder, they might have crumpled entirely under the weight of it. Now, hearing that they had passed, they wiped the sweat from their brows, straightened up, and bowed deeply to Tsukumo. Our respects, teacher Tsukumo. With a gentle smile, Tsukumo produced 3 forehead protectors and handed them over. From this moment on, Team 9 is officially formed. You are my charges from today forward. And to celebrate the founding of Team 9, I've decided. Barbecue. Ramen. Shin-yun and Kushina said in unison, turning expectantly to Tsukumo. As for Minato Namikaze, he scratched his head, hugged his forehead protector, and let out a silly laugh. After hearing what Shin-yun and Kushina said, Tsukumo Hatake smiled inwardly and announced, So, I've decided to cook for myself. Shin-yun and Kushina looked at Tsukumo with deep disappointment. Shin-yun had spent all his salary from the ninja hospital on building his house, so at the moment, he didn't have much money. Furthermore, having been busy with his training lately, and with Lady Tsunade present in the village, he hadn't gone back to the hospital to treat the wounded. Currently, with little income, he couldn't afford to splurge at the barbecue restaurant. Ever since the last time he enjoyed a kimchi-style barbecue, that rich flavor had lingered in his memory. He thought there might be a chance to taste it again today, but Tsukumo turned out to be quite frugal. No choice, my child is still young, and I haven't seen him for a long time. Of course, I want to spend more time with him, so I have to go home and cook. Seeing how disappointed the two of them were, Tsukumo smiled and explained gently. Shin-yun was taken aback by his words. Was Kakashi already born? But thinking back in the original story, Kakashi had been alienated by the village at 12, and when he formed a team with Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara under Minato's leadership, Minato himself was only 19. So it made sense that Kakashi would have already been born by now. Moreover, Tsukumo had only mentioned his son Kakashi, and not his wife. Could it be that his wife had already passed away by this time? Then, teacher Tsukumo, your wife. Kushina had only just started to ask when Shin-yun quickly covered her mouth, having anticipated that Kushina, with her straightforward nature, might let something slip. Even so, he was a moment too late. Although Tsukumo hadn't heard the end of Kushina's question, he understood what she meant. Seeing Shin-yun's apologetic face, he shook his head gently. It's all right. It's been a long time. My wife passed away in childbirth when Kakashi was born. She's at peace now. I'm so sorry, teacher Tsukumo, for bringing up such a painful memory. Kushina's face filled with regret as she looked at Tsukumo, her voice full of remorse. Tsukumo reached out and tousled Kushina's hair with a gentle smile, indicating that he truly was fine. Well then, everyone, grab your forehead protectors. Our first mission as Squad 9 is to buy ingredients. I'll go report today's events to Lord Hokage. Once you've bought the ingredients, meet back here. I'll take you all to my place. Dismissed. As he spoke, Tsukumo stuffed a handful of money into Shin-yun's hand, instructing the three of them. At his words, the three of them put on their forehead protectors. Though unlike Minato, who wore his on his forehead, Shin-yun tied his casually around his arm. The moment his forehead protector was secured, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden quest, graduation. You have earned the following rewards. 18 dragons subduing palms, Song of the Blue Ocean Tide, and a jade flute. The moment the forehead protector was fastened, a sharp chime of the system rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, graduation. Rewards granted. Dragons subduing 18 palms, the melody of the billowing sea, and a jade flute. Shin-yun's eyes sparkled. This was Xiao Feng's legendary technique. Armed with it, surpassing one's level in battle would feel as natural as eating or drinking. The more he fought, the braver he grew, so much so that even Duan Yu and Su Zhu, despite their numerous lucky encounters, would not dare claim victory over Xiao Feng. Now, In this world of Naruto, what kind of brilliance would these skills unleash? Yun could barely contain his excitement at the thought. Moreover, the melody of the billowing sea and the jade flute were no ordinary gifts. These were the signature arts of Huang Yaoshi in The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes. Though the melody seemed to mimic the crashing of ocean waves, hidden within was a deadly martial art of exquisite subtlety and peril. Its sounds danced with unpredictable emotion, winding and lingering. If one heard it unprepared, they would become powerless to resist. At its mildest, they might burst into strange dancing, claw at their own face in confusion, feel their heart flutter with unbidden desire. At its worst, the impact would disrupt their inner energy, chakra, shatter their own meridians, and bring death. If these arts were integrated with a touch of illusion, their power would soar to yet another level. Not only was the melody of the billowing sea immensely powerful, it was also executed with a natural grace, making it the perfect martial art for clearing out minor foes with effortless elegance. Yun, what's wrong? Why do you look so excited all of a sudden? After putting on her own forehead protector, Kushina looked puzzled at Yun's animated expression. Nothing really. I just had a moment of insight while facing off with teacher Tsukumo, and it's made me happy. Let's get going. Startled by Kushina's voice, Yun hastily found an excuse, brushing her off and deftly changing the subject. Kushina and Minato exchanged a glance and nodded, saying no more. After years together, they knew Yun's talent. If he had a new idea, he would certainly share it with them if it was something they could use. There was no need for more questions. The three dashed swiftly toward the marketplace. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, inside the Hokage's office, Tsukumo Hatake bowed respectfully to Hiruzen Sarutobi and proceeded to recount what had just occurred. In truth, Sarutobi didn't need Tsukumo's report. He was already aware of what had happened moments ago. Tsukumo, you're strong. I trust you to protect them, especially Kushina. You absolutely must keep her safe. If in the future you encounter a crisis that you cannot handle, you may abandon Minato and Yun, but not her. Sarutobi took a few puffs from his pipe, then looked at Tsukumo with solemn gravity. Yes, Lord Hokage, I swear I'll protect them well. Even at the cost of my own life, I won't let any harm come to them. Tsukumo replied, his gaze firm and voice resolute, promising Hiruzen his utmost devotion. Tsukumo, you're a ninja with an unwavering will of fire. I have no doubt you're up to the task. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the Hokage's short-sleeved robe draped over Tsukumo Hatake's right arm, then shifted his gaze away, offering a warm smile as he spoke. Tsukumo nodded at these words, remaining silent. It seemed he wanted to say something, but hesitated. After a long pause, just as Hiruzen started to look puzzled, Tsukumo suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice earnest. Lord Hokage, at that time I acted out of necessity. The feudal lord's envoys insisted I go to the capital at once to receive his official recognition, and in the rush, I failed to report to you. I accepted the investiture on my own accord, and I ask your pardon for this. Please believe in my loyalty to the Leaf. I have never even considered betraying the village, nor do I have any desire to become Hokage. I understand my own disposition well. Though the Hokage's position is tempting, it comes with a great many responsibilities, things I am simply not suited for. All I have ever wanted in this life is to protect the Leaf, to shield it from the oppression of rival villages, and to ensure my son, Kakashi, grows up safe and well. Beyond that, I have no ambitions. Sarutobi was startled when Tsukumo suddenly dropped to one knee, but as he listened, relief visibly washed over him. Standing tall, he stepped forward and gently helped Tsukumo up. Tsukumo, I have always understood your heart. I never once blamed you. He paused for a breath before continuing. Besides, your acceptance of the feudal lord's investiture has only brought greater renown to the Leaf. Our village will see more missions in the future, which benefits us all. So there's really no need for you to feel troubled. When he had first learned that Tsukumo had received the Hokage's short-sleeved robe, Hiruzen had indeed felt a pang of displeasure, and his attitude toward Tsukumo was colder than before. After all, Tsukumo was his own subordinate. Now that he had accepted another man's honor, how could the Hokage be pleased? What's more, the internal affairs of the Leaf had always been under his sole control. Now, with the feudal lord stepping in like this, what was his real goal? Did he intend to annex the Leaf? If that were to happen, the village would become nothing but a tool for the feudal lord's wars, stripped utterly of its freedom, forced to bow to every whim of the lord and his powerful court, unable to resist in the slightest. But hearing Tsukumo's forthright confession, all of Sarutobi's worries at last melted away. Tsukumo hadn't changed a bit. Even in the face of the feudal lord's tempting overtures, his resolve remained unshaken. This pleased Sarutobi greatly, and whatever lingering displeasure he felt vanished completely. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for for your understanding. In the future, I won't wear these Hokage sleeves again, Tsukumo said, looking at Sarutobi with genuine gratitude in his eyes. Hiruzen, hearing this, waved the matter off repeatedly, but the broadening smile on his face spoke volumes about how pleased he was with Tsukumo's decision. After a bit more friendly conversation, Tsukumo took his leave. After leaving the Hokage's office, Tsukumo Hatake let out a deep breath. Through the conversation just now, he had sensed Hiruzen Sarutobi's hidden displeasure, an unsettling realization that left him in a cold sweat. If he hadn't managed to show his loyalty, if he'd kept foolishly flaunting the Hokage's short-sleeved Haori in public, then someday, should trouble arise, Hiruzen might not actively undermine him, but would surely turn a blind eye. At that point, he would be utterly isolated, with no one to turn to save for defecting from the village. But would he truly consider that? Not to mention Kakashi was still just a child. Besides, this was where he was born and raised, where all his bonds and memories lay. Could he really bear to leave it all behind? Moreover, knowing his own temperament, if the time ever came, he'd likely choose death over betraying the village. With this thought, Tsukumo felt deeply grateful to Chingyun. If it hadn't been for Chingyun's warning, he might never have realized the hidden danger in wearing the Hokage's short sleeves. In a sense, Chingyun had saved his life. Shaking off these distractions, Tsukumo headed toward the Hokage Rock. He resolved to repay Chingyun's kindness by teaching and protecting him with everything he had. Only then could he even begin to return the favor. Before long, Tsukumo reached the Hokage Rock, where Chingyun and the other two stood waiting with armfuls of groceries of every kind. Let's go. Today, you're coming to my house as guests. Looking at the three of them, Tsukumo smiled, his whole expression eased. Chingyun, seeing Tsukumo so relaxed, glanced over at the Hokage's office and instantly guessed the reason behind Tsukumo's change in demeanor. The corner of Chingyun's mouth curled upward, and he thought to himself, the first step is done. As long as Tsukumo has resolved Hiruzen Sarutobi's suspicions, then even if Danzo tries to scheme against him in the future, with Hiruzen's support, Danzo won't be able to drive Tsukumo to seppuku as easily as he did in the original story. And let's not forget that iconic declaration, I am the Hokage. With that thought, Chingyun's smile grew even wider. Along the way, the group followed Tsukumo, chatting and laughing, until they arrived at the Hatake ancestral home. The Hatake clan, once a flourishing samurai family during the Warring States era, had gradually faded as samurai declined and ninjas rose, and the chaos of those times took its toll. Their members grew fewer and fewer. Now, in this generation, only Tsukumo and his son Kakashi remained. But even so, the clan's ancestral home, once a symbol of their former glory, was still impressively large. The three looked around the grand estate, only a little less imposing than the Senju clan's manor, their eyes filled with curiosity as they took in their surroundings. Tomoko, where's Kakashi? My lord, young master is playing in the inner room. Would you like me to call him out? An elderly woman, catching sight of Tsukumo, immediately bowed in greeting. Let him come out. We have guests today. Yes, sir. The old woman nodded to Chingyun and the other two, then slowly walked into the inner room. Before long, a handsome little boy with white hair and a beauty mark at the corner of his mouth shuffled on his short legs over to stand before Tsukumo Hatake. He bowed politely and greeted Father. So this is Kakashi as a child? No wonder he always wears a mask later on. Turns out the rumors about his beauty mark were true. Chingyun regarded Kakashi curiously, scrutinizing him from head to toe with a peculiar look on his face. Why are you staring at me like that? Kakashi felt uneasy under Chingyun's gaze and couldn't help but let out a disgruntled snort. Kakashi, don't be rude. These are your elders. Apologize at once. Tsukumo Hatake frowned at his son's behavior and reprimanded him. Oh, I'm sorry, senior. Caught off guard by his father's sternness, Kakashi pouted and apologized to Chingyun with a reluctant tone. Master Tsukumo, Kakashi is still a child. Don't be so strict with him. If you're too harsh, it might leave a shadow on his young mind. Witnessing the exchange between father and son, Chingyun hurried to mediate. Kakashi, it wasn't right for me to stare at you earlier. I apologize. Don't mind what your father said. No way. My father is my pride. I'll always listen to him and work hard in my training, so I can grow up to be as strong a ninja as he is. Kakashi dismissed Chingyun's apology without a hint of gratitude, gazing up at Tsukumo Hatake with shining eyes full of admiration. Chingyun paused for a moment, only then remembering just how much Kakashi idolized his father when he was young. It was precisely this deep admiration that, later, when Danzo's scheme ruined Hatake Tsukumo's reputation, shattered the flawless image Kakashi had of him and plunged the boy into self-doubt. Because of this, Kakashi would struggle between missions and comrades, growing distant in pursuit of duty over friendship, constantly switching teams until he eventually came under Minato Namikaze's guidance. forming Team Minato with Obito Uchiha in Rin no era. Under Minato's patient mentorship, Kakashi's mindset began to change. In the end, it was Obito's famous words: "Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum," that truly awakened him. Thinking of all this, Qing smiled. That's right, your father is indeed an exceptional ninja. Hearing Qing praise his father, Kakashi's eyes gleamed with joy and his face broke into a wide, mischievous grin. Kushina, charmed by how adorable Kakashi looked, walked over and scooped him up in a big hug, bubbling with laughter as she played with him. Seeing the scene, Minato's face lit up as well, and he joined in, happily interacting with young Kakashi. Although Kakashi was not even 3 years old at this moment, he was already remarkably sharp, chatting with Kushina and Minato Namikaze with the poise of a little adult, showing no signs of shyness at all. As a child, Kakashi hadn't yet experienced the tragedy with Tsukumo Hatake, nor had he developed the cold aloofness he would later be known for. Right now, he was lively and spirited, free from any of those disagreeable habits that would come in the future. Qing and Tsukumo watched Kakashi interact with Kushina and Minato, all three of them together, smiles spreading on their faces. Before long, the food was ready. Tsukumo called everyone to the table to eat. As Qing looked at the beautifully arranged dishes, their appetizing scents and vibrant colors whetted his appetite. After Tsukumo picked up his chopsticks, Qing dove in as well, quickly sampling each dish in turn. There was no denying it. The old lady Tsukumo had hired as a cook really knew her craft. Every dish was delicious. "Tsukumo-sensei, how about a drink to go with the meal?" Tsukumo looked surprised when he heard this, suddenly noticing for the first time that, in addition to the long sword at Qing waist, there was also a wine gourd. Previously, Tsukumo had thought it was just water and hadn't paid it much mind. But now, hearing Qing's words, he realized it was actually sake. Tsukumo gave Qing an odd look. "You kid, so young, and already a lover of drink." Qing grinned cheekily. "Well, what can I do? My teacher is a big drinker, so as her student, I can't lag behind." Without hesitation, he pushed the blame onto Tsunade and chuckled as he spoke. With that, he opened the wine, and immediately, the rich aroma of alcohol filled the air. "Now that's good stuff." Tsukumo couldn't help but exclaim as the fragrance reached his nose. Qing smiled faintly, pouring about a third of a bowl for Tsukumo, and gestured for him to drink. Tsukumo didn't look pleased. "What's this? Don't look down on me. Fill it up all the way." Laughing, Qing replied, "Tsukumo-sensei, finish this bowl first. If you still want more after, there's plenty go around." Tsukumo's brow furrowed at that. Was there something special about this wine? Without another word, Tsukumo drained the bowl in a single gulp. As soon as he swallowed, he sucked in a sharp breath, caught off guard by the powerful medicinal effects surging within him. Without delay, he sat cross-legged and began circulating his chakra to absorb and refine the energy. Tsukumo's strength was far above that of Tsunade and the others, so it wasn't long before he had managed to refine the wine's medicinal properties. "This wine is truly something else," he sighed in admiration, and when he looked at Qing again, his gaze had changed. Qing grinned slyly. "Pretty impressive, right? Don't worry, you can drink as much as you want now. The first time, the medicinal effects are pushed to their peak. After that, your body adapts and you won't feel it as strongly." As he spoke, Qing poured Tsukumo a full bowl, and the two of them began drinking together. Kushina and Minato Namikaze exchanged helpless glances as they looked at Qing, the notorious drinker, gently rubbing their foreheads. Here he goes again. Both Kushina and Minato already knew what would become of Tsukumo Hatake. What puzzled them, though, was how Qing, so young, could hold his liquor so well. Even those much older than him couldn't outdrink the boy. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Tsukumo plopped unceremoniously to the floor, cheeks flushed a deep red, unmistakably drunk. After the hearty feast, the trio took their leave. As for Tsukumo, guided by the old lady's instructions, Qing and his friends helped him into a room, where he soon fell into a profound, sonorous sleep. The next morning, the three arrived early atop the Hokage rock. The day before, Tsukumo had already told them. Today, they would carry out their very first mission. As the trio made their way there together, they found Tsukumo back to his usual self. Upon seeing them, he greeted them with a wave and led the way toward the mission office beside the Hokage Tower. "Teacher Tsukumo, what's our first mission going to be?" Kushina's face lit up with excitement as she looked at Tsukumo. Taking on a mission for the first time, she was positively thrilled, hoping, in fact, that their debut challenge would be as difficult as possible. "Today marks your first mission, so I have picked out something special for you. Make sure you give it your all." Hearing this, Tsukumo's lips curled into a mysterious smile. As his words reached Qing, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Memories from his previous life flashed by, recollections of the kind of missions Naruto and his friends had received in the early days. A wave of resignation washed over him. Teacher Tsukumo, is it possible to send shadow clones to complete the mission instead? Shinyan asked, a bitter expression clouding his face. After all, he had just acquired the dragon subduing 18 palms in the ocean song, but hadn't had the chance to train. If the mission was going to be a dangerous battle, a bloody affair, he could handle it. But this, no can do. Shinobi must treat every mission, large or small, with the utmost seriousness and dedication. Tsukumo caught Shingyun's drift and firmly dashed any hopes of shirking responsibility. Hearing this, Shingyun's head drooped as he fell in line behind Tsukumo. Minato and Kushina, having overheard the exchange, quickly realized that Shingyun already had an inkling of what the mission was going to be. They peppered him with questions, wanting to know the details. Shingyun just shook his head. They'd find out soon enough, he thought. There was no sense in wasting energy now. Sure enough, before long, Tsukumo handed Shingyun a mission slip. Glancing at it, Shingyun saw the assignment. Capture an orange cat by the name of Sweetie, last seen near Liuli Alley, wearing a golden bell on its collar. A pleasant chime echoed in Shingyun's mind. Congratulations to the host. New mission received. Find the orange cat named Sweetie. Upon completion, you'll be rewarded with Who Hears the Falling Plum Blossoms, a jade flute melody personally crafted by Huangrong. Upon hearing the mission, Shingyun's spirits lifted at once, and he mused to himself, just as I suspected, this system truly activates the right way when you start accepting missions after graduation. Judging by this pattern, whether it's a mission in Konoha or taking on bounty tasks outside the village, they all seem capable of triggering system tasks. The harder the mission, the greater the reward. Let's go. Time to catch that cat. We need to wrap up this task quickly and move on to the next one. Kakashi Hatake, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki exchanged puzzled looks at Shingyun's sudden surge of enthusiasm. Moments ago, he'd looked listless, yet now he was as fired up as could be. None of them could figure out what sparked the dramatic change. What are you waiting for? Shingyun called back after taking a few steps, noticing that Kushina and Minato, along with Kakashi, were still standing there, dumbfounded. No matter how minor, a mission still helps the villagers. Come on, let's not keep anyone waiting. Kakashi shook his head with a bemused smile, then led Minato and Kushina in quick pursuit of Shingyun. The four of them soon arrived at Liuli Street. With a swift leap, Kakashi perched atop a utility pole and said, "From here, you're on your own to decide how to search. It's your first mission. Do your best." The three younger ninja huddled to whisper strategies, then set off in different directions, darting around Liuli Street, their eyes scanning every nook and corner with keen intensity. Still, it was as if the orange kitten had simply vanished without a trace. The trio searched high and low for ages and had nothing to show for it. Suddenly, Kushina came bounding up to Shingyun, face lit with excitement. She cradled the cat in her arms and practically beamed. Shingyun brightened instantly. "Did you find it? Look, see for yourself." Kushina lifted the cat proudly, awaiting praise with a look that said she expected nothing less. But as soon as Shingyun took a closer look, his expression darkened. This was not an orange kitten at all. It was a cat with a patchy tangerine and yellow coat, and it didn't even have the yellow bell around its neck like in a mission photo. With a sigh, Shingyun shot Kushina a pointed glare and thrust the image from the mission briefing into her hands before continuing the search. Kushina, taken aback by Shingyun's reaction, glanced at the photo, then offered an embarrassed grin. She patted the cat on the head before gently putting it down. Now freed, the cat threw Kushina a terrified glance, meowed in alarm, and sprinted off as fast as it could. Who knows what torments it had just endured. All the poor thing wanted was to escape from this red-haired menace. Elsewhere, Shingyun rendezvoused with Minato, compared their findings, and, both disappointed, split up once more. As time wore on, the three scoured every inch of Liuli Street, yet the orange kitten remained utterly elusive. At last, they gathered again, each with shoulders slumped, heads hung low. Clearly, none of them had made any progress. "Shingyun, do you think the cat might have left here and wandered off somewhere else?" Kushina looked at Shingyun with a tired, dispirited expression. "I don't think so," Shingyun replied after a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, Shingyun glanced at the sky, an idea flashing through his mind. He took Minato and Kushina to a pet shop to buy some cat food. With it in hand, they made their way to a secluded spot and opened the packet. It wasn't long before cats, drawn by the scent of the food, wandered over, meowing for attention. The three of them scanned the gathering of cats, but could not spot the one for their mission. Just as disappointment crept in and they were about to search elsewhere, an orange figure appeared at the corner, catching Shingyun's eye. His eyes lit up. Carefully, Qing Yun scooped a small handful of cat food, wary of scaring the cat away. This orange cat was clearly timid. Even hunger couldn't coax it to eat with the crowd. Approaching the corner, Qing Yun crouched down slowly and held out his hand, palm open to reveal the treat. The orange cat gave a soft, tentative meow, glanced at Qing Yun, and, sensing no hostility in his gentle smile, slowly padded over and began to nibble at the food. Qing Yun smiled at the sight. Once the cat had finished eating, he gently picked it up and cradled it in his arms. There you are, little rascal. You made us spend our whole morning looking for you. The orange cat licked Qing Yun's cheek, as if comforting him. Grimacing at the wet spot, Qing Yun wiped the saliva away in mock annoyance and handed the cat to Kushina. With the cat in hand, the trio headed off to find Tsukumo Hitaki. Tsukumo, seeing the team had completed their mission, said nothing and led them to the mission building to submit their report. Oh, my darling, where have you been? Mommy's been worried sick. A hefty, well-dressed lady rushed toward Kushina, her gait so heavy it resembled an elephant's charge. Startled by the woman's imposing presence, Kushina instinctively took several steps back. The lady took the cat and began an overly enthusiastic inspection, searching for any signs of injury. But in her concern, she failed to notice her own strength, inadvertently causing the cat to yowl in protest. Qing Yun watched this scene with sympathy for the cat. No wonder it tried to run away. If he were in its place, he'd bolt too. Though, of course, he reminded himself he's not a cat. Shaking off the strange thought, Qing Yun turned his attention to Tsukumo, who was dividing the reward for the mission. Well, it's a total of 1,000 ryo. I'm taking 70%. The rest is for you all to split. With no hint of shame, Tsukumo counted out 700 ryo for himself and handed the remaining 300 to Qing Yun. A bead of sweat appeared on Qing Yun's forehead. Such ruthless exploitation. There was no escaping it in this capitalist world. So, after the three of them had been busy all morning, their total earnings amounted to less than the price of 6 bowls of plain ramen, no extra toppings included. And on top of that, they'd even had to pay for a portion of cat food themselves. Seeing the look of utter exasperation on Qing Yun's face, Kakashi Tsukumo smiled and said, "Come on, let's go have some ramen." At those words, Qing Yun felt a bit better. At least Tsukumo wasn't nearly as stingy as he'd feared. Then, while they waited for their ramen, Tsukumo took the opportunity to share some of his own experience regarding missions, such as how to identify their targets, and so on. Qing Yun and his two teammates listened intently, taking careful notes. After all, they'd soon have to face all sorts of entry-level missions, and none of them wanted to waste time just looking for their objectives. In the afternoon, Tsukumo led the three in practicing various basic skills. He didn't teach anything too advanced. Though Qing Yun's team was already remarkably strong, there were certain foundational aspects they still needed to solidify. Noticing this, Tsukumo set about strengthening their basics. One had to admit, Tsukumo truly surpassed even Orochimaru when it came to teaching students. His lessons moved deftly from simple to complex, so much so that even Kushina, who usually preferred action over thinking, was able to absorb his teachings quickly. Hurry up. Once we're done with this grass-cutting task and finish turning the soil, we can get back to training. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this half-year, the team was kept busy with one minor mission after another. Although system rewards came steadily, most of them turned out to be somewhat absurd. Dishes cooked by Huang Rong, or all sorts of odd things like sleeping powders, aphrodisiacs, and peculiar incense. The most useful item was a single pill for treating internal injuries. Qing Yun tried analyzing its components, but after quite some time, he still couldn't make sense of any of it. He learned quite a bit of medical technique from Tsunade, but Chinese medicine from Huaxiao was on a completely different level. Its depth and breadth far surpassed anything he could pick up in the land of the rising sun. In the world of Naruto, aside from some miraculous medical ninjutsu, basic healing simply couldn't compare. After wasting a few days on this, Qing Yun put it aside, deciding he'd wait for another medical reward in the future and revisit the matter then. Just as the three of them were hard at work, Tsukumo suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of alertness flashing across them, his hands gently settling on the white-fanged short blade at his side. At the same moment, Qing Yun noticed something amiss as well. He froze mid-action, staring with heightened vigilance at the seemingly empty space ahead. A chill had begun to creep over him, a sinister aura drawing closer. It was faint, subtle, almost imperceptible. If it weren't for his powerful mental strength, Qing Yun doubted he would have noticed it at all. Moments later, two ninja appeared before the group. Both wore demon-face masks and black bodysuits, white vests strapped across their chests, blades hanging from their waists. Qing Yun, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Come with us. Ignoring Tsukumo entirely, The two ninja stared directly at Qin Yun, their voices cold and commanding. What business does Lord Danzo have with Qin Yun? As Qin Yun's supervising teacher, I have the duty to know. Otherwise, I won't allow Qin Yun to leave with you. Before Qin Yun could say anything, Tsukumo Hatake furrowed his brow and stepped between Qin Yun and the two root shinobi. Ever since Danzo established the independent root division apart from the Umbu, his temperament had grown more extreme. Many times during missions, when meeting root shinobi, he would not only turn a blind eye to those in peril, but sometimes even kick them when they were down. Among those in the Leaf who knew of Root's existence, not a single ninja liked having dealings with the organization. Unfortunately, Danzo was Sarutobi Hiruzen's childhood friend. Every time a ninja lodged a complaint, Sarutobi would engage in nothing more than a perfunctory war of words with Danzo, making many believe that the third Hokage and Danzo were in cahoots. Over time, everyone simply gave up on the idea of reporting Danzo. We're only here to deliver Lord Danzo's orders. We don't know what they are, and moreover, you are not qualified to know them, one of the root shinobi replied coldly. In that case, Tsukumo's words had barely begun when Qin Yun cut him off. Master Tsukumo, let me go with them and meet this Lord Danzo. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Remember, this is the Leaf Village. Only the Hokage truly has the final say. As he spoke, Qin Yun gave Tsukumo a quick look, communicating something with his eyes. Tsukumo's gaze flashed with understanding. He nodded, allowing Qin Yun to go with them. Seeing that Tsukumo had caught his meaning, Qin Yun smiled, showing no fear as he fell in behind the two root shinobi, speeding forward at a swift pace. After a short while, the two led Qin Yun to a shadowy, desolate place. Go in on your own. If you try to run, you can't even imagine the consequences. Qin Yun shrugged, saying nothing, and walked alone down the dark corridor. The pitch-black passageway posed no trouble for Qin Yun. He walked straight ahead, and before long, a seated figure appeared before him. Greetings, Lord Danzo. May I ask why you call me here? Qin Yun could make out the pale silhouette ahead, the right half of his face wrapped in white cloth, a cross-shaped scar on his chin, and a left eye that exuded a sinister and cruel expression. But upon seeing Danzo's arms, Qin Yun paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that at this point in time, Danzo had yet to transplant and use the artificial arm cultivated from Hashirama's cells, nor had he implanted a Sharingan arm. All told, he simply appeared to be a rather menacing middle-aged man. So you're Qin Yun? Danzo spoke upon noticing Qin Yun's shadow. At the sound of Danzo's voice, Qin Yun frowned. Danzo's voice was coarse and raspy, akin to the grinding of sand, harsh and deeply unpleasant to the ear. That's right. May I ask what Lord Danzo needs from me? If there's nothing urgent, I still have tasks to complete. After all, for a ninja, a distinguished mission record means better income in the future. Qin Yun spoke with utter seriousness, masking the nonsense behind a facade of sincerity. In the past, Qin Yun had always been wary of Danzo, fearful that Danzo might uncover his secret, gouge out his eyes, and haul him off to an operating table, bodies bristling with medical instruments, studying every hidden power, even treating him like a lab rat for all sorts of forbidden jutsu experiments. But now, although Qin Yun wouldn't claim he could defeat Danzo, he was certain he could at least stall for a while if needed. Besides, before coming here, he'd spoken with Tsukumo Hatake, who would no doubt seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi as soon as Qin Yun failed to return in good time. Given how long he'd been acquainted with Hiruzen, Qin Yun was confident that as long as he didn't do anything that harmed the Hidden Leaf, Hiruzen would never abandon him. Learning that Danzo had summoned him, Hiruzen would absolutely rush over at the first sign of trouble. Are you familiar with Root? Seeing how composed Qin Yun was, Danzo nodded silently to himself. Excellent. Such composure. He's perfectly suited for Root. With such exceptional talent, I could forge him into the sharpest weapon. Qin Yun had no idea of the calculations swirling in Danzo's mind, in Danzo's vision. Once Qin Yun joined Root, he'd shaped Qin Yun, through relentless effort, into the ultimate weapon, and with his help, finally seized the Hokage's seat. I'm not sure. Is Root an Umbu unit? Of course, Qin Yun knew full well what Root truly was, an organization shrouded in even deeper darkness than the Umbu. The Umbu already handled assassinations, extracting enemy intelligence, infiltrating foreign nations as spies, and guarding the Hokage, all from the shadows. But Root, though tasked with similar duties, operated with a level of secrecy and ruthlessness leagues beyond the Umbu. The very first condition for joining was to accept Danzo's binding tongue curse seal, which ensured that not a word about Root could escape you. Any attempt to reveal its secrets would paralyze your body completely. Compared to Root, the Umbu's own security measures were far less severe. While Umbu too hosted seals within officers' minds, those could be lifted upon retirement from service. Moreover, With Danzo's notorious cruelty, joining Root meant enduring brutal, inhuman training, sculpting recruits into emotionless killing machines, so loyal that even if ordered to slay their own kin, they would do so without hesitation. Barring a rare few whose pure hearts resisted the brainwashing, most members of Root were fiercely loyal to Danzo alone, their eyes reflecting nothing but his orders, devoid of any other feeling. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Qingyun's mind, but in reality, only a moment had passed. Danzo, upon hearing Qingyun's words, showed no surprise whatsoever. Root is an organization that exists independently from the Umbu. It lies hidden beneath the surface, quietly making countless contributions to Konoha that remain unknown to the outside world. Where there is light, there must also be shadow. The Hokage is like a leaf basking in the sun, while Root is the system of roots buried deep in the earth, constantly absorbing all kinds of nutrients for the great tree, ensuring it remains lush and evergreen. Without the roots, the tree could never thrive. As Danzo spoke, his face flickered with excitement, longing, pride, and other complicated emotions. The highest level of acting is when you know you're making things up, but even you start to believe the lie yourself. That was the skill Danzo displayed at this very moment. Watching Danzo's performance, Qingyun secretly admired him. With acting skills like these, if he traveled to the modern world, snagging an Oscar for Best Actor would be a breeze. If he played his cards right, he might even get to help Andy Lau with his shoes. Oh, I get it. So you're saying Root dwells in darkness, and Lord Hokage stands in the light, right? Qingyun struggled to suppress a grin, putting on an expression of pure innocence as he spoke. Danzo's complicated emotions froze instantly at Qingyun's words. Root is darkness, no error there. Root was never meant for the light, after all. But then, what was the point of saying that the Hokage represents the light? Instinctively, Danzo sensed something was off, opening his mouth to speak, but finding nothing to say. For a moment, the atmosphere turned awkward. Qingyun and Danzo locked eyes, neither speaking a word. After a long silence, Danzo finally couldn't bear Qingyun's naive expression any longer. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Anyway, all you need to know is that Konoha owes its overwhelming strength to Root. It's because of us that the village can withstand attacks from the 4 great ninja clans and never falter. The reason I called you here today is to ask you to join Root, to become a great ninja who quietly dedicates himself to Konoha. Are you willing?" Qingyun rolled his eyes inwardly, silently roasting. "Brother, your brainwashing techniques wouldn't even work on Orochimaru, let alone your so-called close friends." Just as Qingyun was pondering how to politely refuse, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice abruptly rang out, catching him so off guard that he almost burst out laughing. "Danzo, trying to con another youngster again, are you? You've barely returned. Have you finished organizing the intel from the other villages? Qingyun is my proud apprentice's disciple. He's inherited a resolute will of fire and isn't suited for your Root." Hearing Sarutobi's words, Qingyun's mouth twitched. He grabbed his thigh, pinching himself hard to stop from laughing out loud. Good grief, trying to con another youngster? Are you saying Danzo does this sort of thing all the time? Hiruzen, what are you doing here? Danzo frowned at Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, looking quite displeased as he watched Sarutobi approach. He had been so close to persuading Qingyun to join Root, only to have Sarutobi interrupt him at the last second, an interruption that left him extremely frustrated. "Oh, I had nothing much to do today," Sarutobi explained calmly. "The Umbu told me you'd returned, and with so much turmoil brewing in the ninja world, I was eager to hear any intel you've gathered. Who'd have thought that as soon as I arrived? I catch you trying to win Qingyun over." Turning to Qingyun, Sarutobi asked in a gentle but authoritative tone, "Qingyun, shouldn't you be out on a mission right now? What brings you here instead?" Qingyun glanced at Sarutobi, who wore a perfectly serious expression. For a moment, Qingyun almost believed that Sarutobi really had just happened by. But when he caught Sarutobi winking at him, a glimmer of amusement flickered inside. On the surface, he replied honestly, "Oh, Lord Danzo asked me to come over. He started talking about things I didn't quite understand, and honestly, I have no idea what he meant." He scratched his head in confusion, as if he truly hadn't grasped the point of Danzo's earlier words. "I see how it is. Huh. Sometimes Danzo just doesn't think things through and ends up saying all sorts of odd things to young folk like you. Don't take it to heart," Sarutobi said with a hearty laugh. Then his voice grew warm but firm as he gave Qingyun some advice. "All right, off you go. Get back to your mission. And remember, if any suspicious people approach you in the future, let me know first before you do anything. Don't forget, things could get dangerous." Sarutobi's laughter echoed as he finished with a cautionary reminder. Qingyun smiled slightly, putting on a show of heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for looking out for me, Grandpa Hokage. Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, I'll be heading back to my mission now. See you both. He waved to both Danzo and Sarutobi, then walked briskly out of the shadowy passageway into the open. Watching the boy leave, Danzo turned to Sarutobi and pressed, Hiruzen, he belongs en route. Hand him over to me. Sarutobi shook his head. No, King Yun is someone I value, and besides, he's already become Tsunade's apprentice. He doesn't belong en route. You'd best give up on that idea. His talent is exceptional, Hiruzen, Danzo insisted. Only if you let me take him under my wing can I shape him into a truly formidable weapon for Konoha. Enough, Danzo, Sarutobi cut in sharply. Don't forget, I'm the Hokage. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo spat, his whole body trembling with anger at Sarutobi's final word. He whirled around, storming out, until he realized with a sudden dark expression, damn it, I must be getting senile. This is my own office, not the Hokage's. Meanwhile, Chingyun strode down the darkened corridor, the muffled sounds of argument drifting behind him. His expression became odd at their words, and he wasted no time, vanishing swiftly into the night with all the speed he could muster. After some time, Chingyun emerged onto a quiet, deserted street. Looking around to make sure no one was there, he simply couldn't contain himself any longer. He burst out laughing, his hearty laughter echoing into the night. The exchange between Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi was simply hilarious, especially Sarutobi's classic line, I'm the Hokage, and Danzo's furious retort, Hiruzen, you'll regret this. These two lines made it nearly impossible for Chingyun to hold back his laughter. At that time, walking through the corridor, Chingyun almost pinched his own thigh black and blue just to suppress his urge to laugh out loud. If he had burst out laughing in that long, echoing hallway, Danzo and Sarutobi would surely have heard him. Sarutobi might have let it slide, but Danzo would no doubt have held a grudge. After laughing for a good while, Chingyun finally stifled his amusement and regained his usual calm expression. Inwardly, he mused, has that old fox Danzo finally set his sights on me? From what Sarutobi let slip earlier, it sounds like Danzo has been busy gathering intelligence outside the village, rarely coming back to Konoha. That's given me a few years of peace. But now that this wily old rat has noticed me, trouble is sure to follow. While sprinting toward the mission site, he pondered his next steps. At present, his abilities had reached their current limits. He had mastered the dragon, subduing 18 palms. But as for which nature transformation to infuse into the technique, Chingyun hadn't quite decided yet. There was still room to improve the Azure Sea Tides melody, though this musical technique gave Chingyun even more of a headache than the dragon subduing palms. As for Jinjutsu, he'd scarcely had a chance to practice. It wasn't something Tsunade or the others excelled at, and Sakomo Hatake didn't use Jinjutsu either. Blending Jinjutsu into the Azure Sea Tides melody would likely have to wait indefinitely. There was also the matter of the Sharingan. So far, he'd only used the eye's dynamic vision, just its most basic ability. The Sharingan, at its first stage, Insight Eye, grants extraordinary dynamic vision and the power to see through illusions. As its tomo increase, this ability grows ever stronger. Next comes the Hypnotic Eye, a power gained with the two tomo Sharingan, which greatly enhances Jinjutsu strength. And then there's the Copying Eye, able to replicate any jutsu except for those limited by bloodline or forbidden techniques. Of these three Sharingan abilities, he hadn't mastered a single one. He'd have to find a way to learn how to wield the Sharingan's true power. With this thought, Chingyun's eyes flashed. Should I negotiate with the Uchiha clan? Recently, since Chingyun's team had graduated early, Mikoto Uchiha had no longer been attending the Ninja Academy. But thanks to Kushina, Chingyun still saw Mikoto fairly often. If he proposed a deal to the Uchiha, he figured they'd be more than willing. The only problem was, if Hiruzen Sarutobi ever found out, there was no telling what the third Hokage might think. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal the existence of a Sharingan just yet, especially now that Danzo, the cunning old rat, had already made his move. The more the shadows thickened around Danzo, the less Chingyun wished to expose his secret. He had never actually fought Hatake Sakomo, but just standing in a man's presence was enough to utterly suppress him. You could feel the weight of Sakomo's aura pressing down until you almost couldn't lift your head. It made Chingyun all too aware of the gulf between himself and the true elite. Danzo, that wretched old rat, might keep to the gloom, but his power was not to be underestimated. In his later years, he could still go toe-to-toe with Sasuke, even after Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, though much of that was thanks to the forbidden technique Izanagi. Yet, this didn't mean Danzo was weak. Even if it didn't quite measure up to Hatake Sakomo, he was surely at least at the entry level of Kage class strength. If Qingyun were to reveal his own three-tomo Sharingan, and Danzo failed to win him over, would that old fox then try every underhanded trick in the book, targeting Qingyun's loved ones to force the awakening of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and then attempt to steal it for himself? The thought wasn't far-fetched at all. The moment Qingyun saw Danzo's right eye hidden beneath a bandage, he understood that Danzo had transplanted a Sharingan there. As for whose Sharingan it was, Qingyun had his suspicions. Uchiha Kagami. Besides him, Qingyun couldn't think of anyone else whose Sharingan Danzo would covet enough to transplant. At this point in history, the Uchiha clan was still a formidable force, so much so that not even Hiruzen Sarutobi dared to make a move against them lightly. Unlike the days when Uchiha Fugaku led with constant compromise, the current clan leader was far more assertive. Add to that the influence of the Elder Council, and if the Uchiha ever discovered that Danzo had transplanted a Sharingan, they would certainly slaughter him in a rage. As for whether Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan was a Mangekyo or a simple three-tomo, Qingyun couldn't say for sure. He suspected it might be a Mangekyo. Perhaps Kagami had awakened it in a desperate battle against the Cloud Ninja, and knowing his end was near, he entrusted it to his comrade Danzo, asking him to return it to the Uchiha clan. But once Danzo witnessed the power of the Mangekyo, desire took root in his heart. The normal Mangekyo, of course, would blind its user with overuse, so only Danzo himself knew how many times he'd faced death since returning to Konoha with that eye. By now, its power might already be spent, or perhaps there were only a few uses left. That would explain why he later schemed against Shursui to seize his eye, forced Itachi's hand in wiping out his own clan, and ultimately got his hands on the forbidden technique Izanagi from the Uchiha compound. In this light, Danzo's later actions all made perfect sense. If it was just a three-tomo Sharingan, Danzo with his strength probably wouldn't have bothered with it at all. The Sharingan, for all its power, didn't provide much of a boost to a Kage-class fighter if it was only at the three-tomo stage. After all, when Itachi fought Kakashi in the original story, it was scarcely even a contest, one glare, and Kakashi collapsed as if bullied by a much stronger adult. Qingyun, what's wrong? When Kakashi Sakomo saw Qingyun return, he fell silent, wondering if something had happened. He quickly approached with concern. Qingyun was jolted from his thoughts by Sakomo's words and shook his head. It's nothing, I was just thinking about my future training. With that casual remark, Qingyun decided to set aside the matter of his dealings with the Uchiha clan for now. He planned to consult Uzumaki Mito about it when he had the chance. Perhaps the Senju clan, who had been entangled with the Uchiha for 1,000 years, would have some records about the Sharingan. After all, your greatest adversary often understands you best. Given the millennium-old rivalry between Senju and Uchiha, it was only natural that both sides would have documented secrets about the other, and perhaps even some of their unique techniques. If something's troubling you, don't hesitate to talk to your teacher. I'm still rather capable, you know, Sakomo said, a look of concern etched on his face. Thank you, Sensei Sakomo, but really, it's nothing. Lord Danzo wanted me to join the route, but the Hokage has already intervened for me, Qingyun replied, feeling a warm gratitude in his heart as he smiled. That's good. Then, Sakomo said with obvious relief, seeing nothing false in Qingyun's expression. Qingyun, I'm so tired. Why don't you play that tune again to help me unwind? Kushina complained, rubbing her arm and pretending to be utterly exhausted, though her eyes shone with anticipation as she glanced at Qingyun. Qingyun rolled his eyes. You're a ninja, for goodness sake. This kind of workload is nothing compared to your usual training. If you want to hear some music, just say so. Ever since Qingyun had played The Tides of Azure Seas for her, Kushina was always finding excuses to ask for another performance. Resigned but smiling, Qingyun shook his head. He drew the jade flute from his waist, lifted it to his lips, and began to play. Melodious notes drifted through the air, filling the space around them. Even Sakomo closed his eyes to savor the calming music. Whenever Qingyun played this particular melody, it felt as though they were transported to the midst of turbulent seas, surrounded by endless waves, the rhythmic sound of the surf, and the calls of seabirds playing over the water, leaving them completely at ease. After a long moment, the song came to an end, and Kushina smiled contentedly. By the way, Sensei Sakomo, it's been half a year. We've done just about every D-rank mission there is in the village. Do you think we could try something a bit more advanced tomorrow? Qingyun asked hopefully, tucking the flute back into his sash and turning to Sakomo. Now that Danzo had his eyes on him, Qingyun felt he had no time to waste. He needed to keep taking on missions, earning rewards, and pushing himself on the battlefield. Only in constant trials could he fully unlock his potential and truly transform. All right, I'll see if there are any C-rank missions suitable for you tomorrow. If there are, we'll go for them. It's about time you got your first taste of real battle, Sakomo replied. After Qingyun finished speaking, Kushina and Minato looked at Kakashi Hitaki with anticipation written all over their faces. He considered for a moment, then addressed the three of them. The next morning, the three of them rose early and headed to the agreed meeting spot to wait for their teacher. They were filled with anticipation for today's mission. It had been over 6 months since they graduated, and all this time they had only ever been assigned D-rank missions. Some of those missions they had done repeatedly, like catching that orange cat, which seemed to escape time and time again, only to be recaptured by the trio. It got to the point where, whether it was just Xingyun's imagination or not, that orange cat would give them a long-suffering look every time it saw them. But today was finally different. They would be taking on a higher-ranked mission, and not only that, they would even be leaving the village for the first time. Of the three, only Kushina had come from outside. Both Xingyun and Minato had never stepped beyond the borders of Konoha, so the thought of seeing the world beyond filled them with curiosity. They had barely arrived at the meeting place when Kakashi Hitaki appeared. Seeing the eager excitement written across their faces, he chuckled. "It seems you're all looking forward to today's assignment. I hope that enthusiasm remains even after the mission is over." Minato and Kushina exchanged puzzled glances at his words. Xingyun, on the other hand, had already guessed at the meaning. Anxiety pricked at his heart, mingling with a strange sense of anticipation, and beneath it all, a small spark of excitement. What's gotten into me? In my previous life, I was a homebody, someone who couldn't even bring himself to kill a chicken. The ingredients always came pre-prepared, delivered to my door. Yet now, after hearing Kakashi's words, I find myself looking forward to the mission, as though I can hardly wait to cut an enemy's throat and savor the rush as blood splatters out. Have I always had this antisocial streak? Or is it that the Uchiha bloodline in me is beginning to show? Xingyun couldn't make sense of it. Ever since coming to this world, he had known that sooner or later he would have to kill with his own hands, to watch life slip away before him. He had mentally prepared himself for this moment long ago. Yet now that the moment was near, his initial apprehension was quickly giving way to eagerness and excitement. The feeling was unfamiliar and unsettling. Back in his old life, growing up in a peaceful world, the closest he had ever come to death was seeing censored crime scenes on TV. All the while, Kakashi Hitaki was carefully watching the trio's reactions. Xingyun, in particular, had always shown himself to be sharp. Though he had spoken in vague terms just now, he was certain that Xingyun had already guessed what was coming today. And sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Xingyun lowered his head in silence, a clear sign that he knew what was about to happen. He recalled the first time he took a life. As he watched blood spurt from his enemy's neck, his mind went utterly blank. Then a wave of nausea overwhelmed him. He vomited again and again until the terrible feeling finally ebbed away. Now, he found himself wondering how Xingyun would handle his first kill. Kakashi Tsukumo didn't waste words. He led the three of them swiftly toward the mission headquarters. Before long, Tsukumo accepted a mission inside and handed the mission briefing to Xingyun, who had remained silent all this time. Xingyun took the briefing and read aloud. C-rank mission. Eliminate the bandits entrenched in Shiloh Mountain near Meihua Town. Requirement. Kill all 126 bandits. Reward. 50,000 taels. After reading, Xingyun passed the briefing to Minato and Kushina. Once they'd finished reading, both fell silent. The excitement from before was nowhere to be found. "This is your first step into the world of shinobi," Tsukumo said quietly, watching their faces. "How you proceed is up to you. If you're not ready, you may turn back. I won't blame you." Hearing this, all three exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with complex emotions. No one spoke. Meanwhile, Xingyun paid attention to the prompt from the system as it echoed in his mind. A long silence passed before Xingyun extended his right hand and spoke. This was bound to happen sooner or later, wasn't it? The day we decided to graduate early, we should have known. From now on, our path will be paved in blood and battle. What we can do is keep growing stronger to protect ourselves and the people we care about. He looked at the other two. Minato, Kushina, I'm ready. Are you? For a moment, Minato and Kushina simply looked at him, their eyes meeting. Then, as if arriving at a silent understanding, they each placed their right hand atop Xingyun's. "Big brother, you're my brother. How could I fall behind and let you walk ahead alone?" said Minato, grinning. Kushina's gaze was gentle but resolute. "Xingyun, ever since the moment you saved me, I decided, wherever you go, I'll follow, unless you send me away yourself." Hearing their words, Xingyun swept away the tangle of feelings in his heart. He clasped their hands tightly, then turned to Tsukumo. "Teacher Tsukumo, our minds are made up. If we truly want to become strong, fast, we have to pay the price. Let this mission be our very first step into the world of shinobi. Maybe this is simply the cost of growing up." Tsukumo nodded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Xingyun is right. Becoming a ninja means living with blood and killing. But always remember, we kill to protect. Never lose yourself to bloodshed and carnage. When you find yourselves feeling a little lost, take a moment to reflect on your original intentions. All right, now you have half an hour to prepare. We'll meet at the village gate in 30 minutes. Dismissed. Yes, sir. At these words, the three of them, Qin and his companions, each displayed their agility and darted toward the shops selling weaponry. Although each of the three already carried weapons, none of their blades were sharpened. Now, with bloodshed on the horizon, every blade would need to be replaced. Fortunately, over the past 6 months of missions, the three had managed to save up some money. Meals, as usual, had been shared with Hokage Sakomo, meaning they rarely needed to spend their own cash. After purchasing the necessary weapons, Qin paused to consider, then bought 2 explosive tags to stow in his weapon pouch. As for military ration pills, Qin didn't buy any. He had the system space. All sorts of foods rewarded by the system lately were stored there. Whenever he needed them, they came out piping hot. There was no need for ration pills. He merely had to pack in some rice. Whether Sakomo and the others might suspect something, Qin wasn't concerned. Tsunade had given him a sealing scroll before, and it would serve perfectly well as a cover for the existence of his system space. When everything was in order, the three of them set off toward the village gate. Upon their arrival, they found Hokage Sakomo chatting idly with 2 gatekeeping shinobi. All right, back to your posts. We're heading out. Noticing their approach, Sakomo promptly called out. Yes, Lord Sakomo. Safe travels, and may your mission go smoothly. The 2 ninjas saluted Sakomo, then turned to the 3 youngsters with a friendly smile. Hands moving in practice gestures, they wove a jutsu that opened the barrier, allowing Sakomo and his team to pass through. Once outside the village, Qin and the others followed Sakomo, eyes wide with curiosity as they took in their surroundings. That's enough. Right now, the mission comes first. When it's finished, we'll have time to take in the scenery. But I fear by then, you'll see things you wish you hadn't. Sakomo smiled faintly at their eager glances. Yes, sir. Exchanging silent, meaningful looks, Qin and his friends sprang after Sakomo, moving in step behind him as they raced toward their objective. They dashed from tree to tree, the 4 of them a blur through the leafy shadows. Time and distance became meaningless, until finally they emerged from the endless, nameless forest. On the far side, a devastated little town stretched before them. Frozen in disbelief, Qin and his companions stared at the scene. Ragged refugees in threadbare clothes, faces gaunt and sallow, their eyes hollow and lifeless, shuffling through the ruins like the walking dead. Hungry children wailed while their parents looked on in helpless silence. There was simply nothing left to give. It was a sight the 3 had never witnessed before. They stood rooted to the spot, completely shaken. Is it like this everywhere outside, Master Sakomo? After a long silence, Minato Namikaze asked in a hoarse voice. These are just a few examples. There was once a shinobi war here. When the battle broke out, we did our best to protect the villagers, but their crops were destroyed. Afterwards, some able-bodied people went up into the leafy hills, banding together to rob others, making life even harder for those who stayed behind. And it's not just here. Similar situations exist all across the shinobi world. In fact, even more terrible losses are happening every moment. They're so pitiful. Don't the lords do anything to help them? Kushina, face filled with sympathy at the sight before her, spoke with a heavy heart. Hearing her words, Sakomo Hatake glanced at the naive young girl and shook his head. Strictly speaking, the people of this town aren't natives of the Land of Fire. They were originally peasants from small neighboring countries. Unable to survive there, they gathered at the edges of the Land of Fire, and slowly, more and more gathered until a small town was formed here. Then, Master Sakomo, is there anything we can do to help them? Kushina looked down at the scene of devastation, her eyes full of pain and an earnest desire to do whatever she could. Qin, what do you think? Instead of answering Kushina, Sakomo turned to Qin, inviting his opinion. When Qin first saw this, waves of emotion roiled in his heart. Raised in a time of peace, he had never witnessed such human tragedy. But soon Qin reached a clarity. Hearing Sakomo's question, he didn't hesitate. Help? How can we truly help? Even if we forego our mission's reward and give away every supply we carry, will that really change anything for them? At best, we can clear the local bandits out of this area, but even so, what we can do is limited. No matter how strong we are, we can't alter the fate of this place. Master Sakomo, apart from the battles between ninjas, I'm afraid the armies under each country's feudal lord are also in turmoil. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many refugees, with the lords unable to cope. In his previous life, when watching Naruto, all Qin saw were ninja battles. The inspiring story of Naruto's fiery growth, Sasuke being pulled from darkness by bonds of brotherhood. And though there was darkness, those stories always found hope in the end, always let the light dispel the shadows. But now, this is a real world, where human greed is fully on display. Unless the world unites, this hunger and pain will never end. For these ordinary people to live better lives, they can only rely on themselves. No one can truly save them. Kushina, what I'm about to say may sound heartless, but it needs to be said. These people have nothing to do with us, and we have no obligation to help them. Remember this. When you achieve success, benefit the world. When you're down and out, focus on bettering yourself. There are many people in the world like them, far more than we could ever help. All right, let's go and finish our own mission. With those words, Chingyun turned and walked away without even a moment's pause. Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina looked after Chingyun in disbelief. They could not accept that Chingyun could utter such heartless words. Chingyun is right, someone said. Our abilities are limited, and there's no way we can truly help them. All we can do is wipe out these mountain bandits and give the villagers a chance to breathe. For this mission, there's one more rule. Try to eliminate targets silently and avoid using ninjutsu. Even if the mission is technically accomplished, if you resort to ninjutsu, in my eyes, the mission is a failure. With that, Tsukumo Hatake vanished in a blur. Minato and Kushina stood frozen, only snapping back to reality as Chingyun's silhouette was nearly out of sight. Hurriedly, they chased after him. Before long, the three of them arrived at the foot of Westfall Mountain. They paused there, each lost in their own thoughts, still haunted by the grim scenes they'd witnessed earlier. Chingyun glanced at Minato and Kushina's faces, shook his head silently, and said nothing. Some truths, he knew, they could only come to terms with themselves. This is an age of chaos. To help others is good, but having a savior complex helps no one. In the end, it may harm both others and yourself. All right, Chingyun continued. Since Teacher Tsukumo won't be joining us, it's clear he won't be lending a hand. It's up to us to complete this task. For now, let's rest and recover. When night falls, Minato and I will split up to infiltrate the bandit stronghold from two directions, taking out as many as we can without making a sound. If possible, let's avoid using ninjutsu. There are too many enemies. If we use our techniques, some might manage to slip away. If they disappear into the mountains, we'll waste endless time hunting them down. Kushina, you'll cover the perimeter. If any bandits try to escape, take them out. If you're hesitating, remember the horrors we witnessed today. These bandits all share in the guilt of tormenting the villagers. What Chingyun didn't know was that the earlier guideline Tsukumo had given Minato and Kushina hadn't reached his ears. They'd been too preoccupied with their thoughts to mention it. After giving his instructions, Chingyun pretended to form a seal to unlock a scroll, then pulled out some food, dishes, and white rice, ignoring the dazed Kushina and Minato, and began to eat on his own. Seeing this, Minato and Kushina had no choice but to push down the discomfort in their hearts and focus on what mattered most, the mission. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, the three of them closed their eyes and rested, regaining their energy. Night descended. In the deepest hours, Chingyun woke Minato and Kushina, then led Minato as they silently slipped into the bandit stronghold. When they reached the entrance of the bandit stronghold, they noticed two sentries standing guard. The sentries made a quick hand signal toward Minato Namikaze, then swiftly darted away using a light, flowing footwork, heading at full speed toward the bandits on the right. Seeing that Chingyun had charged out, Minato quickly gathered his focus, gripping the kunai tightly in his hand. He moved with agility, launching himself toward the bandits on the left. With a muffled gasp, Chingyun appeared behind one of the bandits. He clamped his left hand firmly over the bandit's mouth, and without hesitation, drew his right hand across the man's throat with a swift, lethal motion. The bandit's eyes flared wide, desperate to make a sound, but Chingyun's grip remained unyielding over his mouth. He could only mutter muffled cries, and in moments, after a brief struggle, the bandit's body went slack and collapsed lifelessly. As Chingyun felt the hot blood gushing over his hand, a sudden thrill surged within him. There was none of the nausea he'd been warned about when killing for the first time. Oddly enough, he felt unexpectedly exhilarated. Chingyun wasn't sure why he felt this way. Looking to the other side, he saw that Minato Namikaze had finished his own task. However, at that very moment, Minato stood frozen on the spot, his face ghostly pale. Chingyun understood. This was the shock lingering from a first kill. He quickly grabbed Minato by the arm and pulled him deeper into the stronghold, finding a shadowy corner before speaking. Are you all right? If not, leave the rest to me. I'm fine, big brother, Minato replied, still pale but with a steely resolve in his eyes. I just wasn't used to it. Now I'm much better. Chingyun studied Minato's face for a moment, then nodded. You take care of the left, I'll handle the right. Without waiting for a response, Qingyun darted toward the nearest house on the right. He slipped a kunai under the door latch, slipped inside, and with swift, silent strikes, he slit the throats of the sleeping bandits, one after another. Suddenly, a sharp clattering sound rang out in the otherwise silent stronghold. Enemy attack. A bandit, alerted by the noise, instinctively looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Minato, frozen stiff, a bloodied kunai still gripped in his hand. The bandit immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Instantly, terrified screams filled the air as the bandits woke in alarm, pouring out of their houses one after another. Outside, Kushina heard the commotion and, fearing something had happened to Qingyun and Minato, forgot all about Qingyun's instructions. She dashed in from outside. Minato, what are you spacing out for? Fight, or are you just going to let them run for it? Qingyun, seeing Minato, still rooted to the spot, called out with exasperation. Snapping back to reality at Qingyun's shout, Minato recovered his wits, then moved with dazzling speed, weaving through the bandits like a wraith. Meanwhile, Kushina burst inside and unleashed her adamantine sealing chains. Golden chains arced into the air, ensnaring the bandits, and then crushing them brutally to the ground. With sickening force, their bodies were smashed flat. Lightning style, Thunder Dragon Tornado. When the mountain bandits, terrified by Minato Namikaze and Kushina's relentless offensive, scattered in all directions, Qingyun frowned and swiftly formed seals with his hands. In a flash, he unleashed an A-rank lightning release technique. A silver beam of light gathered before Qingyun, whirling faster and faster. Soon, it swept up the bandits one by one into the heart of a raging vortex, where they were ruthlessly torn apart. Not long after, the three of them had cleared out the mountain stronghold. As they counted their numbers, they realized someone was missing. Qingyun was about to give chase, when, unexpectedly, Tsukumo Hatake dragged a captive before the three of them, his face expressionless as he spoke. Do you all realize where the flaw in your mission plan was this time? Qingyun's original strategy wasn't wrong. Silent infiltration in the deep of night, killing without a sound. But Minato, you accidentally brushed against the bandits' weapons, which made a noise and woke them. Kushina, you disregarded Qingyun's orders, charging in from the outside to attack, causing chaos and making the bandits scatter in every direction. If it weren't for me, this one would have escaped into the mountains. Do you have the skills to track a hidden enemy? If not, you'd have to comb through Westfall Mountain inch by inch, wasting precious time. Hearing Tsukumo's words, all three lowered their heads. Seeing their reaction, he shook his head and continued. Still, it was your first time carrying out a mission like this, and you did well. Don't lose heart. Now cut off their heads, use this sealing scroll to store them, and let's go report the completion of our task. At his instruction, the three nodded, forcing down their disgust as they severed the bandits' heads and placed them into the sealing scroll. Suddenly, Qingyun's hands paused, his brow knitted. He glanced at Tsukumo, only to find his mentor showing no sign of reaction. Could I have imagined it? Just moments ago, he'd sensed the faintest trace of being watched from the shadows. Unlike the feeling he got when Hiruzen Sarutobi observed them, this sensation was diffuse, as if it came from all directions at once, eluding any hope of locating the source. Qingyun's frown deepened. Tsukumo's strength far surpassed his own, and yet the older man had noticed nothing. Had his feelings fooled him? Dwelling on this, Qingyun shook his head and resumed his grim work, severing the heads of the remaining bandits and placing them in the sealing scroll. Soon, more than 100 heads had been collected. The trio gathered the bodies into a heap, and when the task was done, Qingyun's hands moved swiftly through hand seals. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Following the last seal, a blazing white dragon of fire surged toward the mound of corpses. With a deafening roar, the mighty dragon fire struck, carving a deep crater into the earth. The white flames consumed the bodies in a roaring inferno. With the task complete, Qingyun led Minato and Kushina away without looking back. In his mind, Qingyun received the reward for this mission, the gallbladder of a boss case snake, an item that could enhance both his physical strength and inner power. Seeing Qingyun's adept movements, Tsukumo Hatake nodded in approval. A kind heart, but you know better than to let your kindness be abused. Even at your age, you can already see through to the heart of things. When it comes to killing enemies, you're utterly decisive and ruthless, yet your actions are organized and precise. Coupled with your remarkable talent, you'll surely become a ninja of great renown one day. Quietly, the three followed Tsukumo Hatake as they left that blood-soaked place behind. Suddenly, Qingyun froze mid-step. Something isn't right. That unsettling feeling of being watched is back. Are we really being targeted? But why hasn't Tsukumo Hatake noticed anything? Could it be that this is another test he's set up for us? Without betraying his thoughts, Qin kept walking, all the while turning over the question in his mind. What does whoever is spying on me actually want? He considered it for a while, then shook his head. It didn't seem likely that Tsukumo Hatake would set up such a test for novices like them. After all, they were newcomers to the world of shinobi, not worth such intricate schemes. Sharpening one's awareness of danger came either as a natural gift or was forged in the crucible of life and death battles. This kind of secret surveillance just wouldn't have the desired effect. All at once, a flash of insight struck Qin. He suddenly remembered something. After fusing Hashirama cells, Uchiha Madara had spent over a decade assimilating their power. By now, he should have awakened the Rinnegan. Based on the timeline, it should be happening around now. In the original story, though Madara had awakened the Rinnegan, his life was nearing its end. That's why he began searching for someone who could withstand the power of the Rinnegan without dying. A vessel to nurture those eyes so that, when the time was right, he could use the Rinne rebirth to return to life. And apart from the Senju clan, the only other suitable candidates for nurturing the Rinnegan were members of the Uzumaki clan. But even then, ordinary clansmen weren't enough. They had to be people of pure blood and exceptional vitality from both clans. In the end, he chose Uzumaki Nagato as the vessel for the Rinnegan. Yet Madara didn't fully trust Nagato. He needed someone else, someone who could guide Nagato down a path of darkness. And for that role, Madara planned to find someone with potential from the Uchiha clan. As these thoughts came together, a troubling realization settled over Qin. Was Madara considering him as his agent in the world of the living? That elusive, barely there sense of being watched, so faint that Qin nearly dismissed it as his imagination, and the fact that it escaped even Tsukumo Hatake's notice proved just how well hidden the observer was. Aside from White Zetsu or Black Zetsu, Qin couldn't imagine who else could escape Hatake's senses like this. If his suspicions were right, Qin would need to be even more vigilant from now on. Once Uchiha Madara sets his sights on you, this old schemer is hundreds of times more dangerous than Danzo. Even now, when age has withered him to the point that he relies on the Geto statue just to survive, his power remains terrifying. In the entire shinobi world, aside from Uzumaki Mido, Qin couldn't think of a single person capable of wrestling with Madara at this moment. Not even the powerful Tsukumo Hatake before him could hope to match the might of this aging legend. As these thoughts ran through his mind, a chill crept into Qin-Yun's heart. He recalled how, in the original story, Madara dealt with Obito Uchiha, first by orchestrating the kidnapping of Rin Noara, then luring both Obito and Kakashi to her rescue. Afterward, he leaked information to the Hidden Stone, sending their shinobi to chase the trio down. Even though some unexpected twists occurred, Obito ended up trapped beneath a boulder, half of his body crushed in a desperate attempt to save Kakashi, and left on the brink of death. Madara didn't relent. When one scheme failed, he simply crafted a crueler one. The next move was even more ruthless. He arranged for Rin to die by Kakashi's own hand, forcing Obito to watch as his best friend killed the girl he loved most. The trauma shattered Obito, driving him completely mad and eventually turning him into Madara's agent in the world of the living. That madness spread, drawing Nagato into darkness, gathering the nine-tailed beasts, and throwing the shinobi world into chaos. Reflecting on all this, Qin glanced at Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. If Madara ever targeted him, would he fall prey to the same manipulations used against Obito? Damn you, Madara. You'd better stay holed up in your lair and not cross me, or I'll broadcast your survival to the world. I'll even leak the secret that Nagato possesses the Rinnegan. Let's see how you orchestrate your plans after that. Qin thought viciously. Qin, is something wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Tsukumo Hatake caught a hint of distraction on Qin face. His curiosity piqued. Oh no, it's nothing, Tsukumo-sensei. Qin covered smoothly. I was just thinking about all the unexpected things that happened during our mission. If we run into similar situations in the future, I was wondering what we can do to handle them even better. It was a casual excuse, but the reality was that Qin knew Madara was still alive, a fact he had no intention of sharing. He had his own plans. Ever since arriving in this world, Qin had never forgotten his ultimate goal. He was searching for a way home. For that, he needed Madara to manipulate events in the ninja world, just as in the original story, to draw Black Zetsu's attention and eventually trigger the release of Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal. As long as Kagaya broke free and appeared in the shinobi world, the Otsutsuki clan would eventually follow her trail and descend upon this world. Qin only needed to be strong enough. When the Otsutsuki clan arrived in the world of Naruto, he could use the coordinates embedded in them to trace his way to the Otsutsuki home planet. Aren't they searching all over the universe for worlds to plant the divine tree? That must mean the Otsutsuki clan possesses information on countless planets. As long as I search carefully, I'm bound to find a way back to Blue Star. As for longevity, Qingyun felt no worry at all. The dragon and phoenix essences alone could allow him to live for thousands of years, not to mention all sorts of miraculous treasures out there. As long as he could get his hands on some of those, lifespan would never be an obstacle to finding his way home. It's good that you think this way. I feel relieved. Minato, Kushina, you two should learn from Qingyun. After every mission, reflect on what went well and what didn't. Only by doing so will your experience stack up and grow ever richer. Hatake Sakomo, hearing Qingyun's words, spoke earnestly to Minato and Kushina while keeping pace with his ninja sprint. Understood, Sensei Sakomo. Minato and Kushina nodded at Sakomo's words, giving their promise. After surviving that brutal battle, Minato and Kushina seemed to have come to terms with what happened before. Their expressions grew resolute and determined. Sakomo looked at the growing maturity in the three youths, and his satisfaction was plain to see. Before long, under Sakomo's lead, the three of them arrived at Plum Blossom Town. They found the village chief and presented the sealed scroll that contained the enemy's head. The chief inspected the evidence carefully, then pressed his personal seal onto the mission report. Overjoyed, he offered his gratitude to the four over and over. The four simply waved it off, then left Plum Blossom Town and set off in the direction of Konoha. Just as Sakomo said, although the three were initially filled with curiosity and anticipation for the outside world, on their return journey, they never stopped once to take in the scenery. After all, it was because they once held fantasies about the wider world that they'd been so curious in the first place. But now, having witnessed the tragedy in Plum Blossom Town with their own eyes, none of them had the heart to appreciate the landscape anymore. Compared to the chaos outside, the peace of Konoha became all the more precious to them. Once they returned to Konoha, Sakomo headed off to file the mission report, while Qingyun and the other two decided to go on a picnic. There, over there. Zhihui, Fangya, you two circle around. Whatever happens, don't let it escape. Shangshu, you blockhead. It's running straight toward you. Why are you telling us to flank it? Aha, I didn't notice. I'll forget it. Let's just catch it first and talk later. Scratching the back of his head, Shangshu gave an embarrassed smile. Shangshu, what are you up to? Seeing Shangshu and his teammates, Minato called out with curiosity. Huh? Big bro Minato, Kushina, what are you all doing here? Aren't you on a mission? Shangshu turned around, and, upon seeing Qingyun and his friends, his face instantly brightened. We just finished a C-rank mission. Sensei Sakomo gave us 3 days off, so we're getting ready for a picnic. Kushina grinned at Shangshu, unable to hide the pride in her voice. Upon hearing Kushina's words, the excitement on Rope Tree's face froze instantly. Qingyun quickly covered his ears as he witnessed the scene, sensing what was about to happen. Sure enough, Rope Tree suddenly leapt up, shouting in protest. Why? Sensei Shinosuke, I don't want this. Kushina and the others are already doing C-rank missions. Why are we still stuck with D-rank missions? We want to take on C-rank missions too. Qingyun was taken aback by what Rope Tree said. Sensei Shinosuke? Who is he talking about? Could it be the eldest son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the father of Sarutobi Kanomaru? Suddenly, a handsome young man with a gentle face, looking to be about 17 or 18, flashed into the room. Qingyun narrowed his eyes. That's some impressive speed. He barely had time to react as the young man entered, a clear sign of how skilled his movements were. The newcomer strode over to Rope Tree's side, and, with a quick flick to the forehead, made Rope Tree jump with a yelp, glaring back at him with wide eyes. If your basics weren't so shaky, maybe I'd trust you with higher-ranked missions. Just look at how much trouble you have even with a simple catch-the-cat task. How can I possibly feel safe taking you out for a C-rank mission? Remember, even C-rank missions can pit you against enemy or rogue ninja from other villages. Especially now, during wartime, Iwagakure and Sunagakure constantly sneak operatives into the Land of Fire, stirring up trouble in Konoha's rear lines. If you run into anyone like that, I can't guarantee your safety. Then why are Kushina and the others allowed to take C-rank missions? Rope Tree pouted, rubbing his forehead as he shot a resentful look at Shinosuke. That's because Sakomo is a powerhouse, and as a whole, Kushina's team is far more capable than yours. In the last 6 months, they've completed 389 D-rank missions with an approval rating over 99%. And you guys? Every time you take on a task, you either botch the target or somehow ruin the mission entirely. Your negative feedback rate is 80%. At this rate, I'm starting to worry the old man will dissolve our team, 5, out of sheer frustration. A vein throbbed on Shinosuke's forehead as he complained. Rope Tree's face flushed red at these words. He opened his mouth, but no argument came out. Kushina, on the other hand, couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out with a peal of laughter. Hearing Kushina's clear, melodious laughter, Rope Tree, Sherwi Aburame, and Toya Moonlight all hung their heads in embarrassment, wishing they could vanish on the spot. Even Qin and Minato were hard-pressed to keep from smiling. Actually, Rope Tree's team was far from weak. Among this year's graduates, they easily ranked in the top 5. Only Qin squad and Fugaku Uchiha's team could reliably win against them. As for the Inoshikacho team, they were just about evenly matched with Rope Tree's group. It all came down to who made the first mistake in a face-off. The one who seized the advantage would be the victor. So you guys are the members of the strongest new team that Senior Tsukuomo is taking care of this year, right? Hello, my name is Sarutobi Shinosuke, but you could just call me Brother Shinosuke. After giving Shungtu a piece of his mind, the boy turned and greeted the 3 of them with a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Chingun. Brother Shinosuke. My name is Namikaze Minato, Kushina. The trio each introduced themselves in turn. Noticing that Chinyan didn't call him brother, Shinosuke didn't mind at all. He took a closer, thoughtful look at Chinyan. Just like the old man said, this Chinyan truly looks cold on the outside, but warm within. He always helps out, never refusing when Miko gets overwhelmed. He may act distant, but he's a good kid at heart, Shinosuke mused as he recalled the words of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hanada Miko, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his lips. Are you heading out for a cookout? Mind if our class joins you? And Chinyan, there's something I'd like to ask of you, if that's all right. Chinyan blinked, caught a little off guard. What could Shinosuke want from him? As for sharing the cookout, he didn't really mind. As long as they didn't bother him too much, it was merely a matter of having a few more pairs of chopsticks. Go ahead. I can't promise I'll be able to help, Chinyan replied after a moment's consideration, his tone calm. I heard from the old man that you have real talent with a sword. When you have time, could you help guide Hanano with his sword training? I don't know much about swordsmanship myself, and Hanano's parents both died in the war. His older brother is on the battlefield too. Right now, he's figuring things out all on his own. As soon as Chinyan replied, Shinosuke quickly laid his request on the table. Chinyan paused, then glanced at the somewhat nervous Hanano from the Gitsumi-ai clan. Chinyan didn't know much about the Gitsumi-ai clan, only remembering from the original story that there was a Gitsumi-ai Hate, an impressive name, though the character mostly served as background and died after only 2 episodes. So, Chinyan didn't know much about Hanano himself, except that he'd heard Hanano was pretty skilled with the Konoha style of swordsmanship. Alright, why don't we spar a little later? I haven't practiced the Konoha sword style myself, so I'm not sure where its strengths or flaws lie. Only by crossing blades will I know how best to help you, Chinyan replied, his curiosity piqued. His own sword skills had hit a plateau, and without new techniques from the system, try his hand at the Konoha style might just give him some inspiration. Thank you. Hanano bowed deeply to Chinyan in gratitude. Although Chinyan was younger, Hanano had heard of many of his feats, such as when the strongest in their class, Uchiha Fugaku, was taken down in just a few moves, or how Shungto's recent surge in strength was thanks to Qingyun's training. With Shungshu frequently praising Qingyun's remarkable talents, how he invented several A-rank ninjutsu techniques, new sensei couldn't help feeling a sense of yearning deep inside. Now that he saw Qingyun willing to give him some guidance, he felt genuinely delighted. Qingyun paid no mind to Gitsumi-ai Fano's grateful expression. With Minato Namikaze and Kushina at his side, he strode toward the Forest of Death. When you're done, come find us at the Forest of Death. Shungshu knows where we'll be. Shinosuke and the others watched Qingyun and his companions disappear into the distance, smiling ruefully. Qingyun, indeed, was not the easiest person to approach. Don't take it to heart, sensei, Shungshu said, coming quickly to Qingyun's defense. Big brother is always like this. He's actually a really good person. The more time you spend around him, the more you'll understand. I certainly hope so, new sensei replied with a wry smile. Well, let's go submit this mission. I've heard the old man say Qingyun is an excellent cook. At last, we'll get to try his food. Prompted by Shungshu's reassurance, the group headed off to turn in their mission. When Shinosuke, Shungshu, and the others arrived at the Forest of Death, Qingyun and his 2 students had already cleaned a gigantic wild boar and were roasting it over an open fire. Spotting their arrival, Qingyun stepped onto a patch of open ground, drawing his azure blade scabbard and pointing it at Gitsumi-ai Fano. Come, give it your all. Attack me with everything you have. Gitsumi-ai Fano hesitated for a moment at Qingyun's challenge, casting a nervous look at new sensei. Shinosuke gazed at Qingyun in the clearing, smiling faintly. Go ahead. I'd like to see for myself just what kind of genius the old man's been talking about. With their nod of approval, Gitsumi-ai Fano drew his katana, chakra shimmering along the blade, gripping it with both hands as he approached Qingyun on light, rapid steps. Lee-style sword art. Linked cut. With that shout, he reached Qing Yun, his sword radiating a sharp, menacing aura. His hands trembled as he unleashed a rapid succession of strikes, the katana tracing afterimages through the air as he launched his attack at Qing Yun. Qing Yun's eyes narrowed. With a deft lift of the scabbard, he unleashed his inner power, intercepting the incoming blade. A metallic ring sounded as Getsumiai's katana struck the azure blade scabbard 3 lightning-fast times. But, with his limited chakra reserves, Getsumiai couldn't break through Qing Yun's defense. Realizing this, Getsumiai quickly withdrew and leapt back. Leaf-style sword art, sky-splitting slash. Suddenly his chakra surged, enveloping the katana in a thick green aura as he sprang high into the air, cutting down toward Qing Yun from above. Impressive spirit, but you'll need more than that. Qing Yun observed that Tsukikage Hauno's momentum while unleashing the shattering sky slash was quite commendable. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his chakra, his attack was easily seen through by Qing Yun at a glance. Chuanjin's sword technique. The Qing Feng's sword's scabbard began to tremble in Qing Yun's hand, and he struck at Tsukikage Hauno's arm in midair from a cunning and unexpected angle. Caught off guard and suspended in the air, Tsukikage Hauno had no time to change his move. All he could do was helplessly watch the sword scabbard in Qing Yun's hand speed ever closer. With a dull thud, a wave of numbness swept over his wrist. Tsukikage Hauno lost his grip on his katana, which clattered heavily to the ground. I lost. He spoke with a crestfallen look on his face. It never occurred to him that the gap between himself and Qing Yun could be so vast. Qing Yun had remained on the defensive the entire time, and with just 2 moves, he was already defeated. The blow to his confidence was immense. Qing Yun gazed at Tsukikage Hauno's downcast expression and, frowning, shouted in a commanding voice. A swordsman must always carry the spirit to press ever forward. What of this single defeat? Look at the great warriors of the world. Who among them did not grow stronger through setbacks? What we must do is learn from every failure, perfect ourselves day by day, until we find the path that suits us best, and then follow that path resolutely and without hesitation. Snapped back to his senses by Qing Yun's voice, Tsukikage Hauno looked up in gratitude. Just a moment ago, he had been drowning in the emotion of defeat. Had his confidence faltered at that instant, he might have lived in a daze from then on, and breaking through his own limits would have become nigh impossible. Seeing Tsukikage Hauno had pulled himself together, Qing Yun let out a gentle smile. The Konohoryu sword style is excellent, but its techniques are overly direct and straightforward. If you don't blend in your own variations, your moves can easily be read and exploited by opponents. You need to consider your own strengths. Pausing for a moment, Qing Yun continued. You're not from one of the bloodline clans, and abundant chakra isn't your advantage. Now is the time to reflect on what has set you apart. What makes you better than the others? For example, what is your chakra nature? If you cultivate its properties and integrate them with the Konohoryu sword style, it could become your unique strength. Or you might try weaving your spiritual energy into your swordplay, forging techniques as deceptive and elusive as phantom blades. Of course, what I've told you is just guidance. What truly matters is that you find the path that suits you and forge your own distinctive style from the Konohoryu sword technique. Secondly, your fundamentals need strengthening. Don't chase after only the most powerful sword forms. It's your basics that need refinement the most at this stage. Whether it's formidable ninjutsu or swordplay, all of it was created by those before us building on solid foundations. If you lack a solid foundation, then no matter how great your current strength may be, it's nothing but a castle in the air, ready to crumble at any moment. There's always someone stronger in this world, always higher peaks to climb. Only by laying a firm groundwork can we stand strong when faced with formidable foes and not collapse at the first blow. This last sentence was not only directed at Hazama of the Moonlight Quarters, but also served as a reminder to Qing Yun himself. The enemies that will appear in the ninja world from here on will only become more powerful. If he wants to ascend to the very peak and keep those close to him safe from harm, then he must build his foundation as solid as can be. Only then can he construct a tower that reaches the heavens. Suddenly, the sound of applause broke the moment. Sarutobi Shinnosuke clapped his hands together with genuine appreciation. Qing Yun is absolutely right. It's the basics that matter most. Only if our foundation is sound can we continue to grow stronger and not end up stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through, left with lifelong regret. Qing Yun, you truly live up to your reputation as the prodigy the old man always mentions. To have such deep insights about life at your age is something extraordinary. Sarutobi Shinnosuke looked at Qing Yun and offered a warm smile. Qing Yun, hearing these words, merely responded with a faint smile, casting a glance at Hazama, who had fallen into deep thought. Without another word, He walked over to Minato Namikaze's side to help roast the wild boar. As he tended to the roasting meat, he mulled over what he knew about Shinosuke Sarutobi. Sarutobi Shinosuke was the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a powerful Earth-style ninja. He never appeared in the original story, but there were always rumors that he later joined the Umbu, supporting Hiruzen Sarutobi in various matters. His abilities were well regarded, but during a battle against the Stone Ninja Village where the enemy forces were overwhelming, he stayed behind to cover the retreat, ultimately dying in battle, overwhelmed by their numbers. Now, seeing a character who never made it into the original story before his own eyes, Qingyun couldn't help but feel a genuine curiosity. Whatever else might be said, just judging by Shinosuke's appearance alone, you'd hardly guess he was Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. Handsome features and a gentle, agreeable demeanor easily won people over. In contrast, Hiruzen himself, perhaps from spending so many years with monkeys, bore an uncanny resemblance to one. Small wonder his nickname was Little Monkey. Qingyun, your strength now must be at least on par with some elite jonin, isn't it? Though he hadn't seen Qingyun's full abilities, just those two brief and brilliant attacks earlier had left quite an impression, so Sarutobi Shinosuke voiced his guess. I can't really say, since I haven't truly competed with one before. How about after dinner, the two of us have a spar? At this, Qingyun raised an eyebrow, glancing at Sarutobi Shinosuke as a spark of fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. Truth be told, Qingyun had never faced off against an elite jonin, so even he wasn't sure just how far his own strength could reach. In both his matches against Mito Uzumaki, Mito held back significantly. Even in their last battle, when Qingyun managed to break through the diamond restraint with the 6 meridian sword formation, it was only thanks to the medicinal effect of the blood bodhi. At this moment, he couldn't unleash such formidable moves. All right, I'm quite curious about your abilities too, Qingyun. Seeing Qingyun's unusual enthusiasm and his aura of readiness for battle, Sarutobi Shinosuke was taken aback for a split second before flashing a slight smile. It was true. He was intrigued by Qingyun's strength. Qingyun felt a surge of excitement as Sarutobi Shinosuke agreed to the spar. It wasn't easy to find a jonin elite in Konoha for a serious sparring match. Although Tsukumo Hatake had the time, the gap in their abilities was too obvious. Qingyun was self-aware and never took the initiative to challenge Tsukumo. Now, even though Shinosuke was still young, being chosen by Hiruzen Sarutobi to lead this team alongside Shiboka meant that, even if he hadn't reached Kaga level, he was at least an elite jonin already. How could Qingyun not be excited to test himself against someone like that? Ever since gaining strength, his fighting spirit had grown ever more blazing. Qingyun didn't know whether it was the influence of his Uchiha bloodline or simply that his true nature yearned for combat. Perhaps he just hadn't realized it in his previous life for lack of opportunity. In any case, Qingyun's blood was boiling now, his chakra surging through him as he tuned his condition to its peak in preparation for the upcoming spar. Come on, after 10,000 squats, 10,000 kicks, and if you can't manage that, then 10,000 push-ups. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching the attention of everyone nearby. They looked over with curiosity. There, they saw a ninja in a vivid green jumpsuit and bowl-cut hair, his thick black eyebrows paired with a bulbous nose to complete a somewhat comical appearance. He set down a child dressed similarly in green, then strode over to a giant tree and began practicing his kicks with determination. Dad, do your best. The child in green pumped his small fists in the air, cheering on the green-clad ninja with all his might. Oh, guy, thank you for your support. I'll give it everything I've got. Tears streaming down his face at his son's encouragement, the green-clad ninja's fighting spirit blazed even brighter as he kicked with renewed fervor. A stifled giggle escaped Kushina, amused by the heartwarming and slightly absurd scene between the father and son. Even Qingyun couldn't help a twitch of his lips. Wasn't this Konoha's blue beast? Yet the one destined for that title was still just a little kid at the moment. These two were none other than Might Due and his son, Might Guy. Dad, something smells amazing. I am starving. Suddenly, as Might Guy watched his father train with rapt attention, he sniffed the air and exclaimed with dreamy longing to his father. Might Due was taken aback by these words. After a moment, he sniffled, then suddenly squatted down and threw his arms around Might Guy, bursting into loud sobs. Wah, so this is what roast meat smells like. It's so delicious, Kai. Take a few more deep breaths. Yes, Dad. Hearing his father say this, Might Guy inhaled even harder, completely lost in the wonderful aroma. Kushina, watching the father and son's silly antics, laughed so hard she squatted to the ground, clutching her stomach, her shoulders shaking as she struggled to catch her breath. Qingyun shook his head helplessly. With a resigned sigh, he flicked Kushina's forehead and then sliced off a piece of wild boar leg with his knife, approaching Might Due and Might Guy. Here you go. This is for you too. Dig in. Qingyun had always liked Might Guy. Despite his odd behavior, he was sincere and true-hearted. When trouble threatened Konoha, he didn't hesitate to open the 8 gates, risking his life for the way of a ninja. He'd nearly kicked the story to its end, making Madara himself doubt everything he knew. This is for us. Thank you so much. Kai, hurry up and thank this gentleman. Thank you, sir. Kai replied, eyes wide with anticipation and drool nearly dripping, staring fixedly at the roast boar leg in Qingyun's hands. All right, if you don't mind, why not come eat over there with us? We got some side dishes, and they taste great. Qingyun said with a warm smile, handing the leg to Might Due. With his left hand, he gave Guy's boyish bowl cut a fond pat, then turned to invite Due over. Before long, Tsukumo Hatake arrived after completing his mission, bringing Kakashi with him to the camp. Huh, Due, what are you doing here? Tsukumo was clearly surprised to see Might Due, not quite understanding why he'd show up at a place like this. Due scratched his head awkwardly when he saw Tsukumo. Lately, I haven't been taking as many missions, and buying all sorts of training equipment has left me a bit short on money. So I thought I'd come here to train and hum my own food. Tsukumo sighed, looking exasperated. Due, you're much stronger than you let on. Why not let the 3rd Hokage know? If he knew your true strength, he'd surely give you important assignments. You wouldn't have to stay at Genin, just picking up these D-rank tasks. Tsukumo, you know as well as I do, my taijutsu is not something to use lightly. I only use it when sticking to my ninja way, otherwise it'd be too easy to lose myself. Dewey's voice was resolute as he looked Tsukumo straight in the eyes. Tsukumo could only sigh again. The 8 gates technique had its flaws, but if one mastered it, even opening just 3 gates put someone at Chunin level, 5 gates made you a Jounin, 6 gates an elite Jounin, and 7 was Kage level. No one had ever opened the 8th, so its effects remained a mystery. And those numbers referred only to the truly exceptional. On equal footing, almost no ninja could stand against a user of the 8 gates. As long as Might Due reveals his strength in the 8 gates, Hiruzen Sarutobi will definitely promote him to the rank of Jounin. Even if Due can't lead his own squad independently on missions, there are still certain kinds of specialized tasks he could be entrusted with. At that point, even if he only took on 1 mission per year, it would be enough to support both his training and his daily life. Yet every time someone tried to persuade Might Due, he would brush them off with that same peculiar excuse, leaving people at a loss for words. Moreover, his pride ran deep. No matter how much money he was offered, he would never accept it. That's why, every time Tsukumo Hatake saw Due, he always found some excuse to treat him to a meal. Now, seeing how well Tsukumo and Might Due got along, Qingyun recalled that they seemed to be contemporaries, having come up through the ranks together. Looking at Might Due, Qingyun was filled with a certain admiration. Here was someone who possessed formidable strength, yet didn't care at all that people ridiculed him as a perpetual genin. Perhaps only someone this true to their own shinobi way could succeed in mastering the 8 gates, a forbidden technique that no one in history had ever managed to fully perfect. Not only had Might Due himself achieved this, but he had also passed down his unyielding will to his son, Might Guy. In fact, if it weren't for Dewey's perseverance, for that fleeting blaze of the 8th gate in his final moments, Might Guy's future might have taken a very different path. With these thoughts, Qingyun's gaze shifted to Might Guy, who was currently bickering with Kakashi, and a look of contemplation flashed in his eyes. If he were in the same position, could he, like Might Due and Might Guy, devote himself to years and years of monotonous training, pouring his heart into mastering a taijutsu technique with an uncertain future? And if faced with a life-or-death crisis, would he be able to make the same unhesitating, self-sacrificing choice, opening the 8th gate in a blinding flash to save another? At that thought, Qingyun shook his head. No, he couldn't. Unless it was to save someone dearest to him. Why should another person's life or death matter to him? Qingyun was a selfish person. Still, that didn't prevent him from deeply admiring those who were truly selfless. He led Might Due and his son to their seats, and soon everyone was laughing, chatting, and feasting together. Before long, satisfied and well-fed, Qingyun stepped into an open space and turned to face Sarutobi Shinosuke, his eyes alight with battle spirit. Noticing Qingyun's eagerness, Shinosuke smiled, instantly flashing to stand opposite him. He formed the seal of confrontation, and then his hands moved with lightning speed through a series of signs. In a heartbeat, an A-rank Earth-release jutsu sprang forth from Shinosuke's hands. Earth-style, ground-splitting palm. Qingyun had barely dropped his hands from forming his own seals when he saw Shinosuke unleash an A-rank Earth jutsu. He was taken aback. Such speed with the hand signs, he thought to himself. Qingyun didn't dare relax. He saw the ground in front of him break apart in an instant, with boulders hurtling his way. Immediately, he invoked Lingbo Microstep to evade the barrage. Earth-style, underground eruption. Before Qingyun could get any closer, Sarutobi Arita once again performed an earth release technique, slamming his palm into the ground. Immediately, the earth trembled above and below, creating immense trouble for Qingyun's light step technique. Qingyun's eyes narrowed. This won't do. I've already fallen into his rhythm. As expected of an elite jonin, one minor misstep and you're at a disadvantage. He inwardly praised his opponent, but his feet moved ceaselessly. Using the giant boulders flying toward him as leverage, Qingyun executed the rarely used golden wild goose technique, touching down on the airborne rocks and propelling himself ever forward towards Sarutobi Arita. As soon as Qingyun soared into the air, he swiftly formed a single-handed seal. With the sign complete, sparks surged around him in the sky. Lightning release, thunderclap twister. Bolts of lightning quickly gathered, swirling furiously in midair. A towering tornado of electricity formed, drawing the flying boulders into its vortex. Each boulder was instantly obliterated by the flashes of lightning. Earth release, Earth and Stone Dragon. Seeing Qingyun's immediate response, Sarutobi Arita gave a silent nod of respect, though his hands didn't slow for a moment. A yellow stone dragon burst forth, charging headlong towards the lightning tornado. A tremendous crash followed as the two powerful jutsu collided, erupting with a deafening roar. Hatake Sakumo watched Qingyun's composed performance with an approving glint in his eyes. Clearly, he was very pleased with Qingyun's current display of strength. Sakumo, you really picked an outstanding disciple. Mate Dai, eyes full of envy, glanced over at Hatake Sakumo. Startled at these words, Sakumo's expression grew complicated and he shook his head. Dai, Qingyun isn't my student. For now, he's just under my command. His real teacher is Lady Tsunade. Mate Dai stared at Sakumo in amazement. That's such a pity, he lamented, genuinely sorry for Sakumo. Dai, just watch. Qingyun's strength doesn't end here. I can sense a terrifying power simmering within him. Though Sakumo spoke to Mate Dai, his eyes never left Qingyun, keeping a close watch on his every move. As for Kakashi and Might Guy, the two young boys had never seen jonin clash before. Their eyes shone with excitement as they stared at the two blurry figures inside the swirling smoke. Xiaoshang's sword. As soon as the jutsu collided, Qingyun gathered his inner power, launching a gleaming Xiaoshang sword straight ahead. In the next instant, he pushed his light step technique to the extreme, becoming a fleeting afterimage as he followed in the wake of his sword, charging at Sarutobi Arita. Although Sarutobi Arita could barely make out anything in front of him, a pulse of danger warned him of a tremendous attack rapidly approaching. Not daring to be careless, he shouted, Earth release, earthen wall. With a burst of his chakra, walls of packed earth rose up from the ground to shield him. Yet Xiaoshang's sword tore through each wall one after another, unstoppable as a blade of light. In the aftermath, the shattered remnants of the earthen barriers were flung in all directions, the air shimmering with a terrifying heat. He moved swiftly to follow right behind Xiao Shangjian. When Xiao Shangjian was blocked, Qingyun suddenly leapt into the air, his feet pushing off each other as he sped towards Sarutobi Shinonisuke. Chidori style, true sword technique. Lightning crackled, sword energy surged in every direction, tearing up the ground around them until it was a complete wreck. Swoosh! Qingyun's figure became a blur, darting behind Sarutobi Shinonisuke before he could react. Qingyun frowned. His instincts warned him that something about Sarutobi Shinonisuke in front of him wasn't right. There was no time to hesitate. Qingyun brought his sword down hard on Sarutobi Shinonisuke. A collective gasp filled the air. Seeing Qingyun strike with such ruthless force, Rope Tree, Kushina, and the others couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, their eyes filled with worry for Sarutobi Shinonisuke, afraid he'd be slain right then and there. Only Sakumo Hatake and Might Dewey's faces remained completely unchanged. As expected, Qingyun's blade sliced Sarutobi Shinonisuke clean in half. But instead of flesh and blood, the body dissolved into earth, sinking slowly back into the ground. Just as I thought, at some point, Sarutobi Shinonisuke used an earth-style substitution. Earth release, Headhunter Jutsu. Before Qingyun could process what happened, he sensed danger rushing toward him from beneath. Without hesitation, he used his ripple step to dodge aside. One after another, flickering afterimages of Qingyun appeared around the field. In no time at all, they arranged themselves into the pattern of a bagua, filling the space with illusions. Sarutobi Shinonisuke grabbed at one of the afterimages, dragging it under the earth, but before he could celebrate, Qingyun was upon him, sword thrust from behind. Not good. When did he get there? Convinced that Qingyun had used a shadow clone, Sarutobi Shinonisuke quickly drew a kunai and spun around to defend himself. Clang! The kunai snapped in two at the impact. Using the force of the counter, Sarutobi Shinonisuke tumbled backward, rolling away. But he barely caught his breath before a fresh surge of danger swept over him from behind. His pupils contracted. In midair, he raced through a string of hand signs. Earth release, earth flow wall. Shinonisuke senpai, you should yield. You have no chance left. Seeing Sarutobi Shinonisuke worn down and desperate, Qin lost all interest in continuing the duel. He no longer pressed the attack. Instead, with every word he spoke, he shifted to another position, never letting Sarutobi Shinonisuke lock onto his location. After raising an earth wall to ward off Qin assault and landing back on the ground, Sarutobi Shinonisuke's eyes swept the area warily. But with every beat of Qin voice, his position changed, so Shinonisuke couldn't pinpoint him at all. What's more, Qin movements appeared utterly random and impossibly fast, so quick that Shinonisuke couldn't even guess where he'd go next. The uncanny sight made him momentarily suspect Qin was casting genjutsu. But he kept disrupting the chakra flow in his own body, and yet Qin was still there, all around him. That could only mean that Qin was not using illusions at all. Such an uncanny body technique sent a chill through his heart. If Qin were his enemy, given the speed at which Qin formed hand seals, could he really defend himself if ninjutsu and sword attacks came at him from every direction? He wasn't so sure. Outside the arena, Tsukumo Hatake witnessed Qin seamless fusion of a shadow step with Lingbo Weibo for the first time, and for once his expression changed. His eyes fixed intently on the 8-trigram formation crafted from Qin afterimages, as if hoping to find a single weakness within. As for Might Due, his eyes went wide with astonishment. He looked around in confusion, seeing Qin figure everywhere, unable to distinguish which one was the real Qin. You really do live up to the old man's tales of genius. I am honestly impressed. All right, I concede, Shinonisuke said at last, letting out a wry chuckle. He simply couldn't think of a way to unravel Qin bizarre movement technique. What's more, had this been a fight to the death, with Qin relentless attacking from all sides, there was no way he could have defended himself. Even if he wasn't killed outright, he would undoubtedly be gravely wounded by now, with no chance to analyze the flaw in Qin technique. And so, Sarutobi Shinonisuke smiled openly, accepting the fact he'd been defeated by Qin. Seeing Shinonisuke form the seal of reconciliation, Qin smiled in return, allowed the myriad afterimages to fade, and stepped forward to join Shinonisuke in completing the reconciliation seal together. That battle had given Qin a clearer sense of his own strength. Right now, he was just at the threshold of elite jonin. Against seasoned veterans in that rank, he'd likely still struggle to come out on top. Of course, that evaluation didn't factor in the use of the Sharingan. In truth, had Qin activated it, and followed the Shaoshang sword with a Chidori flow, he could have left Shinonisuke with no time to use earth substitution, breaking his concentration and driving the Qinfeng sword straight into his opponent. The Chidori flow not only amplified Qin's offensive power, but also increased his speed 5-fold. Paired with the uncanny Lingbo Weibo, Qin could have decapitated most elite jonin before they had a chance to react. At that moment, as Qin weighed the strengths and weaknesses shown in the recent battle, a chime echoed in his mind. The system's notification sounded suddenly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've unlocked a new mission. Use Tai Chi Fist to spar against Might Due. Task requirement: remain undefeated. Task reward: the complete set of the 9 manual and the art of great shifting of the universe. Qin eyes sharpened as he processed the message. The 9 manual, the counterpart to the 9 Yang divine skill. Both are the ultimate martial codes of their world, each representing one facet of profound internal power. The 9 is vast and far-reaching. The 9 Yang is deep and refined. If he could somehow cultivate both at once, balancing their opposing forces, could his power be transformed yet again? As for the great shift of heaven and earth, Qin wasn't in the mood to give it much thought for now. Compared to that secret technique, what mattered more to Qin was whether the 9 manual, once mastered, would bring new changes within his body. With this in mind, Qin turned his gaze to Might Due. At this point in time, Might Guy hadn't even enrolled in ninja school yet. According to the original story, it would be at least another 8 years before Might Guy graduated. Even then, after his graduation, although the Third Great Ninja War would be raging fiercely, it would still be a year or two before they encountered any true crisis. By that logic, Might Due must not have fully mastered the 8 inner gates just yet. At most, he could probably open 6 gates, which meant Qin wouldn't be entirely powerless against him. A flicker passed through Qin eyes as he looked at Might Due and said, "Senior Due, may I ask for your instruction?" Tsukumo Hatake was taken aback. He couldn't fathom why Qin Yun, usually so calm and reserved, was acting so different today. After sparring with Sarutobi Shinosuke and still unsatisfied, he now set his sights on Might Dewey. Had Qin Yun discovered something unusual? Might Dewey's eyes widened at Qin Yun's request. He was surprised that Qin Yun wanted to challenge him, and the thought stirred a wave of excitement within him. However, recalling the footwork Qin Yun had displayed at the end, Dewey's enthusiasm cooled considerably. Despite his usual lightheartedness, Dewey had keen instincts when it came to the battlefield. When Qin Yun performed the mesmerizing footwork, creating a web of motion as intricate as a bagua diagram, Dewey couldn't help but put himself in Sarutobi Shinosuke's shoes, pondering how he would counter such an elusive technique. After much contemplation, Dewey could only imagine that by opening the seventh gate and harnessing a speed that surpassed human limits, he might be able to launch a full assault on every afterimage before Qin Yun could react, thereby breaking through the enigmatic technique. Dewey was confident that if Qin Yun took a direct hit from him after opening 7 gates, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if it didn't incapacitate him, it would surely lead to serious injury. But, as it stood, Dewey was still some time away from mastering the 7th gate. With only 6 gates, he wasn't sure he would pose a real challenge for the current Qin Yun. With that in mind, Dewey was about to politely decline. Qin Yun noticed Dewey's hesitation and paused, then quickly realized what was on his mind. Without waiting for Dewey to speak, Qin Yun explained, "Senior Dewey, please don't worry. In our sparring, I'll use only taijutsu, no other techniques." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "I can see the marks of intense taijutsu training in you. I myself have hit a bottleneck with my own physical skills. I hope that by sparring with you, I might be able to break through. Would you be willing to help me with this?" Hearing this, Dewey stared blankly for a moment, then turned towards Tsukumo Hatake. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Tsukumo Hatake relaxed his furrowed brow. Tsunade had once told him that Qin Yun had developed his own unique style of taijutsu, somewhat similar to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Relying on this art, Qin Yun was able to rebuild his frail body. Then, through his natural talent, he grew stronger and stronger. Seeing Might Dewey looking his way, Tsukumo gave a nod. "Dewey, it's true. Qin Yun really has invented an impressive form of taijutsu. But even I haven't seen it myself. If you have the time, why not spar with him? Maybe you'll find some inspiration from his techniques." At these words, Might Dewey's eyes lit up. He no longer hesitated. He had always dreamed of sparring with a prodigy like Qin Yun. "In that case, I won't hold back. Qin Yun, wait for me a moment," he said, beginning to remove the weights from his body. He had just witnessed Qin Yun's strength. Naturally, he dared not take him lightly, nor could he afford to hold anything back. As Dewey shed his weights and dropped them to the ground, a heavy thud sent dust swirling up around the group. Everyone, except for Qin Yun, Tsukumo, and Might Guy, stood rooted to the spot in shock. Even Sarutobi Shinosuke left gaping. Tsukumo had long known just what grueling training his old classmate had gone through all these years. As for Might Guy, there was nothing more to say. For as long as he could remember, his father had kept adding to those weights. Except when he bathed, the weights never left his body. Their home's outhouse, once wooden, had been rebuilt in stone, and so had the beds, tables, and just about everything else. Might Dewey had chosen the hardest materials he could find, because it simply couldn't withstand the burden of those weights. But that was not all. Only when Dewey had finally taken off all the weights from his arms and legs did he come to a halt. Good heavens, just how much was Watermelon Head Uncle carrying around? And yet he looked perfectly normal, not the least bit tired, as if he were just like anyone else. Rope Tree's mouth hung open in astonishment. After a long pause, he finally managed to stammer out the words. "That's right. Do any of you remember what Senior Dewey was saying before we ran into him?" Minato Namikaze gulped and returned to his senses, recalling what Might Dewey had murmured before they met. Something like after 10,000 squats, time for 10,000 kicks. If I don't make it, then 10,000 push-ups?" Kushina hesitated, repeating Dewey's earlier words from memory. "Oh my gods, don't tell me he did all that, while wearing those monstrous weights the whole time." Yu Guangfang, you strained to lift one of the weights Might Dewey had been carrying. Seeing his flushed face made it obvious how heavy just this single weight was. And yet, this was only one of the many. The heaviest was the one Might Dewey had first removed, the one that had covered his entire upper body. Sarutobi Shinosuke watched solemnly, his gaze fixed on that green figure who once seemed rather comical but now, engaged in battle, carried a grave expression. He murmured to himself, what Qin Yun said before was absolutely right. No matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger. Might Dewey Senpai is just a genin, but simply wearing such heavy weights and moving as if it's nothing is something even most elite jonin couldn't begin to match. What's more, it seems that Might Dewey has mastered something extraordinary. Otherwise, Tsukumo-senpai wouldn't have said what he did earlier. Both Might Due and Qingyun paid no mind to the crowd's reactions. After forming the seal of confrontation, they locked eyes, each focused entirely on the other. A gentle rustle echoed through the air as a soft breeze swept by. Suddenly, Might Due sprang into action. Hiya! Leaf whirlwind! He lunged at Qingyun with astonishing speed. Witnessing this, Qingyun's thoughts flickered. He deserves his title as Konoha's taijutsu master. Even without using the 8 gates, his speed rivals that of most elite jonin. Years spent wearing weights that pushed the limits of the human body meant that. Now he was unburdened. Might Due was astoundingly fast, his movements light and nearly airborne. Qingyun dared not be careless. Facing a taijutsu master like Might Due, the smallest mistake could mean getting overwhelmed by an endless onslaught of attacks until one perished. The mysteries of Taijiquan flowed through Qingyun's mind. He raised his hands, adopting the stance. His blows appeared sluggish yet swift, landing at just the right moments to intercept Might Due's attacks. When Qingyun caught hold of Might Due's right leg, an overwhelming force traveled up that leg and surged into Qingyun's body. He did not panic. His right hand trembled. The energy of Taiji exploded forth, neutralizing the immense strength. Then, pulling Might Due's leg back, Qingyun redirected all that force and hurled it straight back at Might Due with even greater momentum. Might Due, realizing that not only had Qingyun blocked his attack, but used his own strength to counterattack, widened his eyes in surprise. Spinning midair, he flipped several times to dissipate the force before landing. Crouched low, Might Due stared intently at Qingyun. He couldn't fathom how Qingyun's soft, water-like style could erupt with such shocking power, greater even than the steel fists he'd trained for years. Seeing Qingyun's tranquil demeanor, Might Due decided not to dwell on it further. Openings must be forced. He refused to believe Qingyun's taijutsu had no limits. Leaf strong whirlwind. Immediately after, Might Due charged at Qingyun with even greater speed. The air around seemed to be torn asunder by his movement. Before Might Due himself arrived, a fierce gust of wind swept toward Qingyun. Qingyun saw this and remained completely unfazed. The Taiji yin-yang diagram flashed into existence for an instant, blocking the torrent of wind. In the next moment, Qingyun's whole body trembled. Such a massive force nearly knocked him off his feet, sending him flying backward. He quickly poured more of his internal energy out, barely managing to steady himself. Enveloped by the Taiji yin-yang diagram, Might Due's immense strength was dispersed, and then with a sudden push, the diagram hurled Might Due far back. When Might Due's attack reached Qingyun, it felt as though his feet had kicked into a block of solid steel, sending pain shooting through his legs. Before he had time to react, that strange, inexorable pulling force descended upon him once more. Realizing the danger, Might Due didn't dare to be careless. He immediately summoned all his strength to resist the mysterious force. Yet no matter what he tried, he simply could not break free from its grasp. A flicker of puzzlement flashed through Might Due's eyes. How was Qingyun able to intercept my swift punches with such a slow-seeming technique? And that strange force, no matter how much strength I muster, I can't seem to resist it at all. As he watched Qingyun's Taijiquan grow even more refined, and the Taiji yin-yang diagram become ever clearer, Might Due understood. If he couldn't break through that diagram, he'd have no chance of harming Qingyun directly. With this thought, Might Due decided to stop testing his opponent. If he kept wasting energy now, he might not have enough left to retaliate later. Qingyun, watch out. The secret of Taijutsu. 8 gates, released formation. Opening gate, open. Rest gate, open. Life gate, open. As Might Due opened the 3 gates, a torrent of green chakra erupted around him, swirling in tangible streams that encircled his entire body. His face remained impassive. With the 3 gates activated, Might Due felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through him. Leaf whirlwind. In a blur, Might Due shot toward Qingyun like a phantom. Seeing that Might Due had opened the 3 gates, Qingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing the afterimage streaking toward him, he dared not lower his guard and concentrated fully on his Taijiquan. A heavy impact sounded. Moments later, the Taiji yin-yang diagram quivered violently, as if it could be breached at any moment. Before Qingyun had a chance to recover, Might Due retreated at speed to avoid the strange pulling force. No sooner had he pulled back than Might Due launched himself at Qingyun again, delivering another kick to the exact same spot as before. The yin-yang diagram shook even more furiously. Qingyun's face flushed red. Might Due's attacks were coming too fast, each strike fiercer than the last. He had no time to dissipate the previous force before the next blow landed, each attack stacking upon the last and battering him with overwhelming might. Might Guy truly deserves the title of Taijutsu Master. He knew that Qingyun's Tai Chi possessed incredible defensive power, and that the way Tai Chi could channel and redirect energy made it hard to break through. So he quickly worked out a new strategy, striking the same spot continuously at lightning speed, not giving Qingyun the chance to fully dissolve the force of each blow. When enough force accumulated at that point, the yin-yang diagram would collapse on its own. Qingyun frowned deeply, maintaining his Tai Chi movements as he frantically pondered a solution. If he could make use of other techniques, he wouldn't have ended up in such a passive situation. However, if he resorted to anything else, not only would the essence of Tai Chi remain unchallenged, but the system's reward for this mission would be out of reach as well. And above all, Qingyun truly wanted to see what sort of transformation might occur when a 9-yin manual fused with his own techniques. Forcing himself to calm down, Qingyun's mind rewound back to scenes from his previous life, recalling moments when Zhang Sanfeng first created Tai Chi. Most memories were hazy, but he vividly remembered one version, in which Zhang Junbao witnessed a great battle between a giant serpent and a colossal turtle by chance. It was from observing the clash of these two mighty beasts that he grasped the principle of using slow movements against the fast and soft strength to overcome the hard. Tai Chi's core philosophy. With this realization, Qingyun began subtly mimicking the dynamics of the turtle and snake battle. But was Tai Chi really just a soft style? Was its only strength yielding to power, always forced onto the defensive? Was it nothing more than slow movements countering speed, a purely passive martial art? No. Qingyun quickly shook his head. All along, he had misunderstood the true essence of Tai Chi. It was neither a purely soft nor hard style. It was about balancing hardness with softness, about combining both approaches. Not only could it use slow to counter the fast, it could meet speed with speed as well. Qingyun's eyes gleamed with sudden clarity. The very feel of his Tai Chi began to shift, and the swirling yin-yang pattern gradually faded from sight. Seeing the dissolution of the yin-yang symbol, Might Guy's eyes lit up with delight. Taijutsu Supreme Art. Primary Lotus. Yet Qingyun seemed oblivious to Might Guy's incoming assault. His right fist shot out with the swiftness and force of a thunderbolt, striking straight ahead. It looked outwardly like an ineffectual punch, but in reality, it landed squarely on Guy, blasting him backward through the air. What just happened? The crowd around them was left baffled, looks of confusion spreading across their faces. Tsukumo Hatake watched Qingyun standing silent with his eyes shut, a thoughtful expression in his own gaze. As for Minato Namikaze, who had trained in Tai Chi under Qingyun for a long time, he was even more bewildered by the sudden shift in Qingyun's style. It was clearly the Tai Chi routine being performed, and yet its aura was utterly transformed. Having been launched backward by Qingyun's punch, Might Guy's carefully prepared taijutsu assault was interrupted in an instant. He struggled for breath, cheeks flushed, and stared at Qingyun in disbelief and shock. What in the world had just happened? He hadn't even seen when Qingyun threw the punch. All he remembered was being struck by a tremendous force and sent flying. Rolling a few times to break his momentum, Might Guy steadied himself, then stood and fixed his gaze on Qingyun, who seemed to be lost in sudden enlightenment, the determination in his eyes growing ever stronger. Since my speed isn't fast enough and my strength isn't great enough, then, Gate of Pain, open. As the fourth gate opened, a subtle change swept across Might Guy's face. Clearly, the pain of opening the gates was starting to make itself felt. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Qingyun paid no heed to the rapidly advancing figure. In his mind, the profound mysteries of Taiji continued to flash. From Wuji comes Taiji. From Taiji come Yin and Yang. From Yin and Yang arise the four symbols. From the four symbols unfold the 8 trigrams. If I fuse the mental energy, which symbolizes Yin, with the physical energy, which symbolizes Yang, into my Taiji fist, will something about Taiji fist itself change? As he pondered, he parried Might Guy's attacks. No matter how swift or forceful Might Guy strikes, Qingyun seemed able to anticipate them, countering each time with faster speed and greater power. Bit by bit, the Taiji yin-yang symbol reappeared in the arena. This time, however, the contrast between black and white was sharper than ever. 2 black and white fish chased each other playfully across the spinning pattern. Gate of View, open, Morning Peacock. Fireballs, blazing from the friction of extreme speed against the air, shot towards Qingyun in rapid succession. Yet Qingyun hardly glanced at them. His hands, moving like phantoms, seized every fireball hurled his way. As the Taiji yin-yang symbol spun on, the fireballs, now empowered by its force, were all returned to Might Guy just as swiftly. Witnessing this, Might Guy's eyes widened. He darted left and right, desperately trying to dodge the onslaught. But even with 6 gates open, he couldn't escape them all. and the fireballs left him reeling and bedraggled. Qin Yun remained unconcerned by Might Dai's predicament. He continued his practice, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, now with his left hand quick and his right hand unhurried, then switching so his right hand was fast and his left slow. Taiji fist grew ever more refined, and the black and white fish within the Taiji diagram became livelier with every completed movement. It was a pity, however, that Qin Yun had yet to master the transformations of yin and yang attributes. If he could infuse Taiji fist with their properties, its might would soar, becoming a powerful trump card for his own survival. After some time, Qin Yun returned to clarity. Glancing at the battered Might Dai, he formed a sign of reconciliation and bowed. "Thank you for just now, Elder Dai." His breakthrough in Taiji fist and the clarity that now lay before him. These were due in no small part to Might Dai. Had it not been for the pressure Dai exerted, who knew how long Qin Yun's progress might have stalled. "Huh, Qin Yun, it's your own talent that got you through the bottleneck. I didn't do anything special." Might Dai scratched his head in embarrassment at receiving such thanks. "Big brother, you're incredible. Can you teach me to cultivate in the future?" Guy trotted over to Qin Yun, his little legs moving in quick, eager steps, his eyes full of admiration as he looked up at him. Not long ago, Qin Yun had just fought against an elite jonin, and not only did he win, but he even managed to defeat his own father in taijutsu. Even though Guy was still young, he understood what kind of master an elite jonin was, and he'd seen with his own eyes how powerful his father Might Dai could be when he opened the 8 gates, smashing an entire grove to splinters. So now, he was full of anticipation, desperately hoping that Qin Yun might teach him the ways of training, so that one day he could become just as strong. Surprised by the request, Qin Yun glanced at Guy, who was waiting with wide-eyed expectation, and didn't have the heart to refuse him. "I don't know the art of strong fist, and honestly, you're more suited to learning the 8 gates from your father. That technique has incredible potential. But when you get a bit older, I can help you establish a solid foundation. I'm sure they'll make your path a little smoother in the future." "Thank you, Qin Yun." Guy's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Might Dai, having listened to Qin Yun's words, also turned to him with a look of heartfelt appreciation. Qin Yun just smiled in response, saying nothing more. At that moment, Tsukumo Hataki saw that Qin Yun agreed to help Guy with his basics, and hurried over, speaking up, "Since you're willing to help Guy, why not let my Kakashi train with you as well?" Tsukumo knew better than anyone how solid Qin Yun's foundation was. It seemed as though Qin Yun had some unique training technique for building these basics. His chakra reserve surpassed the usual, and it was clear he was neither from the Uzumaki nor the Senju clans. Even Minato's chakra was far more abundant than normal, clearly thanks to Qin Yun's methods. Now that Qin Yun was willing to help Guy, it was the perfect opportunity. If he didn't seize it for Kakashi, wouldn't his son lose a once-in-a-lifetime path to get stronger? Hearing this, Qin Yun was momentarily taken aback, but could only nod with a wry smile. "Haha, Qin Yun, don't play favorites. From now on, my kid will be in your care too." At that, Sarutobi Shin Nosuke hurried over, grinning cheerfully as he made his request. Qin Yun looked at him, somewhat puzzled. "Wait, your kid, isn't that Konohamaru? Isn't he about 67 years younger than Naruto? He can't possibly be born yet, right? How can you bring this up now? So who is your son?" "Haha, he hasn't been born yet. When he is, we'll talk. Either way, I'm taking this as a promise from you." Shin Nosuke let out a hearty laugh. Qin Yun gave him a dramatic eye roll, choosing to ignore this troublemaker. Instead, his mind wandered, engrossed in the system's transmission of the Nine Manual and the grand shift of heaven and earth. The Nine Manual truly lived up to its legendary reputation. Inner strength, combat techniques, swift movement, secret arts of the mind. Everything a martial artist could need. With just this one scroll, someone could rise to the very top of the Woolian world. Of course, the kind of top described here referred only to the realm of lower-level martial worlds. Otherwise, in the world of Naruto, if you don't weave in certain elemental transformations into your jutsu, their power is still lacking. The Nine Manual is divided into 2 scrolls, the upper and the lower. The lower scroll focuses on martial techniques, featuring skills like the heart-crushing palm, the great demon-subduing fist, the iron-shattering claw, the 5-string sweep, the serpentine dodge, and the spiraling 9 shadows. The upper scroll is centered on cultivation methods, with the classic of tendon and bone renewal being a technique that alters one's innate abilities. Besides these, there are also chapters on healing, unlocking acupoints, striking vital points, the soul-transferring technique, the floating cotton force, and the bone-shrinking skill. Most crucial of all is the principal internal method, in which lies the true essence of the Nine Manual. After sorting through the martial arts contained in the manual, Qin Yun ignored most of them. He had no intention of practicing every skill, but instead picked several to distill their essence and incorporate them into his own martial arts. For instance, the spiraling 9 shadows offered techniques of illusion and shifting forms. Qin Yun planned to blend that into his Lingbo microsteps, making them even more unpredictable and swift. The floating cotton force, with its mastery of redirecting force, would help Qin Yun grasp the subtleties of Taiji fist philosophy. And as for the soul-transferring technique, when combined with the illusion-enhancing power of the Sharingan, Qin Yun could only imagine what heights it might reach. It was something he greatly anticipated. Of course, the most urgent task at hand was to cultivate the principal internal method of the 9E manual, merging it with his own 9-yang inner energy. Qin Yun. What is it? Jolted awake by Kushina's voice, Qin Yun blinked in confusion, realizing she was less than 5 centimeters away, so close they could feel each other's breath. Looking down at Kushina as her eyes slowly widened, Qin Yun couldn't help but notice her rosy lips and skin as smooth as jade. His heart skipped a beat. He took a few steps back, cleared his throat, and tried to compose himself. Why are you spacing out again? Kushina pouted, feigning annoyance and shooting a playful glare at him. Well, I just had a breakthrough. I'll teach you a really interesting technique later. Just you wait. Qin Yun offered an excuse, then leaned closer and spoke to Kushina in a mysterious tone. Really? What technique? What does it do? Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement at his words. You'll find out soon enough. Why the rush? No way, tell me now, or else you're going to be in trouble. Nope, you still can't beat me. Ugh, Qin Yun, you're just teasing me. I'll bite you for that. Annoyed, Kushina charged at Qin Yun, waving her hands in mock anger. Qin Yun dodged her playfully, stepping agilely with his Lingbo microsteps, slipping out of her reach again and again. Watching this Qin Yun, who seemed like a different person from usual, Sarutobi Shinizuke, Hatake Sakomo, Might Do Wei, and the others were all surprised. As for Minato, Namikaze, and Nawaki, they had already grown used to such scenes. Qin Yun had always liked to mess around with them like this. Qin Yun is not truly a cold person by nature. Rather, he simply has little to say to strangers. Coupled with his fondness for quiet, this gives him an air of detachment. All right, that's enough playing around. Here, remember this incantation. After fooling around for a while, Qin Yun stopped and helped Kushina wipe the sweat from her brow. Then he began teaching her the technique for channeling the Feishu force. Kushina listened intently, committing everything to memory. Without another word to Qin Yun, she ran off by herself to test out the Feishu force. Kushina possessed tremendous strength. In battle, aside from her sealing techniques, her greatest assets were her fists, especially ever since Tsunade had taught her the art of monstrous strength. Those fists could unleash terrifying power. Just one punch, combined with her immense stores of chakra, could shatter the very ground beneath her feet. One could easily imagine what a blow like that would do to an enemy. The Feishu force would allow her to refine her control over her own strength. Mastering it would mean being able to turn a single unit of strength into the power of 2, making it the perfect technique for Kushina to learn. Senior Qin Yun. Suddenly, Kakashi approached Qin Yun with an air of shyness, his voice barely above a whisper. Qin Yun glanced at him in surprise. What's the matter? Senior Qin Yun, will you teach me how to train? Kakashi looked up at Qin Yun, eyes gleaming with anticipation. What's brought this on all of a sudden? Qin Yun crouched down to Kakashi's level, his voice gentle as he asked. Because I want to become stronger and fast. Kakashi stole a furtive glance at Sakomo Hatake, then spoke with quiet determination. Is it because you want to make Sakomo Hatake proud? Qin Yun caught the look on Kakashi's face and let slip a small, bittersweet smile. Kakashi, you're still very young. Throwing yourself blindly into intense training right now would only damage your foundation. How about this? I'll teach you a breathing incantation. Memorize it well, and practice it twice daily, once in the morning and once at night. When you turn 6, I'll properly train you. How does that sound? Kai, the same goes for you. Both of you are too young at the moment for anything more advanced, and Taijiquan isn't suited to you just yet. So, focus on the breathing technique I'm about to teach you. Build a solid foundation, and when you're both 6, I'll assess your progress and decide what comes next. Do you understand? This breathing technique was distilled from the essence of Qin Yun's Hanyuan skill. If Kakashi and Kai devoted themselves to practicing it now, establishing a strong foundation, their future training would progress twice as quickly with half the effort. Qin Yun had no intention of fundamentally changing Kakashi and Kai's original paths. What he wanted was merely to strengthen them along the way, especially Kakashi. After all, without the Sharingan, would Kakashi truly be Kakashi? As for Obito, frankly, Obito talked a good game about loving everyone, but to put it bluntly, there was something unhinged about him. Someone like that could be saved once, but never twice, unless Madara abandoned his plan to use Obito as his pawn. Otherwise, Obito was doomed to follow the trajectory laid out in the original story. Everyone spent a delightful day having fun together. After carefully memorizing the breathing techniques that Chingyun had taught them, Kakashi and Might Guy ran off cheerfully to one side, making a bet to see which of them could master it first. From that moment, the spirited rivalry between Kakashi and Might Guy began. Throughout their lives, they would always be wagering against each other, or on their way to place another bet. The ways they competed were limitless and ever-changing, coming up with anything and everything. Their bond only grew deeper with every challenge, so much so that those unaware of their history might have thought they were as inseparable as siblings from the same valley. After a day of merriment, everyone went their own ways. Chingyun and Minato Namikaze tidied up the scene of chaos, then settled down cross-legged to meditate and cultivate their inner energy. Though Chingyun appeared to be calmly meditating, in truth he had closed his eyes and quietly guided a thread of internal force through the pathways described in the general outline of the 9E manual. Yet, unfortunately, every time he managed to cultivate a sliver of 9E energy, it was swiftly devoured by the purer and more potent 9-yang energy. He tried again and again, well into the night, but gained nothing. If anything, the effort of multitasking, both suppressing the surge of 9-yang energy and trying to channel the 9E method, left him exhausted and worn out. Deep into the night, the surroundings were utterly still, broken only now and then by the distant cries of wild animals reaching Chingyun's ears. Restless, Chingyun opened his eyes and surveyed the surrounding darkness, a look of impatience flickering in his gaze. Is it really impossible to cultivate both the 9-yin and 9-yang at the same time? Nighttime practice had produced nothing, not even the slightest progress. Each time a trace of 9-yin energy formed within him, the 9-yang force would surge uncontrollably, pounce on it, and break it down into refined 9-yang energy. Chingyun felt quite frustrated by this. His intuition told him that something must be wrong, a key problem he had yet to solve. Otherwise, how could this be happening? Besides, he had a persistent feeling that cultivating 9-yin and 9-yang together would be crucial for his future growth. He had to find a way to resolve this fundamental clash. Enough. The matter of the 9-yin manual can wait. I might as well take a look at the great shift of heaven and earth. After a long time turning thoughts over in his mind and finding no solution to the conflict between the two supreme arts, Chingyun decided to set it aside for now and focus his attention on the technique known as the great shift of heaven and earth. After all, the system had awarded him 2 of the highest techniques from the lower martial world back-to-back. There had to be a reason. Chingyun sensed that perhaps this great shift of heaven and earth could serve as a bridge between the 9-yin and 9-yang. Maybe, if he could reach mastery in the great shift of heaven and earth, he could resolve the conflict between the two forces. He recalled stories from his previous life, where the news had often mentioned people tapping into astonishing potential and achieving the impossible in moments of crisis. For example, there was the story of a mother who, seeing her child trapped under a car, managed through sheer desperation to lift several tons and save her child. Or people caught in fires who, driven by a desperate will to survive, burst forth with speed and strength beyond ordinary human limits, making it out of the inferno alive. Incidents like these, though rare, were things Chingyun had occasionally come across in news reports from his previous life. The great movement of heaven and earth was precisely such a miraculous technique, capable of unlocking the hidden potential within the human body. According to the method transmitted by the system, this technique was divided into 7 levels. For those with high aptitude, mastering the first level would take 7 years. For those less talented, 14 years. However, Chingyun was no ordinary person. The 9-yang divine skill within him had already reached great perfection, and his internal energy had long ago transformed into true qi, profound and vast, far surpassing even that of Zhang Wuji in the original story. Circulating his 9-yang true qi along the routes prescribed for the first level of the great movement of heaven and earth, Chingyun mastered the entire first level in a single cycle. He spent less than a minute, and as soon as he had accomplished the first level, many secret techniques related to moving force and energy transfer revealed themselves to his understanding. Opening his eyes, a faint smile flickered across Chingyun's face. Sure enough, this great movement of heaven and earth lives up to its reputation as the Ming sect's most prized technique. Just mastering the first level alone has made me noticeably stronger, especially in physical technique and the subtleties of exertion. Seizing the momentum, Chingyun continued to channel his 9-yang true qi according to the second level's patterns of movement. As his true qi coursed along the second level's route, he felt a chill surge through his 10 fingers, the cold streaming inward from his fingertips. Fortunately, Qingyun's internal power was deep and abundant. Each time the nine-yang true qi encountered that chill, a gentle warmth would disperse it before it could do any harm, leaving Qingyun completely unaffected. This time, it took him a bit longer, but eventually he succeeded in mastering the second level. He kept his eyes closed, pressing on to circulate his energy through the third and fourth levels in succession. Suddenly, half of Qingyun's face turned green, while the other half flushed red, a frightening sight. Anyone who saw him now might well assume he was suffering from a dangerous backlash. Though his face looked alarming, within his body a sense of jubilation echoed. Qingyun felt utterly comfortable, a refreshing coolness streaming from each and every cell, as if he were floating on air. Ha! This great movement of heaven and earth is truly extraordinary, he mused. With just the fourth level, I can feel my potential unlocked by 10%, and my overall strength has surged by 20%. Opening his eyes, Qingyun examined the changes taking place throughout his body and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that it was still early, he did not pause, but pressed forward to attack the fifth level. Soon enough, he conquered the fifth and sixth levels as well. At this point, Qingyun felt his mastery over his body had reached its zenith. Whenever he wished to exert force, it was immediate and precise, never a fraction too much nor too little. Not only that, but his command over true qi had also reached its peak. Qingyun opened his eyes, which were brimming with joy, and clenched his fists. After cultivating the great shift of heaven and earth technique to the sixth level, hidden potential within him erupted at an astonishing rate. The natural spiritual energy stored in his very cells surged outward all at once, merging gradually with his nine-yang true qi. He sensed that if things continued like this, by the time he broke through next, he might be able to comprehend a unique immortal technique of his own. Ignoring the ever-flowing natural spiritual energy within his body, for it was gentle, never charging wildly through his meridians, he simply allowed it to intertwine with his nine-yang true qi. Even if the nine-yang true qi could not absorb all of it, the spiritual energy would simply be reabsorbed by his cells, so Qingyun had no need to worry. Qingyun gazed at the seventh level of the great shift of heaven and earth, his eyes flickering with determination. The seventh level was a creation of the original founder's imagination. Its 19 cryptic formula lines seemed half true, half false, and forcing its cultivation could easily result in disastrous consequences. Still, recalling this, Qingyun suddenly remembered how Zhang Wuji, gravely wounded by Song Qingshu atop Bright Peak, had, in a moment of crisis, unleashed the seventh level of the great shift of heaven and earth. He transformed the formless into the tangible, shaking Song Qingshu off with a mighty force. Yet even then, Zhang Wuji had collapsed in his own blood, severely bedridden. Mulling this over, Qingyun's eyes sparkled. Why not try it? Though the seventh level was imagined by its creator, that doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong. Didn't Zhang Wuji himself use it when he was in dire straits? Besides, if things go awry, this world is overflowing with spiritual energy. My nine-yang divine art has already evolved into true qi, its attributes magnified several-fold, and combined with the nine-yin healing arts. Even if I'm gravely injured, I should be able to recover in no time. With this thought, Qingyun's gaze hardened. Indecision was not in his nature. He had his own ambitions, and without a spirit of unwavering resolve, how could he ever reach his goals? Resolving this, he closed his eyes and regulated his state, pushing his body's functions to their peak. When he felt utterly ready, his eyes narrowed, and he guided the nine-yang true qi to attempt the seventh level. At the very first movement, he was nearly overwhelmed by a stifling pressure that threatened to make him cough up blood. He forcibly suppressed this sensation and pressed on, continuing his assault on the seventh level. How much time passed, he could not say. Sweat streamed from his whole body as if caught in a heavy downpour. His body trembled, flushed in turns red and blue. His face twisted in a mask of pain, as if he hovered on the brink of disaster. Heaven is Qian, the pure yang of heaven and earth. Earth is Kuan, the pure yin of heaven and earth. The great shift of heaven and earth twists the cosmos and overturns the flow of yin and yang, blending the opposites at will. The immense potential stored in every cell and acupoint bursts forth, opening up the gates of latent power amidst this reversal. Though suffering, Qingyun's mind was exceptionally clear, constantly pondering the profound secrets of the great shift of heaven and earth. Since the grand shifting of heaven and earth represents the harmony of yin and yang, could I, at this very moment, channel the nine-yin manual and use the grand shifting technique as a harmonizing agent? By doing so, I might be able to separate the clashing forces of the 9 yin and 9 yang energies, allowing them to run alongside each other, like the heavens and earth themselves, each operating in its own domain without interference. With his thought in mind, Qin Yun split his focus. On one hand, he continued to channel his internal energy, striving to break through to the 7th level. On the other, he began to cultivate the foundational principles of the 9 yin. Gradually, it felt as if the heavens and earth were swept by a wild and uncontrollable wind, with Qin Yun calmly presiding at its very center. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged relentlessly into Qin Yun's body, streaming through the Baihui acupoint atop his head. Oblivious to everything outside, Qin Yun instinctively guided the sliver of 9 yin energy he had cultivated to devour the incoming spiritual force, strengthening itself from within. Minato Namikaze, noticing the strange phenomena outside, immediately ceased his own training and rushed outside. Opening the door, he was struck by the sight of Qin Yun sitting amidst a swirling sea of radiant, silvery mist. The white mist had taken on a tangible form, pouring into Qin Yun's Baihui acupoint in thick, rushing streams. Eyes wide, Minato stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Such a powerful concentration of spiritual energy. Has Big Brother achieved another breakthrough? This is extraordinary, almost frightening. Despite his amazement, Minato knew better than to be careless. He immediately stationed himself to protect Qin Yun. It was a most critical moment, and any disturbance could have dreadful consequences. At best, Qin Yun might fail in his breakthrough and suffer a setback in strength. At worst, he could lose control, suffer severe internal injuries, or even face total destruction of his vital energy pathways. Time slipped by, and this time, Qin Yun's breakthrough turned into a lengthy ordeal. Even as the sun climbed high into the sky, he had not yet completed his transformation. That morning, Kushina awoke and headed to the Forest of Death in search of Qin Yun and Minato, hoping to join their training session. Yet, as she neared the forest, Kushina sensed the surrounding spiritual energy swirling with unprecedented vigor. She realized at once that Qin Yun was the cause and hurried toward the place where he and Minato lived. Just as she approached, Kushina was about to call out loudly, only to be stopped with a stern look from Minato, who quickly shared with her his suspicions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kushina joined Minato in silently standing guard over Qin Yun, resolute in her protection. Gradually, the sun soared higher, its warm rays pouring down from above. By now, it was midday, but Qin Yun still showed no sign of completing his breakthrough. A sense of worry gnawed at both Minato and Kushina as they stood vigil. As for Qin Yun, he remained oblivious to their concerns. He had drifted into a mysterious state, where the 9 yin energy within him was rapidly growing, hungrily devouring every trace of spiritual power that swept in. This time, undisturbed by the interference of the Sharingan, the thirst of the 9 yin energy was boundless. It absorbed wave after wave of spiritual energy, growing ever stronger. He could not tell how many cycles he had completed, but the volume of 9 yin within him had nearly reached the threshold required for the 9 yang's own transformation. Almost subconsciously, Qin Yun began compressing his 9 yin energy over and over. Gradually, the force condensed into countless wisps of icy, shadowy vapor. At last, the 9 yin energy completed its transformation, from mere internal energy into pure, refined, true qi. At the very instant when his true energy was born, the surrounding natural energy grew ever more violent, as if tangible waves of spirit erupted and surged madly into Qin Yun's body. The 9 yin true energy kept absorbing and refining this power. Gradually, once it had grown to match the size of the 9 yang true energy, it finally stopped drawing in more. With the transformation of the 9 yin true energy complete, the two opposing forces of inner power ceaselessly circulated within Qin Yun, slowly coalescing into a Tai Chi Bagua diagram. One side verdant blue, the other blazing red. The moment the diagram formed, Qin Yun's Sharingan with 3 tomo spun abruptly open, now ravenously absorbing a strange, ethereal mist that spiraled out from the Bagua itself. Gradually, the Sharingan whirled faster and faster. The left eye, originally adorned with 3 tomo, transformed into the shape of a crescent moon, while the right eye assumed the likeness of a radiant sun. Not only that, but as the metamorphosis of Sharingan completed, a bluish-red mark appeared sharply at the center of Qin Yun's brow, a mole that seemed to seethe with the power to devour all things, spinning greedily, gulping in every last wisp of ambient spiritual energy nearby. As the pale white mist gradually dissipated, Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina could finally see Qin Yun clearly within. They saw him sitting in serene meditation, bearing the solemn dignity of a Buddha statue. Yet this time he looked markedly different. The left side of his face had turned a deep blue, the right a vivid red. At the heart of his brow, the blue-red mole spun without ceasing, and Qing Yun's eyes had completely changed. Both now gleamed with a chilling, indifferent light. The very instant Minato and Kushina locked eyes with Qing Yun, a shocking tremor ran through their hearts. They quickly averted their gaze, unwilling or unable to meet his strange, transformed stare. In that brief moment of eye contact, a biting cold surged through their bodies. It was as though this chill might freeze them completely, rendering them helpless as marionettes. Even after they tore their eyes away from him, that icy aura clung to their bones, making them shudder uncontrollably. Qing Yun, unaware of Minato and Kushina's distress, remained deeply immersed in that incomparably enigmatic state. Countless martial arts insights appeared before his mind's eye in a ceaseless cascade. Every technique he had mastered in the past seemed, in that moment, to knit itself together with perfect clarity. Even the peerless arts from the Nine manual, those he had never managed to practice, became second nature to him in an instant. Time slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, Qing Yun awakened from that mysterious state and felt the astonishing transformations of his body gently ebb away like the tide receding from shore. When he finally returned to himself, he found Kushina and Minato staring at him with pure terror written on their faces. Baffled, Qing Yun asked, "Why are you both looking at me like that?" Qing Yun, is it really you?" Hearing Qing Yun's familiar, gentle voice, Kushina stammered in fear, unable to hide her apprehension. "Of course it's me. Who else could I possibly turn into?" At this, Qing Yun's expression darkened with mild annoyance. "Big brother, could you put away your Sharingan for a wait, huh?" Minato Namikaze had just been about to ask Qing Yun to put away his Sharingan when, before he could finish his sentence, the sun and moon pattern within Qing Yun's eyes suddenly faded at an incredible speed, reverting back to the familiar three-tomo shape. Qing Yun felt a little perplexed after hearing Minato's words. "What's wrong with my Sharingan? It's not as if they haven't seen it before." But Minato fell silent mid-sentence, now looking at Qing Yun with an expression of confusion and surprise. It wasn't until Kushina finished her explanation that Qing Yun realized something strange had happened to his Sharingan just now. Quickly, he focused his attention inward, only to discover that there truly was a subtle change. An intimidating, almost overwhelming power was brewing within his eyes. Could it be that my Mangekyo Sharingan doesn't have the straight-bladed or kaleidoscopic design, but instead takes on the form of the sun and moon? With that thought, Qing Yun stroked his chin, pondering deeply. It wasn't that Qing Yun didn't want to activate his Mangekyo to inspect it for himself. He had tried countless times. No matter how hard he pushed himself, the Mangekyo simply would not manifest. All he could do, as usual, was use the three-tomo state. It felt as if he lacked some underlying essence, and, moreover, none of his Mangekyo techniques seemed ready to surface. Then, Qing Yun asked Minato to use the transformation jutsu to mimic his appearance from a moment ago, wanted to get a clearer look at what his future Mangekyo would look like. The sight filled Qing Yun with astonishment, and he grew even more eager to discover what kinds of abilities his Mangekyo might one day unlock. On top of that, he noted that the greenish-red mole between his brows seemed anything but ordinary. After listening to Kushina's explanation, his sense of its mystery only deepened. It apparently could quickly absorb vast quantities of natural energy, yet when Qing Yun investigated himself, he couldn't track down any trace of it. It was as if countless other subtle changes were taking place within him as well. "Big brother, now that you've broken through, just how strong do you think you are?" Minato looked at Qing Yun with curiosity. After all, Qing Yun was already able to defeat elite jonin like Sarutobi Shin-no before his breakthrough. Could he possibly match Tsukumo Hatake now? With both Minato and Kushina watching him expectantly, Qing Yun had no choice but to shake his head with a wry smile. "Honestly, even after this breakthrough, my strength hasn't increased all that much. What's improved is my finesse, my mastery in utilizing force. Additionally, Minato, use a ninjutsu against me. I want to try something out." Mid-sentence, a gleam of excitement flickered in Qing Yun's eyes. To counter an attack with its own method, he wondered, could the heaven and earth great shift actually rebound someone's ninjutsu? Minato, seeing Qing Yun's sudden enthusiasm, scratched his head but promptly understood what he wanted to test. Without any objections, he flickered away to a safe distance, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A massive blade of wind howled toward Qing Yun. Seeing it coming, Qing Yun immediately surged his yin-yang energy and activated the heaven and earth great shift to block the attack. As Qing Yun unleashed the force of his yin-yang internal energy, a diagram of the 8 trigrams unfurled in the air, shielding him securely from the wind blade. The 8 trigrams rotated ceaselessly, then, with a sudden jolt, hurled the wind blade straight back at Minato Namikaze. Minato's eyes grew wide with shock. He barely managed to dodge out of the way as the wind blade shot towards him, escaping only in the nick of time. Wah! Big brother, was that just now Taijiquan? In the past, Taijiquan could not deflect ninjutsu. It could only redirect force. But now, incredibly, Qingyun had just bounced his ninjutsu right back at him. Qingyun smiled, thinking to himself that this outcome was as expected. No, this is a new technique I've developed. I call it the grand transference of heaven and earth. Qingyun paused, considering Minato thoughtfully before speaking again. In a moment, I'll teach you this grand transference of heaven and earth. This technique consists of 7 stages. Don't push yourself too hard. The way forward is to progress one level at a time. Once you master the first stage, I'll teach you the next. Based on my judgment, you should be able to learn up to the 4th stage in quick succession. In the future, I'll see about getting you a chakra refining technique that suits your physique. Then, with more chakra, you'll be able to fully master the grand transference of heaven and earth. Thank you, big brother. With such a miraculous technique, how could Minato not be excited? Deflecting others' ninjutsu, now that was flashier than simply copying their moves. Qingyun, I want to learn too. Kushina, seeing Qingyun's words, clung to his arm and shook it pleadingly. Qingyun, helpless, gave Kushina's nose a light tap. All right, I'll prepare a few techniques better suited to your constitution later. For now, though, I'm starving. Let's go eat. Calling for Minato and Kushina to go grab ramen together, Qingyun walked the road, all the while introspecting. Everything Minato had said earlier was true. Now, the internal force within Qingyun's body had doubled, the yin and yang energy coexisting. Yet in truth, his strength had not surged dramatically. This breakthrough was more about deepening his foundation. Once his base reached a critical point, only then would his true power leap forward, breaking through the wall between an elite Jonin and a Kage-level master in one stride. Moreover, once he broke through, he'd stand among the very best. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be able to defeat him then. As for Tsukumo Hatake, Qingyun wasn't sure. Still, even if he couldn't match Tsukumo by then, he certainly wouldn't be as powerless as he was now. Lost in thought, he made his way with the others to the familiar Ikimoku ramen shop. Before long, the 3 finished their meal and headed to the ancestral Senju residence. There, they found Mito Uzumaki tending her flowers in the garden. Well, little Qingyun, so rare for you to visit your granny. What brings you here today? Or is there something you want from me? Mito Uzumaki teased as she spotted Qingyun. Qingyun felt awkward and embarrassed. Truth be told, he only ever came by when he needed something. His cheeks flushed with self-consciousness at the realization. I really shouldn't have. Whenever I need something, I come running to her, but when all is well, I'm nowhere to be found. Noticing the embarrassment on Qingyun's face, Mito Uzumaki chuckled inwardly and said, All right, Qingyun, I was only teasing you just now. Tell me, what do you need my help with? If it's within my power, I'll certainly lend a hand. Clearing his throat, Qingyun mustered his courage and asked, Grandma Mito, I wanted to know if you have any guides or methods about how to use the Uchiha clan Sharingan. I can only manage the basics right now, and if I face danger, I might not be able to unleash my full potential. Since Mito had offered first, Qingyun felt emboldened enough to ask. Mito smiled, took out a scroll from her robes that she had apparently prepared in advance, and handed it to him. I knew you'd come looking for this one day. Before, your strength was rising so rapidly that I held on to it, but now that you've sought me out on your own to ask about the Sharingan, I take it you've hit a bottleneck. Qingyun accepted the scroll, his face lighting up with delight. He had long suspected that the Senju clan, a centuries-long rival of the Uchiha, must have collected some information on how to use the Sharingan. After all, to know your enemy is to ensure victory in every battle, and the Senju would have spared no effort in uncovering every secret. Using such knowledge to find the enemy's weaknesses, one could gain the upper hand in the battles to come. Still, until this moment, all of this had just been Qingyun's conjecture. Now, holding the scroll in his own hands, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Thank you, Grandma Mito, Qingyun said with a bright smile. Mito waved it off gently. There's no need to thank me. Watching you grow so quickly has made me happy too. Just remember, not to chase power blindly. Hold fast to your original intentions. Don't let power cloud your mind and control you, lest you end up making choices that you can never take back. As she spoke, Mito affectionately patted Qingyun's head, her tone both warm and earnest. Don't worry, Grandma Mito. I'll always remember my responsibilities and never lose myself on the path towards strength, Qingyun replied, full of conviction. Mito's smile brightened even more. I trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't entrust Kushina to your care in the first place. Then, as she glanced at Kushina, who stood shyly off to the side, her usual tomboyish air completely gone, Mito teased her granddaughter. Grandma. Kushina grew even more embarrassed at Mito's teasing, clutching her grandmother's hand and giving it a playful shake. Mito couldn't help but burst out in hearty laughter at Kushina's childish antics. As for Chin-yun and Minato Namikaze, they simply watched the warm scene in silence, smiling as they witnessed the lovely exchange between Mito and Kushina. It wasn't until after dinner that Chin-yun and Minato finally bid their farewells and took their leave. Back at his residence, Chin-yun unrolled the scroll that Mito Uzumaki had given him. Within its pages lay a detailed history of the Uchiha clan, as well as intricate methods for using the Sharingan. Compared to Chin-yun's own crude way of wielding the Sharingan, the techniques described in the scroll were far more comprehensive and refined. But that was not all. The scroll also contained instructions for several Genjutsu techniques. These included the C-rank Hell Viewing Technique, the B-rank Mist Servant Technique, the A-rank Golden Binding Illusion, and the S-rank Mirror World Rotation. The value of this scroll was far beyond anything Chin-yun could have imagined. In this moment, Chin-yun truly acknowledged the kindness of that gentle elder, and silently swore to himself that he would never let Nawaki suffer the same tragic fate that befell him in the original tale. In the days that followed, Chin-yun split his time between practicing Genjutsu and perfecting the use of his Sharingan, while also carrying out various missions with Kushina and the others. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. During this time, Chin-yun succeeded in blending the Hell Viewing and Mist Servant techniques into the Ocean's Lullaby, forging illusionary arts even more formidable than the originals. When unleashed, these illusions not only forced the target to confront the person or thing they feared most, but also conjured those terrors and multiples to surround the enemy completely. While trapped in the illusion, the victim's chakra would surge wildly within their own meridians, leading to death without them even realizing it. Moreover, Chin-yun had by now mastered many Sharingan techniques. With the help of the soul-shifting art from the Nanin manual, he even created a seal capable of temporarily altering a person's will. The seal worked by applying the principle of the soul-shifting art, sealing away the enemy's original memories, and then planting new ones in their mind. However, the effects would gradually fade with time, making it unsuitable for long-term use. Yet, this technique possessed a powerful attribute. It allowed Chin-yun to view the enemy's memories. As long as someone fell under this spell, Chin-yun could unlock and survey their entire life's recollections through the seal. Furthermore, this particular art could not be dispelled by other types of seals. With this skill now at his command, obtaining information would become almost effortless for Chin-yun. Of course, the technique was not unbeatable. Enemies with ironclad resolve could still mount a strong resistance against the soul-shifting art. Still, Chin-yun found himself more than satisfied with the results. In these 6 months, Chin-yun and his teammates had not only grown much stronger, but also greatly enriched their mission records. They had completed 168 C-rank missions and 23 B-rank missions, every one of them ending in success. Their achievements were now on par with some of the village's most established teams. Each time Hiruzen Sarutobi looked upon Chin-yun's team, a smile lingered on his face, clearly pleased with their performance. Woof woof. As they were cultivating, Chin-yun, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina heard the barking of a dog. Each of them paused their training and looked over to see a large bluish-black canine bounding toward them from afar. Juerue, does Master Tsukumo have a mission for us? Chin-yun eyed the approaching dog with curiosity as he asked. This blue YK dog was none other than Tsukumo Hataki's summoning beast. In fact, Tsukumo had 7 dogs of various breeds, the very parents who would someday become the famed pack of ninja hounds used by Kakashi. Little Chin-yun, Tsukumo wants you all to head to the Hokage's office at once. There's a new mission. Juerue fixed his gaze on Chin-yun and spoke earnestly. Understood. Thank you, Juerue. We'll head over right away. As she spoke, Chin-yun tossed a piece of roast meat from her system storage to Juerue, then set off with Minato to the Hokage tower. Chin-yun, your roast meat is as delicious as ever. Woof. Juerue caught the meat in one swift bite, savoring the mouth-watering aroma. Blissfully content, he disappeared in a puff of white mist, leaving the scene as swiftly as he'd come. Chin-yun and her companions paid no mind to Juerue's sigh of satisfaction, relying on their swift movement techniques to race toward the destination. Soon, the trio arrived at the Hokage's office, where Tsukumo Hataki and Hiruzen Sarutobi were already waiting for them. In addition to the two, there was also an enormously rotund businessman. After a quick glance at the wealthy merchant, Chin-yun bowed before Hiruzen Sarutobi and asked, Lord Hokage, we're here. What is our mission? Hiruzen waved off the formality with a genial smile and began the introductions. Qingyun, there's no need for such ceremony. Here, let me introduce you. This gentleman is your client for the upcoming mission. His name is Fujito Jisho, the wealthiest merchant in all the Land of Fire. Your mission is to escort Mr. Fujito and his trading caravan to their destination. This is an A-rank task. After introducing the three of them, Hiruzen turned to Fujito Jisho and said, Mr. Fujito, this is our finest squad in all of Konoha. I have every confidence that they'll fulfill your mission to perfection. Oh, just a few kids. How impressive can they be? Fujito scoffed with a sidelong glance at the three young shinobi. It's Sakumo's skills I have faith in. As for the rest, they're nothing but extras. Sakumo, prepare for departure. We leave this afternoon. You, Kushina, bristling at his words, was about to retort, but Qingyun reached out and held her back, eyes narrowed, shaking her head ever so slightly. Still indignant, Kushina shot Fujito a glare, but under Qingyun's stern gaze, she had no choice but to restrain herself for now. Qingyun, too, had felt a flicker of anger inside, but in this world, the customer is always king. They could refuse the mission, but there was no excuse for lashing out at their client. Moreover, this wealthy merchant isn't just anyone. He is the richest man in the Land of Fire, and must have numerous business collaborations with Konoha. Otherwise, there's no way Hiruzen Sarutobi would introduce him to us with such care and respect. Mr. Fujiwara, this is the most outstanding team I have ever led. Don't let their youth fool you. Their abilities surpass even those of some jonin and elite jonin. If you underestimate them, I'm afraid I'll have to decline your commission this time. Please consider seeking someone else for the job. Upon hearing Mr. Fujiwara's remarks, Sakumo Hatake approached calmly and offered a respectful bow, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing as he spoke. Oh, since Sakumo frames it that way, I must apologize for underestimating you before. Mr. Fujiwara's eyes narrowed slightly at Sakumo's words, but he quickly rearranged his expression, his smile blossoming like a chrysanthemum as he stepped forward, earnestly apologizing to the three young shinobi. Though Fujiwara had wealth and status, standing as the Land of Fire's foremost merchant, so much so that even the daimyo would show him respect, his position came with practical demands. Every year, he had countless shipments traveling across nations, and protecting those goods meant he had to hire shinobi. He was a businessman at heart. Even if he did not truly value the three young ninja, he wouldn't risk offending Sakumo Hatake for it. For the sake of future business, and to prevent any ill will, he readily swallowed his pride and apologized to the three, putting on a show of humility. It all boiled down to Sakumo Hatake's formidable reputation, a strength so renowned that every shinobi village recognized an encounter with him as grounds to immediately withdraw from the mission, free from any punishment or penalty. If Fujiwara could build ties with Sakumo, his deliveries would be that much safer in the future with Sakumo's help. Seeing Fujiwara apologize like that, the three young shinobi set aside their lingering resentment and nodded politely to Sakumo. After all, this was their very first A-rank mission. They had no wish to see it fall apart before it even began. As for Qingyun, in that moment of nodding, his eyes turned grave. Something was off about the rewards the system had promised. A soft chime echoed in his mind. Escort the merchant caravan safely to the capital of the Land of Fire. Upon successful completion, reward, transcendent sword technique, 1 wind, god leg manual, 3 blood bodhi fruits, and a Z-way, flexible sword. The generosity of these rewards was almost outrageous. Leaving aside the wind god leg technique for now, Qingyun remembered obtaining 1 blood bodhi fruit before. Its potent medicinal effects had been mostly squandered by his inexperience. The amount of power he absorbed was not even a tenth of what the blood bodhi offered. Even so, that sliver of energy had allowed him to shed his old limitations and transform his internal energy into true qi. It spoke volumes about the fruit's astonishing efficacy. For Qingyun, the blood bodhi was a crucial safeguard for survival. In a crisis, its power would let him recover from injuries and, perhaps, unleash the formidable six-path sword formation once more. Receiving not 1, but 3 of these fruits as a single quest reward, along with everything else, left him speechless. And beyond that, what exactly was the wind god leg technique? The wind god leg is more than just a martial technique. It is an inner skill, an art of combat, and a superior form of agility. Once mastered, not only does one's internal energy transform into wind-attributed power, but one's movements also become as graceful and unrestrained as the breeze. The 6 striking maneuvers contained within the wind god leg are each formidable in their own right. This art already belongs to the ranks of high-level martial disciplines. Moreover, both the celestial outer immortal and the Ziwei soft sword are no ordinary items. They stand as pinnacle martial skills and weapons in worlds of lower and middle martial prowess. This time, the system seemed to have gone mad, granting rewards beyond imagination, so much that Qing Yun found it difficult to adjust, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could it be that this S-rank mission would land him in some grave crisis? Yet, when he undertook those earlier seen B-rank missions, he hadn't once sensed the ominous gaze associated with black-white Zetsu. For a long while, Qing Yun had thought that previous feeling of being watched was merely a chance encounter, black-white Zetsu glancing his way in passing, and not Uchiha Madara taking a personal interest in him. But if it isn't Madara plotting against him, could it be Danzo? Still, considering that Hatake Tsukumo is joining this mission, could Danzo possibly rally a group of shadow-level fighters to ambush Tsukumo himself, distracting him so much that he wouldn't be able to assist the rest? At this thought, Qing Yun shook his head. Danzo probably lacked such influence. Besides, with turmoil already brewing across the shinobi world, Danzo would hardly risk inciting internal strife at a moment like this. Unable to make sense of it all, Qing Yun had no choice but to put the matter aside for now. Gathering Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina, he led the way to the ninja tool shop. By plenty of explosive tags, Qing Yun urged, his tone grave. I have a bad feeling. This mission may turn out thornier than we expect. Inside the ninja tool shop, seeing the serious look on Qing Yun's face, Minato and Kushina were momentarily startled. Sensing the weight of the moment, they nodded without hesitation, pooling all their money to stock up on explosive tags. With supplies ready, the trio returned to their quarters in the Forest of Death. After lunch, they each closed their eyes to rest and recover. When less than 10 minutes remained before departure, they opened their eyes in unison. Don't worry, Qing Yun reassured them. Even if danger arises, Teacher Tsukumo will protect us. All we need to do is focus on accomplishing this mission to the best of our ability. Minato, carry a jug of Buddha's Smile sake with you. If you run low on chakra, a sip will restore your strength. Kushina, just use mine. With that, he handed his own flask to Kushina, then slipped back into his room to stash a full jar of Buddha's Smile sake into his system's inventory. With preparations complete, Qing Yun led the other two out, their nimble forms flashing through the village, racing toward the main gate. Before long, they arrived at the village entrance. The merchant caravan was already assembled, and, with the arrival of the three, the procession began its journey, grand and imposing. Qing Yun, you take the lead. Kushina, Minato, cover the rear, and I'll provide support from the center. Qing Yun, remember, stay alert and observe the surroundings. Disperse. The moment Tsukumo left the village, he swiftly laid out his tactical formation. Upon hearing this, the three of them, Qing Yun, Joshinai, and Minato Namikaze, nodded in agreement, and Qing Yun took the lead, swiftly moving ahead to clear the way. Meanwhile, Joshinai and Minato Namikaze fanned out to the left and right, each guarding the respective flanks at the rear of the merchant convoy. Seeing everyone ready, Tsukumo Hatake flickered in a flash to the top of the carriage, settled himself, and closed his eyes for a moment's rest. Like a great dragon winding its way across the countryside, the caravan pressed onward. And as they traveled farther and farther from Konoha village, Qing Yun's vigilance only grew. His senses were taut and sharp, and he didn't miss the slightest movement in their surroundings. Yet along the way, everything was calm and uneventful. There wasn't the faintest hint of anything unusual, not even the unsettling feeling of being watched. Given the sheer number of supply wagons in the caravan, their pace was anything but fast. By Qing Yun's reckoning, it would take them at least half a month to reach the capital city of the Land of Fire. Around noon, Fujitake, the plump merchant leader, announced a halt for lunch. Tsukumo, how about joining us for a meal? He asked, his eyes crinkling in a friendly smile as he looked at Hatake Tsukumo. Thank you very much, Mr. Fujitake, but we've already prepared our own lunch. We wouldn't want to trouble you, Tsukumo replied. Qing Yun. With that, he called out toward the front, knowing full well Qing Yun always brought plenty of food sealed away for missions. That was why Tsukumo no longer ate soldier pills. After all, soldier pills didn't taste good, and if eaten in excess, could even have adverse effects on the body. More importantly, over-reliance on soldier pills could build resistance in the body. In a real crisis, when chakra ran low, soldier pills were invaluable for replenishing strength. For this reason, unless absolutely necessary, shinobi rarely ate them during ordinary times. Qing Yun immediately understood Tsukumo's intentions. He created a shadow clone to keep watch on their surroundings, then in a blink, appear by Tsukumo's side. He took out a dish and 3 bowls of rice, headed to the back of the convoy, and handed portions to Minato and Joshinai. When all was ready, Qingyun returned alone to the front, dispelled the shadow clone, pulled out another dish, and began to eat on his own. Every now and then, he'd take a swig of wine, relishing the warmth of Fo Shao liquor burning in his stomach. Each sip sent a jolt of energy through him. Perhaps it was this world's quirk, or maybe his constitution had grown stronger from cultivation, but Qingyun simply couldn't get drunk anymore. Instead, the medicinal brew of Fo Shao liquor made his spirits surge with vigor. Fujitake watched Qingyun savor his drink, his mouth watering with envy. Eagerly, he waddled over. "Young man, would you sell me a little bit of that wine? Name your price. Whatever it is, I'll pay." "Mr. Fujitake," Qingyun replied with a helpless smile, "this wine isn't really suitable for you. Just one sip, and it would be like inflating a balloon until it bursts. You might just pop with a bang." He could only shake his head as he said this, seeing Fujitake's unwavering curiosity. Qingyun was not lying. The medicinal strength contained in the Buddha's Smile wine was immense. If an ordinary person took just a sip, the potency would overwhelm and literally burst them from within. Noticing that Fujishio Jishong still looked doubtful, Qingyun gave a faint smile, reached down, and picked up a small stone from the ground. With a quick flick of his wrist, he sent it flying into the grass nearby. Then he rose with a smooth movement, strode into the thicket, and plucked out a gray rabbit from within. Returning to where he had been sitting, Qingyun poured a single drop of Buddha's Smile into the rabbit's mouth and, without hesitation, swiftly tossed the rabbit far into the distance. With a heavy thud, the rabbit's body began to swell at a frightening pace before suddenly detonating. Unable to withstand the medicinal power surging inside it, a sight that made Fujishio Jishong's eyes widen in terror. "So, Mr. Fujishio, do you still wish to sample the Buddha's Smile?" Qingyun looked at Fujishio Jishong's petrified face, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes as he spoke with quiet indifference. At Qingyun's words, Fujishio Jishong, his head as large and round as a pig's, frantically shook it from side to side. He staggered upright, still trembling, and quickly distanced himself from Qingyun. Qingyun observed his reaction and shook his head, smiling to himself. This fellow, after all, was nothing more than a wealthy waste producer. When trouble struck, he wouldn't even measure up to a woman's courage. He couldn't deny that the world of Naruto was warped in some fundamental ways. Despite wielding great power, the ninja here were still nominally subordinate to the feudal lords, who lived little differently from ordinary folk. Control over vital resources was not secure by force, but rather placed firmly in the hands of these nobles. And what of the ninja? They could only wait passively, hoping to be hired by the commoners, their livelihoods and resources dependent on such fleeting commissions. Qingyun found all of this utterly perplexing. Of course, it was just confusion. He had neither the interest nor the ambition to reform the ninja world, nor to unite all ninja and rule the land. Such grand ideas were nothing but folly to him. So he sat, pouring himself another drink and sampling the small, flavorful dishes that Huang Rong had prepared. As the bite of alcohol mingled with the exquisite flavors, Qingyun narrowed his eyes in contentment. His own cooking skills were decent, but compared to Huang Rong's culinary art, he didn't even deserve to compete. Sometimes, Qingyun wondered, if only the system could summon Huang Rong into this world. Wouldn't that mean he could eat her cooking every single day? Of course, that was just a beautiful fantasy of his. With a shake of the head to clear away such stray thoughts, Qingyun quickly finished his lunch and then leaned back against a tree, closing his eyes to digest. Before long, the caravan began to move forward again. Traveling like this was endlessly dull, especially given the slow pace of a merchant convoy, which tested one's patience to the limit. Though no actual danger arose along the way, Qingyun couldn't shake the feeling that peril was drawing ever nearer, as if he were about to step into a deadly trap. Yet this road was the only route to the Land of Fire. Taking a detour was simply impossible. Perhaps I should give up on this mission altogether? With a gleam in his eye, Qingyun continued his journey, all the while pondering his next step. Now, it was already the 7th day since they had left the Hidden Leaf Village. They had covered more than half the journey and were drawing ever closer to the capital city of the Land of Fire. Just as Qingyun was about to turn back and share his thoughts with Sakomo Hataki, a wave of dread washed over him from up ahead, a presence that chilled him to the bone. "Stop!" Qingyun shouted urgently, his voice echoing. The workers trailing behind the convoy didn't quite understand what was happening, but they all knew Qingyun was a ninja with special abilities. Since he was issuing such a command, there had to be a good reason. "Come out. Your tricks have already been seen through. Is there any point in hiding now?" After bringing the caravan to a halt, Qingyun fixed his gaze on the otherwise deserted road ahead, raising his voice with authority. A gentle wind swept by, yet the road ahead remained deserted. "Fujitoji, thinking perhaps Qin Yun had misread the situation, frowned, and was about to order the caravan to move on. But seeing that those lying in ambush still refused to reveal themselves, Qin Yun smirked coldly and with swift, precise movements began forming hand seals. Lightning style, lightning needles. As Qin Yun finished the sequence, a dense field of lightning-formed needles materialized before him, crackling with raw energy. This was Qin Yun's first time using this jutsu against an enemy. The name might not sound flashy, but this lightning-style jutsu was a genuine A-rank technique, feared even among A-rank jutsu for its terrifying, wide-area power. As the lightning needles continued to gather and sharpen, Qin Yun brought his hands down with force, sending a storm of needles shooting forward in a sweeping barrage. Earth-style, earth flow rampart. Suddenly, where only empty space had been moments before, several figures burst into view. One after another, earthen ramparts sprang up out of thin air, intercepting the oncoming storm of lightning needles. A series of deafening crashes erupted as the solid earth walls were shattered by the fierce barrage. Well done, boy. We were so carefully hidden, and yet you still uncovered us. Looks like you really are a genius from the leaf, huh? In that case, we definitely can't let you leave. Wouldn't want you to become a threat to our Wagakure in the future. The speaker was a short, stocky ninja, standing about 5'3". A scar ran from his right eye down to the corner of his mouth, giving his face a fierce, menacing look. He eyed Qin Yun hungrily and grinned with a ferocity that sent a chill down the spine. The Wagakure, the village hidden in the stones? Qin Yun's mind raced as he caught sight of the ninja's headband. What were a Wagakure shinobi doing here? Ninja from a Wagakure? Why are you here? Surely a simple merchant caravan isn't worth sending so many of your shinobi to attack. Qin Yun pressed his questions, brows knitted tightly in suspicion. The possibilities flashed through his mind in a frantic whirl, searching for their true motive. Though the Wagakure and the Leaf were indeed at war, it had always been a lukewarm conflict, never reaching a full boil. Besides, this route lay well outside the line of battle. The Leaf supply caravans never traveled this way, so clearly, these foes weren't here to disrupt the frontline supply chain. Since their goal wasn't to sabotage supplies, why would they take such a risk to penetrate so deeply into the land of fire? What's more, this wasn't a small operation. Just those who had emerged already numbered 5 squads. 1 elite jonin, 5 jonin, 6 chunin, and 8 genin. And Qin Yun could vaguely sense that there were still others lurking further ahead in the shadows. And not just a few, either. We have our own reasons for being here. That's nothing you need to worry about, kid. Leave the caravan behind, and I can promise to spare your life. The scar-faced ninja let out a cold chuckle and looked at Qin Yun with a touch of mockery as he spoke. Hearing this, Qin Yun's brows drew together. Was their real target the caravan after all? That couldn't be right, could it? Since you're from a Wagakure, you should know that for a ninja, missions are more important than our own lives. Besides, I don't think you have what it takes to stop us. Qin Yun replied with a scornful laugh, deliberately taunting him. The scar-faced ninja's expression didn't change in the slightest. He just smiled faintly. You must be counting on Hatake Sakomo to bail you out. Strange as it sounds, if I were in charge of this squad, the moment I saw Hatake Sakomo, I'd turn and run, not waste time arguing here. But before the scar-faced ninja could finish, Qin Yun suddenly saw a blur, as a figure darted rapidly forward from behind. Gale slash. A thunderous crash echoed out. Squinting, Qin Yun saw that after Sakomo struck with his blade, he didn't follow up with another attack on these enemies. Instead, without looking back, he rushed headlong ahead. Qin Yun, there's a formidable enemy blocking the road up there. I'll engage them. Be careful, all of you. With that, Sakomo vanished in a flash, using his body flicker technique to speed away. What? Damn it. What are they really after? Sakomo was so serious just now, he barely had time to say even a word. It's clear that the mysterious ninja up ahead is extremely dangerous. Was there even such a powerful figure in a Wagakure at this time? Or could it be that Inoki himself has come? Thoughts raced through Qin Yun's mind, though outwardly his face betrayed nothing as he slowly drew his jade flute. When it came to large-scale attacks, aside from standard ninjutsu, his only real option was the Azure Sea's Rising Tide, a melody that fused the basics of genjutsu. He could only hope this strange and haunting tune would inflict a major setback on the Wagakure troops. Minato, Kushina, protect the caravan. No matter what happens up ahead, do not come over here, or you might get caught in my attack by mistake. Having shouted this, Qin Yun no longer hesitated. Yin and yang energy surged through his body, and one by one, the notes fused with his formidable spiritual power, rushing toward the enemy ninja from a Wagakure. A short while earlier, Hatake Tsukumo had cut down 6 Genin and 3 Chunin in a single stroke before finally being blocked by the combined efforts of the remaining ninjas. Ninjas who had been lurking in the shadows were forced into the open, for although Tsukumo Hatake's technique had been launched hastily, its power was still formidable. If the others did not come out to defend, the 20 fighters, those 5 squads that had first appeared, would suffer grievous injuries, if not death. Qingyun regarded the 60-odd ninjas before him with a cold, unyielding gaze. Among them, the most formidable were 5 elite jonin, each exuding an aura that reminded him keenly of the strength Sarutobi Shinosuke possessed. The rest were jonin and chunin. As for the genin, the instant Qingyun unleashed the melody of the rising tides, they clutched their heads and collapsed, writhing helplessly on the ground, completely incapable of fighting back. The chunin fared little better, their faces contorted with distress as they desperately tried to resist the corrupting music invading their minds and the haunting images that festered in their hearts, striking terror into their souls. Damn it, what strange technique is he using? We have to stop that flute of his, or he might wipe out our entire group by himself. A jonin, his expression grim, spoke urgently to the scar-faced ninja. Sato, Shimizu, Suzuki, you 3 come with me. Target that kid and force him to stop using this technique. Abe, you lead the remaining jonin and protect the others. Having issued these commands to the trio of elite jonin, the scar-faced ninja quickly formed hand seals. Earth-style mudslide. The other 3 elite jonin also moved swiftly, forming their seals and launching a barrage of attacks at Qingyun. Qingyun let out a sardonic chuckle. While weaving through their assault with his waterwalk step, he amplified the inner force flowing into the melody of the rising tides. Musical notes, infused with Qingyun's mental strength, soared from his jade flute. Very soon, the genin of Iwagakure were the first to succumb. Their shrieks fell silent as blood streamed from their 7 orifices, dying in agony, leaving behind nothing but a tragic scene. The chunin, faces twisted in horror, lost control as their chakra raged uncontrollably within them. The Iwagakure jonin, anxious and strained, tried to block the sinister tune while also working desperately to stabilize the wild chakra of their chunin companions. Damn it, use Earth Tremor together. His movements are too bizarre. If we don't restrict his speed, we're finished. The scar-faced ninja glared at Qingyun, whose form had blurred into a mere afterimage. Yes, sir. At his command, Sato, Shimizu, and Suzuki formed hand seals at lightning speed. Earth-style, Earth Tremor. In less than a second, 4 Earth Tremors collided, causing the ground all around to shudder as if an earthquake had erupted, making the very earth beneath them quake wildly. Qingyun's brows knit in concentration. Instantly, he performed the golden wild goose skill, darting upwards into the trees, leaping from trunk to trunk as they toppled from the quaking below. Earth-style, Rock Pillar Prison. Just as Qingyun soared, the scar-faced ninja seized the moment. A rock prison rose swiftly, encasing Qingyun with alarming speed. Qingyun merely sneered. Gripping his jade flute in his left hand, he momentarily halted the melody of the rising tides. With his right hand, he drew his azure blade in a flash. Chidori Stream, complete sword technique. A streak of sword energy, crackling with electricity, cleaved the stone prison neatly in 2. After breaking through the dungeon, Qingyun continued to play the melody of the rising tides. Their comfort lasted but a moment. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, that sinister melody began to ring out again, this time even louder. Each note seemed to bore straight into their minds, pulling at the chakra within their bodies and sending it crashing through their meridians. Damn it, Suzuki, Shimizu, you 2 go after the remaining brats. Remember our mission, grab her and withdraw at once. Don't worry about us. Seeing how troublesome Qingyun was, the scar-faced ninja made a split-second decision. With a terse order to Suzuki and Shimizu, 2 elite jonin, he turned his attention back to entangling Qingyun along with Sato. As Qingyun dashed about, deftly dodging attacks from the scar-faced ninja and Sato, he kept the melody of the rising tides coursing from his flute. When he heard the scar-faced ninja's command, Qingyun's brow creased. Take her and withdraw immediately? Who are they after? Suddenly, Kushina's figure flashed through Qingyun's mind. They were here for Kushina. Damn it. Why did they suddenly set their sights on Kushina? Had this scene ever happened in the original story? Could it be that something had gone wrong with Iwagakure's Jinchuriki, and they were looking to replace them? But even if that was the case, how did they know their route? Troubled, Qingyun pushed aside all concerns for reserve and poured even more energy into the melody of the rising tides. With each surge of inner power, the elite jonin on the other side could barely hold on. One after another, they clutched their heads, howling madly. Was it Danzo? Qingyun's first suspicion fell upon the shadow of the shinobi world, the infamous scapegoat. Besides Hiruzen Surtobi, Danzo was the only other person who might know the details of their mission en route. Could Danzo have betrayed them, selling out their information to a Wagakure? After mulling it over for a moment, Qingyun shook his head. Unlikely. Danzo had no reason to do that at this time. If a Wagakure got a hold of Kushina, all they'd have to do is find a way to control her and forcibly probe the secrets of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Then, a Wagakure's worries about containing their two-tailed beasts would disappear. They might even unleash them on the battlefield. It was all possible. Meanwhile, though Konoha had the strongest tailed beast, the elder Uzumaki Mito was aging. Should anything happen to her, Konoha could lose one of its greatest trump cards, which would make the village's future far more precarious. Without Uzumaki Mito, they have to rely on the few shinobi of Kage-level strength to contain the enemy's tailed beasts. But if all the Kage-level shinobi were occupied holding back the beasts, who'd be left to handle the masters of a Wagakure and a Sunagakure? Besides, if Konoha were to lose the Nine Tails, could Kumogakure really afford to sit still? Given Danzo's shrewdness, even at his most ruthless, he'd never go so far as to destroy Konoha. After all, he wanted to become Hokage, not wipe the village from the map. But if it wasn't Danzo, then who was plotting this? Who else could have learned about their mission route? When Qingyun saw two elite jonin rushing towards Kushina and Minato Namikaze, his eyes instantly sharpened. As soon as the Earthquake Core technique ended, Qingyun swiftly landed on the ground. Unleashing his steps-on waves technique at full speed, he closed in on those jonin and a handful of chunin. At this moment, the thousand birds current still lingered around Qingyun, further increasing his speed. As he reached the jonin, he swiftly drew his Qing Feng sword, beheading 3 jonin in a single stroke. With a spin of his body, electricity flashed as he appeared beside several other jonin. Blades of lightning-infused sword aura shot out at the remaining ninja from a Wagakure. In a flash, before the Wagakure ninja could even see Qingyun's figure clearly, a thin line of blood appeared at each of their throats. Damn you! You'll pay for this! Earth-style, superweight rock jutsu. The scar-faced ninja, seeing Qingyun slaughter his comrades, wore a twisted expression as he quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a secret technique of a Wagakure. Qingyun suddenly felt a crushing heaviness envelop his body, immediately sensing danger. He hastily used Shunshin to vanish from his spot. Sure enough, the moment Qingyun left, a spear of earth shot up where he had just stood, a deadly earth spear, created by Sato's rank ninjutsu. Fortunately, the divine 8-trigram space had just concluded, or at his current speed, he might have been impaled by Sato's earth spear. You have no chance left. Xiaoshang's sword. Shanyang's sword. Xiaoza's sword. In a split second, Qingyun's form flickered amongst 3 afterimages. 3 blazing white finger swords, brimming with searing heat, shot towards the scar-faced ninja and Sato. Damn! Earth-style, earth flow wall. Earth-style, hardening jutsu. Feeling the terrifying aura of the 3 finger swords, the scar-faced ninja and Sato's faces twisted in alarm. They instantly weaved hand seals, calling forth dual layers of defensive earth-style jutsu. But what they didn't realize was that after releasing the 3 finger swords, Qingyun's entire body erupted with arcs of lightning, completely shattering the superweight rock jutsu, afflicting him. Without so much as a backward glance at the scar-faced ninja and Sato, he dashed in the direction of Kushina and Minato. To Qingyun, Sato no longer posed any threat. He was as good as dead. As for the scar-faced ninja, even if he survived, he would be gravely wounded and couldn't possibly threaten his team. What mattered most now was coming to the aid of Kushina and Minato. Their strength had grown rapidly as of late, yet they could barely contend with ordinary jonin. Against veteran jonin, they might not even be a match, let alone facing 2 elite jonin at once. Sure enough, when Qingyun reached the battlefield, he found Minato battered and bleeding, gritting his teeth to hold on. Kushina was in no better shape. She too was soaked in blood, her glowing golden chains now dull and faded, clearly indicating internal injuries. Seeing this, Qingyun felt a tremendous surge of fury. You will pay for this. 1,000 birds current, steps on waves. Whoosh. Qingyun sprang forward, blocking Kushina and Minato with icy composure. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as arcs of electricity surged over his entire body. With a fierce swing, his azure blade cut through the air, and in a heartbeat, 2 earthen spears were cleaved in half, left shattered at his feet. You both deserve to die. After parrying both attacks, Qingyun strode unhurriedly towards Suzuki and Shimizu. Bathed in lightning, with those frosty eyes gleaming, Qing Yun's presence sent a chill straight to Suzuki and Shimizu's hearts. They glanced back in terror, only to find that all their teammates lay dead, save for the scar-faced ninja, who writhed in the fire, his pained cries growing weaker by the moment. Dread gripped them both. Why was this team, even without Hatake Sakomo, so terrifying? How could Qing Yun, still so young, possess such overwhelming power? Suddenly, their vision blurred. Qing Yun had vanished before their very eyes. How do you wish to die? The question came from behind. Suzuki and Shimizu whirled around, panic etched across their faces, hands flying up to form seals. But in a flash of lightning, pain shot through their wrists. Looking down, they saw blood spurting from the stumps of their severed hands. Their howls of agony split the air, but Qing Yun had no intention of granting mercy. With another swift strike, he sliced through both their legs. Qing Yun. Suddenly, Kushina's voice broke through to Qing Yun's ears. The tension in his heart released, and he snapped back to his senses. Taking in the sight of Suzuki and Shimizu moaning wretchedly on the ground, he frowned and brought his sword down once more, ending them both with a clean stroke to the neck. Their cries were silenced in an instant. Qing Yun, are you all right? You looked so frightening just now. Yeah, big brother, are you okay? Seeing Qing Yun return to himself, Minato and Kushina both breathed a sigh of relief, concern written plainly on their faces as they anxiously checked on him. A moment before, witnessing Minato and Kushina so gravely injured, Qing Yun's heart had been flooded by a surge of uncontrollable rage. All he wanted was to utterly destroy Suzuki and Shimizu for harming his friends. Fortunately, Kushina's voice snapped him out of it. Had she not, that violent impulse might have devoured him entirely, pushing him into a reckless fury, at best, warping his very nature, at worst, driving him to massacre, lost utterly to darkness. Qing Yun frowned, thinking to himself, damn it, is this the hidden curse within the Uchiha bloodline? The Uchiha are a clan of deep love. Once someone dear to them is harmed, the violent trait dormant in their blood awakens, unlocking special, shadowy chakra to help them awaken the Sharingan. After mulling over these thoughts, Qing Yun was about to speak when, suddenly, his eyes turned sharp with renewed alertness, courting death. Just as Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina stood there, puzzled, Qing Yun suddenly darted behind Kushina, grabbing hold of a worker in the merchant caravan and lifting him off the ground. Qing Yun, stop. He's just an ordinary man. Big brother, let him go. He's going to choke if you keep that hold. Minato and Kushina turned around, only to witness Qing Yun clutching the worker's neck, hoisting him into the air. Both of them were alarmed, terrified that Qing Yun might lose control and kill an innocent man. At this moment, the worker's face flushed, struggling for breath. He flailed his arms desperately, pretending to fight free from Qing Yun's iron grip. Qing Yun heard Minato and Kushina's cries, but ignored them. His expression remained calm as he looked down upon the worker's now bluish face and spoke coolly. Are you really? Why have you been watching me? Earlier, Qing Yun hadn't paid attention. It was natural, after all, for regular folk in the caravan to be curious about ninja, their gazes lingering out of fascination. He'd felt nothing unusual along the way, especially since the man before him had disguised himself well, displaying no animosity at all. And yet, after the recent battle, when terror had drained the color from every face, fighters and passengers alike, this man alone remained calm, his eyes occasionally flickering with a sly amusement as he watched Qing Yun. If it weren't for that fleeting moment, when Qing Yun glimpsed a flash of excitement in this man's eyes, he might not have realized someone hidden among the crowd was different. Do you want to dance? Suddenly, Qing Yun heard the man speak these words. Instantly, a jolt shot through his mind. His grip unconsciously loosened, and he dropped the worker to the ground. You? Qing Yun's face was aghast as he stared at the man, now sprawled on the earth below. Do you want to dance? Wait, isn't that Madara's famous catchphrase? Could it be? Could this ordinary-looking man actually be Madara in disguise? That was almost too incredible to believe. Was Uchiha Madara truly so desperate to recruit him that he'd risk personal exposure? Was he not worried that news of his survival might leak out? Who are you, really? Qing Yun's eyes locked intently on the figure lying before him. He couldn't believe Madara would jeopardize everything just to seek him out in person. Uchiha Madara was nigh invincible. Few in the entire ninja world could face him alone. Even Uzumaki Mido, with the power of the Nine Tails, could probably only just about match Madara in his old age. But Madara's vitality was rapidly fading, his body frail with age. Perhaps, with the 3-Tomo Sharingan, he could still summon Susanoo, but even that would hardly be enough if the whole ninja world rose against him. This Madara was not the reanimated force of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The real Madara wouldn't dare risk exposure. not when his plans were unfinished. You seem to know me? Qingyun's reaction to his own words piqued the interest of this man, who seemed to be Uchiha Madara. From his point of view, he and Hashirama Senju belonged to a bygone era, a time so distant that people of Qingyun's generation only regarded them as legendary figures from myth. Yet now, after Qingyun heard him speak, the young man's expression had changed dramatically. It seemed as though he was intimately familiar with Madara and might have even guessed that Madara was still alive. How could that not come as a surprise? Standing before them was none other than Uchiha Madara himself, or rather, a fragment of Madara's will projected here through White Zetsu's body. Who are you, really? Qingyun had already ascertained that the person in front of him was Madara. Still, he could not afford to reveal this openly. Whether or not Kushina and Minato would spread the news was one thing. But if ordinary people caught wind of it, word would surely spread like wildfire that Uchiha Madara was still alive. At that point, the situation would spiral out of control. The actions of an unpredictable, possibly insane Madara could not be foreseen. You're quite impressive, Madara said, a small, ambiguous smile on his lips. Tell me, are you a descendant of the Uchiha clan? Hearing this, Qingyun was momentarily stunned. He wondered to himself, Madara really doesn't know my lineage? But in the next moment, the answer dawned on him. At this time, Mito Uzumaki was still alive. Not only that, she belonged to the Uzumaki clan and possessed the most powerful of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails, sealed within her. Her sensitivity to unfamiliar or hostile chakra was exceptional. Given all this, it made sense that White Zetsu wouldn't dare infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Village to gather information at will. As for Black Zetsu, he also likely wouldn't risk entering Konoha recklessly. He had his own agenda, and with Mito's expertise in sealing techniques, even a minor slip-up could result in her trapping him forever. For Black Zetsu, who had been scheming for 1,000 years in anticipation of guiding Madara down his carefully laid path, getting sealed now would be unthinkable. He didn't dare gamble at all. Thus, it was perfectly reasonable that Madara wouldn't know Qingyun's background. You're overthinking it, Qingyun replied calmly. If I truly were a descendant of the Uchiha, do you think I'd have survived that battle outside, just now, without even using the Sharingan? Tell me, was the ambush by the hidden stone you're doing? Was it all just a test whether I'm of Uchiha blood? His gaze steady, Qingyun regarded Madara with an almost indifferent air. Madara, seeing Qingyun neither confirm nor deny his lineage, showed no change in expression. Instead, he offered Qingyun a tempting proposition. Regardless of your bloodline, someone with your talent is worthy of my attention. Boy, are you interested in joining me to transform this false, pain-filled, and dark world? I'm not interested. I quite enjoy my current life. As long as the few people I care about are safe, then even if the whole world plunges into chaos, even if everything is destroyed, what does any of that have to do with me? When Madara Uchiha heard Qingyun's words, his pupils contracted. In Qingyun's eyes, he saw a determination that left no room for doubt. He knew Qingyun meant exactly what he said. What's more, Madara was struck by a strange sense. Qingyun seemed to know far more than he let on. Should I just seize this kid right now and force him to reveal what he knows? As this thought flashed through Madara's mind, he found himself unable to resist the urge to act. But as soon as he prepared to make a move, a wave of mortal danger swept over him. For all his years of cunning, even Hashirama Senju had never made him feel this threatened. So what exactly was Qingyun hiding? Madara frowned, lost in thought for a long moment. In the end, he dismissed the idea of taking action, instead looking at Qingyun and saying flatly, I hope you won't interfere with my plans. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Rest assured, as long as you stay away from my life, no one around me will get hurt because of you. Do whatever you please. He's already dead, and in the shinobi world today, who is left to stop you? Qingyun spoke to Madara with deep meaning in his tone. Haha, what an interesting child you are. Should fate allow, I'd love to cross swords with you someday. With your talent, you may yet reach the heights we once attained. Before I go, let me leave you a parting gift. I hope you'll appreciate it. Madara burst into hearty laughter, and the worker collapsed limply to the ground, swiftly dissolving into a whitish mass. Qingyun's eyes gleamed as he regarded the strange, pale object before him. So this was the so-called White Zetsu cultivated from Hashirama cells. It seems Madara still suspects I carry Uchiha blood, leaving this thing behind for me, as if I might awaken the Mangekyo in the future and, lacking the eternal Mangekyo, risk losing my sight. Clearly, he's preparing for that possibility. But Madara, you've underestimated me. I don't only plan to reach your level. As time goes on, I will surpass even your sage of 6 paths form. With this thought, Qingyun let out a faint smile and stowed the White Zetsu into his system storage space. These White Zetsu cells were worth studying for sure. But as for implanting them into his own body, Qingyun had no such intention for now. Only if the day came when the system alone couldn't help him reach the sixth path tier might he consider it. Using the cells to fill any gaps in his own genes, and thus break through the very last barrier to ascension. Qingyun, what exactly happened just now? Who was that man? And why did he suddenly turn into that weird white thing? At that moment, Kushina finally snapped out of her daze and looked at Qingyun, her voice laced with questions. Minato Namikaze, though he remained silent, had the same look of curiosity in his eyes. The distance had been too great just now, and coupled with Qingyun's instinct to avoid drawing attention, none of those present heard clearly what was said between Qingyun and Madara Uchiha. It's nothing, just an old schemer. All right, no more questions. Let me tend to your wounds. As he spoke, he offered a gentle smile to Kushina and Minato, channeling his inner energy and beginning the healing technique. As for the palm sage technique, while it could accelerate healing far beyond ordinary methods, it also damaged the vitality of the cells, demanding a steep price for its rapid results. Now that all the enemies were defeated and Qingyun no longer sensed any imminent danger, he naturally opted for a more conservative treatment. It didn't take long for him to patch up Kushina and Minato's injuries. He dressed their wounds with some medicine and bandages, then rose to his feet and made his way over to Mr. Fujito's side. Mr. Fujito, this mission requires a higher classification. There was a traitor in your team who leaked our whereabouts to a Wagakure, leading directly to this ambush. Qingyun paused for a moment, then continued. If nothing else, just on our side alone, there were 5 Jonin elites and several other Jonin and Chunin. Ahead, there's even a Kaga-level enemy blocking the way. I'd say raising the mission to S+ rank should be more than justified. Even though Wagakure's real target was Kushina, Fujito had no way of knowing that. Besides, Madara Uchiha had indeed used White Zetsu's ability to possess someone in Fujito's caravan, so Qingyun's version of events was spot on. The true reason Qingyun pushed for this reclassification, of course, was to pay Fujito back for his earlier rudeness. Upgrading a mission by 2 whole levels meant the reward would increase exponentially. Not a simple matter of addition, but more like multiplication. Fujito's face darkened, but knowing nothing of the juicy details, he could only nod his reluctant agreement. Seeing Fujito's acquiescence, Qingyun smiled inwardly. Since Mr. Fujito agrees, there's no reason to delay. Let's move out right away. Aren't we waiting for Tsukumo? Fujito asked with a curious tilt of his head. No need. There's no sign of battle up ahead. Clearly, Tsukumo-sensei managed to draw the enemies away. With our limited strength, all we would do by lingering here is slow him down. Qingyun shook his head. Even at his best, he was at most on par with a Jonin elite. Staying would hardly aid Tsukumo Hatake. Instead, it made more sense to escort the caravan safely back to the Land of Fire first. As for whether Tsukumo would be in danger, Qingyun never really considered it. Tsukumo was a formidable force, even in this era of relative balance. None but Madara Uchiha himself could possibly defeat him in single combat. There were only a handful of Kaga-level ninja in a Wagakure's ranks. If Inoki came himself, the others would have to stay behind to defend a Wagakure and the front lines in the Land of Rain. After all, the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village have always been at odds, so it's impossible that the Hidden Stone would send their entire force out against them. Therefore, even if Tsukumo Hatake can't eliminate all the enemies, he should still have a fair chance of retreating unharmed. Seeing Qingyun speak with such certainty, Fujite Jishang had no choice but to follow Qingyun's instructions. He had witnessed Qingyun's strength just moments ago. The ninja from the Hidden Stone Village stood no chance at all, almost powerless before him. It could be said that Qingyun single-handedly turned the tide of battle. What's more, Qingyun's youthful appearance hinted at great potential for further growth, and at this point, Fujite Jishang was already considering forging an alliance with him. Qingyun had no idea what was on Fujite Jishang's mind. He made his way to the front of the merchant caravan alone to clear the road ahead, ensuring no petty thieves would target the merchants. The journey was peaceful, and Qingyun began to think that the crisis had passed. However, as dusk approached, he suddenly sensed a deadly threat. Without hesitation, he ordered the caravan to stop, eyes narrowing as he spotted a tiny black speck in the distant sky. Qingyun's pupils contracted. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! Why is Inoki here? Where's Tsukumo Hatake? Did Inoki take him down? No way. Is Inoki really that strong? Dust release. Atomic dismantling jutsu. Inoki, his face twisted with rage, wove hand signs midair. After shaking off Tsukumo Hatake, Inoki had swiftly taken to the skies, putting as much distance between himself and his pursuer as possible. He'd assumed his subordinates had completed their mission, but upon reaching the rendezvous point, he waited and waited in vain. Heading to the battlefield, he discovered to his fury that all of his men had been slain. Consumed by rage, he followed the trail and found the merchant caravan. Without a word, he unleashed his dust release, determined to obliterate everyone below. With Inoki's hand signs complete, a terrifying, four-sided barrier emanating a blinding, soul-chilling white light began to form. A translucent cube quickly took shape, then shot toward Qin Yun and the others. Qin Yun's pupils shrank. The sense of impending death slammed into his mind. With no time to spare, he flashed forward, placing himself in front of Minato, Namikaze and Kushina. Instantly, the yin-yang force within him erupted. Great transposition of heaven and earth. A massive 8 trigrams diagram materialized in front of the group. Yet even as Qin Yun invoked the technique, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. The great transposition could indeed reflect ninjutsu. But this wasn't just an ordinary ninjutsu. This was Inoki's Kekkei Toda, an ultimate jutsu, merging attack and barrier into a devastating force. If anyone were trapped inside that cube, everything within would be broken down to the atomic level by its horrifying power. Seriously, without a power like Kimyui or a way to absorb ninjutsu, who could possibly evade this attack? A thunderous crash erupted. The cube collided with the 8 trigrams. In an instant, the two forces locked and began to consume each other at an astonishing rate. A series of terrifying explosions rang out, sending a shock through Qin Yun's entire body. A trickle of blood slid from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, I really can't hold on much longer. Qin Yun's mind raced desperately for a solution. Without the mastery of Flying Thunder God, Minato Namikaze had no way to teleport everyone. If Qin Yun faltered for even a moment, everyone, including himself, would face certain death. Damn, that's Tsukumo Hatake. Are you really dead in Inoki's hands? Otherwise, why haven't you shown up yet? Sweat poured down Qin Yun's forehead as he struggled to keep the Bagua diagram stable, his hands trembling. At this rate, he definitely wouldn't last another 2 seconds. Just as Qin Yun reached his limit, the yin-yang energy within him suddenly coiled and surged. A strange force welled up inside his body. Instantly, a sense of lightness washed over him. As Qin Yun's thoughts raced, he recalled the ultimate secret of the great shift of heaven and earth, the supreme technique, to give form to the formless. Though Qin Yun had broken through the 7th level of the technique, he hadn't yet mastered this most profound step. But in this life-or-death moment, raw survival instinct pushed his potential to the fullest. His yin-yang energy spiraled fiercely, and the mystical force surged out from both arms. The Bagua diagram spun rapidly, growing ever more tangible, enveloping the 4-sided barrier. And then, with a sudden shock, the barrier blasted backward, hurtling straight for Inoki. Eyes wide, Inoki stared in disbelief as his own attack rebounded toward him. There was no time to think. He darted frantically out of harm's way. Inoki was all too aware of the power of the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. As the wielder, he'd always delighted in using it on others. But that didn't mean he was ready to face it himself. Meanwhile, Tsukumo Hatake raced toward the caravan, his face etched with worry. He couldn't fly, and, on foot, he was no match for Inoki's speed in the air. All he could do was pray that Qin Yun would hold on a little longer. Otherwise, it would be a sin he could never atone for, no matter how many times he died for it. Not to mention the importance of Kushina Uzumaki, the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, to the Hidden Leaf. But even more, thanks to Qin Yun's guidance, Tsukumo had managed to avoid fatal threats that could have appeared later on. If Qin Yun lost his life, Tsukumo would be so racked with guilt, he would take his own life in shame. When Tsukumo finally arrived, he caught the astonishing sight of Qin Yun reflecting Inoki's devastating technique right back at him. He was left utterly dumbstruck by what he saw. Only after a long moment did Tsukumo pinch his own arm, finally realizing this was no dream. Everything before him was real. Inoki, you really have thick skin? You'd stoop so low as the Kage of a whole village, coming down yourself to chase after a few fresh academy graduates? Apparently shame means nothing to you. Regaining his composure, rage surged in Tsukumo's heart. He spoke as he leapt onto a tree, launching himself skyward, and swung his blade at the stunned Inoki. Inoki snapped back to his senses, caught sight of Tsukumo's deadly strike, and dodged in alarm. He shot Qin Yun a grim look, cursing inwardly. Are you kidding me? A lowly genin from Konoha? Your so-called genin can actually kill many of my elite jonin, and even jonin from Wagakure? Not only can your genin withstand my dust release, but he can even turn it back against me. Inoki fumed inwardly, but on the surface, he committed Qin Yun's face to memory before turning and flying back towards the land of Earth. Now that Tsukumo Hatake had arrived, there wasn't much he could accomplish by staying. Qingyun's unpredictable powers had even sparked a sense of crisis in him. Not daring to linger, he decided to retreat for now and reconsider his plans later. After Tsukumo Hatake unleashed his powerful slash and saw Inoki soaring away, all he could do was glare helplessly, mouth agape. First, the third Kazekage had escaped his blade by flying, and now Inoki was doing the same. Hatake found himself grinding his teeth in frustration at these airborne shinobi. Unfortunately, flight wasn't among his abilities. Otherwise, he'd be chasing after Inoki and the Kazekage with a short white fan blade, driving them to flee in panic. Qingyun, are you all right? Tsukumo Hatake made his way over to check on Qingyun and the others. Qingyun rolled his eyes in response. Honestly, Sensei Tsukumo, if you'd arrived a bit later, you'd probably have found yourself collecting our remains. Tsukumo gave a sheepish laugh. What can I say? That third Tsuchikage can fly, and my speed on the ground just can't match him. Besides, who would have expected a leader of a hidden village to be so shameless as to personally attack a group of kids like you? Seeing Tsukumo's embarrassment, Qingyun decided not to pursue the point. He knew that Tsukumo hadn't meant to be late. His earlier words were simply a way of venting his lingering frustration. When Qingyun faced Inoki's dust release, he genuinely thought his life would end. That sense of fatal danger was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat, even now, just recalling it. Had he not broken through at the last moment, he and his companions would have been reduced to atoms without a trace. There wouldn't have been a body left for Tsukumo to collect. And honestly, even a forbidden resurrection technique might not have been able to bring them back. Leaving that grim topic behind, Qingyun and the rest resumed escorting the merchant caravan down the road. The whole way, Fujiki kept pestering Qingyun with idle chatter, which soon drove him to irritation. Deciding he'd had enough, he slipped out ahead to scout the path. The journey was smooth from then on, without any more unexpected disturbances. 4 days later, Qingyun and the others successfully escorted the caravan to their destination, Weiyang City, the capital of the Land of Fire. Upon reaching Weiyang City, Qingyun finally allowed himself to relax completely. The entire trip, his nerves had been strung tight, always on guard in case of ambush by unforeseen enemies. Now, setting foot in Weiyang City meant the mission was over, and all that built-up tension melted away in a rush of exhaustion. At that moment, all Qingyun wanted was to find a hot bath and, afterward, collapse in a bed for a deep, well-earned sleep. When the caravan was safely escorted to the location specified by the Rattan machine, Qingyun quickly found an excuse to take his leave from Kakashi Hatake, then brought Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki to a bathhouse, where they began to soak in the hot springs. Of course, it was men and women in separate baths. Don't get the wrong idea. Lying in the soothing water, Qingyun's expression finally relaxed. Without realizing it, he drifted off to sleep, even forgetting to claim his reward from the system. It wasn't until evening, as darkness began to fall, that Qingyun shook off his exhaustion and felt his spirits return. Let's get going, Minato. Call Kushina, and we'll meet up with Teacher Tsukumo, Qingyun said, stretching lazily. He circulated his true energy, dispelling the droplets of water from his body, then turned to Minato, who had been waiting quietly at his side. All right, Minato replied in a low voice. Qingyun noticed Minato's subdued mood and frowned. After a moment's thought, he realized what was troubling him. He reached over and patted Minato's shoulder. Don't lose heart. You have the potential to go so much further. As long as you keep working at it, you're bound to become one of the strongest shinobi in the world. When we get back, I have a new technique I can teach you. And I happen to know there's a forbidden jutsu in the Hokage's possession that'd be perfect for you. I'll see if I can arrange an exchange for it when we return. Once you've mastered it, and combined it with this new technique, you'll be able to unleash your full potential. Really, Minato looked at Qingyun, face alight with excitement. He was yearning for strength. During the previous battle, without Qingyun's help, he might well have died, and that feeling of helplessness against an elite jonin was something he never wanted to experience again. What Minato wanted was to fight side by side with Qingyun, not to stand behind him in a crisis, powerless to help. Trust me, from the moment you called me brother, I decided I wouldn't let you blend in with the crowd. Besides, you're very talented to begin with. All you need are a few chances and a little more time. All right, let's go find Kushina. Seeing Minato's spirits lift, Qingyun smiled, then turned and walked away. After finding Kushina, the three of them made their way to the hotel where they had arranged to meet Tsukumo Hatake and enjoyed a hearty dinner together. For the next 3 days, the group made the most of their time, taking in all the sights of Weiyang City. Only when reminded by Tsukumo did the four of them set out on their journey home. The return trip passed in quiet companionship. Without the burdens of an entire caravan, the four made steady progress. Even without pushing themselves, they returned to Konoha village within 5 days. Following Sakomo, they headed straight for the Hokage's office. For missions below B rank, unless there were very special circumstances, they could usually be reported directly at the mission building. But this was an A rank mission, a different matter altogether. They needed to present the full details to Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. And besides, this mission had been fraught with danger. First, the ambush by the Hidden Stone ninjas. Then, Inoki himself entered the fray and unleashed the fearsome particle style. Had Qingyun not broken through at the critical moment, they might well have perished. After listening to Kakashi Hitaki's report, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Qingyun in surprise. He hadn't expected Qingyun to have grown to such a remarkable level. One must know, Inoki, as one of the old powerhouses of the shinobi world, wields dust release, and even Hiruzen himself finds it extremely troublesome to face. Yet Qingyun was able to exchange blows with Inoki and come out completely unscathed. What did this even mean? And then there was that mysterious bagua, symbol capable of reflecting ninjutsu. What exactly was it? Was a new effect developed from Taijiquan? Thinking along these lines, Hiruzen's eyes shone brightly as he gazed at Qingyun. If Taijiquan truly possessed such a capability, its value would be immense, something Hiruzen simply could not overlook. Seeing Hiruzen's expectant look, Qingyun realized the third Hokage had misunderstood. Yet he chose not to explain, instead offering a convenient excuse, saying that this technique was unique to him and couldn't be learned by others. When Hiruzen heard this, he felt a pang of regret, but didn't press the matter further. After finishing his mission report, Qingyun pondered for a moment, then addressed Hiruzen. "Grandpa Hokage, I'd like to propose a deal with you, if I may." "Well, perhaps deal is too strong a word. I simply wish to request a ninjutsu on behalf of Minato. Regardless of her answer, I'll still offer you my technique, so you can teach and spread it, boosting Konoha's ninja strength." Though it was essentially an exchange, Qingyun made sure to put things gently, not wanting Hiruzen to feel blackmailed. As someone in power would surely dislike such a feeling, Qingyun was careful not to cross any lines. "Oh, and what sort of ninjutsu would you like from Minato?" Hiruzen didn't ask what Qingyun intended to offer in trade, but instead went straight to the point. What technique did Minato need? "The Flying Thunder God / Qingyun enunciated each word carefully. Hiruzen's pupils contracted as he heard this. The Flying Thunder God / was a time-space ninjutsu invented by his own teacher, Tobarama Senju. By means of a seal, one could instantly bypass any obstacles and travel directly to the location of the marked seal. In essence, it was an even faster technique than the body flicker. However, mastering this skill required not only exceptional talent with sealing jutsu, but also a sensitivity to space-time far beyond the ordinary. He himself, as well as Danzo, Kohor Udatain, Hamura Mitokado, Torafu Akimichi, and Kagami Uchiha, all 6 had attempted to learn the Flying Thunder God / but without exception, every single one of them had failed. So the technique remained sealed within the Scroll of Seals. Now, judging by Qingyun's proposal, did Minato have the talent necessary to master this technique? As to how Qingyun knew about the Flying Thunder God / Hiruzen didn't doubt it. Qingyun had always enjoyed Mito Uzumaki's favor, so it wasn't strange for him to know about such matters. Hiruzen's gaze wavered. As Minato was his own grand disciple, and gentle by nature, if the young man truly could succeed in learning this art, surely it would be a blessing. Once Minato Namikaze masters this technique, with the Flying Thunder God / he'll surely be able to stand among the ranks of Kage-level powerhouses. Besides, Minato is my grand disciple, and he gets along exceedingly well with Qingyun. At that thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. "Qingyun, there's no need to talk about transactions here. Minato is already my grand disciple. Since he's suited for the Flying Thunder God, I certainly won't keep anything from him. However, this jutsu is a forbidden art. It can't be shared lightly, understand?" "Don't worry, Lord Hokage," Qingyun replied calmly. "I'm not actually that interested in the Flying Thunder God myself. I prepared this gift for the village, hoping it'll be useful." With these words, Qingyun took out the recipe for Buddha Smile wine, which he had long prepared, and handed it to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ever since Buddha Smile wine was first brewed, many people had tasted it. Yet by silent agreement, no one had brought it up, lest Qingyun be made uncomfortable. During a recent gathering with Hiruzen's son, Shinosuke, Qingyun had subconsciously withheld the wine, saving it for this moment. "Lord Hokage, this is the recipe for a medicinal wine. For first-time drinkers, it can boost chakra by at least 10%. Of course, this is only suitable for Chunin and above. For anyone less, there's a real danger of their bodies rupturing from the overwhelming energy." Qingyun explained both the benefits and the drawbacks of Buddha Smile wine in detail. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened, his eyes sparkling in amazement. A means of increasing chakra. What does this mean? It means that, All other things being equal and bloodlines aside, Konoha's shinobi would have more chakra than those from other villages. This would let them cast more jutsu during combat. When two well-matched opponents face off, the one with the greater reserves of chakra can outlast and wear down the other. With this wine, Konoha's fighting strength would instantly rise by leaps and bounds. Qingyun, on behalf of all the village's shinobi, thank you. And if you discover you have aptitude for the Flying Thunder God, give it a try. After all, you're my grand disciple as well, and you have an unshakable will of fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke to Qingyun in a gentle tone. Hearing this, Qingyun shook his head in his heart, though on the surface he smiled gratefully and thanked Hiruzen repeatedly. With these matters settled, Qingyun and his companions took the Flying Thunder God scroll given by Hiruzen Sarutobi and left the Hokage's office with Tsukumo Hitaki. Here you go, 6 million Ryo. This mission has been upgraded from an A rank to an S+ rank, so the rewards increased to 10 million Ryo. Because you all performed exceptionally well this time, I didn't take the usual 70% out for the village. Split this among yourselves. Once they stepped out of the Hokage residence, Tsukumo produced a thick stack of high denomination notes and handed them to Qingyun. Qingyun smiled calmly. He was never particularly interested in money. With his current strength, if he ever found himself short on funds, he could simply take on an out-of-village mission. During the mission, he would search for an underground bounty post, find a bounty task along his route, and complete it to earn a hefty reward. After dividing 2 million each between Minato Namikaze and Kushina, Qingyun turned to Minato and said, "Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is quite expensive. You'll need to buy many scrolls and practice sealing techniques. If you run out of money, just come to me. Master Tsukumo, if you don't mind, we'd like to train for a while. This mission has given me some new insights, and besides, Minato could use a breakthrough himself. So, we'd like to take some time to rest and cultivate." After speaking to Minato, Qingyun turned towards Tsukumo Hitaki. "No problem. With your current abilities, there's no need for you to accept low-ranking missions. They won't help you grow. Unless Lord Hokage assigns a task to us personally. Let's take some time off." Tsukumo Hitaki replied with a gentle smile upon hearing Qingyun's request. Qingyun nodded in agreement. Then, accompanied by Kushina and Minato, he left together. After returning to their residence in the Forest of Death, Qingyun claimed his rewards, including the Wind God Leg. Setting aside the other rewards for now, Qingyun focused his attention on the Wind God Leg technique. This technique was originally separated out from the threefold chi of origin. It was not only an internal energy method, but also a martial art and even a form of lightness skill. In short, it was an exceptionally well-rounded discipline. The Wind God Leg was comprised of 6 moves: Chasing the Wind and Grasping Shadows, Resilience in the Wind, Raging Tempest, Thunder's Might, Wind Sweeps the Remnants, and Divine Gale's Howl. Each move was stronger than the last. In the original tale, Niefeng became renowned as the god of the wind in the martial world by relying on 5 of the 6 Wind God Leg techniques. Although Niefeng's physique and fate made him especially suited for practicing this art, that didn't diminish the power of the Wind God Leg itself. Now that it belonged to Qingyun, he was certain that, once he mastered the technique and integrated the elemental properties of ninjutsu into it, its power would only grow. That prospect excited him greatly. Without wasting time on unnecessary thoughts, Qingyun carefully reviewed the cultivation method for the Wind God Leg, then began to circulate his internal energy, following the technique's prescribed path to start his training. After familiarizing himself with the Wind God Leg, Qingyun attempted its first move, Chasing the Wind and Grasping Shadows. This move was the essential foundation of the Wind God Leg. Without a solid grasp of it, even mastering the subsequent techniques would not unveil the true might of the Wind God Leg. With that in mind, Qingyun slowly began channeling his energy following the technique's prescribed flow. He transformed his yin-yang attribute energy into neutral elemental force, and according to the Wind God Leg's method, began circulating it. Gradually, a trace of green, wind aspect power began to emerge within him. The moment the wind-attributed inner force was generated, Qingyun immediately stopped converting his energy between the yin and yang attributes. If he continued, his mastery of the 9-yang divine skill and the 9-yin manual would likely suffer a decline, a loss outweighing any possible gain. After circulating the wind-attributed inner force through several major meridians, Qingyun began to employ the technique called Catching the Wind and Grasping the Shadow. From the instant his inner force flowed into action, he felt his whole body relax, as if he might float up off the ground. It felt much like Might Guy throwing off his heavy training weights, his entire body light as a leaf, ready to drift away on the breeze. Qingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. No longer hesitant, he began to channel his energy and broke into a run. Perhaps it was innate talent, or a result of his earlier moment of enlightenment. But Qing Yun now possessed a peak-level sensitivity to martial techniques. The more he ran, the easier everything felt. With each repetition, the wind god-leg technique became smoother. Any flaws he noticed in the process, he quickly eliminated. With a rush, Qing Yun's speed increased steadily. As the wind slipped past his ears, whistling all the while, he felt a growing sense of exhilaration. Watching the world blur by, his eyes widened in amazement, and suddenly he came to an abrupt halt. "My eyes, what's happening?" He stopped and reached up to touch his eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. It wasn't that anything had gone wrong with his eyes, just the opposite. They had grown much stronger. Even at the blinding speed he reached while using catching the wind and grasping the shadow, Qing Yun never felt dizzy, and he could still see everything in his surroundings with crystal clarity. With this realization, Qing Yun gathered his inner force at once. In less than a second, lightning crackled in his right hand. Chidori! Sparks danced in his palm, and a chorus of birdsong burst forth from his hand. Without hesitation, he charged forward at blinding speed. Despite Chidori's added velocity, the world remained sharp. Qing Yun dodged obstacles ahead with flawless precision. A powerful explosion shook the air, drawing Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina away from their practice. Suspecting that Qing Yun had invented another formidable new jutsu, they hurried to his side. Upon arrival, the traces surrounding them were unmistakable. Residual lightning chakra lingered everywhere, and fresh marks scrawled across a massive nearby boulder. It was clearly the result of the Chidori. But why was Qing Yun so exhilarated after using Chidori? Ignoring Minato and Kushina's curious glances, Qing Yun touched his eyes again, a delighted grin spreading across his face. The secret revealed itself. When performing Chidori, the surge of energy it unleashed would typically overwhelm his vision at top speed. Only by activating the Sharingan could he see clearly at all. Now, however, his own eyes managed to keep up with Chidori's extremes, a transformation both startling and thrilling. But now, not only could he clearly see the surrounding environment, but even the faintest ripple caused by the crackle of lightning nearby. Qing Yun could perceive it with sharp clarity. Qing Yun understood very well what this meant. This meant that his dynamic vision and neural reflexes had increased dramatically, even stronger than when he possessed the Sharingan in its 3-tomo form. With this realization, Qing Yun activated his Sharingan. Instantly, 6 tomo spun swiftly in his eyes, and as he observed his surroundings, he found that his vision was even clearer than before. Moreover, a frightening aura was brewing steadily in both his eyes. It was nearly complete, and Qing Yun sensed it wouldn't need much more time to fully mature. Even if Qing Yun did nothing at all, within 3 years at most, this aura would perfect itself on its own. But if Qing Yun pushed himself further during this period, absorbing natural energy into his body, he would surely accelerate the transformation of this aura. At this thought, Qing Yun broke into a joyful laugh. Watching him in confusion, Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina looked at each other. Qing Yun then explained the changes he was experiencing. After hearing him out, the two shared his happiness. Next, Qing Yun taught Minato the first form of the wind god kick, allowing him to practice and master it on his own. Afterwards, Qing Yun continued to hone the first form of the wind god kick himself, practicing tirelessly until his wind-based inner energy was nearly depleted. Only then did he withdraw this energy back into his dantian, closing his eyes and examining the situation within, wary that his yin-yang energy might consume the wind element inner energy. Originally, within Qing Yun's body, the Bagua diagram in his dantian was formed by silver true energy representing yin on one side and golden red true energy representing yang on the other. Now, a faint blue strand of inner energy slowly emerged. This strand was scant, but the moment it entered Qing Yun's dantian, it nestled itself in a corner of the Bagua diagram. Strangely, the yin and yang energies seemed not to perceive this unexpected guest at all. Rather than engulfing it, as one might expect, they even separated a portion of their own energy to nourish this blue inner power as they circulated. Seeing this, a flash of understanding crossed Qing Yun's mind. From the infinite comes the supreme ultimate. The supreme ultimate represents yin and yang and yang are the mother of all things, the root of all creation. In a world like that of the hidden leaf, dividing clans strictly into those of the yang attribute and those of yin was utterly mistaken. All things in the world contain both yin and yang. How much more so for people? For some, the yang aspect is dominant, such as with the Senju clan and the Akimichi clan. For others, this attribute lies dormant, and without the right chance or opportunity, it may never be awakened their entire lives. He had trained in both the 9 yin and 9 yang arts, laying a profound foundation within himself. In the future, if he were to obtain that particular technique, Qin Yun would likely be able to instantly transform all the various energies within his body into power surpassing mere vital energy. At that point, even if he used an ordinary ninjutsu, its force would exceed even the forbidden techniques employed by top-level shadow class masters. This thought filled Qin Yun's heart with excitement. His future path was now clear before him. All he needed to do at present was advance step by step, solidifying his foundation, and from there, unswervingly follow the road ahead. With his mind made up, Qin Yun wasted no more time on idle thoughts. While restoring his wind attribute inner strength with the meditative technique that accompanied the wind god leg, he also practiced catching the wind, seizing the shadow. Once his inner strength had fully recovered, he continued to hone the technique. In no time, his speed surged dramatically. His movement became as swift as the wind, traceless and formless, streaking through the forest like a shooting star. Everywhere in the Death Forest, the marks of Qin Yun's passage could be seen. Here now, he had officially mastered the first form of the wind god leg. The sheer velocity far surpassed even his own expectations. Striking while the iron was hot, Qin Yun immediately started training the second form, grass in the wind. From this second form onwards, the wind god leg became a truly formidable attack technique. Grass in the wind relied on breathtaking speed to dart in on an opponent before they could react, leveraging tremendous leg strength to strike them. If struck, one's bones would snap and sinews tear at the very least. At worst, the opponent would be killed outright. With the solid base established by the first form, Qin Yun soon mastered the second. Wherever he went, trees snapped under his kicks, leaving chaos and destruction in his wake. After finishing the second form, he moved right on to the third, storm of wind and rain. Once again, the technique relied on dizzying speed, tiptoeing in quick strikes, blows falling like torrential rain. He relentlessly targeted the enemy's meridians, rupturing their circulation and leaving them to die from internal bleeding. Though this technique didn't appear as fierce as grass in the wind, it was in fact more sinister and deadly. If Qin Yun managed to close the distance, unless the enemy was highly skilled in close combat, they would be helplessly beaten to death. Yet at this stage, it was as if Qin Yun had hit a wall. No matter how he pushed his inner strength, he simply couldn't break into the third form. Qin Yun realized this was because his wind attribute inner strength was too weak, and his cultivation level was insufficient to fully unleash the third form's true power. It was clear that relying on time alone would not be enough to master the complete wind god leg. After all, wind attribute power didn't offer the same fortuitous breakthroughs as his yin attribute energy. The yin attribute power had grown so quickly only because, at the time, abundant natural spiritual energy had poured into his body, which his yin power rapidly absorbed, allowing him to reach mastery in less than a day. Now, with nowhere near as much spiritual energy available, the wind attribute power would have to grow and transform gradually, reaching the next level only through slow accumulation. At this thought, Qin Yun ceased the fruitless training and decided to set aside the wind god leg for now. He turned his attention to inspecting his remaining rewards. There's no need to say much about the blood bodhi. With these 3 rare gems in hand, even if he runs into Inoki again, Qin Yun won't have anything to fear. He recalled the terrifying power he unleashed with the 6-vein sword array during his duel with Uzumaki Mido. Should Inoki dare to show up, Qin Yun would not hesitate to greet him with the might of the sword array, letting that doddering old man taste the suffocating approach of death himself. Setting aside the blood bodhi for now, Qin Yun turned his attention to the Ziwei soft sword, a blade 3 feet 3 inches long, 2 fingers wide, thin as a cicada's wing, currently gleaming coldly in the system space. With a single thought, Qin Yun retrieved the sword, instantly conjuring a sharp, domineering sword intent that seemed to radiate supremacy, as though proclaiming this was the blade to conquer all challengers beneath the heavens. Impressive, truly worthy of being the sword wielded by the sword demon before he turned 30. Sharper than the sharpest wit. If I possessed the 9 swords of Dugu and could further grasp the sword's essence, then even without elemental transformations, I'd likely have techniques rivaling Irank secret arts. After giving the Ziwei soft sword a few experimental swings, Qin Yun pressed the button to claim the reward, Heavenly Flying Immortal. He had long since hit a bottleneck in swordsmanship. The foundational and Shuanjin sword forms were no longer enough for him to comprehend his own sword intent. After all, Qin Yun's sword cultivation was still in its early days. Expecting a qualitative leap was unrealistic. Now, the system had granted him Heavenly Flying Immortal, the perfect opportunity to use this peerless sword art and see whether through it he could grasp his own unique sword intent. Heavenly Flying Immortal was a sword technique created by Yi Guqing, Lord of White Cloud City, gathering the ethereal charm of the 8 immortals of the upper caverns, untainted and pure, like blue skies and drifting white clouds. This strike descends from on high, dazzling and swift, containing a chill that seeps into the marrow. The sword's edge is nearly irresistible, so sharp that none can withstand it. This was immortalized by the great Gulong as one of the pinnacle sword techniques, hailed as a flawless strike, just as legendary as Shao Li's never-missing flying dagger. After visualizing the execution of heavenly flying immortal in his mind, Qin Yun opened his eyes. He roused his inner energy, launched himself upward with the golden wild goose technique, a formidable sword aura streaming from his Qin phone blade. Suddenly, Qin Yun swept down from the sky, a slash of sword light stabbing diagonally through the air. A thunderous crash erupted, blasting a deep crater into the ground. The force of his strike was tremendous, yet Qin Yun was not the slightest bit pleased. He frowned, standing in place, pondering deeply. While the power of that sword had been acceptable, it lacked the grace and spirit of the true heavenly flying immortal. Moreover, his execution of the technique felt stiff and predictable. Leaping into the air telegraphed his intentions, giving any opponent time to counterattack. After this attempt, Qin Yun did not immediately try again. Instead, he reverted to practicing the foundational sword forms repeatedly, his mind turning over the 47 variations contained within. He had long since mastered the fundamental sword forms, every variation thoroughly understood. When he set to practice, each sequence flowed from his hand as smooth and natural as drifting clouds and flowing water. The sky darkened gradually, yet Qin Yun did not stop. On the contrary, his sword dance grew ever swifter and more intense. Streaks of sword light shimmered. Qin Yun's figure became increasingly ethereal and elusive. In that confined space, his silhouette was impossible to discern. Only icy flashes of sword energy swept through the air with wild abandon. The technique, Heavenly Sword Beyond the Skies, was created by capturing the divine essence of the 8 immortals. Each of the 8 immortals of Dongting possessed boundless power. Their legendary tales appeared throughout mythology, rising from the ranks of mortals, slaying demons, and vanquishing monsters, bringing peace and blessings to the world. In the end, they achieved enlightenment and ascended to immortality. Heavenly Sword Beyond the Skies is not only shrouded in a celestial aura, but also demands an indomitable momentum, a will that, no matter how strong the enemy, delivers a single decisive strike with no opportunity for retreat. There is no change or hesitation, only the unity of one's entire cultivation in that singular attack. Gradually, Qin Yun ceased his practice of the fundamental sword forms. Closing his eyes, he pondered the profound mysteries within Heavenly Sword Beyond the Skies. Time slipped by, the world deepening into night. Minato Namikaze and Kushina stood silently by, careful not to disturb Qin Yun. Both could see that Qin Yun had reached a moment of insight. To interrupt him now might make all his effort come to nothing. So, on their own accord, they chose to shield him from disturbance. Unaware of anything beyond himself, Qin Yun's mind conjured the figures and spiritual presence of the 8 immortals from the Taoist temple statues he'd seen in a past life. Slowly, a network of sword energy formed around him, building toward a collective force. Yet something seemed missing. Because of that absence, the swirling sword energy could not quite coalesce. Qin Yun remained unhurried. When the sword energy crested at its peak, he channeled his inner strength, stamped the ground, and soared into the air. Spirals of sword energy braided around the Qingfeng sword. His blade, wrapped in true energy and sword currents, radiated a thick halo of white light, growing ever brighter, from gentle glow to dazzling brilliance. The light became so intense that Minato and Kushina, standing vigil at his side, had to squeeze their eyes shut. One sword from the west, Heavenly Sword Beyond the Skies. At that moment, Qin Yun's mind emptied. He discarded all concern for sword forms, breaking free from attachment to any technique, named or formless. Now, there was only the one sword. In this single stroke lay the sum of his arduous cultivation, the essence realized through years of practice and the integration of many martial paths. This sword was only attack, leaving no path for retreat, driving forward with irresistible force toward the enemy. With a thunderous crash, Qin Yun plummeted from the sky. His sword energy focused into a single point, flaring with blinding white light. He descended like an immortal from the heavens, graceful and unfettered, moving with the elegant unpredictability of a dragon. The impact split the earth with a tremendous explosion, uprooting trees in a sweeping line and leaving a crater more than 10 meters wide where he landed. As Qin Yun fell, Minato and Kushina were struck by a tidal wave of deadly danger sweeping into their minds. Not daring to be careless, they quickly executed their body techniques and withdrew far from the impact zone. As expected, the moment they left, cracks rapidly appeared where they had stood. Instantly, a terrifying burst of sword energy erupted, gouging a deep pit in the earth and shattering everything within a 10-meter radius. Standing with his eyes closed at the center of the crater was Qin Yun, lost in the sensation left behind by the previous strike. What? Minato Namikaze cautiously opened his eyes, gazing at the devastation all around. The air in front of him buzzed thick with residual sword energy, each trace bristling with hostility. He sensed that this lingering energy was extremely aggressive. Even though the attack had already ended, what remained in the area was powerful enough to be fatal for any typical Chunin. Entering that storm of sword energy was almost a sure path to being shredded. What sort of sword art has Qin Yun just created? Kushina murmured to herself as she looked at Qin Yun standing silently in the crater. This destructive force can't even be matched by most of the A-rank secret arts. What incisive sword art! Qin Yun is about to step into the realm of true mastery. His talent is truly astonishing. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Minato and Kushina. Turning in surprise, they saw it was Mito Uzumaki. Grandmother Mito, what is this mastery you speak of? Kushina asked eagerly, her curiosity piqued by Mito's arrival. Mastery, sure, is a kind of aura or force of presence. It's completely intangible, impossible to see or touch, but it can become entwined with your own ninjutsu or sword techniques, making them far more powerful, Mito explained gently. In all of Konoha, aside from the first and second Hokage, only that person and Tsukumo Hatake ever awakened their own mastery. I never would have imagined that Qin Yun, at his young age, could comprehend such a thing. His talent might even surpass both Hashirama and that person. After her explanation, Mito's eyes grew deep and contemplative, as if she was reminiscing about some distant memory, her voice falling into a soft murmur. Minato and Kushina were both shocked, gazing at Qin Yun in awestruck silence. They hadn't realized how significant this new understanding was. While they didn't fully grasp what mastery truly meant, they knew the weight of those names. The first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi. The second, a legendary ninja, powerful enough to end entire wars by himself. Mito hadn't named the third, but they could guess. Besides Madara Uchiha, who else could prompt such a complex expression on her face? As for Tsukumo Hatake, his reputation spoke for itself. A lone warrior who fought and defeated two of the Sand Village's three great masters, forcing the last to flee in disgrace. These three were pillars of the ninja world, and now, Qin Yun, a mere boy, had reached the same realm. Just how prodigious was his gift? After all, how old was Qin Yun really? At most 11 years old. He still had years ahead of him to grow and mature. If he could reach such heights now, how terrifying would his strength be once he reached the prime of his life, at the same age as Tsukumo Hatake and the others? Mito, that man's Sharingan is on the verge of evolving. And I suspect his Sharingan is like no other. It feels as if some strange mutation is taking place. Suddenly, the Nine-Tails spoke to Uzumaki Mito from within her body. Uzumaki Mito was startled awake by the Nine-Tails' words, her eyes wide with horror as she looked at Qin Yun. She knew all too well what it meant for the Sharingan to evolve. This signified that even if Qin Yun made no further progress, with the evolution of his Sharingan alone, he could rival Kage-level masters. Ordinary Kage-level opponents would hardly be a match for him. Recalling the colossal form of Susanoo, a shudder ran through Mito's heart. After a moment, Mito let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Yun was pure of heart, utterly unlike Uchiha Madara. If not, Mito would have already been compelled to take Qin Yun's life. Qin Yun, unaware of the storm of emotions brewing outside, was completely immersed in the thick aura of sword energy swirling around him. These sword auras continued to merge into his body. What exactly is sword intent, he wondered. With his eyes closed, Qin Yun pondered the essence of sword intent, but the answer always seemed to elude him. Yet as he absorbed more and more of the surrounding sword energy, clarity began to dawn within him. Sword intent is the crystallization of one's will. Dugu Chiobai, the invincible swordsman, defeated every great swordsman in the world, yearned for a worthy adversary, but found none, ultimately attaining the supreme realm of swordsmanship. In his later years, he retreated to the mountains, befriended only by the birds, and his mastery of swordplay became ever more profound. In time, he reached the point where the very idea of sword was transcended, the state where having no sword surpassed having a sword. Had Dugu Chiobai been born into a world of high martial arts, he would surely have become a legendary figure, breaking through the boundaries of the mortal world. Yi Guqing, in many ways, resembled Dugu Chiobai. Ever since he comprehended the technique known as the immortal flying from beyond the heavens, he sought only a single defeat, but never found it. The phrase, "a sword comes from the west, the immortal flies from beyond the heavens." Many thought the line referred to Shimin Shueishua, but in truth, it was Yi Guqing who coined it for himself. It served as self-promotion, inviting all the world's top masters to challenge him. Yi Guqing left people with the impression of nobility, isolation, persistence, and a detachment from worldly affairs. Thus, the sword intent he comprehended was that of the immortal flying sword. Countless other swordsmen have each shaped their own sword intent, the manifestation of their deepest will. But what about me? What was my will? When I first arrived in the Naruto world, fear was my constant companion. In those days, my only desire was to become strong, so strong that no one could ever take my life away. Later, my thirst for power only grew, driven by the hope of one day finding a path home. When I met Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the warmth and joy they offered made me want to protect them, to rewrite the tragedies that befell them in the original story. But achieving all of this requires immense strength. Qingyun repeatedly questioned his own heart. After a long silence, he found himself growing steadily more resolute. His will is to ascend to the pinnacle, to let no one suppress him, to let nothing stand in the way of what he desires to accomplish. To find his way home, he needed to reach absolute mastery, a power that surpassed the world's highest peaks. To change the many tragedies written in the original story, he also needed such ultimate strength. The more he thought about it, the brighter Qingyun's eyes became. Gradually, the sword aura swirling around him was swiftly drawn back into his body. In the end, a seed took shape within his core, rising and falling atop the Bagua diagram, breathing in the unique energy born of entwined yin and yang. The moment the seed of sword intent was formed, Qingyun's eyes snapped open and an explosive aura surged from him, sharp and unstoppable, like a divine sword unleashed from its scabbard. Feeling the sudden surge in his strength, Qingyun's face broke into a joyful smile. With a leap, he soared out of the deep pit and landed beside Mito Uzumaki and the other two. "Grandma Mito, what brings you here?" Qingyun looked at Mito Uzumaki with a curious expression, his eyes shining with polite inquiry. "I sensed a sharp and powerful aura brewing over here. I was worried something might have happened to you, so I came to check. But I hadn't expected. Qingyun, your talent is truly remarkable. You've actually comprehended a force of your own. That's nothing short of extraordinary." Upon seeing Qingyun's state, Mito Uzumaki's face softened with a warm, kindly smile. A force. At her words, Qingyun's eyes flickered with confusion. Then he realized Mito might be referring to his sword intent, though each world had its own way of naming things. After simply sharing with the three what he had just gained, Qingyun turned to Mito and said, "Grandma Mito, could you guide Minato in the art of sealing? He's been learning the flying thunder god technique lately, so he's in urgent need of this knowledge." Upon hearing this, Mito's seasoned eyes showed a hint of surprise. She glanced at the sunny-faced Minato Namikaze. She hadn't expected this bright, cheerful boy to have such talent. Her brother-in-law had created the Flying Thunder God, a rare space-time ninjutsu in the world, and its difficulty was notoriously high. Could Minato truly master it? Yet, the tone of certainty in Qingyun's voice left little room for doubt. Clearly, he believed Minato would succeed. This piqued her interest. Of course, from now on, little Minato and little Kushina can learn sealing techniques with me. And you, Qingyun, aren't you interested in the Flying Thunder God? With your sharp mind, I think you might be able to master it too, if you wish. Mito addressed Minato and Kushina first, then turned to Qingyun with a curious question. "Thank you, Grandma, but I don't plan on training in that technique for the time being. I'll more or less settle my own path forward, and there's still a lot for me to work on, so I won't take up that jutsu." Qingyun shook his head politely, offering Mito his explanation. What he didn't say aloud was that he had a hunch his eyes would one day awaken powers of space and time. For that reason, his interest in the Flying Thunder God technique wasn't especially strong. Moreover, lately he truly had many martial arts and ninja techniques that required refinement, leaving him with no time to learn the Flying Thunder God. Uzumaki Mito, seeing Qingyun speak so decisively, did not press the matter further. Qingyun had always been remarkably mature since childhood. Since he had made his choice, she felt it was not her place to intervene. After a little while chatting, the four of them each went their separate ways. The next day, Qingyun went alone to the riverside to train in lightning release, hoping that the lightning nature would manifest unique characteristics, just as fire had before. If that happened, his strength would certainly soar once more. Although he still would not reach the Kage level, it would bring him a step closer to breaking through that barrier. Cultivation, after all, is a process of steady accumulation. There was no anxiety in Qingyun's heart about this. Qingyun, finally I found you. Hurry, come with me. Just as Qingyun was about to begin his training, he heard the urgent shout of Moonlight Hamano from far away. Qingyun stopped his practice and looked over in the direction of the voice, only to see Moonlight Hamano rushing over, stained with blood and looking deeply alarmed. Qingyun's brow furrowed. What happened to Moonlight Hamano? And what about Nawaki, his teammate? As images from the original story flashed through Qingyun's mind, Nawaki's tragic fate, his chest tightened with worry. He quickly flashed to Hamano's side. What's happened? Where's Nawaki? There's no time. The injury is grave. Nawaki's at the ninja hospital right now. Go save him first. I'll explain everything later. Moonlight Hamano did not pause to explain, his face filled with urgency as he pressed Qingyun to act. Upon hearing this, Qingyun's frown deepened. Suppressing his questions, he replied, I'll go on ahead. Follow after me. Without delay, he dashed toward the ninja hospital as quickly as possible. In no time at all, Qingyun arrived at the hospital. Hearing the wails and cries echoing through the halls, a bad premonition crept over him. Had Nawaki been sent back from the front lines? But Tsunade was supposed to be on the front lines, and if Nawaki was hurt, he shouldn't have needed to be brought all the way back here. And if even Tsunade couldn't save him, sending him back now could only mean waiting for the end. Besides, many of the wounded seemed to be genin, with only a few Jonin squad leaders present. These didn't look like frontline casualties. Could it be that a supply convoy had been ambushed? Yet there was no time to dwell on possibilities. Remembering the anxiety in Moonlight Hamano's eyes, Qingyun was certain Nawaki's injuries were severe. He wasted no time, quickly inquiring as to Nawaki's location before heading straight to his room. Pushing open the door, he was confronted by a grisly sight. Half of Nawaki's body was blown to shreds, blood still pouring from his wounds. Hanada Miko stood beside him, her expression desperate as she performed the mystical palm technique in an attempt to save him. But despite her best efforts, the healing jutsu was having little effect. Nawaki's life force was growing weaker by the moment. Witnessing the scene, Qingyun dared not be careless. He immediately stepped forward and channeled his nine-yang inner energy, pressing his palm against Shungtong's heart to unleash the immortal palm technique, causing the surrounding cells to split at remarkable speed. Miko, prepare an operating room. We need to excise the rotten flesh around Shungtong right away. Otherwise, even the immortal palm won't be enough to save him. Hanada Miko's face lit up with surprise and relief when she saw Qingyun arrive. Hearing his words, she wasted no time, promptly turning on her heel to make the preparations. It wasn't long before the operating room was ready. Qingyun concentrated his nine-yang true qi, coating the surgical blade with its energy. Dividing his focus, he maintained a constant output of the immortal palm technique while methodically slicing away the mangled, necrotic tissue covering the areas of Shungtong's body torn apart by the explosive tags. Only after a great deal of time did he finish removing the decayed muscle. His left hand gathered nine-yang true qi into fine threads, which he used to suture Shungtong's blood vessels in all directions. When that was done, Qingyun carefully cut away some of Shungtong's healthy muscle, channeled even more immortal palm energy, and connected the new muscle to blood vessels throughout the body, stimulating the active cells to divide and multiply at great speed. Afterward, he covered Shungtong's wounds with an array of medicinal powders and finally bandaged him up, marking the conclusion of the treatment. Watching the monitor as Shungtong's heartbeats grew steadily stronger, Qingyun finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow and instructed the nurses to take good care of the patient before leaving the operating room. He needed to learn what had happened. As Qingyun opened the operating room door, he saw Tsukikage Fano standing outside, covered in blood and looking intensely anxious. The moment Qingyun emerged, Fano rushed forward and demanded, Qingyun, how's Shungtong? Is he going to be all right? This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been hurt so badly. Hearing this, Qingyun frowned in irritation at Fano's rapid, scattered apology, which was all over the place and made little sense. But seeing Fano's remorse, Qingyun decided not to press further. He interrupted Fano's rambling and asked, Enough, Shungtong is out of immediate danger. As long as there's no infection, he should recover in a month with proper rest. Now tell me everything. How did the two of you suffer such severe injuries? Where are Senior Shinnosuke and Aburame Shirui? Upon hearing Qingyun's questions, a trace of guilt left Fano's face. Realizing Qingyun wanted the full account, he hurriedly explained everything he knew. It turned out that 7 days ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched Idle Ninja to transport a batch of supplies to the front lines. Originally, Orochimaru and Dan Kato had already swept the rear areas, and the number of ninja from Iwagakure and Sunagakure causing trouble in the back had greatly decreased. But then, out of nowhere, Sunagakure launched a massive assault on Konoha's front line. Tsunade led the defense, but this time the Sand Ninja seemed absolutely determined, throwing caution to the wind and launching wave after wave of frenzied attacks. Helpless in the face of this onslaught, Tsunade had no choice but to summon Orochimaru for reinforcements. As a result, the Sand Village exploited a gap in their defenses. The moment Orochimaru left, several small squads suddenly appeared at the rear, led by Chiyo, and launched an attack on the convoy carrying Konoha supplies. Most members of the supply caravan were lower-ranking shinobi. Although a few were accompanied by jonin leaders and some elite jonin, Chiyo caught them completely off guard. Not only were their supplies destroyed, but many ninja assigned to protect them also lost their lives. One Sand Ninja, in particular, a master of magnet release, unleashed a devastating attack that left the majority of the Konoha shinobi dead or wounded in an instant. Sarutobi Shinosuke led a handful of elite jonin in a desperate attempt to resist, but they were no match for Chiyo's prowess and were forced to retreat, step by step. In this moment of crisis, Orochimaru suddenly appeared on the battlefield, temporarily easing the dire situation. Once free, Sarutobi Shinosuke immediately began organizing rescue efforts for the wounded while also holding off the magnet release user. Meanwhile, as Tsukikage Fubaya tended to the injured, a Sand Ninja hurled several explosive tags their way. Luckily, Nawaki reacted in time, pulling Fubaya to safety. Even so, because of the distance, Nawaki wasn't able to get clear of the blast radius and was caught in the explosion, sustaining serious injuries. Back at the front lines, a fierce battle was raging, and now, with their supplies destroyed, not even Tsunade's medical expertise could tend to so many wounded. In the end, several elite jonin volunteered to cover the retreat, escorting the injured back to Konoha for treatment. During this withdrawal, Shirui Aburame sacrificed himself, covering their escape and falling to the magnet release user from the Sand Village. As he recounted this, Tsukikage Fubaya's expression was heavy with sorrow. Nawaki's severe injuries, Shirui Aburame's death, and Sarutobi Shinosuke's uncertain fate. These losses weighed heavily on him. Chinyin listened quietly as Tsukikage Fubaya recounted the events, all the while treating his wounds. Although Nawaki had saved him, as they broke through the encirclement, Fubaya still sustained numerous injuries, both large and small. Without prompt treatment, these could easily become lingering ailments. A magnet release user. As Chinyin listened to Fubaya's account, his eyes narrowed. There weren't many in the Sand Village who could wield magnet release. Gaara hadn't yet been born, and the third Kazekage was stationed at Sand's front lines, leaving only one possibility, Raza. He hadn't expected Raza to be so strong, to the point where not even Sarutobi Shinosuke could face him alone. His wide-area magnet release attacks had dealt devastating blows to Konoha. As for Chiyo, Chinyin didn't know much, but back when he watched the anime in his previous life, he'd always regarded Chiyo as the Sand's equivalent of the Nara clan strategists, a wise advisor, but not a fearsome combatant. Never had he imagined Chiyo could go toe-to-toe with Orochimaru of this era. Truly astonishing. All right, you should get some rest now. I've dealt with your wounds for the time being. Remember to keep them dry. Have the nurse change your dressings every morning, and you should recover in a week or so. Shinosuke Senpai is the Hokage's son, so he surely has ways to ensure his own safety. Besides, Orochimaru Senpai is with him. There's no way something would happen to him. As for Aburame Shirui, all I can say is, my condolences. We, as shinobi, should have anticipated this kind of outcome from the moment we chose this path. If we don't want tragedy to befall ourselves or those we care about, there's only one thing we can do. Keep getting stronger. Only then can we truly protect the people who matter to us. With that, Qing Yun patted Moonlight Hauno on the shoulder. Then, turning away, he joined Hanada Miko in tending to the wounded. They worked tirelessly until night fell. As Qing Yun was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone crying. Turning back, he saw that it was Hanada Miko, the only medical chunin in the Leaf Village Hospital. Qing Yun paused, then went over to Hanada Miko and handed her a tissue. Shinosuke Senpai will be all right, he assured her gently. He's incredibly strong. Even if he can't defeat the enemy outright, he'll make it out safely. There's no need to worry so much. Hanada Miko was Shinosuke Sarutobi's girlfriend. Though they weren't married, the two were already committed to each other. Today, so many wounded had flooded into the hospital. The injuries on Iwaki and Moonlight Hauno were especially grave, and Shinosuke and Aburame Shirui were nowhere to be found. Naturally, Miko was frantic with worry for Shinosuke's safety. Yet, she understood her responsibilities. Throughout the day, she had forced herself to put aside her anxiety, pouring all her energy into healing the injured. Now, with her hands finally still, the worry she'd been suppressing broke loose, and her tears flowed freely. It was only natural. "You're right, Qingyun. Shinosuke will be fine," Hanada Miko said, her voice trembling as she took the tissue, tears still glistening on her cheeks. The smile she managed was a fragile one. "You should try to get some rest," Qingyun advised softly. "Tomorrow will be busy too. And who knows, maybe Shinosuke-senpai will be back by then." With that, Qingyun turned and walked away. Judging from the events of today, it was clear that the conflict between the Leaf and Sand villages had reached a fever pitch, and their battleground was none other than Rain Village. The fierce fighting between Konoha and the Sand would inevitably bring great suffering to the Land of Rain. It was likely that Hanzo the Salamander wouldn't remain patient for much longer. "It seems all-out war is just around the corner," Qingyun murmured to himself as he walked away, shaking his head. Though Qingyun was already quite strong, he wasn't powerful enough to turn the tide of war on his own. And without orders from Hiruzen Sarutobi, he couldn't leave Konoha anyway. Even if he wanted to join Tsunade on the front lines, he had no way to do so. Instead, he resolved to use this rare respite to further strengthen himself. Qingyun had a feeling that the day he'd be summoned to the front lines was drawing near. After all, his own abilities are well known, and with his mastery of medical ninjutsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi would never forego someone of his caliber in battle. As for whether Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze would join him on the battlefield, Qingyun simply had no idea. He even wondered if Tsukumo Hatake would ever return to the field again. Unless Konoha was truly facing a crisis of life and death, Hiruzen Sarutobi would never send Tsukumo Hatake to battle lightly. After all, Tsukumo's achievements had already reached the point where his success overshadowed his leader. Should he return to the battlefield and accomplish great feats, even if Tsukumo wished to avoid the mantle of Hokage, the overwhelming prestige he'd gained would inevitably push him down that path. Returning to his residence in the Forest of Death, Qingyun began to channel the principles of the Wind God Kick, gathering Wind Nature Chakra. As for the balance of 9 Yang and 9 Yin energies, Qingyun didn't have to worry for the time being. They had already formed a natural cycle. Even without his active cultivation, they would slowly absorb natural energy from the air on their own. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, as usual, Qingyun made his way to the ninja hospital to help Hanada Miko treat the injured. It wasn't until 5 days later that Qingyun was finally freed from those duties, allowing him to focus on his own training. When it came to lightning chakra, Qingyun had already become highly proficient. He felt he understood every unique characteristic of lightning. The simplest 3 traits of lightning are voltage, paralysis, and speed. Relying on these 3 qualities, Qingyun began practicing the Chidori stream technique, continuously compressing and refining the lightning nature chakra within his body. Gradually, the lightning chakra that had once been white began to darken in color. He didn't know how much time passed, but eventually, the white chakra turned a brilliant red. With his eyes closed, Qingyun could sense strands of chakra sparking with crimson electricity. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Lightning release, thunderstrike tornado. As the seals completed, veins of red lightning converged around Qingyun's body, unleashing a violent surge that sparked against the air with bursts of thunderfire. In mere moments, an outer layer of flickering thunderfire surrounded a vortex of crimson lightning at its core, which spun forward at breathtaking speed. As the electric current met the water, it spread in a sudden, jagged rush. Fish in the water were instantly burned to charcoal, their end both swift and tragic. Seeing firsthand the sheer power of crimson lightning, Qingyun felt a surge of excitement. Not only was it faster than typical lightning chakra, but it was also far more explosive. The voltage it carried was at least 10 times stronger than ordinary lightning chakra, and the friction from its speed against the air ignited thunderfire, stacking on yet another layer of destruction. Moreover, this thunderfire was impervious to most basic water release techniques. On the contrary, it traveled even faster along water's surface, expanding its range of attack dramatically. Even wind release, which usually countered lightning release, couldn't fully suppress this crimson lightning. It was clear, once Qingyun fully mastered the crimson lightning, his strength would rise to an entirely new level. With that thought in mind, Qingyun began channeling red lightning through his meridians, letting his body memorize the nature of this scarlet thunder. Only by doing so could he, like with the white flames, form a kind of muscle memory. When the time came to use the technique, he could skip the steps of compressing and refining, greatly increasing the speed at which he unleashed his jutsu. After a long while, when his meridians could no longer bear the strain and a dull ache surfaced, Qingyun finally stopped. Chidori Stream. Complete sword technique. With nimble hand seals, Qingyun shouted aloud. In an instant, crackling red lightning surrounded him. Drawing the azure blade, he sent a surge of red lightning coiling around the sword energy shimmering as arcs of red thunder crackled outward, cleaving the surroundings into a scene of utter chaos. Qingyun flickered and blurred. His shadow step technique burst into action. With a whoosh, his figure became a streak of red afterimage. Sword lights flashed in every direction, and as red lightning tore through the air at breathtaking speed, trails of thunder and fire exploded all around. Gradually, Qingyun moved faster and faster. It was as if he could teleport, crossing hundreds of meters in less than a split second. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed over a kilometer. That 1,000-meter stretch shimmered with sword energy and red lightning, while the grasses and trees nearby were charred into blackened husks. While Qingyun was experimenting with the properties of the red lightning, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat upright at his desk, listening to Sarutobi Shinosuke's report on the current battle situation. The other three elders of the Konoha F4, Hamura Mitokado, Kohyudatane, and Danzo Shimura, were present as well. Hokage-sama, honored elders, I am sorry. I failed my mission, and all the supplies meant for the front lines were destroyed. I am willing to accept any punishment. Shinosuke bowed his head in deep remorse, especially after returning to learn that one of his disciples had died, another was gravely wounded, and a third lightly injured. He blamed himself bitterly, hating his own lack of strength for not being able to protect Aburame Shirui. Hearing this, Hiruzen's eyes flickered. He drew deeply from his kizaru, letting out slow, muffled puffs of smoke, but remained silent. Shinosuke was his son. Naturally, Hiruzen did not wish to punish him. However, as Hokage, he had to uphold the appearance of fairness, so he could not be the one to speak on his behalf. Hiruzen, ever since Shinosuke became a ninja, he's distinguished himself time and again. His record is exemplary. This time, it was the Sand Village who acted too cunningly, using a diversion to catch us off guard. So for this battle, the fault doesn't lie with Shinosuke. Let's give him a light admonition at most. Agreed, this was not a fault of the fighters. Instead, why not assign Shinosuke another mission? Escort supplies to the front lines once more, and let him redeem himself through merit? Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, seeing Hiruzen hesitate, exchanged a look. As his longtime friends, they knew what he was thinking, and now both spoke up on Shinosuke's behalf. Hiruzen Sarutobi was overjoyed to hear his two old friends speak on Nunosuke's behalf. Ever since childhood, Sarutobi Nunosuke had shown great talent, and Hiruzen always hoped to nurture him. Naturally, he couldn't bear to punish Nunosuke too harshly. Now that Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane were both pleading for Nunosuke, Hiruzen could go with the flow and use the opportunity to issue a gentle warning rather than a severe penalty. Danzo, what's your opinion on this? Just as Hiruzen was preparing to let things slide, he turned his gaze toward Danzo, who stood in his usual stoic manner, and couldn't help but seek his thoughts. Danzo responded with a faint, enigmatic smile. You're the Hokage, and since both Hamura and Koharu have spoken, I have no particular objections. But what if Nunosuke is once again tasked with escorting supplies to the front line, and the supplies are lost or destroyed on the way? Then what? Though Danzo appeared indifferent, his words subtly set up a dilemma for Hiruzen. Danzo was well aware of Hiruzen's high hopes for Nunosuke. If an opportunity arose, Danzo certainly wouldn't hesitate to remove Nunosuke from the board. Of course, such things had to be done in secret. If Hiruzen ever learned of his intentions, the consequences would be dire. After all, no comrade, however close, could ever compare to one's own son. Hokage-sama, honored elders, thank you for giving me another chance. I promise, if anything happens to the supplies under my watch again, I'll accept double punishment without complaint. Do as you see fit. Before Hiruzen could respond, Nunosuke eagerly jumped in to make this vow. Hiruzen opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words, nodding in reluctant agreement. Danzo's lips curled in a hidden smirk as Hiruzen agreed. All he could do now was hope the Sand Village would be up to the task. If they couldn't eliminate Nunosuke, at least let them destroy the supplies once more. Of course, Danzo wouldn't divulge the supply route to the sand right now. The balance of power was delicate, and Konoha couldn't risk further disadvantage. Especially with the Cloud Village observing from afar, if Konoha showed any signs of faltering, Cloud might well join the fray. And no one knew what the Mist Village might do. If they too entered the battle, Konoha could face utter disaster. With the plan settled, Hiruzen waved his hand to dismiss the others, remaining alone in the Hokage's office, taking deep drags on his water pipe. Now that he was alone, Hiruzen smoked even more vigorously. Before long, The Hokage's office was thick with swirling smoke. He couldn't help but worry about his headstrong son, ensnared by Danzo's provocations. If the supplies were lost again, even Hiruzen might struggle to protect him. So now, he needed to prepare an insurance plan for his own child. All the seasoned ninjas had already been sent out, and Tsukumo Hatake could never be made subordinate to his son. With these thoughts in mind, Hiruzen activated his telescopic jutsu, using Seiin's chakra to locate Seiin's position. The crystal ball, however, hovered over a small stream amid utter devastation. Only streaks of red lightning flickered in the chaos. There was no sign of Chingyun. Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. He studied the scene carefully, and then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Incredible. This natural talent is truly extraordinary. After mastering that white flame, he's already unlocked yet another unique ability. Judging from the power of that red lightning, it might be 10 times stronger than an ordinary lightning technique. After witnessing Chingyun's strength, Hiruzen Sarutobi made up his mind. He would assign Chingyun to assist Sarutobi Shinizuke. Chingyun had already proven himself by withstanding Inoki's dust release head-on, a feat even seasoned elite jonin would struggle with. Combined with Chingyun's bizarre taijutsu and ninja techniques, his unpredictability could lead to devastating outcomes for any unprepared enemy. As long as Sunagakure didn't send multiple Kage-level opponents to disrupt from behind, the supply convoy would be perfectly safe under their protection. Moreover, after having suffered a setback once, Tsunade wouldn't fall for the same trick again, and Orochimaru would be even more cautious. With Jiraiya now transferred from the defensive lines against Iwagakure, the combined strength of these three made it highly unlikely that Sunagakure would send another Kage-level foe after the supply team. With Chingyun joining them, the convoy's safety was all but assured. Thinking this through, Hiruzen closed the crystal ball and issued an order to the ANBU. Go to Lingyin River and summon Chingyun for me. At once, Lord Hokage, a masked ninja, his face covered by a feline visage, dropped to one knee, answered in a low voice, and then vanished. Meanwhile, Chingyun was still practicing with the red lightning, growing ever more familiar with its powers, when suddenly he sensed that someone was watching him. He immediately guessed it was that nosy old man Hiruzen Sarutobi yet again. Though resigned, Chingyun chose not to end his training abruptly, lest he alert Hiruzen to the fact that he could perceive the surveillance. Only when that uneasy sensation faded did Chingyun stop, pondering what Sarutobi's snooping might mean this time. After some thought, Chingyun surmised that it must be related to the recent destruction of the supply convoy. Right now, Konoha still had many powerful shinobi, but most belonged to the old clans, and if Sarutobi wanted to mobilize them, he'd have to negotiate with their clan leaders. Of course, convincing them to take action would require paying a steep price, no doubt. On the other hand, Chingyun was now publicly recognized as the village's strongest ninja after Tsukumo Hatake. Though still a genin in rank, his strength was undeniable. Hiruzen Sarutobi would never let such a top-tier asset go unused. Sure enough, before long, a cat-masked ANBU ninja appeared before Chingyun. Chingyun, Lord Hokage wishes to see you. The cat-masked ninja's tone was cool as he spoke. Let's go. Without another word, Chingyun turned toward the Hokage's office and set off at a brisk pace. Before long, Chingyun arrived at the Hokage's office. After offering a respectful bow, he feigned confusion and asked, Grandpa Hokage, may I ask what this is about? Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing Chingyun's calm demeanor, nodded with satisfaction. Recently, the convoy transporting supplies from Konoha to the front lines was destroyed. Are you aware of this incident? Chingyun didn't speak, but simply nodded, meeting Hiruzen's gaze and waiting for him to continue. Shinizuke returned today. He hopes to atone for his past mistakes by making amends. After discussing with the elders, we've decided that he will take command of the supply convoy again and lead it to the front lines. But this time, the supplies are critical. The front lines are running dangerously low, especially on medical provisions. If anything happens to this convoy, it could spell real trouble for our forces. Chingyun, you're exceptionally capable. Would you be willing to assist Shinizuke and help escort the supplies to the front? Hiruzen streamlined the explanation before turning to Chingyun for his response. In truth, Hiruzen could have simply given a direct order. Chingyun was unlikely to refuse. However, seeing Chingyun's remarkable talent and recalling the contributions he'd made to Konoha, Hiruzen chose to speak in a more consultative tone. Upon hearing this, Chingyun didn't hesitate. He nodded and vowed, Of course, I'm more than willing. In fact, I've been worried for Lady Tsunade's safety as well. So this mission is a good opportunity for me to check on her under the pretext of delivering supplies. But will I be going alone this time? If that's the case, I'll need a little time to say goodbye to the other two. Seeing Chingyun's swift acceptance, Hiruzen was pleased. This only reaffirmed Qingyun's steadfast will of fire. There's no rush. Take your time, saying your farewells. The supplies won't be ready until tomorrow anyway. The other two aren't as strong as you, and bringing them could put them in danger on the front lines. You should take some time to reassure them. Additionally, since Shinnosuke's team is short one member and Iwaki is still severely injured, I've decided to have Yugao Hazama temporarily take your place. Once things have settled down on the battlefield, we'll reorganize Team 9. Given your talent for medical ninjutsu, once you arrive at the front, you'll remain under Tsunade's leadership and carry out her orders. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. If there's nothing else, I'll go and say goodbye to Kushina, Minato, and Master Tsukumo now. At these words, Hiruzen waved his hand, indicating that there was nothing further. Qingyun bowed once more and then left the Hokage's office. As I suspected, Hiruzen thought, there's no way Kushina could go to the front lines. The situation there is far too volatile. If anything were to happen to her, Konoha would lose not only the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but if Mito Uzumaki were to fall, we'd lose one of our strongest trump cards. On the way here, Qingyun had already guessed what this was about. When he entered the Hokage's office and saw that no one else had arrived, his suspicions grew even stronger. With a helpless shake of his head, Qingyun turned and headed straight for the Hitaki ancestral home. It wasn't long before Qingyun found Hitaki Tsukumo and relayed Hiruzen Sarutobi's orders to him. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo's eyes narrowed in thought. After all that had happened with the Hokage's half-sleeved order, he had come to see many things in a new light. In the past, because of his own strength, he hadn't paid much attention to such matters. But now, with Hiruzen Sarutobi summoning Qingyun alone, Tsukumo knew exactly what it implied. His mind raced with countless thoughts, but he kept his expression solemn as he instructed, Qingyun, I know how powerful you are, but fighting on the battlefield is nothing like running a mission with your squad. You must stay alert and be cautious. Never underestimate even a genin or a chunin just because they seem weaker. A single explosive tag, or a well-aimed shuriken, could be enough to take your life. You need to be aware of everything happening around you. See in all directions. Listen to every sound. Always keep your guard up. If you find yourself in danger and the task isn't urgent, remember, your life comes first. Hearing these words, Qingyun felt a warmth rise in his heart. He made a mental note of everything Tsukumo said, then departed, heading toward the Senju family estate. Arriving at the Senju clan's garden, he found Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki intently following Mito Uzumaki's lessons on sealing techniques. Little Qingyun, what brings you here? Mito Uzumaki asked, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Qingyun was known as a training fanatic. If he had nothing urgent, he would always immerse himself in his own cultivation rather than roam the village, let alone drop by unannounced. I'm heading to the battlefield with Senior Shinanosuke to deliver supplies, and I came to let you all know, Qingyun replied with a gentle smile. What? Qingyun, you're going to the front lines? What about me and Minato? Kushina immediately paused her training and rushed over to question him before Mito could even speak. Minato stood as well, watching Qingyun closely, waiting for an explanation. What you and Minato need to do right now is focus on mastering sealing arts and improving your own strength. The situation at the front is unpredictable, and I can't guarantee I'll be able to protect you both. You two are the most important people in my life, and I don't want anything to happen to either of you. He paused for a moment, then gently smoothed Kushina's hair and said softly, if you truly want to fight at my side in the future, you must work hard to get stronger. Kushina, please promise me. After giving Kushina a reassuring pat, Qingyun turned to Minato. Minato, keep working on your sealing arts. The Flying Thunder God still has plenty of room for improvement. I've had some ideas. Maybe they'll help you make it even better. With that, he sketched out for Minato the improved version of the Flying Thunder God technique that he'd seen in his previous life. On this journey to the battlefield, Qingyun had no idea how long it would take before he could return. After all, the original novel never described in detail when the Second Great Ninja War ended. All Qingyun knew was that after Hanzo of the Salamander defeated the legendary Sanin and bestowed them their famed title, it wasn't long before the war drew to a close. In the aftermath, Tsunade left the village, Jiraiya wandered the ninja world, and internal strife in Konoha intensified. It was also around that time that Minato Namikaze rose rapidly to prominence. By perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique, he made his mark on the ninja world and became known as the Yellow Flash. Therefore, Qingyun did his utmost to recall all the improvements he knew about the Flying Thunder God technique, sharing everything with Minato in one breath. Whether those ideas would be useful or not was up to Minato himself to decide. Afterward, Qingyun took out a scroll containing the advanced training methods for both the transposition of Heaven and Earth technique and the Wind God kick, and handed it to Minato. The transposition of heaven and earth requires a vast amount of chakra to fully master, Qin reminded him. There are 7 levels in total. I've written down the first 6 for you. The 7th is a bit dangerous. Wait for my return, and I'll guide you through it myself. After these careful instructions to Minato, Qin turned to look at Kushina, whose eyes were rimmed red with worry. Teasingly, he brushed the tip of her nose. What's all this about? Don't you know how strong I am? Even if the 3rd Kazekage himself came for me, I might not be able to defeat him. But at the very least, I can get away, can't I? Stop worrying. Maybe I'll just take a trip to the front lines, and the war will be over before you know it. Oh, and here, this is for you, a fist technique. If you blend it with your monstrous strength, it might boost your power a bit. I haven't come up with a training method that's tailor-made for you yet, but I do have a few ideas. I'm sure that before the war is over, I'll craft something just right for you. So, be good and wait for me to come back, all right? Kushina pouted, her voice thick with emotion. You have to promise me you'll come back alive. Qin, if you end up in the afterlife, I'll turn the whole place upside down until I find you, and then I'll give you a serious beating. With those words, her beautiful eyes sparkling with tears, Kushina tossed aside her shyness and boldly kissed Qin on the lips. The suddenness of Kushina's gesture left Qin momentarily stunned. Then, seeing the tears streaking down her cheek and the blush blooming on her fair face, he smiled gently and wiped away her tears. After bidding a warm farewell to Uzumaki Mido, Qin lingered no longer and turned to leave. The following morning, Qin woke at dawn. After getting ready, he slung the azure blade across his back and hung a wine gourd and jade flute at his waist, one at each hip. His long hair was loosely tied with a simple sash, leaving 2 locks to fall naturally down either side of his face. With his noble bearing and fair complexion, Qin looked the very picture of effortless elegance. Along the way, he drew the delighted squeals of many young women, and, to his embarrassment, some even approached him for his address, prompting Qin to make a hasty retreat. When they arrived at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, families of the shinobi gathered to bid farewell to their loved ones who were about to set off on their journey. Among them were Kushina, Uzumaki, and Minato Namikaze, and also there were Hate Tsukikage and Tsukumo Hatake. Didn't we already say our goodbyes yesterday? Why have you come again today? Looking at the group, Qin nodded at Hate Tsukikage. Then, with a trace of helplessness, he addressed Tsukumo Hatake, Kushina, and Minato. Who said I came to see you off? I'm just here for Shin's sake, that's all. Kushina pursed her lips, her voice prickly but her true feelings showing through, feigning indifference even as she spoke. Tsukumo Hatake, Minato Namikaze, and Qin couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh at Kushina's adorably stubborn display. It's time. Let's head out. Suddenly, Sarutobi Shin gave a loud shout, and at once, everyone began giving their loved ones a final farewell. I'm off. You all can go home now. Qin waved to the 4 of them, ready to depart. Qin, here. Last night Grandma taught me how to make this. She says it'll keep you safe. Seeing Qin about to leave, Kushina hurried over, calling out and handing him a roughly made protective charm. Qin paused in surprise, then smiled, accepting the charm and tucking it into his robes. Wait for me to come back. With that, he didn't linger any longer and ran off towards Sarutobi Shin ahead. How do you feel? About to head for the front lines. Nervous? Sarutobi Shin glanced at Qin who had caught up to him, smiling as he asked. Not really. I'll just treat it as a special mission. Nothing to get worked up about. Qin shrugged, his voice casual and composed. Sarutobi Shin studied Qin carefully. His expression was calm, not a hint of tension or fear, exactly as he'd always seemed. Then Sarutobi glanced at the other shinobi heading to the front lines for the first time. Even Uchiha Fugaku, famed as the prodigy of his generation, wore an outward mask of composure, but deep down in his eyes, a trace of nervousness betrayed him. Inwardly, Sarutobi Shin admired him. Qin wasn't just talented and powerful. His composure was extraordinary. Sarutobi couldn't help but compare it to his own first time at the front, when his nerves were stretched taut, excitement and anxiety warring inside him. A far cry from the calm beside him now. As Qin chatted idly with Sarutobi Shin, his gaze swept over the assembled shinobi, each with their own demeanor. Among them, he spotted a few familiar faces. There was the Inoshikacho trio, Fugaku's team, and to his surprise, Hinata-jun and several classmates who'd once been in the same class as him. Qin paused, taken aback. He hadn't expected Hinata-jun and the Uchiha brothers, Yunku and gang, to have graduated ahead of schedule. On second thought, it did make sense. The 3 of them had always been talented, and with 2 years of solid training behind them, graduating a year early was hardly surprising. The Byakugan of Jun Hyuga possessed the ability to see through enemy disguises, so it was perfectly reasonable that he was assigned to escort the supplies. Since they were still within the Land of Fire, it was unlikely that Sand Shinobi would choose this place for an ambush, so Qingyun wasn't particularly on guard. Along the way, Qingyun engaged in casual, meandering conversation with Sarutobi Shinosuke, while several members of the Hyuga clan took turns using their Byakugan to scout the path ahead. How long will it take for us to reach the front lines in the Land of Rain? Qingyun glanced at the slow-moving supply convoy, let out a yawn, and asked with a look of obvious boredom. The journey itself was monotonous, especially frustrating for someone like him, who was capable of moving at great speed but, for the sake of the convoy's safety, was forced to trudge along at a snail's pace. The tedium only grew as time passed. If all goes according to plan, it should take 10 days. If you're bored, why not refine your chakra on one of the wagons to pass the time? I'll keep an eye on things here. There shouldn't be any trouble. Aware that Qingyun was far more powerful than himself, Shinosuke made the suggestion generously, hoping to relieve Qingyun's boredom. After a moment's thought, Qingyun accepted Shinosuke's goodwill. With a nod, he slipped onto one of the wagons and began practicing the wind god kick technique. At the moment, Qingyun's top priority was to quickly transform his wind-aligned inner energy into true qi, so that it could circulate together with both yin and yang qi. Only then could he embark on the next stage of his training. The journey continued in silence. Whenever he was free, Qingyun practiced the wind god kick technique. When he grew tired of training, he would take out a few dishes, pour himself a cup of Buddha's laughter wine, and enjoy himself. This sight left Uchiha Fugaku and the other lower-ranking ninja gnashing their teeth with envy and annoyance. Yet, since Shinosuke, the one in charge of the escort, said nothing, any complaints they had were pointless. As for Qingyun, he paid them no mind at all, going about things in his own way, as if he were on a pleasure trip rather than a critical supply mission. No matter how slow or tedious, time always slips by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. By now, they had left the Land of Fire and reached the border of the Land of Rivers. This was a necessary route to the Land of Rain, and soon enough, the group arrived before a mountain valley. Upon reaching this spot, Qingyun stopped practicing and walked to the front of the convoy, his eyes wary as he stared into the mouth of the valley ahead. What is it? Is there a problem? Noticing Qingyun's sudden change in demeanor, Shinosuke couldn't help but grow tense. No, despite how well suited this place is for an ambush, I sense no danger in the area. On the contrary, A deep frown creased Qingyun's brow as he glanced toward the valley, leaving his thought unfinished. Let's move forward. Tell everyone to stay alert. When we near the valley exit, have the Earth-aligned ninja prepare a combination defensive jutsu. Sarutobi Shinosuke was momentarily stunned by the words, then turned to look at a higher-ranked Hyuga clan shinobi, his meaning clear without needing to be explained. However, when this Hyuga jonin heard Qingyun's warning, a flicker of disdain passed through his eyes, as if he thought Qingyun was just trying to make a scene. Noticing Sarutobi Shinosuke looking at him, the Hyuga jonin shook his head and said, "With my Byakugan, I haven't detected any traces of enemy chakra. There's no danger here." As for what this young friend said, perhaps it's just nerves. After all, it's his first time on the battlefield. A case of a vivid imagination, I suppose. Though his words were gentle, the implication was obvious to anyone with half a mind. Qingyun glanced briefly at the Hyuga jonin, said nothing, and moved on ahead to scout by himself. Sarutobi Shinosuke watched Qingyun's retreating figure, a frown forming on his brow. He hadn't spent much time with Qingyun, but he knew he wasn't the type to call attention to himself for no reason. If Qingyun was sounding the alarm, there must be good reason. With that thought, Sarutobi Shinosuke instructed the Earth-style ninja to stay alert and to prepare a defensive combination jutsu as they neared the exit of the valley. The convoy moved slowly into the gorge, and everyone grew tense, bracing themselves for the possibility of enemy shinobi ambushing from the shadows. Uchiha Fugaku, more wary than ever, activated his Sharingan, his eyes sweeping the surroundings, searching every corner, yet found absolutely nothing out of place. Time passed slowly. The valley remained calm and undisturbed, and as the group approached the other end, their nerves slowly began to unwind. Shinosuke Senpai, quickly have the Earth-style ninja perform the combination defensive jutsu and surround the supply convoy. Now. Suddenly, Qingyun's commanding shout split the silence. His body blurred into motion, hand darting to his ninja pouch. In one fluid movement, he drew 5 explosive tags, channeled his chakra into them, and hurled them ahead, bound to shuriken, toward a seemingly empty patch of ground. Sarutobi Shinosuke jumped at Qingyun's sudden outburst, but quickly recovered and ordered the Earth-style ninja to form the defensive Earth Wall jutsu, encircling the supply carts and the lower-ranked shinobi. Magnet release. Imperial sand burial. No sooner had the earth wall risen than a massive golden wave of sand surged toward the convoy, sweeping in from above like a tidal flood. Sarutobi Shinnosuke's pupil shrank. It was fortunate that he'd followed Qingyun's advice, organizing the Earth-style ninja in time to create the combined defensive wall. Otherwise, this single strike could have cost them dearly, both in lives and precious supplies. Meanwhile, as Raza began his assault on the convoy, Qingyun blurred into action, producing 5 explosive tags and imbuing them with chakra. Borrowing the momentum of his shuriken, he flung the tags straight ahead with all his strength. Raza was deep in the midst of casting his magnet release. The magnetic energy around him was intense. Qingyun's shuriken, imbued with explosive tags and thrown with all his might, shot through the dense field toward Raza at tremendous speed. A tonnerre explosion érupted. A deafening explosion erupted, sending clouds of smoke and dust billowing in every direction. Raza had just unleashed a powerful technique, but before he could even glance at the results, a wave of deadly menace surged toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his gold-infused sand to shield himself and his teammates. As expected, 5 explosive tags detonated in unison, blasting Raza's sand shield apart and scattering it in all directions. Fortunately, Raza's shield was tough enough that neither he nor his comrades suffered any harm. Still, they looked battered and disheveled, their hair, faces, and clothes smeared with sand, gold, and dust. Meanwhile, after throwing his shuriken and explosive tags, Qingyun didn't even pause to look. He darted forward with lightning speed, his feet barely touching the ground as he closed the gap between himself and Raza's group. As he advanced, Qingyun's hands moved in a blur, forming one sign after another. Fire style, majestic dragon fire technique. Raza's face darkened as he realized his flawless plan had just been wrecked by Qingyun. Originally, the gorge was the perfect spot for an ambush. Its jagged rocks formed a natural labyrinth, and with some careful arrangements, even the Hyuga clan's Byakugan would have trouble seeing through the traps. But Raza had deliberately avoided this. They all knew the gorge was the optimal spot for an ambush, and the Konoha shinobi were no fools. Anyone entering the gorge would be on high alert. Even if he sprang the ambush at the head of his squad, it would be impossible to inflict maximum damage on Konoha's supply caravan. This was why he chose to manipulate human nature and turn conventional thinking on its head. Instead, he set his trap at the gorge's exit. When the enemy felt they'd already passed through the danger zone and began to lower their guard, that was when he would take the offensive, with the rest of his ninja as support, certain to throw Konoha's supply caravan into chaos. Even if he couldn't wipe them out completely, he would at least destroy their supplies once more. Earlier, Qingyun had a vague sense something was amiss. The gorge was almost tailor-made for ambushes, yet he hadn't detected even a whisper of danger. In this situation, the only possibilities were that either the sand ninja, who might have been sent around the back, had already been eliminated by Orochimaru, or that the village hidden in the sand hadn't actually sent anyone for a rear assault at all. But was that really possible? Chiyo knew that Konoha's front lines were already running thin on supplies. Last time, when their supply convoy was destroyed, the situation at the front had become nearly dire. Now that she'd developed a new blend of poisons, destroying Konoha's supplies again meant she'd be free to launch a full-scale assault on their front lines. And what then? Even with Tsunade's extraordinary medical ninjutsu, how many could she save without the resources? Such an opportunity, Cho would never let it slip through her fingers. Qingyun was therefore convinced Sand's ambushers had to be hiding somewhere, most likely near the mouth of the gorge, just before the exit. Usually when someone made it through a dangerous area notorious for ambushes, they'd instinctively relax, their nerves loosening. That was precisely the moment to spring the trap, catching the enemy completely off guard. This explains why, earlier, Qingyun didn't finish his warning, but instead had Sarutobi Shinnosuke organize the Earth-style ninja to be ready to unleash a combined defensive jutsu as they approached the valley's exit. At that point, Qingyun was still unsure whether the Sand Ninja village would truly lay an ambush at the place he predicted, just before the exit. However, the closer they drew to the exit, the more ominous Qingyun's sense of danger became. In the very instant before they left the valley, Qingyun sharply detected a faint surge of chakra emanating from the ground. He issued a warning as he hurled explosive tags, blasting the hidden enemies into the open. Just as he suspected, several squad from Sand Ninja Village had indeed lain in wait to ambush them. Yet, Raza's infamous gold dust burial was held back by an Earth-style jutsu, a fortified wall, executed through Sarutobi Shinnosuke's collaboration with other Earth-style ninja. Raza's face darkened as he managed to deflect the explosive tag's assaults, and just as he prepared to strike back, a blazing white fire dragon swept towards them, radiating a terrifying heat. Wherever the dragon passed, The gold dust burst into bright golden liquid. Not good. Magnet release. Wings of sand gold rise. Raza roared, pouring more chakra into his jutsu. Two massive golden wings unfurled, engulfing the sand ninja and propelling them swiftly into the sky. Yet such enormous wings devoured Raza's chakra at an alarming rate. Within barely 3 seconds, Raza turned deathly pale. He hurriedly moved his troops to a safe distance, then set them down and shoved several soldier pills into his mouth. "Who are you?" Catching sight of Qingyun's young face, Raza's pupils shrank. Qingyun was astonishingly even younger than himself. He'd always thought of himself as a prodigy, just 13 years old, his strength already surpassing most elite jonin. Even in the entire Sand Ninja village, not even Pakura was his equal. But standing before Qingyun, he felt as if he'd been harshly slapped awake. Qingyun was several years younger and yet incomparably stronger. "Genin of Konoha, Qingyun." Raza twitched at Qingyun's answer, inwardly rolling his eyes. Was Konoha really so wasteful with its talent? Qingyun had such formidable strength, yet was still merely a genin? Lightning style, Chidori. Qingyun's eyes locked onto Raza as his hands blurred through the hand signs. Resolute and seamless, red sparks flashed for his right palm. He fixed his gaze on Raza, then vanished, racing toward them in a streak of crimson lightning. "Scatter. Magnet release. Iron gold wall." Raza called out, still grappling for a strategy. Who would have guessed? Qingyun was equally adept at fire and lightning style. Roaring the command, Raza gathered his chakra, molding the gold sand into a towering shield. Hearing Raza shout, the remaining sand ninja scattered in all directions. However, Qingyun was incredibly fast. Before they could break away, his Chidori pierced through the chests of all 3 enemies, slamming violently into Raza's gold dust shield. With a thunderous crash, gold dust exploded in every direction. Before Qingyun could retreat, Raza unleashed a new defense, conjuring a wall of iron sand, his hands weaving signs at lightning speed. Magnet release, shattered glass prism. Qingyun's attack struck Raza's gold dust shield, and just as he was about to leap back, he found the gold dust around him morphing into a massive hand, racing toward him to grasp him in its grip. Qingyun's eyes narrowed. The yin-yang energies within him surged. Xiaoshang's sword, catching shadows. A gleaming white sword of energy shot forth, racing toward the swirling mass of gold dust. Cloaked in a blur, Qingyun followed right behind the sword, aiming to evade the grasp of the ever-tightening gold dust hand. Another roaring blast echoed. Qingyun pierced straight through the giant hand of gold dust. Breaking free of its range, he spun on a dime, dashed through seals, and cried out, "Lightning release! Thunderclap, tornado!" Crackling energy filled the air. A scarlet bolt of lightning spun wildly above, and soon a crimson tornado hurtled toward Raza. Everywhere along its path, the molten golden rivers, left in the wake of the Xiaoshang sword's burning attack, spread with blinding speed. Arcs of scarlet lightning danced and flickered. The shinobi of Sand Village were all struck numb, their bodies seized by electricity. Earth release, stealing stone staff. Previously, Sarutobi Shinnosuke had led his Earth Nature companions to fend off Raza's gold dust burial, unable to spare a thought for Qingyun. Now that the deadly sand burial had been neutralized, worry gnawed at Shinnosuke. Fearing for Qingyun's safety, he hurried to rally the elite jonin and rushed to Qingyun's aid. To his surprise, he found Qingyun single-handedly overpowering Raza and his cohort. Admiration flickered in his heart, but his hands didn't hesitate. Quickly, he used Earth release techniques, eager to seize the moment. The other jonin, though amazed by Qingyun's prowess, realized that the Sand Village shinobi were now helpless, their bodies paralyzed by crackling red lightning. If ever there was a time to strike down their weakened foes, it was now. Without delay, they formed hand seals in unison, launching attacks against the immobilized shinobi of Sand Village. Raza's expression darkened. He had no choice but to manipulate his gold dust again, soaring upward into the sky. But now he could no longer carry everyone with him. He only managed to whisk a few of the most skilled elite jonin up to safety. Seeing Raza ascend, Qingyun's eyes grew sharp. His inner power surged as he stamped forcefully on the ground. As he vaulted into the air, his sword Qingfeng flashed from its scabbard, a dozen sword auras coiling tightly around the blade. Heavenly sword from beyond. Bathed in an aura of pure white light, Qingyun unleashed a razor-sharp blade of energy, hurling it straight toward Raza and his chosen few. Down below, everyone engaged in battle instinctively looked skyward. In the next instant, their eyes teared uncontrollably from the searing white light, forcing them to squeeze their eyes shut, desperate to shield themselves from its radiant assault. As soon as Raza took to the air, he saw Qing Yun wrapped in white light, hurtling toward him at lightning speed. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily formed hand seals, conjuring 3 shields of golden sand to block his path. A deafening crash echoed through the air. Qing Yun's sword pierced straight through the 3 golden sand shields, its blade slashing down fiercely upon Raza and his companions, still encased in thick layers of sand. The surrounding golden sand was shredded into a spray of glittering particles by the force of Qing Yun's blade. The sand began to dissipate, vanishing rapidly with each passing second. Raza, forget about us. Just go. You're the Kazekage's disciple, the future of our sand ninja village. Hurry and escape. Even as he spoke, one of the trapped shinobi tore free from the cocoon of sand around him. His hands flashed through signs. Wind release, gale palm. Twin blades of wind shot toward Raza, striking the golden sand in front of him. The impact sent sand scattering everywhere, while Raza himself was hurled backward by the force. No. Raza's eyes widened in anguish. He glared at the 2 elite jonin who, having broken free from the sand's restraint, struggled to stay aloft but began to plummet through the air. His roar rang out desperately. Raza, go. Don't let our sacrifice be for nothing. Sharing a brief glance, the 2 jonin wrenched their bodies around and threw themselves directly at Qing Yun's gleaming sword. They had resolved to use their own bodies to block Qing Yun's attack, buying precious time for Raza to escape. Damn you, Qing Yun the Leaf. I'll never forget this. One day I swear I'll kill you. With a tear gleaming in his tiger-like eyes, Raza hurled a final curse at his enemy, manipulating the golden sand to sweep him away as he retreated. Meanwhile, Qing Yun stood aloft, his gaze cold as he watched the 2 elite jonin hurl themselves at him. Using the impact of wind release against the ground, they flung their bodies with all their might in a desperate final attack. Without hesitation, Qing Yun unleashed his blade, sword energy erupting as he sliced the 2 men into crimson mist. Straightening, Qing Yun dissipated the heavy gravity around him and drifted gently down to the earth. He squinted at the rapidly departing figure of Raza. Those 2 shinobi had bought Raza enough time. Catching up to him now would be all but impossible. As for Raza's final words, Qing Yun gave them no heed. Raza couldn't best him now, let alone in the future. If fate allowed, Qing Yun wouldn't mind dealing with Gaara before that child ever had a chance to emerge. He turned and swept a glance over the sand shinobi, who were now in full retreat. Qing Yun activated his wind god kick, blurring into motion like a phantom, delivering brutal kicks that sent sand ninjas crashing to the ground, bones snapping, tendons tearing. Cries of pain filled the battlefield. All around, the Leaf shinobi looked on in awe at Qing Yun's display. Among them, Fugaku Uchiha wore a particularly complicated expression. Not long ago, when Qing Yun had fought him, it had taken effort and cunning for Qing Yun to achieve victory. Yet in just 2 years, Qing Yun's strength had soared to such heights that Fugaku could not help but feel a twinge of shame rise within him. Shinosuke-senpai, I'll leave things here to you. I need to recover my chakra. Qing Yun paid no attention to the Konoha ninja surrounding him. He spoke briefly to Tsurutobi Shinosuke, and without waiting for a reply, he slipped away to the edge of the convoy, found a carriage, and sat cross-legged inside to restore his energy. The previous battle had drained a vast amount of his inner strength, although the 9-yang divine skill enabled his energy to recover rapidly. After simultaneously cultivating both the 9-yin and 9-yang, his recovery speed had doubled at the very least. Yet to end the battle as swiftly as possible, Qing Yun had unleashed a series of attacks, each as powerful as an A-rank ninjutsu, culminating in the final move, the Celestial Flying Immortal. That last technique had left him utterly exhausted. Now, standing at the fringe of the battlefield, Qing Yun knew he had to replenish his strength quickly. Any sudden encounter could leave him dangerously vulnerable if he wasn't fully restored. Hyuga Run watched Qing Yun sitting in meditation, a complicated look in his eyes. Qing Yun was his peer. He had always believed that, after 2 years of arduous training, even if he still fell short of Qing Yun, the gap shouldn't be so wide. But witnessing today's fight, he finally realized the extent of Qing Yun's strength, and it struck a heavy blow to his confidence. He hadn't imagined Qing Yun's talent was so overwhelming. Most people's progress would slow over time, yet with Qing Yun, his power seemed to grow faster and faster, as if he were unbound by any kind of bottleneck. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yunkong and Uchiha Yunshan felt a tremor of fear as they looked at Qing Yun, but mingled with that fear was a sense of relief. They were secretly thankful that they had not thoroughly antagonized him. With strength like his, Qing Yun could easily eliminate them without lifting a finger. A slight manipulation on the battlefield would be enough for the 2 brothers to meet their end at Qing Yun's hand. Shikaku, what do you make of this? Akimichi Dingze asked, his eyes wide in astonishment as he munched on a bag of potato chips. Broken for his thoughts by Dingze's question, Nara Shikaku replied, his tone laden with complexity. Not only is Qin Yun's power incredible, he has a remarkably deep understanding of human nature. Just after they passed through the gorge, even Shikaku himself had thought the danger was over. Yet Qin Yun remained alert and issued a timely warning. More than that, after sounding the alarm, he still had the presence of mind to strategize. While everyone else was defending against a sudden attack, he faced the ambush from the Sand Ninja on his own. Had Qin Yun not anticipated the enemy exploiting human weaknesses, it would have been almost impossible for anyone, even Qin Yun himself, with his extraordinary sensitivity to danger, to react so swiftly. It seems, for our generation of Konoha, he'll be the one leading us all. Yamanaka Haichi remarked with a heartfelt sigh after hearing Shikaku's words. Qin Yun's strength was only part of what set him apart. His astounding talent was matched by an uncanny intellect. If not for his timely warning this time, or if he hadn't delayed the Sand Ninja afterward, the outcome of the battle could have been disastrous, putting them all in grave peril. On the other side, Qin Yun had no idea what everyone else was thinking. With his eyes closed, he simultaneously activated the supreme powers of both Nine Yang and Nine Yin, rapidly absorbing the natural spiritual energy scattered throughout the world. He then compressed and refined it, finally transforming it into the purest forms of Nine Yang and Nine Yin inner power. Before long, Qin Yun's inner power was replenished to its peak. When he opened his eyes, he didn't hurry to get up, but instead reclined atop the carriage, uncorked a flask of Buddha's Smile wine, and sipped it leisurely. Had he behaved with such indolence before, the Konoha ninjas would surely have bristled with indignation. But now, not a single person raised an objection. Even the Hyuga ninja, who had once mocked Qin Yun for showing off, felt not the slightest trace of resentment. Qin Yun's strength was simply overwhelming. Most striking was that final sword strike. Through his Byakugan, he observed that it was forged purely from chakra and sword energy. If elemental transformation were added to such a technique, just how powerful would that attack become? He dared not imagine. After the group had finished cleaning up the battlefield and sealing the Sand Village ninjas, whose bones had been shattered and tendons snapped by Qin Yun, placing them under close guard, the convoy once again set out at a steady pace. In the Sand Village's forward camp on the Rain Country front, Chiyo, the commander of this campaign, sat proudly in the main seat of the command tent. She fixed her gaze on Raza, whose face showed deep remorse, furrowed her brow, and snapped. What's this? Just a single defeat, and your spirit is already broken? If this is your resolve, don't even think about one day slaying that Qin Yun brat. Next time you face him, you might not even have the will to fight back. As the Kazekage's disciple, is this all you amount to? Seems the Kazekage truly misjudged you. You're a coward, through and through. Chiyo's scathing words made Raza's body tremble. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh, and drops of blood fell to the ground unnoticed. This time you lost. Then work harder when you return, hone your strength, and go take back what you lost. Or is it that Qin Yun has so thoroughly broken your will? No, I swear, I will kill Konoha's Qin Yun in this lifetime. At Chiyo's words, Raza could contain himself no longer and roared out his vow. In that case, don't let me see you in such a dejected state again. Go, recover from your wounds, train well, and next time, make sure you're the one to bring down Konoha's Qin Yun. Yes, ma'am. Raza bowed low, saluted, and left the tent. Ah, Konoha truly is blessed by heaven. Talented ninjas arise one after another. Compared with them, our Sand Village lags far behind. Listening to Raza's report, Elder Ebizo felt his wariness toward Konoha grow even greater. Konoha's stream of geniuses seemed endless, while Sand Village had only a few precious seedlings. If anything were to happen to them, Sand Village would surely face a generational gap. Pass down my orders, find every scrap of information on this Qin Yun. No one had ever heard before of such a gifted young ninja emerging from Konoha. Could it be that this Qin Yun was a genius Konoha had concealed for years? If that were the case, might Konoha harbor other hidden prodigies, unknown to outsiders as well? Chiyo, rubbing her temples with a trace of headache after hearing her brother's words, spoke wearily. Yes, Lady Chiyo. A ninja cloaked head to toe responded promptly to her command and quickly slipped away into the shadows. Clearly, he had been sent to gather intelligence about Qin Yun. Meanwhile, Qin Yun remained ignorant of Chiyo's opinion of him and unaware that the Sand Village was now collecting information to deal with him in the future. For 3 days straight, it appeared that Qin Yun was either training or drinking, but in truth, the closer they drew to the front lines, the more vigilant Qin Yun became. Every step of the journey, His nerves were stretched to their limits. He missed not the slightest trace along the way, wary lest Chiyo herself might suddenly appear to ambush him and his companions. After all, in any era and in any world, when war broke out, the rule never changed. Before the troops and horses move, secure the supply lines. As long as one could sever the enemy's resources, even the strongest warriors would eventually be worn down to defeat. Luckily, the journey proved uneventful, and after 10 days of marching, the group finally reached the front line encampment. Once the lookouts at the front confirmed identities with the password, they quickly motioned for the ninjas to unload the supplies. Shinnosuke Senpai, now that we've arrived at the front, my task is complete. I'm going to see Lady Tsunade now. There are other missions waiting for me, so I won't be returning with you, Chingyun announced to Sarutobi Shinnosuke as soon as he entered Konoha's temporary camp. In that case, off you go. Take care of yourself on the battlefield. When you return, drinks are on me, Shinnosuke replied, startled at first, but quickly recalling Chingyun's formidable skills and mastery of medical ninjutsu. It was no wonder the old man wanted him for the front. He smiled warmly as he spoke. Chingyun nodded silently in reply, asked for Tsunade's location, and sped off, slipping away like the wind toward the place where Tsunade was stationed. Soon enough, Chingyun reached the tent, explained his purpose to the ANBU guard at the entrance, and waited quietly outside. The ANBU slipped inside to report to Tsunade. Moments later, the ANBU returned and led Chingyun inside to meet Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru. It's been a while, Chingyun greeted warmly with a smile upon seeing the two. Chingyun, what brings you here? Did the old man send you? Tsunade's brows knit in surprise at the change in the way Chingyun addressed her. Staring at him, grown to nearly her own height since last they met over a year ago, she asked her question. Chingyun just smiled and moved to her side, briefly explaining his reasons for coming and giving a quick account of all that had transpired in the past year. So, does that mean your strength has already reached the level of an elite jonin? And is it true what people are saying, that you took on a dust release attack from a third Suchikage, Anoki, and survived? Orochimaru widened his eyes and stared at Chingyun, questioning him after hearing what Chingyun had just said. Initially, when they heard the rumors that Chingyun had faced Anoki's dust release head-on, they simply chuckled, dismissing it as an exaggeration. But now, listening to Chingyun himself recount that battle, they were struck by the realization the story was true. After hearing Chingyun describe his experiences over the past year or so, both Orochimaru and Tsunade gazed at him in a stunned silence. They had always known that Chingyun was exceptionally gifted, but even so, they had never imagined he could grow so strong in such a short time. Even Tsunade, who'd witnessed Chingyun's final battle with Uzumaki Mido, the moment when Chingyun unleashed his overwhelming power, could hardly believe it. After all, back then, Chingyun had relied on the power of the blood bodhi to demonstrate such strength. That wasn't his usual state. It couldn't be counted as his true level. But now, Chingyun's base abilities had reached the level of an elite jonin. Not only could he withstand a direct hit from Inoki's dust release, he'd actually managed to reflect it back at Inoki. With such strength, even they couldn't confidently say they could defeat Chingyun. Sensei, the Hokage has sent me to serve under your command. Is there any task you'd like me to accomplish? Feeling uncomfortable under Tsunade and Orochimaru's persistent stares, Chingyun quickly averted his eyes and turned to Tsunade, seeking direction. Now that Chingyun was on the battlefield, he needed to take on missions to trigger system rewards and strengthen his own foundation. He'd also promised Kushina that, before the end of this war, he would develop a suitable set of techniques for her. Chingyun could not go back on his word, so he'd need to undertake more tasks to fulfill that promise. For the moment, the front lines are relatively stable. Jiraiya has gone out to gather intelligence, and now that Sunagakure knows our Konoha supplies have reached the camp, they probably won't attack us for a while. Chingyun, you're highly skilled in medical ninjutsu. Why don't you help out with treating the wounded for now? Jolted out of her thoughts by Chingyun's question, Tsunade took a moment to consider before responding to him. Now that Chingyun's strength rivaled that of an elite jonin, she no longer worried as much about his safety. All she needed to do was keep an eye on his emotional state, lest the brutalities of war twist his mind and lead him astray. Chingyun, unaware of Tsunade's concerns, simply nodded when he heard her suggestion. Sure enough, the system task was activated in his mind. Under the guidance of the ANBU, he soon made his way to the makeshift hospital and began treating the injured. Tsunade, given how strong Chingyun is, why not assign him to disrupt Sunagakure supply lines at the rear? You should know, with Chingyun surviving a direct blow from Inoki, there are only a handful of ninja in the Sand Village who can actually pose a threat to him. For the rest, it's unlikely any could be his match. On top of that, having inherited your true teachings, ordinary poisons are useless against him. If he coordinates with Jiraiya to harass the sand village from the rear, things will be far easier for us here. Orochimaru frowned at the task Tsunade had assigned to Chinyan. Turning to her, he asked, Tsunade, I have my own plans. You don't need to say any more. Tsunade interrupted his advice impatiently, her voice cutting through sharply. What worried Tsunade was that if Chinyan were to encounter the brutality of the battlefield too suddenly, it might change his entire nature. Besides, given his unique identity, if he were ever to go astray, he could become a formidable enemy, one on par with Madara Uchiha. By assigning him to the rear to care for the wounded, Tsunade had her reasons. First, Chinyan was already extremely skilled in medical ninjutsu, which could relieve the severe shortage of medics in the backlines. Second, working there would allow him to gradually adapt to the brutality of war. Third, after saving the injured and feeling their gratitude and respect, his heart might find some measure of peace. Seeing Tsunade's determination, Orochimaru's frown deepened. Then he remembered. The blood of the Uchiha clan ran through Chinyan's veins, and perhaps Tsunade's worry was rooted in the fear that the battlefield might change him, as it had others before. Thinking this over, Orochimaru shook his head. Tsunade, Chinyan has been mature since childhood, and his heart is inherently good. He's different from most Uchiha. Your worries are entirely unnecessary. But fine, if you want him to have some time to adjust, let's do as you wish. With that, Orochimaru turned and walked away. Elsewhere, under the guidance of Umbu, Chinyan made his way to the temporary hospital. He saw a wounded ninja lying in the open on stretchers, crying out in pain. Chinyan could only shake his head helplessly. Bah, who? Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts, and wherever there are conflicts, chaos follows. War has never truly ceased. In this world of shinobi, the warring states era once pitted entire families against each other for territory and resources. Even after Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha founded the Hidden Leaf, the pattern only changed. War moved from family feuds to clan-based villages waging large-scale battles. Chinyan shook his head, trying to cast aside distracting thoughts before turning to treat the wounded. He didn't want to get too entangled in these matters. Human greed never truly ends. As long as people live, there are desires that will push them down the road to war. Even if another god of shinobi were to appear and bring peace for a time, as soon as that figure was gone, the greed at the heart of humanity would eventually reignite war anew. With the level of medical ninjutsu that Chinyan currently possesses, it's no exaggeration to say that hardly anyone in Konoha can rival him in this field. Chinyan was fully focused on treating the wounded. He simply nodded in response to their gratitude, never paying them much attention beyond that. But suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted his work. Are you Tsunade-sama's apprentice? Startled by the question, Chinyan paused what he was doing and turned around. Standing behind him was a woman with soft features, orange hair, and glasses, a gentle air about her. That's right. Is there something you need? Chinyan asked, a puzzled look on his face. It really is you. Hello, my name is Nono Yakushi. I've heard so much about you. So many ninjas were healed by your hand. You're truly remarkable, Nono Yakushi said, her face lighting up with delight as she spoke. The moment Chinyan heard her name, his eyes narrowed and a sliver of caution flickered in his heart. Nono Yakushi was no ordinary person. She was known among the shinobi as the Wandering Priestess, her medical ninjutsu second to none. At present, she led Konoha's medical squad. Of course, that title itself was not what unsettled Chinyan. What truly made him wary was the knowledge that Nono Yakushi was actually a member of Danzo's Root Division. Although after this war, Nono Yakushi would take in orphans and open her own orphanage, escaping the grasp of Root was almost impossible without assistance from Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Once one joined Root, it was a bond not lightly broken. In the original story, she established the orphanage after the war, but due to her connection with Kabuto Yakushi, she was manipulated by Danzo, forced to shuttle between ninja villages, gathering intelligence for him. In the end, she was tragically killed by Kabuto's own hand, a fate that garnered sympathy from countless Naruto fans. This event also caused Kabuto's personality to change drastically, eventually leading him to serve under Orochimaru, whose dreams mirrored his own, and to work tirelessly at his side. At this point in time, Nono Yakushi should still be serving under Danzo. So why would she suddenly approach him? Could it be that Danzo still hasn't given up and now wants to recruit him into Root? At that thought, Chinyan's eyes narrowed further as he stared at Nono Yakushi. Is there something you want? If not, I need to continue treating the injured. Nono Yakushi didn't seem to notice Chinyan's wariness or coldness at all. She continued to smile warmly, engaging him in enthusiastic discussion about medical ninjutsu. Chinyan quickly grew tired of her persistence. Finding a moment's respite, He led Nono Yakushi to a sheltered corner and asked quietly, "What is it that you really want?" Catching the edge in his voice, Nono Yakushi's eyes flashed with surprise, but swiftly returned to normal. Nothing more than wishing to befriend Konoha's genius. What other motive could I possibly have? I simply have no interest in befriending those with ulterior motives. Qingyun let out a cold laugh, a chill flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Yakushi Nanoyu. Hearing this, Yakushi Nanoyu's gentle smile gradually faded. "I thought I concealed myself rather well. How'd you see through me?" Qingyun shrugged, staying silent, waiting for Yakushi Nanoyu to continue. Despite Yakushi Nanoyu's careful concealment, Qingyun had the advantage of perspective, the equivalent of standing on the shoulders of giants and viewing the world from above. Of course, there was no way Qingyun could confess that he'd once watched the anime Naruto. So he chose to stay silent and let Yakushi Nanoyu entertain her own guesses. "I'm acting under Lord Danzo's orders, inviting you to join Root. Danzo thinks very highly of you. If you join him, all manner of forbidden jutsu, chakra-infused weapons, and more will be at your disposal." As Qingyun remained quiet, Yakushi Nanoyu's mind churned with speculation about how she'd been seen through, even as she relayed Danzo's message. "Sorry, but I'm not someone who walks the same path as Root. Compared to drifting in the shadows, I long for a life in the light." After a brief pause, Qingyun went on, "Root has played a crucial role in Konoha's development over the years, but too often, the organization has prioritized its missions above the lives of its comrades, even stooping to kick others when they're down. I cannot join an organization like that. Yakushi Nanoyu, this may be our first meeting, but I can tell you're different from the other Root members I've met. So here's a piece of advice. The one truly in charge of Konoha now is the third Hokage. For your own sake, think carefully about your next move." With that, Qingyun turned and walked away. Yakushi Nanoyu stood frozen in place, shocked by Qingyun's words. She hadn't expected someone so young to see through so much. And what did Qingyun's parting words mean? Was he suggesting she defect to Hiruzen, Sarutobi's side? Or did he somehow know about the misfortune awaiting her in the future? Qingyun's final look had seemed to pierce right into her, exposing all her secrets with chilling clarity. The truth was, she'd long since tired of the darkness en route. She had thought, many times, of leaving, of no longer doing Danzo's bidding. But Danzo's grip on Konoha was ironclad. She was just an ordinary ninja, her skills in medical ninjutsu notwithstanding, and before Danzo's immense power, there was nothing she could do to resist. For a moment, Yakushi Nanoyu's mind was thrown into turmoil. Danzo could never have predicted that by sending Yakushi Nanoyu to recruit Qingyun, he would not only fail in winning the boy over, but would lose an accomplished medical ninja to Qingyun's quiet persuasion. Of course, that's a story for another time, so let's set it aside for now. After leaving Nono Yakushi's side, Qingyun resumed his diligent work, tirelessly treating the wounded. Qingyun felt genuine sympathy for Nono Yakushi, and that's also why he spoke those words to her before parting. As for whether Nono Yakushi would one day break free from Danzo's control, or perhaps simply ignore his advice and continue on the path set forth in the original story, that was no longer Qingyun's concern. With Qingyun's addition, the pressure on the medical ninja at the Konoha front line was greatly eased. Thanks to the rapid regenerative ability of the 9-yang divine skill, coupled with the healing techniques from the 9E manual, Qingyun alone was as effective as 5 elite medical jonin. And so, as he continued to heal more and more wounded, Qingyun's name gradually spread throughout the front lines. Even though he hadn't yet earned a title of his own, in this place, there was hardly a soul who didn't know his name. Since that conversation with Qingyun, Nono Yakushi hadn't disturbed him again. She understood too well. A prodigy of Qingyun's caliber spoke with conviction, and unless something truly momentous occurred, such people rarely changed their minds once they'd made a decision. For 10 days straight, Qingyun stayed within the temporary hospital, caring for the injured, while the forces of Konoha and Sunagakure kept each other at bay. Tensions simmered, but aside from some small-scale skirmishes, there were no further outbreaks of war. Qingyun had assumed this stalemate would continue until Hanzo the Salamander finally made his move. Tonight, as he had so many times before, Qingyun finished tending to the wounded, washed up, and prepared to sit cross-legged and cultivate his wind nature chakra. After months of dedicated practice, his wind-based inner energy had grown considerably stronger. Although he was still some distance from refining it into true chi, the complementary effects of the yin-yang energies made his progress much faster than before. A chiming sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Chain quest initiated. First, repel Sunagakure's night raid. Upon completion, you'll be rewarded with the Jade Flute Sword technique, and the next quest will unlock. Suddenly, an explosion tore through the night. "We're under attack!" A sentry cried out, panic in his voice. Just as Qin Yun was marveling at the new system quest, the camp shook with a thunderous blast, followed by the anguished shouts of the patrolling ninja. Qin Yun's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharpening. He sprang to his feet and strode out of his tent. Outside, flames blazed everywhere. Under the command of Tsunade and Orochimaru, Konoha's ninja quickly assembled into defensive formations, moving to protect both supplies and the wounded. "Ah, Tsunade, how do you like my latest poison? Tonight will be your downfall." Chiyo sneered at the scowling Tsunade, letting out a wild, triumphant laugh. Chiyo, how many times have you said that? When has your concoction of poisons ever not been easily countered by me? On the contrary, look at you. Your son and daughter-in-law are gone, so you'd better be careful with that old life of yours. Otherwise, who will take care of your grandson? Do you want him to end up an orphan? This time, however, the new compound poison Chiyo had conjured turned out to be far more potent than Tsunade had ever imagined. Nonetheless, despite the anxiety churning in her heart, Tsunade managed only a mocking sneer on her face. "Seeking death, Tsunade? Tonight will be your last." Secret white arts, the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Chiyo, infuriated by Tsunade's words, quickly formed hand seals, her fingers moving like lightning. Suddenly, 10 unique puppets appeared in the arena. With her chakra threads linking to each puppet, Chiyo sent the 10 into swift motion. The female puppet brandished 2 broadswords, recklessly attacking any leaf ninja within reach. The blue-faced puppet unleashed a barrage of steel wires from its head, aiming to entangle Tsunade and slice her apart. Meanwhile, the white-faced and red-faced puppets quickly combined, the red-faced one breaking apart and reassembling into a rapid spinning, 4-bladed chakra blade, which the white-faced puppet gripped tightly, slicing down toward Tsunade. 3 more puppets positioned themselves among the densest crowd, forming a triangular formation. As the triangle completed, a massive whirlwind burst forth, sucking in the unwary leaf ninja. At the same time, the white-haired puppet circled behind Tsunade, lying in wait for a chance to blow her up with explosives. The last puppet, with a bull's head, remained steadfast at Chiyo's side, standing guard against any ninja who might attempt a sudden assault. On the other side, Tsunade faced the Chikamatsu 10 puppets completely unflinching. Calmly gathering her chakra, she brought her fist down hard against the earth. Instantly, an immense earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking the combined attacks of the blue, white, and red-faced puppets. Then, channels of chakra surged through her limbs as she leapt high into the air. Heaven, crushing heel! Just as the white-haired puppet slipped in behind her, explosives primed and ready, Tsunade soared above, making Chiyo realize something was terribly wrong. She quickly wrenched the white-haired puppet back at top speed. Sure enough, barely had the white-haired puppet retreated when Tsunade, with the force of a falling meteor, slammed her heel into the ground. The earth could not withstand her overwhelming power. Cracks spidered outward in all directions. Having momentarily repelled Chiyo's assault, Tsunade glanced around and saw that the leaf ninja were already at a disadvantage. Orochimaru was being blocked by Elder Ebizo, and the rest of the elite Jonin were each entangled by their own opponents. Meanwhile, the Sand Village ninja with a magnet release, alongside Chiyo's female puppet, were mercilessly mowing down the mid and lower-ranked leaf ninjas. This sight stoked Tsunade's inner rage. Chakra raged through her body as she charged headlong at Chiyo. "Sensei, don't panic. That magnet release ninja is already my defeated opponent. I'll take care of him. The other female puppet is clearly a close combat type too. Leave it to me. I'll cut her down." After Qin Yun emerged, he saw the chaos raging across the battlefield, and, worried for Tsunade's safety, hurried straight to the front lines. As soon as he arrived, Qin Yun realized the tide was turning against Konoha, and Tsunade seemed agitated. He quickly called out to calm her, then, with swift, flowing footwork, darted toward Raza and the female puppet. "Hey, last time I let you get away. I hope you won't run this time, you defeated loser." Qin Yun positioned himself by the female puppet. In one smooth motion, Azure Blade flashed from its sheath, its whole length crackling with scarlet lightning, the electric fury resounding throughout the battleground. While warding off the female puppet's assault, Qin Yun kept throwing taunts at Raza, intent on provoking him. Sure enough, the sight of Qin Yun filled Raza with vengeful rage. When old enemies meet, the air practically sizzles with animosity. Forsaking all other targets, Raza set his sights on Qin Yun, planning to join forces with the female puppet to end his opponent once and for all. Magnet release. Shattered glass of lapis. No sooner had he spoken than Raza unleashed a devastating jutsu. His hands flashed through seals, and the golden sand surrounding them whipped together, forming a massive, glittering hand that lunged at Qin Yun as he dueled the puppet. Qingyun's eyes sharpened with resolve. With a powerful strike of his sword, he knocked the puppet aside for the moment and then unleashed a fierce blow, a shaozi slash, directly at the giant golden hand. A thunderous explosion erupted as the attack pierced through the construct. The searing heat within Qingyun's blade instantly melted the golden sand into a river of molten gold. Lightning release, Chidori. No sooner had his first attack hit, Qingyun returned Azure Blade to its sheath, swiftly forming hand seals. Red lightning crackled around him with an intensity that sent a jolt through everyone's senses, the sound sharp and urgent. On the other side of the field, Chiyo, who'd been watching the unfolding battle with care, took note of Qingyun's lethal technique. She immediately tried to maneuver her puppet away, but Tsunade was just as keenly focused on Qingyun, refusing to let Chiyo have her way. Without hesitation, Tsunade ramped up her own assault, forcing Chiyo to split her attention and making it impossible for her to fully protect her puppet. Meanwhile, Qingyun combined his wind shadow technique with the blinding speed of Chidori, turning himself into a streak of red lightning that shot toward the female puppet. Chiyo attempted a desperate evasion, manipulating chakra threads in a bid to move her puppet out of harm's way. But with Tsunade relentlessly disrupting her and Qingyun's surge of speed, she could barely react in time. Qingyun's Chidori pierced cleanly through the puppet's core. Once destroyed, the puppet collapsed, its parts scattering in all directions. Wasting no time, Qingyun spun around, quickly forming hand seals, fire release, dragon twister. A white whirlwind of flame burst forth, sweeping toward the tidal wave of golden sand roaring up behind him. That tide, the gold sand wave, was Raza's own magnet-released jutsu. The instant the two forces collided, the flaming tornado scorched the advancing gold sand into a torrent of molten treasure, sweeping the golden flood straight back at Raza. Luo Sha soared into the air with a pained expression. Qingyun was simply his nemesis. The temperature of that white flame was unimaginably fierce. The instant his gold sand touched it, the sand was incinerated into molten gold. To make matters worse, Qingyun could use lightning release. The molten gold conducted electricity, further amplifying the terrifying power of Qingyun's crimson lightning. Suspended in the sky, Luo Sha racked his brain for a strategy to counter Qingyun. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't come up with a viable plan. Qingyun watched Luo Sha rise into the air. Though he felt a pang of resignation, he could only stare daggers at Luo Sha. After all, he couldn't fly. Turning away, he unleashed the Wind God Kick, charging to aid the Konoha ninja who had fallen into dire straits. With the force of a tempest and speed unmatched, Qingyun's kicks sent the Suna shinobi hurtling away like weeds in a storm. High above, Luo Sha grew increasingly anxious. His hands moved in a rapid sequence of hand seals, magnet release, gold sand shuriken. In an instant, countless gold sand shuriken rained down from the sky, homing in on Qingyun. Sensing the attack from above, Qingyun's eyes narrowed. In a heartbeat, he performed missed step, and his afterimages danced across the battlefield as the gold sand shuriken pierced only his shadows, leaving deep craters all around. As he dodged Luo Sha's relentless assault, Qingyun also pondered how he might strike back. With Luo Sha hovering out of reach, ordinary ninja techniques had no hope of touching him. Using them would only waste precious chakra. Yet if he ignored Luo Sha, the man would simply harry him from above, a constant and irksome threat. After a brief moment of thought, Qingyun's eyes flashed with resolve. He was about to try a new tactic, a lightning release technique he devised in theory, but never actually used, hoping it might just tip the scales in this stalemate. But before he could make a move, Elder Chiyo's voice suddenly rang out as she rushed to Tsunade's side. Taking advantage of Tsunade's distraction, Chiyo called urgently, "Sister, we must go. This night raid has failed, and Jiraiya has returned. We can't let ourselves be surrounded." Though Lady Chiyo felt deeply unwilling, after hearing Chiyo's words, she shot Tsunade a withering look. With a wave, she recalled 9 of the 10 Nirmatsu elite and ordered Luo Sha to sweep up the remains of the female puppet with magnet release before withdrawing. Just as Luo Sha was about to act, a burst of fire release from Qingyun reduced the puppet parts to a molten mess. "You!" Luo Sha glared fiercely at Qingyun, but there was nothing he could do. With no other option, he retreated. Tsunade was about to give chase, but Orochimaru blocked her path. Tonight's surprise raid by the Suna shinobi may not have caused much direct damage, but many people had been poisoned and the Konoha forces were unsettled. Pushing the attack now might just give Chiyo the opening she needed for a devastating counterstrike. After listening to Orochimaru's warning, Tsunade could only nod helplessly, then set about organizing the Leaf Shinobi to sweep the battlefield and tend to the wounded. The next morning, as the first pale light crept across the sky, everyone finally finished cleaning up the battlefield. All in all, neither side gained any real advantage from last night's raid. The Sand Village had originally planned to use the cover of night to destroy Konoha supplies and release a wave of combined toxins, aiming to poison large numbers of Konoha's frontline shinobi, sapping their strength. Afterwards, they intended to wait patiently for the poison to take effect, and then capture Konoha's forward positions in one sweeping attack. Chiyo's plan was certainly clever, but she underestimated Konoha's quick response. Though the raiders initially caused some chaos, under the firm command of Tsunade and Orochimaru, the Leaf Shinobi quickly steadied themselves. Then, when Shin'Yun intercepted Raza, destroyed one of her puppets, and used his speed to slay a large number of sand ninja, the raiders lost any chance to turn the skirmish in their favor. After a long and hectic night, Shin'Yun busied himself tending to the wounded and sorting through what they'd recovered from the previous evening. A sound chimed in his mind, ding. First mission complete. Hoa, Jad Fruitswacht technique. Second mission unlocked. Target, burn the Sand Village's frontline supplies, forcing them to retreat 30 kilometers. Reward, a copy of minor formless energy technique. Looking at the system notification, Shin'Yun accepted the Jade Flute sword technique. As his eyes fell on the second mission, his mind began to race. Destroying the enemy supplies was no easy feat. Just as last night, even a sudden assault hadn't succeeded in burning Konoha's stores. Clearly, the Sand Village's defenses around their supplies must be uncommonly tight. This was especially true for a resource-starved village like Sand. Their vigilance over supplies was sure to be even more intense. Even if he somehow learned where the Sand Village kept their forward supplies, burning them all by himself would be virtually impossible. With these thoughts in mind, and after treating another wounded comrade, Shin'Yun made his way toward the command tent. He had barely entered when he saw Orochimaru and Jiraiya hunched over a map, engrossed in tactical discussion. As for Tsunade, she was looking weary, painstakingly refining antidotes and studying anti-venom serums. After all, while those with milder poisoning had already been treated by Shin'Yun and the others, the more gravely poisoned shinobi would need medicine to make a full recovery. Shin'Yun, what brings you here? Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked up with a flash of surprise, puzzled at why Shin'Yun was here instead of treating the injured at the makeshift hospital. Orochimaru-senpai, Jiraiya-senpai, I have an idea. I'm not sure if it's feasible, Shin'Yun said, bowing respectfully to the two. Oh, what idea? Go ahead, let's hear it. Orochimaru replied, a glint of anticipation in his yellow eyes. Shin'Yun had always been a bright child. Now, suddenly appearing here and claiming to have some ideas, he gave the others a sense of anticipation. Shin'Yun would surely bring them surprise. Last night, the Sand Ninja launched a surprise attack against our Konoha frontline outpost. Their intentions, well, that much is obvious. In my opinion, courtesy demands reciprocity. So tonight, I'll go alone to the front of the Sand Ninja's encampment and stir up chaos to draw their attention. Meanwhile, Orochimaru-senpai and Jiraiya-senpai can organize 2 elite squads for a surprise raid on the Sand Ninja's camp, aiming to burn their supplies. Once their provisions are destroyed, given the Sand Ninja's current situation, even if they have reserves, they wouldn't dare linger, lest the battlefront stretches too far, complicating supply lines. That would give our Konoha ninjas the chance to crush them when their logistics falter. After outlining his plan, Shin'Yun saw the two deep in thought. He left them to it, pressing on. Of course, to pull this off, several conditions must be met. First, we need to know exactly where their supplies are stored. If we waste time searching, the Sand Ninja will catch on, and the plan will fail. Secondly, before we strike, we must find a covert escape route. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, our raiding squads could get trapped, and Konoha would lose some of its most valued fighters. Hearing Shin'Yun's words, Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged a look. Orochimaru then turned to Shin'Yun and asked, how can you be sure you will succeed in pulling the Sand Ninja's attention away, giving us the opportunity we need? I have a musical technique combined with genjutsu. It's perfect for sweeping away lesser foes. As long as my chakra holds out, neither the lower nor mid-level ninja can withstand this technique. Most ordinary Sand Ninjas are no match for me to begin with, and my speed is formidable. If I harass them a few times, Chiyo and Ebizo are bound to mobilize a force to hunt me down. That's when you make your move. The perfect moment to catch Sand in disarray. It's a solid plan, Jiraiya said, though his brow furrowed with concern. But what if you get surrounded? How will you break through? Jiraiya regarded Shin'Yun intensely. To him, it seemed a wasteful gamble to trade Shin'Yun's extraordinary talent for a fleeting tactical win. For if Shin'Yun lived to realize his full potential, he could be the one to shift the tide of the entire war. I have my own ways, Qingyun answered, calm and assured. A handful of sand ninja aren't enough to end me. Jiraiya-senpai, don't worry. I value my life too much to take needless risks. If I'm not absolutely certain, I would never go through with it. The source of Qingyun's confidence lay in those 3 blood Bodhi fruits. Furthermore, being within the land of rain, where it rained all year round, if it were to unleash large-scale fire-style techniques, the rising steam would soon gather into thick storm clouds. At that moment, could he perhaps mimic Sasuke's Kirin? The thought of summoning the Kirin ahead of its original appearance, and recalling the destructive power it displayed in the story, sent a thrill through Qingyun's heart. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, upon hearing Qingyun's words, were immediately puzzled. Even for them, surrounded by the Sand Ninja, breaking out would require paying a steep price. Though Qingyun's abilities weren't bad, he was still a step behind compared to them. Yet, seeing the genuine confidence in Qingyun's expression, they sensed he wasn't bluffing. Where then was his sense of security coming from? Moreover, because they were teammates with Tsunade, they had some understanding of Qingyun. While Qingyun was by no means evil, he certainly wasn't the kind to sacrifice himself for others. It seemed impossible that he would risk his own life just for a fleeting victory. The two exchanged glances, and both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. After a long moment, Orochimaru finally asked, "Are you truly certain you can break through, even surrounded by the Sand Ninja?" "I am. If that's the case, then let's do as you propose." Orochimaru studied Qingyun for a while longer. At last, he made up his mind and agreed to Qingyun's plan. "But, Orochimaru, isn't this a serious enough plan that we should inform Tsunade?" Jiraiya hesitated. Seeing Orochimaru accept Qingyun's idea, he voiced his concern. After all, Qingyun was Tsunade's disciple. If anything were to happen to him, Tsunade would be furious. Jiraiya and Orochimaru would both be in serious trouble. "There's no need. Tsunade is currently busy researching Chiyo's combination poisons and cannot afford any distractions. This time, just the two of us carrying out the plan is enough," Orochimaru replied, casting another look at Qingyun before turning to Jiraiya. "Well, all right then." Jiraiya finally relented. "Qingyun, you must be careful. If things become impossible, your priority must be to stay alive. Even if the plan fails, that's all right. We can always find another opportunity." Qingyun saw the seriousness in Jiraiya's face and could only nod in acceptance. Though he had every confidence in his own plan, he couldn't reject Jiraiya's heartfelt advice. Afterward, the three of them went over the plan one more time. Once they were all clear on their respective tasks, they parted ways to prepare for that night's surprise attack. Qingyun returned to the makeshift hospital to continue tending to the wounded. The day passed quickly. As midnight approached, Qingyun restored his chakra and, with the token Orochimaru had given him in hand, slipped quietly toward the Sand Ninja's frontline encampment. Not long after Qingyun set out, Orochimaru and Jiraiya followed him, each leading an elite Umbu squad, keeping their distance just behind him. "Orochimaru, do you think Qingyun's plan will work?" Jiraiya gazed into the surrounding darkness and couldn't help but ask. "I don't know. The key to this plan is how many ninjas Qingyun can lure into chasing him. If too few take the bait, we'll have no choice but to strike quickly, like our attack on Sunagakure last night. Hit them hard once, and then withdraw." Orochimaru shook his head in response, his eyes following the direction in which Qingyun had left, and offered his explanation. Yet, what Jiraiya didn't see was the gleam of anticipation flickering in Orochimaru's golden irises. Orochimaru had always paid close attention to Qingyun. The unique and mysterious techniques Qingyun had invented fascinated him deeply. After 2 years apart, Orochimaru couldn't help but wonder, had Qingyun developed any new astonishing skills in that time? And what kind of power might this new music technique, said to blend illusions with the sound of the flute, truly possess? All these questions stoked Orochimaru's intense curiosity. Meanwhile, Qingyun, oblivious to Orochimaru's musings, left the encampment behind. He surged forward at full speed, racing toward the Sunagakure camp with all his strength. Before long, he arrived near the enemy encampment. The place was ablaze with lights, and squads of 3 patrolled every corner, locking down the camp as tightly as an iron fortress. Clearly, they feared another night raid from Konoha. Qingyun slipped toward the Sunagakure camp undetected. Only once he reached the optimal position for his boundless blue tides technique did he halt, drawing out his jade flute and lifting it to his lips. Channeling both his chakra and his mental energy, he began to play. Notes poured forth from the jade flute in Qingyun's hands. A deep, resonant tone echoed through the darkness. "Wait, who's playing that flute? No, something's wrong. My chakra's slipping out of control. We're under attack. There's an enemy using some kind of musical jutsu. Block your ears now." Suddenly alerted by the eerie music, A Sunagakure patrol leader hesitated for an instant, then shouted urgent warnings to his squad. Chaos erupted throughout the Sunagakure camp. Genin and Chunin alike clutched their heads and desperately tried to cover their ears, but it was all in vain. Ordinarily, with the original boundless blue tides, one could block the flute's effects by using chakra to seal the sense of hearing. But now, strengthened by Qingyun's mental power, the technique's potency had soared. Except for the elite Jonin, none of the Genin or Chunin could withstand its effects. Damn it, covering our ears doesn't work. That flute is laced with powerful genjutsu. Our Genin and Chunin can't hold out much longer. What's happening? This is bad. Nishimura Taman, Raza, hurry up and find that enemy ninja and stop his attack, or the lower ranks will be finished. Hearing the cries and shouts outside, Ebizo and Chiyo rushed out, assuming it was Orochimaru and his squad returning for vengeance. However, the sight before them made their expressions change dramatically. The patrolling Genin and Chunin at the edge of the camp lay sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, their faces twisted in agony, their deaths gruesome and pitiful. In the center of the camp, the other Genin and Chunin were also lying on the ground, continually crying out in pain, clearly on the verge of collapse. Only those Genin at the back of the camp seemed relatively unharmed. They had not suffered any serious injuries. Even so, the situation left both Ebizo and Chiyo looking grim, their anger expressed in tightly clenched jaws. Responding to the call, Nishimura Taman and Raza answered and dashed out of the camp with a squad of Jonin, intent on pursuing Xiao Yin and tracking down Qingyan. Seeing Raza and Nishimura Taman emerge, Qingyan let out a cold snort, but did not retreat. Instead, he continued to play his melody, Azure Tides Are Rising, while weaving lightly around the Sand Village camp, using his graceful footwork to stay just out of reach. Damn it, he's so fast. It's like chasing a fish in water. We can't land a single hit. Nishimura Taman, frustrated beyond words, watched Qingyun slip away again and again. Raza's expression was no better. He hadn't expected that, aside from being proficient in fire and lightning techniques and swordsmanship, Qingyun also possessed such a bizarre illusion technique, capable of deadly sound attacks. If he couldn't be stopped, letting him play on like this, their Genin and Chunin would suffer disastrous losses. Right now, he deeply regretted never learning the barrier technique from his teacher. If he had, he might at least be able to restrain Qingyun's illusions to some extent. Lady Chiyo, Lord Ebizo, that kid is just too fast. We can't touch him at all. After a while in futile pursuit, Nishimura Taman turned back in frustration to ask Ebizo and Chiyo for help. Useless. Sister, you stay and guard the camp. I'll go after that brat myself. Ebizo cursed loudly before turning to address Chiyo. Be careful. Don't chase too far. Watch for any traps. Chiyo nodded and cautioned him, her voice heavy with worry. She felt something was off about tonight's events. It was impossible that Konoha would send just a single child like Qingyun. She suspected he was only a decoy, and that Konoha's real aim was to lure away their best fighters and ambush them. Don't worry, sister. The brat's just a bit tricky. His real strength is far from Kage level. Nothing will go wrong. With that, Ebizo took a team of Jonin and set off in pursuit of Qingyun. Seeing Ebizo himself emerge, Qingyun didn't hesitate. He immediately turned and ran. Ebizo, frustrated, could only lead his team back to camp. Yet, soon after he returned, Qingyun reappeared and resumed playing his haunting melody outside, agitating him further. While Qingyun harassed the Sand Village camp by night, on the perimeter of Konoha's defenses against the Iwagakure front, another plot was quietly brewing. My lord, are we really going to attack Konoha? Konoha is the most powerful among the 5 great shinobi villages. Salamander Shinda addressed Hanzo the Salamander, his voice tinged with fear. Those villages, Iwagakure, Konoha, and Sunagakure, have been waging war in my land of rain for years, leaving my people destitute and miserable. If I don't teach them a lesson, will they really believe my title, demigod of the Salamander, is nothing but empty fame? After hearing the words from Salamander Shinda, Hanzo the Salamander let out a cold snort, a glint of hatred flickering in his eyes as he gazed toward the distant Konoha encampment. In a moment, you go summon your salamander at the Konoha camp and unleash the poison. I'll lead our forces to seize their stronghold in the chaos. Yes, my lord. Though Shinda was still afraid, his fear of Hanzo was far greater than anything Konoha could inspire. Steeling himself, he set off quietly towards the Konoha camp. Once close to the perimeter, he bit his finger and quickly formed a series of hand seals. Summoning Jutsu Dawn, spread the poison. As soon as he summoned his contract beast, he issued the command without hesitation. The salamander named Dawn, though incapable of speech, was intelligent enough to understand. At Shinda's order, it immediately began to release its toxin. Billowing clouds of black gas soon rose above the Konoha camp, spreading quickly through the air. One by one, the Leaf Ninja collapsed, their faces turning a deep purple. This is bad. We're under attack. Above, the heavens stretched endlessly, stars snuffed out by darkness. The pale moon hid behind the clouds as night blanketed the world, oppressive and silent. Only the occasional crackle of campfires burning through damp wood and the ceaseless drumming of rain disturbed the hush. Suddenly, one by one, the Chunin on patrol at Konoha's front line, ever watchful for an Iwagakure assault, began to collapse. Each ninja dropped to the ground, their faces darkening, foaming at the mouth. This is bad. We're being attacked. At last, a Jonin sensed something was wrong. He let out a desperate, piercing yell before swiftly forming hand signs. Wind style, thousand faces gale. His urgent warning jolted the dozing Konoha ninja to their feet. Instantly alert, they spilled out from their tents and quickly formed a defensive line. Dan Kato was among the first to emerge. His gaze was grave as he saw, by the firelight, a dense black fog rolling menacingly toward the Konoha camp. All wind-style users, scatter the poison with your jutsu. Earth-style users, prepare your defenses. Fire and water-style users, stand by for coordinated attacks. If you spot any intruders, strike at once. Dan barked out his orders, and the surrounding ninja sprang into action with lightning speed. As the formation solidified, a tense and lethal atmosphere settled in the air. Every ninja stood taut with nerves, eyes fixed ahead, ready to launch a deadly counterstrike against any enemy who appeared. But Dan Kato's brow remained tightly knit. This immense cloud of poisonous gas clearly wasn't something a Wagakure could unleash. Could this be an attack from Sunagakure instead? With this thought, Dan Kato immediately gave a concise order to the surrounding ninjas, then sat cross-legged on the ground. His hands moved with astonishing speed, forming seals. Spirit transformation technique. At once, Dan Kato's soul separated from his body and began to rise into the air. He glanced down one last time, then, without further hesitation, darted rapidly forward. Before long, Dan Kato's spirit arrived at Hanzo's location. Hanzo, what do you think you're doing? Why did you attack Konoha's camp? Hanzo sneered. Dan Kato, even though your spirit transformation technique is troublesome, you're still no match for me. Konoha and the other ninja villages have turned my land of rain into their battlefield, fighting as they please and plunging my people into misery. Now it's time I taught you all a lesson. Not just Konoha, but neither a Wagakure nor Sunagakure will escape my wrath. As soon as Hanzo finished, he formed a series of seals with one hand at an almost impossible speed. In the blink of an eye, he completed the body flicker technique, brandishing a reaper's scythe, dark and sinister, shrouded in a toxic mist that edged the blade with a faint purple glow. The scythe sliced through Dan Kato's soul. At first, he paid it no mind. In his spirit transformation form, he was pure spirit, immune to physical assaults and most ninjutsu. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, a surge of mortal danger flooded his senses. Without time to reflect, Dan Kato hastily dodged away. But he was still a moment too slow. Hanzo's scythe clipped his left hand, and though Dan Kato should have been safe from physical harm, the instant the blade touched his soul, a wave of numbness surged from his hand straight to his mind. This is bad. Damn it, I was careless. Dan Kato hadn't expected Hanzo's poison to affect even the soul itself. Gritting his teeth against the numbness, he rushed desperately back toward the camp. This is urgent. Tanaka, Geichi, go at once and summon Tsunade for reinforcements. Hanzo's sudden assault means he's declared war on Konoha. Watanabe Saburo, prepare a report and send it to the Hokage with a ninja hawk. The rest of you, fall back with me as we fight. Yes, sir. Hearing Dan Kato's instructions, the Konoha ninjas responded with unwavering determination, carrying out his orders to the letter. Elsewhere, Chinyin still had no idea what had happened on Dan Kato's side. After harassing the Sunagakure ninjas 3 times in a row, Chiyo and Ebizo found themselves truly exasperated. Even deploying elite Jonin to patrol the camp couldn't stop Chinyin, whose movements were so unpredictable he breezed right past every effort to catch him. Left with no other options, Chiyo and Ebizo finally decided it was time to set a trap and surround him. If they could restrict Chinyun's movement, he would stand no chance against both of them. With the plan in place, the next time Chinyun approached the Sunagakure camp, Ebizo led a team of elite Jonin, already lying in wait, and gave chase. Meanwhile, Chiyo led another group around the back, quietly cutting off Chinyun's escape route. What Chiyo didn't know was that Orochimaru had already stationed a swarm of snakes in the underground all around them. No sooner had Chiyo left than Orochimaru received word. Get ready. Chiyo and her group have left the camp. The Sand Village camp is now vulnerable. Once Qin has lured them far enough away, we'll make our move. You'll be in charge of burning their supplies, and I'll take care of the medical ninjas and cover our retreat. Orochimaru outlined the plan to Jiraiya, his tone cool and precise. Jiraiya listened with a grave expression and nodded firmly. Though he usually carried himself with an air of nonchalance, when it came to serious matters, he was nothing if not reliable. This opportunity had been hard-won by Qin efforts, and Jiraiya was determined not to let him down. The two then led their teams, silently approaching the Sand Village camp. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin noticed that Ebizo was relentlessly pursuing him. A glimmer of suspicion flashed in Qin eyes, but after a moment's thought, he realized Ebizo's intentions. With a cold sneer, Qin pushed his speed to the limit, vanishing into a blur as he raced toward a towering mountain in the distance. Before long, Qin reached the foot of the mountain. Just as he guessed, Chiyo had already brought her forces to encircle him there. Young man, there's nowhere left to run. Give up and surrender. With your talent, I'm sure old Sarutobi will pay handsomely in resources to ransom you back. Chiyo sneered, her eyes fixed on Qin, her forces blocking every escape route. Ah, old woman, do you really think you've got me cornered? Qin retorted. Lightning style, Chidori. As he spoke, his hands wove through a rapid series of hand seals. Instantly, crimson lightning crackled wildly in his right hand, casting a fierce light. Qin shot Chiyo a strange, calculating look, then, without hesitation, dashed up the slope, straight into the mountains. Chiyo caught that unsettling glint in Qin's eyes, and unease bubbled up inside her. Yet she saw no trace of leaf ninjas lurking nearby. There was no way Konoha had set up an ambush in such a place. She simply couldn't believe it. Elsewhere, Qin darted forward, a streak of red lightning flashing through the rain, breaking for the mountaintop. The Sand Village Jonin scrambled to unleash their ninjutsu, trying in vain to block his route. But Qin was too fast, his reflexes far sharper than theirs. The Sand Village encirclement was not yet complete, and he slipped through the gap. Dodging attacks, he took down a Jonin in his path and dashed even faster toward the peak. Rain poured steadily from the sky, soaking Qin to the bone. His eyes gleamed as he looked skyward, then shot a glance at the chasing Chiyo and her reinforcements below. With a cold smile, he wasted no time. His hands flew through seals, and fire-style after fire-style jutsu erupted from him, launching into the air. Is he out his mind? Chiyo watched his antics, doubt flickering across her face. Yet her unease only grew, driving her to hastily organize the Sand Village Jonin for an all-out attack against Qin. Meanwhile, Qin gazed up at the sky, watching as the clash between the fire release and the rain birthed thick clouds of steam. His face grew ever more animated with excitement. As the thick steam gathered, it gradually gave rise to dark storm clouds. A crack of thunder split the air. At last, right before the Sand Ninja Village's assault could strike, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky. A sly grin crept over Qin's face. Enjoy the feast I prepared for you, Chiyo. Lightning release, Kirin. Red lightning crackled around Qin's right hand as he focused on stabilizing its ferocity, raising his arm toward the flashes darting across the heavens. In a heartbeat, the power of Chidori connected with the lightning above. With spiritual force drawn tight, the storm's electric fury slowly formed into the shape of a mythical Kirin. Chiyo's instinct screamed in alarm as she witnessed the spectacle. This is bad, retreat. Her shrill command cut through the chaos, and in desperation, she dashed down the mountainside. The nearby ninjas, panicking at her cry, unleashed everything they had, sprinting at top speed for the safety below. Thinking of escaping now. Too late. Qin sneered, then sent the crimson and white Kirin roaring toward the ranks of Sand Ninja. A deafening explosion erupted, a blinding, swirling light of red and white. The anonymous mountain shuddered, its entire mass forced 3 or 4 meters lower. Stones and rubble rained in all directions. Of those Sand Ninja, including many Jonin and elite Jonin besieging Qin, more than half fell, dead or wounded. Chiyo and Ebizo cast terrified glances at Qin, standing alone atop the peak, dreading he might unleash another monstrous ninjutsu. Without pausing, they gathered the surviving shinobi and raced back toward their camp. Yet, what they did not know was that had they turned and attacked Qin in that moment, he might have been forced to swallow the blood bodhi and desperately break through their lines. At that moment, spent from unleashing the Kirin, Qin collapsed to the ground. It was hard to tell whether rain or sweat slicked his pale face. Every ounce of strength had fled his body. Where once abundant energy flowed, only emptiness remained. A burning pain throbbed through his right arm, proof of how severely his meridians had been strained. He glanced down at the retreating figures of Chiyo and her comrades, finally allowing himself to relax a fraction. Carefully, he stashed the blood bodhi back into his system's storage, clenched his teeth against the pain, and circulated the energy of the 9 yin and 9 yang techniques to recover his inner reserves. Elsewhere, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had seized their chance while Chiyo led most of the Jonin and elite Jonin out of the camp. Quietly, they snuck several hand-picked strike teams into the Sand Village's base. With most top fighters gone, the defense in the Sand Ninja camp was dangerously thin. Orochimaru and Jiraiya split up. Jiraiya located the main supplies depot and set explosive tags, then lay in wait for Orochimaru's signal. Orochimaru made his way stealthily to a temporary hospital near Sunagakure and silently dispatched several patrolling sand ninja. Then, with a flurry of rapid hand seals, he aimed at the hospital and invoked his technique, summoning jutsu, formation of 10,000 serpents. In an instant, dense swarms of snakes slithered toward the medical ninja inside the hospital. Many of the Sunagakure medics, still deep in sleep, were killed by Orochimaru's venomous serpents before they even knew what was happening. Not good. We're under attack. Suddenly, a ninja noticed the ground was crawling with poisonous snakes and let out a terrified scream. The previously silent night was shattered by this piercing cry, and the Sunagakure ninja quickly began to rally and assemble. Summoning Jutsu Manda, with a great burst of white smoke, a gigantic snake appeared in the middle of the chaos. Orochimaru, this time I expect 100 sacrifices for my service, Manda said coldly, gazing at Orochimaru. Orochimaru gave a wicked smile. If you have the ability, you can eat as many as you like. With that, Orochimaru and his elite squad leaped onto Manda's massive head. Encouraged by Orochimaru's promise, Manda thrashed his colossal body and charged toward the cluster of sand ninja ahead. As Manda drew near the enemy, his gaping maw lunged hungrily at the defenders. All the Sunagakure ninjutsu thrown at Manda had no effect at all. They were mere tickles against his armored scales, unable to break through his formidable defense. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, noticing Orochimaru had summoned Manda, immediately ignited an explosive tag. He quickly summoned Gamabunta and, together with his squad, mounted the Toad Boss, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu on the Sand Ninja while forcing a breakthrough. After a fierce onslaught, the two squads converged and cut a bloody path out of the enemy encampment. Working together with their powerful summons and elite ninja squads, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya successfully smashed through the Sunagakure resistance and broke free. But just as they exited the camp, a blinding red and white streak flashed across the distant sky, followed closely by an ear-splitting explosion that thundered in everyone's ears. Could that have been caused by Qingyun? Jiraiya finally managed to close his gaping mouth, then turned with difficulty to look at Orochimaru, his voice full of awe. Orochimaru, that was insanely powerful. I could feel the terrorial force from all the way over here. That's right, Jiraiya. Do you know what ninja could wield such a technique? Asked Gamabunta, puffing thoughtfully on the water pipe in his mouth. The elite squad members could only stare in shock at the distant spectacle, wide-eyed and speechless. All right, regardless of whether it was Qingyun or not, our priority is to get back, Orochimaru said, snapping out of his daze at the sound of Jiraiya and the summon's voices, and urging the group onward. Their mission was complete. No matter what happened with Qingyun now, they had to return to the Leaf Village camp before Chiyo and her troops came back. On the other side, Qingyun sat cross-legged atop the ruins of a mountain. The two great techniques, 9 yang and 9 yin, circulated rapidly within him, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his Baihui acupoint, where Qingyun refined it into pure 9 yang and 9 yin internal energy. After restoring about half of his energy, Qingyun chose not to continue recuperating. It wasn't wise to linger here. If not for the weakness of his body earlier, Qingyun wouldn't have dared remain in this place to heal at all. Now, with some strength regained, Qingyun planned to hurry toward the Konoha encampment. However, the moment he got to his feet, a sharp pain slashed through his body, as if thousands of blades were carving deep into his flesh. The agony nearly made him collapse right where he stood. Damn it, I truly underestimated the power of the world itself. Though this lightning was conjured by human means, it still carries a trace of heaven and earth's might within. It seems I'll need to find a way to improve this technique, or it'll be impossible to use it regularly in battle. No wonder, in the original story, Sasuke used this power only once and rarely ever after. Using it takes too great a toll on the body. Qing Yun managed a bitter smile and circulated the 9-yang energy through a full cycle, only then feeling somewhat better. Without further delay, he rushed toward the Konoha frontline camp. At the Konoha camp, inside the temporary field hospital, Tsunade was deep in research on Chiyo's poison. All at once, a terrifying surge of energy swept through the area, followed by a distant explosion that rumbled to her ears. Tsunade's expression changed dramatically as she rushed out of her tent. Gazing into the distance, she saw faint flashes of red and white light and heard the echo of continuous blasts. Tsunade had no idea what was happening out there. She hurriedly searched for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, but after a long search, found neither in the camp. Qing Yun was missing as well. Face dark with worry, Tsunade clenched her fists. Damn it, what kind of mess have you idiots gotten into without telling me? Are those disturbances you're doing? While Tsunade hesitated, debating whether to head out and investigate, Orochimaru and Jiraiya returned to the camp at the head of their teams. You damn fools! What have you been hiding from me? What's going on out there? Where's Qing Yun? Tsunade demanded, glaring at Orochimaru and Jiraiya as they led their squads back. But even as she scanned the crowd, she saw no sign of Qing Yun. A deep unease welled up within her, and she pressed for answers. Jiraiya hesitated, words failing him. Orochimaru fell silent as well. You two idiots, say something. Where did Qing Yun go? Tsunade grew more anxious seeing their silence. Tsunade, don't worry. Qing Yun should be fine. In fact, this entire plan was his idea. Orochimaru sighed, then explained Qing Yun's plan in full detail to Tsunade. You two idiots. Qing Yun is just a child, and you dare to use him as bait? If anything happens to him, I swear I'll never forgive you. With that, Tsunade dashed out of the camp. Orochimaru and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, letting out wry smiles. They ended their summoning jutsu, made sure the elite units assigned to attack the Sand Ninja camp were in order, and then quickly followed after Tsunade. Tsunade's face was filled with anxiety as she rushed toward the direction where the explosion had sounded, silently praying the whole way that Qing Yun would be safe. Halfway there, Tsunade and her two companions caught sight of Qing Yun. His body was pitch black, skin ghostly pale. Tsunade hurried to his side and began to check his injuries. With a soft cough, Qing Yun forced a smile. Teacher, don't worry. I'm really fine. It'll just take me a while to recover. That's all. You. Tsunade's face darkened as she examined Qing Yun's wounds. Hearing his words, she instinctively raised her hand, wanting to give him a swift knock on the head. But seeing his current state, she could only lower her hand with frustration and snapped. You fool. Do you have any idea how serious your injuries are? All your meridians are burned and shrunken by lightning. Your right arm especially. If you don't get proper treatment, you could be crippled for good. Qing Yun tried to laugh. Well, I guess I underestimated how powerful that jutsu really was. Ouch. As he sheepishly reached up to scratch his head, a sharp pain shot through him, making his whole body tense up as he sucked in a breath. Tsunade, watching his face contort in pain, couldn't help but chuckle. Let that be a lesson to you. Maybe next time you will think twice before using a technique you haven't mastered. I bet you'll remember that hurt, won't you? All right, Tsunade. Since Qing Yun is going to be okay, let's get back to the camp, Orochimaru interjected. His eyes were sharp with curiosity. For that attack just now, he was deeply intrigued by what sort of jutsu could have such power, greater even than what a Kage could unleash. But with Qing Yun so badly injured, now wasn't the time for questions. Interrupting Tsunade's teasing, Jiraiya hoisted Qing Yun onto his back, and the four of them hurried back to camp. Just as they returned, an Umbu ninja wearing a fox mask arrived, escorting another ninja who was severely wounded. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya. Urgent report from Lord Dan's position. Hearing this, Qing Yun's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but glance nervously at Tsunade. Damn, is Kato Dan going to die? What? Something happened to Dan? Don't tell me Inoki himself attacked the front lines? Tsunade's expression changed drastically, her voice filled with worry. At that moment, the Konoha outpost facing the Hidden Stone's front lines was nothing but a wasteland. All around, the remnants of jutsu and deadly poisons lingered, while scattered across the ground, mutilated bodies told a silent, tragic story. In the distance, Dan Kato led the remaining Konoha ninja in a desperate retreat. However, Hanzo of the Salamander struck with astonishing speed, and the force of his poison was overwhelming. Konoha's shinobi could not possibly hold him off for long. Tsunade, I'm sorry. I might not be able to keep my promise after all. Dan cast a final glance in the direction where Tsunade stood, longing flickering in his eyes, then slowly collapsed into the rain-soaked battlefield. Dan, hold on. He coughed, a weak smile on his face. Tsunade, it's good to see you one last time. Dan was drenched in blood. Much of his kidney was gone, his abdomen gaping open, with organs spilling free alongside the torrent of blood. Tsunade poured all her strength into her mystic palm technique, but it availed nothing. Rain pattered relentlessly from the heavens. Whether it was raindrops or tears running down Tsunade's cheeks, she no longer knew. Her grief was written plainly on her face as she gazed at Dan, lying helplessly in a pool of blood, desperately using her healing jutsu to keep the wounds from worsening. Upon seeing Tsunade, along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya leading reinforcements, Hanzo hesitated for a moment, then released a thick cloud of poison. He rallied the Hidden Rain Ninja to withdraw swiftly. After a night-long battle, their chakra was heavily depleted, and fighting Konoha's fresh elite now would be disastrous. Orochimaru and Jiraiya pursued for a while, but Hanzo's poison proved so deadly they were forced to halt, turning instead to cleaning up the battlefield and gathering the bodies of fallen comrades. Shortly after, Orochimaru and Jiraiya walked to stand beside Aoyun, silently watching Tsunade. She knelt by Dan, pouring every ounce of chakra she had into healing energy, as if the supply were endless, desperately pushing it into his broken body. But Dan's wounds were simply too dire, his organs ravaged, his kidneys torn nearly in half, his intestines spilling from his mangled abdomen. Even if Aoyun had offered the miraculous blood bodhi, he might not be saved, much less with just Tsunade's healing jutsu. He coughed wetly. Tsunade, don't waste your strength. Seeing you one last time, I have no regrets. Only, I wish I become Hokage, kept my promise to you. His voice grew fainter. Tsunade, don't be sad. This is my fate. Please, take care of my niece, Shizun. Her parents died in the war, and I don't want her to be alone. Suddenly, as if lit by one last flicker of life, Dan's face flushed with color. He broke Tsunade's healing trance with a quiet cough and spoke his final wish. No, Dan, you can't leave me. I won't allow you to die. Desperation filled Tsunade's eyes as she looked down at Dan, lying amid rain and blood, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Tsunade, please promise me. Take care of Shizun, and don't grieve for me. I want you to live a joyful life from now on. With enormous effort, Dan raised a trembling hand and, smiling, brushed the tears from Tsunade's cheeks. Tsunade watched as blood trickled endlessly from Dan Kato's lips, and yet, in his final moments, his eyes grew infinitely gentle. Listening to his last request, Tsunade mustered a strained, bittersweet smile and nodded. Dan, I promise you. Thank you, Tsunade. Chasing after you and winning your heart has been the proudest achievement of my life. If only I could remain by your side for the rest of our days. But now, I hope you will one day meet someone who loves you even more than I did. Seeing Tsunade agree to his final wish, a faint smile appeared on Dan's face. His words grew faint and soft, and the hand that once rested on Tsunade's cheek slipped away, its strength spent. Done? Tsunade cried out with a heart-wrenching scream as Dan Kato passed away completely. Her body slackened with helpless grief, and she collapsed beside him, letting the cold rain wash over her. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked on in silence. They had witnessed too much loss and too much death. For a long time, they believed themselves numb to such pain. Orochimaru had never been close to Dan, but because of Tsunade, they gradually became friends. Through years of fighting side by side on the battlefield, their lives interwoven, they forged a quiet bond. Now, seeing Dan die so tragically before their eyes, that old ache of loss was rekindled within them. Orochimaru's eyes, in particular, flickered as a persistent thought echoed in his heart. Life is so fragile. If I were to fall as Dan has, waiting helplessly for death's approach, what would I do then? Would I face it with the same calm acceptance? He questioned himself over and over, until finally, Orochimaru shook his head. He would not follow in Dan's footsteps. He would devote himself to the study of immortality. Only then could he be freed forever from the agony of death. Qingyun was unaware that, beside him, Orochimaru was being quietly reshaped towards the path the original story foretold. Seeing Tsunade's grief, Qingyun's own heart ached with regret. If only I had warned Tsunade about the possibility of Dan's death, perhaps they might have reached him in time. If Dan had lived, Tsunade wouldn't be in such pain. If only. After a long while, Qingyun shook his head. He realized he never knew exactly when Dan would be attacked, and Rain Village was such a minor force among shinobi. Even if he had spoken of Hanzo launching a sudden war, Tsunade and the others probably wouldn't have believed him. The title of demigod Hanzo was bestowed by the entire ninja world, with a legendary record to support it. If Qingyun had spoken out, perhaps Tsunade and her friends would simply have grown more vigilant around Hanzo. But regrettably, in his past life watching Naruto, Qingyun had always thought Hanzo was nothing short of a monster. strong enough to defeat the trio in their youth, to force Nagato's hand against Yahiko, to stand alone against the combined might of 3 great ninja villages. However, after arriving in this world and spending quite some time here, Chingyun sought news of Hanzo, both openly and in secret ever since graduation. Unfortunately, those who knew of Hanzo only recognized him as a leader of the Hidden Rain village. As for his true abilities, no one had any clue. Now, ask yourself, with such scant information about Hanzo, if Chingyun claimed that he would launch a sudden and unprovoked attack on the mighty village of Konoha, would Tsunade and the others really believe him? So, after a brief moment of self-reproach, Chingyun let go of his doubts. Thankfully, Nawaki was still alive, and even if Dan perished right before Tsunade's eyes, she would grieve deeply for a while, but eventually, she would heal. Thinking this, Chingyun slowly stepped forward and gently helped Tsunade up from the ground. Sensei, please accept my condolences and try to move on. Though Elder Dan is gone, have you truly forgotten the final words he spoke? What you need to do now is pull yourself together. Only you can neutralize Hanzo's poison. The situation is growing ever more complicated. Though the Sand Village has temporarily withdrawn, the Stone Village still lurks hungrily nearby, waiting for a chance. And Hanzo's poison is even more formidable than Chiyo's most potent concoctions. If you give in to despair now, then when we next encounter Hanzo, or should he attack again, countless more Konoha shinobi will meet the same tragic fate as Elder Dan. Is that truly something you're willing to see? Tsunade's eyes have been empty and lifeless, but after hearing Chingyun's words, her gaze slowly refocused and a faint light returned to her eyes. Though the pain had not fully lifted, Chingyun could tell that his words had reached her. Seeing this, Chingyun felt a little more at ease. If Tsunade remained trapped within her own grief, he feared she might develop hemophobia just as she had in the original timeline. Even if it wasn't as severe, it would still affect her abilities in battle. Tsunade gazed at Chingyun's youthful face and the concern in his eyes. She nodded slightly, then kneeled down and carefully sealed Dan's body within a special scroll. Turning to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, she spoke in a quiet voice. Let's go. We'll discuss everything further once we're back at the camp. Orochimaru and Jiraiya both nodded in understanding. With a glance at their comrades who had just finished cleaning up the battlefield, Orochimaru gave a commanding wave, and the entire group raced off toward camp at full speed. Before long, they arrived back at the camp. Chingyun wanted to pitch in and help, but Tsunade, with a rare display of authority, ordered him to go and get some rest, leaving him no choice but to comply. What do we do now? After the 3 of them entered the command tent, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade and Orochimaru, asking quietly. Though Tsunade had somewhat regained her composure, the loss of Dan still haunted her, leaving her heart and mind in turmoil. She remained silent, even as Jiraiya spoke, lost in her thoughts. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade and sighed. Our most urgent task is to develop an antidote to the poison. Tsunade, we'll leave this to you. For now, we'll set up camp here. If everything goes as expected, the Sand Ninja Village will retreat tomorrow. Even if they don't pull back all the way to their village, there's no way they'll linger within the borders of the Land of Rain. Once they've withdrawn, we'll move our base to the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain to guard against Hanzo, making trouble by invading into Fire Country territory. Besides that, someone will need to escort the wounded back to Konoha and deliver our latest intelligence to the sensei. Even though Dan Kato sent a report earlier, it couldn't possibly have explained everything in detail. Right now, because of Hanzo, we've suffered heavy losses among our Konoha frontline shinobi. Nearly all of Dan Kato's unit has been wiped out, and we are in desperate need of reinforcements. Let Chingyun go back. He's seriously wounded and needs time to recover. There's little he can do at the front right now. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Tsunade responded in her usual calm and cool voice. Hearing this, Orochimaru and Jiraiya shared a look and could only nod helplessly. They understood Tsunade's feelings. Dan Kato was gone, and she didn't want her one and only student to share the same fate. The next morning, Chingyun got up early. After a night's rest, his wounds had improved a great deal. The pain that had felt like knives slicing through him all over had eased. Inside, his meridians had been carefully nourished and healed by the forces of the 9-yang true chi and the healing techniques of the 9 manual. Only the meridians in his right hand remained tightly knotted together, causing him some worry. He knew he would have to patiently unravel these tangles, bit by bit, and then slowly nurture them with true chi. By his own estimate, it would take at least a month for him to fully recover. After getting up, Chingyun stretched a little and made his way to the camp's makeshift medical tent. As the surrounding ninjas greeted him, Chingyun simply nodded in return, saying nothing. He wasn't here to treat the wounded. He was still a patient himself. Since Tsunade had ordered him to rest, he definitely wouldn't go looking for trouble on his own. The real reason he came today was to see if Tsunade was holding up. He knew that, after yesterday's events, and with many shinobi poisoned by Chiyo's special blend and by the powerful toxins of Hanzo's salamander, there would be survivors from Dan Kato's squad in urgent need of treatment. There was no chance Tsunade would have found time to sleep. Surely, she'd spent the night poring over antidotes and serum formulas. Sure enough, after asking a few people about Tsunade's whereabouts, Qingyun pulled back the curtain of her tent and found her clad in a lab coat, her blonde hair tousled, fatigue etched into her features. Sensei, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be resting and taking care of yourself? Tsunade frowned, her voice tinged with annoyance as she heard Qingyun's voice. Don't worry, Sensei. I'm mostly recovered, just the meridians in my right hand are a bit troublesome and need some time to heal. Seeing Tsunade so concerned about him even in this state, Qingyun felt a warm current flow through his heart and reassured her gently. At his words, Tsunade looked into Qingyun's eyes, certain he wasn't lying. In a flash, she moved to his side and grabbed his hand to examine it carefully. The result left Tsunade utterly astonished. She was well aware of just how severe Qingyun's injuries were last night, the sort that would have taken over a month to recover from, even with her skills. Yet now, with only half the night gone, Qingyun's depleted meridians had fully recovered, and his internal injuries were nearly healed. Only the right-hand meridians remained knotted. Everything else was almost back to normal. Tsunade gazed at Qingyun in disbelief. The wounds he'd sustained would have challenged even her, and she'd estimated that he would need at least a month of intensive care to look this well again. But what of Qingyun? He'd healed most of it on his own, in just half a night. Truly remarkable. Sensei, I've been working on my own method for healing injuries. Also, my chakra seems to be a bit different. It has some rather special effects when it comes to treating internal damage. As he spoke, Qingyun gently channeled some of his Jiu-Yang true energy into Tsunade's body. The Jiu-Yang true energy, infused with the vitality of nature itself, coursed once through Tsunade's body, and she felt a powerful surge. All fatigue from a night of studying toxins evaporated in an instant. Just, how did you manage this, you little rascal? Tsunade stared at Qingyun in disbelief. Sensei, I'm all grown up now. Can we drop the little rascal? As for why my chakra is so different, well, I'm still figuring it out. Once I have answers, I promise I'll share them with you. And it's not just the unique chakra. I have some excellent healing techniques too. With that, Qingyun picked up a scroll and carefully transcribed the healing and detoxification chapters from the 9E manual, hoping these would be of use to Tsunade. You little scamp. I still prefer back when you call me Sensei Sis. Tsunade accepted the scroll, then absent-mindedly ruffled Qingyun's hair. She knew all too well that Qingyun used to do this just to make her smile, and the thought quietly touched her heart. Looking at Qingyun, now nearly as tall as she was, Tsunade felt a pang, reflecting on how quickly time had passed. Hearing her words, Qingyun couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Back then, when he was still inexperienced and relied on Tsunade for support, the innocent act had been an easy way to win her trust. Now, with strength enough to stand on his own, he couldn't really see himself behaving that way anymore. All right, if you're mostly recovered, come help me with this toxin research. Ding. Second stage mission. Sabotage of supplies complete. Xiao Xian Gong technique completed. Third stage mission unlocked. Blood serum research. Complete this task to earn the 5 Venoms secret manual. No sooner had Tsunade finished speaking than the familiar chime of the system notification rang out. An excited glow appeared on Qingyun's face. Although the recently awarded skills, Little Formless Art and the 5 Poisons manual, weren't especially useful to him for the moment, it didn't stop Qingyun from drawing insight and inspiration from these techniques. Moreover, if he ever met someone he found worthy in the future, he could teach these martial arts to them, just to experience the thrill of bestowing miraculous encounters like an old sage from the legends. With that thought in mind, Qingyun picked up Tsunade's toxin research notes, comparing them to what he already knew, and quickly absorbed the knowledge. He then grabbed a vial containing a mixture of toxins extracted from a ninja's body and began his own research in earnest. He and Tsunade divided the work. Qingyun focused on the composite toxins, while Tsunade worked on the salamander venom. In no time at all, 5 days slipped by. During these 5 days, Orochimaru and Jiraiya split up to lead their respective squads. Jiraiya led a team to monitor the movement of the Sand Village, while Orochimaru prepared his forces to guard against any surprise attack Hanzo might launch against the Land of Fire. Oddly enough, Hanzo himself seemed in no hurry. After he had ambushed and destroyed Kato Dan's unit, he led the ninja of the Hidden Rain Village in retreat, returning to their own territory. Only after a series of investigations did Orochimaru uncover Hanzo's true intentions. Hanzo was using the annihilation of Kato Dan's unit as leverage, showcasing this victory to Rain Country's daimyo as proof of his own strength. He sought to secure the daimyo's full support, enough to bolster his campaign against Konoha, and perhaps even claim a part of the Land of Fire for Rain Country. Up until now, everyone had been confused. Without the daimyo's backing, where did Hanzo find the resources to challenge the well-supplied Konoha? As it turned out, Hanzo had acted first and reported later, intentionally provoking Konoha into a conflict. The Rain Country daimyo would have no choice but to fight when the situation had already escalated. First, while Hanzo's actions were largely motivated by ambition, it could not be denied that he was also channeling the frustrations of his people. Second, Hanzo had wiped out a Konoha frontline position, annihilating almost all the ninjas stationed there. When Konoha received news of a loss, would they simply let it pass? Of course not. Konoha would surely redirect its efforts toward Hanzo and go all out against him. If Hanzo were to suffer defeat due to a lack of supplies, public opinion in Rain Country would overwhelm the daimyo with blame. Besides, if Konoha ended up victorious, they would surely impose heavy war reparations. Instead of sitting by, it made more sense for the daimyo to give Hanzo full support and make the best fight possible. If Hanzo proved formidable enough, maybe Rain Country would reap significant benefits from the war. That was why after crushing Kato Dan's camp, Hanzo paused without making any further moves, giving Konoha a chance to react. Another 5 days passed, with Chin-yun and Tsunade secluded in their tent, refusing to step out as they devoted themselves to research. At long last, they managed to develop serums for both toxins. After conducting one final round of tests and confirming everything was safe, they immediately handed the formula to the medical nin for mass production and began administering the antidote to detoxify the poison ninjas. Phew, finally done researching. Chin-yun, take a day off. Let those who were seriously injured and return for some rest, Tsunade said, stretching her arms as she looked at Chin-yun. All right then. I'll head back for now and return once my injuries are healed. Chin-yun hadn't wanted to leave at this moment, but when he recalled the knotted veins in his right hand, which left him greatly weakened, he realized he had no choice. While he could still form seals with his left hand, he simply couldn't wield a sword left-handed. A swordsman without his sword loses more than just a weapon. He loses his strongest advantages. What's more, now that his six-vein divine sword technique was reduced to using only the lesser Shaozi sword, his offensive ability had plummeted. Rather than stay and become a burden requiring Tsunade's care, it made more sense to return and recover. System alert. 3rd stage mission completed. 5 poisons handbook awarded. 4th stage mission unlocked. Lead the wounded back to Konoha. Mission reward. Bousy Snake Gallbladder, 1 piece. The system notification barely drew a reaction from Chin-yun. He knew the snake gallbladder would do little for his current cultivation, perhaps giving him a bit more energy, but not meaningfully impacting his combat strength. Still, a free reward was nothing to scoff at. Counting the gallbladder he'd earned from a previous mission, Chin-yun now had 2. He planned to soak them in Buddhist smile wine once he returned. Maybe the combined effects would benefit him in some way. If nothing else, he could at least share the results with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki to bolster their strength a bit. Chin-yun didn't dwell on the matter any further and nodded in agreement with Tsunade's suggestion. Seeing Chin-yun so readily accept her request, Tsunade felt as though a weight had lifted from her chest. She had worried he'd refuse and was prepared with a barrage of arguments to persuade him. But, as usual, Chin-yun's considerateness rendered all her preparations unnecessary. The next day, Chin-yun set out for Konoha, joined by a group of severely injured and deeply poisoned ninja, whose recovery would take time even with serum antidotes. One of these ninja made Chin-yun's eyes narrow in surprise. Wait, no way. This guy looks just like the head of the Hyuga clan from when I watched Naruto in my previous life. Could he be a young Heishi? No, that's impossible. Unless, could this be Niji's father, Hisashi, whose tragic fate made so many fans cry? Back when he watched Naruto, there were so many endings that left fans indignant. Take Itachi, for example, a dutiful son with a secret sweet tooth, who ended up enduring a lifetime of bitterness. Or Namikaze Minato and Kushina, whose deaths at the hand of the plot remained a sore point. There was also Jiraiya, steadfastly following his ninja way, setting out for Amigakure to uncover the truth about pain even when he knew the dangers, and ultimately falling at the hands of a former student at Sunset. Still, he gave everything to send his intel back at the very end. Niji, in the early part of Shippuden, was considered Konoha's top prodigy. His cool and handsome features, extraordinary talent, and keen mind won the hearts of many Naruto fans. Unfortunately, the author decided to abruptly kill Niji off for the sake of the plot. In order to save his cousin and her husband, Niji fell to the fatal jutsu of the 10 tails. This left many Naruto fans genuinely heartbroken. What made things worse was that, to highlight Hinata's appeal, some people jokingly attached the so-called Hinata's defenders must die curse to Neji, sparking fierce arguments among online fans. And at the center of what changed Neji's life stood the very man before him now, Hayashi Hyuga's twin, Hisashi Hyuga. When Neji was a child, he witnessed his father being punished by the main family with a caged bird seal for a mistake, leaving a deep scar on his heart. Later, Hisashi took Hayashi's place in death, and even after his passing, his body was sent to the Hidden Cloud Village. These experiences filled the young Neji with a burning resentment toward the main family. He especially resented Hinata. Despite being born to the main family, she dared not reveal her own talents simply to protect her younger sister. During the Chunin exams, Neji's hatred drove him to injure Hinata severely in battle. Watching Hisashi's profile now, Chingyun could only shake his head. Here was yet another tragic origin straight out of the original story. Hayashi's twin brother wore a forehead protector and vest, the mark of an average Chunin at the time. Hisashi Hyuga, at this point, was just another mid-level ninja. Sensing someone's gaze, Hisashi turned and spotted Chingyun watching him. Hisashi offered a gentle smile and nodded. "Do you know me?" Jolted from his thoughts by Hisashi's voice, Chingyun apologized. "Sorry, you reminded me of someone I used to work with in my ninja academy days, Hyuga Run, so I spaced out for a second." He offered a casual excuse. After all, he couldn't very well confess. "I want to take your son as my disciple someday." "Oh, I see. Nice to meet you, Chingyun. I am Hisashi Hyuga. I've heard many tales about you. Your medical ninjutsu is outstanding, and I hear you excel in many other areas as well. You seem to have no weak spots at all. If there's a chance in the future, could we spar in taijutsu sometime?" Hisashi's warm and approachable nature was nothing like the cool aloofness typical of the branch family members. No wonder the clan's branch members would one day gladly follow his lead. With his kind character, solid strength, and his family ties, it was little surprise that Hisashi would have loyal followers. "Of course, I've always been curious about your clan's gentle fist. If you ever get the chance, sparring would help my taijutsu as well." Chingyun nodded lightly, accepting Hisashi's invitation. Afterward, the two of them began chatting casually. Because they were both recovering from injuries, their pace was slow, and it wasn't until 15 days later that the group finally returned to Konoha. After exchanging farewells with Hisashi, Chingyun couldn't wait any longer and hurried toward the Senju clan's ancestral estate. Though it had been less than 2 months since he left, for Aoyun this was the first time he'd been apart from Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki for so long. Naturally, he missed them dearly. However, upon arriving at the Senju clan's ancestral home, Aoyun couldn't find Minato and Kushina anywhere. After asking around, he learned from Nawaki, who was at home recuperating and practicing his ninja techniques, that Tsukumo Hatake had taken them away on a mission. "Big brother, is the battlefield as thrilling as they say?" Nawaki looked at Aoyun with excitement, eyes shining with curiosity. At that, Aoyun rolled his eyes, rapping Nawaki sharply on the head. "Thrilling? You have no idea. When large numbers of ninja clash, if you're not quick enough to react, you could end up getting injured by your own side's techniques. With how slow you are, honestly, I'm worried you'll end up getting hurt by friendly fire before the enemy even touches you. I'm not as hopeless as you make me out to be." Nawaki protested, a disgruntled look on his face. "You dare argue? I specifically trained you to dodge explosive tags, yet this time you managed to get yourself badly hurt by one. If I hadn't been there to heal you with my medical ninjutsu, you'd be 6 feet under by now. Next time, pay more attention. Have you ever thought about what would happen to Grandma Mito if you died? Who would look after your sister? Remember, staying alive comes first. Don't let a few taunts goad you into rushing ahead blindly. When something happens, think of your grandmother and your sister before anything else." Aoyun's words were sharp, but his concern was genuine. After Dan's death on their last mission, Tsunade had been deeply affected, and with Mito growing older by the day, if anything were to happen to Nawaki, Aoyun feared Tsunade would be left wandering the ninja world alone with little Shizun, just as she had in the original story. "Okay, I get it." Nawaki hung his head, answering quietly. Although he hadn't been to the front lines himself, that ambush during a supply run had been more than enough to give him a taste of the battlefield's harsh reality. His companion, Shiho Aburame, had fallen in that fight, and the blow had struck Nawaki hard. Since recovering from his injuries, he threw himself desperately into training at home. Yet without guidance, his progress was slow. Even though Mito Uzumaki was strong and experienced, her health was deteriorating day by day. Nawaki didn't have the heart to bother her for help. Seeing the look on Nawaki's face, Aoyun shook his head. "Enough with that look. If you really want to set foot on the battlefield, first focus on getting stronger. Otherwise, not just your sister, I won't allow it either." At this point, Nawaki no longer held an official position in the village. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't draft him to the battlefield unless Nawaki himself insisted on going. Otherwise, as a mere genin, he was likely to be left alone. Got it, big brother. But am I really that dumb? I've been practicing the water-style techniques that Grandpa Second left behind for ages, but I just can't seem to make sense of them. I've hit a wall with transformation techniques, too. My progress feels so slow right now. Hearing this from Shangshu, who hung his head in discouragement, Qingyun sensed the boy's frustration. Qingyun understood Shangshu's trouble, but couldn't offer much useful advice himself. His own training was highly organized. For now, he planned to focus on developing his wind-style inner energy and transforming it into true qi, making it work in harmony with both nine yang and nine yin energies. During his spare time, Qingyun intended to practice some wind techniques. Once he mastered the alteration of wind nature, he could merge wind element true qi with fire techniques, forming a complementary cycle that would sharply raise his overall strength. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Qingyun's mind, and he quickly asked, Shangshu, do you know Gyuk? You mean that lifelong genin who always carries a big pot on his back? Shangshu was momentarily taken aback by the question, but then confirmed with a question of his own. That's the one. Why? Do you know him well, or something? Qingyun pressed, sensing Shangshu seemed quite familiar with Gyuk. Yeah, his cooking is amazing. It's almost as good as yours, big brother, Shangshu answered, face lighting up with excitement as he went on about Gyuk's food. As Shangshu described all those delicious dishes, Qingyun's stomach gave an insistent growl. He'd eaten his way through all the gourmet rewards the system had given him during their journey, and since they'd been on the move, he hadn't had much time to cook. Just imagining the food made him hungry all over again. Enough about food. That's not what I was asking. Since you know him so well, why don't you ask him to teach you ninjutsu? Qingyun interrupted, steering Shangshu back to the topic. To be honest, Qingyun wasn't sure how strong Gyuk really was, but he remembered from the original story that an elderly Gyuk had managed to defeat a female jonin from the Stone Village, protecting Naruto, who was still weak at the time. That meant that even if Gyuk hadn't reached the Kage level yet, he was at least an elite jonin now. More importantly, Gyuk had once made rash decisions in pursuit of glory, leading to the deaths of two companions. He'd bravely borne the blame and vowed to remain a genin forever as penance. Recognizing this spirit, Tobarama Senju had personally guided him in the art of water-style ninjutsu. Gyuk was therefore a true master of water-style. If Shangshu could learn directly from him, his improvement would surely be swift and dramatic. But big brother, he's just a genin. Why would I ask him to teach me ninjutsu? Qingyun's face darkened at this reply, and he thumped Shangshu on the forehead for good measure. Idiot! What about me? Aren't I a genin too? Do you really think I'm weak? Don't judge people by their rank, you blockhead. If you start looking down on genin, one day you'll find yourself beaten by one. Gujie is an exceptionally powerful ninja. His Kanohoryu, sword technique, Willow, is formidable, and he has mastered numerous water-style techniques. He was personally taught by your granduncle. If he is willing to guide you in learning water-style, you will avoid many detours on your path. Hearing Qingyun's words, Shangshu's eyes widened in shock. He had never expected that the uncle who always carried a rice-cooking pot on his back, who had lost sight in one eye and was known as a forever genin, could be so strong. What surprised him even more was that this uncle had actually received personal guidance in water style directly from his granduncle. As one of only two remaining members of the Senju clan, Shangshu naturally knew his granduncle very well. His granduncle was known throughout the ninja world as the man who had signed a contract with the sea god, someone who could unleash astonishing water-style jutsu even in the driest environments. Moreover, his granduncle had improved many water-style jutsu himself, simplifying intricate hand signs so that powerful techniques could be cast with just a few gestures. That alone speaks volumes about his skill. To have received such personal instruction from his granduncle, Shangshu could scarcely imagine how powerful that made a ninja. Big brother, is that uncle really so incredible? It's absolutely true, Qingyun replied. That's why you should never judge someone's strength by their rank alone. Have you forgotten how Elder Might Due sparred with me the other day? Do you really think if you went all out, you could have lasted even a second against him? There are those who, for all sorts of reasons, may not hold a high ninja rank, but that doesn't mean they aren't strong. If you keep underestimating others like this, you'll surely suffer for it one day. In the future, whenever you face an opponent, Jinin, Chunin, whoever, always give it your all. Only lower your guard when you're certain they pose no threat, when your enemy is truly down and out. Understand? Qingyun rolled his eyes at Shangshu's question. This guy always seemed a little slow on the uptake. Back when Qingyun had sparred with Might Due, Shangshu had been there, yet he seemed to have completely forgotten about it. He thought of those genin in Shippuden, especially Naruto and Sasuke. Even at the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, they were still only genin in name. Yet anyone foolish enough to underestimate them was soon lying several feet under, with weeds growing tall above their graves. If Shu kept up this attitude, he could very well pay dearly for it one day. Oh, got it, big brother. I'll go look for Uncle Guji in a bit. He's probably over by the Liuli River these days. Recalling Might Dewey's strength as Qingyun spoke, Shu shuddered. If he ever treated Might Dewey as just another genin, he'd probably be knocked out in a split second. As long as you understand. Where's your grandmother? Seeing Shu finally take his words to heart, Qingyun felt a little relieved, and then asked after Mito's whereabouts. Grandma is sunbathing in the backyard, big brother. Go find her yourself. I'm headed to Liuli River first to see if Uncle Guji is around. Shu called out to Qingyun, then dashed off toward the direction of Liuli River without waiting for a reply. Watching Shu rush off in his usual whirlwind manner, Qingyun couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. No matter how much Shu grows up, that headstrong nature of his won't be easy to alter. In the future, Qingyun thought he'd have to work on nurturing Shu's sense for battle. After all, as a direct descendant of the Choyoi clan, Shu couldn't be lacking in talent. Otherwise, even with Tsunade's connection, Orochimaru would never have taken him as a disciple in the original story. Dispelling his thoughts about Shu with another shake of the head, Qingyun made his way to the backyard. Qingyun was intimately familiar with the Senju family estate, and before long, he spotted Mito lying on a recliner, eyes closed, soaking in the sun's warmth. Normally, Qingyun wouldn't give this a second thought. For as long as he'd been coming here, Mito was either sunbathing or tending to her flowers. But as he drew closer this time, something felt off. It wasn't just the tremendous vitality and chakra that the Uzumaki clan was known for, nor was it simply the Yin seal that could keep a person eternally youthful. But what did Qingyun see now? Mito's once vivid crimson hair had lost its luster, fading into a dull shade of red, and her face bore a few more wrinkles. Gone was that ageless countenance. The truth was, while the Yin seal could preserve one's youthful appearance, it depended on a constant supply of chakra. And inside Uzumaki Mito resided the Nine Tails. She needed copious amounts of chakra to keep it suppressed and prevent any havoc. Yet as Mito grew older and her life force gradually waned, the strain of keeping the Nine Tails in check took its toll. Maintaining the Yin seal's appearance was becoming too much to bear. An uneasy feeling settled in Qingyun's heart. Mito might not have much time left. Qingyun, you're here, aren't you? Lost in thought, Qingyun was startled when Uzumaki Mito opened her eyes and regarded him with the same gentle warmth as always. Yes, Grandma Mito, Qingyun, pulled from his worries by Mito's voice, looked at her with a trace of sorrow. He wanted to ask about her condition, but the words caught in his throat and refused to come out. Seeing Qingyun's troubled expression, Mito smiled kindly, rose from her recliner, and patted him on the shoulder. In the blink of an eye, little Qingyun has grown so tall. Time truly flies. My dear, there's no need to worry for Grandma. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all part of life. I've lived a long time and seen through many things. Now that my own time is drawing to a close, there's hardly anything I regret, except perhaps a lingering worry for Tsunade, Shunshu, and Kushina, those three children. Though Tsunade has grown up, she wears a strong exterior while her heart remains gentle. If she ever faces trouble in the future, I hope you, little Qingyun, will be there to help her. Rope Tree is a candid, brash child with a mind that's a little slow. He's very much like Hashirama in personality. Unfortunately, Rope Tree doesn't have the extraordinary talent of his grandfather. If you're able to help Rope Tree in the days to come, please do your best to support him. As for Kushina, you already know the weight of her future mission. I am entrusting her to your care. With your abilities and those Sharingan eyes of yours, if the Nine Tails should ever seek chaos again, it will fall to you to keep it in check. Hearing Mito Uzumaki's words, Qingyun fell silent, a heaviness clouding his heart. Mito Uzumaki was a most gentle and compassionate elder. Although she had tested him when they first met, that was only human nature. After all, his own origins were unusual, and Kushina's destiny would be of the utmost importance. She could not afford to be careless. Konoha was the legacy built by her husband's own hands, and she would never want to see it destroyed by the misfortune of war. So it was natural that Mito would test him. If she had been more extreme and quietly arranged for his end, it would not have been unreasonable, especially since, at the time, Qingyun could not have survived a single strike from Uzumaki Mito. But she did not. After testing his intentions, not only did she spare him, but she also took it upon herself to help him grow. It must be said, without Mito's guidance, the training notes she left, and the techniques for honing the Sharingan, Qingyun would never have reached his current strength. Thus, Qingyun always felt deep gratitude toward Mito. And now, seeing such a kind and venerable elder nearing the end of her journey, while he himself could do nothing to help, his heart naturally ached. After a long silence, Qingyun finally lifted his head, looking at Mito Uzumaki. Grandmother, you can rest assured. I'll do everything in my power to look after Lady Tsunade and Rope Tree, and the same for Kushina. As for the Nine Tails, you need not worry. While I'm here, it won't be able to stir up trouble. In fact, I think my Sharingan is on the verge of evolving. A warm, gentle laugh escaped Mito's lips. That's wonderful. Qingyun, I believe in you. You truly are a rare talent to evolve the Sharingan to such a level at your age. Most importantly, your heart has remained steady all along. You never once let the power corrupt your character. Mito gazed at Qingyun, her time-worn eyes filled with genuine satisfaction. As she spoke, she formed a series of hand seals. In an instant, a large scroll materialized before her. Little Qingyun, the very first time I saw you, I sensed a deep unease hidden within you. Though I never learned what it is that you fear, since you never planned to speak of it, I have chosen not to press you for an answer. Grandma doesn't have much left to give you, so let this scroll be your final gift from her. I hope you'll like it. With that, Mito Uzumaki handed the scroll to Qingyun. Baffled, Qingyun accepted the scroll and carefully unrolled it. That first glance startled him out of his calm. This was no ordinary scroll. It contained the complete sealing techniques of the entire Uzumaki clan, along with forbidden jutsu created by Tobarama Senju and simplified training methods for water release. Even some of Hashirama Senju's signature hand seals for wood release were recorded within its pages. Compared to this, the Book of Seals in the Hokage's office suddenly seemed far less comprehensive. At the very least, Qingyun knew that the sealing book guarded in the Hokage's office couldn't possibly compete with this one for sheer depth and power. Grandma, this is far too valuable. I can't possibly accept it. This was a mere politeness. The contents of this book were so priceless that Qingyun honestly had no idea how he could ever repay such a debt, should he accept it. Take it. I had originally intended to take this Book of Seals with me to the afterlife, simply because there hadn't been anyone suitable to inherit it until now. The little monkey might be Hokage, and he loves the village too, but his heart is heavy with personal ambition, and above all, he hesitates too often when it matters. As for Tobarama's other disciples, none of them are worthy to inherit this legacy. I've watched you grow up. Your heart is pure, though you may come across as reserved. You have a good soul. Besides, you're destined to help Kushina suppress the Nine Tails in the future. This Book of Seals will help speed up your growth. But remember, some forbidden techniques within these pages are truly dangerous. Do not teach them to others lightly, and be careful when you practice. Otherwise, you might bring calamity upon yourself. Mito Uzumaki looked at Qingyun with even greater satisfaction. Even when faced with such powerful temptation, he managed to keep his wits about him. When Qingyun tried to return the scroll, she only pushed it back toward him with gentle insistence. Seeing her resolve, Qingyun hesitated for a moment before finally slinging the scroll over his back. He looked up at her, his eyes unwavering. Grandma Mito, I promise I'll do my best to protect Kushina, Tsunade, and Iwaki in the days to come. Mito Uzumaki smiled contentedly, seeing him accept her gift. Good. I see you're still wounded. Go heal yourself soon. As for me, I think I'll rest for a while. I'm getting old, and my spirit isn't what it once was. Qingyun watched as Mito Uzumaki settled herself comfortably on the lounge chair, closed her eyes, and basked quietly in the sunlight. He offered her a respectful bow before turning and making his way out of the Senju compound. The moment he stepped outside and saw that no one was around, and sensing no hidden observers, Qingyun immediately placed the scroll into his system's storage, making sure it was safe. This scroll was far too large. Carrying it through the streets would only draw attention and might well attract those who could trace its origins, bringing no end of trouble to him. Returning to his dwelling in the Forest of Death, Qingyun tidied up a bit and then sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on mending the tangled meridians in his right hand and nourishing them with the energy of the Nine-Yang technique. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During those days, aside from his daily visit to check on Mito Uzumaki outside the whirling waters, Qingyun did little else. Even Shungtu, who had originally been training with Master Uchiha, was called back by Qingyun. The reason was simple. Mito Uzumaki's health was rapidly declining, and Qingyun knew how much elders treasure the presence of their loved ones in their twilight days. Even if it meant delaying his own cultivation a while, Qingyun did not mind. That day, Qingyun and Shungtu were sitting in the garden, chatting and keeping Mito Uzumaki company, when suddenly Kushina's voice rang out cheerfully. Grandma, I'm back. Oh, Qingyun, when did you return? Wonderful. Speaking with delight, Kushina dashed up to Qingyun, taking his arm, her face alight with joy. But unlike usual, Qingyun didn't respond with a smile. Noticing this change, Kushina froze, then shifted her glance towards Mito Uzumaki. Suddenly, anxiety clouded her face as she let go of Qingyun's arm and hurried to Mito's side. "Grandma, are you all right?" Now, Mito Uzumaki had reverted to her original aged appearance. All traces of youth had faded away. Her movements were slow and heavy. It was clear that the draining of her life force had taken its toll, leaving her spirit dimmed. The constant task of restraining the nine tails inside her came at an immense cost, and her final days were closing in. She had no more than a month left. With a gentle chuckle, Mito Uzumaki reached out to pat Kushina, who was squatting by her side. "Kushina, there's nothing wrong. You've come back at just the right time. There are things I need to tell you." She then revealed to Kushina the truth about the tailed beast and her lifelong duty, guiding Kushina's spirit into the world within the seal to meet the nine tails face to face. The revelation left Kushina shaken to the core. She could hardly comprehend it, how she, someday, would have to host such a monster inside her. The very thought of bearing the nine tails within filled her with terror. She staggered to her feet, retreating several steps, tears spilling down her cheeks as she looked at Mito with utter despair. "Grandma Mito, I don't want to be the nine tails vessel. I don't want to become a monster." With that, Kushina turned and fled, her tears scattering through the air. "Grandma, I'll go after Kushina. Don't worry. She just needs time to accept this truth. I'll help her through it. Shang-Tu, stay here and take care of Grandma," Qingyun said gently, offering reassurance to Mito Uzumaki and reminding Shang-Tu to look after her. Then, he dashed off in pursuit of Kushina. With Qingyun's current speed, it was impossible for Kushina to outrun him. In no time at all, he caught up to her. "Woo, Qingyun, I don't want to become the nine tails vessel. Can you help me find a way out, please?" Kushina, blocked by Qingyun, burst into tears and clung to him tightly, desperately hoping he could free her from her fate as the nine tails host. Qingyun looked at Kushina, her face streaked with tears and his heart twisted with pain. He gently patted her back, waiting patiently until her sobs quieted down. Then, grasping her shoulders, he looked her straight in the eyes and said, "Kushina, do you trust me?" "Yes." Kushina, her beautiful eyes still brimming with tears, looked at Qingyun and answered without a moment's hesitation. "Then let me tell you a story. After the first Hokage founded the Leaf Village, he began to tell her the story of how Mito Uzumaki became a Jinchuriki. Kushina, I can take you away right now. With my strength, it will be easy to help you leave the leaf unnoticed by the Hokage. But before we go, I want you to think carefully. Are you willing to leave this world with regret, unable to fulfill Lady Mito's last wish? If I take you away, we'll be considered rogue ninja. The others don't matter, but if someday Lady Tsunade, Nawaki, Minato, or Master Tsukumo lead a team to hunt us down, could you bear to strike at them?" He let out a quiet breath. "Now it's time for you to decide. Whatever choice you make, no matter how things turn out, I'll stand by your side." Qingyun said this with utmost sincerity, eyes fixed on Kushina. Hearing his words, Kushina's expression became conflicted. The thought of following Qingyun into exile, becoming an enemy of the leaf, felt unbearable because she couldn't stand the idea of him getting hurt. Becoming a rogue ninja meant turning against her village, and she knew all too well how powerful the leaf was at this moment in history. What's more, she was the chosen Nine Tails vessel. She understood her importance. Even if she usually didn't overthink things, she was far from foolish. Besides, she couldn't bring herself to leave behind Mito Uzumaki, Nawaki, Tsunade, Minato, and Tsukumo. These people had shown her warmth she couldn't bear to lose. "Qingyun, thank you. I've made up my mind. I'll go back and accept my destiny." After a long silence, Kushina finally looked at Qingyun and spoke. "All right, no matter what happens, I'll be with you. The Nine Tails is nothing. For all it's worth, if it ever bullies you, I'll help you teach it a lesson. And one day, when the time is right, I promise I'll help free you from this fate." Qingyun answered with a gentle smile, softly wiping away her tears, and gave his promise to Kushina. After hearing Qingyun's words and seeing the confidence in his eyes, Kushina couldn't help but believe him. Even though she knew the harsh truth, that once someone becomes a Jinchuriki, they're doomed to die if the tailed beast is ever removed, she still trusted that Qingyun would someday help her break free from the Nine Tails. Hand in hand, Kushina and Qingyun walked slowly toward the Senju ancestral home. Before long, they reached the Senju residence. Kushina went to meet Uzumaki Mito alone, while Rope Tree, ever perceptive, quietly excused himself to let them talk in private. Judging by Kushina's expression, I take it Qingyun has convinced her? Mito asked. Yes, Grandma. I will bear the responsibility that's mine, Kushina replied. This time, there was no fear in Kushina's eyes. She knew, whatever the outcome, Qingyun would be by her side. Qingyun had always been true to his word. When he promised to help Kushina graduate together, he made it happen. Now he had vowed to free her from the Nine Tails someday, and she had faith that he would succeed. Good, Mito said with a gentle laugh. Kushina, you've grown up and become so sensible. With Qingyun at your side, I can rest easy. In the next few days, prepare yourself. It's time for the beast to be transferred. Seeing the resolve in Kushina's face, Mito swallowed the words of comfort she'd prepared. She could only nod with relief. For the following days, Qingyun and his friends stayed with Mito, cherishing her company. The only regret was that Tsunade was still stationed at the front lines and couldn't get away, which left Mito with a touch of sadness. Still, Mito did not dwell on this. She took the initiative, instructing Qingyun to notify Hiruzen Sarutobi to prepare the location for transferring the Nine Tails. Today was the day of the tailed beast transfer. The location, deep within the Forest of Death, a space already encased by layers upon layers of barriers and sealing techniques. Ambiyu guarded every approach, leaving no gap whatsoever. The Uchiha clan's most powerful members had also gathered. At the center of the barrier, Qingyun, Kushina, Tsukumo Hitaki, and the Konoha Four stood together, watching nervously as Mito began to form hand seals. As Mito's hands moved in the ritual, an evil, sinister chakra began to seep from within her. It was the Nine Tails chakra. But Mito's strength was formidable. Even in old age, her mastery of sealing techniques ensured that the beast could not rebel at this critical moment. Soon, the Nine Tails was smoothly transferred from Mito into Kushina. The process went without any obstacle, a testament to Mito's strength being far greater than Kushina's. Once the Nine Tails was sealed within Kushina, Mito's vitality faded in an instant. Now, her breathing was faint and feeble, her life force all but exhausted. At the very instant the Nine Tails entered Kushina's body, her chakra surged, channeling more than half of her reserve to connect with Mito Uzumaki's adamantine sealing chains. With formidable will, she suppressed the Nine Tails completely within herself, restraining it so tightly that the beast couldn't even lift a claw. Yet, having the Nine Tails forced into her body was an overwhelmingly uncomfortable experience for Kushina, especially with the demon fox howling and cursing inside her, filling her mind with its furious roars. The constant barrage made her nerves frazzled and her patience were thin. Seeing Kushina's distress, Qingyun's brow furrowed deeply. But with so many people present, he couldn't risk activating his Sharingan, nor could he use his mental powers to enter Kushina's mind and help her subdue the Nine Tails. All he could do was wait for a better opportunity. Kushina, remember your grandmother's words, Mito Uzumaki said, her voice trembling with age and weakness. Even as a Jinchuriki, you are still worthy of love. You've already found your happiness. As long as you hold that happiness close in your heart, you'll never be seduced by the Nine Tails' temptations. Hearing her grandmother's frail but earnest voice, Kushina wept and nodded. I understand, Grandma. Please don't worry. I'll carry out my duty, and I swear I won't let the Nine Tails bring disaster to Konoha. Mito coughed, her breath growing more ragged. I believe you. Nawaki, you must always listen to Qingyun. He may be younger than you, but he's always been steady and mature, while you tend to be hot-headed. If not for Qingyun, I'd be most worried about you after I'm gone. Don't worry, Grandma. I promise I'll listen to big brother Qingyun. Nawaki could barely speak through his tears. And I'll try my hardest too. I want to become a great ninja, just like our granduncles before us. Mito turned then to face Qingyun after bidding farewell to her grandchildren. Qingyun, I entrust them to you. At her words, Qingyun moved to Mito's side and grasped her hand, vowing with unwavering resolve. Grandmother, rest assured, I will keep my promise. As long as I still draw breath, no harm will ever come to them. If anyone dares hurt them, I'll make them regret it for the rest of their days. Mito had always treated Qingyun with kindness, and even now, in her final moments, she had bestowed upon him a priceless gift. There was nothing he could offer in return except his solemn pledge, to watch over Tsunade and Nawaki, the two people she cherished most in this world. With Qingyun's heartfelt promise, a profound peace washed over Mito Uzumaki. Casting one last, regretful glance toward the land of rain, she smiled gently, breathed her final breath, and passed on. Her spirit gradually rose, leaving the mortal world behind for the tranquility of the Pure Land. At the exact instant Mito's life faded away, the spatial seal she had prepared in advance activated, enclosing her body in a pocket dimension, ensuring her remains would rest untouched in another world. When Shin-yun saw Mito Uzumaki's body enveloped by the space-time seal, he finally understood. In the original story, Orochimaru and Kabuto freely manipulated the souls of the dead, raising countless deceased to fight in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yet, for some reason, such a powerful force as Mito Uzumaki was never resurrected for battle. Originally, Shin-yun thought Orochimaru and Kabuto simply feared Mito's formidable sealing techniques, believing she could break free from their control. Only now did he realize the truth. They had never been able to find any of Mito Uzumaki's cells, making it impossible for her to return to the shinobi world through the reanimation jutsu. As Mito's remains entered the sealed space, everyone bowed their heads in silent tribute, seeing her off on her final journey. It was a long while before Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. Hold Lady Mito's funeral as originally planned. Every member of Konoha is to attend. Yes, sir. The leader of the Umbu, Maitate Shizuku, answered firmly, then led the Umbu away, carrying a coffin containing Mito's garments, heading out of the forest of death. Hiruzen wants Shin-yun to stay here. Sakumo, take Kushina and Nawaki and leave. Sakumo, keep an eye on Kushina. Should anything change with her, inform me at once. After Maitate Shizuku's departure, Hiruzen Sarutobi issued his instructions again, this time to Sakumo Hatake. Sakumo nodded after casting a quick glance at Shin-yun. With a face beaded with sweat, he escorted Kushina, who was struggling to suppress the Nine Tails' power, and Nawaki away. Shin-yun, on the other hand, stood silently, his mind racing with speculation about why Hiruzen had asked him to stay. Outwardly, he kept a stoic mask, waiting for Hiruzen to speak. Hiruzen observed Shin-yun's calm composure and nodded in approval. Reports from Orochimaru had already reached his desk, and Hiruzen was more than pleased with Shin-yun. Not only was the boy exceptionally talented, he also showed a keen sense of strategy. Surely, Shin-yun would become a pillar of Konoha in the future. Moreover, before her death, Mito Uzumaki had repeatedly urged Hiruzen to look after Shin-yun, and Shin-yun's own actions had time and again earned his recognition. Hiruzen, judging by Kushina's condition, suppressing the Nine Tails alone might be beyond her. Perhaps it will be better to keep her en route under my supervision. I can ensure the Nine Tails causes no trouble, offered Danzo. Although Danzo had no idea why Hiruzen wanted Shin-yun to stay, he knew exactly where his own priorities lay, getting the Jinchuriki under his control. Shin-yun's brows knitted at Danzo's words, and he shot a sharp glance at the old schemer before looking away. He was certain Hiruzen would never place Kushina in Danzo's hands. That's out of the question, Danzo. Kushina carries with her an unshakable will of fire and has inherited Lady Mito's teachings in full. I firmly believe Kushina will be able to keep the Nine Tails in check. The reason she appears to be struggling right now is simply because she's just become a Jinchuriki and she's not used to it yet. Once she gets accustomed to this power, she won't look the way she does now. Hiruzen Sarutobi, upon hearing Danzo's suggestion, rejected it without a second thought. There was no way he'd joke about this. He knew all too well about Danzo's ambitions. For other matters, he could turn a blind eye if needed, but when it came to something as important as the Nine Tails, there was no way he'd let Danzo make a mess of it. But, there's no but. That's final. Danzo, I'm warning you, don't even think about targeting Kushina. If you do, don't blame me for forgetting our past as comrades. Remember, I am the Hokage. Danzo's face paled in an instant at Hiruzen's words, clouded with anger, especially at that last sentence, which made his rage flare even higher. He turned, about to storm off in frustration, but when he saw Shin-yun standing there, expressionless and unmoved, he grew curious about why Hiruzen had summoned him. For now, he swallowed his anger and stayed put silent. Hiruzen, seeing that Danzo had quieted down, didn't press the issue further. Turning to Shin-yun, he said, Shin-yun, I've already heard of your performance on the battlefield. I've decided to promote you directly to Special Jonin and have you join the Umbu. Now that Kushina has just become a Jinchuriki, she's no longer suited for duty until her condition stabilizes. And as for Minato Namikaze, his skills have been growing quickly. I've already arranged for him to take the Chunin exams. With his abilities, passing shouldn't be a problem. After this, I'll place him under Jiraiya's guidance. After all, he's Jiraiya's student, and with his talent, he'll be of help. Shin-yun was taken aback by Hiruzen's decision. It seemed his squad, Team 9, was already about to be disbanded. But Hiruzen had a point. At this stage, with Kushina just becoming a Jinchuriki and her abilities unstable, she really wasn't ready for missions. And for Shin-yun himself, staying in Team 9 wouldn't do much to help him grow any further. Rather than stagnate, joining the Umbu and undertaking high-level missions would better push his limits and accelerate his growth. Still, before joining the Umbu, Qingyun had one more thing he needed to accomplish: find a reasonable excuse for awakening his Sharingan. After all, with Kushina now a Jinchuriki, if trouble arose in the future, he'd need to activate the Sharingan to help her. Even though a 3-tomo Sharingan wasn't as powerful as the Mangekyo, it could still suppress a tailed beast to some extent. With Danzo now eyeing Kushina, who knew what schemes he might hatch, remembering how Kushina broke through the barrier in the original story to rescue Minato, causing the Nine Tails to go on a rampage that nearly killed him, Qingyun knew he needed to be prepared. In the past, Qingyun hadn't thought much of it, but after hearing Danzo's words today, a seed of doubt began to grow in his mind. Could it be that Danzo wanted to control Kushina, deliberately provoking her to make the Nine Tails go berserk, thereby causing harm to Konoha? If so, the villagers would curse Kushina, leading her, step by step, toward joining the Root Division under his manipulation. So before joining the Umbu, Qingyun knew he had to find a proper opportunity to openly reveal his Sharingan. Only by doing this would he be able to unleash his power to its fullest when faced with danger, without needing to deliberately hold back or conceal his abilities. With this in mind, Qingyun looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, "Lord Hokage, I agree to join the Umbu. However, before that, I hope you'll allow me to take care of one personal matter." "Oh, is there something you're not ready for yet?" "That's perfectly fine. For now, you're just being promoted to the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin. Joining the Umbu isn't so urgent. You still have time to prepare." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction upon hearing Qingyun's words. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. What I would like to do, once I've recovered from my injuries, is to return to the front lines in the Land of Rain. With your permission, of course. I'm still worried about Lady Tsunade, and besides, I made a promise to Granny Mito that I would look after Tsunade in the future. Tsunade's boyfriend, Senior Kato Dan, died at the hands of Hanzo. With her now caught up in the chaos of war, I am deeply concerned for her. So after I've healed, I wish to return to the battlefield as soon as possible." Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi agreed to his request, Qingyun smiled as he spoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Amura Mitokado, and Kohor Udatane all nodded, gratified by Qingyun's devotion, clearly pleased with his deep loyalty and steadfast friendship. Danzo, on the other hand, felt his expression darken the moment he heard Hiruzen's reply, and after hearing Qingyun's words himself, his face seemed to turn as black as the bottom of a pot. Someone like Qingyun, so loyal and upright with a heart full of light, clearly could never be drawn into his rude organization. What's more, Danzo had also heard of Qingyun's stellar performance on the battlefield. He had personally escorted supplies to the front lines, defeated the Sand Village prodigy Raza twice, and gone on to suggest that he act as bait alone, tricking Chiyo into leading the Sand Ninja out in pursuit. This, in turn, allowed Orochimaru and Jiraiya to sabotage the sand supplies, force Sand's retreat, and ended hostilities on that front, at least for now. In fact, if the Sand Village were to remain subdued since then, Qingyun would without doubt be the greatest hero of this war. And yet, despite Qingyun's outstanding talent, it was Hiruzen Sarutobi who managed to recruit him, making Danzo gnash his teeth in frustration. He could only blame himself for being away with Root collecting intelligence, unwittingly giving Hiruzen the perfect opening. "Very well. It's rare to see someone with such strong loyalty and true friendship. I accept your request." Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Qingyun with immense satisfaction, patting him on the shoulder and smiling warmly as he agreed to let him return to the battlefield. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Seeing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had agreed, Qingyun smiled and bowed respectfully to him. Danzo, unable to bear witnessing the harmony between Qingyun and Hiruzen any longer, flicked his sleeve and left in a huff. Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane watched Danzo's departing figure. Exchanging glances, they saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They understood this old comrade of theirs, someone they'd grown up with all too well. Seeing Danzo's demeanor now, they could only shake their heads in resignation. After saying a few words to Hiruzen, they too made their way out of the forest of death. They could tell that Qingyun still had something to discuss privately with Hiruzen. While their curiosity tempted them about what secretive matters Qingyun might want to share, Hiruzen had not asked them to stay, which made it clear these matters were not meant for their ears, at least for now. Hiruzen glanced around and, finding only Qingyun and himself left, waved away the nearby Umbu members who guarded him. Looking at Qingyun, he said, "Go on. What is it that's so secretive it can't be shared with anyone else?" A moment earlier, Qingyun had discreetly exchanged a look with Hiruzen. With his shrewd experience, Hiruzen immediately sensed that Qingyun had something private to say to him. So, when Hamura and Kohor tactfully withdrew, he made no move to stop them. "Lord Hokage, before she passed away, Grandmother Mito entrusted me with a secret. The tailed beasts aren't necessarily uncontrollable, If someone can win their recognition, they can also gain their strength. That's the very reason why, before her death, Grandmother Mito told Kushina to infuse true love into herself. As he spoke, Shin'yun shared the tale of the perfect Jinchuriki. Of course, these weren't really matters that Mito Uzumaki had confided in Shin'yun. Instead, it was a story Shin'yun had prepared, drawn from the memories of his former life. He did this so that Hiruzen might grant Kushina more space and leniency. Now that Kushina had become a Jinchuriki, she would undoubtedly be monitored day and night in the beginning, and Danzo might even meddle from the shadows, provoking her anger so she would lose control over the Nine Tails, which in turn could affect her mind and lead to terrible consequences. Thus, by dangling the prospect of a perfect Jinchuriki, Shin'yun hoped to convince Hiruzen not only to protect Kushina, but to give her more freedom as well. After all, to become a perfect Jinchuriki, one needs a cheerful disposition and a happy life. Only through kindness and love can the Nine Tails' heart be moved and its approval won. Only then, with the Nine Tails' cooperation, would it be possible to gradually master its power without losing one's mind or succumbing to the aggressive, negative chakra it harbors. Are you telling the truth? Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened to Shin'yun, astonished at the very idea. If someone could truly harness the full strength of the Nine Tails, how powerful could such a person become? When Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the chaos wreaked by the Nine Tails, its colossal form, its nightmarish strength, and that tailed beast bomb whose sheer force could shatter the very earth, he found it unimaginable. If someone mastered the full power of the Nine Tails, how terrifyingly strong would that person become? Of course, it's only because Lady Mito was a Jinchuriki for so many years, living alongside the Nine Tails day after day, that she learned of this method. Otherwise, Lord Hokage, do you really think someone like me, who has never even seen a tailed beast, could know about such things? Shin'yun looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with complete composure as he spoke. Now that Uzumaki Mito was dead, what choice did Sarutobi have but to trust his words? Unless, of course, he intended to visit the underworld in search of answers from Mito herself. Sarutobi stared blankly at Shin'yun for a long moment, eventually forcing down his shock and nodding ever so slightly to show he understood. Seeing the nod, Shin'yun allowed himself a faint smile. After a polite bow, he turned and raced away from the forest of death. Once clear of the woods, Shin'yun caught sight of Minato Namikaze, Nawaki, and Tsukumo Hitaki. He nodded wordlessly to them, and together they went on to attend Uzumaki Mito's funeral. Mito's death stirred mixed feelings among Konoha's higher-ups. While she lived, she was a mountain pressing down on them, a force they dared not challenge. Even in her retirement, her presence left them ill at ease. Now that she was gone, the high-ranking officials of Konoha felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Although they had lost a powerhouse in Mito, they also gained a certain freedom, unshackled and unconcerned about constraints in the future. There were precious few who truly mourned for Uzumaki Mito. Such is the nature of most people. After the funeral, Shin'yun resumed his daily life, treating his injuries while spending time by Kushina's side, trying to ease the anxiety that plagued her heart. Meanwhile, he looked for an opportunity. Using his Sharingan, he entered Kushina's inner world to meet the Nine Tails in person. What he saw was a massive beast, utterly immobilized by golden chains, unable to so much as move a finger. Kushina, not wanting to be bothered by the fox, had even wound a chain around its jaws to keep it silent. Seeing the Nine Tails for the first time, Shin'yun couldn't help but smile wryly. No wonder the beast resented Konoha so deeply. Who wouldn't harbor boundless hatred after being treated like that? And perhaps it was just his imagination, but Shin'yun sensed that the Nine Tails seemed almost afraid of him. It wouldn't even look him in the eyes. Puzzled by this for quite some time, Shin'yun eventually chalked it up to his imagination, unable to understand why the Nine Tails would fear him. With the beast subdued for now, and since their encounter, having fallen completely silent, as if resigning itself to its fate and ceasing all struggle, Shin'yun was able to finally let down his guard, content to leave the Nine Tails be, at least for the time being. After all, mastering the Nine Tails requires steady progress. Now is not the time. Once the Second Great Ninja War is over, Shin'yun will slowly teach Kushina how to control the Nine Tails. Day by day, time slipped by. Minato Namikaze successfully completed the Chunin exam, officially becoming a true Chunin. Seeing Minato in his green flak jacket, Shin'yun couldn't help but complain inwardly. Honestly, it was just too ugly. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi had promoted him to Special Jonin. Otherwise, if he had to wear that same vest, Shin'yun mused that he might just abscond with Kushina and become a rogue ninja. Of course, that was just a joke. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, The fighting on the battlefield in the land of rain grew more intense, and Qingyun's injuries gradually healed. He was just about to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi with a request to return to the front lines, when suddenly, the system released a new mission. Ding! The 5th stage of the consecutive mission has been activated. Rescue Tsunade. Upon completion, you will receive the rare technique, Marrow, Cleansing Scripture, and the martial art, Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand as rewards. Qingyun's eyes narrowed upon hearing the mission. Rescue Tsunade? Could something have happened to her? That didn't seem likely. With both Orochimaru and Jiraiya at her side, even though the 3 of them might not be a match for Hanzo, they shouldn't be in any real danger. Or had something unexpected happened? There was no time for further speculation. Qingyun launched himself toward the Hokage's office with swift, practiced movements. Before long, he arrived at the office and, accompanied by an Umbu escort, entered the room. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi, he said, "Lord Hokage, my wounds have healed. I'd like to head straight back to the battlefield." "Very well," Hiruzen replied sternly. "Conveniently, I've just received word from Orochimaru. Inoki of Iwagakure has appeared on the front lines. I was about to send Yudo Tizai along with a squad of Umbu and some reserve shinobi to reinforce Orochimaru and the others at the front. You can go with them." "Inoki?" Qingyun was startled. In the original story, Inoki was never on the front lines, was he? Wasn't he fighting Hanzo in the later stages of the war? For him to show up here now, could it be that Inoki and Hanzo have reached some kind of agreement to join forces against Konoha? Pushing aside these suspicions, Qingyun shook his head and said, "If that's the case, I prefer to travel alone to the front lines. That way, I'll be much faster. Moving with a large group would only slow me down. Lord Hokage, as you know, if Inoki is on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Tsunade's team will have a hard time holding out against both him and Hanzo together. I've crossed paths with Inoki before, and my secret technique can counter his abilities to a certain extent. Maybe I can take some of the pressure off Tsunade and the others. Well, if that's how it is, be sure to be extra careful." Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated for a moment before giving Qingyun his blessing. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. If there's nothing else, I'll go ahead and start my preparations." Qingyun accepted the travel permit handed to him by Hiruzen Sarutobi, then hurried off toward the Senju ancestral home. Watching Qingyun's departing figure, Hiruzen turned to the ANBU and ordered, "Go and bring Kakashi Hitaki to see me." "Kushina, I'm heading out to assist Lady Tsunade. Wait for me at home, all right." After finding Kushina, Qingyun looked at her earnestly as he spoke. Kushina was momentarily taken aback by his words, then lowered her head and replied softly, "Okay, just be careful. I'll be waiting for you to come back." "All right, cheer up. When I return, I'll help you master the Nine Tails power. Then you'll be able to go on missions again, maybe even join the ANBU with me. And here, I made a set of techniques for you. They're designed to preserve your youth, and as long as you grasp the principles of taijutsu, you can copy them perfectly, maybe even amplify their power beyond the original. Practice them well." As he spoke, Qingyun handed the little formless technique to Kushina. While the little formless technique isn't the most ideal style for Kushina, it works well as a transitional method. Besides, with most of Kushina's energy devoted to learning sealing arts, there's little time left for training in taijutsu. By leveraging the special traits of the little formless technique, her close combat abilities won't diminish. In fact, they could improve dramatically. "Oh, I understand. I'll train hard. You be safe on the battlefield." Kushina accepted the manual from Qingyun, looked up, and managed a small smile. Qingyun noticed the brave smile she wore, but the sorrow in her eyes was impossible to hide. She only smiled to keep him from worrying. "I know. You're well aware of my strength. I'm not easy to kill, you know. Besides, by the time I reach the front lines, Lady Tsunade and the others might have already ended the war. All right, let's not linger. Time's short. Tell Master Tsukumo and the others for me. I'll go on ahead. Goodbye." Qingyun gently ruffled Kushina's hair, then, without another moment's delay, turned and raced toward the gates of Konoha. Arriving at the village gates, he showed the travel permit from Hiruzen Sarutobi. As soon as the barrier opened, Qingyun unleashed his full speed, darting off toward the front lines in the Land of Rain. Yet, what Qingyun didn't know was that not long after he left, Tsukumo Hitaki, carrying his white-fanged short blade, quietly followed from a distance. Observing Qingyun's swift movements, Tsukumo nodded in satisfaction. "The Hokage really values you. He actually asked me to protect you from the shadows. Still, your strength is growing at an impressive pace. In just 3 short months, your strength has soared again. At this rate, you're already close to reaching the level of Kage, aren't you?" Tsukumo Hitaki recalled the advice Hiruzen Sarutobi had given him. Gazing in the direction where Qingyun had just vanished from sight, a flood of emotions washed over him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Changes were unfolding just as Qingyun had left the village. Inoki had personally appeared on the front lines, causing great concern for Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. If Inoki were to join forces with Hanzo, the three of them would be unable to resist. The position they were defending would inevitably fall. Should that happen, the flames of war would surely spread to the Land of Fire. Just then, a root ninja arrived with a vital message. Rain Village's army was marching to the battlefield, but Hanzo himself was not among them. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya learned of this with a mix of apprehension and resolve. Seizing the moment, the three decided to take a daring gamble. They would strike first and annihilate the advancing Rain Ninja army, then rush back to their camp to prepare for defense and wait for reinforcements. Otherwise, if they were forced to battle Rain Village's forces head-on and Inoki struck at that very moment, the camp would be doomed without question. Orochimaru's decision was met with wholehearted support from Tsunade and Jiraiya. Soon, elite squads were dispatched to Yanluo Gorge, a crucial pass on the Rain Army's route, to set up an ambush. What the three were unaware of, however, was that this decision would lead them straight into deadly peril. Although Hanzo's title as the demigod had been given to him by the ninja of the Land of Rain, there was no denying that among Kage-level warriors, Hanzo's power was truly formidable. How could someone of Hanzo's caliber possibly have his movements so easily uncovered by root operatives? This intelligence had been deliberately leaked by Hanzo himself, to lure Konoha's elite into ambushing what appeared to be his army, only for him to reveal himself and catch them completely off guard. A sudden, overwhelming victory would then allow him to smash the Konoha lines and push the war into the Land of Fire itself. The Land of Rain was a place perpetually shrouded in thick, brooding clouds. Rain fell there almost every day of the year. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, each leading small squads of elite shinobi, lay hidden in the treacherous landscape, suppressing their chakra and preparing for a surprise assault when the Rain Ninja army passed through. Time ticked by slowly. Just as the three began to suspect that the report had been mistaken, a formidable force of ninjas appeared in the distance. This army advanced swiftly, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, and soon entered Yanluo Gorge, drawing frighteningly close to the spot where they lay in wait. Hearts pounding, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, along with their elite squads, tensed with anticipation. Chakra pooled in their bodies as they raised their hands to prepare the signs for their techniques. Summoning Jutsu, Salamander. Injafu, spread the poison across the gorge. Everyone else, follow me. Prepare to face the enemy. Suddenly, just as Tsunade and her two companions, along with their elite ninjas, were about to unleash their jutsu, a figure burst out from the ranks of the Rain Village forces. He rapidly formed hand seals and summoned a giant salamander. The moment the salamander appeared, it began flooding the valley with a thick, poisonous black mist that quickly spread everywhere. Seeing this colossal beast, which was no ordinary salamander by any means, Tsunade and her team instantly realized they'd fallen into a trap. This is bad. Retreat. He's Hanzo. He's been hiding among the troops all this time. We've been set up. Fall back now. Orochimaru shouted, his yellow eyes flashing with shock before he swiftly began weaving signs. Wind style. Thousand-face gale. Wind style. Great breakthrough. One wind technique after another whipped through the air, pushing back the noxious gas at least a little. Trying to run? Too late. Hanzo's voice rang out, triumphant. You three are Sarutobi's little monkeys, aren't you? Today I'll use your corpses to send a message to Hiruzen Sarutobi that the Rain Village is no mere sideshow. After I kill the three of you, I'll invade the Land of Fire myself. And for all the suffering your endless wars have brought to my people, I'll take something in return. Upon spotting his targets, Hanzo's face broke into a wide, ferocious grin. In the blink of an eye, he used body flicker technique, closing in with his giant scythe raised high and charging the three. Monster strength punch. Fire style, flame bullet. Wind style, great breakthrough. Realizing Hanzo had set his sights on them, Tsunade and her companions knew they couldn't afford to hold back. They went all out, joining forces to face him head-on. Hanzo, unbelievably fast, dodged their initial attacks and appeared behind Jiraiya, his scythe already swinging for the kill. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately unleashed his snake transformation technique. His upper body turned sinuous and boneless, darting between Hanzo and Jiraiya to intercept the mortal blow with the legendary sword of Kusanagi. Thanks to Orochimaru's quick rescue, Jiraiya didn't even glance back as he launched his own counter, the Wild Lion's main technique. In an instant, Jiraiya's white hair grew and whipped forward, extending to ensnare Hanzo from behind. Meanwhile, Tsunade leapt high into the air and brought down her painful sky leg with all her might. Although the three Sanin hadn't yet reached the absolute peak of their power, years of fighting together had honed their teamwork to perfection. Even so, Hanzo was not so easily defeated. He deftly avoided their coordinated attacks with his body flicker technique, all the while keeping an eye on the shifting tides of battle around him. By now, the entire valley was thick with the salamander's poison. Though Tsunade had previously developed an antidote for the summoned salamander of Chiyo, the toxin released by Hanzo's own summoned beast, named Abuse, was on a completely different level. The Sanin now faced a dire situation. Ibushi's poison was at least 10 times more potent than that of the previous salamander. Though the elite squad Tsunade and her companions had brought with them was formidable, after being struck by Ibushi's toxin, even the antidote Tsunade had given them only delayed the effects. It prevented immediate paralysis, but as time passed, weariness slowly overtook them and their strength began to falter. Around them, the Rain Village shinobi attacked with growing excitement, unleashing jutsu after jutsu against the Konoha squad. The Konoha ninja were left scrambling in all directions, their escape becoming increasingly desperate and their movements slowing with every moment. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the concern on the faces of Tsunade and her two companions deepened as they watched. They longed to go and rescue the Konoha ninja, but Hanzo moved with such astonishing speed that it was all they could do to keep up with him, making any attempt at support impossible. Driven to desperation, the three Sanin bit their fingers in unison, summoning Jutsu, Gamabunta, Manda, Katsuyu. With a rush of white smoke, the legendary creatures appeared, and Tsunade's group leapt atop their respective summons, joining forces with them to launch an assault against Hanzo. But Hanzo's body flicker jutsu was simply too fast, and as if that wasn't challenging enough, Ibushi would routinely emerge from the earth to harass them. No matter how hard they tried, the three Sanin couldn't lay a hand on Hanzo. Meanwhile, with the Sanin unable to assist, the Konoha elite squad was left to the mercy of the creeping toxin. Paralysis spread slowly through their bodies, every movement becoming heavier and slower, until casualties began to mount. Konoha's numbers were few to begin with, and with the deadly poison eating away at them, they were no match for the tide of Rain Village ninja. One after another, the Konoha shinobi fell. On the other side, things weren't going well for Tsunade and her teammates either. Even with their summoned beasts, the combined power of their jutsu drained vast amounts of their chakra. And still, they couldn't land a single hit on Hanzo, who was far too swift for any of their attacks to connect. When it became evident that all the ninja they'd brought with them had perished, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya exchanged grim looks. Tsunade and Jiraiya were the first to release their summon contracts, while Orochimaru gave the order for Manda to tunnel underground. Manda quickly burrowed out a tunnel, and as Tsunade and Jiraiya prepared to mount the giant snake and break through the encirclement, Hanzo suddenly darted to Tsunade's side. Fortunately, Jiraiya's attention had never strayed far from Tsunade. Even in the heat of battle, part of his focus remained on her. He flashed between Hanzo and Tsunade just in time, but Hanzo's scythe cut deep into Jiraiya. By the time Tsunade realized what had happened, Jiraiya was already gravely wounded. Worse still, Hanzo's blade had been laced with a deadly toxin. Poison spread swiftly from Jiraiya's wound, flowing fast through his veins. Orochimaru saw that Jiraiya was injured and immediately used his serpentine technique to come to his aid. In response, Hanzo moved in a blur. He had originally intended to deal with all three by relying on his speed. However, at the very instant Hanzo shifted, Tsunade unleashed her monstrous strength, shattering the cave entrance. Gathering Jiraiya in her arms, she leaped on Amanda's back and quickly fled the scene. Along the way, Orochimaru summoned one giant serpent after another, burrowing tunnels throughout the area, making it impossible for Hanzo to track their whereabouts for the time being. Underground, Abuse was also capable of digging, yet he was far slower than Manda. Moreover, with tunnels branching out in every direction thanks to the serpents, Hanzo lost track of the trio, though he remained calm. He was in no rush. After all, Jiraiya had already suffered a wound from his blade. If they wished to save Jiraiya, they couldn't afford to run too far. The poison smeared on his sickle was even more lethal than the poison of his salamander. It was a deadly toxin from his own poison sac. Once it entered the bloodstream, it would race straight for the heart, destroying cells along the way and ending in certain death. Confident of this, Hanzo turned back, leading the army of Amigakure to clean up the battlefield. He also sent out men to search for any sign of Tsunade's group. Meanwhile, Qin was using his full power, racing toward the front lines of the Land of Rain with the Lingbo microsteps technique. Every day, he barely rested 2 hours, snatching quick meals on the move as he hurried onward with nothing but hardtack. Through tireless effort, what was supposed to be a 10-day journey was cut down to just 5, and at last, Qingyun arrived at the front line, travel-worn and weary. After exchanging the correct passwords with the patrol ninja, Qingyun entered the camp and immediately noticed the somber mood. Morale was low, and the atmosphere suggested they were preparing to withdraw and regroup with the rear reinforcements. A sense of foreboding seized his heart. Questioning several people in quick succession, Qingyun soon learned what had happened. The day before, Tsunade and her two companions had led an elite team to ambush Amagakyure's army, but had not returned all night, while Hanzo was now preparing to lead a massive assault against the Konoha front lines. Without the trio defending the front, it would be almost impossible to withstand Hanzo's onslaught. To avoid catastrophic losses, the senior Jonin had decided to temporarily retreat, regroup with the reinforcements, and then return to the fight. Hearing this, Qingyun's face fell. In spite of his rush, he was still a step too late. Even so, despite his dark expression, he felt a measure of relief. So long as it wasn't Inoki joining forces with Hanzo, Tsunade and her team should be safe enough. After all, in the original tale, it was at precisely this kind of desperate moment that the three Sanin broke through the Amagakyure encirclement. With no small risk and a stroke of luck, they managed to stand in Hanzo's way just before he could cross into the land of fire. He paid no heed to the Konoha ninja around him. Having received the news, Qingyun immediately slipped out of camp, utilizing his body techniques, and set off to search for the three Sanin himself. His mission was to rescue Tsunade, so naturally, he couldn't retreat with the Konoha ninja back to the land of fire. He needed to find Tsunade and her two companions first, and then help them break out together. Along the way, he evaded scouts sent by Hanzo, Amagakyure's ninja. Whenever evasion was impossible, he unleashed his wind god kick, striking with full force to dispatch the enemy, pressing on without pause towards Swallow's Gorge. Following the faint traces left along the path, he relentlessly searched for signs of the three. At this moment, Qingyun felt a pang of regret. He hadn't mastered any sensory ninjutsu, making him ill-equipped for tracking. Reaching the site where Tsunade and her companions had clashed with Hanzo, he examined the ground and noticed a tunnel recently cleared by Amagakyure ninja. Without hesitation, Qingyun headed straight into its depths. Inside the tunnel, he activated his Sharingan. Instantly, the pitch-black darkness lost its power over him as he sped ahead. However, he soon ground to a halt. Before him sprawled a maze of crisscrossing tunnels, and there was simply no way to tell which path Tsunade's group had taken in their escape. Left with no choice, Qingyun relied on his memory of the original story, picking a tunnel that burrowed deeper into the land of rain. Yet, after 2 full days of searching along this route, he found no trace of Tsunade or her companions. Disappointed, he could only retrace his steps back to Swallow's Gorge and focus on tracking signs of Amagakyure ninja instead. According to the original storyline, after defeating Tsunade's group, Hanzo didn't let them go. Instead, he dispatched a large number of ninja to hunt them down. Wounded from their battle with Hanzo, the trio, Jiraiya, in particular gravely injured, had no time to recover their chakra while evading relentless pursuit and were eventually driven into a mountain cave. All he had to do was locate a large concentration of Amagakyure ninja. Through them, he could deduce the general whereabouts of Orochimaru's team. Scouring the ground for clues, Qingyun pressed on. A group of ninja traveling en masse would leave unmistakable tracks. Even in a country perpetually drenched by rain, water couldn't wash away all traces. On the contrary, the constant rainfall had turned the earth to muck, deepening the imprints of their passing. Besides, having already defeated Tsunade and her friends, the pursuers saw no need to cover their tracks, so Qingyun quickly chased the trail onward. Meanwhile, the situation for Tsunade and her companions was dire. Already injured, and with Amagakyure ninja close behind, they had no opportunity to restore their chakra. Jiraiya's wounds were worsening by the minute. Were it not for Tsunade summoning a slug to help stabilize his injuries, he might not have survived. At this very moment, the three had been forced into a cave. Inside, Orochimaru and Tsunade were locked in a heated argument. Tsunade, in his current state, Jiraiya can no longer fight alongside us in a breakout. Abandoning him is the best choice, Orochimaru said calmly. You know as well as I do, once Hanzo defeats us, he'll inevitably attack the frontline positions. There's no way those lines can hold it back. The most important thing for us right now is to break out, recover our strength, and then do everything we can to stop Hanzo from invading the Land of Fire. Orochimaru cast a glance at Jiraiya, who was on the brink of death. A flicker of pain flashed through his yellow eyes. As much as it hurt him, Orochimaru knew he had to make the rational choice, the choice that offered them the best odds of survival. That meant leaving Jiraiya, now unable to fight, behind. He and Tsunade would break out, find a place to recover, and intercept Hanzo before he could set foot in the land of fire. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock at Orochimaru's words. She stared at him in disbelief, unable to fathom that Orochimaru, of all people, could suggest something so cold-blooded and heartless. Who was Jiraiya to them? He was their childhood friend, their teammate after graduation, the one who, alongside them, became a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. They trained together, grew up together, fought side by side, risked their lives for each other through countless battles. Their bond ran deep, deeper than most could imagine. And now Orochimaru wanted to abandon Jiraiya? No way. I will never leave Jiraiya, here to die. Tsunade finally shouted after a long silence. If you want to leave, go by yourself. I'm staying behind to treat Jiraiya. Orochimaru looked at her, helplessness written across his face. How could he bear to abandon Jiraiya? The truth was he hadn't truly decided to sever their bonds. Not yet. His feelings for Jiraiya were every bit as strong as Tsunade's. But Orochimaru was always the rational one, the one who looked at the bigger picture. Compared to Jiraiya, the safety of the front line was more important. Hanzo's surprise attack on Kato Dan's unit had already cost them dearly. Now, only the troops under Orochimaru and Tsunade's command remained to defend the fronts in the Land of Rain. If Hanzo wiped them out too, even reinforcement from the Leaf would face an uphill battle. What's more, the ninja of the Hidden Stone Village were waiting for their chance to strike. If Hanzo destroyed their forces and drew the flames of war into the Land of Fire, if the noble lords took their anger out on the Leaf and cut off supplies, then Konoha's struggles would only grow worse. Orochimaru could not ignore this reality. While Tsunade and Orochimaru argued, Qingyun, after a long search, finally arrived nearby. He hid in the shadows near a number of rain ninja. Qingyun estimated swiftly there must be several hundred enemy shinobi in the vicinity. Led by over a dozen elite jonin, the rain ninja were closing in around cave ahead. Qingyun studied the massing enemies and, after a moment's thought, blurred forward like a fleeting shadow. He formed hand signs with both hands and murmured, lightning style, Chidori. At that moment, a flurry of voices burst out behind the rain ninja army. Most of the rain ninjas in the rear ranks were chunins. When they heard the commotion behind them, they instinctively turned to look. But all they saw was a flash of crimson lightning darting past. Before they could react, Qingyun had already pierced through their chests, then surged forward without slowing, racing toward the cave entrance. Wherever Qingyun charged, rain ninja warriors fell one after another, the ground awash with blood and strewn with bodies. In no time at all, he had carved a path dozens of meters long straight ahead. When the speed of Chidori finally began to slow, Qingyun didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately released the jutsu and switched to Lingbo microsteps, weaving and dodging as he avoided the incoming ninjutsu aimed at him now that the enemy had reacted. Meanwhile, his right hand spread wide, and the six-pulse divine sword erupted from his palm, unleashing a relentless barrage ahead. Damn, the enemy has reinforcements. Go and stop him, now. Takahashi, Watanabe, Yamato, the three of you intercept him. Don't let him anywhere near the cave. Everyone else, attack the cave at full speed. Those three leaf ninjas we've been chasing haven't had a moment to recover their chakra. They must be running on empty by now. Salamander Hanzo glanced back and saw Qingyun launching his assault on the cave. He immediately ordered his three elite jonin to block Qingyun's advance, while he himself led the remaining rain ninjas in a charge toward the cave entrance. Seeing these three elite jonin suddenly bar his path ahead, Qingyun's eyes flashed with resolve. But now was not the time to tangle with them. He had to reach the cave and rejoin Tsunade and the others as fast as possible. In the original story, the three, Tsunade included, came through this battle unscathed. Not only did they break out successfully, they even arrived in time to face Hanzo before he could wipe out the frontline ninjas. But now that Qingyun had crossed into this world, who could say what butterfly effect his presence might have caused? He dared not risk it. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had little to do with him. But what about Tsunade? Tsunade had always guided him with dedication, protecting him and giving him the time and space to grow back when his strength was lacking. And if nothing else, after the gift Uzumaki Mito left him on her deathbed, Qingyun would not, let anything happen to Tsunade. With these thoughts burning in his mind, Qingyun abandoned the Lingbo microsteps. When it came down to pure speed, the Wind Godleg art was faster. As Qingyun gathered Wind Nature Chakra, his speed surged dramatically. He used the shoulder of a rain ninja as a springboard, vaulting high into the air, soaring over the heads of the three elite jonin, and pressing his assault toward the cave. He's too quick. Use your jutsu now. Don't let him get away. Water style, giant waterfall, jutsu. Water style, raging torrent. Water Style, Water Blade Slash. In an instant, 3 powerful water style jutsus roared toward Qingyun with incredible speed. Sensing the danger on his heels, Qingyun frowned, quickly formed a hand seal, and just as the oncoming water attacks were about to strike, he used the body replacement technique to evade, slipping away unharmed from their assault. The 3 elite jonin saw that their water-style technique had landed on Qingyun and were overjoyed. But when they looked more closely, they realized that only a wooden substitution log floated on the surface of the water, while Qingyun himself was still sprinting at an astonishing speed ahead, rapidly closing in on the rear of the army, led by Hanzo of the Salamander. Damn it, he's too fast. We can't hold him back. Lord Hanzo, be careful. He's behind you. Takashi cursed under his breath before raising his voice in alarm. But Qingyun left them no time to react. Dodging their water-style attack, he rushed in behind the main force, his whole body crackling with a surge of lightning. The sharp crackling of electricity overwhelmed even the drumming of raindrops on ground. Lightning style, 1,000 Needles of Death. As Qingyun soared through the air, countless red Sunban needles materialized before him, then shot forward in a dense barrage toward the Rain Ninja army. Seeing the ferocity of Qingyun's assault, the Rain Ninjas hastily unleashed a coordinated defense, while Hanzo summoned his salamander. Damwin Venom Burst! At Hanzo's command, the salamander inflated its cheeks and spat streams of venom at Qingyun in rapid succession. After launching his lightning needle attack, Qingyun had planned to use the chaos as cover for a breakout. However, just as he moved to escape, jets of venom streaked toward him. With no other choice, Qingyun abandoned his attempt and unleashed a surge of Chidori current. Drawing his Azure Blade, he performed the seamless all-true sword technique in a flawless defensive net, warding off every drop of venom. Then, moving lightly with floating wave footwork, Qingyun launched his left-hand Shaozi sword at the salamander Damwin. As the salamander dodged, Qingyun seized the opening to charge directly at Hanzo. Hanzo was a ranged specialist. Seeing Qingyun's relentless charge, he dared not meet him head-on and instantly used body flicker technique to evade. Seeing Hanzo withdraw, Qingyun did not give chase, but instead sped toward the mountain cave. Inside the cave, Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had been locked in debate, heard the commotion outside and moved to the entrance, curiosity piqued. They saw chaos engulfing the Rain Ninja, and then a streak of crimson lightning arrowed toward the cave at breakneck speed. It's Qingyun! Qingyun is here! Tsunade exclaimed in delight, turning to Orochimaru, her excitement barely contained. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with surprise at Qingyun's breakthrough. With Qingyun's strength, it would not be difficult to lead them out safely. No need for Jiraiya's sacrifice, after all. Moments later, Qingyun rushed to the cave entrance. Seeing Tsunade and Orochimaru looking at him with joy, he gave a slight smile, but now was not the time for reunions. Once Hanzo recovered, he would surely muster his forces to encircle them once more, and once the barrier was set and the cave sealed off, it would become almost impossible to escape, especially given that Tsunade and the others were not at their peak. Even the slightest misstep could spell disaster. So, Qingyun unclasped the wine gourd from his waist and tossed it to Tsunade, saying, "Sensei, Orochimaru, now's not the time for reminiscing. Take a few sips of Buddha Smile to restore your chakra. Sensei, you focus on healing Jiraiya. Orochimaru, if you would, summon Manda. With Manda's defense, we can break through." Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged a quick glance. Without hesitation, Tsunade took several deep gulps of Buddha's Smile, channeling what little chakra she had left to refine the medicine's potent power. Instantly, the pure medicinal energy transformed into chakra, coursing into her body. Wasting no time, Tsunade moved to Jiraiya's side and began channeling her medical ninjutsu, guiding the flow of her chakra to heal his wounds. Orochimaru, meanwhile, summoned the giant serpent Manda, calling Qingyun and the others to climb onto Manda's massive body as they surged toward the ring of Rain Ninja, encircling them. The Rain Ninja, already thrown into disarray once by Qingyun, hadn't had time to regroup and rebuild their defenses. Now, faced with the colossal form of Manda, they hurled wave after wave of jutsu, desperately trying to hinder his advance. Standing boldly atop Manda's head, Qingyun drew his jade flute to his lips. Enchanting notes wove together with his mental strength, launching waves of sound at the Rain Ninja lines. Though Song of the Azure Sea worked best on lower-level shinobi, it still managed to disrupt even the more seasoned jonin, disturbing their chakra and preventing them from executing their techniques smoothly. While the song's true power was felt most by the lower ranks, even elite jonin were not immune. They, too, felt the effects, their chakra roiling chaotically within them, making it difficult to focus their ninjutsu against Qingyun and his companions. Under the protection of Manda's massive body, the four pressed forward at breakneck speed through the Rain Ninja's encirclement. Many of the Rain shinobi couldn't dodge in time. Manda scooped them into his maw, swallowing them whole. They slid straight down his gullet, bypassing even a single bite, until the serpent's stomach acid gradually dissolved them away. Before long, the four managed a clean breakout, racing at full speed toward the Konoha front lines. It was only then that Qingyun lowered his flute, ceasing the haunting melody. He moved quickly to Tsunade's side to help tend to the gravely wounded Jiraiya. Tsunade, even as she used her fine chakra control to draw the toxins out of Jiraiya's body, instructed Qingyun to watch over Jiraiya's blood loss carefully. Orochimaru remained on Manda's head, one eye on their path, the other lost in thought as he watched Qingyun at work. At last, Tsunade managed to clear the poison from Jiraiya's body, and Qingyun finished suturing his blood vessels. Seeing that Qingyun had completed his treatment, Tsunade immediately formed the hand signs for her signature technique, Mystic Palm. In an instant, as Tsunade formed her seals, a vibrant emerald glow appeared, enveloping Jiraiya. His complexion visibly regained its rosy color, and the weakness caused by poison and excessive blood loss rapidly faded as his body recovered at an astonishing pace. Tsunade's mystical palm technique was incredibly powerful, far stronger than the same technique used by Qingyun. Jiraiya's wounds healed swiftly under her hands. Of course, this was still not quite on par with the legendary creation rebirth technique. Unfortunately, Tsunade had not yet managed to develop that forbidden art. Ahem. So, did we manage to break through the encirclement? Jiraiya came to his senses, glancing at their surroundings, and asked curiously. Earlier, even though he had been gravely wounded in the cave, Jiraiya had remained conscious. When he heard Orochimaru talking about abandoning him, a pang of sorrow struck his heart, yet he understood that Orochimaru's decision was the right one for that moment. He had also heard Tsunade quarreling with Orochimaru over his fate, which left him secretly delighted. Just as he was about to help Orochimaru persuade Tsunade to abandon him and save herself, a commotion outside signaled Qingyun's dramatic breakthrough, drawing the full attention of Tsunade and Orochimaru. Jiraiya swallowed the words he meant to say, then slipped into unconsciousness as his injuries overwhelmed him. Now, feeling his strength returning and with Tsunade tending to her own recovery, sipping Buddha Laughs wine and sitting cross-legged to regain her chakra, Jiraiya turned to Qingyun and asked his question. That's right, Jiraiya-senpai, but now isn't the time for talk. A major battle is about to erupt. During our escape, Hanzo was nowhere to be seen, so he's likely already on his way to the front lines, Qingyun replied urgently. When I arrived, our forces were preparing a temporary withdrawal, but there's no way they can move faster than Hanzo. If we don't hurry back to reinforce them, Konoha will suffer grave losses. You need to focus on recovering your chakra. Thanks to Manda's speed underground, we just might intercept Hanzo's assault before it hits. Seeing that Jiraiya was still a bit dazed, Qingyun hurriedly reminded him, then disengaged from the conversation. He immersed himself in his mind, interacting with the system to claim his rewards for the completed task and to unlock the 6th quest. Ding! 5th Ring Mission. Rescue Tsunade. Task completed. Rewards. Marrow Cleansing Scripture and Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand. 6th Ring Mission unlocked. Repel Inoki. Rewards for completion. Peerless Yin-Yang Twin Swords. Martial Art 13 Deadly Swords and the Indestructible Diamond Body Protection Technique. Seated cross-legged on Manda's back, Qingyun stared at the 6th mission displayed by the system, his brow furrowing in concern. Inoki had actually arrived at the front lines. Had he truly formed an alliance with Hanzo? If that was the case, then the outcome of this war was truly uncertain. Even if he could use the Blood Bodhi to hold Inoki at bay, what about Hanzo? If Inoki had offered his support, Hanzo would not have simply defeated the 3 Sanin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, while sparing their lives as he did in the original story. Instead, witnessing their unwavering resolve and formidable strength would have made him aware of the gap between himself and Konoha. With that realization, he would have put on an act, bestowing upon them the humiliating title of the legendary Sanin in the name of the demigod, before leading the army of Amigakure back to their village. The frontline shinobi would have suffered heavy casualties as a result of a Wagakure's involvement. If things unfolded this way, it was highly likely that Kumogakure would become tempted to interfere as well, joining the war and causing the Second Shinobi World War to spiral into unpredictable chaos. After a long, furrowed-browed deliberation, Qingyun still couldn't come up with a good solution, so he could only take things one step at a time. He dispelled the distractions from his mind and sat cross-legged to recover, his thoughts sinking into the arts of the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand and the Marrow Cleansing Sutra. The Marrow Cleansing Sutra is the foremost among the 6 Shaolin arts, famed for its ability to unlock the mind's full potential, with special emphasis on refining the spirit among essence, energy, and spirit, that is, one's mind, soul, willpower, and perception. Should he master the Marrow Cleansing Sutra, he would gain a host of extraordinary abilities, cleansing the heart, dissolving killing intent, quelling violence, and halting conflict. Although this text could not directly increase Qingyun's internal martial strength, it was an immense help to him, especially since the sutra cultivates mental strength and the soul, subtle, intangible forces that are nevertheless vital to life itself. With the Marrow Cleansing Sutra, Qingyun was certain his Mangekyo could evolve ahead of schedule. The Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand, too, was no ordinary technique. It was an unrivaled art of the Carefree sect, comprising 3 sets of grappling moves and 3 sets of palm techniques, 6 paths in all. While each seemed simple, they allowed the practitioner to seamlessly integrate the essence of all martial arts into the Plum Blossom Hand, rendering it endlessly adaptable and impossible for opponents to predict. Once Qingyun mastered this palm technique, he could integrate the essence of all those system-awarded martial arts he couldn't otherwise use into the Plum Blossom Hand, and then focus on mastering that art alone in the future. After a quick review of these 2 techniques, Qingyun withdrew his thoughts, knowing now was not the time for training. A great battle was approaching, and he had to be at his peak. Time flowed quietly onward. The speed at which Manda, the giant serpent, burrowed underground rivaled even Qingyun's Wind God's leg technique, and with no obstacles to hinder them below the earth, they swiftly arrived at the old frontline position. Orochimaru surveyed the deserted camp and the traces left by Hanzo's departing army, his expression turning sour. He urged Manda to keep drilling forward, pressing on without delay. It wasn't long before Orochimaru detected a disturbance in the ground above. Instantly, he realized they must be nearing Hanzo's forces. A faint chorus of anguished cries drifted down from above, confirming his suspicions. With a brief moment's concentration to sense the surroundings, he guided Manda to surface in an empty clearing, away from prying eyes. At this moment, Qingyun, Tsunade, and Jiraiya all rose to their feet, their expressions grave. The energy and chakra within their bodies gently surged as they prepared themselves to join the fray the moment they stepped outside. A thunderous explosion shattered the air, drawing the attention of the battling Aimnin and Konoha shinobi alike. Instinctively, they all turned toward the source of the sound. Fantastic! It's Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Jiraiya. We're saved! The Konoha ninja, catching sight of Orochimaru's team, erupted in jubilant cheers, hope flashing anew in their eyes. All Konoha personnel, pull back for now. Qingyun, take them and retreat first. Orochimaru commanded, sweeping his sharp gaze across the chaotic scene before barking the order to Qingyun. Understood, Qingyun replied. His eyes swept the battlefield, searching for any sign of Inoki, but found none. It seemed his earlier hunch was off. The Sandaime Tsuchikage had likely not reached an agreement with Hanzo after all. Perhaps, Inoki had planned to wait until both Konoha and Amigekyo were locked in a stalemate before making his move. Somewhat relieved by this deduction, Qingyun sprang into action, employing swift footwork to break the encirclement and assist the embattled Konoha ninja. Hanzo's expression grew sour as he witnessed the arrival of Tsunade and the others, inwardly cursing Shinda for his incompetence, unable even to capture the 3 Sanin in their weakened states. Spotting Qingyun's rapid movements, Hanzo responded without hesitation. In a blink, he appeared at Qingyun's side, his sides sweeping down in a deadly arc. Ninja art, Needle Jizo, Qingyun, leave him to us. Hurry and lead the remaining shinobi to rescue the wounded, then fall back to safety. We'll handle him, came the urgent interjection. Sensing danger rushing close, Qingyun was on the verge of drawing his azure blade to defend himself. But before he could even react, Jiraiya appeared before him. Jiraiya's shock of white hair transformed, forming a sturdy shield that absorbed Hanzo's attack. Hanzo, your opponents are us. Monster Strength Fist. Tsunade roared. Without waiting a heartbeat longer, she launched herself at Hanzo, her fist hurtling toward him with explosive force. At the same time, Orochimaru unleashed his Shadow Snake Hand Jutsu, serpents lashing out to ensnare their foe. Hanzo's reflexes were razor-sharp. He vanished in a flicker, using the body flicker technique to evade, hands weaving signs at blinding speed. Fire style. Exploding tack. A string of thunderous blasts followed, fire erupting in searing waves that threatened to consume everything nearby. Jiraiya responded instantly, pouring even more chakra into Needle Jizo, ramping up its defenses to their very limit, and successfully shielding them from Hanzo's fiery onslaught. Note: In response to some readers' feedback, let me clarify a couple of points. First, according to the original canon, Tsunade and Dan actually got together after Nawaki's death. I made a slight adjustment to that timeline here, but since Dan is already deceased, I hope readers won't dwell on this. Second, the Second Great Ninja War was indeed the period of Konoha's greatest vulnerability. With the second Hokage dead, Mito old and frail, most of the second's disciples either fallen or retired, and the Uchiha clan at its peak, mobilizing clan shinobi always came at a price. It was during this time that Tsukumo Hatake truly rose to prominence. This is also the main reason Hiruzen Sarutobi had always tolerated Danzo. Danzo helped him shoulder the blame. Together, one played the good cop, while the other took on the bad cop role when dealing with the heads of the various clans. Of course, this is just one person's view. After all, everyone has their own opinion about the Hokage. So, during the Second Great War, given the pressure from outside forces, it was impossible for Danzo to cause chaos within the village. After all, he aspired to become Hokage, not see Konohagakure destroyed. That, essentially, is a crucial difference. This is also why, under Hiruzen Sarutobi's protection and repeated warnings, the protagonist lived a peaceful life in the early chapters. As the war drew to a close, Danzo's ambitions would slowly come to light, and his darker side would gradually be revealed. In such an environment, why would the protagonist choose to betray the village? At that point, he wasn't even that powerful. What good would defection do him? Did he really think just because he was the main character, he could defy everything, heaven, earth, and even the very air? That's why, in this book, original characters' personalities won't stray too far from the original portrayal. Additionally, as for Hiruzen Sarutobi's character, in Xiangshue's view, he certainly had his own interests at heart. For example, he used his position as Hokage to help his family prosper behind the scenes. But from Xiangshue's perspective, that's perfectly understandable. After all, when someone achieves greatness, their entire circle rises with them. You know what I mean? But can we really deny his feelings for the village just because of this one thing? If Hiruzen Sarutobi were truly a dark-hearted, malicious person, would Mito Uzumaki have wholeheartedly supported him as Hokage? So, Xiangshue's characterization of him is indecisive and kind, deeply attached to the village, and a benevolent elder to the children at the Ninja Academy. If anyone has opinions, feel free to share. Thank you. Seeing his ninjutsu blocked by Jiraiya, Hanzo grew impatient. Especially after witnessing Qingyun's sheer strength and remarkable speed, he realized none of his followers stood a chance against Qingyun. Thanks to Qingyun's swift interventions, many Konoha ninjas had already escaped the battle. Meanwhile, Hanzo's own Rain ninja suffered dreadful losses. Though most survived, they had lost their strength and now lay on the ground, crying out in pain. Summoning Jifuku. Stop that brat. With a flash, Hanzo evaded Tsunade and Orochimaru's strikes. He then quickly slashed his palm, formed hand signs at lightning speed, and soon, an enormous salamander appeared. Upon hearing Hanzo's command, it dove underground and charged straight toward Qingyun. Not so fast. Summoning, overton install vendeur technique. Seeing Hanzo send a summoned salamander after Qingyun, Jiraiya snorted, rapidly forming hand seals. In a flash, a gigantic toad, with a pipe clamped in its mouth and wielding a massive greatsword, descended and landed with a thunderous crash on the ground not far from Qingyun. At that moment, Jinfu was planning to tunnel underground and attack Qingyun from below. However, just as it was about to emerge from the ground, the massive toad landed heavily, slamming down with such force that the earth caved in. Jinfu hadn't been far from the surface, and as the ground collapsed, the shattering earth combined with the toad's immense weight pressed down on it so hard that Jinfu's eyes rolled back in pain. Summoning Jutsu, Slug. Seeing that Jiraiya had summoned Gamabunta, Tsunade immediately performed her summoning and called forth Katsuyu to join the fight. Meanwhile, Orochimaru darted over to the top of Manda's head, directing the great snake to slither towards Tsunade and Jiraiya. Hanzo watched the three enormous summoned beasts and noted that Tsunade and her two companions seemed even stronger than the last time they fought. The realization left him with a headache. Seeing these powerful summons, Qingyun didn't hesitate any longer. Swiftly, he unleashed his wind god kick, sending the Aim-Nin who were engaged with the Konoha ninja flying one after another. While breaking the encirclement for his allies, he also directed the Konoha ninjas to retreat quickly. You fall back first, I'll cover the rear. Yes, Lord Qingyun. With both Qingyun's strength and the fact that he was Tsunade's disciple, these shinobi held him in deep respect. Watching as the Konoha ninjas promptly withdrew and the Aim-Nin, lacking Hanzo's orders and wary of Qingyun's formidable prowess, hesitated and dared not advance. their eyes darting nervously to where Qingyun stood alone. Qingyun paid no mind to these aimnin. To him, they weren't even worth considering. At his speed, none of their attacks could ever touch him. Gazing at the trio atop their colossal summoning beasts, Qingyun rubbed his chin and mused, "When is the system going to grant me a summoned beast of my own?" As for borrowing from the likes of Orochimaru, Tsunade, or Jiraiya, Qingyun figured he had no interest in toads, snakes, or slugs. On the other side, Hanzo watched as Qingyun stood his ground and his subordinates held back. Resigned, he realized the Rain Village was simply too small. He alone could count as a powerful shinobi, and of those he'd personally trained, only Shinda could barely measure up. Compared to Konoha, the disparity in elite power was enormous, and besides, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Qingyun weren't even Konoha's strongest. Figures like Danzo, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Hamura Mitokado, Koryudatane, and Tsukumo Hatake all outclassed even the current Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Qingyun. If he already struggled against these three, what would happen if he faced those even stronger? By this time, Hanzo was already considering retreat. Yet his foolish pride wouldn't let him concede defeat so easily. Even if he had to pull back, he was determined to do so only after beating Tsunade's team. He glanced at Qingyun, who seemed to be on guard rather than joining the fight, and found it odd, but decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he focused entirely on battling Tsunade and her companions. Qingyun watched as Hanzo used his lightning-fast body flicker technique, coordinating seamlessly with Tsunade and her two teammates. Together, they managed to force Hanzo, who was clearly stronger than any of them alone, onto the defensive. Inwardly, Qingyun couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. At the same time, he pondered whether he should join the fight and help surround Hanzo. With his skills, if he seized the right moment to use Heavenly Flying Immortal, there was no way Hanzo could withstand his strike. Even if Hanzo survived, he would be gravely injured, and the outcome of the original story would change dramatically. However, each time Qingyun prepared to make a move, an acute sense of danger flared in his mind, forcing him to stop in his tracks. He could do nothing but stand there and watch. His expression darkened. Inwardly, he thought, could Inoki already be nearby? How infuriating. Once I get back, I must learn sensory jutsu. Otherwise, I'll always be a step behind. Meanwhile, the battle between Tsunade's team and Hanzo was reaching a fever pitch. The Rain Ninja scrambled for cover, trying to escape the chaotic crossfire, not daring to set foot within the range of the four combatants. Thus, within the battleground, only Qingyun remained motionless, watching the fierce struggle unfold. Time continued to slip by. The stalemate remained unbroken. Tsunade's team had already unleashed a barrage of techniques beyond even the A-rank level, yet their chakra reserve showed no sign of running dry. In fact, they seemed only to grow more vigorous with each exchange. Hanzo relied on his swift movements and his venomous, resilient body. Coordinating perfectly with abuse, he managed to avoid injury no matter how relentless Tsunade's team became. Yet frustration began to gnaw at him. The last time these three had fought him, they hadn't possessed anything close to this amount of chakra. How could they fight so long and hard now, showing no signs of slowing down? In contrast, though his speed hadn't diminished, the repeated use of the body flicker technique, combined with summoning abuse, had drained his chakra by almost half. If this continued any longer, he realized Tsunade's team might well wear him down. Suddenly, Hanzo noticed something peculiar. Every so often, Tsunade's team would toss a wine gourd among themselves. He had no idea what was inside, but instinct told him something wasn't right. Seizing an opening, he tensed his body, and when Tsunade threw the gourd to Orochimaru, Hanzo used the body flicker to intercept it midair. With a swift swing of his sickle, Hanzo sliced the wine gourd clean in two. Instantly, a rich aroma of liquor spread across the battlefield. Orochimaru failed to catch the gourd Tsunade had tossed, his face darkening with worry. The real reason the three of them had lasted so long was the enormous restorative power of the Buddha Smiles wine. As long as they sipped from it, their chakra would recover, allowing them to endure Hanzo's relentless assault. But now, with the wine gone and even their soldier pills depleted, how could they possibly continue to hold out? Very soon, Orochimaru was the first to falter. His giant serpent dissolved into a swirl of pale mist and vanished into the air. Immediately after, Jiraiya's strength gave out, and lastly, Tsunade could hold on no longer. Her slug companion also faded away, leaving the three of them standing back to back where they were. Seeing that the three were now utterly spent, Hanzo was overjoyed. In a flash, he darted around them using his teleportation technique, launching relentless attacks that forced the trio to fight desperately just to stay alive. Fire-style, explosive tags. After toying with them for some time, Hanzo finally lost interest in this game of cat and mouse. He unleashed a fire-style jutsu, sending an explosive projectile hurtling straight toward Tsunade. Ninja art. Needle Jizo. No matter the situation, Jiraiya always kept part of his focus on Tsunade. Noticing Hanzo's attack and seeing Tsunade too drained of chakra to react, Jiraiya instantly flung himself to her side, summoning the last of his own chakra to form a protective shield of hair between her and the oncoming danger. But Jiraiya's remaining reserves were pitifully low, hardly enough to ward off Hanzo's devastating fire-style explosion. In an instant, Jiraiya was caught in the blast, sustaining grave injuries that left him barely clinging to life. The shockwave hurled Tsunade and Orochimaru aside, slamming them onto the ground. They struggled to rise, but their strength was gone. All they could do was stare at Hanzo in despair. Aren't you something, Konoha? So many geniuses in one place. Hanzo approached, looming over the battered three. The three of you have won my approval. In the name of a demigod, I bestow upon you the title of Konoha's legendary Sanin. Tsunade and her companions thought this was the end, that death was certain, but to their shock, Hanzo made no move to kill them. Instead, he uttered these words. For a moment, the three of them were stunned, then their expressions darkened. Though Hanzo had spared their lives, their defeat was twice sealed at his hands, and now, to add humiliation to injury, he had dubbed them with a title in mock honor. If Hanzo truly was the demigod of the ninja world, perhaps such a title might carry some weight. Yet, the nickname demigod only circulated within the confines of Amigakure, hardly enough to warrant such humiliation for the three. Once his performance was over, Hanzo lost interest in Tsunade and her team. Instead, he turned toward Qinyun, who had all this while remained calm and unmoving. Even when Tsunade and her teammates were hurled to the ground, he showed not the slightest reaction. Curious, Hanzo asked, Kid, what exactly are you being so wary of? Qinyun ignored Hanzo's question. At the moment Tsunade and her companions fell, he felt a surge of foreboding intensify within him. His nerves taut, he scanned the surroundings anxiously. Earth-style fist of rock. Earth-style, ultra-weighted boulder. Suddenly, from the sky appeared a short ninja with an oddly amusing look. His right fist turned ochre as it was enveloped by a powerful supporting jutsu, the ultra-weighted boulder technique, massively amplifying the force of his attack. He plummeted from above, aiming straight for Tsunade and her team. Lightning style, Chidori current, complete sword technique. When a massive boulder appeared in the sky, Qinyun immediately summoned the energy he had prepared in advance. Crimson lightning surged across his body in the blink of an eye as the azure edge sword was drawn from its sheath. With a swift movement, he unleashed the wind god kick and charged toward Tsunade and her companions. Upon seeing that Inoki had finally appeared, Qinyun instantly activated the Chidori current. Red lightning pulsed through him, entwining the azure edge sword as well. Once more, he employed the wind god kick, dashing at lightning speed toward Tsunade's group. A tremendous boom echoed. Qinyun arrived at the trio's side, his swordsmanship forming an impenetrable defense. A curtain of blades unfurled above their heads. Inoki's fist crashed down hard on the barrier with a heavy thud, shattering the sword curtain and driving straight for Qinyun. Qinyun's face changed drastically. He had underestimated the force that Inoki had gathered for this blow. He let go of his sword without hesitation and hastily assumed a taiji boxing stance to defend himself. Still, time was scarce. Though taiji boxing was renowned for its defensive power, against an experienced and formidable veteran like Inoki, the pressure was immense. Fortunately, Inoki's stone fist was hindered first by the sword curtain, and while he managed to break through the taiji yin-yang diagram, his attack was neutralized in the process. So it's you again, Brad. Impressive. Today, taking out the 4 prodigies of Leaf in one go. It'll be worth the trouble. Inoki sneered as he recognized Qinyun, hovering above the battlefield with a cold, mocking grin. Old man, empty words cost you nothing. Or have you forgotten how you scrambled to dodge your own attack last time? Qinyun replied coolly, raising his head to scoff at Inoki. Let's see if your strength matches your sharp tongue. Earth-style, steel doll technique. At Qinyun's taunt, Inoki snorted and rapidly formed hand seals. Instantly, a monstrous figure made of earth-hued stone materialized in the arena, launching itself at Qinyun. Lightning-style, Thunder Dragon Whirlwind. Qinyun stood unflinching as the stone creature charged in. He formed a seal with his left hand, unleashing lightning style, while his right hand summoned the azure edge sword from the ground into his grip. The Chidori current crackled around the blade again as he raced after the swirling red tornado, closing in on the stone monster. Another thunderous crash ripped through the air. The moment the tornado collided with the stone beast, Both forces began to consume each other at breakneck speed. Despite Lightning Style's advantage over Earth Style, Inoki was no ordinary ninja. He possessed the rare Kekiai Toda and mastery over all 5 elements, making him a formidable shadow-level opponent. When the tornado finally dissipated, the stone monster was only slightly worn down, not destroyed. Qingyun had anticipated just such an outcome. If Inoki were so easy to defeat, he would never have survived this long, his presence lingering even in the era of Boruto. Stepping lightly with the azure ripple step, Qingyun became a streak of red, deftly dodging the attacks of the stone monster. He darted right up to its front, not to strike but to use it as a springboard. Borrowing its mass, he launched himself even higher with the Gale God's Kick. Lightning Style, Chidori. This was Qingyun's battle plan. The stone monster was a jutsu conjured by Inoki. Even if he managed to smash it, so long as Inoki's chakra held out, Mo would just keep rising from the ground, an endless tide until Qingyun would be exhausted and eventually worn down. What's more, the area all around was barren and empty, nowhere to gain leverage. But now, with the stone monster present, Qingyun could save his own energy for movement, conserving chi to focus entirely on attacking Inoki. Up in the air, Qingyun released the Gale God's Kick. From his right hand came a crackling, bird-like sound that resounded across the battlefield, as he surged forward like a flash of scarlet lightning straight towards Inoki. Earth Style, Arm of Stone. Inoki, seeing how swiftly Qingyun adjusted his tactics to target him, felt a chill of danger from that lightning jutsu. Not daring to underestimate the threat, he immediately deployed a defensive technique. In an instant, a massive earth-and-yellow arm wrapped protectively around Inoki. Crimson lightning danced around Qingyun's right hand as he crashed mercilessly against the stone arm. Boom! With a thunderous crash, shards of rock exploded and rained down through the air. Gale God's Kick, Grass in the Wind. His Chidori spent after shattering the stone defense. Qingyun pressed the attack without pause. Springing off the rubble fractured by his previous strike, he shot like lightning, delivering a ferocious kick toward Inoki. Inoki had not expected Qingyun to grow so powerful so quickly. Within just months, his strength had soared. Driven by a swelling intent to kill, he soared upwards, narrowly dodging Qingyun's lightning-fast assault. Earth Style, Weighted Boulder Jutsu. With his body still rising, Inoki immediately unleashed a jutsu to increase Qingyun's weight. Midair, Qingyun missed his target and was suddenly pulled down hard, his body plummeting straight for the ground. He didn't dare be careless. Rapidly moving his feet, he used the drag of the air itself to slow his descent. Earth Style, Earth Spikes. Seizing the momentum, Inoki attacked before Qingyun could land safely. From the ground, a forest of razor-sharp earthen spikes shot up, lying in wait for Qingyun's fall. If he crashed down now, he'd surely be skewered. Lightning Style, Thousand Lightning Needles. Chidori Current, the true sword technique. Twisting in the air, Qingyun unleashed a sweeping lightning-style jutsu across the battlefield. Without waiting to see the results, he swung the Qing Feng sword with force, slashing down at the earth spikes below. Scarlet lightning surged from the blade, cleaving through the deadly spikes. At the same time, Inoki was too busy dodging the relentless storm of lightning needles to pay Qingyun any further attention. This, too, was Qingyun's intention in casting the 1,000 lightning needles, to disrupt Inoki's focus, forcing him onto the defensive and granting himself a moment's respite in the heat of battle. After landing successfully, Qingyun saw the rock monster launch another attack. Without hesitation, he stepped lightly upon the ground, gliding with unmatched agility to evade the monster's strikes. At the same time, his mind raced, searching for the right strategy. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya watched the fierce battle between Qingyun and Inoki, a trace of admiration blooming within their hearts. Even if they were in Qingyun's place, none of them felt they could do any better. In fact, the power Qingyun displayed now seemed to faintly surpass even theirs. As for Hanzo, he had originally wanted to make a show of his own prowess. But the instant he saw Inoki arrive, he could only close his mouth, watching the intense fight between Qingyun and Inoki in silence. Inside, his feelings grew increasingly complicated. If Qingyun had joined forces with Tsunade and the other two just now, Hanzo knew he would have stood no chance against all 4 of them. What's more, each of them was younger than him, Qingyun especially, who was several generations a junior. It was clear that, in time, these young warriors would surpass him by far. At this thought, Hanzo found the title demigod suddenly sounded utterly absurd. For all his self-proclaimed godlike power, he couldn't even break past the borders of the Rain Country. In that moment, much of the pride in his heart faded away. Unaware of what Tsunade and the others were thinking, Qingyun continued his evasive maneuvers, darting away from the rock monster's attacks. relying on the footwork of Lingsha steps and the rapid inner energy recovery of the Nine Yang divine art. He was able to replenish his strength almost instantly. Earth-style mud flow. At that moment, Inoki, having dealt with 1,000 bolts of lightning needles, frowned as he watched Qingyun, whose speed remained astonishing even under the weighted pressure of Inoki's technique. Without delay, he unleashed the mud flow to hinder Qingyun's movement. Qingyun's gaze sharpened as he instantly devised a counter. If you turn the earth into a shifting sea of sand, then I'll simply use fire to bake it dry. Fire-style, dragon flame technique. With one hand forming rapid seals as he continued his evasive footwork, Qingyun unleashed a torrent of blazing white flames from his mouth. Not stopping there, he sheathed the green-edged sword. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he launched the Shaoshang sword straight toward Inoki in the sky. Inoki saw that Qingyun had found a way to counter the mud flow. He considered doubling the weight with the super-weighted boulder technique, but just as he prepared to act, he sensed a scorching, razor-sharp aura shooting toward him. He leapt away from his position in the nick of time. Sure enough, the Shaoshang sword whistled right past where he'd stood, the blistering heat and cutting edge nearly freezing Inoki in terror. Cold sweat beaded on his skin. Had that strike landed, he might have been obliterated without a trace. The malice in Inoki's eyes blazed anew. This was the second time he had come so close to death. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Just as Qingyun finished baking the ground dry, he suddenly sensed a tide of lethal danger. Raising his head, he saw Inoki already beginning to wield the fearsome dust release. Qingyun was just about to unleash the grand shift of heaven and earth when he sensed something was wrong. This time, Inoki wasn't using the domain severance technique after all, but rather a limit severance technique, a move easily 10 times more powerful. Thinking back to how exhausted he'd been merely resisting domain severance before, and how it had nearly drained him to the point of collapse, Qingyun realized that, no matter what, he stood no chance against limit severance. With this realization, a grim expression clouded Qingyun's face, and he dropped his plan to use the grand shift to rebound the dust release attack. In an instant, the azure edge sword flashed from its scabbard, red lightning crackling once more across his entire body. Qingyun closed his eyes briefly, then snapped them open. He used his own energy to stimulate the cells around his eyes, making them bleed just a little, creating the illusion that he was awakening the Sharingan in a desperate moment. No longer hesitating, Qingyun stomped hard on the ground and vaulted into the air. Swordsman's energy surged around him, while red lightning arced through the air, violently tearing at the space around him. His eyes were bloodshot, and 6 tomo spun rapidly within them. Twin streams of blood traced down beneath his eyelids, as if the mere pressure of facing Inoki had triggered the awakening of the Sharingan. Tsunade paused in surprise at the sight of the bloody tear tracks beneath Qingyun's eyes. Hadn't he already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan? Why would his eyes bleed when he awakened the Sharingan now? Then it dawned on her. She understood exactly what Qingyun was up to. Shaking her head with a wry smile, she thought he was deliberately creating an excuse for the future to explain why he would later be able to use the Sharingan normally. After all, there was no Uchiha clan record of someone awakening 3-tomo eyes right away. But here was Qingyun, in front of everyone, awakening the Sharingan under Inoki's pressure. Once word of this spread, no one would dare doubt it. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, meanwhile, stared in astonishment at Qingyun. They were well aware of his extraordinary talent, but for someone to awaken the Sharingan instantly, and at the 3-tomo level, no less, was still astounding. Suddenly, Orochimaru and his companions saw a blur before their eyes. A tall ninja with white hair appeared before them. Fall back now. Their clash will be devastating. If you stay here in your current state, you'll have no chance of survival. It was Tsukumo Hatake. He'd been prepared to step in ever since Tsunade and the others had lost their fighting strength. However, he'd sensed Inoki's powerful aura and chose to remain hidden nearby. Watching Qingyun clash fiercely with Inoki, Tsukumo hadn't intervened immediately. He knew that facing a seasoned Kaga-level fighter like Inoki in a life-or-death battle could stimulate Qingyun's potential and cause his power to soar. So, he'd kept a close eye on their fight, waiting. When both Qingyun and Inoki unleashed their full power, filling the battlefield with a terrifying aura, Tsukumo couldn't hold back any longer. He revealed himself, urging the seriously weakened trio to retreat. Orochimaru and his 2 companions struggled to stand when they heard the command, but after the fierce battle with Hanzo, not only were they gravely wounded, their chakra was nearly depleted as well. Now, their bodies felt utterly powerless. They could no longer stand up on their own. Seeing this, Tsukumo Hatake swiftly scooped Tsunade onto his back, then tucked Orochimaru and Jiraiya under his arms. one on each side, before darting away from the battlefield with impressive speed. Hanzo, who had been watching the fight from afar, also sensed the terrifying pressure building between Qingyun and Inoki. Wasting no time, he immediately called upon the ninja of Amigakure to retreat at full speed, pulling back everyone under his command. Meanwhile, Qingyun's aura surged wildly, the seed of sword intent within him spinning at a furious rate. With a powerful stamp of his feet, he launched himself skyward, rocketing into the air. A single sword from the west, the heavenly flying immortal. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. At the very same instant, both Qingyun and Inoki unleashed their ultimate moves. A square barrier glowing with blinding white light sped toward Qingyun, expanding as it came, its ominous presence growing heavier and heavier as Inoki continued to feed his chakra into the jutsu. On Qingyun's side, crimson and white light began as a gentle glow, then flared into a radiant blaze. At the tip of his azure blade, a long sword formed, woven from electricity and sword energy, red and white entwined as it tore through the sky, hurtling toward the advancing barrier. As the ephemeral crimson-white blade and the glowing square barrier collided, an intense silence descended. A tension so fierce it felt like the world itself was catching its breath, a frightening energy stirring at their center. Tsukumo Itaki had already fled a full kilometer away with Tsunade and the others on his back. However, seeing the stillness where Qingyun stood, his expression suddenly changed. Feeling a surge of imminent danger, he pushed his chakra to its very limits and accelerated, retreating at full speed until he plunged into the safety of the nearby forest. Tsunade and her companions, too, were shocked to their core as they watched Qingyun's silhouette flicker in and out of view amidst the chaos above, hardly able to believe he could unleash such overwhelming power. Just then, a rolling, thunderous explosion erupted from the heart of the battlefield, shattering the previous silence. The ground at the epicenter caved inward as the shockwave spread, and the very air around Qingyun and Inoki was swept up in a furious tempest, whipped into motion by the immense force unleashed. Up above, the sky itself began to tremble violently. The pressure from their clash destabilized the very fabric of the space around them, making it seem as though at any moment it might fracture apart like so much shattered glass. The battlefield, long shrouded in ominous, thick clouds, suddenly cleared as both attacks collided. The storm was swept away, and at last, a single warm beam of sunlight broke through, illuminating the ground below. Yet Qingyun was far from unharmed. His crimson-white, ethereal sword was draining away at an alarming rate, the brilliant energy already receding past the hilt, inching closer and closer to the tip of his azure blade. But the square barrier, as if untouched, continued pressing inexorably onward, driving relentlessly toward Qingyun himself. This dust release technique was created on the basis of the original world's separation jutsu. Its power is not only 10 times greater than that of the original, but it is also continuous. So long as Inoki has enough chakra, this barrier will not disappear. In the original work, Inoki used this move to destroy more than 30 of Madara's wood-style clones, a testament to just how formidable this technique is. In truth, at this point, Inoki was not faring well either. His chakra was plummeting at a frightening speed, and it was clear he wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. Glancing at Qingyun's condition in front of him, Inoki clenched his teeth and forced himself to persist. Suddenly, Qingyun heard a crisp metallic sound, and his expression changed dramatically. The azure-edged sword, unable to withstand the immense force of their collision, began to crack. The way things stood, the sword might not last even a second longer. When that happened, death awaited him, utter annihilation, without even a trace left behind. Without hesitation, Qingyun divided his attention and drew a blood bodhi fruit from the system's space, tossing it straight into his mouth. Instantly, the blood bodhi dissolved into pure, medicinal energy that burst through his body. At that moment, the azure-edged sword finally reached its limit. Surrounded by the four-sided barrier, it rapidly disintegrated into atoms. The sword that had accompanied Qingyun for so many years met its end. Seeing that Qingyun was now unarmed and plummeting rapidly, Inoki's face lit up with delight. He immediately directed the four-sided barrier to attack Qingyun, but he rejoiced too soon. Though Qingyun continued his descent toward the ground, this didn't mean he was powerless to resist. As the immense medicinal force of the blood bodhi surged through him, a mysterious crimson radiance enveloped Qingyun's whole body. Great shifting of heaven and earth, Qingyun shouted, channeling the blood-red inner force into his hands at blinding speed. Instantly, a Bagua diagram took shape, solidifying at an extraordinary rate. With a thunderous boom, the four-sided barrier crashed into the Bagua formation. In that moment, a thin line of blood trickled from the corner of Qingyun's mouth, but the blood body's medicinal power healed him almost instantly. Qingyun faced the four-sided barrier with unwavering determination. Slowly moving both hands, he willed the barrier to follow the motions of his palms, gradually shifting under his control. Upon witnessing this, Inoki's face turned ashen, dark as the bottom of a pot. The scene from several months earlier resurfaced in his mind. Now, with his chakra severely depleted, only two options remained before him. The first was to fight Qingyun to the bitter end, gambling on whose chakra would run out first. Whoever endured longer would win this battle. The second was to sever the connection while Qingyun had yet to fully control the four-sided barrier. With his advantage in the sky, Qingyun would have no way to reach him. Inoki's expression grew ever more conflicted as he watched Qingyun below, manipulating the bagua formation to envelop and steer the four-sided barrier. Bitterness and reluctance churned in his heart. Twice, the first time, because Tsukumo Hatake was present, he only exchanged a single move with Qingyun. Yet, even that one exchange left a lasting impression of this kid in his mind. And now, this is the second encounter. Qingyun's growth has been astonishingly rapid. This time, Qingyun could actually hold his own in battle against him. The sharp sword aura, the uncanny finger sword, and the unusual crimson lightning and white flame, all of it paired with, shockingly, the awakened Sharingan with 3 tomo. All these things fanned Inoki's murderous intent to new heights. But as the moments passed, Qingyun showed not the slightest sign of weakening. On the contrary, the square barrier was now completely enveloped by a massive bagua diagram. Clearly, it wouldn't be long before Qingyun gained full control over the barrier. When that happened, his own jutsu would turn against him and kill him. Thinking of this, Inoki shot Qingyun a venomous glare, unwillingly severed the connection, and sped away in the direction of the land of Earth. As Inoki's chakra link dissipated, the square barrier fell entirely under Qingyun's control. The spinning bagua diagram continued its rotation. Then, with a sudden surge from Qingyun, the entire barrier shot high into the sky. A deafening boom resounded across the battlefield. Seeing that Inoki had already fled far away, Qingyun could only look helplessly in his direction before settling into a cross-legged seat on the ground, beginning to refine the medicinal power of the blood bodhi. As expected, this boy is a true Uchiha. What a pity, though. The light in his heart overshadows the darkness. I cannot guide him to be my vessel. Stranger still, I sense a faint threat from him, as if striking at him would put my own life at risk. A pale, humanoid figure stood underground, watching the two clashing warriors in the distance, muttering softly to himself. Beside him, a shadowy black being turned and said, "Madara-sama, should we take steps to eliminate him? Otherwise, he may pose a threat to our plans." This pair, one white, one black, were none other than Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, temporarily incarnated through White Zetsu's body. Earlier, a fierce battle had erupted here, the shockwaves of the clash terrifying in their intensity, while Nagato's trio remained nearby. White Zetsu, secretly trailing Nagato, saw these events unfold and feared for the safety of the Rinnegan. He immediately reported to Black Zetsu, and upon hearing the news, Uchiha Madara projected his consciousness into White Zetsu's body. Firstly, to observe Qingyun's battle. Secondly, to ensure the Rinnegan would not be seized by others. The first time Black Zetsu laid eyes on Qingyun, he sensed a particularly unusual aura about him. Deeply wary, Black Zetsu feared Qingyun might ruin his plans. Hearing Madara's soliloquy now, he could not help but offer advice. "Madara-sama, should we consider killing him, lest he wreck our designs?" Uchiha Madara shook his head at those words. "Not for now. He's extremely powerful, and with my life force slipping away, I'm barely holding on by relying on the 10-tail shell to sustain me. With only White Zetsu's body at my disposal, I can't muster much strength. Besides, I have the feeling he knows far more than he lets on. If we make a deadly enemy of him, it may ruin our plans for raising a vessel to nurture the Rinnegan. Furthermore, he's cold and indifferent by nature. So long as we don't threaten those close to him, he likely won't interfere in our affairs." But Black Zetsu heard Madara's words and still felt uneasy, wanting to object. But before he could finish, Madara cut him off, his tone unyielding. "No more buts. Do as I say. We wait until I return to my peak. Right now, our priority is to find someone who can serve as my representative in the ninja world. Everything else can wait." "Yes, Lord Madara. Ever since Uzumaki Mito's death, we've been able to move freely through Konoha. Over the past few days, I've sent Toby into the village to gather information. According to what he's found, there are currently 2 who might be qualified to act as your proxy in the ninja world. These 2 are Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Shursui is the grandson of Uchiha Kagami. Even at a young age, he's already shown tremendous talent. Given his gifts, I have no doubt that once he enters the Ninja Academy, he'll be noticed by Konoha's top leadership. As for Uchiha Obito, while his talent may not be on par with Shursui, he possesses a generous heart. People tease him for always being late, calling him the tail end, but the truth is there aren't many in the academy who are stronger than he is right now. And because his heart is so open, it'll be easy to guide him. If we pull him into darkness, he'll likely awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But these two are both very young. If we choose one of them, we'll need to wait some time. As Black Zetsu finished recounting White Zetsu's findings, his pitch-black face gave nothing away. He calmly presented the news to Madara. Madara listened in silence, then spoke after a moment's thought, his voice calm and low. I'll find time to assess them personally. Then I'll decide who will become my representative. As for how long I can keep this up, as long as I don't leave the ten-tail shell, I should be able to hold out for a while. Meanwhile, less than 3 kilometers from the battlefield, 3 young children, one with yellow hair, another with purple hair, and a third with a cascade of long, red hair, watched the clash ahead with wide-eyed curiosity. It's terrifying. Yahiko, are we really going to that place? The purple-haired little girl looked nervously at the oldest among them, the boy with yellow hair. As for the red-haired boy, he stared at the Konoha forehead protector shining on the arm of the shinobi in the clouds above. Though his eyes were hidden behind his long bangs, a glimmer of hatred burned quietly in their depths. His parents were killed by Konoha ninja, and he himself became an orphan because of their deaths. Naturally, he harbored no fondness for Konoha in his heart. The little boy with yellow hair listened intently, his eyes shining with longing. Conan, if we want to survive in this world, we have to become just as powerful as they are. Only then can we keep ourselves from being hurt, and maybe we'll be able to help others like us who have no home. These 3 children were none other than young Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. They had been drawn by the great battle unfolding ahead, so they crept quietly to the edge of the battlefield. Watching the devastating clash in the sky between Chingyun and Inoki, a jumble of fear, excitement, and anticipation welled up within their hearts. But when they tried to move closer, they were halted by an invisible barrier. No matter which way they turned or how hard they tried to break through, the invisible wall would not yield. All they could do was stand where they were, gazing up at the fierce duel in the sky. That unseen barrier was in fact the barrier technique set up by Madara Uchiha himself. He knew exactly how terrifying the battle ahead was. These 3 weren't just in danger of being caught up. Even getting a bit closer could mean being torn apart by the shockwaves alone. Of the 3, Madara wasn't particularly concerned for 2, but Nagato's safety was absolutely essential. For this reason, Madara had erected the barrier, keeping them safe from harm. But what's stopping us here? We can't get through it all, Conan protested. She looked ahead at the battlefield, which had finally calmed down, frustration in her voice. They were trapped, unable to reach their goal, to find Chingyun and asked to become his students. Doesn't matter. No matter what, we have to get over there. Yahiko clenched his teeth, gathering all his courage as he dashed forward. The moment he reached the invisible barrier, he squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself for pain. But against all expectations, he broke through the invisible wall, only to tumble headlong to the ground, sprawling out in an awkward mess. After a long moment, Yahiko finally pulled himself up, covered head to toe in dust. But seeing that he'd managed to cross, he forgot all about the pain. Excitement beaming from his face, he called out to Nagato and Conan. Conan, Nagato, I made it. Come on, give it a try. Conan and Nagato, curious, cautiously moved toward the barrier. Sure enough, they passed through as well, joining Yahiko's side. We did it. We finally made it. Conan cheered, bouncing around with happiness beside Yahiko and Nagato. Nagato didn't say a word. He simply watched Conan's happiness, a gentle warmth kindling in his heart, and even his Rinnegan, usually hidden beneath his red hair, seemed to soften just a little. Let's go, Yahiko said, smiling at the joyful Conan. He took their hands in his, and with that, the 3 of them headed together for the heart of the battlefield. On the other side, after seeing Inoki leave, Chingyun immediately sat cross-legged and began circulating the Fengshan leg inner arts, refining the medicinal power of the blood bodhi into pure wind-attributed internal energy. Gradually, the power of wind within him grew ever stronger. Though it had not yet transformed into true chi, the moment of breakthrough was close at hand. With dedicated practice, it would not be long before Chingyun completed this transformation. Meanwhile, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, having distanced themselves from the battlefield, had somewhat recovered. Observing Chingyun sitting in meditation to restore his chakra, they followed Tsukumo Hatake and gathered by his side to stand guard for him. "Who's there? Show yourself." Tsukumo's ears suddenly twitched. He spun around and shouted toward a spot veiled by grass and foliage. The moment Tsukumo raised his voice, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru instantly became alert. They, too, sensed that something was approaching from behind. Yahiko, Konin, and Nagato, startled by Tsukumo's shout, crawled timidly out of the tangled undergrowth. Covered with scratches and dust, they appeared before everyone's eyes, looking nervous and bedraggled. At that moment, Qingyun finished absorbing the blood body's medicinal power. Upon hearing Tsukumo's words, he turned to look, squinting at the three children's figures. So this is Nagato? But why are they showing up at this time? In the original story, these three children only encountered Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru after their battle with Hanzo on the way back to Konoha. Driven by hunger, they tried to beg for food. In the end, Jiraiya discovered Nagato's Rinnegan and believed the boy was the prophesied child of destiny. Because of this, he stopped Orochimaru from killing them and chose to stay behind, teaching them ninjutsu. But now, the three kids have appeared ahead of schedule, which means, as the thought crossed his mind, Qingyun's eyes swept neatly around. Instinctively, he sensed two faint presences watching them from the shadows. Just as he suspected, White Zetsu had been lurking nearby all along. But why did it feel as if there were two pairs of eyes spying on them? Could it be that Madara Uchiha had come in person? We're sorry, honored sirs. We came to find that big brother. Konin and Nagato followed behind Yahiko, their legs trembling with fright. Yahiko, being slightly older, forced down his fear, positioned himself protectively in front of Konin and Nagato, and spoke up in a shaky voice. Editor's note: the Second Shinobi World War has ended. This part is rather sparse, as the protagonist's young age limited his involvement, and the war itself spanned too much time. So Xiangxue did not write much here. In response to readers' requests, here is a summary of the protagonist's attributes. Name: Qingyun. Age: 13. Rank: Konohagakure Special Jonin. Realm: Grandmaster. Initial stage: just reached Shadow rank. Realm comparison: Body Refinement Genin. Acquired stage Chunin. Pre-Heaven: up to and including mid-stage Jonin. Pre-Heaven: up to and including peak Elite Jonin. Grandmaster Kage. Great Grandmaster Super Kage. Sage 6 paths, earthly immortal above 6 paths. Attributes: Fire, Lightning, Earth, Water, Wind, Yin Yang. Internal Martial Arts: Hunyuan Technique, 9 Yang Divine Skill, 9 Manual, Wind God Leg Method. Martial Arts Skills: Tai Chi Fist, Basic Swordsmanship, Chuanjin Sword Technique, 6 Meridian Divine Sword, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, Azure Sea Rising Melody, Great Yin Yang Shift, Wind God Leg, Celestial Sword from Beyond. Movement Techniques: Golden Wild Goose Art, Misty Wave Steps, Wind Shadow Capture. Ninjutsu: Fire Element C rank to A rank techniques, Lightning Element C rank to A rank techniques, Medical Ninjutsu, Body Flicker, Shadow Clone, Clone, Substitution, Transformation. Nature Change: Fire, White Flame, Lightning, Red Lightning. Summon Beast: None. Definitions: Zui Soft Sword, powerless Yin Yang Sword. Unpracticed Techniques: Minor Variant Skill, 5 Poisons Codex, Marrow Cleansing Classic, Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand, 13 Deadly Strikes, Diamond Body Protection, Sealing Scroll. This attribute list will not appear frequently. It will only be provided when the protagonist learns significant new skills or achieves a major breakthrough. The story continues. On the other side, Yusho Zixiao was still unaware that the fierce battle ahead had ended. He led his troops steadily toward the Land of Rain. Namikaze Minato was among the ranks. At this moment, he had already learned of the great clash that had taken place. With Itsutsuki from Awagakure showing up at the Rain Country front lines, and Hanzo in the mix as well, he couldn't help but worry for Qingyun, his teacher, and the others. Frustrated by how slowly the column was advancing, Minato thought for a while, then approached Yusho Zixiao to request permission to act on his own. Ordinarily, with Minato's status, he would have had no right to meet someone of Zixiao's rank. But Minato was Jiraiya's disciple, and before their deployment, Hiruzen Sarutobi had given explicit instructions. Minato was to be looked after carefully. When Yusho Zixiao heard Minato's request, his first instinct was to refuse. There was a battle raging ahead. If Minato were to set out alone and run into enemy forces sabotaging their supply lines, he might well be in grave danger. But Minato seemed to read Zixiao's thoughts and quickly added, "Lord Zixiao, I'm quite capable, and I've already mastered the basics of the Flying Thunder God. Even if I encounter enemy ninja whom I can't defeat, I'll still be able to escape." Zixiao was stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief. Had he just heard Minato say he'd already begun to grasp the infamous and notoriously difficult space-time jutsu, the Flying Thunder God? He knew all too well just how powerful this jutsu was. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, once relied on the Flying Thunder God technique to dominate the world of shinobi and was the only one whose speed could match that of the second Raikage. But ever since Tobirama Senju's passing, no one in the Hidden Leaf had been able to master this jutsu. It was left gathering dust in the Book of Seals, an immense pity. And yet, standing before him now was a boy not even 13, who by all rights would, in any other case, be a rookie fresh out of the Ninja Academy, claiming he had learned the Flying Thunder God. How could he not be shocked? As the head of the Umbu, he was tasked with protecting Hiruzen Sarutobi's safety and was, of course, aware that Shin'yun had previously exchanged the technique with Hiruzen. But how long had it been? Barely 4 months. And Minato Namikaze had already mastered this jutsu? Show me, then. If you truly know the Flying Thunder God, I might consider letting you head to the battlefield alone. Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Jyoti Shursho fixed his gaze on Minato Namikaze as he spoke. He wanted to witness for himself whether Minato had truly perfected the technique. If he had, with Minato's current strength, as long as he avoided Kage-level opponents, even if he couldn't win, escaping would pose no problem. Yes, Lord Shursho, stand back, please. As he spoke, Minato drew a uniquely shaped kunai, its design resembling a 3-pronged fork, with the word sword of shinobi love engraved on the handle. This was a special kunai forged by Minato himself from chakra metal, crafted so it could withstand long-term storage of sealing techniques. Compared to a regular kunai, these were much heavier, and with the addition of chakra metal, their chakra conductivity was exceptional, making it easier to pierce an enemy's body or throat. Yet, as with all things, there was a downside. These kunai were extraordinarily expensive to produce. And since chakra metal was so rare, with no steady supply, he had only ever managed to forge 3. With a flick of his wrist, Minato sent the kunai, flying toward the spot right beside Jyoti Shursho. As the kunai neared Shursho, Minato's eyes sharpened, and in a flash, the Flying Thunder God was unleashed. In that instant, Minato vanished from where he'd stood over 1,000 meters away and reappeared next to Shursho. The whole process took less than a heartbeat. For a moment, surprise flickered across Shisho's eyes as Minato appeared by his side in the blink of an eye. So Minato Namikaze had truly done it. What a genius. Indeed, like a tracks like, great minds gathered together. Qingyun's strength was astounding. He had withstood Inoki's dust release head-on, twice defeated the Sand Village prodigy Raza, and on the Rain Country front, served as bait to help Orochimaru and Jiraiya burn Sand Village's frontline supplies to the ground. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, who had grown up alongside Qingyun, was no ordinary child. Even at his young age, his strength already rivaled that of a Jonin. Now, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he could easily take on most elite Jonin without breaking a sweat. With some time, it was a foregone conclusion that Minato Namikaze would surpass even the most powerful Kage-level fighters. After a long pause, seeing that Yusho Zixiao remained silent, Minato couldn't help himself and asked, Lord Zixiao, what do you think? May I go on my own? You may, but remember, if you encounter a large enemy force, preserving your life takes priority. Withdraw at once and regroup with us. With Qingyun, Tsunade, and the others on the front line, nothing should go wrong. Awakened from his thoughts by Minato's question, Lord Zixiao offered his gentle caution. He then glanced around to make sure nobody was paying attention to them. Only when he was certain did he lower his voice and add, besides, Tsukumo Hatake is also secretly watching over Qingyun. If Anoki takes action, with Tsukumo there, Qingyun and the others will be in no danger. Don't worry, Lord Zixiao. I won't do anything reckless. Hearing that Tsukumo Hatake was ahead as well put Minato's mind at ease. He knew full well just how formidable Tsukumo's strength was. Reassured, Minato gave Lord Zixiao a nod of confidence, then slipped past the group, sprinting swiftly towards the Land of Rain. He did not immediately use the Flying Thunder God to move through the countryside. After all, for now, he'd only just started mastering the technique and wasn't yet fully comfortable wielding it. Plus, the chakra consumption was considerable. Though he'd switched to the Wind God leg technique, mastery of internal strength required steady progress. At this point, Minato's chakra reserves, though at the level of an elite Jonin, still weren't enough for long-distance use of the Flying Thunder God. So, much like Qingyun, Minato opted for the Lingbo Weibu, gliding nimbly toward the battlefield in the Land of Rain. For 2 days straight, Minato pressed on with all his might. By noon on the 3rd day, travel-worn and weary, he found a safe spot to rest. From his sealing scroll, he fetched a few pieces of dry rations and some water, preparing to replenish his strength. "No, please just let me go, I beg you." A harsh, mocking voice barked in reply. "Uzumaki village is gone, and almost no Uzumaki clan members remain. Meeting you here is a gift from the heavens. That's right. Be smart and come with us. We saw you heal that kitten with our own eyes. You've got an extremely rare healing constitution, even for an Uzumaki. With you in our group, our bounty missions will be so much easier." "You're wrong. I'm not one of the Uzumaki. Look, my hair is black, not red." Just as Minato was chewing dutifully on the tasteless rations, a commotion suddenly drifted over from the distance. Minato Namikaze immediately halted mid-bite of his rations. In a flash, he leapt onto a nearby tree and swiftly climbed to its top, where he spotted two ninjas wearing Iwagakure forehead protectors, though each bore a deep scratch across the metal plate, chasing a black-haired girl ahead of them. Hearing the conversation of the two rogue Iwagakure ninjas, Minato's heart skipped a beat. The Uzumaki clan? Was that not Kushina's people? It was said that ever since the destruction of Yuzushiogakure, Uzumaki clan members had become exceedingly rare, so much so that one could hardly spot a trace of them in the ninja world. Now, standing before him, this black-haired girl might very well be one of the Uzumaki. As Kushina's comrade and friend, there was no way Minato could stand by and watch her perish. As the two Iwagakure defectors closed in, poised to seize the girl, Minato suddenly launched a kunai, engraved with the mark of the flying thunder god, straight at one of them from the treetop. "Not good. We've got company. He's right behind you. Quick, use your defensive jutsu." Reacting on instinct to his companion's warning, the ninja named Inai spun around. All he saw was a flash of cold steel, followed by a sharp pain to his neck, and with a wild spray, blood erupted from the wound. "Damn it, Inai. Earth-style, fisher palm." Seeing his comrade fall, the remaining rogue ninja rapidly formed hand seals, attempting an Earth-style attack against Minato. "You won't get the chance. Bend with the wind, but stand firm like grass." Suddenly, Minato materialized behind the last defector. Calmly, he murmured this phrase, and in the next instant, his right foot, shrouded in a sharpened aura, slammed into the rogue's head from behind. In a split second, Minato's powerful kick, laden with force and chakra, smashed the defector's skull like a shattered melon, crimson and white scattering across the ground. Witnessing the scene, the girl let out a terrified scream. Anticipating her panic, Minato had already clasped his hands over his ears with practiced ease. Only once the girl gradually regained her composure did Minato unveil his warm, sunlit smile and addressed her gently. "Don't be afraid. I'm a hidden leaf ninja. You're safe now. Thank you." Blushing at Minato's gentle and bright smile, the girl offered her thanks in a quiet voice. While Minato was busy playing the hero, elsewhere at the battlefield's edge, the site now awash in sunlight after the last earth-shattering exchange between Chin'yun and Inoki had blown apart the thick clouds, creating a world apart within a 10-mile radius, stood Tsukumo Hatake, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Chin'yun, gathered at the rim of a deep crater, watching as three young figures emerge from the brush. Among them, Nagato radiated a powerful aura of hatred. "Sir, we're here to find that big brother," they said timidly. Yahiko was a little older than Konan and Nagato. Even though he was afraid, he still plucked up his courage, stepped in front of Nagato and Konan, shielding them behind him, and looked at Chin'yun as he spoke. Chin'yun was taken aback by his words. Looking for him? Why would Yahiko and the others be seeking him out? However, before Chin'yun could respond, Orochimaru spoke in a cold voice. "Why does that red-haired brat behind you radiate such hostility toward us? If you don't explain, don't blame me for showing no mercy. I'll slaughter you all where you stand." "No, his name is Nagato. His parents were killed by rogue shinobi when Konoha clashed with other forces in the Land of Rain. According to Nagato, the shinobi who did it wore Konoha forehead protectors. Nagato, don't look at them with hatred. Your parents' deaths aren't their fault." Upon hearing Orochimaru's threat, Yahiko's face changed drastically. He hurried to explain, and then addressed Nagato directly. Nagato, hearing Yahiko's words, raised his head. His red hair hung over his eyes, hiding them completely. Yet the dark emotion within him didn't fade. If anything, it grew even stronger. Jiraiya noticed how Nagato's eyes were veiled by his hair, but from his vantage point, he caught a faint purple glow. Jiraiya was struck with a surge of excitement. Despite his inner shock, he chose not to say a word about what he had just glimpsed. No. "Orochimaru, what are you doing?" A metallic clang rang out. Orochimaru gave a cold snort and whipped out a kunai, hurling it straight at Nagato. Konan, seeing Orochimaru's sudden motion, let out a frightened cry. Jiraiya snapped back to his senses at Konan's alarm. Realizing that Orochimaru was intent on killing Nagato, he shouted and leapt to shield Nagato, knocking the kunai aside. Orochimaru, they're just ordinary children. Is this really necessary? Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru and spoke in a frosty tone. He harbors hatred towards Konoha. If we let him grow up, he might one day threaten us all. Besides, they're orphans with no one left in this war-torn land. They'll just starve eventually. It's better for me to end their misery now, spare them further suffering. Orochimaru's face was expressionless as he replied to Jiraiya's admonition. Orochimaru, you're going too far. They're only children. There's no need for this. The war is already over. After the last battle, Hanzo won't dare attack Konoha again. Now, all that's left are negotiations over war reparations. Inoki was repelled by Qingyun, and with us here, I doubt he'd dare challenge Konoha again. The Sand Village has already lost resources, so they likely won't invade once more either. With things as they are, why pick a fight with a few kids? Why not at least hear them out before you decide anything? When Tsunade saw Orochimaru attack Nagato, she did not intervene, but after Jiraiya rescued Nagato, she gently tried to persuade him. Orochimaru, hearing Tsunade's words, merely replied with a cold snort, turning his head away and refusing to look at Yahiko and the other two children. As for Tsukumo Hatake, he hadn't paid much attention to what had happened earlier. In his eyes, as long as it didn't involve the villagers of Konoha, he wasn't inclined to get involved. After all he had been through, the compassion he once felt had long since faded from his heart. Yet, as Orochimaru made his move, Tsukumo suddenly sensed a trace of hostility and chakra fluctuation. Without hesitation, he channeled his chakra and dashed into the distance. At that instant, Qingyun, too, sensed danger as soon as Tsukumo took off. He immediately began circulating his inner energy, preparing to defend himself against an attack that could come at any moment. His right hand moved subtly to his waist, where the handle of his Ziwei soft sword rested. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all watched in surprise as Tsukumo sped off into the distance, while Qingyun's expression was tense and vigilant. The three of them were caught off guard, uncertain about what was happening. Was there an enemy approaching? If so, why hadn't they sensed it? As for the three young ones, they simply stood there, lost and unsure, their eyes flitting nervously from one person to another, especially Yahiko, whose gaze carried a glimmer of hope as he looked toward Qingyun. Before any of the others could ask questions, Tsukumo returned, his brow furrowed and his face clouded with confusion. Tsukumo-senpai, is something wrong? Did you sense an enemy approaching? Tsunade quickly asked as he came back. Tsukumo nodded, then shook his head, suppressing his own doubt in the face of everyone's confusion. Just now, as Orochimaru was about to strike, I detected a trace of hostility and a surge of chakra. But by the time I got there, nothing was amiss. It seems I must have sensed it wrong. Tsukumo's confidence in his own speed was absolute. There were very few shinobi in the ninja world who could rival him in speed, and even fewer who could outpace him at such a short distance. For one to vanish from his perception so quickly, he could only assume he had made a mistake. Yet Qingyun alone understood what had just happened. It was Uchiha Madara getting ready to intervene and rescue Nagato. But upon witnessing Jiraiya's actions, Madara chose to hold back and conceal himself. As for White Zetsu's concealment abilities, they were incredibly formidable. When fully intent on hiding, only someone with the Uzumaki clan's unique sensory technique, the mind's eye of Kagura, or the Nine-Tails' ability to sense malice, or Byakugan's penetrating gaze could possibly detect him. Otherwise, trying to sense White Zetsu's presence while he was hidden underground was virtually impossible. Qingyun could only rely on his powerful spiritual awareness to sense when White Zetsu was watching him. But as for White Zetsu's exact location, even he could not pinpoint it. Looking at the three children in front of him, Qingyun began to feel puzzled. Why had they come to find him? Was it Madara who had guided them here? What brings you to me? Qingyun looked curiously at the three children standing before him and asked, Big brother, can you teach us ninjutsu? Perhaps it was because, despite Qingyun's distant expression, he was the only one present without any hostility or ulterior motives toward them. So, upon hearing Qingyun speak, Konan summoned her courage and spoke up. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was standing next to Nagato, remaining on guard against a sudden attack from Orochimaru. Yet inside, his mind was a raging storm. Rinnegan, I can't be mistaken. Could he really be the child of prophecy the Toad Sage spoke of? But if Nagato is the one, then what about Qingyun? Qingyun's talent is beyond anything I've seen, and his strength keeps growing at an astonishing rate. Could it be that even Qingyun isn't the child of destiny the Toad Sage mentioned? But then again, the sage did say the chosen one would be my disciple. With Qingyun's abilities, I don't think I could ever teach him. Yun was unaware that Jiraiya had once mistaken him for the child of destiny. Hearing Conan's request, he paused in surprise, then glanced at Jiraiya, whose expression was constantly shifting, and immediately realized that Jiraiya must have noticed Nagato's Rinnegan. I'm sorry, but I'm not planning to take on any apprentices for now. You might want to ask that white-haired uncle next to you. He might be interested. Yun replied coolly, his gaze settling on the three before him. The three children were, after all, destined for tragedy. Even more so for Yahiko, the future founder of the Akatsuki, whose fate would turn the organization from light to darkness. If he ever had the chance, Yun thought he might try to help Yahiko and Conan. But right now, he had no time to guide them. The looming threat of Madara and Black Zetsu left the three with little chance of avoiding their schemes. And Nagato could never show himself in Konoha. If Danzo were to discover that Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, he would surely stop at nothing to steal them. Such a move risked provoking Uchiha Madara, whose wrath might trigger consequences no one could predict. At present, Shinya knew he was far from his peak. Even against an aged Uchiha Madara, victory wasn't guaranteed, especially with that dutiful son, Black Zetsu, lying in wait. Shinya didn't believe for one moment that Black Zetsu had revealed all his tricks. Anyone who had survived in the shadows for 1,000 years must have far more up his sleeve than what the stories let on. Upon hearing Yun's reply, Conan lowered her head in disappointment. Yahiko, too, looked dejected at first. Then, after glancing at Jiraiya, the man who'd just saved them, his eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. He rushed up to Jiraiya, dropped to his knees, and bowed deeply. Disciple Yahiko, at your service, master. Jiraiya was both amused and exasperated by Yahiko's actions. He helped the boy to his feet, then glanced at Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. In his eyes flashed a look of unwavering resolve. Turning to Tsukumo Hatake and Tsunade, he said, Tsukumo, Tsunade, I've decided to stay in a land of rain and teach these three for 3 months. After that, I'll return to the Leaf Village. Please let the teacher know for me. Jiraiya, are you out of your mind? Before Tsukumo could say anything, Tsunade's voice rang out in a furious shout. Tsunade, they've lost their home. Maybe it isn't directly our fault, but in the end, it was Konoha's battles with other ninja villages here that caused this. Besides, I like these three. They're just my type. That's why I made this decision. Tsunade, my mind is made up. Don't say anything more. Jiraiya's tone was firm and resolute. Idiot. Orochimaru, upon seeing the determination in Jiraiya's eyes, snorted coldly, muttered a single insult, then turned on his heel and walked away. Tsunade, too, seeing that Jiraiya wouldn't be swayed, raised her fist in frustration, then looked back at the three small, dejected figures. She let out a sigh, and silently followed after Orochimaru. Take care of yourself. Tsukumo Hatake gave Jiraiya a brief reminder, then, without another word, started off at a slow pace in the direction of the Land of Fire. As for Yun, after glancing at Nagato, he also prepared to leave, but was stopped by Jiraiya. Haha, Yun, could you teach them that chakra refinement method you invented? These kids are pretty talented. At the very least, think of them as half your disciples. Conan, Yahiko, Nagato, come meet your second teacher. Jiraiya spoke cheerfully, grinning as he approached Yun. Yun was momentarily stunned, but then his face darkened. Second teacher, my foot. Who are you calling to back up here? I'll pass on being a second teacher. My refining method isn't suitable for them, especially not for that red-haired kid. He's got his own path to walk. Was this a joke? Teaching them his own method? What would that make him to them? Besides, he remembered what happened later between Nagato and Jiraiya. No matter the cause, the fact remained Nagato killed Jiraiya. He really didn't want these kids to someday use the very method he taught them against him, even if, frankly, they probably couldn't kill him anyway. Yahiko and the others looked crestfallen when they heard Yun refuse. They had seen, with their own eyes, just how powerful he had been in battle. But there was nothing they could do. Yun simply wasn't willing to teach them, and the disappointment showed on their faces. Jiraiya, hearing Yun's answer, scratched his head, a sheepish smile on his face. Yun, don't be like that. Just teach them that basic refining method of yours. That should be good enough. Jiraiya blocked the now impatient Yun with a playful grin, refusing to let him go so easily. Yun sighed helplessly at these words. Until now, he'd only ever taught his techniques to Minato Namikaze and Kushina. He could share some low-level martial skills without much concern, but when it came to true internal arts, he had always been extremely guarded. How could he possibly teach them to those who might become his enemies in the future? Though Yun did feel some sympathy for Conan and Yahiko and the tragic fate that awaited them, that didn't mean he was willing to train people who were destined to stand against him. If it were just Yahiko and Conan, perhaps it wouldn't matter. He might have considered teaching them. But Nagato was a different matter entirely. Nagato possessed Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan. To teach techniques to Yahiko and Konin was essentially to place those skills right into Nagato's hands. And once Nagato learned them, the mental trace of Uchiha Madara slumbering within the Rinnegan would naturally discover them as well. Even the simplest internal arts were too risky to share. With Madara's talent and experience, he might use Qingyun's foundational methods to create overwhelming power. Madara was already formidable enough in his Sage of Six Paths form. There was no reason to make him even stronger. Qingyun wasn't stupid, especially since, even at the lowest level, these internal arts allowed one to absorb the energy of nature itself. Should Madara ever master such methods, it was chilling to imagine the power of a perfected Susanoo, enhanced by Mokutan and sage techniques. No matter what, Qingyun would never teach them the secrets of internal cultivation. As for Yahiko, Konin, and possibly even Nagato, should he one day free himself from the shackles of the Rinnegan, if Qingyun ever crossed paths with them again, he might save them, perhaps even change their fate from the tragedy written in the original story. But right now, that was not an option. Jiraiya, seeing how resolute Qingyun was, knew better than to press further. Qingyun possessed great strength and astonishing talent. Provoking such a person would surely be unwise. All right, since you insist, I won't say anything more. If there's nothing else, I'll go and help them find a safe place to settle down. Qingyun nodded at his words, then turned to Yahiko and offered a final piece of advice. Let me give you a word of warning. Beware of Hanzo. Don't imagine you can achieve peace just by speaking aloud. In this world, if you wish to protect others, you must first learn how to protect yourself. Yahiko stared, momentarily stunned. Qingyun's words left him utterly bewildered. Yet, faced with Qingyun's overwhelming presence, he didn't dare question him further. Even if he couldn't fully grasp their meaning, he committed Qingyun's words to memory. Jiraiya, on the other hand, found Qingyun's cryptic statement exceedingly odd and shot him a puzzled look. Qingyun ignored Jiraiya's questioning gaze, his expression as cool and detached as ever. He stood unmoved, saying those words only to plant a seed in Yahiko's mind. Whether that seed could ever change the cruel fate carved into their destinies, that was now up to them. Seeing this, Jiraiya could only swallow his doubts, gathering Yahiko and the others, and led them away, back toward the place they once called home. After seeing Jiraiya and his companions leave, Qingyun didn't depart right away. Only when they had completely vanished from sight did he calmly speak to the empty space ahead on his left. Come out. A chuckle echoed. Impressive. Your sensory skills are as sharp as ever. I thought I had hidden myself well, but just a fleeting glance from you, and I was discovered. A white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Its eyes, however, were marked by the Sharingan, a clear sign that it was being controlled, with Uchiha Madara manifesting through this body. So what is it you want? You purposely revealed yourself, left flaws for me to catch. What are you after? Qingyun showed no delight at Madara's praise. Instead, he questioned him coolly, unruffled. If Madara hadn't intentionally drawn attention, locking eyes with him for just a moment, he would never have found the hiding spot. You really are interesting, Madara replied, amusement in his voice. It seems you already know quite a bit. You've realized the truth about the Rinnegan, haven't you? Seeing Qingyun's unaffected demeanor, Madara's interest only deepened. Oh, the Rinnegan belongs to you? Qingyun affected a tone of ignorance, feigning curiosity. No wonder then. That boy, Nagato, he had the Rinnegan, but he never seemed to fully control its power. So they're not truly his eyes. Exactly. The Rinnegan is mine, Madara confirmed. As for why it's in Nagato's possession, that's not something I'll share. I'm here now to warn you. Stay away from the Rinnegan. If you ever set your sights on it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. He flashed a warning smile at Qingyun, as though the threat was but a friendly reminder. Qingyun let out a cold laugh, completely unfazed. Do you really think I'd stoop so low, stealing someone else's eyes, forcing them into my own body? Besides, using eyes that aren't yours puts an unbearable strain on you every single time. Do you take me for a fool? The scorn in his voice was unmistakable. He thought nothing of Madara's threats. In the original story, Nagato possessed the pure blood of the Uzumaki clan and vast life force. Yet using the Rinnegan reduced him to a mere shell of himself. How could Qingyun possibly sacrifice himself for a fleeting, borrowed power and end up like Nagato? He wasn't that naive. Furthermore, with the system's aid, even if he could never evolve his own Sharingan to the level of the Rinnegan, Qingyun was confident he could reach, or even surpass, the heights of the Six Paths by other means. Madara grinned, appearing satisfied. As long as you understand. But tell me, don't you want to know about the connection between the Rinnegan and the Sharingan? His gaze locked onto Qingyun's eyes, confident in the truth of his resolve. That trace of disdain when Qingyun spoke of others' eyes couldn't possibly be faked. Qingyun understood the connection between the Rinnegan and the Sharingan better than anyone else, knowing far more than even Madara Uchiha himself. After all the information Madara received had been tampered with by Black Zetsu. While much of it was true, the most critical pieces of information had been altered. Without waiting for Qingyun's response, Madara continued. The Rinnegan is the eye of the sage of the six paths. It was only after some time, when Madara had finished speaking, that he noticed Qingyun's face remaining utterly calm, betraying no surprise. This left Madara puzzled. Could it be that he already knew this? But that steel in the ancestral land can only be read by those with the Mangekyo Sharingan. And even then, an ordinary Mangekyo cannot reveal the entire message. Only the eternal Mangekyo can see it all. Boy, aren't you the least bit shocked? Madara fixed his sharp gaze on Qingyun, questioning him. What's there to be shocked about? I already heard all this from the Nine Tails. Since you know so much about the Rinnegan and the Sage of the Six Paths, surely you're aware of the Nine Tails' origin as well. Qingyun never entertained the thought that he could put on an act and trick a wily veteran like Madara. Rather than fooling himself and others, it was better to blend truth with lies and give Madara a mostly honest answer. This way, Madara would have less reason to suspect anything. Upon hearing Qingyun's reply, Madara could only let out a helpless laugh. He had indeed forgotten that the Nine Tails was once separated from the Ten Tails, and that the Sage of Six Paths had been its Jinchuriki. Of course, it was only natural the Nine Tails would know about the Sage. Well, since you already know about the Rinnegan, you must also be aware of the side effects of the Mangekyo. Judging by your attitude, I suspect you've found some way to deal with them. If that's the case, I have nothing more to say. I'll be waiting for the day you come into your own. When that time comes, perhaps you'll finally give me a real challenge. With that, Madara looked at Qingyun's composed expression, shook his head with reluctant admiration, and then his consciousness faded from White Zetsu's mind. White Zetsu, free of Madara's presence, returned to normal. Noticing Qingyun's gaze, White Zetsu shuddered, then quickly sank into the earth and disappeared from sight. As for Qingyun, he remained standing where he was until the unsettling sensation of being watched finally faded. Only then did he slowly turn and make his way toward the land of fire. Qingyun well understood the subtext behind Madara's words. This time, Madara had shown up for two reasons. First, to warn him not to covet the Rinnegan, and second, to tempt him with a solution to the Mangekyo's side effects, hoping to recruit him to join the Moon's Eye plan. Yet, seeing Qingyun entirely unmoved, Madara had not even finished stating his offer. Still, through this conversation, Qingyun realized something else as well. Madara seemed to harbor a certain wariness toward him.